Kyoto. Lin's villa. What? A miserable scream was heard, and Lin Xin covered his face with his hands. At the same time, the eldest sister Lin Xuan threw the whip on the ground. Lin Xin, are you sick? Your peace locket is just a cheap item. You actually fought with Xiao Hao for something worth $3 or $5. If you dare to touch Xiao Hao again, I'll beat your skin to pieces. Lin Xin was stunned, then shuddered. My face is burning with pain. Looking up at the woman in front of him, it was after being whipped that Lin Xin finally confirmed one thing. He was reborn. This was the year of the college entrance examination. My adopted brother Lin Hao wanted to smash his own peace locket and pretended to be pushed to the ground by me. The eldest sister Lin Xuan beat herself up without asking any questions. The end result was undoubtedly that he was beaten to pieces and had to apologize in the end. As the real young master of the Lin family, a prestigious family in Kyoto, Lin Xin was lost at birth and was raised by someone else for 16 years. Later, the Lin family found Lin Xin and took him back to the Lin family from his adoptive parents' home. Lin Hao is the adopted son of the Lin family. That year, when Lin Xian's biological mother Qin Yulan learned that her child was lost, she refused to eat or drink and almost went crazy. It was Lin Zhongdao, the head of the Lin family, who personally selected a child from the orphanage and brought him back to adopt. Qin Yulan's condition gradually improved, and she was able to save her life. From then on, Lin Hao became a great contributor to the Lin family. For 16 years, this child brought back from the orphanage by Lin Zhongdao has been raised in the palm of the Lin family's hand and has enjoyed great glory. The three daughters of the Lin family treated Lin Hao like their own brother and doted on him. However, his attitude towards Lin Xin, his biological brother, is completely different. Contempt, sarcasm, humiliation, disdain. In the previous life, 2 days before Lin Hao's birthday, Father Lin Zhongdao beat Lin Xin severely because Lin Hao had instigated him in front of his parents. Lin Xin explained in every possible way, but Lin Zhongdao always stood on Lin Hao's side. It was not until Lin Xin was knocked unconscious that Lin Zhongdao had someone throw Lin Xin into the storage room to reflect. Even though he was already unconscious, Lin Zhongdao was still shouting at Lin Xin to write a 10,000-word letter of guarantee. For the next 2 days, Lin Xin didn't eat or drink anything. In addition, his internal organs had already been beaten to the point of bleeding by Lin Zhongdao, and he finally lost consciousness. At the moment when Lin Xin, the young master of the Lin family, died, the birthday party of his adopted son Lin Hao also reached its climax. Hundreds of barrels of fireworks exploded at the same time, lighting up the night like day. Everyone present was so enthusiastic that they seemed to have forgotten that the Lin family had a biological son. In the villa square, all eyes were on Lin Hao, and no one cared about Lin Xin's life or death. In the previous life, fragments of memory flashed through my mind. Lin Xin's eyes were determined, and there was only one thought in his mind: to leave the Lin family and cut off all ties with these people. Brother Lin Xin didn't mean it. He loves me so much. How could he hurt me? It's my fault. Brother Lin Xin cares so much about his peace locket. I shouldn't have looked at it. Lin Hao looked aggrieved, with tears welling up from his red eyes. Seeing the situation in front of her, Lin Rusheng became more and more annoyed. Turning around and coming to Lin Hao, Lin Rusheng carefully wiped away his tears. Xiao Hao, don't be afraid. I'm here. As she spoke, Lin Rusheng protected Lin Hao behind her, and there was a hint of sharpness in her eyes as she looked at Lin Xin. I saw clearly what happened. Lin Xin, don't try to quibble. What are you still standing there for? Apologize to Xiao Hao right now. Lin Xin felt a sharp pain in his heart. This was the elder sister he respected, but she didn't even give him a chance to explain. As soon as he opened his mouth, he blamed all the mistakes on himself. Lin Xin stepped forward despite the pain, but his expression was unusually calm. Lin Hao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been impulsive just now. It's my fault for making big sister angry too. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Xian's voice was flat, without any emotion in it. Lin Rusheng looked surprised, with her brows furrowed. Whenever something like this happened in the past, Lin Xin would be anxious to explain, but now he seemed like a different person. But since he has admitted his mistake, there is no need to be serious about it. Lin Rusheng raised her eyebrows and glanced at Lin Xin, her face full of disgust. I'll remember what happened today. If you dare to fight with Xiao Hao next time, I'll skin you alive. Go back to your room and reflect on your actions. From now until noon tomorrow, you are not allowed to step out of the house. Lin Rusheng was furious. The expression on Lin Xian's face was as calm as a dry well, without any ripples. Go back to your room and reflect on your mistakes. There will be no food tonight or tomorrow morning. Isn't it just that I'm not allowed to eat? In fact, since returning to the Lin family, I can only eat 3 meals a day, very rarely. Lin Xian has long been accustomed to such punishment. Even if he had a normal meal, Lin Xin would still be looked down upon countless times. It is hard to imagine that words like shameful, uneducated, and reincarnation of a starving ghost all came from the Lin family. The genuine young master of the Lin family, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, was raised to weigh 110 kilograms. What an irony. Got it. I'll go back first. Lin Xin was disheartened and wanted to leave the Lin family more and more. As for the Lin family's food, even if they brought it to me, I wouldn't eat it. Lin Xin turned around, and at this time Lin Hao's voice came to his ears again. Brother Lin Xin, your things fell. Is this something my elder sister gave you? At this moment, Lin Hao and Lin Rusheng's eyes were fixed on a small bamboo section. That was indeed the gift that Lin Rusheng gave to Lin Xin, getting higher and higher. At that time, Lin Rusheng just casually broke off a small piece of bamboo, but Lin Xin treated it as a treasure. Thinking of Lin Xin carrying the bamboo with him at all times, Lin Rusheng's face was filled with pride. Lin Xin did not stop and continued to move forward, but still answered Lin Hao's question. It's just a piece of bamboo. It's everywhere on the street. If you want it, just take it. Thinking about the gifts that Lin Rusheng gave to Lin Hao, and then thinking about that piece of bamboo, Lin Xian's mouth felt bitter. Lin Hao received luxury cars and watches, which were very valuable. What he received was something he picked up from the flower bed. It's hard to describe the huge difference in treatment. The funny thing is I used to treasure it so much. What a nice gesture. Not far away, Lin Rusheng's face became increasingly gloomy. The things I gave to Lin Xian, he actually just refused to accept them. In the past, Lin Xian would have protected those bamboos as if they were his life. Lin Rusheng wanted to continue to lose her temper, but Lin Xian had already entered the house. Sister, has Brother Lin Xian not really forgiven me? He seems to be still very angry now. Hearing Lin Hao's voice, Lin Rusheng's expression changed again. How is that possible? My sister has already taught him a lesson today. He wouldn't dare to do that. Don't worry, if Lin Xian annoys you again, come and tell me, and I'll help you give him some skin. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Xian felt dizzy and his heartbeat accelerated. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and instinctively covered his chest, and the blood from his palm dyed the entire piece locket red. Lin Xian sat on the bed and relaxed for a while before he had the strength to take out a cardboard box. There are band-aids, gauze, and hemostatic drugs in the box. Lin Xian was often beaten on a daily basis, so he saved up these emergency items. Ignore the bruises on your arms for now, but treat the bleeding wounds promptly. After 2 years in the Lin family, the thing he had the most was scars. Lin Xian couldn't remember how many times he had been beaten by them. I just remember that anything involving Lin Hao was always my fault in the end, and anything I could get at home could hit him at any time. The Lin family is really kind to me. This clarity was gained at the cost of a body of injuries and a life. Feeling a sharp pain, Lin Xin quickly withdrew his thoughts and concentrated on applying the medicine. After a few minutes, the wound was almost healed, and the unreachable areas on the back were left alone. Looking at the items in the house, Lin Xin found himself ridiculous. He is the biological son of the Lin family, a legitimate young master, and the blood of Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao remains in his body. The house I lived in was actually a storage room of about 10 square meters. The room was small and narrow. Apart from the wooden bed for sitting, there was only room for a wooden table and a plastic chair. In my previous life, I passed away here. Lin Xian still remembers the indescribable pain and feeling of suffocation. Lin Xian lay on his side on the bed, his thoughts becoming more and more determined. Since I am not likable, why should I bother to save the Lin family's face? Everyone believed that their hard work was for the Lin family's money, and that they had been hiding in the Lin family in order to inherit the property. The disgust of several sisters, Lin Hao's unscrupulous means, and the endless abuse and frame-up seemed to have no end. They feel that since they grew up in an ordinary family, they must have evil intentions and a lot of bad deeds. Even if I returned to the Lin family, there was no way I could sit at the same table with people like them who had received higher education. In their eyes, I am different, a stain, and will always be a disgrace. But Lin Hao is different. Lin Hao was raised with great care by Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao. Although he had always lived a life of luxury, his character was absolutely impeccable. In such a comparison, the sisters prefer their adopted brother. After all, they have been together for so many years, so naturally they like him much better. Even in front of Lin Xian, they openly expressed their doubts as to why they had to bring Lin Xian back to embarrass themselves. "You must leave," Lin Xian said to himself. Lin Xian didn't want to stay at the Lin family for a moment longer, and he was too lazy to care about the mess surrounding the Lin family. Boom, boom, boom. There was a hurried knock on the door. Lin Xian frowned slightly, a hint of impatience showing on his face. Lin Xian endured the pain, got out of bed and opened the door. Then he saw his second sister Lin Xinyu looking at him with disgust. "You've grown bold and dared to hit someone? After living in the slums for more than 10 years, haven't you learned to respect the elderly and love the young? Xiaohao is your brother. You can even kill your own relatives. You are worse than an animal." Lin Xian looked at Lin Xinyu calmly. Another person came to seek justice for Lin Hao. The reason why he was so angry and came to call for an explanation must be that Lin Hao had gossiped about something in front of Lin Xinyu again. Lin Hao is very good at this. As for the relatives Lin Xinyu mentioned, Lin Xian found it even more ridiculous. She and Lin Xinyu have the same blood, but she treats Lin Hao as a relative, while she herself is worse than an animal. Lin Xian was too lazy to explain. "Second sister, my eldest sister has already dealt with this matter, and I have apologized." "You!" Lin Xinyu was so angry that her whole body was shaking and she couldn't even utter a word. I thought Lin Xian would explain, but I didn't expect him to be so calm. I was holding a lot of anger in my heart, but I had no place to vent it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xinyu squeezed out a word viciously. "I'm warning you, if you dare to bully Xiaohao again, I won't let you off easily." After saying this, Lin Xinyu covered her nose and left. Lin Xian closed the door and packed up his only belongings in the room. Even with 2 pieces of clothing, a few books, and everything packed in, the backpack was still flat. Today is the weekend. Father Lin Zhongdao and Mother Qin Yulan took a plane to travel yesterday afternoon, leaving only 3 sisters and Lin Hao at home. It is a good time to leave now. If Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao were here, I'm afraid I would have to explain more. Not being able to see the 2 of them also saved a lot of trouble. When he went out to the living room, the people sitting on the sofa turned their heads at the same time and looked at Lin Xian with disgust. "Lin Xian, who told you to come out? Didn't I tell you not to go out before noon tomorrow?" Lin Rushuang's eyes were sharp. I was the one who said the punishment, but Lin Xian didn't listen. This was clearly a challenge to my authority. Lin Xinyu snorted coldly and glared at Lin Xian fiercely. "He looks like a hooligan's. What good can he do? If he goes out with a bag on his back on the weekend, people will believe him if he says he robs a bank." Next, Lin Hao began to pretend. "Sisters, please don't talk about brother Lin Xian like that. Maybe he really has something wrong. My parents are not at home now, so please be accommodating to him for once." Snapped. Lin Zhilan slammed the table. "It is because our parents are not around that we have to follow the rules. If we indulge him in everything, wouldn't that be lawless? My silence doesn't mean I don't know what happened." "Lin Xian, you're going too far." Lin Xian sneered and looked at the people in front of him as if nothing had happened. The eldest sister, Lin Rushuang, is the president of the Lin Group branch. The second sister, Lin Xinyu, is a popular singer in the public eye and has always had a sweet image. The third sister, Lin Xuan, is a well-known dancer in Kyoto and a highly praised talent in the dance world. At this moment, the three people behaved as unreasonably as a village woman scolding in the street. It's really a waste of your time to get entangled with these people. Lin Xin withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward with an expressionless face. Stop right there. I guess you won't learn your lesson unless I whip you a few times. Lin Xuan stood up suddenly, turned around, and yelled at the nanny next to him. Mother Zhou whip. Today I will let him know what the rules are. Mother Zhou swallowed hard. Miss, yesterday. What are you waiting for? If you don't go, get out. Lin Xuan's eyes were about to spit fire. Mother Zhou dared not say any more and handed over the whip tremblingly. Lin Rushuang's heart tightened. She had beaten Lin Xin yesterday, and it seemed that she had hit him quite hard. Third sister, it's over. Before Lin Rushuang could finish her words, Lin Xuan had already raised the whip. Lin Xin let go, the backpack fell to the ground, and his body stood straight. Let's get started. After this beating, I will have nothing to do with your Lin family anymore. Okay, you still want to threaten me? Before he finished speaking, Lin Xuan's whip had already hit Lin Xin. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. You have no knowledge, and yet you threaten me. You're breaking off relations? Fine, let me see who's harder, my whip or your mouth. If you have the guts, don't scare me. Just write an agreement and issue a statement. Lin Xuan fought harder and harder, and became angrier and angrier. Just when another whip was about to fall, Lin Xin suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the whip. Okay, I will write an agreement with you now, stating that the Lin family will sever ties with us. Everyone present was stunned and looked at Lin Xin in disbelief. Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. What was Lin Xin talking about just now? Do we really need to write an agreement to sever ties with the Lin family? What a joke! The Lin family is wealthy and powerful. Lin Xin has endured humiliation for so long and gained nothing. How could he bear to leave? What he did was clearly a self-torture tactic, just to win everyone's sympathy. Okay, today I will do as you wish. Even if my parents are not around, I can still make the decision. Mrs. Zhou, bring me some paper and pen. I want to see how to write this severance agreement. Mother Zhou looked at Lin Rushuang for help with an embarrassed expression. Lin Rushuang pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. At this time, Lin Xingyu was watching coldly, looking like she was enjoying the show. In this family, Lin Xuan has the hottest temper. Who made Lin Xin so blind as to provoke the third young lady? You deserve it. Don't bother Aunt Zhou. I have paper and pen here. Lin Xin bent down, took out a pen and paper from his backpack, and started writing something in front of everyone. In the previous life, he was beaten to death by his own father. The funny thing is, after learning of their death, the first thing they thought about was how to cover up the scandal. Later, they even issued a statement that the original paternity test was wrong and Lin Xin was not a member of the Lin family. Naturally, there was no follow-up to the matter. After hearing the news, the adoptive parents cried all day long and both died of depression. Everything that happened later was what Lin Xin saw before he was reborn. As for why he didn't reincarnate or his soul was scattered, Lin Xin himself couldn't figure it out. However, when Lin Xin existed in soul form, he lost the peace locket. Next, Lin Xin seemed to be in a confined space. He could see what was happening outside, but was unable to get out. Fortunately, there are countless ancient books in the space, and the contents are all-encompassing, as if they contain the answers to all the questions in the world. Lin Xin liked reading books. After a period of time, he finally began to calm down and read ancient books, and his mentality became relieved. Those people in the Lin family are not worth my sadness at all, and they are not worthy of my wasting my emotions. Countless days and nights repeated themselves, and suddenly one day, Lin Xin's eyes lit up, followed by a burning pain on his face. It was at that time that Lin Xin was sure that he was reborn. Lin Xin, I'm telling you, don't play any tricks. If you put any excessive demands in this agreement, we will never agree to it. Don't even think about secretly taking anything away from the Lin family. Seeing Lin Xin signing and putting down the pen, Lin Xuan added viciously. Lin Xin said, Lin Xuan, the things in the bag are all mine. They have nothing to do with you. If you don't believe me, you can check it on the spot. Lin Xuan was stunned on the spot. This is really against him. In the past, this kid was always trying to curry favor with me, serving me tea and water, washing clothes, and delivering meals, all the while acting like a servile servant. Now people actually nominate people with surnames and call themselves by their given names. And his eyes were so cold that they made people feel scared. Lin Xuan was a little overwhelmed. At this time, Lin Xin came over. Third sister, hurry up and take a look. Don't let this kid fool you. If he asks for too much in the agreement, don't agree to it. Lin Xin spoke in a low voice, but her face was full of caution. Lin Xuan calmed his mind. Although he didn't say anything, the speed at which his eyes moved slowed down significantly. The contents on the two A4 sheets were identical, but with a few sentences written on them. Most of the space was blank. As for conditions, Lin Xin only has one. We will sever our ties starting today, and no one from the Lin family is allowed to disturb Lin Xin's life anymore. Ah, you really think you are an important person. This seems to be the opposite of what is said, right? Lin Xin has always been humble and tried to please the Lin family. When did the Lin family disturb him? Lin Xuan picked up the pen and was about to sign when he suddenly seemed to think of something. Wait a minute. We have to settle a score. Since you came to the Lin family, everything you eat, drink, use, and play with belongs to the Lin family. Pay me back before we sever ties. Lin Xuan was arrogant and aggressive. Lin Xin raised his eyes. In the past 2 years since I came to the Lin family, I haven't spent a penny of your money. Oh, that's ridiculous. If you don't spend the Lin family's money, how do you get the tuition? Where do you get the money to buy clothes? You even have to pay for participating in school activities. Did you get the money from the wind? Lin Xuan's words were full of sarcasm, and he vowed in his heart to uncover Lin Xian's true face. My scholarship each semester is enough to cover my tuition fees. I also earn money from working on weekends to support my living expenses. The school materials and various activities fees are all paid for by my own part-time jobs. Don't make yourself sound so noble. And Joe, call the driver department now and stop Lin Xian's car. Also take back the bank cards. I want to see how long you can live without the Lin family's name. Lin Xuan instructed Zhou Ma again. Mother Zhou stood there without moving, her face full of hesitation. Why didn't you hear me? Mother Zhou shook her head like a rattle and explained again and again. Miss, Master Lin Xin doesn't have a private car or a bank card. He usually walks to school. When I first came here, the master and the mistress said that they were afraid that the young master would not be used to it, so they would not give him the car and pocket money for the time being. Afterwards, no one mentioned this matter until now. After saying what was in her heart, Zhou Ma felt much more relaxed. As a child of the Lin family, Lin Xin was treated really badly. The master and his wife also treated the two young masters in completely different ways. The biological ones are not loved as much as the adopted ones, but the adopted ones are treated like pearls. Looking at the entire Kyoto, I guess no one would do this. Zhou Ma's words made Lin Xuan blush and his neck thicken, and the faces of Lin Xuan and Lin Xin beside him became increasingly ugly. They have a huge amount of pocket money every month to spend freely, but Lin Xin has to work to survive. This, sister, don't sign. After you sign, Brother Lin Xin will really have nothing to do with us. This incident was caused by me. I am willing to apologize to Brother Lin Xin. As long as Brother Lin Xin can vent his anger, it's okay even if he hits me or scolds me. Lin Hao suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Yi Zhilan's hand, and then tears fell like beads from a broken string. Aunt Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Young Master Lin Hao is really amazing. He starts crying as soon as he says he will. Just a while ago, young Master Lin Hao had instructed himself to wait for Lin Xin to come out for a shower, and have someone give him hot water in the middle, the hotter the better. You know, young Master Lin Xin has wounds all over his body now. If he really takes a bath with hot water, wouldn't it be extremely painful? Now they are showing their deep brotherly love. This is really... Xiao Hao, this matter is not your fault. Lin Rusheng came forward to protect Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook his head, his voice choked with sobs. I am redundant in this family. It is normal for brother Lin Xin to think that I have taken everything from him and want it back. As long as I can make brother Lin Xin feel better, I am willing to do anything. Seeing the tea aroma in Lin Hao's tea, Lin Xin could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Before everyone could react, Lin Xin came up to Lin Hao with an expressionless face. Snapped! 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 He swung his arm and slapped him 3 times in a row. Lin Hao saw stars and was shaking from being slapped. The face that was full of tears just now suddenly became swollen. Lin Xianyu? After being slapped in the face, Lin Hao immediately gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. But the next moment he returned to his pitiful look. But his eyes were full of provocation, as if saying, just wait, you're about to get into trouble. Just wait and see. Nausea. Lin Xin snorted coldly. It's true that a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. In the past, every time someone framed him, Lin Hao always used this kind of look. Now that he was beaten, he still looked so shameless. Lin Xin was not shocked by what Lin Hao did. This kind of thing had happened to him more than once or twice, and he was already used to it. He deliberately banged his head against the table leg, desperately calling for help while provoking himself with his eyes. Pretending to sprain his foot, looking innocent and pitiful, with that same look in his eyes. Every time something like this happened, he would be beaten half to death, but Lin Hao enjoyed it and would rather hurt himself than let himself suffer. In order to deal with him, Lin Hao even used his connections outside the school. But his biological parents, including his 3 biological sisters, never believed what he said. In their eyes, Lin Hao is a well-behaved person, and he would never do anything to maliciously frame them. Some fragments of memory flashed through Lin Xian's mind, and his heart turned cold again. At this time, the 3 sisters nearby had recovered. Lin Xin hit Lin Hao, and even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Lin Zilan was furious and yelled directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, you are crazy. You bastard. You actually attacked Xiao Hao. As he spoke, Yi Zilan raised his foot and was about to kick Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and dodged easily, then spoke in a cold voice. Don't be so arrogant. In 3 days, your dancing leg will no longer be usable. By then, people will only see a lame swan. What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you curse me? Lin Zilan is a dancer and the pillar of the academy. This kid Lin Xian actually said that he is a lame swan. What a vicious curse. He wanted to raise his hand again, but when Lin Zilan met Lin Xian's eyes, he felt inexplicably panicked. That look was so scary that it made people feel creepy. Lin Xian said calmly, don't disbelieve it. You can just wait for it to be destroyed. Lin Xian, you secretly bullied Lin Hao before, but now you are actually committing violence in front of us. You even cursed your 3rd sister. You are really lawless. Lin Qingyu's face turned pale, and even her chest rose and fell. Lin Xian ignored Lin Qingyu and looked directly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you always falsely accuse me of beating you. These slaps are what you wish for. Sister, please sign quickly, and let this plague god go. Lin Xian is crazy, and we in the Lin family should not let a madman stay here. Lin Zilan was furious. He picked up the pen and signed his name, then handed the pen to Lin Qingyu next to him. At this moment, Lin Hao was crying so hard that he couldn't speak. Sister, don't sign. After brother Lin Xian is gone, Mom and Dad will be sad. Even if brother Lin Xian hits me in the future, I will hold back. Okay, Xiao Dad, we will explain this matter after Mom comes back. You have been wronged. As they were talking, the eldest sister Lin Rusheng also started writing after Lin Qingyu signed her name. Lin Xin picked up 1 copy and put it away, picked up the backpack on the ground, and left. As they were about to leave this damn place, Lin Xin felt that even his steps had become much lighter. The 3 sisters surrounded Lin Hao at this moment, and they all checked Lin Hao's injuries with distressed faces, without noticing that Lin Xian was getting farther and farther away. After this incident, Lin Xian's good mood was completely ruined. After nearly 10 minutes, Lin Zilan suddenly remembered something. That's bad, big sister. I didn't check that kid's school bag when he left. His hands are not clean to begin with. He wouldn't steal anything, would he? Let's go to his room and see what's missing. The Lin family was well off, and even the decorations in the house could be sold for tens of thousands of dollars. If Lin Xin really stole a few of them, then Lin Xin showed disgust on her face and instinctively covered her nose. I don't go. Why don't we go check it out together? Let's go. Lin Xilan insisted, so Lin Rusheng and Lin Xin had to follow her. On weekdays, Lin Xilan often performs abroad and spends very little time at home. He has no idea where Lin Xin lives. Fortunately, with the help of Zhou Ma, they finally arrived at the door of the storage room. Annie Zhou? Are you kidding me? Where did you bring us? Isn't this a storage room? Lin Xilan had an unhappy look on his face, and there was obvious dissatisfaction in his voice. Miss, Master Lin Xin lives here, and this is where all his things are. Mother Zhou pushed open the door, revealing everything in the room. A slightly narrow single bed, a wooden table, and a plastic stool. Nothing else. How could this be? The current situation is completely different from what Lin Xilan imagined. The gap is too big. When Lin Xilan was shocked, Lin Xin had already covered her nose with her hands. The smell here is too bad. I told you not to come here, but you came anyway. Have you finished the inspection? A trace of guilt arose in Lin Xilan's heart. This doesn't look like the room where the young master of the Lin family lives. Even the servants' quarters are many times better than this one. I thought Lin Xian's room was similar to Lin Hao's, but I didn't expect that Lin Xian's living environment could not even be compared with that of the servants. Lin Hao's room is filled with various figures, the latest computers, and various musical instruments customized from abroad. Various pieces of furniture were also customized by the sisters themselves. But here is Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xilan felt that the plastic stool with a broken leg was extremely glaring. Sisters, I suddenly remembered that there is something else I need to do. I'm leaving now. Lin Xilan left in a panic, not daring to look back. At this moment, Lin Xian had already boarded the bus to Nanshan District. After school yesterday afternoon, Lin Xian worked part-time as a dishwasher in a restaurant. Seeing how diligent he was, the boss agreed to pay him daily wages. The total income from all my part-time jobs is more than 300 yuan, which is enough for me to take the bus back to my adoptive parents' home. Leaning against the bus seat, Lin Xian's face showed an unprecedented relaxation. Leaving the Lin family was really the right choice. In the days to come, not only will I not be unable to survive if I leave the Lin family, as Lin Xilan said. On the contrary, Lin Xian has enough confidence that his future life will be much better than it is now. During the time and the space, Lin Xian witnessed many things with his own eyes, and he still remembered clearly the major events that took place in the next few years. Besides, there are many ancient books and secret manuals in the space. Just based on this point, the future days will not be bad. Thinking of the faces of his adoptive parents, Lin Xian's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly. As the bus drove along, the scene in front of me became more and more familiar. Finally arriving at Nanshan Street Station, Lin Xian got off the train easily. Hyde Community is a multi-story building. It cannot be described as what people call an old, dilapidated, and small community, but it is not a new community either. More than a decade ago, all the residents involved in the demolition in Nanshan District were concentrated here. The neighborhood is usually very quiet, but there are not many young people here. Most units do not have elevators, mainly because many residents are reluctant to spend the money. In their words, their legs and feet are still flexible and they can get home by just walking a few more steps, so why waste the money? Meeting each other often in the stairs, neighbors naturally become friendly to each other, and the whole building is filled with the atmosphere of homeliness. The noodle shop opened by adoptive father Lin Pingyan and adoptive mother Zhou Yuzhen is at the entrance of the community, so almost no one in the community doesn't know them when they are mentioned. Lin Xian's heart tightened when he saw the rolling shutter of the noodle shop. It's dinner time now, but the noodle shop is closed. Could something have happened to my adoptive father and mother? Lin Xian turned and walked into the community, his pace quickening. After turning several corners, Lin Xin finally arrived at the door of room 2, Unit 301. Seeing the situation in front of him, Lin Xian's eyes became moist. The couplet pasted on the door was still the same when I left. In other words, after I left, my adoptive parents didn't even change the couplet. Standing up straight, Lin Xian raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Zhou Yuzhen's voice on the other side of the door was a little hoarse and sounded very tired. "Mom, it's me." The door suddenly opened, and Zhou Yuzhen rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Xiaoxian, you're back?" "Oh, why are you back?" Zhou Yuzhen started crying as soon as she finished speaking, but her face showed more joy. "Old Lin, hurry up and see who's back, my son. No, it's Lin Xian who's back." Zhou Yuzhen was excited and reached out to pull Lin Xian's arm, but her hand stopped halfway in the air. Back then, the Lin family said that they were not allowed to have any contact with Lin Xian. For Lin Xian's future, they agreed with great reluctance. Now, looking at the son she had raised for more than 10 years, Zhou Yuzhen wanted to hold him in her arms like before, but for Lin Xian's future, Zhou Yuzhen held back and said with red eyes, "Lin Xian, have you eaten? Annie will make you something to eat." "What, Annie?" "Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat noodles." Lin Xian's words made Zhou Yuzhen unable to control herself, and she almost burst into tears. "Child, come back and see what you are like. Didn't you hear the child say he wanted to eat noodles? The child is hungry." Lin Pingyan walked quickly to the door and pulled Lin Xian inside. Zhou Yuzhen followed them and went straight to the kitchen after wiping her tears. "The child is hungry and wants to eat noodles, so I have to make them quickly. How can I let the child go hungry?" Coming to Lin Pingyan's side, Lin Xian felt much more at ease. After not seeing him for 2 years, my adoptive father Lin Pingyan already had white hair on his temples, and his back was a little hunched. There were several boxes of cold medicine on the coffee table, and a cup of warm water next to them. "Dad, who has a cold? I've caught a cold these past 2 days, so I want to take some cold medicine to calm myself down." Lin Pingyan grinned and asked Lin Xian to sit down. Zhou Yuzhen was busy in the kitchen, leaving only Lin Xian and Lin Pingyan in the living room. Lin Xian felt emotional as he returned to the place where he had lived for more than 10 years since he was a child. He was reluctant to take his eyes away from everything he saw, and Lin Pingyan's eyes never left Lin Xian's face. "I haven't seen him for 2 years. How come he has become so thin?" The Lin family is a famous family. Could it be that Lin Xian is not happy in the Lin family? Did they make Lin Xian suffer? "Kid, why did you come back at this time? Did they make things difficult for you?" Lin Pingyan didn't want to ask at first, but Lin Xian was almost skinny, and if he didn't ask, he would always feel uneasy. Naturally, Lin Xian did not mention the grievances he suffered in the Lin family, but directly stated his decision. "Dad, I won't leave this time when I come back. They don't like me anyway, and I don't want to stay there forever." Lin Xian tried his best to keep his voice calm, but Lin Pingyan could still hear the bitterness in his words. "When you left, they had a good agreement. Why do wealthy families go back on their words?" Lin Pingyan was a little annoyed. Ever since the Lin family took Lin Xian away, they have wanted to visit the child countless times, but thinking of the promise they made, the couple held back. Because of this, my wife fell seriously ill and was unable to get out of bed for 2 months. But how do they do it? Such good kids have been raised to be so thin. They all have the last name Lin, so why are they so bad? The kitchen door was open. Zhou Yuzhen, who was cooking, heard the conversation between Lin Xian and Lin Pingyan and quickly joined in the conversation. "At the beginning, we agreed that I couldn't write 2 characters for Lin with 1 stroke. They asked us to promise to cut off contact with you, and they also promised to treat you well." Halfway through her words, Zhou Yuzhen already started crying out of heartache. "Mom, it's all over. From now on, I will have nothing to do with the Lin family. I am just your son. Well, let's live like before. Although our life may be a little harder, we are happy." Lin Pingyan patted Lin Xian's shoulder and nodded seriously. "The noodles are ready. Xiaoxian, come and see if Mom's cooking skills have improved." As she spoke, Zhou Yuzhen brought out a bowl of noodles from the kitchen. Before it was put on the table, Lin Xian could already smell the fragrance. The fried sauce was fragrant, with a few slices of green vegetables on one side of the sauce and cooked bean sprouts on the other side. On top of the noodles, there is a fried golden egg. Lin Xin picked up a piece of noodles with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The noodles were chewy and had a strong flavor of sauce. This is the taste I have longed for in my dreams countless times. Mom, it's delicious. Don't be in a hurry. Eat slowly. There's more in the pot. Eat as much as you want. Lin Xin ate voraciously. Lin Ping'an and Zhou Yuzhen's hearts ached when they saw this. How much suffering did this child suffer in the Lin family? Seeing that the bowl of noodles was almost finished, Zhou Yuzhen finally smiled. Xiaoxian, take your time eating. Mom will let your quilt dry in the sun. Mom, I'll do it myself. Lin Xin was about to stand up, but Zhou Yuzhen stopped him. It's just to dry the quilts. I can do it. After you left, nothing in the room was moved. It's all left for you. In the past, whenever Zhou Yuzhen mentioned Lin Xin or saw Lin Xian's belongings, she would secretly wipe away her tears. When talking about these things now, Zhou Yuzhen's eyes were narrowed in a slits-with smile. The child is back and the family is reunited, which is really better than anything else. Lin Xian knew that his belongings would be well kept by Lin Ping'an and his wife. It has been like this since they were young, from kindergarten toys to high school textbooks. As long as they don't mention throwing them away, they will keep them as treasures. After eating the noodles, Lin Ping'an chatted with Lin Xian for a long time, while Zhou Yuzhen was happily preparing dinner. The next morning, before Lin Xian opened his eyes, the aroma of millet porridge had already aroused his appetite. I looked at the alarm clock on the table, and it was not yet 7 o'clock. The noodle shop is closed in the morning, so Lin Ping'an and Zhou Yuzhen don't need to get up early. The meal is ready so early. Is there something going on? Lin Xian got up hurriedly and went straight to the kitchen. Seeing her son's sleepy eyes, Zhou Yuzhen smiled again, her face full of apology as she spoke. Did I wake you up? I said it was a rare weekend, and I wanted you to sleep a little longer, but your dad was asking me to hurry up and make breakfast. While speaking, Zhou Yuzhen rolled her eyes at Lin Ping'an. Look at how skinny the child is. He's just skin and bones. I won't talk about his past. He needs to take good care of himself from today on. As Lin Ping'an spoke, he brought out a small bowl of tea eggs. Lin Xian was stunned. Could all these tea eggs be for me? Sure enough, seeing the surprise on Lin Xian's face, Lin Ping'an spoke with a firm face. Xiaoxian, your health is the most important thing. You are nearly 1.9 meters tall. Is it okay for you to eat this small bowl of tea eggs in a day? Dad, how can you eat so much? You can eat. Now is the time to grow taller. Besides, you still have to prepare for the college entrance examination. You are exhausted. Lin Xian was speechless, but his heart was filled with sweetness. For the next day, Lin Xian kept reviewing. Although he was already familiar with the contents of the textbook, Lin Xian still did not dare to take it lightly. Leaving the Lin family, taking the college entrance examination, and starting a business are all part of Lin Xian's plan, and every step must be taken solidly. Lin Xian roughly calculated that he could save a whole hour by comparing the time it takes to get to school after returning here with the time it takes to go to school from the Lin family villa. This way, I'll have more time to review. Thinking that he would be able to see his old classmates tomorrow, Lin Xian felt a strange, yet familiar feeling immediately surge in his heart. Monday. After breakfast, Lin Xian went to school and kept thinking about the names of his classmates along the way. Some of them I really can't remember. Fortunately, Lin Xian remembered the location of his classroom and his student number, and finally determined his seat according to his student number. You know what? When Lin Xian was looking for the classroom and seat just now, he was really nervous. Maybe I came too early, the classroom was quiet, and I was the only one there. Lin Xian prepared the textbooks according to the schedule, and then began to flip through them carefully. After drawing a clear line between himself and the Lin family, Lin Xian felt very relieved. Relying on the memories in my mind and the knowledge I learned later, it was easy for me to be admitted to Nanjing University. And Lin Hao, just wait and see my true strength. When he was at the Lin family before, Lin Zhongdao scolded him more than once, asking him to consider Lin Hao's feelings when taking exams. So in every previous exam, Lin Xin just tried to pass. Now, Lin Hao doesn't give face to anyone. If he wants face, he should earn it himself. Lin Xin, what are you doing? Why are you standing there so blankly in the morning? A girl's voice was heard, clear and pleasant, as beautiful as the call of an oriole. Lin Xin turned around and stood there in a daze. The girl in front of me has fair skin, a tall figure, 2 pigtails on her shoulders, and is smiling at me. She looked familiar, but Lin Xin couldn't remember her name. Seeing that the other party was also staring at him, Lin Xin asked instinctively, "Excuse me, are you?" The girl first showed a look of surprise on her face. Then she pouted and sat down next to Lin Xin angrily, her little face like a ripe apple. "I am his desk mate, but he pretends not to know me. Is this Lin Xin doing this on purpose?" At this time, Lin Xin was also struggling with what to say next. After all, he hadn't been to school for a long time, and he felt a little unfamiliar with the people in front of him. "Brother Xin, the sun is rising from the west today? Why are you here so early?" Another voice was heard, and then a small wall seemed to appear in front of Lin Xin. Lin Xin remembered the face in front of him. This person is Zhang Sun's son, a good friend of mine from high school. He is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 180 pounds. His classmates who loved to be lively privately nicknamed him Zhang Shiba, but Lin Xin was the only one who called him Zhang Fatty. When he saw Fatty Zhang again, Lin Xin felt warm in his heart. In his previous life, after learning that he was in trouble, Fatty Zhang personally went to the Lin family to question the truth, but was driven out by Lin Zhongdao and others. Until now, Lin Xin still remembers Fatty Zhang crying bitterly. "Are you that curious? Didn't you come a little early? Brother Xin, you are a little abnormal today. Normally, you are lucky to be able to enter the classroom before the bell." Fatty Zhang looked very serious and raised his eyebrows after he finished speaking, which made his already small eyes look even more delicate. Lin Xin didn't explain. "After all, compared to before, I can squeeze out more than an hour." Seeing that Fatty Zhang was still confused, Lin Xin looked up at the countdown on the blackboard. "The college entrance examination is coming soon, so it's better to seize the time. What about you? You also realized the urgency of time, so you got up early?" Fatty Zhang shook his head like a rattle, his face full of helplessness. "Brother Xin, don't hit people in the face. Don't you know how capable I am? It won't work if you rely on real achievements. I can only do it privately." Lin Xin was puzzled. The college entrance examination is a big deal. How can such a serious matter be handled privately? How big a risk would that be? You must be kidding. This is the college entrance examination, not buying groceries. Fatty Zhang narrowed his eyes into slits and lowered his voice deliberately. In some ways, buying food after the college entrance exam is the same as spending money, right? Lin Xin understood instantly that Fatty Zhang's family was rich, which was the most beneficial factor for Fatty Zhang. If you have money, even ghosts can grind for you, let alone humans. You are amazing. You really put the steel to good use. Lin Xin made a gesture of admiration, then curled his lips. Fatty Zhang smiled even more. Seeing that there was no one around, Fatty Zhang approached Lin Xin with a mysterious look on his face. "Brother Xin, let me tell you a secret. I have a crush on someone." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xin looked at the girl next to him. When Fatty Zhang was talking just now, his eyes were always looking over there. Could the person he has a crush on be this girl? You have a crush on her? Oh my god, Brother Xin, just kill me. Su Yuexiao is the school beauty? I dare not commit suicide. Fatty Zhang cried out in surprise, jumped up, and then covered his mouth tightly with his hands. Lin Xin was speechless. "Even if your guess is wrong, why are you shouting so loudly?" Now the girl is staring at me angrily again. She must have remembered this grudge. However, after being reminded by Fatty Zhang, Lin Xin actually remembered the girl named Su Yuexiao in his class. At this time, someone walked in from the classroom door. "Excuse me, who is Lin Xin? There is someone looking for you at the door." Lin Xin stood up with a hint of confusion on his face. "I'm Lin Xin. Who's looking for me?" The man shook his head. They didn't say who it was, but the couple was dressed very elegantly. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xin instantly understood who the visitor was. Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan. When they came to the school to find Lin Xian, Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao tried their best to dress low-key. But Qin Yulan, wearing a Zhangyi and Chichong Sam, still attracted a lot of attention. People coming and going near the school were all looking at him. Qin Yulan had no choice but to put on sunglasses and stare at the direction of the school gate. The high school in front of him was not an aristocratic school. Compared with the aristocratic school where Lin Hao was, its facilities were naturally much worse. Qin Yulan frowned again, her face full of displeasure. The couple had only been away for 2 days, and such a big thing happened at home. It was all caused by the rebellious son Lin Xian. When I see him later, I must give him a good lesson. Qin Yulan was just thinking when Lin Xian appeared in front of her. Compared with other children, Lin Xian is much thinner. Really, he eats a lot of delicious food at home, but he is still so thin. If you don't know, you would think that the Lin family treats him badly. Lin Zhongdao, who was sitting in the business car, also saw Lin Xian at this moment, so he hurriedly got out of the car. Before Lin Xian came up to the two of them, Lin Zhongdao's low voice was heard. "You rebellious son, do you know what it means to be disgraced? You beat someone up and you think you're right. You also want to sever ties with the Lin family. Are you planning a rebellion?" As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Zhongdao became furious. Qin Yulan quietly touched Lin Zhongdao's arm and persuaded him in a low voice. "Stop shouting, there's so many people watching us. We'll teach him a lesson when we get back." Although Qin Yulan was angry, she thought about the many people here and the many gossips, and finally decided to put the overall situation first, considering the impact. Lin Zhongdao gnashed his teeth and said, "If you can't tell me what happened when you go back today, I'll teach you a lesson. I really regret bringing you back." Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face. These two people are so funny. Are they here to perform a double act? I have already severed ties with the Lin family, and there will be no ties between us from now on. Why are they so angry? Is it just because I beat Lin Hao? What about the injustices I have suffered in the past 2 years? Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, Lin Zhongdao's anger was ignited again. "See? This is your good son. He obviously doesn't take our words to heart." Qin Yulan was about to say something, but Lin Xian spoke first. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, I no longer have any relationship with you. The severance agreement took effect the moment it was signed. I hope you can abide by the agreement and stop disturbing my life. From now on, we will go our separate ways and never see each other again." Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan were not present when the severance agreement was signed. Since they already knew that he had beaten Lin Hao, they must have read the agreement. The reason I reiterated it was just to let them see my determination. As for following them back to learn a lesson, that would only happen if the sun rises in the west. Lin Zhongdao was shaking with anger, and he opened his mouth for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. At this time, the preparatory bell rang, and Lin Xian turned around. "I'm going to class now. If you dare to follow me, I'll call the law enforcement team." Lin Zhongdao's blood was boiling, and his head was buzzing. This is crazy. This unfilial son. No, this is an ungrateful wolf. Seeing Lin Zhongdao in such a state, Qin Yulan couldn't help but criticize him. "Lin Xian, how have we ever let you down? It's a fact that you have bad character and are uneducated. Look how mad you have made your father now." Lin Xian was too lazy to look back, nor was he too lazy to say anything. Then a rapid ringing sounded. Qin Yulan hurriedly took out her cell phone to answer the call. "Mom and Dad, where are you? Xiaohao has a fever, come back quickly." "What? Xiaohao was fine just now. How come he has a fever?" "Don't worry, let's go back quickly." Qin Yulan said this as she pulled Lin Zhongdao's arm and walked back. Hearing that Lin Hao was not feeling well, Lin Zhongdao's face was also full of nervousness. The two of them hurriedly got into the luxury car and left, as if they had forgotten the purpose of coming here. Lin Xian showed a bitter smile. In their eyes, he was indeed worthless. When Lin Hao had a fever, it seemed as if the whole sky was falling down. But who knows if Lin Hao is faking his fever? After calming down his thoughts along the way, Lin Xian returned to the classroom and looked back to normal. Fortunately, The teacher had arrived, which suppressed the students' curiosity, and Lin Xin also avoided gossip. However, Fatty Zhang kept staring at Lin Xin and tilted his head from time to time. Just now I went to the guard post to get something, but I saw with my own eyes that two people in luxurious clothes were talking to Lin Xin. Due to the long distance, Fatty Zhang vaguely heard some agreement to sever ties and never have any contact again. Could it be that Lin Xin has some other secret? Fatty Zhang was thinking with his neck tilted when the teacher suddenly called on him to ask a question. All of a sudden, all his previous thoughts disappeared. The next day, Fatty Zhang actually forgot to ask Lin Xin what was going on. After school in the afternoon, Lin Xin went straight to the noodle shop. It was almost time for dinner, and as the customer flow reached a peak, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan were too busy to handle it. Anyway, it's still early now, so it won't be too late to go to the noodle shop and help out for an hour or so before going home. As soon as he lifted the door curtain, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. The current situation was pretty much what he had imagined. Lin Pingan was busy in the kitchen, while Zhou Yuzhen was serving noodles to customers nonstop. Even so, there are still many customers waiting anxiously. "Boss, hurry up, we've been waiting for so long. I want braised beef noodles without coriander, boss. Please don't forget it." 2 servings of noodles with soybean paste, 1 large and 1 small. There was constant urging in the room, and Zhou Yuzhen was busy all the time. Just then, someone suddenly reminded Zhou Yuzhen, "Madam Boss, your helper is here." After these words were spoken, Zhou Yuzhen hurriedly looked towards the door and saw Lin Xin. "Son, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go home after school?" Lin Xin walked towards the kitchen while smiling. "I'll be back after I'm done with this." The boss lady is so lucky to have such a sensible son, tall and handsome. It's been a long time since we last met. Xiaoxian has grown a head taller than before, right? "How old are you, boy? Do you have a girlfriend?" Hearing people's praise for Lin Xin, Zhou Yuzhen smiled again. Zhou Yuzhen passed by table number 29 next to the window, and a gentle voice came. "Madam Boss, my noodles are almost ready. Let the young man bring them out." "Okay, wait a minute." After Zhou Yuzhen agreed, she hurried to the kitchen. Not long after, Lin Xin came out with a bowl of noodles with soybean paste. A smile immediately appeared on the woman's face, and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "Hello, here is your noodles with soybean paste. Please enjoy." As he spoke, Lin Xin placed the noodles in front of the woman with both hands. As he turned around, the woman suddenly asked tentatively, "Wait, Lin Xin, is that you?" Hearing someone calling him, Lin Xin was stunned. He turned back and his eyes became confused. The woman in front of him had a delicate face, fair skin, and chestnut hair tied with a ribbon. She looked extremely gentle. Seeing Lin Xin turning around, the woman smiled sweetly. "Why, it's been such a short time since we last met, and you don't remember me?" Lin Xin frowned slightly. "The face in front of me does seem familiar. Could it be Sister Chu Xia?" "Yeah, I thought you forgot about me." Seeing that Lin Xin remembered her, Shin Chu Xia smiled even more happily. At this time, Lin Xin was also searching for memories of Shin Chu Xia in his mind. After being taken back to the Lin family, I never saw this big sister next door again. When I saw her again, Shin Chu Xia had matured a lot. If you calculate carefully, Shin Chu Xia should be in college at this time, right? "Sister Chu Xia, do you still live here?" Before going to the Lin family, Lin Xin remembered that Shin Chu Xia seemed to have said that they were going to move. Shin Chu Xia shook her head. "I haven't been here for a long time, but I will come back often when I have time." Lin Xin wanted to say something when another customer came in and ordered noodles. "You go ahead and do your work, we'll talk later." Lin Xin nodded and turned to greet other guests, while Shin Chu Xia picked up the chopsticks and quietly ate the noodles. Being able to see Lin Xin again, today's noodles with soybean paste are especially delicious. An hour later, the customers in the noodle shop gradually dispersed, and Shin Chu Xia was still sitting in the original seat. Shin Chu Xia waited until Lin Xin finished his work before she suggested going out for a walk with Lin Xin. The two people walked out of the noodle shop, chatting as they walked. When Lin Xin learned that Shin Chu Xia was studying at Nanjing University, he was also very happy. My goal for the college entrance examination is Nanjing University, which means that I have a great chance to study in the same school as Shen Chuxia in the future. When he turned to look at Shen Chuxia, Lin Xin realized that Shen Chuxia had been staring at him. Sister Chuxia, why do you keep looking at me? Really? You've discovered this. I feel like you've grown a lot taller after not seeing you for 2 years. It would be hard for me to touch your head like I used to. As she spoke, Shen Chuxia really reached out her hand as usual. Lin Xin smiled and took 2 steps back. Sister Chuxia, I'm not a child anymore. Yeah, when you helped me find my bag, you were only 14 years old, right? I never thought you could be so brave. You weren't afraid of those hooligans at such a young age. Thinking of what happened back then, Lin Xin showed an embarrassed expression on his face. Sister Chuxia, stop praising me. My face was swollen for several days after being beaten by a gangster. It's not a glorious thing. While speaking, Lin Xin was also recalling the circumstances of his acquaintance with Shen Chuxia. That year, Lin Xin was 14 years old. One day after school, Lin Xin took a shortcut home. Just as he reached the alley, he heard someone shouting that someone was snatching a bag. Lin Xin looked in the direction of the voice and saw a gangster running towards him with a small pink bag in his hand. At that time, Lin Xin didn't know where he got the courage from, but he just stood in the middle of the road. Seeing someone blocking the way, the gangster kicked Lin Xin. Then, seeing that Lin Xin was holding onto his clothes and refused to let go, he started beating Lin Xin indiscriminately. Not long after, Lin Xian's head was broken and bleeding. The gangster was also worried about being discovered, so he fled in panic after the fight. It was from that time that Lin Xin and Shen Chuxia became good friends. The two lost contact until Lin Xin was picked up by the Lin family. Thinking about the past, Lin Xin felt it was a little unreal. Seeing that Shen Chuxia was about to touch his head again, Lin Xin instinctively reached out to block her. Shen Chuxia was suddenly stunned. Wait, Lin Xin, what's going on? Shen Chuxia grabbed Lin Xin's wrist, her eyes full of shock. How did you get this hand? Why are there so many injuries? Lin Xin wanted to withdraw his hand quickly, but Shen Chuxia held Lin Xin's wrist tightly. There are several scars of varying sizes on the back of this hand. Shen Chuxia was shocked and looked at Lin Xin's other hand. I thought the other hand would be better, but unexpectedly, it was worse. In order not to make Shen Chuxia worry, Lin Xin spoke in a relaxed manner. It's nothing. Which boy doesn't have some bumps and bruises on his hands? Shen Chuxia didn't believe it and continued to ask. It's okay for an ordinary person to have injuries on his hands, but you are the young master of the Lin family, living a pampered life. How could your hands be so rough? Lin Xin, are you hiding something from me? Lin Xin knew that Shen Chuxia was the kind of person who would not give up until she found out what was going on. So, Lin Xin briefly mentioned his experience in the Lin family. Of course, this also includes working part-time after school to earn money and severing ties with them. The Lin family is too much. How could they treat you like this? Lin Xin, I will definitely help you get rid of this anger. You claim to be the young master of the Lin family, but they raised you to be like this? Looking at the thin Lin Xin, Shen Chuxia's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Even the voice was tinged with coldness. I have severed ties with the Lin family. I don't want to have anything to do with them in the future. When Lin Xin mentioned the Lin family again, it was as if he was mentioning strangers. But they're going too far. Shen Chuxia looked annoyed and didn't want to let it go. The Shun Group is a tycoon in the pharmaceutical industry and an absolute leading enterprise. Almost everyone in Kyoto knows about the Shun family's influence on the medical industry. 90% of the market in Kyoto is monopolized by the Shun Group, whose influence is much greater than that of the Lin family. If you put the two together, there's a world of difference. If they dare to bully Lin Xin like this, I will never let them go. But when she saw Lin Xin shaking his head and saying again that he didn't care, Shen Chuxia reluctantly let go of Lin Xin's hand. Half an hour later, the two people left their contact information with each other and then parted. Lin Xin felt very happy to see Shen Chuxia today. Back home, Lin Pingon and Zhou Yuzhen once again prepared fruits and snacks. After urging Lin Xin to finish his meal, the two of them went outside to work, while Lin Juran went back to his bedroom to do his homework. The other side, Xin family villa. As soon as she entered the door, Xin Shuxiao went straight to the study without even changing her shoes. Dad, I've already thought about what you mentioned last time. I think it might not be a bad idea to get in touch with the group's affairs while I still have the energy. When Shun Jingting heard this, he suddenly stood up from the sofa, his face full of shock. Really? You finally figured it out. Dad has long said that you will have to take over the Shun group sooner or later. It is necessary for you to get involved in the family business as soon as possible. Xin Shuxiao tried hard to put a smile on her face. Dad is right. I am a member of the Xin family, so I naturally have responsibilities that I cannot shirk. Xin Shuxiao didn't say the rest. If you want to help Lin Xin vent his anger, the fastest way is to directly manage the company. At this moment, Xin Jingting was overjoyed. We will hold a board meeting tomorrow morning to announce your appointment. I listened to my father. Xin Shuxiao's face became serious and her eyes became firm. 11 p.m. The training room on the second floor of the Lin family villa. After completing the last movement, Lin Xuan took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and finally a satisfied smile appeared on his face. As a heavyweight performer in the dance academy, Lin Xuan practices every day, even on weekends and holidays. Lin Xuan also has very high demands on himself, and every movement must be perfect to be considered qualified. Miss San, the drinks are ready. The nanny came in with a drink and reminded softly. Lin Xuan nodded and went to get the drink, but the moment he turned around, he suddenly froze. On my legs! The piercing pain made Lin Xuan scream, and his face turned pale instantly. My entire right leg suddenly felt like it was being pricked by needles, and I couldn't even stand steadily. Miss Sam, what's wrong with you? The nanny panicked, put the drink aside, and hurriedly supported Lin Xuan. My legs hurt so much that I can't stand up. Lin Xuan's face was full of disbelief. He was fine when he was practicing just now. How come he suddenly became like this? Calming himself down, Lin Xuan tried to lift his leg, but found that he had no feeling in his right leg. The intense feeling of numbness shocked Lin Xuan. Quick, take me to the hospital immediately. The pain was accompanied by numbness, which made Lin Xuan realize the seriousness of the matter. After hearing this, the nanny immediately helped Lin Xuan downstairs. Master, Madam is in trouble. Miss San's legs are not feeling well. The nanny shouted as she went downstairs. Zhou Yuzhen poked her head out of Lin Hao's room. What's going on? The house is already a mess. Zhilan, please don't make it worse. Lin Zhilan was stunned, and tears began to fall as soon as he opened his mouth. Mom, I can't move my legs. I'm scared. Hearing this, Lin Zhongdao also came out. Xiao Hao is running a fever now. We can't leave. Let your elder sister accompany you to the hospital. Lin Zhilan didn't say anything. He was helped into the car by the nanny. As soon as he sat down, he dialed Lin Rusheng's phone number. Sister, please go to the city hospital right away. Something's wrong with my leg. Lin Zhilan's tone was anxious and cold sweat broke out on his head. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Rusheng closed the documents in her hand, quickly got up and rushed to the municipal hospital. At the same time, Lin Rusheng started contacting the dean on the way. As a well-known family in Kyoto, the Lin family donates to the hospital every year, and major hospitals also have business dealings with the Lin family, so the Lin family has almost become half the master of the hospital. Hearing that the third daughter of the Lin family had something to do, the dean started to gather all the experts to wait as soon as he hung up the phone. So as soon as Lin Zhilan got off the car, medical staff took him to take an x-ray. Upon learning that the film would take half an hour to come out, the dean arranged for a Chinese medicine expert from the neurology department to diagnose Lin Zhilan. Both experts are in their 60s and have been conducting research in neurology. They can be said to have brought patients back to health through miracles. After listening to Lin Zhilan's brief explanation of the situation, the two experts looked at each other, and one of the experts with gray hair spoke. Let's do a basic check first. At this time, Lin Zhilan's legs had no feeling at all, and he could only rely on medical staff to lift them up. After a simple physical examination, the expert frowned. Old Li, what do you think? The person asking the questions was another expert, Su Guoyang. When Mr. Li examined him just now, Su Guoyang saw clearly that Lin Xuan's legs did not react at all. To put it more bluntly, the current condition of this leg is no different from a disabled leg. The situation is naturally not optimistic. Mr. Li stroked his gray beard and spoke in a low voice. Let me check Miss Lin's pulse first. Lin Xuan felt heavy-hearted and slowly extended his hand. A few minutes later, Mr. Li came to a conclusion. The pulse is extremely chaotic. Forgive me for being frank, but I have never seen such a pulse before. Mr. Li's words surprised everyone. Su Guoyang frowned even more. Can you let me take a look? After hearing what Mr. Li said, Lin Xuan was already panicking. Now when he heard them talking about taking my pulse, impatience naturally showed on his face. Okay, then hurry up. Su Guoyang stood up and nodded slightly. After checking the pulse, he shook his head repeatedly. I can't tell anything from the pulse. I'm afraid the situation is not good. Lin Xuan was so angry and anxious that tears fell on the spot. The two people in front of me are well-known experts. One said he had never seen it before, and the other said it was in a bad condition. Then my leg. Don't cry, third sister. The film hasn't come out yet. We can't draw any conclusions now. Yes, let's go check out the x-ray. Perhaps feeling a little awkward, Su Guoyang and Mr. Li left at the same time. There was no one else in the room, and Lin Xuan burst into tears. Sister, I'm scared. Nothing can happen to my legs. If anything happens to my legs, I won't be able to dance anymore. Lin Xuan had never been so flustered before. Although there had been problems while practicing before, they had never been as serious as they are now. What's the difference between being numb and having no feeling and being disabled? Third sister, stay calm. Everything will be fine. If it's as serious as they say, it would have happened before, right? Lin Xuan tried to comfort Lin Xuan, but she was unsure. Mr. Li mentioned above is not only an expert in the municipal hospital, but also an authoritative professor in Kyoto. He has been practicing medicine for a lifetime. What kind of difficult and complicated diseases has he not seen? But Dr. Li couldn't diagnose anything. Expert Su also claimed that the situation is not very good. The expressions of these two people seem to have explained Lin Xuan's current situation. Big sister, it's all Lin Xin's fault for cursing me. Now I really have become a lame swan. After finishing his words, Lin Xuan started to sob again. Lin Rusheng was stunned and suddenly seemed to think of something. Third sister, didn't Lin Xin say at that time that within 3 days, your legs would no longer be able to dance? Lin Xuan cried and nodded. Lin Xin is so vicious. Big sister, how could he do this? It's all because of Lin Xin's curse on me that I'm so unlucky. Lin Rusheng was thinking about something else. This shouldn't be a coincidence. He should have known something in advance. After hearing these words, Lin Xuan's eyes widened in shock. Sister, did Lin Xin harm me? Did he plan this all along? Lin Xuan didn't say the rest. If Lin Xin didn't know the whole thing, how could he be so sure about what he said? He said that his legs would be in trouble within 3 days. Now if you calculate, isn't that just 3 days? I don't think so. We weren't nice to him before, but he never did anything to retaliate. Let's just wait and see. Lin Rusheng seemed to be thinking about something, and finally spoke again to comfort Lin Xuan. If it was Lin Xin who was doing this secretly, I would never let him go. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and angrily slapped his right leg with one hand, but still felt nothing. 20 minutes later, the two experts walked into the ward with x-rays in their hands, looking worried. Mr. Li, what's wrong with my sister's legs? Mr. Li put the x-ray film away and frowned even more tightly. From the film, there's nothing wrong with Miss Lin's legs. Yes, our expert group just studied it and unanimously agreed that the film is normal. Su Guoyang also echoed. Lin Rusheng was stunned and looked at Su Guoyang in shock. How is that possible? You saw it too. My sister can't even lift her legs. How can you say there's no problem? After listening to what the two of them said, Lin Xuan was more confused. The facts are in front of us, but the x-ray shows that there is no problem. What is going on? Not only do authoritative experts have no conclusion, but even the expert group thinks so. This is too strange. Ms. Lin, but from our analysis of the pulse, Miss Third's condition is indeed not optimistic. This is a typical case of functional loss. Hearing that it was a loss of function, Lin Xuan grabbed the bed sheet tightly. Mr. Li, there must be nothing wrong with my legs. You can treat this symptom, right? Lin Xuan was completely panicked. If I lose the muscles in my right leg, I will become a cripple, which means I will have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. How could the third young lady of the Lin family, the backbone of the dance academy, bear such a blow? Ms. Lin, so far, there is no good medical solution for this symptom. We can only take conservative treatment methods and hope for a miracle to happen. When Mr. Li gave his conclusion, Lin Xuan almost fainted. Conservative treatment means accepting reality. How can I accept such a reality? I am the proud white swan, not the lame black swan. Thinking of what Lin Xin said again, Lin Xuan directly diverted his anger. It's all because of Lin Xin, this unlucky star. It's all because of his curse that I became like this. Third sister, don't be impulsive. Your legs won't be like this just because of a few curses. Hearing the two sisters discussing family matters, Mr. Li and Su Guoyang claimed that they were going to notify the medical staff to prepare medicine and left on the pretext of something. Next, Lin Rusheng analyzed calmly. If Lin Xin really has that much ability, based on what happened to him, wouldn't all of us be extremely unlucky? Lin Xuan's mind was in a mess, and she couldn't listen to anything anyone said. What he said was so accurate. Even the time was predicted with incredible accuracy. This matter must be related to him. He must hate me, so he did this. Lin Rusheng shook her head and disagreed with Lin Xuan's statement. If you want to talk about hatred, Lin Xin will not just deal with you. There is a way. Let's go find Lin Xin together. Why are you looking for him? I won't ask him to do that. If I don't have such a vicious brother, he doesn't deserve to be a member of the Lin family. What about your legs? Are you going to just waste them like this? Can you afford it? Lin Rusheng's face returned to a serious expression, and Lin Xuan was stunned on the spot. Just now, Dr. Li said that conservative treatment is needed, which means that there is no accurate treatment plan at the moment. My elder sister is right. I can't just sit there and waste time, and I can't afford to waste time. If you really miss the best time for treatment, then this leg will be really useless. Seeing that Lin Xuan was moved, Lin Rusheng stood up immediately. Your leg is the most important thing right now. We can't let it go even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance. I will go with you to find Lin Xin. For some reason, Lin Rusheng always felt that Lin Xin had a way to solve the current problem. It was thanks to Lin Xuan's unintentional words just now that I thought of this. Lin Xuan finally nodded and walked out with the help of Lin Rusheng with a painful look on his face. 1 o'clock. Lin Xuan and Lin Rusheng finally stopped at the entrance of High Community. Seeing the dilapidated neighborhood in front of him, Lin Xuan looked disgusted. Sister, could it be that I am mistaken? Lin Xin lives in a place that looks like a slum. The street lights flickered and the ground was bumpy, so it was easy to trip if you weren't careful. Where is this place where people live? Calling it a slum is an exaggeration. Don't complain, I'm sure it's here. She had once followed her father to pick up Lin Xin, and Lin Rusheng remembered the address clearly. The two of them supported each other and came to the door of Unit 2, Room 301. Lin Rusheng raised her hand and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. After finishing a set of questions, Lin Xin had just finished washing up when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. After confirming again, Lin Xin went to open the door. Seeing the two people in front of him, Lin Xin frowned instinctively and his face turned cold. Is there a problem? Lin Xin, you've really grown up. You don't even call me sister anymore. Lin Xuan spoke while suppressing his anger. Really? Miss Lin San, have you forgotten your original proposal? I have no relationship with the Lin family now, so why should I call you sister? Also, the agreement clearly states that you are not to disturb my life from the effective date. Are you going to breach the contract? Don't say it's late at night. Even if it's daytime, I don't want to see you. Please leave. After saying that, Lin Xin was about to close the door. Wait, Lin Xin, we really have something very important to discuss with you. In order to prevent Lin Xian from closing the door, Lin Rusheng stretched out her hand to stop him. Xiaolan's legs suddenly lost feeling, and the doctors couldn't do anything. You should know what's going on. I remember you mentioned her legs a few days ago. Lin Xian looked at Lin Jilan with sidelong eyes. Sure enough, Lin Jilan now had a look of pain on his face, and the weight of his entire body was now completely supported by his left leg. The leg on the right seems to be just for decoration. Lin Xian also directly admitted what he had said before. First of all, let me make it clear to you that I know what's going on with her legs. Secondly, this matter is not important to me. Third, her legs have nothing to do with me. Lin Xian's face was full of resistance, and Lin Rusheng became anxious again. Lin Xian, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. We admit our mistakes in the past. We hope you can save your third sister. Go away. Lin Xian snorted in his heart. Now that Lin Jilan's leg is injured, they realize that they were wrong in the past. The purpose is just to take action myself. This is really a case of seeking help from Buddha when in trouble. Lin Xian, how can you talk like that? I'm giving you face, right? Lin Jilan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He was about to turn around on the spot, but was stopped by Lin Rusheng. Lin Xian, then you set the conditions. As long as Xiaolan can be saved, you can name any price you want. Lin Rusheng knew that at the moment, Lin Xian was the only person who could save Lin Jilan. Okay, 20 million, 1 cent less, and we won't cure it. Lin Xian spoke in a cold voice. Lin Jilan was completely stunned. 20 million? Why don't you go and grab it? Lin Xian, are you obsessed with money? Are you crazy about it? I'm telling you, if you dare to keep talking nonsense, I will never let you off. Lin Xian sneered. If you don't want to be a lame black swan, just keep your money and I won't serve you. Lin Jilan was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't utter a word. Lin Xian, I agree to this price. Let's get treated first. Lin Rusheng remained calm and made a decision directly. As long as Lin Jilan's leg can be cured, 20 million is worth it. Lin Xian was right. One leg was enough to ruin Lin Jilan's life. The current situation was within Lin Xian's expectations. In my previous life, I valued family ties and naturally didn't care about money. If I were to live my life over again, when facing them, I would only care about money and not people. Lin Jilan's face was pale and full of resentment, and his already thin lips were almost pursed into a line. Lin Rusheng gently pressed on the back of Lin Jilan's hand, signaling her to calm down for the time being. But Lin Xian on the opposite side had no intention of treating them, and didn't even plan to let them into the house. The two people were wondering when Lin Xian suddenly stretched out his hand. What do you want to do? Lin Jilan looked alert. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. Don't you have to pay for medical treatment? Are you just saying that? Lin Xian, don't go too far. I'll give you the money after I cure my leg, right? I don't bargain here. Pay first, then see the doctor. Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face and refused to give in. Lin Jilan frowned. 20 million is not a small sum of money. Who would carry 20 million with them all day long? Lin Rusheng was afraid that Lin Xian would go back on his word, so she hurried forward to make a promise. Lin Xian, we are in a hurry to leave, and the amount of money is not enough. But don't worry, I promise you that I will transfer the money to you when I return. I will definitely keep my word. Do you think this is okay? Seeing Lin Rusheng's serious face, Lin Xian was too lazy to say anything more and just nodded. The Lin family is wealthy and powerful, and in their eyes, 20 million is nothing. Lin Xian turned and went into the house without closing the door. The two sisters then breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Lin Xian returned with a big-nosed steel needle in his hand. Compared with other sewing needles, the steel needle in Lin Xian's hand is larger and longer, and the needle hole is much larger. Clapped! Before the two men could react, Lin Xian had already lit the lighter with one hand, and with the other hand he was moving the steel needle back and forth on the lighter. Sister, what is he going to do? I'm afraid of needles. Lin Jilan's voice was filled with tears, and he stepped back tremblingly. Looking at the situation before her, Lin Xuan felt unsure. This is so far from the acupuncture I imagined. Traditional acupuncture uses silver needles, but Lin Xin uses a big-nosed steel needle. Besides, I have known Lin Xin for such a long time, but I never knew he knew acupuncture. If the acupuncture points are not found correctly, can the patient still be saved? You can bear the needle sickness. Lin Xin was in a bad mood, and his words were devoid of any emotion. If I were to live my life over again, I would never spoil them. Lin Xuan was about to retort, but Lin Xin had already squatted down and grabbed Lin Xuan's leg with one hand. Lin Xuan's expression was stiff. He wanted to drag his numb legs back, but he couldn't break free from Lin Xin. Originally, Lin Xuan wanted to ask for help again, but at this moment the big-nosed steel needle in Lin Xian's hand had already pierced down. Flying needle. Kunlun needle. There's also a fuyang in the middle. Lin Xin silently recited 3 acupoints in his mind and inserted the needles. Due to numbness, Lin Xuan didn't feel anything after the first 2 injections. But when Lin Xin pulled out the 3rd needle, Lin Xuan felt a slight pain. For just a moment, it felt like a dream. Is this good? Lin Xuan's face was full of disbelief. Lin Xian's movements were too fast just now, and I didn't see clearly how he inserted the needle. But if it was as simple as a few injections, why didn't the experts and professors in the hospital think of this solution? At this moment, the male protagonist's voice came again. All right, how is it possible you? Lin Xuan didn't believe what Lin Xin said, at least not completely. But before he could finish his words, Lin Xuan's legs slowly lifted up. Oh my God, sister, my legs are really healed. Lin Xuan's face was filled with shock, and tears began to fall. Thinking that I might never be able to stand up and walk again in my life, I felt a wave of fear in my heart. At this moment, Lin Xuan was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Lin Xin had a blank expression on his face, but he felt relieved in his heart. Although I have memorized the acupuncture methods I have seen in ancient books, this is the first time I have actually put them into practice. If the needle insertion position and depth are slightly off, the consequences will be disastrous. You guys go, don't disturb my family's rest. Also, remember to give me the money. Lin Xin ordered everyone to leave and was about to close the door. Wait a minute, Lin Xin. You are from the Lin family after all. Come back with us. Everything will be fine as long as you apologize. Humph! Lin Xin sneered. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize to them? Why must I be the only one bowing down? Tell me, what did I do wrong? This? Lin Xuan opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Although I tried hard to search for Lin Xian's mistake in my mind, in the end, I still couldn't find it. But whenever they were unhappy in the past, wasn't it Lin Xin who apologized? After thinking about it carefully, Lin Xuan finally found a reason. You signed a severance agreement with us. Didn't you do anything wrong? It's okay to lose your temper, but this is a bit too much. And your parents are looking for you to go back, and your attitude is wrong. Because of this incident, Xiao Hao was so anxious that he had a fever. It's not over yet. Lin Xin has been controlling his inner emotions. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuan kept talking and even said that Lin Hao had a fever because of her. What a joke. Are these people mentally ill? Could it be that a few crocodile tears from Lin Hao made them lose their way? I signed the severance agreement, and I have never regretted it. I don't want anything to do with your family. From now on, we will go our separate ways and not bother each other. It's your business if you are willing to listen to Lin Hao's sweet words and be deceived by him. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Xin was too lazy to say anything more and reached out to close the door. Boom! There was a heavy sound of a door closing. Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan were locked outside the door. Lin Xin got so excited when we mentioned asking him to go back. Did we really go too far? Thinking about how she had whipped Lin Xin not long ago, Lin Xuan felt guilty. Forget it, big sister. Lin Xin has a bad character, and he often steals things. Don't be fooled by him. Lin Xuan rubbed his legs, which were gradually recovering, and glanced towards the door with disgust. Lin Xuan seemed to be thinking about something. After all, those things that happened before were all our guesses. No one saw them with their own eyes. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, then it couldn't be him? Before he came, nothing had ever been missing from the house. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? After rebutting, Lin Xuan took Lin Rusheng's arm and walked back. Go back quickly. It's the middle of the night now. I don't think this place is safe. The people living here are not well educated, and it is already the middle of the night. If something really happens, how can these two weak women cope with it? Lin Rusheng nodded thoughtfully. Okay. Lin Xin went back to the room and lay on the bed, fragments of memories flashing through his mind. In the previous life, after I died, Lin Hao successfully inherited the family business. How can the tragic end of Qin Yulan and the three sisters of the Lin family be described in just a few words? Humph! You treat an ungrateful person like a treasure. Sooner or later, I will bite you to death. The next morning, Lin Zhongdao went downstairs and saw 3 empty seats in the restaurant. His face suddenly fell. What time is it now? Aren't you going to have breakfast today? Only Qin Yulan, Lin Hao and Lin Xingyu were sitting around the round table, and the other seats were empty. I'm going to find my eldest sister. As soon as Lin Xingyu stood up, she was scolded by Lin Zhongdao. Don't go. Lin Xingyu quickly sat back in her seat. The rule of the Lin family is that people are not allowed to eat breakfast after dinner time, and everyone knows it. But what happened to the eldest sister and the third sister today? While everyone was wondering, Lin Rusheng and Lin Xuan hurried downstairs. Both of them looked listless. Rusheng, why did you come down so late? There was dissatisfaction in Qin Yulan's voice, and then she quietly looked at Lin Zhongdao. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I came back late last night. My third sister and I went to look for Lin Xin. Snapped. Before Lin Rusheng could finish her words, Lin Zhongdao slapped the table. Who told you to go look for that rebellious son? It's better if you don't come back. It's even better if you never come back. He even did something like severing our relationship. I really gave him face in the past. From now on, you don't have a brother like him. Lin Zhongdao was furious, and no one present dared to speak. Lin Hao remained silent, but he was already gritting his teeth. It's Lin Xin again. Didn't he already leave? Yet he still caused chaos in the entire Lin family. Moreover, the eldest and third sisters went to see Lin Xin without their parents' consent. Is this an attempt to bring the person back? Lin Xin, don't ever think about competing with me. Invisibly, Lin Hao had already quietly clenched his fists. But what Lin Hao couldn't understand was that the 3 sisters hated Lin Xin so much in the beginning. Why did they wait until he left to go look for him? Rusheng, have you really seen Xiaoxian? How did he say? The last time I went to school with Lin Zhongdao to look for Lin Xin, Qin Yulan and the others were turned away. Now Qin Yulan was eager to know Lin Xian's attitude. No matter what, Lin Xin is his son who had been lost for more than 10 years. Now that I have found him again, how can I bear to let him leave again? Lin Rusheng raised her eyes and looked at Lin Zhongdao. He returned to where he originally lived, that shabby neighborhood. Just now, Lin Rusheng almost said that it was a slum. The environment there is so bad that I think only the lowest class of people live there. Lin Xuan on the side added. Qin Yulan felt a sharp pain in her heart after hearing this. Back again? Lin Xin had been to the residence of his adoptive parents, and he estimated that he would not be able to live in that kind of environment for a day. But Lin Xin would rather return to his adoptive parents than continue to stay in the Lin family. Does that mean he is really extremely disappointed in them? After returning, Zhou's mother told her what happened at that time. Qin Yulan felt that she was too careless as a mother. As they are both sons, she took good care of Lin Hao, but did not consider Lin Xian's feelings. Lin Xin did not enjoy even a little bit of the luxurious life that Lin Hao had. Even Lin Xuan didn't feel the motherly love from her. Xiaoxian can't live there. I want to bring him back. Qin Yulan stood up and was about to walk out. Stop! A scolding voice was heard, and then Lin Zhongdao grabbed Qin Yulan's arm. Have you forgotten what Lin Xin said at the school gate? Since he doesn't want to come back, then he should never come back. It's all his own fault. Qin Yulan shook off Lin Zhongdao's arm, her eyes red. Lin Zhongdao, he is your biological son. How could you bear to let him live such a hard life? We have missed him for more than 10 years. As a father, don't you feel guilty? In the beginning, they were the ones who lost Lin Xin, so the child became what he is now. If we hadn't been careless enough to lose the money back then, how could we be in the current situation? When Qin Yulan thought of this, tears began to fall, and she could not stand steadily. Qin Yulan's series of accusations left Lin Zhongdao speechless. Seeing Lin Zhongdao's hesitant look, Qin Yulan became extremely furious. Lin Xin is my biological son. He must stay by my side. After saying this, Qin Yulan went upstairs angrily. Lin Hao quietly looked at the people present. Lin Jilan lowered his head and said nothing. Lin Rusheng was also thinking about something. The second sister, Lin Xingyu, didn't have any expression on her face, but it was obvious that she didn't want to say anything more at this time. The delicious breakfast had already gone cold, and no one wanted to eat it. Lin Hao cursed in his heart again. Damn Lin Xian, why are you so haunting? Xiao, let's go. I'll take you to school. Lin Hao was still in a daze when Lin Zhongdao's voice came again. Good dad. After standing up obediently, Lin Hao followed Lin Zhongdao. Only the three Lin sisters were left around the dining table. Big sister, everything is fine. Why did you go to find Lin Xian? Look how angry dad is. Lin Rusheng shook her head helplessly. After recounting what happened last night, Lin Rusheng slowly raised her head. Second sister, did we go too far in the past? Shouldn't we focus all our energy on Lin Hao? After all, Lin Xian is also our brother. Even if we can't treat him equally, we can't treat him like that. Ever since they saw Lin Xian's residence in the Lin family and learned about Lin Xian's situation, the three sisters felt a little emotional. Especially when she thought of Lin Xian's determined expression that he would not come back. Lin Rusheng felt even more guilty. Lin Xingyu opened her mouth for a long time before she came to her senses. Big sister, are you saying that Lin Xian cured third sister's leg? Does he really know medical skills? I'm not sure either, but this is the fact. Even experts and professors couldn't diagnose and treat the disease, but Lin Xian cured it in just a few strokes. Lin Rusheng sighed again. Perhaps we really don't understand this brother, and this is our failure as sisters. But, at this point, Lin Xingyu didn't know what to say. I did bully Lin Xian often in the past, but Lin Xian didn't say anything at that time. No matter whether it was his fault or not, Lin Xian would always take the initiative to apologize. Wasn't he very happy at that time? It had only been a short time since Lin Xian left, but I was already feeling a little uncomfortable, as if something was missing. But this cannot be said. What a shame. At the same time, Qin Yulan upstairs had made up her mind. When Lin Hao comes back today, I will take him to apologize to Lin Xian. After all, the incident was caused by Lin Hao, and it would be absolutely impossible for Lin Hao not to step forward. This was not the first time Qin Yulan had persuaded Lin Xian to return to the Lin family. It was precisely because of Lin Xian's firm attitude last time that Qin Yulan thought of taking Lin Hao with her. Along the way, Qin Yulan did not say anything to Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao is a sensible child and has been well-behaved since he was young. In this regard, Qin Yulan doesn't have to worry at all that Lin Hao will do anything out of line. On the contrary, it was Lin Xian that made Qin Yulan feel that this child was increasingly difficult to understand. The two people arrived at the school gate just as school was about to be over. Qin Yulan showed a trace of apology on her face. Xiao Hao, in order to let your brother go back, I asked you to take half a day off. I will make it up to you later. Lin Hao looked up at Qin Yulan with an innocent expression on his face. Mom, as long as my brother can go home, it doesn't matter if I miss my lessons. Qin Yulan reached out and touched Lin Hao's face, feeling distressed again. You just recovered not long ago, and I let you stand outside. Mom really feels bad, but you have to understand, Mom. Lin Xian is a member of the Lin family. He is our relative. He must go back. I'll have a good talk with him later. I believe you two brothers will be able to get through this adjustment period. Lin Hao nodded and hummed obediently. Although he didn't show anything on his face, Lin Hao's heart was already filled with hatred at this moment. It's Lin Xian again. Since when did these people start to surround Lin Xian? In the past, when Qin Yulan felt apologetic, Lin Hao felt complacent. After all, Qin Yulan was very generous. Every time she felt guilty about herself, Qin Yulan would make it up to herself financially. But this time it's different. Lin Hao clearly felt that Qin Yulan cared about Lin Xin, which was intolerable and even drove Lin Hao crazy. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and searched for Lin Xin among the crowd. At the same time, there was another person who was also looking around. Shin Chuxia stood on tiptoe, her face full of anxiety. After the bell rang, all the students coming out of the classroom looked the same. Typical high school uniforms, all the same. Although Shin Chuxia believed that she would not miss Lin Xin, she was still a little nervous when so many people suddenly rushed to the school gate. There are so many people in front of me, I might miss it if I am not careful. Finally, a familiar face came into view. Shin Chuxia smiled and waved. Lin Xin, I'm here. Shin Chuxia has fair skin and a height of nearly 1.7 meters, which makes her particularly conspicuous standing at the school gate. At this moment, the girl was smiling and waving constantly, immediately attracting a lot of people's attention. At the same time, Lin Xin also discovered Shin Chuxia. Sister Chuxia, why are you here? Can I just come over? Come on, I'll take you to eat. Shin Chuxia pulled Lin Xian's arm as usual and said as they walked, I found a good place, I'll take you to try it. Lin Xin was a little dazed. It seems like I'm back to 2 years ago. Ever since Lin Xuan and I met, this kind of situation has happened frequently. Whenever Shin Chuxia found something delicious, she would drag me to taste it. Let me tell you, the braised chicken in that restaurant is really juicy and tender. Shin Chuxia's face was full of excitement, and her remaining hand was still gesturing constantly. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pace slowed down. How did you? Shin Chuxia stopped talking before she finished. Following Lin Xian's gaze, Shin Chuxia saw a well-dressed middle-aged woman a few meters away. Next to the woman stood a young boy. Lin Xin, come home with me. Qin Yulan felt unhappy when she saw Lin Xian's arm being pulled by the young girl. Lin Xin is still a high school student and not yet an adult. How can you flirt with a girl in front of so many people? Mom, the sister next to my brother is so beautiful. Just at this moment, Lin Hao praised Shin Chuxia as if he was unaware of the situation. Qin Yulan's face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. Just as he was about to scold, Lin Xin looked up. Ms. Qin, please move aside. Faced with Lin Xian's indifference, Qin Yulan's body trembled slightly. He actually called his biological mother Ms. Qin? Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please don't make Mom angry. Mom's health has never been good. You should consider his health. I apologize to you, brother. Please come back with us. Lin Hao could feel that Qin Yulan was trying her best to suppress her inner anger. So some pitiful and innocent words came out of Lin Hao's mouth. I have nothing to do with the Lin family. Please don't bother me. Lin Xin had no expression on his face when he spoke, and his words lacked any warmth. But brother, even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Mom and Dad. He is also very anxious. Before Lin Hao finished speaking, Shin Chuxia took a step forward. Enough! You're Lin Hao, right? The adopted son of the Lin family? Shin Chuxia's tone was cold, and there was a hint of chill in her eyes. It was as if a thin layer of ice covered her pretty little face. Lin Hao was stunned, then bit his lips tightly. Since childhood, what Lin Hao hated most was others mentioning his background in front of him. Adopted son has always been an indelible shadow in Lin Hao's heart. Although there is only one word difference between an adopted son and a biological son, there is a world of difference between the two. Now, being mentioned in front of so many people, Lin Hao felt his face burning. However, in front of Qin Yulan, Lin Hao had to suppress his anger, even if he was extremely angry. Sister, I am indeed Lin Hao. Do you know me? Shin Chuxia snorted coldly. I didn't know before, but in the past 2 days I also got some information. Lin Xian's life in the Lin family is really not very good. He is even worse off than a servant in terms of food, clothing, and daily expenses. Did your Lin family bring him back just to torture him? How could a prestigious Lin group do such a shameless thing? And they still have the nerve to send the person back. I'm telling you, since Lin Xin said he has nothing to do with your Lin family anymore, don't bother him. Otherwise, not to mention Lin Xin disagreeing, I, Xin Chuxia, also disagree. It's okay if I didn't know before, but now I will definitely not ignore it. Xin Chuxia's sharp words seemed to be addressed to Lin Hao, but more likely to be addressed to Qin Yulan. Lin Hao's face turned red all the way to his neck, and he spoke haltingly. Brother Lin Xin, you have the blood of the Lin family flowing in your veins. The Lin family will depend on you for prosperity in the future. You cannot come back. Lin Hao still wanted to act innocent and pitiful. Lin Xin has taken a step forward. Snapped! Snapped! In an instant, 2 slaps hit Lin Hao's face. Lin Hao, you treasure everything in the Lin family, but in my eyes, it's worthless. If you keep pretending to be nice in front of me, I'll beat you up every time I see you. After giving 2 slaps, Lin Xin felt much relieved. Xin Chuxia also felt that her chest was much more open. Lin Xin, let's go. After saying this, Xin Chuxia took Lin Xian's arm, as she did before, and left. Qin Yulan and Lin Hao were stunned. Half an hour later, Lin Xin and Xin Chuxia sat opposite each other, with a large portion of braised chicken on the table. A cell phone rang. Lin Xin frowned slightly. The call was from Lin Xingyu. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xin pressed the answer button. Before he could even open his mouth to say anything, there was a barrage of accusations from the other end of the line. Lin Xin, you were so brave. You hit Xiao Hao again. He is your brother, do you know that? How can you be so hard-hearted? Your behavior is so bad. Tell me, what have you done for your family since you came back? You've only been causing trouble for others. I want you to apologize to Lin Hao right now. Right now. Lin Xin sneered and retorted on the spot. Lin Xingyu, the severance agreement clearly states that you were the ones who disturbed my life first by not abiding by the agreement. I didn't want to go back, but you kept harassing me. If you're causing trouble, it's your own fault. You deserve it. After saying that, Lin Xin hung up the phone and blocked the call, all in one go. It's quiet now. Putting the phone aside, Lin Xin looked up at Xin Chuxia. Xin Chuxia recovered from her shock and smiled sweetly. This is how you should be. To be honest, seeing how you looked just now reminded me of the time when you got my bag snatched by some hooligans. Just now at the school gate, I was really worried that they would bully you. Lin Xin also smiled. I have already died once. How could I still be as naive as before? After experiencing some things, you will understand what you want and what is most precious. Instead, it was Xin Chuxia's performance that surprised Lin Xin. Before this, Lin Xin always thought that Xin Chuxia was a delicate girl. Unexpectedly, when she became strong, she could be as fierce as a kitten stretching out its claws. Without the yearning for the Lin family's affection, Lin Xin naturally would not try to please anyone like he did in his previous life. So what Xin Chuxia said about being bullied did not exist. Sister Chuxia, don't worry about me. You're doing well now. Xin Chuxia nodded. Okay, I have taken over the family company now. If anyone dares to bully you again, just tell me. Xin Chuxia didn't say the rest. But Lin Xin had already seen something from the eyes of this neighbor girl. Then, Xin Chuxia started to pick up food for Lin Xin. After a while, the food on the plate in front of him was like a small mountain. Lin's villa. Lin Xingyu was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her little face turned pale. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been treated like this. What's even more depressing is that after being criticized, I can't even say a word in response. I called back, but the number was blocked. Damn, it's really hateful. There's a fire burning in my heart, but I can't vent it. This kind of depression makes me want to go crazy and even want to kill someone. Lin Xin, you actually blocked me. I'm so angry. Dad is right. Lin Xin is a rebellious son. He actually said that we asked for trouble. How could he say that? Lin Xian's character is too bad. It's hard to change one's nature. No matter how good the environment is, he won't be able to change this bad habit. I said he didn't contribute to the family. Am I wronging him? Xiao Hao even wrote songs for me. He didn't do anything. Lin Xingyu became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and instinctively called out to Zhou Ma again in a sharp voice. Mother Zhou, come here. Come and judge for yourself, and see if what I said is right or not. The second young lady was losing her temper, and everyone in the room was silent. I was afraid that I might say something wrong and get into trouble again. Suddenly, hearing the second miss calling her, Aunt Zhou hurriedly walked out of the room. "Second miss, you called me?" Lin Xingyu's face showed impatience. "I've called you several times. What are you doing lingering in the house?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xingyu's gaze stopped on Zhou Ma's hand. "What is that in your hand?" "Let me see." Mother Zhou was startled and instinctively put her hands behind her back. This made Lin Xingyu even more curious. "Can't you hear what I say? Bring it here." Mother Zhou had no choice but to hand the paper in her hand to Lin Xingyu. Lin Xingyu was about to roll her eyes at Zhou Ma in annoyance. "What is this? Isn't this my famous song? And it was written for me by Xiao Hao." The handwriting on the slightly yellowed A4 paper is elegant. "I traveled across the ocean just for the moment you look back. All the bitterness will vanish into thin air. I want you to know that I am looking forward to the days with you. Laughter and warmth of candlelight. It is the most beautiful world." Seeing the lyrics, the expression on Lin Xingyu's face eased a little. But when she saw the signature, Lin Xingyu's brows instantly frowned again. "Lin Xian, humph, what a nuisance. Why would he copy my lyrics for no reason? He must have ulterior motives." Just as she was about to say something else, Lin Xingyu suddenly stopped talking. Under Lin Xian's name, the signature was actually January 1st. What happened? This song was clearly written by Lin Hao for himself. Lin Xingyu clearly remembered that the Lantern Festival that year was on February 14th, and Valentine's Day and the Lantern Festival were on the same day. In order to celebrate this rare festival, Lin Hao specially composed a song for himself. He also became famous because of the song The Most Beautiful World. But why is Lin Xian's name written here, and it's January 1st? Is it? Several thoughts flashed through Lin Xingyu's mind, and finally, she looked straight at Zhou Ma. "Mother Zhou, where did this come from?" After hearing this, Zhou Ma hurriedly replied, "Oh, miss, the piece of paper you were talking about was given to me by the young master on New Year's Day last year. It's not really a gift. The young master was writing something, and then he copied it. The revised version was given to me. I saw that the young master's handwriting is good, and I want to take it back to my hometown when I have time so that my grandson can practice. Then I forgot about it after it was put aside for a long time. Today," listening to Zhou Ma's chatter, Lin Xingyu became more and more confused, and in the end she interrupted Zhou Ma. "Okay, I understand. Go and do your work." With deep doubts, Lin Xingyu went upstairs to find Lin Rusheng. The lyrics were so weird that Lin Xingyu felt like her head was going crazy from thinking about it. When she met Lin Rusheng, Lin Xingyu told her everything directly and finally produced the evidence. "Big sister, what on earth is going on with my famous song?" According to what Aunt Zhou said, Lin Xian created the song first. But how could Lin Xian write a song for me? But Aunt Zhou watched us grow up, so she can't lie. Lin Xingyu's eyes were full of confusion. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly and said slowly, "Could it be that the song was really written by Lin Xian? But Xiao Hao clearly told me that he created it himself. Is Xiao Hao lying to me?" Lin Xingyu shook her head, unwilling to accept this fact. Lin Xingyu read the lyrics in her hand over and over again, always looking at the date. "Tell me, is Lin Xian disappointed with us? So he insisted on leaving? If he really coveted the Lin family's property, why would he refuse to come back? He would rather live the hard life than stay here. This is totally different from what was said before. If Lin Xian was really as they thought before, then why would he give up his identity as the young master of the Lin family? Once he breaks off relations with the Lin family, he will have no benefit at all." Lin Rusheng thought that she was very calm at the moment and could analyze the whole matter rationally. Hearing this, Lin Xingyu stood up suddenly, her face full of astonishment. "Sister, do you mean that Xiao Hao is lying? He is wrongly accusing Lin Xian." All those words that were unfavorable to Lin Xian seemed to be guessed by Lin Hao under their guidance. In other words, the mastermind behind this is Lin Hao. As this thought flashed through her mind, Lin Xingyu's eyes were full of disbelief. Lin Xingyu's mind was in a mess, and she couldn't remain calm. If it is confirmed that Lin Hao was lying, it would mean that all their previous judgments were wrong. Thinking about Lin Xian's current actions, Lin Xingyu felt that Lin Xian was not targeting the family's property. But if Lin Hao did everything, then Lin Hao was hiding it too deeply. At the same time, Lin Rusheng was also in deep thought. What Lin Xian said was not wrong. They did not make conclusions without too much investigation into the past. Moreover, he had punished Lin Xian with a whip more than once. Sister, what should we do now? I'm worried. We are wrong. Lin Xingyu was feeling uneasy. The closer we get to the truth, the more timid we become. This is Lin Xingyu's mentality right now. By the way, I'm going to give Lin Xian some money later. Do you want to come with me? Lin Rusheng changed the subject, and Lin Xingyu's expression improved a little. With what Zhou Ma said and her own judgment, Lin Xingyu has already determined the truth of the matter. With a determined look in her eyes, Lin Xingyu said, I'll go with you. I hope he can forgive me. When saying the second half of the sentence, Lin Xingyu was obviously lacking in confidence. I have done such excessive things in the past. It is probably unlikely that Lin Xian will forgive me. However, who knows what will happen if you don't try? Although it felt hopeless, Lin Xingyu still held out a glimmer of hope. Okay, let's go together. Half an hour later, a limited edition luxury car was parked at the entrance of Hyde Community. At the same time, Lin Rusheng and Lin Xingyu both looked out the window. Sister, do you think he will come back at this time? Lin Xingyu was a little worried. Her brows were furrowed, but her eyes refused to move away, even an inch. I've already sent a message saying we're waiting for him here. Besides, when you called just now, didn't you sound like you were having dinner? It would have been fine if Lin Rusheng hadn't said this. After she said this, Lin Xingyu's cheeks puffed up. Lin Xian, this brat, actually dared to block himself? It's simply too much. Lin Rusheng glanced at the card in her hand, then looked away. There was a total of 30 million on the card, which was 10 million more than the 20 million that Lin Xian wanted at the beginning. When transferring money from the card, Lin Rusheng had already thought it through clearly and realized that the extra money was given voluntarily by herself. In the past few years since Lin Xian came back, he has indeed suffered a lot in the Lin family. It is all his fault that he, as the eldest sister, was slow to realize it. As one of those who had hurt Lin Xian, Lin Rusheng decided to make amends in this way. Although money is not omnipotent, doing this can at least make you feel better. 10 million is insignificant to me, but to an ordinary family, it is a considerable sum of money. Sister, what are you doing? Why aren't you talking? Feeling Lin Rusheng's silence, Lin Xingyu couldn't help but ask. I'm thinking about money. I hope Lin Xian can accept the extra money I give him. You have seen their conditions. If they continue to live in a community like this, their lives will definitely not be much better. Hopefully that little bit of money can make their lives a little easier. Lin Xingyu didn't say anything about Lin Rusheng's decision. Is this compensation to you, elder sister? So what should you do if you are wrong? Lin Xian is here. Lin Xingyu was in a daze when Lin Rusheng's excited voice suddenly came. As Lin Rusheng got out of the car, Lin Xingyu quickly opened the door. Not far away, Lin Xian was indeed walking towards this side. Lin Xian. Lin Rusheng waved enthusiastically. Lin Xingyu, who was following behind, was also a little excited. However, there was no change in the expression on Lin Xian's face. He was stunned for a moment, and then walked towards them. There's no need to send the card over. As soon as they met, Lin Xian said coldly, I wanted to talk to you, so your second sister and I came over. Let's go, let's get in the car. Lin Rusheng's words were clear and concise, but no longer as strong as before. Lin Xian refused directly. I'm busy. Seeing Lin Xian's attitude, Lin Xingyu's anger could not be vented again. Lin Xian, this car is right at the entrance of your community. If the car doesn't move, it will cause a traffic jam soon. You don't want others to point fingers at you, do you? If you don't mind, then we'll stay here. Anyway, we won't leave until we finish talking. At this time, Lin Xingyu had made up her mind. Isn't Lin Xian stubborn? Then I'm even more stubborn than him. At worst, I will just act like a rogue. Anyway, he can't do anything to a girl like me. But doing so is more or less embarrassing. At the moment, Lin Xingyu couldn't think so much. Well, if you have anything to say, you'd better say it quickly. As he spoke, Lin Xin opened the car door and sat directly in the back seat. Lin Rusheng drove forward, but from time to time, she looked at Lin Xin in the rearview mirror. There is a hint of stubbornness on his face with distinct features. His slightly thin lips were tightly pursed, and his resistance could be seen at a glance. But even so, Lin Rusheng was still somewhat happy. After all, Lin Xin agreed to come out with them. Lin Xin, let me ask you something. Have you ever written a song before? Although she already had a vague answer in her mind, Lin Xin still wanted to confirm it with Lin Xin. Does this have anything to do with you? Lin Xin did not answer Lin Xingyu's question, but directly asked whether he could go back or not. In the entire Lin family, apart from Lin Zhongdao, Lin Qingyu has the worst temper and often does unreasonable things. Now that he no longer had any relationship with the Lin family, he naturally didn't want to maintain the so-called sister-brother relationship with Lin Xingyu. It feels great to be able to say whatever you want to say. Seeing Lin Xin's mouth curled up, Lin Xingyu still felt a little unwilling to give up. I just want to ask, have you ever written any songs during the Chinese New Year or other festivals? Written? Have you ever published it? Or submitted it for publication? Lin Xingyu's repeated questioning made Lin Xin impatient. I write for myself. Why should I publish it? At this moment, Lin Xingyu could no longer contain her excitement. The most beautiful world, my famous song. Was it you who wrote it? Was it you? Lin Xin did not refute, obviously agreeing. At that time, after he finished writing the song, he wanted to quietly put it in Lin Xingyu's room. Later, Lin Hao said that he would send it to him and give him a surprise. Lin Xin didn't think much about it. After all, Lin Xingyu didn't like him at that time, and Lin Xin knew it. Lin Xingyu became famous with his song, and his attitude towards him did not change at all. Lin Xin just thought that he simply didn't like him. The matter was left on hold. But Lin Xin didn't understand why Lin Xingyu wanted to bring up the past again at this time. Lin Xingyu clenched her hands tightly and pursed her lips into a straight line. Lin Rusheng, who was driving, heard the two people talking, and her face was full of surprise. Finally, Lin Xingyu said something excitedly. Lin Xin, do you know which song you wrote is my famous song? It's my famous song. Lin Xin had a cold expression. Although he didn't know what Lin Xingyu wanted to express, it no longer mattered at this moment. Really? So, what if it's a famous song? Even if a beggar on the street asked me to write a song for him, I would agree. From the rearview mirror, Lin Xingyu could see Lin Xian's disdainful look. Lin Xian, how could you do this? You actually compared me to a street beggar. You think you can't compare with them? You're right. The beggars on the street are more humane than you. Lin Xian, you're going too far. Lin Xingyu was so angry that she almost stamped her feet, but in the end she could only squeeze out a few words from her throat. Compared to Lin Xingyu, Lin Rusheng is much calmer. At least in this matter, Lin Xin just endured it silently. If the same thing happened to Lin Hao, he would definitely not give in. The car slowly stopped, and three people got out together. When they arrived at the cafe, Lin Rusheng ordered 2 cups of coffee, and then for the first time ever, she asked Lin Xian what flavor he wanted. A glass of water. Lin Xian was very polite to the waiter next to him. Thinking about Lin Xian's attitude towards her just now, Lin Xingyu felt dissatisfied again. He can be so kind to an outsider, but I am his second sister. How could he be like this? Lin Rusheng took out the card and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, thank you for Xiaolan's matter. She has a performance today, so she can't come in person. I want to thank you on her behalf. The total amount of money on the card is 30 million. It was our fault before. I hope you can forgive us. Lin Xin glanced at the card in front of him and then looked away. It is only natural to charge for medical treatment, so you don't have to say thank you. If you want to ask for my forgiveness for the extra money, that's impossible. After hearing this, Lin Rusheng waved her hands anxiously. Lin Xin, you misunderstood. We really didn't take good care of you when we were at home. This is a little gift from me. I really hope you can accept it. Seeing Lin Rusheng's sincere face, Lin Xin packed up the cards. Since they feel guilty about giving me money, I should just accept it. Lin Rusheng showed joy on her face, paused for a moment, and finally started to persuade. Lin Xin, I know you are angry, but this anger will eventually subside. Because of your situation, Mom is in a very low mood. You should go back. We didn't understand you before, so there were those misunderstandings, but we are a family after all." Before Lin Rusheng could finish her words, Lin Xin stretched out his hand and made a pause gesture. "Pause. I can't possibly do what you said. The severance agreement has been signed, and it is legally binding. As for the misunderstandings you mentioned, they don't matter to me." Lin Xin stood up straight, his voice cold. "Also, this matter is over. I hope you can abide by the agreement and stop disturbing my life. The college entrance examination is approaching. Please cherish my time. Also, I won't take your extra money for nothing. I'll tell you something. Lin Hao is indeed your younger brother. The adopted son is just a gimmick. He is Lin Zhongdao's biological son." Lin Xian's voice was flat. When they said this, the expression on their faces was as normal as if they were discussing what to eat today. Last life. Lin Xian really didn't know so much information. It was because of experiencing the spiritual space that Lin Xian slowly discovered the truth of the matter. The disappearance of the Lin family's biological son, whether he was lost or taken away by mistake, was completely a conspiracy. The masterminds of the conspiracy were Lin Zhongdao and the woman outside him. The adopted son that the Lin family brought back after he was lost was Lin Hao, Lin Zhongdao and his lover's biological son. Originally, these things have nothing to do with me, so it doesn't matter whether I say anything or not. But just now, Lin Hao's face flashed through Lin Xian's mind, and he thought of how they were foolishly kept in the dark, so he felt kind. "Lin Xian, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Qingyu was horrified. "Yes, Lin Xian, when I brought Lin Hao back, I was no longer a child. I remember it very clearly. I brought Lin Hao back with me. After you were lost, Mom went crazy, so Dad came up with this idea. There are many people who can prove that Mom only gave birth to you. How could there be a twin brother?" Lin Rusheng has always been calm, but after hearing what Lin Xian said, she frowned. Lin Hao is just an adopted son, not a biological son. Even if Lin Xian is dissatisfied with Lin Hao, he can't say such nonsense. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Did I ever tell you that Qin Yulan gave birth to twins? Did anyone say that Lin Hao is Qin Yulan's son? Are the ideas in your heads too naive?" The two sisters were stunned at the same time. Soon, Lin Qingyu exclaimed, "You mean Xiao Hao is the child of Dad and those women outside?" After saying this, Lin Qingyu's legs went weak, and all the strength in her body seemed to be drained away, and she instantly collapsed on the sofa. Lin Rusheng was even more stunned and covered her mouth with her hands to hide her shock. Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, this is the truth. I hope you can accept it calmly. Anyway, you have had a relationship foundation for more than 10 years. It's just a change of perception. But it's ridiculous for a fool like you to pamper Lin Zhongdao's illegitimate child and treat him like a treasure." Lin Xian raised his foot to leave, but Lin Qingyu grabbed Lin Xian's arm first. "Wait a minute, Lin Xian. You can't leave. What do you mean?" Lin Qingyu's face flushed red and her voice trembled. First came Lin Hao's true identity, and then came Lin Xian's ridicule. "No matter what, I am now a semi-public figure, and as the second daughter of the Lin family, when have I ever been humiliated like this?" "Xia, you don't worry." Lin Rusheng pretended to be calm, but she could see that Lin Xian's eyes were full of reluctance to let her stay. Lin Xian stopped and looked at Lin Qingyu coldly. "It means literally, can't you hear it? Lin Hao is now your beloved little brother, well-behaved and sensible. Wait until he gets everything from the Lin family and see if he still has this attitude. I would like to advise you that if you have the time and energy to find fault with me, you might as well take a look at what Lin Hao has done." Lin Rusheng and Lin Qingyu were speechless. What Lin Xian said was right. When it came to Lin Hao, the three sisters seemed to have nothing but care and love for him. As for other things, they have never thought about them too much, nor are they unwilling to think about them too much. Mom and Dad treat Lin Hao like a baby. As sisters, what reason do they have to be hard on Lin Hao? But if what Lin Xian said was true, wouldn't they all be fools? It's ridiculous to be fooled by a teenager. Lin Qingyu was unwilling to accept what Lin Xian said, so she instinctively began to resist in her heart. Lin Xian, where is the evidence? What makes you say that? Lin Xian didn't want to pay attention at first, but when he heard Lin Qingyu's question, he became furious. What does this have to do with me? Why do you ask me for evidence? If you want to verify it, it should be your business. Believe it or not, if you don't believe it, you will be defeated. If you want to be fools like before, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Xingyu was so angry that she was shaking all over. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all and continued to retort. Put away your condescending attitude. No one owes you anything. I listened to you before because I still recognize you as my sister. I have no relationship with the Lin family now, so don't even think about ordering me around in a high-handed manner. The reason I told you the truth is that I don't want to see you continue to act like fools. But you guys are enjoying it. Who can control it? Lin Xingyu couldn't bear it any longer and finally exploded. Lin Xian, don't forget that your last name is also Lin. We have the same blood. You keep calling me you guys as if it has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian sneered. Does it matter? Don't forget that we have an agreement between us, and the agreement is legally binding. Don't tie me to you guys just because my last name is Lin. I will only feel humiliated. What you have done makes you unworthy of being my family. Lin Xian got angry and spoke harshly. Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Xian in front of her and felt extremely guilty. It was precisely because of their actions that Lin Xian was forced into this situation. If they had been nicer to Lin Xian before, this situation would not have happened. Lin Xian, we were wrong before. Lin Rusheng stepped forward to comfort her. We didn't figure out the reasons for many things that happened before, so we just blamed you. That was our fault. As sisters, we should trust you instead of questioning you. Lin Xian, sister wants to tell you that she is sorry. Can we go home and talk about it? Lin Xian was stunned, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Lin Ruxuan, the president of the Lin Group branch, has always been known for his competence and decisiveness, but today he actually said such a thing. And I humbly apologize to myself. Lin Xingyu opened her eyes wide and forgot to close her mouth. When she came here earlier, the eldest sister once said that she wanted to impress Lin Xian with her sincerity. But I didn't expect that my elder sister would give in so much. I appreciate your kindness, but it's impossible to go back. The price of being a member of the Lin family is too high. I'm afraid I'll lose my life there. Lin Xian told the truth without hiding anything. In my previous life, I blindly pursued family affection and ended up losing my life. Living my life over again. How could I be so stupid? Now that I have the capital to leave them, I will never go back to that home. After reaffirming his thoughts, Lin Xian finally spoke. In your eyes, I returned to the Lin family just for the money. You should feel more at ease after I leave. From now on, don't associate me with your Lin family. It's up to you whether you believe what I just said or not. I hope you can abide by the agreement and stop bothering me. After saying this, Lin Xian turned around abruptly. Lin Rusheng caught up with him again. Lin Xian, I know that what we did made you very sad. You are a sensible child, and you even wrote a famous song for my second sister. I sincerely apologize to you for what happened before. If you don't want to go back, I won't force you. I just ask that we keep in touch. At this point, Lin Ruxuan burst into tears. I don't know why. Lin Ruxuan's mind is full of Lin Xian's words. He is steady and sensible, and he endures it even when he is criticized. In order to please the three sisters, Lin Xian really did a lot. Seeing that the heartbroken Lin Xian didn't want to go home at all, Lin Rusheng felt that she had a great responsibility. No need, I just came here to get the money today. I took money from someone to help him get rid of his misfortune. Now we are even. Don't you want me to forgive you? Okay, I forgive you. We will be strangers to each other from now on, so it's best not to contact each other again. This time Lin Xian left very decisively, without stopping at all. Looking at Lin Xian's back, Lin Rusheng could no longer hold back her tears. The younger brother they disliked eventually left with a broken heart. Just now, Lin Xingyu asked Lin Xian to find evidence, and Lin Rusheng was shocked. In the past, they said that Lin Xian had bad behavior, stole things, and associated with gangsters in society. What is the evidence for these conclusions? No one has seen Lin Xian's actions with their own eyes. So why did they give such a definition? Lin Xin is a member of the Lin family, and they have the same blood. And Lin Hao. Lin Rusheng suddenly came back to her senses. Xiao Yu, let's go back quickly and investigate Lin Hao's case thoroughly. After listening to this, Lin Xin grabbed her bag and walked out. Yes, I'll go back and ask Dad what's going on. If what Lin Xin said is true, then I will drive Lin Hao away now. I absolutely cannot recognize the child he had with his mistress as my brother. Lin Xingyu's chest heaved, and her face was filled with annoyance. Lin Rusheng was shaking her head. Xiao Yu, calm down. Do you think if you ask your father this, he will admit it? If this is true, who is the mastermind behind this? Lin Rusheng regained her composure and gave a wry smile. If this matter were to get out, their Lin family would become the laughingstock of everyone. Abandon his own son and take the mistress's child back. An illegitimate child was raised in the palm of my hand for more than 10 years. Even if everyone can listen to this kind of joke, what about the mother? Can Qin Yulan accept this fact? When Lin Rusheng thought that Lin Hao was the son of her father and the woman outside, she felt the blood in her body boiling. I couldn't accept this result myself, let alone my mother. Sister, what should we do now? If that's true, then Dad is horrible. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, so how could he abandon his own flesh and blood? Lin Xingyu's eyes were filled with tears and remorse. Although there is no conclusive evidence at the moment, my intuition tells me that what Lin Xin said is true. Lin Rusheng went out with Lin Xingyu and then forced herself to calm down. Things are beyond our control. Right now, we can only minimize the impact. Until we get the evidence, let's keep this matter secret. If it is true, we are thinking about how to tell Mom about it. My husband had a child with another woman more than 10 years ago. I guess any woman who was kept in the dark like this would not be able to accept it. Lin Rusheng gave careful instructions, and Lin Xingyu nodded continuously. My mother has always been strong-willed. I wonder if she will collapse after knowing this fact. The son whom she regarded as her darling turned out to be her husband's illegitimate child. What's even more ridiculous is that the whole family ignores Lin Xian, the real young master of the Lin family, but unanimously favors the mistress's child. All of this is a conspiracy, which started from the moment Mom gave birth to Lin Xian, or maybe even earlier. If her mother knew this news, would she want to kill her? Along the way, Lin Xingyu was absent-minded. Lin Xingyu was in a daze until she entered the villa. In the living room, Lin Hao and Qin Yulan were talking in low voices. It was only when Lin Xingyu came closer that I could hear clearly. Mom, I don't really want that watch. It's just that several classmates in my class already have it. They didn't say anything, but their eyes were always on my wrist. Mom, don't worry, I don't go with them after school. Now that my brother has been found, I am an adopted son. I cannot ask for so much. Lin Hao spoke in a soft voice, looking well-behaved and sensible. When Lin Xingyu heard what Lin Hao said, she became furious. Ever since Lin Xian was found, every time Lin Hao wanted to ask Qin Yulan for something, he would always mention the word adopted son. And every time he said this, no matter how excessive it was, his mother would most likely agree to his request. This time too, before Lin Hao finished speaking, Qin Yulan had already hugged Lin Hao in her arms. Silly child, you are talking nonsense again. Mom has raised you for more than 10 years and has long regarded you as her own son. Although your brother is back, Mom will never favor one over the other. Mom now has 2 sons. You are both my good sons. My palms and backs are all made of flesh. Mom will never let you down. It's just a watch. Mom will take you to buy it tomorrow. It's only 10 million. It's not like you can't afford it. After hearing this, Lin Hao immediately smiled and did not forget to rub his head against Qin Yulan. Mom, I know you love me, and I love you too. I will repay my mother when I grow up. Hearing such heartwarming words, Qin Yulan nodded continuously. Seeing this scene, Lin Xingyu felt nauseous. When Lin Hao said these words before, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but now she felt doubtful. Facing the current situation, Lin Xingyu just felt that Lin Hao was being pretentious. You're already in high school, but you're still acting like a child. You don't have any manliness at all. After all, you just want mom to buy you a watch, right? Why would you need to put so much thought into this? While speaking, Lin Xin did not forget to roll her eyes. Qin Yulan and Lin Hao were both stunned. Xiao Yu, what are you talking about? How can you talk about your brother like that? He's just a child. Lin Hao is about to turn 18 and will soon become an adult, but he is still whining like this. We have spoiled him. What's wrong with being an adult? Even if he is 80 years old, he is still my son. Did something happen to you today? Why are you talking so harshly? Qin Yulan looked dissatisfied. Lin Xin sighed, and suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. After taking a few steps towards the sofa, Lin Xin sat directly next to Lin Hao. Xiao, I'm sorry. I'm in a bad mood. It's all because of things going on in the company that are making me depressed. My boss said that the popularity of my hit song has passed, and I need new developments to maintain traffic. By the way, Xiao, can you write another song for me? During the questioning, Lin Xin kept staring at Lin Hao. Writing songs, I'm afraid I can't do that now. Why? Lin Xin's heart almost jumped out. Lin Hao refused. Was he going to tell the truth about what happened back then? Lin Hao on the opposite side curled his lips and spoke in a much lower voice. Second sister, I know your difficulties, but I have no inspiration at all now. Brother Lin Xin has severed ties with us, and my mind is full of this matter now. As for new songs, I really can't write one right now. Lin Xin sneered in her heart. What a high-sounding reason. Now that Lin Xin is gone, you can't write any songs anymore, right? Or, my famous song was actually written by Lin Xin, and you are just using Lin Xin as a pretext for me. I don't have enough ink in my stomach to begin with, so how can I write now? Not far away, Lin Rusheng saw it all clearly. There was evasion in Lin Hao's eyes and also guilty. It seems that there is no need to investigate this matter further, as the truth has already been revealed. But I still need to think more about Lin Hao's identity. If you want to collect evidence, you have to do it without the whole family knowing. To identify the genetics of parentage, we can only hire a private detective. Lin Rusheng was slightly distracted. Qin Yulan was still speaking well of Lin Hao. It's just that Lin Hao is in a bad mood. Don't force him. Even a talented man with a wealth of knowledge needs inspiration when writing. Lin Xuan shook her head slightly. Lin Hao was spoiled by Qin Yulan like a baby. At the same time, Lin Xin has returned home. Looking at the table full of food, Lin Xin was so confused that he was speechless. Dad, Mom, why haven't you eaten yet? Didn't I say I wouldn't be back for dinner? Looking at Lin Xin, Zhou Yuzhen smiled so much that her eyes became slits. There's plenty of time in the evening anyway, and since you're not hungry, just wait a little longer. There's rock sugar lotus leaf porridge in the pot. I bought some fresh lotus leaves today and saved them for you. Zhou Yuzhen said as she turned and went into the kitchen. Mom, I've already eaten. I'm not hungry. Okay, let's drink later. We've been studying overtime these past few nights, so we can't go without something to eat. Lin Pingyan next to him didn't say anything, but his hands didn't stop. There were fruits peeled by Lin Pingyan on the plate, cut into small square pieces. Seeing the two of them, Lin Xin felt warm in his heart again. Quietly putting his hand into his pocket, Lin Xin took 2 steps forward. Mom, you're not hungry anyway. I want to show you something. What? Zhou Yuzhen's eyes widened, and she tilted her head to look at Lin Xin. Lin Xin slowly stretched out his hand, and in his palm was an exquisite box. Gold bracelet. Lin Xin opened and Zhou Yuzhen exclaimed at the same time. Lin Pingyan also put down the fruit knife and looked straight towards them. What is in front of me is really a gold bracelet, and it looks like the weight is quite large. Lin Xin, where did the gold bracelet come from? In response to Lin Pingyan's question, Lin Xin answered very casually. I bought it for my mother. See if it fits her well? Zhou Yuzhen swallowed hard, her hands trembling, and then looked at Lin Xin in disbelief. My child, how much does it cost to buy such a big gold bracelet? Where do you get so much money? Mom, no. You should retreat immediately. A look of panic flashed across Zhou Yuzhen's face, and she waved her hands as she spoke. Lin Xin took Zhou Yuzhen's hand and put the gold bracelet directly on his hand. Isn't this quite appropriate? Why do you want to withdraw? Mom, I have money now. You don't have to worry. The bracelet is bought for you. Just wear it. After each sentence, Lin Xin would pause. Zhou Yuzhen was still shaking her head. How can you, a student, afford a gold bracelet? Zhou Yuzhen became nervous again after asking this question. Is it the Lin family? Lin Xin interrupted before he finished asking the question. Mom, I earned this money. I saved an old man at the school gate a few days ago. Who knew that the old man was so rich that he gave me some compensation? I saw many aunties wearing gold bracelets, so I bought one for you too. Lin Xin didn't dare to say that 3 needles cured Lin Zhilan's leg, so he had to find another excuse. As for why he used acupuncture to save people, Lin Xin had already thought of an explanation. When I was at the Lin family, I met an old gentleman, and it was that old gentleman who taught me the acupuncture techniques. After listening to this, Lin Pinggan and Zhou Yuzhen suddenly realized. Looking at the heavy bracelet on her wrist, Zhou Yuzhen hurriedly took it off. No, this bracelet is too expensive. How can I, who runs a small restaurant, wear such a fine thing? I have to hide this bracelet and leave it for my future daughter-in-law. I have lived half my life, but I have not worn the gold bracelet my husband bought me, but I wear the one my son bought me. Zhou Yuzhen started to cry while laughing. Look at you. You're crying with excitement. Your son bought you a big gold bracelet. Aren't you happy? I'm happy. How can I not be happy? My son has grown up and has a promising future. I am happier than anyone else. Zhou Yuzhen wiped away her tears and smiled again. Watching Zhou Yuzhen put on the bracelet and then take it off, she kept muttering tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Xin smiled again. My mother was so happy just to spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy a gold bracelet. I was even thinking of changing their house. I wondered how happy they would be. Lin Xin kept asking Zhou Yuzhen to wear the gold bracelet, but Zhou Yuzhen refused to do so. Finally, he wrapped the gold bracelet in several layers and put it away. After calming down for a while, the couple started to eat. As usual, Lin Xin did not go back to his room to do his homework immediately after dinner, but chatted with Lin Pinggan. Since coming back, Lin Pinggan and his wife have been happy all day long, as if they had found a treasure. And Lin Xin also cherishes the time he spends with them. There are a few apples on the coffee table. Not long after, Zhou Yuzhen brought out a prepared fruit plate from the kitchen. Mom, you don't have to work so hard. It's so laborious to pose it. Just put it in your mouth and eat it. How can that be possible? You are so thin now that it makes me sad. I have to make sure you take some time to get some extra nutrition. Lin Xin smiled. After returning home, this is the thing I hear most often. Come on, son, have some fruit after dinner. Lin Pinggan took the fruit plate and placed it in front of Lin Xin himself. Seeing that Zhou Yuzhen was busy again, Lin Xin hurriedly stopped her. Mom, sit down and let's eat together. Hearing her son calling her, Zhou Yuzhen happily sat next to Lin Xin. The three of them ate fruit and chatted as usual, as if Lin Xin had never left. The moment he bent down to eat the fruit, Lin Xin suddenly thought of something. Dad, where did the piece locket around my neck come from? Lin Pinggan was stunned. Why are you asking this? Have you forgotten that I asked for this for you when you were a freshman in high school? Lin Xin naturally remembered that this amulet was obtained through prayer. But right now, Lin Xin wanted to know more than just these. When the peace locket disappeared from his spiritual space, Lin Xin was extremely anxious. Even now, when he thinks back to the situation at that time, Lin Xin still has a bold guess. Could that spiritual space be formed by the peace locket? Although he had this idea in his mind, he had no basis for it, so Lin Xin couldn't be sure. I happen to have a chance today, so I can ask you about it. What's wrong, son? Why are you dazed? What's wrong with the peace locket? Zhou Yuzhen didn't know what was going on and looked at Lin Xian's neck in confusion. The peace locket is fine. There is nothing wrong with it. Lin Xin came to his senses and touched the peace locket with his hand. It felt cool and very comfortable. It's okay. Many classmates said that my peace locket looks good. As he spoke, Lin Xin also laughed. Lin Pinggan nodded proudly. Then your classmate has really good taste. Let me tell you, when I first went to the Taoist temple, I fell in love with this peace locket at first sight. The old Taoist priest there hesitated for a long time before giving me the peace locket. When the statue was consecrated, the old Taoist priest kept telling me that it was fate, not just about eye contact, but also about past and present lives. Lin Xian's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked further questions following his words. Dad, what did the old Taoist priest say about past lives? I didn't understand him either. He kept talking for a long time. In the end, I just remember him saying it was to keep me safe. Only then did I feel relieved. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed that Lin Pingyan didn't take to heart a word of what the old Taoist priest said. However, I have gained something today. At least Lin Xin knew that this peace locket was extremely precious to the old Taoist priest. Otherwise, why would he be reluctant to give it to Lin Pingyan? Lao Lin, don't just talk about the peace locket. My son knows that the peace locket is for safety, and he won't take it off easily. Don't worry. While speaking, Zhou Yuzhen handed Lin Xian a piece of cut orange. Thank you, Mom. Don't worry. I will always keep the peace buckle with me. Lin Xian spoke very solemnly and with a serious expression. When Lin Pingyan saw this, he burst out laughing and then touched Lin Xian's head like he did when he was a child. I knew my son was the most obedient. When I have time later, I will pray for your safe return. After hearing this, Lin Xian waved his hands hurriedly. Dad, no need, this one is good enough. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xian returned to his bedroom on time to do his homework, but he couldn't concentrate. The Taoist temple that Lin Pingyan mentioned and the old Taoist peace locket gave Lin Xian endless imagination. Lin Xian carefully took the peace locket off his neck and observed it carefully. In a trance, Lin Xian seemed to see a circle of white halo around the peace locket. Lin Xian looked nervous. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again, but the halo was gone. What's going on? Was it an illusion? Are you dazzled? Lin Xian reached out and patted his forehead. I must be dazzled. Otherwise, why would there be nothing when I looked carefully? Putting the peace locket back around his neck, Lin Xian concentrated his attention again. There are 2 sets of questions on the table. Take a rest immediately after finishing them. Tomorrow is another busy day. Picking up the pen again, Lin Xian had returned to his previous state, completely immersed in the idea of solving the problem. Just as he expected, Lin Xian finished the questions at 11:05. After a simple wash, you need to rest. Today is the 15th day of the lunar month. The moonlight is very bright, sprinkling on the ground like a waterfall. Lin Xian finally fell asleep. In a trance, those scenes at the Lin family appeared before my eyes again. Lin Xian, how can you treat your mother like this? You are going too far. As soon as the voice sounded, a thin girl appeared in front of Lin Xian. Chen Jinyan? The moment he saw Chen Jinyan clearly, Lin Xian suddenly woke up. In a panic, Lin Xian sat up from the bed, gasping for breath. Although he had recovered somewhat, the scene just now was still flashing through his mind. That day was Lin Hao's birthday. Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan held a grand banquet. Lin Hao even invited all the well-known rich second generations. After Lin Xian went to the hall, he understood one thing. On that day, all the people who had wronged him gathered together. At the beginning, Lin Hao falsely accused himself of pursuing Chen Jinyan and threatened Chen Jinyan. He claimed that he had said that if his cousin refused to date him, he would force herself on her. In front of Lin Zhongdao, Lin Xian explained everything. Not only did Lin Zhongdao refuse to listen, he also beat himself up. And Chen Jinyan chose to go along with Lin Hao. Although this incident happened a long time ago, Lin Xian still remembers it clearly. But Lin Xian felt it was a little strange. I was fine. Why did I dream about that day? I rubbed my eyes and saw that the time on my phone was 4:20. Lin Xian lay back on the bed and forced himself to sleep for a while. I worked on my questions quite late last night. If I hadn't had this nightmare, I would have probably slept till dawn. But in the end, it didn't happen. Until dawn, Lin Xian's mind was very clear. After breakfast, Lin Xian specially brought 2 more sets of questions to school. After leaving the Lin family, I went to school earlier, so it was no problem for me to finish 2 sets of questions before class. But today there are some exceptions. My desk mate Su Yuexiao also arrived early. Like Lin Xian, I started doing exercises after putting down my school bag. Neither of them spoke. and only the sound of the pen tips scratching across the paper could be heard. After finishing a question, Lin Xin put down his pen and wanted to turn over the paper. "What are you doing?" Noticing that Su Yuexiao was staring at him with her head tilted, Lin Xin asked instinctively. Su Yuexiao's face turned slightly red. "Can you tell me how to solve the problem, just now?" It turned out that Su Yuexiao had been staring at Lin Xin for a while. Seeing Lin Xin solve the problem quickly and efficiently, Su Yuexiao felt envious. Because of this question, I was stuck for a long time. Su Yuexiao really couldn't think of a solution to the problem, so she mustered up the courage to ask. Lin Xin took a look at Su Yuexiao's test paper. It turns out that they're doing the same thing. "Which solution do you want to ask?" After learning Su Yuexiao's purpose, Lin Xin directly put the test paper in front of Su Yuexiao. Su Yuexiao was stunned. Just now, I only saw Lin Xin doing the questions, but I didn't realize that he actually wrote several solutions on the blank page. The test papers in front of me are very difficult, and the teacher has given special instructions. If you are not a particularly good student, don't waste your time on this set of test papers. My academic performance is among the best in the class, and I had a hard time doing the test papers, but Lin Xin, the first one. Lin Xin's voice came again, and Su Yuexiao came back to her senses. "Okay, please tell me how to solve the first problem. First, add 2 auxiliary lines like this." Lin Xin drew pictures on the test paper while explaining. In fact, the first step for the latter types is also to draw auxiliary lines, but not in this position. At the beginning, Su Yuexiao looked serious. But as Lin Xin started drawing, Su Yuexiao's expression became more and more surprised. Just now, I was a little bit unconvinced. But now, Su Yuexiao admires Lin Xin very much. Others may not be able to come up with a solution to the problem, even if they rack their brains. But this guy actually thought of several. Su Yuexiao frowned slightly and stared at the test paper. The idea of solving the problem in her mind became clearer and clearer. Once you get to step 3, the rest will follow naturally. After finishing the explanation, Lin Xin looked up, but he accidentally bumped his head against Su Yuexiao's. Oops! Su Yuexiao felt pain, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Lin Xin was also surprised and quickly apologized for his previous action. "I'm sorry, are you okay? I just raised my head, but it made someone cry. This was too unexpected. I was just concentrating on explaining the topic, but who knew Su Yuexiao would also lean over to me? Accident, purely accidental." Su Yuexiao shook her head and rubbed her red forehead with her hand. "Mom, what's going on? Was I dazzled just now?" At the door, Zhang Sun swallowed hard, and his eyes almost popped out. "What happened just now?" Lin Xin and Su Yuexiao, 2 top college students, are actually standing head-to-head? This is too bold. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it was true. It's over, it's over. This kid Lin Xin must have violated the discipline. At this moment, the expression on Lin Xian's face has returned to normal. But Zhang Sun was not calm. Zhang Sun quickly ran up to Lin Xin and lowered his voice. "Brother Xin, you are so unkind. Brother, I've told everyone I have a crush on. Why are you still hiding it now that you've come this far? Such explosive news. Why didn't I notice it before?" Zhang Sun kept on talking, and Lin Xin just rolled his eyes at him. "What's wrong with you? Are you still asleep?" Zhang Sun's face was filled with excitement, and his small eyes suddenly widened into a round shape. "What do you mean I'm crazy? You two almost kissed. I saw it all. I thought I was brave enough, but I didn't expect you to be so brave. Dude, you can do it?" Lin Xin was shocked. "Fatty Zhang, you can't spread rumors like this. Stop staring at me. I've been staring at you for quite some time. You're being nice, bro." Zhang Sun raised his eyebrows, as if to say, "You should be thankful that I didn't disturb you. Boring. After watching for such a long time, didn't you realize that I was explaining the topic? Which eye of yours saw me kiss you? From birth to now, I have never held hands with a girl. Okay?" Fortunately, when Zhang Sun came over just now, Su Yuexiao had already gone out. Otherwise, after listening to his nonsense, we would have lost our job as deskmate. If you say it's boring, then it's boring. I won't refute it, but Zhang Sun's voice ended in a high tone, deliberately not finishing his words. Lin Xin punched Zhang Sunsun on the shoulder, and Zhang Sunsun ran away with a grimace. Lin Xin reopened the textbook and looked at it attentively. There is less than a month left before the college entrance examination. Who has the time to think about all that mess? My goal is Nanyang University, and I am determined to do so. Dude, your academic performance is so good. Why are you still working so hard? With your current grades, it won't be a problem to get into Nanjing University. Zhang Xinxin's voice turned serious. Lin Xian looked up. Nanjing University is indeed my goal, but I have to work hard. That's right, I think so too. Although my grades aren't that good, I'm aiming for Nanjing University. Lin Xian was surprised by Zhang Xinxin's words. You? Forget about it. In such a short time, raising your grades to the level that can get you into Nankai University, won't it tire you to death? It's not that Lin Xian deliberately attacked Zhang Xinxin, but his achievements are really hard to describe. I'm not lying to you. I really think so. Du Chuan said that he wants to go to Lin Hao University, so I have to work hard too. Du Chuan? Lin Xian looked at Du Chuan's seat, then at Zhang Xinxin, and suddenly understood something. Zhang Xinxin once said that he had a crush on someone, but he didn't expect it to be Du Chuan, the most powerful girl in the class. This news is too explosive. Du Chuan, the discipline committee member, has a loud voice and a carefree personality. Really nice people, very enthusiastic. However, Lin Xian still felt a little surprised that Zhang Xinxin had a crush on Du Chuan. Without waiting for Lin Xian to say anything, Zhang Xinxin had already started nodding, confirming that Lin Xian's guess was correct. So, buddy, you have to work hard too. It is said by our ancestors that sharpening a spear before a battle will make it shine even if it is not sharp. Zhang Xinxin is full of fighting spirit. Okay, the old man also said that the class will start soon. Lin Xian's words reminded Zhang Xinxin, and soon Zhang Xinxin returned to his seat. The following day was as busy and fulfilling as usual. Several rounds of review have been completed, and what remains is to fill in the gaps. Most of the time, students are doing exercises. Lin Xian had already memorized the current knowledge, but in order to have a smoother entrance into Nanjing University, Lin Xian still made full use of every class. After school in the afternoon, Lin Xian's phone suddenly rang. It was Xin Chuxia calling. Sister Chuxia, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm at the school gate. When you get out, get in my car. I have something to discuss with you. Xin Chuxia went straight to the point and hung up the phone after saying this. Lin Xian was puzzled. He walked out while looking at the vehicles at the school gate. Sure enough, there was a black luxury car parked to the east of the school gate. Lin Xian was wondering if the person sitting inside was Xin Chuxia. A pretty figure has walked out of the luxury car. Lin Xian, I'm here, get in the car. Without paying attention to the strange looks from the people around him, Lin Xian got into the car. Xin Chuxia started the engine and drove directly towards the main road. Sister Chuxia, what's the matter? Xin Chuxia glanced at Lin Xian in the rearview mirror and said, Are you free this Saturday? I want you to do me a favor. Well, there's a party at home, and I need a male companion. Are you willing to help? Lin Xian was puzzled. Xin Chuxia is a typical beauty. How could she be without a male companion? I have to ask myself for help? Are you kidding me? You don't wanna? Xin Chuxia's tone was full of disappointment. Lin Xian explained, I'm willing to do so, but I just can't understand why Sister Chuxia wants to find me. Because you are handsome, nearly 1.9 meters tall, and have a good figure. You are a shining star wherever you go. I feel at ease when you are by my side. Having such a handsome man by my side can also stop other people from having such thoughts. Xin Chuxia became happier the more she spoke, and the pair of dimples on her face became more and more obvious. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Sister Chuxia, you are praising me to the sky. I'm telling the truth. I'm not exaggerating at all. It would be great if you could be my male companion. Having said that, Xin Chuxia paused. But there is one thing I have to tell you in advance. There may be people from the Lin family at the banquet. If you feel uncomfortable seeing them, forget it. They are insignificant to me anyway. I'm just afraid they will affect your mood. Lin Xian frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, I have no relationship with the Lin family now. They can't affect me. I'm also very happy to be able to help Sister Chuxia. When are you going? Just tell me, Sister Chuxia. Seeing that Lin Xin agreed, Xin Chuxia's voice was filled with joy. Okay, I'll pick you up then. Don't worry. I'm here, and I won't let anyone bully you. If the Lin family dares to talk, I will take action. Xin Chuxia said this very seriously. Lin Xin wanted to laugh after hearing this. How could Xin Chuxia still look like the elder sister of the Lin family? She was definitely a crazy brother protector. The car stopped, and Xin Chuxia looked back happily. We're here. Today, I'll take you to eat steak. How well done do you want us to eat it? Lin Xin did not refuse either. In Lin Xian's heart, he had already regarded Xin Chuxia as his own sister. The gentleness and concern that Xin Chuxia exudes is completely different from that of the three sisters of the Lin family. The two of them walked into the restaurant, talking and laughing. At the same time, Lin Zhongdao also received an invitation letter from the Xin family. Lin Zhongdao was very excited. Did you see that? What does this invitation letter mean? It means that our Lin family will soon become one of the most powerful families. Now, even the Xin family has come to invite us. This is a good sign. Yulan, call the kids and tell them to be there on Saturday. This is our Lin family's honor. Qin Yulan nodded and was about to pick up her phone when she suddenly thought of something. Then, where is Lin Xin? He is such a rebellious son. How can he be worthy of attending such an important event? Just make arrangements for Lin Hao. When Lin Xin was mentioned, Lin Zhongdao's happy mood disappeared. This unfilial son actually dared to sever ties with the Lin family. He will regret it one day. After the meal, Lin Xin burped several times. What really shocked Lin Xin was that Xin Chuxia actually asked for a well-done steak. Very familiar? Isn't that the equivalent of goulash? However, seeing Xin Chuxia eating with relish, Lin Xian's mood also became cheerful. After dinner, Xin Chuxia did not send Lin Xin back immediately, but took him to the mall. Sister Chuxia, you've already picked out 2 sets of clothes, so why don't you stop picking? Even if you're attending a party, you don't need so many clothes, right? Xin Chuxia looked back. 2 sets of clothes are too many? It's too early. Let's not talk about how many sets you wear at the party. You should have a few sets to change into on a regular basis, right? You're going to take the college entrance exam soon. You'll be an adult when you go to college. How can you always wear school uniform? While talking, Xin Chuxia handed over another set of clothes for Lin Xin to try on. Lin Xin was speechless and had to walk into the fitting room again. Xin Chuxia's face was full of smiles, and she kept praising Lin Xin to the waiter next to her. See? This is a real clothes rack. With this figure, she looks good in any clothes. Standing next to him, I feel ashamed. The waiter followed suit. Mrs. Boyfriend is really fresh and handsome. His figure is better than that of a male model, right? Xin Chuxia blushed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Lin Xin is 1 year younger than him, he is a head and a half taller than him. It seems normal to be told that they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Unconsciously, Xin Chuxia's heartbeat quickened. Tried it? When Lin Xin walked out of the fitting room, Xin Chuxia's eyes lit up again. The person in front of me is really a handsome man. Lin Xin, dressed in a suit and tie, was like a star, shining so brightly that people could hardly open their eyes. Okay, pack this one up too. By the way, you don't need to try that set. Just wrap it up. Xin Chuxia's eyes were curved. How could she care about the waiter? Okay, lady. The waiter was delighted. The commission from these 3 sets of clothes is higher than my salary. How can I not be happy? On the way back, the two of them agreed on a time to go out. Xin Chuxia sent Lin Xin to the gate of the community before leaving. Saturday evening, Xin family villa. The parking lot was filled with various limited edition luxury cars, and the 7-story villa was as bright as day with flashing lights. Looking from a distance, the Xin family's villa looks like a sparkling gem. Today is a business dinner hosted by the Xin family. In addition to the prominent figures in the upper-class society, there are also all the shareholders and management staff of Xin Group. The Lin family was also invited. Although they only barely caught the tail end of the Xin family's invitation, all members of the Lin family are still proud of it. Among the crowd, Lin Zhongdao was dressed in a suit and tie with a smile on his face. Lin Hao, who was standing next to him, was also wearing famous brands and a limited edition watch on his wrist. A set of clothes is worth a lot of money. Celebrities from all walks of life passed by him, and Lin Zhongdao raised his glass from time to time. For the Xin family's business dinner, Lin Zhongdao deliberately styled his hair, combed his hair meticulously, and wore a wide collar. He did not look like a man in his 40s at all. Lin Hao has made full preparations. Standing next to Lin Zhongdao, he was like Lin Zhongdao's biological son. After the greetings, all Lin Zhongdao heard were voices praising Lin Hao. Although he kept shaking his head and said that there were still some shortcomings in educating his children, Lin Zhongdao was extremely happy in his heart. Everyone praised Lin Hao, which showed that they recognized their educational methods. This feeling of satisfaction made Lin Zhongdao overjoyed. Ever since Lin Hao entered the Lin family, Qin Yulan and I have begun to train him carefully, doing everything personally. How could such a child not be excellent? Getting everyone's recognition is just the first step. The next step will be to let Lin Hao learn to take over the group's business. The Lin family must have talented successors. Thinking that the Lin family would prosper under Lin Hao's leadership, Lin Zhongdao's smile deepened. But the protagonist today is neither Lin Hao nor himself. While Lin Zhongdao was greeting everyone, he was also looking around. According to the time calculation, the banquet is about to begin. Why didn't anyone from the Xin family show up? The others also showed some confusion on their faces and began to discuss in low voices. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Oh my God! Is that Miss Xin standing at the stairs? She's as beautiful as a fairy." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked towards the stairs. Xin Shuxiao walked down slowly with a smile on her face, wearing a white dress. Her long hair, like a waterfall, was also tied up, revealing an intellectual elegance in her beauty. Many people began to gasp. But then, everyone began to feel confused again, and the voices of discussion rose again. Who is that young man next to Miss Xin? He is so handsome. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there was such a handsome man in the world. The facial features are clear and sharp, and the face shape looks like it was carved by a knife. There is nothing wrong with it. Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted by the man next to Xin Shuxia, Lin Hao's face unconsciously turned cold. Suddenly, Lin Qingyu exclaimed, "Oh my God, the person next to Miss Xin is Lin Xin." Simultaneously, Lin Xin also saw clearly the Lin family members not far away. Lin Zhongdao, Qin Yulan, the three daughters of the Lin family, and Lin Hao were all present. Not only were they all there, but also Lin's cousin, Chen Jinyan, was there. At this time, Lin Xian vaguely understood why he dreamed of Chen Jinyan's party. It turns out that I wanted to meet these family members here. Thinking back to what happened before, Lin Xian found it ridiculous. Not to mention that he doesn't have a girlfriend. Even if he really wants to find one, he won't look for a girl like Chen Jinyan, who is spoiled, arrogant, and looks down on others. And those words like pursuit, threat, and force were all deliberately fabricated by Lin Hao in order to sow discord. But Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao believed what Lin Hao said without a doubt. No matter how she explained, Qin Yulan always stood on Lin Hao's side. Finally, I was locked in the basement, not allowed to go out, and had no food to eat. Now that I have been reborn, I will definitely not sit and wait for death. Do those people in the Lin family want me to continue to suffer unjust accusations? Dream. Lin Xian, those people are looking this way. Xin Chuxia took Lin Xian's arm and said with a smile, "Sister Chuxia, I saw it. I don't need you to protect me today. If they dare to pick a fight, I will definitely fight them back." Xin Chuxia felt relieved. Lin Xian has suffered too much injustice in the Lin family. Even if Lin Xian disrupted the banquet today, he would not say a word. When they arrived at the first floor, the guests soon surrounded Xin Chuxia and Lin Xian. "Miss Shun, who is this?" The fast-talking people can no longer resist gossiping. "This is the distinguished guest invited by our Xin family, Lin Xian." In front of everyone, Xin Chuxia introduced enthusiastically. "Lin Xian? Isn't this the real young master of the Lin family?" "Yes, this is really a man of great talent and appearance. It's true. Just by looking at Master Lin's appearance, I know he can take on a big responsibility. The real young master of the Lin family has already started attending this important banquet, so the adopted son probably has no place. That's right, an adopted son is an adopted son. After all, he is not a biological son. As soon as Shun Chuxiao finished speaking, some people couldn't wait to start discussing. Faced with everyone's speculation, Shun Chuxiao smiled but said nothing. The business of the Shun group is not something that a small family like the Lin family can take over. As for whether he will cooperate with them, that depends on Lin Xian's mood. Seeing that he was surrounded by a crowd, Lin Xin felt a little uncomfortable. While Shun Chuxiao was chatting with everyone, Lin Xin wanted to leave and get some fresh air. But not long after he left, a figure appeared in front of Lin Xin. "Wait a minute, Brother Lin Xin, I haven't seen you for a few days. I didn't expect that Brother Lin Xin and Miss Shun are so close." Chen Jinyan's voice came, and Lin Xin frowned. "There are dogs blocking the road wherever I go. What bad luck." When Lin Hao wronged her, Chen Jinyan not only did not come forward to clarify, but also cried and pretended to be aggrieved, as if something had happened to her eyes. Now he's being sarcastic again, which really makes me feel sick. "Are you okay? If not, get out of the way." Chen Jinyan was stunned. "Hey, Brother Lin Xian, why you talk like that? No wonder. I heard that you have returned to your adoptive parents. Their living conditions are the same as those of the poor. You should think about yourself." But no matter how high Brother Lin Xian climbs, he can't deny the Lin family. In the past, Chen Jinyan was in cahoots with Lin Hao and often mocked Lin Xian. Now seeing Lin Xian, Chen Jinyan instinctively wanted to show off in front of Lin Hao, so she directly started to provoke him. Although there was a smile on his face, each word he spoke became more and more. Lin Xian took a step forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Chen Jinyan, if you don't want me to make your mess public, you'd better learn to shut up. What's wrong with me?" Chen Jinyan felt a little guilty, but still raised her head and asked, "Do you have any evidence?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You secretly altered your academic qualifications, falsified your grades, and you were with that yellow-haired guy outside the school? Shut up." Chen Jinyan was so anxious that she could barely stand. Seeing Qin Yulan standing next to her, Chen Jinyan forced herself to squeeze out a few tears. "And why is Brother Lin Xian like this? Why does he bully others like this?" "Jinyan, don't cry, or your makeup will be ruined." Qin Yulan didn't hear clearly what was going on. She just comforted him instinctively. Seeing this scene, Chen Jinyan cried even more aggrievedly. Lin Xian withdrew his gaze. "Why are you pretending? We are all in the same class. Who doesn't know about your bad deeds? His academic performance is not good, but he is very scheming. That doesn't mean you are wronged at all." Chen Jinyan didn't have time to think about Lin Xian's abnormal behavior. However, Chen Jinyan was terrified when Lin Xian revealed her secrets in front of everyone. While saying all this, Lin Xian's eyes were not idle. After each sentence, he would glance at Chen Jinyan. Chen Jinyan was at a loss as to what to do and could only stand there in a daze. I had heard from Lin Hao a long time ago that Lin Xian seemed like a different person. Now, I really understand it. But how could such a timid person before become so eloquent? The sound of leather shoes was heard, and soon, Lin Hao, dressed in a neat suit, came in front of Lin Xian. Lin Hao is fair-skinned and an elegant temperament, just like the handsome young man in a TV drama. Wherever he goes, he will definitely attract everyone's attention. Brother Lin Xian, Jinyan has been so angry that she is crying. "You should apologize immediately. I know you don't like me. If you are angry, you can vent it on me. Treating your loved ones like this will hurt their hearts. Look how mad your mother is. You should just apologize." Lin Hao looked nervous, but he still spoke politely. 3 words flashed through Lin Xian's mind. "Green tea man." He behaves in one way in front of people and another way behind their backs, and he performs all kinds of performances to the fullest. It's not an exaggeration at all to describe Lin Hao as a green tea man. Just now, Lin Xin saw Lin Hao turning his head to look at them, but he didn't come over. Now that everyone is angry, he pretends to be a good person. Such a person can be called a teapot, not to mention green tea. I really don't know how I managed to endure it for so long in my previous life. If you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, then keep this person away from me and don't let her hang around in front of me. Otherwise, I can do even more unpleasant and uglier things. In my previous life, I gave them face, but they became more and more demanding. You are just dreaming if you want me to look at their faces now. Today, I won't take any responsibility for anyone's actions. Lin Hao was stunned for a long time. Has Lin Xin gone crazy during this period of time? What kind of medicine did you take wrong? He is usually as well behaved as a puppy, but why does he act like a hedgehog with its quills exploded today? He said a lot of unpleasant things, but the key point is that he didn't even take me seriously. Lin Hao was about to get angry, but suddenly lowered his head. Thinking of Lin Xian's slap, Lin Hao felt frightened instinctively. These 2 times, I was really scared by Lin Xian. After calming down, a look of sadness flashed across Lin Hao's face. The voice also became sad. Brother Lin Xian, you misunderstood. I didn't want to be a hero and save the beauty. Today we have to put the overall situation first. We are all a family. Although you are not in the Lin family, everyone cares about you. The last sentence directly ignited the anger in Lin Xian's heart. Family? Care? He has the nerve to say that. If he really regarded himself as a family member, how could there be such a huge difference in treatment between him and Lin Hao? Lin Hao is picked up and dropped off by car every day, has a nanny and a driver, receives tens of thousands of pocket money every month, and is surrounded by a group of servants. But he could only live in a room where miscellaneous items were placed. He had no car, no money, no servants, and he couldn't even get enough food to eat. Lin Xian is not jealous of Lin Hao's glamorous life, but seeing them indiscriminately favoring Lin Hao again and again, Lin Xian was really heartbroken. Now Lin Hao keeps saying that they are a family, which is really ridiculous. You are really shameless. Your face is thicker than the city wall, right? Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning when you lie? Lin Xian raised his voice and looked at Lin Hao coldly. Lin Zhongdao, who was not far away, felt something was wrong. He simply said a few words to the person opposite and walked straight over. Qin Yulan looked anxious. Chun Jinyan is wiping her tears. Lin Hao's face was full of helplessness. Only Lin Xian looked as if nothing had happened. It goes without saying that it is this rebellious son who has made everyone angry again. Lin Zhongdao was furious. Normally, I don't bother with him and just turn a blind eye to it, but it's different now. With so many people present at the moment, Lin Xian is embarrassing himself. Isn't this just putting his face on the ground and being stepped on? Lin Zhongdao became angrier the more he thought about it, and rebuked in a cold voice. You rebellious son, what are you trying to do now? You've embarrassed me. Wait and see how I'll deal with you. Lin Xian looked up and looked directly into Lin Zhongdao's eyes. Now that you know how to save face, what were you doing before? Why didn't you think of saving your dignity when you bullied your own son? Mr. Lin, it is clearly written in the agreement that we have nothing to do with each other. If these people insist on disrupting my life, then I will definitely give them a taste of their own medicine. If anyone dares to insult my adoptive father and mother again, I will slap them without mercy. And the same goes for women. Although the words were spoken for everyone to hear, Lin Hao instinctively covered his cheeks. The slap Lin Xian gave really hurt. Chun Jinyan's face turned red all the way to her neck. You little bastard, is that how you talk to your father? Lin Zhongdao clenched his fists. Lin Xian sneered. I have severed my relationship with the Lin family. I only have one father, and that is Lin Pingan. You rebellious son. What is Mr. Lin trying to do? Are you bullying people right under the noses of our Shun family? Lin Xian is now a distinguished guest of the Shun family. If you want to bully him, you are not qualified. Also, I will help Lin Xian get back all the grievances he suffered in the Lin family. With interest, Shin Chuxia's voice was cold, and her pretty face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. Lin Zhongdao's heart skipped a beat, and his face was filled with panic. No wonder Lin Xian is so presumptuous. He really has the support of the Shin family. At the moment, the Lin group is not strong enough to be the enemy of the Xin family, because it is not worth it to break off relations with Lin Xian. Ms. Shun, this is our family affair. Before Lin Zhongdao could finish his words, Shen Chuxiao retorted on the spot. Family affairs? Lin Xian has nothing to do with you anymore, so you shouldn't play the role of a strict father here. Why are you taking advantage of your age? Lin Zhongdao was dumbfounded. This Shen Chuxia actually has the same opinion as Lin Xian. Lin Xian, come on, sister will take you to eat delicious food. After saying that, Shen Chuxia took Lin Xian's arm, and the three of them left. Lin Zhongdao felt a pang of pain in his heart, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Qin Yulan watched all this happen in disbelief, unable to utter a word. Lin Zhongdao suppressed his anger and said, "What a rebellion! What a rebellion! We shouldn't have brought him back in the first place. Let this little bastard die outside. Dad, don't worry. Brother Lin Xian is angry, and it's inevitable that he will say something impulsive. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have made Brother Lin Xian angry. After all, I am the adopted son, and Brother Lin Xian is the real young master of the Lin family. I'll go find my brother and apologize in a moment." Lin Hao looked pitiful, with tears in his eyes. "None of your business." Lin Zhongdao's expression eased a little, and he tried to say something. "Well, we are here to attend the banquet after all, so let's not let others laugh at us." Qin Yulan persuaded from the side. Lin Hao turned around and took a step forward to approach the forest. "Dad, I just heard someone say that Brother Lin Xian is likely to marry into the Xin family. If it's true, then will the Lin group's business grow by leaps and bounds? After all, Brother Lin Xian is from the Lin family, and he always thinks about the Lin family." After saying that, Lin Hao began to add, "Sister Shen was so protective of Brother Lin Xian just now. They are such a perfect match." Lin Zhongdao's body trembled slightly. The anger that had just subsided was aroused again. As a century-old business of the Shun family, Shen Pharmaceutical has absolute say in Kyoto. Many people look admiring when they mention the Shen family. Even though the Lin family had just come to prominence and its foundation was still unstable, it was not to the point where they would allow their son to marry into the Lin family's family. Thinking of a situation when Lin Xian was with Miss Shun and the agreement to sever the relationship, Lin Zhongdao snorted coldly. "Lin Xian, you have a very long-term vision. He just severed ties with the Lin family, and now he's turning around to cling to the Shun family. This disgraceful thing, I will give him a good beating when I get back." Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth and looked sharp. Lin Rushuang turned and looked at Lin Hao. "Xiaohao, don't say such things at this time. Yeah, you're trying to comfort me on the surface, but you're actually just bringing up irrelevant issues. Are you trying to make Dad angry on purpose?" Lin Xin spoke quickly and bluntly, leaving Lin Hao speechless. Ever since she found out that the famous song was not written by Lin Hao, Lin Xin always felt something was strange when looking at Lin Hao. Like now, Lin Hao's seemingly unintentional words were actually adding fuel to the fire. What is the difference between this behavior and the concubines who whisper in someone's ear in palace fighting dramas? Why didn't I notice Lin Hao's expression before? Lin Hao's eyes flickered, and he didn't know where to put his hands when Lin Xin hit the nail on the head. "Second sister, that's not what I meant. I swear, I want Brother Lin Xian to come back." In an instant, Lin Hao's eyes turned red, and his lips began to turn down. Seeing Lin Hao being wronged, Qin Yulan immediately stood up. "Xiao Yu, you are in a bad mood. Why are you angry at Xiao Hao? What does this have to do with him?" "Nothing, sorry, Mom. I was in a bad mood just now. There were a lot of troubles in the company, and I was upset." Lin Xin made up an excuse. Lin Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really scared just now. Fortunately, Lin Xin did not persist, and the matter just passed. But why did Lin Xin, who had always protected me, start targeting me now? Could it be that she knew the truth about her famous song, so she asked me to help her write the song? If that were the case, then the good image that he had maintained for many years would be ruined. Lin Hao was extremely flustered. Looking at Lin Xian not far away, his eyes were full of hatred. It's all because of Lin Xian. Why did he come back? Why is he still alive? Just like Lin Zhongdao said, He should have been left to die outside. This way, no one will compete with me for everything in the Lin family. Lin Hao felt a sense of crisis and fell into great panic in an instant. At the same time, Lin Xin and Xin Chuxiao were chatting and laughing, and neither of them seemed to be affected by what had just happened. Seeing such handsome men and beautiful women, many guests present couldn't take their eyes off them, and the discussion started again. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Lin Xian's shoulder. "Dude, it's really you. Damn it. I thought I was seeing things." Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Xian turned around. "Zhang Sunsen, why are you here too?" Zhang Sunsen's eyes widened, and he answered while swallowing. "I should be the one asking you this. Damn, you look so handsome today, so graceful, and so gentle." Lin Xian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This Zhang Sunsen is really a dog that can't spit out ivory. The words elegant and gentle as jade have a new interpretation in Zhang Sunsen. That is, anyone who is thinner than him is praised in this way. After quickly coming to his senses, Zhang Sunsen stood directly beside Lin Xian. Although Zhang Sunsen was also wearing a suit and a loose shirt, when compared with Lin Xian, many people immediately felt the difference. The two men are about the same height, but their appearance is really hard to describe. "Why are you here? I came a little late. Did I miss some important news?" Lin Xian couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Zhang Sunsen was dressed very conservatively today, wearing a black suit, a white shirt, and a gold satin bow tie at his collar. He already had broad shoulders and a round waist, and now that he was standing very straight, his belly naturally bulged out. If I really have to describe it, my stomach feels like a pot. "What are you doing? You've never seen your brother so high-spirited, have you?" Zhang Sunsen said this while making a cool pose. Suddenly, he quickly withdrew his hand. "I was so busy talking just now that I didn't notice that there was a beautiful girl next to Lin Xian. Who is this?" Without waiting for Xin Chuxiao to speak, Zhang Sunsen began to introduce himself. "It's a bit rude to ask a young lady before you introduce yourself. My name is Zhang Sunsen. I came to the Shun family's business banquet with my father today. I'm very happy to meet you, young lady." Zhang Sunsen has a sweet mouth, and his eyes narrowed with smiles when he spoke. "I know you. The national chain Harvest New Year's Eve is yours, right?" Xin Chuxiao smiled. Yes, I didn't expect that all the young ladies knew me. I don't even know the young lady's name. This is so rude." Lin Xian took a step forward and immediately blocked Zhang Sunsen's gaze. "This is Sister Chuxia. Today's business banquet is hosted by the Shun family. I'm telling you, don't be so sneaky. Sister Chuxia is really powerful." As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Zhang Sunsen's eyes widened again. "Sister Chuxia? Shun family? Shun early summer? Oh my God! No wonder I thought the young lady had such an outstanding temperament and was different from the others. It turns out that the young lady is the heir of the Shun family." After being praised by Zhang Sunsen, Xin Chuxia couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, a host in a bright red dress came on stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Everyone is welcome to attend the business banquet hosted by Xin Group. Now I declare that this business dinner officially begins." The stage was brightly lit, and the audience applauded loudly. Everyone had an excited look on their faces and looked towards the center of the stage. "Lin Xian, Zhang Sunsen, excuse me for a moment. I have to go upstairs and say a few words later." Xin Chuxiao's voice was gentle, and her face was apologetic. "Sister Chuxia, go and do your work. Zhang Sunsen and I will take good care of ourselves." After hearing what Lin Xian said, Xin Chuxiao nodded and left. Zhang Sunsen moved towards Lin Xian again and asked in a low voice, "Brother Xian, are you hiding a lot of things from me? Why do I feel like I can't see through you anymore?" Zhang Sunsen looked suspicious. Something is wrong with Lin Xian, definitely something. Recently, there are often people in luxurious clothes coming to see Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian is not interested in this, the fact is that those people come. And this time, Lin Xian actually appeared at a business banquet hosted by Xin Group, which was even more incredible. You have to know that those who can come here are either rich or noble. Even if ordinary nouveau riche try their best, they may not be able to get what they want. And it seems that Lin Xin has a special relationship with the eldest daughter of the Shun family. What exactly is going on? Don't think about it. Xin Chuxiao is my good friend. What about them? I remember them. Zhang Xin's son looked at Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan not far away. Lin Xin just took a glance and then looked away. I am Lin Zhongdao's son, but not anymore. I have severed ties with them. I've been away from them for more than 10 years. Even if I were found, I wouldn't be able to integrate into that family. Let's not talk about the past. I'm still the Lin Xin you knew before. Zhang Sun's son was already dumbfounded by Lin Xian's few words. It turned out that the person standing next to him was the person involved in a major incident 2 years ago. I'll go. You're the real young master of that family? I didn't expect it to be you. That incident caused quite a stir back then. Everyone knows that the real young master has been found and is being worshipped. Lin Xin smiled bitterly. Offer it up? I'm afraid the person the Lin family really worships is that fake young master. The life I live in the Lin family is even worse than that of a servant. If the Lin family really worships someone, I will be the one who kneels down and burns incense. All we heard was that the Lin family found their lost child. What kind of life the child leads is all up to everyone's guess. I was very persistent in my previous life, and fortunately God gave me a new life. How could I still be so confused? Until now, Lin Xin believed that leaving the Lin family was the right decision. Seeing that there was still doubt in Zhang Sen's eyes, Lin Xin briefly described the situation at the Lin family at that time. Zhang Sen's son was so angry that he clenched his hands into fists. Are these people out of their minds? You don't care about your own son, but you care about a stranger who has no blood relationship with you. What a fool! If you walk well, you shouldn't give them face. Lin Xin smiled, a relieved expression on his face. You're as angry as a toad. I've already let it go. There's no need for you to be angry. Hurry up and listen to what Sister Chuxia is saying. At this time, Xin Chuxia had already walked onto the stage. Under the gorgeous lights, Xin Chuxia was like a princess in a fairy tale. When the gentle voice sounded, everyone present couldn't take their eyes off it. The same goes for Zhang Sun's son. However, Zhang Sun's son still leaned over and told Lin Xian a shocking news. Dude, let me tell you, guess who else is here in our class today? Who? Don't be surprised if I tell you that it's your desk mate. Our Suqiao University campus beauty, Su Yuexiao. Zhang Sun raised his eyebrows and looked in a certain direction. Lin Xian followed Zhang Sen's gaze and saw Su Yuexiao. Su Yuexiao had long hair draped over her shoulders and was wearing a light purple dress. She was in an inconspicuous place at the moment. Because of her thin body, Su Yuexiao looked even taller after putting on the dress, like a little purple flower. Be surprised. Unexpected. You've never seen our school beauty dressed like this, have you? Lin Xian was stunned, and Zhang Sun's son had a wicked smile on his face. Su Yuexiao exudes a kind of fragile beauty that makes people want to protect her. Lin Xian admitted that he had never seen Su Yuexiao like this. In his previous life, Lin Xian rarely attended such occasions. Whenever there is a banquet, whether it is hosted by the Lin family or invited by other families, Lin Xian rarely shows up. In Lin Zhongdao's words, Lin Xian had been living in an ordinary family before and did not know the etiquette and precautions of the upper class. In order to avoid being laughed at by others, the Lin family almost kept Lin Xian hidden after taking him back. Therefore, Lin Xian rarely knew any rich young men and women of similar age. Why is she there alone? Seeing Su Yuexiao alone, Lin Xian couldn't help but ask, You don't want to join in the fun. You know our school beauty is aloof and cold. Normally, it's rare to be able to look up and see someone. A banquet with so many people would definitely be too noisy. Zhang Sen's words made Lin Xian even more confused. Since you don't like crowds and this kind of occasion, why do you come here? Could it be that someone forced her to come here? Zhang Sen's son next to him was still chattering. No wonder Su Yuexiao has such a personality. Children who have been without a mother since childhood are indeed pitiful. No matter how big the Su family company is, it will always be lacking for Su Yuexiao. I just can't understand why Mr. Su didn't find a stepmother for Su Yue Xiao. Lin Xin was shocked. I didn't know what Zhang Sun's son was talking about. However, Lin Xin still frowned when listening to Zhang Sun's gossip. Where did you get this gossip from? Is there any need to ask? Everyone knows it. Lin Xin stopped talking. Zhang Sun raised his eyebrows again and looked elsewhere. Look, the one wearing white is Zhou Hongbei, the general manager of Hengtian Group and the young master of a second-rate family. He has an arrogant and domineering personality, and he has no other abilities except liking beautiful women. His reputation in this circle is terrible, but because of his family background, no one says anything. Lin Xin just glanced at Zhou Hongbei indifferently and made up his mind. This young master of the Zhou family probably does a lot of nonsense on a daily basis. He looked listless and his eyes were vulgar. Although he is wearing all the famous brands, he looks dull no matter how you look at him. Isn't this typical of some sports being excessive? In the past, Lin Xin would not have made such an accurate judgment. But after so many years in the spiritual space, Lin Xin had already thoroughly learned the essence of those ancient books. How could you not understand this basic judgment? At this time, Zhang Sun's son nudged Lin Xin with his elbow. You said the school beauty is alone. Why don't we go over and say hello? Lin Xin looked at Zhou Hongbei again, then nodded in agreement. Not far away. Chun Jinyan's gaze always stayed on Lin Xin. Thinking of what Lin Xin had just said, Chun Jinyan became restless. Before transferring to another school, all of his past was kept strictly secret. How did Lin Xin know about the false age and the affair with Huang Mao? If Lin Xin made these things public, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? What would Qin Yulan think of herself? Do I have to continue transferring schools? Chun Jinyan's mind was in a mess, and she stood there for a long time without recovering from the shock. Brother Lin Hao, that Lin Xin has become so scary now. Chun Jinyan's voice trembled, and she couldn't help but move closer to Lin Hao again. Humph! Lin Hao sneered and looked at Chun Jinyan with dissatisfaction. It was agreed before they came that Chun Jinyan would be responsible for provoking Lin Xin, while he would be the good guy. Unexpectedly, Chun Jinyan messed things up right from the start. Not only that, they were also speechless after being rebuked by Lin Xin. Without the Lin family, you are nothing. Even if you are jumping around happily now, you are still a grasshopper in autumn. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're with the Xin family. Do you think the eldest daughter of the Shun family is yours? Lin Hao snorted again, his eyes full of disdain. If Lin Xin really wanted to take advantage of Xin Shuxia, he would be making a huge mistake. Who doesn't know that Zhou Xiao has been pursuing Xin Shuxia? If Lin Xin angers the young master of the Zhou family, he will definitely be in trouble. Lin Hao suddenly looked forward to this good show happening. The process of the business banquet was the same as usual. First, the core figure of the organizer gave a speech, followed by free activities for the major families. Shen Qingsong, the head of the Shen family, just said a few simple words, and everyone saw Xin Shuxia, the only daughter of the Shen family. For a moment, all the guests were talking about was the future heir of the Shun family. A few minutes later, Xin Shuxia handed the microphone to the host and slowly walked off the stage. The atmosphere in the hall also became lively. Hello, Su Yue Xiao. Facing his desk mate, Lin Xin took the initiative to say hello. Zhang Sun's son behind him had a sly smile on his face. We can still meet here after school. Is this fate? Su Yue Xiao was stunned, her eyes flickering. Lin Xin's appearance was eye-catching. He had never been seen dressed like this before. This is so handsome, absolutely impeccable. After a brief moment of daze, Su Yue Xiao greeted them somewhat embarrassedly. Hello. Are you here to attend the party too? Although the greeting was a little unnatural, we finally spoke to each other. Yeah, actually I don't want to come to this kind of occasion either. It doesn't seem to have much to do with us, but I have to come. Zhang Sun's son is telling the truth. He really couldn't understand how a restaurant chain could have anything to say to those business giants and technology and communications tycoons. But I couldn't disobey my father's orders, so I had to come and sign in obediently. After complaining for a while, Zhang Sun's son curled his lips. You're like me, right? You have no choice. This sentence reminded Lin Xin. When Shen Chuxia asked me to come over, she asked me to help her keep away some boring people. Lin Xin couldn't help but turn around and look at Shen Chuxia not far away. As if it was destined, when Lin Xin looked at Shen Chuxia happened to look over here. As their eyes met, suddenly, the lights dimmed. Just now the entire big screen was as bright as day, but now there is no light at all. The crowd was in a panic. What's going on? Is there a power outage? Impossible. This kind of thing has never happened at the Xin family's banquets. Is someone deliberately making trouble? What about emergency measures? The relevant personnel don't have emergency measures, right? People were talking about it, and some had already turned on their cell phones to light up. At this time, the host's voice came. Dear guests, please be patient. We will enter an important stage next. The spotlight came on, and a figure appeared in the center of the stage. Zhou Hongbei. Qin Yulan also realized the seriousness of the matter, and her face was filled with fear. Honey, is it really that serious? Let's not talk about what the Zhou family will face. Will they target us? The Zhou family's business is everywhere, and we've only just started. Compared with the Zhou family's century-old foundation, the Lin family's current business is simply child's play. Qin Yulan finished her words and swallowed hard. Lin Zhongdao turned his head suddenly. Do I need to tell you how serious it is? He's your good son. You shouldn't have brought him back in the first place. Lin Zhongdao did not say the rest. We can't just let him die outside in front of so many people. The people around were talking about what had just happened with great relish, but Lin Zhongdao had a dead look on his face. Meeting such an unlucky son. It is really hard to be happy even if you want to. Not far away, Lin Xin has come to Zhang Sun-sen's side. Before he could even stand firmly, Zhang Sun's son gave a thumbs up. Okay, buddy, be a hero and save the damsel in distress. I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to leave just now. It must be because of Miss Shun. Sure, that's called standing up for beauty. While speaking, Zhang Sun also made a gesture of moving forward courageously. Stop talking nonsense here. I had no choice just now. I couldn't let him take the ring to Sister Chuxia. If it really develops to that point, Shen Chuxia will be the one who will be embarrassed. If that were the case, he would rather be embarrassed than let a girl like Shen Chuxia feel helpless. After briefly expressing his thoughts, Zhang Sun-sen's face was full of admiration again. At this time, Lin Rusheng arrived suddenly. Lin Xin, can you say a few words? Wearing a black long skirt, and with her hair simply tied up, although Lin Rusheng was wearing a formal dress at the moment, she still exuded an extremely capable temperament. Because she has a business acumen that is beyond ordinary people, Lin Rusheng always keeps herself calm. It was because of what she saw just now that Lin Rusheng decided to have a talk with Lin Xin. There's no better time than now. Shen Chuxia was not around, and there were only a few young people around Lin Xin. We have nothing to say. Lin Xin refused directly. Lin Rusheng was stunned for a moment, then spoke again. It won't take long, just a few words. The Lin Group is considered a rising star in Kyoto, and Lin Rusheng is considered a leader among her peers. Seeing Lin Rusheng standing around Lin Xin, many people showed curiosity on their faces. In order to avoid being criticized by others, Lin Xin had to agree. Not far ahead was the staircase to the first floor. After a few steps, the two people stopped at the same time. Tell me what you have to say. Lin Xin had a blank expression on his face and seemed uninterested in Lin Rusheng's invitation. Lin Rusheng also went straight to the point and got to the point as soon as she opened her mouth. Lin Xin, do you know who you just offended? That was Zhou Hongbei. Looking across the entire capital, almost everyone knows the Zhou family. What exactly is the problem between you and Zhou Hongbei? Why are you embarrassing him so much? You're not a child anymore. You should know how to weigh the pros and cons. Before Lin Rusheng could finish her last sentence, Lin Xin interrupted her. Are you done yet? What does my relationship with the Zhou family have to do with you? You came here to question us because you are worried that the Zhou family will attack the Lin family, right? I have nothing to do with the Lin family anymore. You can show them the severance agreement that I wrote. Lin Xin responded directly. Lin Rusheng felt sad. I did speak more directly, But the purpose of coming here was to tell Lin Xian to be careful. Not only did Lin Xian not appreciate it, but he also said such hurtful words. Looking at Lin Xian again, his face was cold as ice and full of resistance. Lin Xian, well, thank you. I will handle my own affairs. You don't need to worry about them. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying this, Lin Xian turned around. Lin Rusheng was stunned again. Sister, is this still the Lin Xian we know? How could he be like this? Do you think he did that just now on purpose? Is it just to make the Zhou family go against the Lin family? Lin Xingyu walked up to Lin Rusheng, stared at Lin Xian's back, and guessed. Lin Rusheng shook her head. Impossible. How is it impossible? Didn't the Zhou family and the Lin family have a feud with each other just now? Despite Lin Xingyu's analysis, Lin Rusheng still believed in her intuition. Lin Xian is not as bad as we think. If he really had so many bad intentions, why would he write a song for you? Lin Xingyu opened her mouth and then said nothing. Just based on the incident of his famous song, it can be really seen that Lin Xian is a broad-minded person. After becoming famous, he always praised Lin Hao. He also bought Lin Hao a lot of expensive gifts. When the family sat together, Lin Xingyu often mentioned that Lin Hao wrote songs for her. At that time, Lin Xian could have stood up and explained everything, but he didn't do that. If I say that after leaving the Lin family, I suddenly want to harm everyone in the Lin family, that doesn't make sense. By the way, big sister, how is that matter going? Is there any progress? Lin Rusheng was stunned for a moment, but soon understood what was going on. I have asked someone to collect the hair of Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao, and a private detective has also looked for them, but there has been no reply yet. It will probably be in the next 2 days. They are very efficient. That's good. After that, both of them stopped talking and had thoughtful expressions on their faces. For the rest of the time, Lin Xian did not stay with Shin Chuxiao all the time. This business dinner was hosted by the Shin family, so Shin Chuxiao was naturally busy. However, before leaving, Shin Chuxiao had already promised Lin Xian that she would treat Lin Xian to a big meal as soon as she had time. Lin Xian agreed immediately. Zhang Sunsin, next to him, was drooling with envy. The expression on Su Yuexiao's face was no longer as tense as before. The two people in front of him were classmates, and Lin Xian was his desk mate. Think about it from another perspective. How is this different from being in school? I think that guy just now must have a purpose. Otherwise, who would take such a big risk to go against Zhou Hengbei? Yes, he probably has his eyes on the Shun family's money. The Shun family is big and powerful. If he can marry Shin Chuxia, then the entire Shin family will belong to him. The young man has thought it through. It's a pity that I already have a wife. Otherwise, I would try to pursue Shin Chuxia. Not far away, several people were whispering. Although their voices were not loud, they were clearly heard by Lin Xian and others. Zhang Sun's son frowned, turned around, and was about to rush over to argue with them. Lin Xian looked unconcerned. What's a few idle words? I had suffered much more injustice in the Lin family. Lin Xian, don't listen to them. We all believe that you are not that kind of person. Su Yuexiao spoke cautiously to comfort her. That's right. Just let them fart. Zhang Sunsin also agreed. Don't worry, they can't affect me. Seeing that Lin Xian was not nervous, Zhang Sunsin and Su Yuexiao breathed a sigh of relief. During the remaining time, the three of them were trying to find common topics to talk about. Until the end of the banquet, no one from the Lin family came to cause trouble again. I heard that during this business banquet, the Shin family negotiated several big deals, and Lin Xian was also shocked. When people left and saw the Shin family's driver personally send Lin Xian away, discussions arose again. Lin Zhongdao looked frustrated and rolled his eyes several times at the luxury car driving away. Lin Rusheng was walking in front and was about to get on the car when her cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, I'm Lin Rusheng. Ms. Lin, the thing you asked us to do has come to an end. Can we meet when we have time? Lin Rusheng was shocked and quickly replied, Okay, I have time now. Okay, then we'll meet at the old place. Lin Rusheng agreed and hung up the phone. Apart from Lin Zhongdao, Lin Rusheng was the busiest person in the family, so Qin Yulan and others did not suspect anything about the phone call just now. Mom and Dad, I'm not going back right now. I have something to take care of. You guys go first. Qin Yulan looked at the time and couldn't help but give instructions. It's getting late now, so let's go early and come back early. Okay, Mom, I got it. Bye. Lin Rusheng waved her hand and asked the driver to turn around. Cyclamen Cafe. In an inconspicuous corner, Lin Rusheng sat opposite a middle-aged man. Although it was already night, the middle-aged man was still wearing sunglasses and looked mysterious. Lin Rusheng placed a card on the coffee table. Here is the remaining amount. Keep it for yourself. The man nodded and took out a stack of information from his windbreaker. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly. Lin Rusheng was not interested in the information in front of her. The only thing I care about is the certificate of appraisal. A moment ago, Lin Rusheng was eager to know the result. But now, Lin Rusheng was actually a little timid. The words forensic appraisal opinion on the cover of the document seemed particularly eye-catching. Taking a deep breath, Lin Rusheng adjusted her mood. In front of the middle-aged man, Lin Rusheng also blinked. The results of the appraisal are written very clearly. Gene similarity column. Similarity level, 99.99%. Real hammer. The results are finally out. Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao are really biological father and son. Although she had been mentally prepared, Lin Rusheng still felt like she couldn't breathe when she saw the result. At this moment, the blood in Lin Rusheng's body seemed to solidify. Ms. Lin, are you okay? The middle-aged man frowned and asked worriedly. After Lin Rusheng reacted, the first thing she said was, "Is there any possibility that your report is wrong?" The other party shook his head, looking confident. Ms. Lin, the report will definitely not be wrong. This is the most authoritative result. Miss Lin, do you think there is any problem? Nonsense. Big problem. The little brother they had always held in their hands turned out to be their father's biological son. Isn't this a problem? I thought Lin Hao was adopted home, and the whole family loved him very much. But what is the truth? That's their younger brother. He just has the same father, but different mother. When Lin Xin was found, everyone said that he was after the other person's property. What about the facts? Lin Zhongdao had already made plans with that wild woman from the beginning. They are the ones who truly covet the Lin family's property. Everything Lin Zhongdao did was to pave the way for Lin Hao. But the mother and the three sisters were kept in the dark for more than 10 years and have always been working for others. It is ridiculous. I guess even TV dramas wouldn't dare to shoot like this. Lin Rusheng tried to calm herself down, took a deep breath and said, "It's okay. I've been working overtime these past 2 days and I feel a little tired. By the way, what about that other matter? Is there any result?" Seeing Lin Rusheng's expression return to normal, the middle-aged man took out another photo. Ms. Lin, our investigation results show that Mr. Lin does have a lover outside. The woman in the photo is Mr. Lin's regular lover. Mr. Lin meets with this woman every other day. Here is her detailed address. Lin Rusheng took a photo and looked at it carefully. The woman in the photo is not young, but she is still pretty and has a nice figure. After changing to another close-up photo, Lin Rusheng frowned again. The woman's eyebrows and eyes are actually somewhat similar to Lin Hao, especially the side profile. The nose bridge and nose wings are exactly the same. It seems so. The rest of the matter no longer needs to be investigated. This woman should be Lin Hao's biological mother, the mistress that Lin Zhongdao has been hiding. Ms. Lin, the two of them usually meet at noon. That's it. This is the secret that allowed the extramarital affair to go on without being discovered for such a long time. Lin Zhongdao goes to work on time every day, returns home on time, and behaves well. As for where I went at noon, no one knows. In Qin Yulan's eyes, Lin Zhongdao is a completely good husband, which can be proved by time. It just so happens that the path in the forest takes advantage of the loophole of time. Let's talk about Lin Xin. In the entire family, the one who treated Lin Xin the most harshly was Lin Zhongdao. Everyone thought that Lin Zhongdao was disappointed with his son, but the truth was that Lin Zhongdao liked his biological son Lin Hao more. Lin Rusheng let out a long sigh. "It's done, you know what to do." The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly. "Don't worry, Miss Lin. We have absolute professional ethics, and we'll definitely keep it confidential. From now on, Miss Lin and I have never met each other." Lin Rusheng raised her head, a fierce look in her eyes. "You'd better keep your word." I know, this has never happened." Lin Rusheng had a frosty face and finally nodded. The middle-aged man straightened his clothes and was about to get up and leave. As soon as he turned around, he began to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "I have long heard that the eldest daughter of the Lin family is capable and decisive and has extraordinary means. Today, I finally got to see how courageous she is." After a while, Lin Rusheng also left the cafe. As soon as she got in the car, Lin Rusheng leaned back in her seat, frowning slightly. There was none of the fierce momentum from before. Now how to do? The appraisal report has come out, and the facts are irrefutable. The younger brother, whom they have held in high esteem for more than 10 years, is their father's illegitimate son. This paternity report in front of us is enough to make the entire Lin family uneasy. Lin Rusheng was exhausted physically and mentally, and finally found Lin Xingyu's phone number. "Xiyu, there's news over there." Lin Xingyu was removing her makeup. When she heard Lin Rusheng's words, her hands trembled violently, and she quickly stood up and closed the door. "Sister, what's the result?" "Lin Xian is right. Lin Hao is really my father's child." Boom! The news was like thunder, and Lin Xingyu was completely stunned. "Big sister, is this a mistake? Do you want to change the place?" "No need to change. The news is absolutely true." The only hope was also denied, and Lin Xingyu felt dizzy. "I'm going to ask my dad right now and ask him to explain what's going on. Contact the media. I want to expose the true face of this scumbag. No, I want to tell Mom that he met a scumbag." "Sister, we have to find Lin Xian now. He is our biological brother." Lin Xingyu paced back and forth in the room, her low voice filled with anxiety. "Just as I came to my senses, a lot of thoughts popped up in my mind. Xiaoyu, please don't be impulsive. Mom can't bear this blow. I'll go back later and let the three of us sisters discuss what to do." Lin Rusheng's tone was stern, like an order. Lin Xingyu finally calmed down, but she couldn't stop crying. How could such a good family become like this? Is this all just an illusion? Lin Xian predicted all the bad things. Half an hour later, Lin Rusheng and Lin Xingyu went to Lin Jilan's room. "Big sister, what's the matter so late at night? Why are you so mysterious?" The two sisters in front of him looked serious, and Lin Jilan had a bad feeling in his heart. The atmosphere in the room became uneasy. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly and simply took out the appraisal report. "Sister, have you gone for another appraisal? Didn't Lin Xian and Dad do it several times before? This belongs to Dad and Lin Hao." Lin Rusheng didn't say anything, and Lin Xingyu became uneasy again. Next, Lin Jilan's expression was similar to Lin Xingyu's. First he was shocked, then he looked confused. How could Dad do this? This is too much. They are working together to deceive us. Lin Jilan stood up suddenly and walked out with the appraisal report. "Xiaolan, where are you going? I want him to tell me what's going on." Lin Rusheng reached out to stop Lin Jilan. "It's no use. Do you think his conscience will hurt? If that was the case, he wouldn't have cheated on his wife more than a decade ago and had a son with someone else. So everything was planned by him, and we were all deceived by them, abandoning his own son in exchange for the future of his illegitimate son. This is what Lin Zhongdao did." Lin Jilan's eyes were red, and his body was shaking slightly. "I hate them, sister, I hate them." Thinking of the faces of Lin Hao and Lin Zhongdao again, Lin Jilan's blood boiled. A bunch of liars. They're all liars. In his eyes, no one is as good as his illegitimate child. The three of us sisters and our mother are just tools for him to use. Why is there such a father? Why didn't I find any clues before? I treated Lin Hao like my own brother, but how did I treat Lin Xian? Lin Xingyu was filled with remorse and clenched her hands into fists. When Lin Xian was mentioned, Lin Xingyu's original thoughts popped up in her mind again. Sister, Lin Xian must know something else. We have to get him back. The moment she saw the paternity report, Lin Xingyu treated Lin Xian as a relative. Right now, they're the ones on the united front. They have the same father and the same mother, they are truly the same parents. Lin Hao is just an illegitimate child. He is not worthy of calling them sister. Right now, it doesn't matter how Lin Xin knows so much. The most important thing is to find the person back. Lin Xuan looked embarrassed. Second sister, how could Lin Xin come back now that he hates us so much? If Lin Xin wasn't extremely disappointed, why would he have signed the agreement to sever ties? Moreover, the last time she saw Lin Xin, Lin Xuan still remembered the situation. The indifference and resistance in Lin Xian's eyes made it impossible for anyone to get close to him. In Lin Xian's eyes, the Lin family are not relatives but enemies. Don't worry about this. I know what to do. After saying this, Lin Xinyu turned and left. Second sister, where are you going? You haven't finished talking yet. How can we discuss the rest of the matter? Lin Xuan frowned, his face full of complaints. Such a big thing needs to be discussed carefully after sitting down. Lin Xinyu just left without being calm at all. Xiaolan, don't shout yet, or Mom and Dad will hear it. Lin Rusheng pulled Lin Jilan in and closed the door. The two sat down face to face, and Lin Rusheng talked about the next plan. It's definitely not a good idea to tell my mother the truth all at once. She won't be able to accept it. I will test Mom for the next 2 days, and then I will tell you about Lin Hao. You must not reveal any clues. Lin Jilan nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, big sister. In fact, now I just need to find a suitable time to tell my mother the truth. There is so much evidence out there that there is no need to verify anything. But when will it be? Neither sister spoke. Both were thinking about the best time. After finishing the exercises on the table, Lin Xin just stood up when his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar phone number, Lin Xin instinctively wanted to reject the call. If a strange number calls you late at night, it's either a wrong number or a scammer. Lin Xin ignored him, turned his phone to silent mode, and went to wash up. When I came back after washing up, there were already 6 missed calls shown on the screen. Ha! This liar is really persistent. Just then, the phone rang again. Lin Xin pressed the answer button, but the voice that came from the other end of the phone was Lin Xingyu's. Lin Xin, see you at the school gate at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have something to talk to you about. Lin Xin sneered. Could it be that Lin Xingyu is dreaming? If she wants to see me, she can see me, and she is so arrogant. Is it me or him? Do not bother me. Lin Xian's answer was even colder. There was an obvious hesitation on the other end of the line, and then the voice softened. Lin Xian, I really have something to talk to you about. My family is in a mess right now. Lin Xingyu's voice revealed anxiety. Is what I said confirmed? Yes, the appraisal report is out. They are really biological father and son. Lin Xian, our family... Stop, I don't know you well. That's your Lin family's business. It has nothing to do with me. Also, I am me, and you are you. Don't talk about us. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and the scenes from the past flashed through his mind again. It can be said that among the 3 sisters, I am the best to Lin Xingyu. Since Lin Xingyu was always singing, he was worried that her throat would be tired, so he often made throat-soothing tea for her early in the morning. Worried that things outside were not clean, Lin Xian would pick honeysuckle every morning for a while. In order to gain Lin Xingyu's approval, Lin Xian even served tea and water. Seeing Lin Xian like this, Lin Xingyu became even more aggressive. Lin Xian is often called upon to come and dismissed at will. No matter how much they do, their hearts are only with Lin Hao. Just one sentence from Lin Hao can make them isolate themselves. Even though they knew it was a false accusation, no one came out to say a word to defend themselves. Now that the Lin family is in trouble, they are thinking of their own brother. It's really ridiculous. Lin Xian was silent. Lin Xingyu's voice came again. Lin Xian, we did something wrong before. But listen carefully. If I can't see you, I will guard your school gate every day. If you're not afraid of a bad influence, then don't see me. As she said this, Lin Xingyu's heart was pounding. Although I'm the most impulsive among the 3 sisters, I have never done anything like what I just mentioned. However, the current situation is special, and I have no choice but to take the risk. Okay then, 7 o'clock at the school gate. I'll only give you 10 minutes. There was impatience in Lin Xian's voice. and he hung up the phone. It was not because he wanted to see Lin Xingyu, nor was he moved by Lin Xingyu's words. The reason why Lin Xin agreed to meet was because he didn't want Lin Xingyu to pester him like this. During the time he lived in the Lin family, Lin Xin also knew Lin Xingyu's temperament. If she really sets her sights on me, my future life will be uneasy. 10 minutes is enough to make your point clear. The next morning, Lin Xingyu arrived at the school gate at 6:30 waiting for Lin Xian. Even though Lin Xian agreed to meet her, Lin Xingyu was still afraid of missing him. Finally, when her eyes were sore, Lin Xingyu saw Lin Xian. Like other high school students, Lin Xian carried a large school bag and wore a high school uniform. But if you look closely, Lin Xian is a little different. The school bag is a bit old and has become bleached from washing. Lin Xingyu frowned slightly. Before this, Lin Xian was the young master of the Lin family, so he couldn't be so shabby. Even if he left the Lin family, his life would not be worse than that of ordinary people. While Lin Xingyu was stunned, Lin Xian had already arrived. Drive your car to the front and don't block the school gate. After opening the door and getting in the car, Lin Xian's first words were to ask Lin Xingyu to drive away. Okay, I'll listen to you today. It was rare that Lin Xingyu did not retort, and she actually did what Lin Xian said. A few minutes later, Lin Xingyu parked the car in a remote corner. If you have something to say, please speak quickly. I have to go back to class in a hurry. Seeing Lin Xian's attitude, Lin Xingyu looked dissatisfied. Lin Xian, your home is in such a mess, and you still have the mood to go to class? You have to think of a solution. It has now been confirmed that Lin Hao is an illegitimate child. Everything is a conspiracy. Lin Hao came to the Lin family just for the Lin family's money. We absolutely cannot let that mistress's son get away with it. Lin Xingyu became more and more excited as she spoke. Lin Xian remained indifferent. What does any of this have to do with me? You were the ones who said I coveted the Lin family's property and were on guard against me all the time. Now that I'm gone, why are you still looking for me? As for Lin Hao, whether he is the son of a mistress or not is none of my business. Seeing Lin Xian being so indifferent, Lin Xingyu gritted her teeth. Lin Xian, we have the same blood. We cannot let outsiders succeed, no matter what. Do you consider me as your own? Lin Xian's words left Lin Xingyu speechless. There are still 6 minutes left. Speak quickly if you have anything to say. Lin Xian, you're really calculating the time with me. You weren't like this before. Lin Xingyu wanted to say something, but Lin Xian raised his arm, revealing the watch on his wrist. It was an ordinary electronic watch, nothing more ordinary than that. When Lin Xingyu saw this, her heart ached again. As a sister, I am such a failure. Lin Xian was carrying a washed-out backpack and had an ordinary electronic watch on his wrist. This was all due to the negligence of their sisters. From the time they entered the Lin family to the time they left, the sisters never asked Lin Xian what he needed. On the contrary, the three sisters cared about Lin Hao in every possible way. Wearing branded clothes and famous watches, he has to be accompanied by a driver even if the journey is only 100 meters. But Lin Xian, thinking that she didn't have much time, Lin Xingyu quickly put away her self-blame. I want to ask, what should we do next? What do you think? Lin Xian burst out laughing. Why should I bother thinking about things that have nothing to do with me? You can do whatever you want. Excuse me. I originally thought that Lin Xingyu wanted to talk to me about something important, but I didn't expect that she was asking for my opinion. Are these people out of their minds? When I was eager to maintain family ties with them, they were on guard against me and isolated me. Now I am too lazy to contact them, but they want to hear my opinions. It's ridiculous. Lin Xian wanted to get off the car, but Lin Xingyu spoke first. Lin Xian, wait a minute. There are some things you must understand. You are the only son of the Lin family. No matter what, we can't let that mistress and the illegitimate child get away with it. Mom has some shares in the Lin family, and they will all be yours when the time comes. Also, even if it really comes to the point of a falling out, we will still help you gain more benefits. Lin Xingyu said this while observing Lin Xian's expression. From beginning to end, Lin Xian always had a cold expression on his face. After Lin Xingyu finished speaking, Lin Xian said, I don't care about your Lin family's money. What do you mean? Is it because the Shun family is more attractive? Lin Xian, do you really have a purpose for approaching Shinchuxia? In a hurry, Lin Xingyu blurted out the doubts in her heart. At the banquet, many people said that Lin Xian and Shinchuxia were together for other purposes. After all, the Shin family only has one precious daughter, Shinchuxia. Once he marries Shinchuxia, even a pheasant will turn into a phoenix, which is definitely a great turnaround. At the beginning, Lin Xingyu just couldn't understand it. Now hearing Lin Xian's refusal of the Lin family's property, Lin Xingyu instinctively said it out loud. Lin Xian turned around, his eyes full of coldness. Lin Xingyu, there's no need to explain to you the relationship between Shinchuxia and me. You are dirty inside, so you think others are just as dirty. How pitiful. This time, Lin Xian got off the car and left without looking back. Lin Xingyu stood there in a daze, confused. What is the problem? How could it become like this? I finally got Lin Xian out, but why did the talks fall apart? At the beginning, I vowed to Lin Xuan and Lin Zilan that I would handle this matter well, but now I feel slapped in the face. Lin Xingyu sighed, looking helpless. If I were too impulsive, I would have angered Lin Xian and left. But everything I said was true. Their situation is a mess right now. If Lin Xian doesn't go back, they seem to have lost their backbone. When this thought flashed through her mind, Lin Xingyu was also shocked. When did Lin Xian become so important? Could it really be that moment when he realized that blood is thicker than water? There was a rapid ringing of the phone. Lin Xingyu hurriedly picked up the phone. What's wrong, sis? Xiaoyu, where are you? Come back quickly, Mom has fainted. Lin Xingyu's heart tightened. Did her mother know about the illegitimate child so quickly? On the leather sofa, Qin Yulan looked pale. As soon as I opened my eyes, my gaze began to look around. The family doctor, Zhou Ma, Lin Xuan, Lin Zilan, and several servants gathered in a circle. Mom, how are you feeling? Lin Xuan had a worried look on her face, and her voice was filled with nervousness. I'm fine. I just stood up too quickly. Where's Xiao Hao? Has he gone to school now? Qin Yulan opened her mouth, but didn't say the rest. Lin Xingyu didn't eat and left early, which he knew. Right now, the only one missing is Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face flashed through her mind, and Qin Yulan sighed again. Mom, did you forget that Lin Hao felt a little uncomfortable today? He just took medicine and went back to his room. Qin Yulan then remembered that Lin Hao did not go to school today. Look at my memory. It's getting worse and worse. I'm really getting old. After hearing this, Lin Zilan's nose felt sore, and she choked up and said, Mom, don't say such things. You are not old at all. Mom can't afford to make any mistakes right now. An unknown storm is about to come. If something happens to my mother at this time, won't this family fall apart? The more Lin Zilan thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he held Qin Yulan's hand even tighter. Mom, what happened? Lin Xingyu couldn't wait to ask as soon as she entered the door. Keep your voice down and don't make a fuss. Mom just woke up. Lin Rusheng reminded Lin Xingyu. Lin Xingyu nodded quickly and hurried to Qin Yulan. Lin Xingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that Qin Yulan fainted due to hypoglycemia. In front of everyone, Lin Rusheng did not ask Lin Xingyu about the result of this trip. However, I can guess most of it from the expression on her face. He looked depressed, and it seemed that his meeting with Lin Xian just now was not good. The room had just quieted down when footsteps were heard at the stairs. Mom, my head hurts. Can you stay with me? Lin Hao went downstairs with a very sad face. Lin Xingyu was in an upset mood and turned around to roll her eyes at Lin Hao. Second sister, are you in a bad mood today? Lin Hao looked aggrieved and asked pitifully. Can't you see that Mom is feeling uncomfortable? You're such a grown-up. How come you only care about yourself? I've really spoiled you since you were little. You don't know how to feel sorry for others at all. Before Lin Hao even reached the first floor, Lin Xingyu started talking nonstop. Lin Hao was stunned and completely confused. Who made my second sister angry today? If it was me who made my second sister unhappy, I apologized to her. Lin Hao once again acted pitiful and aggrieved. Okay, no one has offended me. Don't you have a headache? Go back to your room and rest. Mom just had hypoglycemia and doesn't have time to take care of you now. There was a sense of boredom that she had never felt before in Lin Xingyu's words. The voice has never been so cold. Qin Yulan, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't bear to watch it and frowned and scolded. Xiaoyu, did you take some choking medicine today? Why are you scaring Xiaohao like that? Xiaohao is not feeling well and is suffering now. Lin Xingyu took a deep breath. Mom, you don't know. Xiaoyu, don't bring your work emotions home. Lin Rusheng interrupted Lin Xingyu in time. Lin Xingyu bit her lip and suddenly realized. Just now he was so busy scolding Lin Hao that he almost caused a big trouble. Seeing her mother still defending Lin Hao, Lin Xingyu's tears began to well up in her eyes. Second sister, don't be sad. The problem will always be solved. Lin Hao stayed beside Qin Yulan and spoke carefully. Mom, let me stay with you. I'm worried when I'm not with you. Good boy, Mom knows how filial you are, and it's not in vain that I raised you. Seeing the deep love between mother and son, Lin Rusheng and Lin Jilan looked at each other. Lin Jilan tried hard to control his emotions, fearing that he would accidentally pull Lin Hao away from Qin Yulan. Mom, you are so confused. You are raising an ungrateful wolf. Sooner or later, we will all be bitten by them. Thinking that Lin Hao was Lin Zhongdao's illegitimate son, Lin Jilan's nails dug into his palms. At this time, Lin Hao was also wondering what was going on with Lin Xingyu. Even if I had made mistakes in the past, Lin Xingyu would always be extremely tolerant. Why has Lin Xingyu always been against me in the past 2 days? From childhood to adulthood, when has Lin Xingyu ever been so indifferent to me? Is it because of Lin Xian? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You know, Lin Xingyu is the person who hates Lin Xian the most. Lin Hao quietly looked up at the person opposite him and felt that he was overthinking. Perhaps Lin Xingyu was in a bad mood because of the company's affairs. It has nothing to do with myself. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt relieved a little. The Lin family is in chaos. At this time, Lin Xian was enjoying the rare break between classes. Dude, the next class is physical education. We can finally have some fun. Zhang Sun stared at the schedule with a sly smile on his face. I heard that the physical education teacher asked us to run 800 meters. Lin Xian said lightly. What? Go ahead, kill me. How can my 180 plus kilograms of fat withstand his torture? Zhang Sun's eyes almost popped out of his head in fear. Lin Xian couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Zhang Sun's son suddenly realized. So you were lying to me? I was scared to death. Don't joke like that. It could cost someone's life. The class is about to start, and the students are leaving the classroom one after another. Seeing Su Yuexiao among them, Zhang Sun's son became confused again. What's going on? Is our school beauty going to have physical education class today as well? Why not go? If you don't go, wouldn't that mean you're skipping classes? Hearing Lin Xian ask this, Zhang Sun's son kept shaking his head. I told you that you were not enthusiastic towards your classmates, but you were still unwilling to admit it. When has our school beauty ever had a physical education class? With her physical condition, one physical education class could really kill her. Lin Xian raised his eyes. Zhang Sun continued to explain. Su Yuexiao has a congenital heart disease. Sometimes she faints just standing. How dare the teachers at school let her take physical education classes? Lin Xian was shocked. This was the first time he heard such news. Congenital heart disease, there should be a lot of things to pay attention to, right? Zhang Sun's son touched his head and spoke as he thought. You can't get emotional or do strenuous exercise. It seems to be something else. Yes, living young. I heard that many people with congenital heart disease don't live past the age of 20. Lin Xian fixed his gaze on Su Yuexiao's back, feeling a pang of regret. If it is really as Zhang Sun said, then wouldn't Su Yuexiao's life fire be extinguished at the most brilliant moment? Come on, let's go, let's get in line too. Lin Xian was still in a daze, and Zhang Sun's son had already grabbed his arm and walked out. Lin Xingyu was about to ask a question when a nurse holding a form in her hand spoke first. Patient's name? Su Yuexiao. Age? 17 years old. Right? The nurse director looked at Lin Xian and said, as a family member, don't you know the patient's age? I'm sorry, I'm not her family member. We are all her classmates. After hearing Lin Xian's correction, the young nurse started writing again. At this time, the doctor had already started to conduct basic examinations on Su Yuexiao. Lin Xingyu turned around, but suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. Su Yuexiao, isn't this the only daughter of the Su family? In the past few years, the Su group developed very rapidly, but I heard that since Mrs. Su died, Su Sihai has become much more decadent. Now when people mention the Su group, they talk more about Su Sihai's deep affection. However, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and the value of the Su group is not comparable to that of ordinary companies. Slowly turning her head, there was a hint of profoundness in Lin Qingyu's eyes. What's going on lately? It seems that all the girls who have a relationship with Lin Xian are either rich or noble. Could it be that after leaving the Lin family, Lin Xian really wanted to find another backer? She has a congenital heart disease, and it just happened. I've taken medicine, but I still have some symptoms. That's why I came to the hospital. Lin Xian told the doctor about Su Yuexiao's condition. On the hospital bed, Su Yuexiao nodded reluctantly. After a moment, the doctor hung the stethoscope around his neck. At present, the situation seems to be basically stable. Go and get hospitalized first and observe for a while. After explaining everything to Lin Xian, the doctor looked at the nurse. Xiao Wang, prepare the medicine according to my prescription and give me the infusion first. The young nurse nodded hurriedly and left with the doctor. Several other medical staff pushed Su Yuexiao into the ward. Fatty, wait here. I'll go through the hospitalization procedures. Zhang Xinxin's face showed an unprecedented seriousness. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Xian turned and walked towards the hall, and Lin Xingyu followed quickly. Lin Xian, wait a minute. What are you going to do again? Lin Xian's tone revealed impatience. What's going on between you and Miss Su? Also, what's your relationship with Shin Chuxia? When did you meet her? Lin Xingyu dumped out all the questions in her mind. Lin Xian sneered. Just give her a look that says you don't want to pay attention to her. What does it have to do with me and them? What does it have to do with you? Just say it. I'm your sister. You should give me the minimum respect. Lin Xian stopped. Oh, respect? What qualifications do you have to ask for my respect? Also, I'm reminding you for the last time, don't be so self-righteous. I have no relationship with the Lin family anymore, and you are not my sister. As for my relationship with them, you can think whatever you want, or you can just think that I am after their money. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Lin Xingyu's face felt hot. At the beginning, what the three sisters said most in front of Lin Xian was that Lin Xian came for the Lin family's property and had a purpose. Now Lin Xian was retorting with what they had said before, and naturally, she could not refute it. The key issue remains. The conclusion reached by the three sisters at the time had no basis at all. Lin Xian was now half a head taller than her, so if Lin Xingyu wanted to walk with him, she had to jog all the way. Lin Xian, why are you speaking so harshly? Mom is sick and came to the hospital for a checkup. I think you should go visit her. After all, Mommy missed you a lot after you left. After Lin Xingyu finished speaking, Lin Xian laughed out loud. Really? Ms. Qin is sick. I really didn't know that. But I think you found the wrong person. The person she wants to see most right now should be Lin Hao. How could it be my son with such bad character? After all, you've been regretting bringing me back for a long time. Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face, and his words were cold. I am not a heartless person, but what Qin Yulan did made me feel heartbroken. All along, Qin Yulan only had eyes for Lin Hao. Although Qin Yulan often said that she had finally found herself, what they talked about more was regret for finding themselves. They think they have bad character, live in a bad environment, and have a lot of bad habits. I even heard from Lin Hao that I was uneducated, thieves, and bullied my cousin. Qin Yulan often said that a bowl of water should be kept level. But is it really equal? That's just talk. In their previous life, after they died, they only considered the so-called overall situation, worried that Lin Hao would be affected in the upper-class circle. How can anyone love a mother like this? Hearing this, Lin Xingyu was stunned, and her voice trembled a little. Lin Xian, are you determined to sever ties with us? You are my biological son. How can you bear to do this? Not my business. After saying that, Lin Xin turned to look at Lin Xingyu. Don't follow me anymore. I need to go through the hospitalization procedures. Lin Xin strode away. Lin Xingyu panicked and hurriedly held onto the wall. Lin Xin, how can you be so cold-blooded? Before we knew the truth, we did misunderstand you. But now we know we were wrong, and we also know that the person who is leaving is Lin Hao. Why don't you give us a chance? With a wry smile on her face, Lin Xingyu slowly turned around. Mom doesn't know the truth yet. If she knew that Lin Hao is the son of Dad and his mistress, would her body be able to bear it? If Lin Xin still has this attitude, then they really have nothing to do. Thinking that she had been out for a while, Lin Xingyu quickly ran back to Qin Yulan's room. Lin Xingyu pushed open the door, and everyone looked towards the door. Xiaoyu, what did the doctor say? Lin Xuan looked anxious. It's okay, Mom just has low blood sugar. The symptoms just now are normal. Lin Xingyu was a little absent-minded. In my mind, Lin Xian's cold face is still there. Qin Yulan's expression became a little relieved. I told you I was fine, but you made me come to the hospital for nothing. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly. Mom, why do you say that? We are relieved that you are fine. You must increase your nutrition in the future. Lin Xingyu felt dissatisfied. Mom put all her thoughts on Lin Hao. Even if she needed to increase nutrition, it was probably to nourish Lin Hao's body. Like now, even though she was so weak, her mother still insisted on not letting Lin Hao take care of her. If this isn't favoritism, what is this? If I knew that Lin Hao was the son of the mistress. Lin Xingyu shook her head, looking confused. I am a person who cannot hide things, and Lin Hao's affairs are like a stone pressing on my heart. Maybe one day, I will really tell this matter out loud. Suddenly, Lin Xingyu looked at Lin Rusheng beside her. Sister, please come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. Although she often faces the media cameras, Lin Xingyu is someone who cannot hide things. Just like now, when she was speaking, Lin Xingyu's brows had been wrinkled into a lump. What's so serious that you have to go out and talk about it? There's no one else here. Can't you talk to your elder sister here? Qin Yulan also felt curious. Lin Xingyu shook her head and frantically found an excuse. Mom, I'll talk to my eldest sister about the mess in the company so you don't have to be upset. Well, go ahead. Qin Yulan slowly closed her eyes, and Lin Xuan raised his hand to tuck the corner of the quilt for Qin Yulan. Lin Xingyu and Lin Rusheng walked out. Sister, has Dad behaved abnormally recently? There were not many people in the corridor, so Lin Xingyu deliberately lowered her voice. Lin Rusheng frowned and thought. Recently, Dad has been behaving normally. There is no financial deficit, and R&D is also going as usual. Have you got any results from the R&D experiment? Lin Xingyu asked again. There has been some progress, but it is kept confidential until it is made public, and I don't know much information. By the way, you wanted to not care about the things in the company. Why do you want to ask this now? Lin Xingyu's abnormal behavior made Lin Rusheng feel a little panicked. But I never thought that Lin Xingyu had the same idea. Sister, I always have a bad feeling. Do you think Dad will confront Mom after the experiment is successful? At that point, we're passive. So, the most important thing right now is to tell Mom the truth and make preparations. Lin Rusheng was silent. I have thought about what Lin Xingyu said, but how can I say it out loud? Tell Mom directly that Lin Hao is the son born to Dad and that wild woman? Is all this a ruse? That's too cruel. Sister, if you think it's inappropriate for you to say it now, then we can at least let Mom be mentally prepared and test it out in advance. Lin Xingyu made another suggestion. I don't want to rub salt into my mother's wounds, but the key issue is that they don't have much time now. The group belongs to both Dad and Mom, but Dad has been in charge of the scientific research experiments over the past 2 years. Once the scientific research is successful, Dad will have absolute say. If they do nothing, they will be slaughtered. Lin Rusheng knew what Lin Xingyu was thinking, and after thinking for a while, she finally nodded. The two returned to the ward together, and Lin Xingyu sat directly at the head of Qin Yulan's bed. Mom, didn't the doctor tell you to rest well? Why are you still keeping your eyes open? Qin Yulan smiled and said, the college entrance examination is coming soon. Xiao said he wanted to go abroad. It's Lin Hao again, Mom. Lin Xin is your biological son. Lin Xin is also going to take the college entrance exam. Lin Hao and Lin Xin are the same age. Are you planning to let Lin Xin and Lin Hao study abroad together? Or are you only considering Lin Hao? Lin Qingyu's words were sharp, as if she was questioning. Qin Yulan was stunned and felt guilty. To be honest, the only person I was thinking about just now was Lin Hao. As for Lin Xin's college entrance examination, if Lin Qingyu hadn't mentioned it, I probably wouldn't have remembered it until after he took the exam. Alas, this is my negligence as a mother. How could I forget about Lin Xin's matter? Seeing that Qin Yulan was thinking along the lines of what she said, Lin Qingyu was delighted. Mom, ever since Xiao Hao was born, all your thoughts have been on him, and you pay very little attention to my dad. My dad is a successful entrepreneur now. Aren't you worried that he might get into trouble outside? Let me tell you, girls nowadays are very bold, and many girls like middle-aged men. When asking this question, Lin Qingyu's heart was in her throat. Not far away, Lin Rusheng was also staring at Qin Yulan motionlessly. Lin Jilan lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin Yulan. Is this a showdown? Why are the eldest and second sisters so impulsive? Mom is still sick. How can she bear such a blow? Lin Jilan was about to speak when Qin Yulan's voice suddenly came over. There is no cat in this world that doesn't steal fish. Men without money will have many ideas, let alone men with money. Your father is just flirting outside. He just has to do it for social occasions. In fact, he still has this family in his heart. So, as long as the gossip about him is not too outrageous, I can accept it. Qin Yulan tried her best to speak lightly, but her expression was already very ugly. The three sisters opposite were all stunned, especially Lin Qingyu. Her jaw almost dropped in shock. Mom, do you know what's going on with Dad outside? No. Qin Yulan sighed. Since some things are unavoidable, she should just accept them calmly. Home is always a man's safe haven. No matter whether he is tired or exhausted, as long as he can come back, as long as he can think of this home, it is enough. I don't ask for so much. Lin Qingyu jumped up suddenly, very excited. Mom, you are too generous, aren't you? What are you thinking? What era is this now? Do you really think of yourself as the mistress of an ancient house? After marrying a man, you expect him to have children, allow him to have other women, and willingly raise children for his mistress. Do you think that as long as you are the eldest mother, Lin Hao's biological mother will always be called the youngest mother? Lin Qingyu became angrier and angrier as she spoke and blurted out everything. At the same time, Lin Qingyu felt a little sympathy for Qin Yulan. What kind of feudal ideology is this? She raised the children of her husband and a wild woman for more than 10 years, and she was willing to do it. So you tell me again, what did you just say? Qin Yulan's face was pale, and her lips were trembling. Mom, you said you knew it. Lin Qingyu's voice was tearful, and she looked at Lin Rusheng blankly. It's over. I'm in trouble. Just now my mother said she knew, and I thought she knew about Lin Hao. But looking at the situation, she clearly didn't know. Lin Qingyu felt like crying, but had no tears, and she even wanted to slap herself. Lin Qingyu, you are such a jeer. Rusheng, tell me what's going on? Who is willing to raise a child for a mistress? Qin Yulan looked annoyed and clenched her hands into fists. Lin Rusheng didn't dare to speak. It would be more accurate to say that she was thinking about how to start the conversation rather than daring to do so. At this time, Qin Yulan could no longer wait, and her voice became hoarse. What on earth are you hiding from me? What's going on with Lin Hao? At this moment, Qin Yulan was like a mad beast, on the verge of collapse. Mom, don't get excited. I'll tell you what's going on. Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Qingyu and shook her head helplessly. I had originally planned to test my mother's attitude first, and then slowly tell her the whole story. From severe to mild, normal people can accept it. But Lin Qingyu spoke too quickly and blurted out the result right away, so he was left facing a mess. Seeing her mother staring at her intently, Lin Rusheng gritted her teeth and finally spoke with difficulty. Mom, Xiaoyu is right. Dad has someone else outside. Lin Hao is the child of Dad and that woman. As she spoke, Lin Rusheng tapped a few times on her phone and handed it to Qin Yulan. This is the paternity test report. This is a picture of Dad and that woman. The woman's address. As she flipped through the photos one by one, Qin Yulan felt as if all the blood in her body had been drained. Lin Zhongdao, you really have a wild woman outside. I can accept casual flirting, and I can also turn a blind eye to those gossips. But you actually had a child with another woman? And Qin Yulan's breathing was rapid, and it felt like a stone was pressing on her chest. For so many years, Qin Yulan has held Lin Hao in the palm of her hand, and was afraid that he would melt if she held him in her mouth. Treat her like the apple of your eye, but end up raising another child for the mistress. But his own son wants to sever ties with him. So sad, so sad. I am a joke. Qin Yulan lost control of her emotions. Her vision went dark, and she fell onto the bed. Mom, what's going on? Seeing this scene, the three sisters were panicked. Lin Xin, look at what you have done. Look how mad you have made me. Lin Xuan accused angrily. Why is it me? I didn't show the evidence to my mother. Besides, Mom clearly said she knew. How should I know this would be the case? Lin Xin looked aggrieved and held Qin Yulan's hand fearfully. It's all your fault for speaking too quickly and without thinking. I really didn't mean it. I thought Mom knew. Lin Rusheng was annoyed. Okay, stop arguing. See you. Go find a doctor. Lin Xin suddenly realized what was going on and was about to walk out. No, don't go. Qin Yulan woke up slowly, her voice weak. The three sisters gathered in a circle, all with anxious looks on their faces. Feeling that the situation had stabilized, the first thing Qin Yulan said was, Rusheng, you must find a way to bring Lin Xin back. The current situation is a mess, but there is one thing Qin Yulan is clear about. That is, she must find Lin Xin back. Lin Xin is his own biological son and his backbone. Thinking of the effort she had made over the past decade, Qin Yulan felt both regret and hatred. Lin Xin is Mom's fault. Mom is so confused. For so many years, Mom fed two ungrateful wolves, but let you suffer. I hate it so much. I'm not worthy of being your mother. I'm not even a human being. Qin Yulan became more and more excited as she spoke, and in desperation, she slapped herself in the face. Snapped. The loud slap made the three sisters stunned at the same time. Mom, what are you doing? Don't get excited. Lin Rusheng held Qin Yulan's hand tightly, not daring to let go. Qin Yulan burst into tears. Just a few hours ago, he was still thinking about Lin Hao's future and wanted him to study abroad. How disappointed would Lin Xin be if he knew? Qin Yulan sighed helplessly, filled with remorse. If I had really treated everyone equally as I said, why would it be like this now? Who can he blame when his own son doesn't even recognize him as his mother? Rusheng, you must tell Lin Xin that Mom regrets it. Mom only recognizes him as her son now. Qin Yulan's eyes were full of pleading and her voice was very urgent. It seemed as if all the pressure was pouring out at this moment, and there was nothing I could do about it. Seeing her mother so helpless, Lin Xin never dared to speak nonsense again. Mom wanted Lin Xin to come back, but she had just seen Lin Xin and his stubborn attitude. Lin Xin also sighed, and then a surge of nameless anger rose in her heart. I'll just explain it very clearly to Lin Xin. My mother is sick and wants him to come and see her. But what did Lin Xin say? He actually said it had nothing to do with him. This is too much. Mom, you don't have to be so persistent. If he doesn't want to come back, just let him stay outside. Lin Xin wanted to control her temper, but when she thought of Lin Xian's attitude, she couldn't help but say one more word. Shut up. Is it just because of him that Lin Xin left? Aren't you guys wrong? We were all wrong. We were the ones who disappointed this child. As she spoke, Qin Yulan's tears began to fall again. Mom, don't worry. Lin Xin is just having a bad temper. No matter what, he should understand that blood is thicker than water. Lin Rusheng tried to find a way to comfort her. Ding, ding, ding. When the text message alert sounded, Lin Rusheng clicked it to check, and her face instantly became solemn. Mom, my assistant just sent me a message saying that the R&D department's special cold medicine was a success. Lin Rushuang's tone was heavy, not as happy as one might imagine. It's a happy thing that the drug was successfully developed, but the chairman's office treated the news as top confidential. I always feel that my father must have other plans behind the scenes. Before he finished speaking, everyone present showed astonishment on their faces. The first thing Qin Yulan thought of was that Lin Zhongdao wanted to control the shares. It's really a double whammy. Are you sure? Already successful? How effective is the medicine? Did it pass the test? Sister, when will we start mass production? The remaining 3 people spoke almost at the same time. This news is so shocking. They all knew what kind of storm would be caused once Lin Zhongdao's newly developed special cold medicine went into mass production. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly and clenched her hands into fists. Shortening the treatment process of colds to 1 day means a lot of money and absolute killing power. Dad once said that special medicine and every step must be carefully considered. So I don't know what decision my father will make next. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank even more. Qin Yulan felt slightly relieved. The eldest daughter, Lin Rushuang, showed amazing business talent since she was a child, and it was because of this that she won the trust of Lin Zhongdao. Now the news brought by Lin Rushuang can be regarded as a little comfort to me. Finally, I am not the last one to know about this. Qin Yulan gradually calmed down and made a decision. Lin Zhongdao, you scumbag, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Lin Hao can't be kept at home any longer. He must be allowed to leave. Lin Xin, you must find Lin Xin back. Qin Yulan had already thought it through at this time. Take Lin Xin back and give him all the shares I have. As long as Lin Xin can come back, as long as he can recognize me as his mother, I will give him whatever he wants. Dad is no longer on the same page with us. He did all this for Lin Hao. Mom is right. We must get rid of Lin Hao. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. I even think that my father's concealment of the special medicine has something to do with Lin Hao. Lin Rusheng had a calm expression and analyzed the whole thing calmly. The potential danger made her feel uneasy, and Lin Rusheng believed that her intuition would not be wrong. It is confirmed that my father cheated on me, so we are not too passive at the moment, but the prospects are not optimistic. Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan nodded at the same time. Suddenly, Qin Yulan raised her head, her eyes red. Lin Zhongdao, you're such a piece of shit. It was probably your conspiracy that got Lin Xin lost. After giving birth, Lin Zhongdao said that she was weak and needed to rest well. She was afraid that the baby would make noise, so she put the baby in a separate room. But not long after, news came that the child was missing. At that time, I was almost on the verge of collapse, so Lin Zhongdao arranged for medical staff to watch over me day and night. He was responsible for finding the children. The final result was the child was not found. 1 month before delivery, Lin Zhongdao specially selected a hospital. After giving birth, Lin Zhongdao has been busy running around. Why is the child lost? Thinking about it now, there were so many suspicious things happening back then. Why didn't I think of it at the time? A month later, Lin Zhongdao went to the orphanage to adopt a child. But I didn't think much about it and treated the child I brought back as my own son. But I didn't expect that all my hard work would result in such a result. Xiaoxian, Mom is sorry for you. It's all because of Mom's stupidity. It's Mom who harmed you. Qin Yulan felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, and tears kept falling. And that beast in Lin Zhongdao had been lying to me for more than 10 years. Yulan, even though this child is adopted, it is also a gift from God to compensate us. Being able to be a family is fate. We can't treat him badly. He will be our biological son from now on. Yulan, don't worry. I will keep looking for our lost child. Qin Yulan, you are a fool. You were sold out by Lin Zhongdao and still help him count money. In a panic, Qin Yulan grabbed her cell phone and looked for Lin Xian's phone number. As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Yulan started crying. Xiaoxian, I am your mother. I am sorry for you. Mom knows she was wrong. Please forgive her. Lin Xian was confused. What happened? Is Qin Yulan crazy? He started crying and begging for forgiveness when he got through the phone. This is clearly the behavior of a child. At this time, Qin Yulan's voice was still coming intermittently. Son, come back. This family can't live without you." At this time, Lin Xin was already impatient. Su Yuexiao had just fallen asleep, and Zhang Sunsin was also playing with his phone out of boredom. "I'm going to go out for a while to answer the phone." Lin Xin spoke softly. Zhang Sunsin nodded and made an okay gesture. Coming to the corner of the corridor, Lin Xin spoke in a cold tone. "Ms. Qin, did you call the wrong number? Please don't call me son anymore. You are not my mother. Lin Xin, please come back. The sky is about to fall down at home. Mom can't live without you. When you come back, I'll transfer the shares and give them all to you. Mom doesn't want Lin Hao anymore. We are a family." Qin Yulan was trembling all over, and her voice was full of pleading. Seeing this scene, the three sisters felt even more depressed. Although I didn't hear the content of the call, it seemed that Lin Xin didn't say anything good. This is indeed the case. After listening to Qin Yulan's words, Lin Xin sneered and felt disgusted again. The people in the Lin family are really weird. Is it that money is all they care about? Do you think you can go back by using the Lin family's shares? Or do they still believe that their original purpose of returning was to obtain the Lin family's property? Ms. Qin, the shares you treasure are worthless in my eyes. Don't let others think you are as dirty as you are. Also, I hope this is the last time you call me." There was a burst of sobs on the other end of the phone, and Qin Yulan could no longer speak. "Xiao Xian, what do you need to do to forgive your mother? Please don't be so self-indulgent. You're not my mother. My mother is Zhou Yuzhen." Lin Xian hung up the phone after saying this. In order to prevent Qin Yulan from calling again, she was blocked. "I was in a good mood just now, but a phone call ruined everything. Although my surname is Lin, I am not their personal property. How can I allow them to come and go as they please?" During the 2 years in the Lin family, Lin Xian's biggest feeling was endless ridicule and mockery. "Little rascal, bad habits. You don't deserve to be a member of the Lin family. I shouldn't have brought you back." These seem to have become my own labels. Now that the truth has come to light, they have begun to beg for forgiveness again, and even moved out Lin's shares. Why bother? Could it be that only after knowing Lin Hao's true identity will they acknowledge him as their biological son? Since you don't consider me as a family member, why bother looking for me to go back? I'm not stubborn, I just think this is the best way to deal with it. When I returned to the ward, Su Yuexiao had already woken up. "Brother Xian, you're back. I just called Uncle Su, and he will be here soon." Seeing Lin Xian, Zhang Xin was busy reporting the situation. "Okay, let's wait a little longer." Su Yuexiao was lying on the hospital bed. Her complexion had recovered a little and was no longer as pale as before. "Thank you all?" Su Yuexiao looked grateful. Zhang Sun waved his hand, his words revealing his indifference. "What are you thanking me for? We are all classmates. Isn't this what we should do?" Just as he was about to say something else, Zhang Sun suddenly discovered that Su Yuexiao's gaze was fixed on Lin Xian. This time it's really embarrassing. It seems that the school beauty's words of thanks are not directed to herself. "You are really being too self-indulgent." Zhang Sun touched his head and tried to smooth things over awkwardly. "The attending physician's office is right next door. If you feel unwell, you can always press the call bell. I'm going to go out for some fresh air too. You guys can continue chatting first." Without waiting for Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao to speak, Zhang Sun ran away. Zhang Xin and Su Yuxiao were not strangers, but Lin Xian knew nothing about Su Yuxiao's situation. The only information I knew was what I heard from Zhang Xin. Now, there were only 2 of them in the ward, and Lin Xian didn't know what topic to talk about. "Want some water?" In response to Lin Xian's question, Su Yuexiao shook her head. "Lin Xian, thank you. Without your help, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it this time." Su Yuexiao's eyes were filled with tears, and the tip of her nose turned red. Lin Xian didn't know how to comfort her, so he just said this. "Don't say that. Isn't this all right?" Su Yuexiao shook her head again, her expression gloomy. "I know my disease, and the incidence of this disease increases with age. It's unknown how long I can live. Now, every day I live as a gift from God." Lying on the hospital bed, Su Yuexiao could not hide her despair. Although she had tried to accept the cruelty of fate and could think that she might leave this world at any time, Su Yuexiao still felt a little sad. Lin Xin could feel Su Yuexiao's loss. The despair and helplessness made Lin Xin think of how he felt before his death in his previous life. Su Yuexiao. Hearing Lin Xin calling her name, Su Yuexiao instinctively turned her head. What happened? In fact, there are many ways to live. Some people live their whole lives in a muddle, while others, although their lives are short, can bloom into brilliant fireworks. Your destiny is in your own hands. How you live is up to you. Su Yuexiao was stunned. Brilliant fireworks? Can I really bloom brilliantly in this short life? After adjusting her thoughts, Su Yuexiao's gaze became determined. Lin Xin was right. No one's life is always smooth sailing. Since some things cannot be changed, just live a happier life. I didn't expect you to be so good at persuading people. A smile appeared on Su Yuexiao's face. That's very intriguing, and not something you can say at your age. Lin Xin smiled. I've lived my whole life. How could I not understand such a simple truth? After so many years in the spiritual space, Lin Xin has already let go of many things. What I just said may sound a bit old-fashioned, but it is my true feeling. It's good that you can figure it out. Come on. Su Yuexiao nodded. The college entrance examination is coming soon, and I must take a brilliant step. The atmosphere in the room became a little more relaxed. Soon, Su Sihai arrived in a hurry. Seeing his daughter's weak face, Su Sihai felt distressed. Xiaoye, are you okay? Dad, my condition has stabilized. Su Sihai let out a long sigh and then noticed Lin Xin next to him. Who is this? Dad, this is my classmate. His name is Lin Xin. He and Zhang Sunsen took me to the hospital together. Thanks to him, otherwise... Su Yuexiao stopped talking halfway through. It can be said that I was born with congenital heart disease. Every time it occurs, it feels like I have walked through the gates of hell. Needless to say, Su Sihai also knew what Su Yuexiao wanted to say. Good boy. Dad knows you've suffered. You should have a good rest. After saying that, Su Sihai looked at Lin Xin again. Lin Xin, thank you. Uncle, you don't have to be so polite. Lin Xin had just said a word when Zhang Xinsun suddenly poked his head out from the door of the ward. Uncle Su, you really don't have to be so polite. I just said that we are all classmates, and it is only natural for us to help each other. Zhang Xinsun's eyes were originally small, and now, when he smiled, they narrowed into slits. Son, why do I see you gain weight again? The Su family and the Zhang family have business dealings, so Su Sihai often jokes with Zhang Xinsun. Sure enough, when Zhang Sunsen heard Su Sihai say that he had gained weight again, his mouth immediately turned into a frown. Uncle Su, I'm losing weight. Ah, I believe it. Zhang Sunsun was speechless. You are so fake. He said he believed it, but his face clearly showed disbelief. This is treating yourself like a child. As soon as Zhang Sunsun arrived, the atmosphere in the room immediately became much more lively. Half an hour later, Lin Xin and Zhang Xinsun left, the two of them chatting and laughing in a relaxed manner. At the same time, Qin Yulan also returned to the Lin family villa. The family sat at the dining table, and no one took the initiative to speak. Since knowing the truth, Lin Rusheng has been able to remain calm. But Lin Qingyu and Lin Zhilan always felt uncomfortable when they looked at Lin Zhongdao. This is the father they have always admired. He appears to be a righteous person on the surface, but how could he do such a thing in private? Betrayal, cheating, having a mistress, and even bringing home an illegitimate child. Isn't this kind of bizarre thing just like what is shown in TV dramas? Why aren't you talking? I'm hungry after working all morning. Come on, Xiaoyu, eat quickly. Xiaohao, you are growing taller recently, so you need to take more nutrition. As he spoke, Lin Zhongdao started to pick up food for Lin Zhilan. Qin Yulan looked at all this and felt it was a little unreal. Lin Zhongdao, you are really good at pretending. This is how you deceived me all these years. Mom, you don't look very good. Are you feeling unwell again? Mom, please eat something. It makes me uncomfortable to see you like this. If you miss Brother Lin Xian, I will go back to apologize to Brother Lin Xian and ask him to forgive me so that he can come back. Lin Hao's words were heartfelt, and his eyes were filled with tears. Lin Qingyu snorted in her heart. This father and son are really cut from the same cloth. What a virtuous man. I'm fine, you guys eat, Qin Yulan said reluctantly. Lin Hao nodded, then looked towards Lin Zhongdao. Dad, does driving a sports car feel different from his normal car? Why do you ask that? You want a sports car? Facing Lin Zhongdao's question, Lin Hao showed a shy expression on his face. I didn't want a sports car, but I heard from several classmates that they all had sports cars, and they were going to drive around after the college entrance examination. So, I just wanted to ask, what is it like to drive a sports car? Dad, I don't want a sports car. Lin Zhongdao put down his chopsticks and patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. It's just a sports car. After you finish the college entrance examination, Dad will buy it for you. You have to have what other kids have, but you can't let others look down on you. Lin Hao showed an excited expression on his face and looked at Lin Zhongdao confidently. Really? Dad is really going to buy me a sports car? Of course it's true. The two of them were talking back and forth, and Qin Yulan on the opposite side had already clenched her fists. Lin Hao is still so young. Why buy a sports car? Besides, if we really want to buy a gift for Lin Hao, shouldn't we also include one for Lin Xin? Lin Xin is not at home now, but he is also your son. Qin Yulan's voice was cold, and her expression was extremely ugly. Hearing this, Lin Zhongdao also frowned. He slammed the chopsticks on the table with a bang, and Lin Zhongdao's voice became louder. You still have the nerve to mention Lin Xin? Have you forgotten what he did? You embarrassed the young master of the Zhou family in public. Do you know how much harm he will bring to the family by doing this? And those rumors about the son-in-law are really making people trample on my reputation. You raised a good son. You shouldn't have brought him back in the first place. Seeing Lin Zhongdao's evaluation of Lin Xin, Lin Xinyu's heart sank little by little. Treat the illegitimate son as a treasure, and let the biological son fend for himself. How can this be something a normal person can do? Dad, the Zhou family hasn't taken revenge like our family has. Before Lin Xinyu finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao gave her a sharp look. What do you know? The Zhou family's failure to retaliate now doesn't mean they don't bear grudges. There are still many days to come. Mr. Zhou had a son in his old age. Even if Zhou Hongbei can swallow this breath, Mr. Zhou will not give up. Don't mention Lin Xian to me anymore. Just pretend that I don't have this son. Qin Yulan sneered and stood up immediately. I'm afraid in your heart, you don't want to acknowledge this son any longer. Lin Zhongdao was shocked and looked at Qin Yulan in disbelief. Seeing that the two were about to have a quarrel, Lin Rusheng quickly stood up to smooth things over. Dad, that's not what Mom meant. Mom is not feeling well and is in a bad mood. Let's understand. Hearing his daughter say this, Lin Zhongdao's expression eased a little. I was impulsive when I spoke just now, but in the final analysis, it was all for the sake of my family. The Lin family has not yet established a solid foundation, and they can't withstand the suppression of the Zhou family. Lin Rusheng nodded. We know this, Dad. Don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. Let's eat. Don't let these messy things affect your mood. Lin Zhongdao looked at Qin Yulan. Qin Yulan then sat back in her seat. Lin Xingyu and Lin Zhilan looked at each other, and neither of them spoke. Unable to swallow the anger in her heart, Lin Xingyu looked up at Lin Hao. Xiao Hao, when will you write a song for me? The company is pushing me very hard, and I've been under a lot of pressure lately. Lin Hao's heart tightened, and his hands trembled violently. The piece of celery I just picked up almost fell. How can I write songs? Originally, Lin Xinyu's famous song was written by Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian is not in the Lin family, where can she get it? Second sister, can you please wait a little longer? I'm a little pressed for time right now. I'm really sorry, second sister. In desperation, Lin Hao started doing the same thing again. With red eyes, she begged for forgiveness pitifully. What are you writing about? What time is it now? Why are you asking Xiao Hao to write a song for you? He's going to take the college entrance exam soon. Can't you tell the difference? Lin Zhongdao's expression had just gotten a little better, but when he saw Lin Xinyu urging Lin Hao like this, his face turned ugly again. I'm just mentioning it. Don't forget, I'm still waiting here. After saying this indifferently, Lin Xinyu lowered her head and began to eat. I finally feel better. Why do I feel so happy when I see Lin Hao in trouble? At this moment, Lin Hao felt uneasy. Qin Yulan was sick and went to the hospital, so she was naturally in a bad mood. But what she said just now really made Lin Hao feel the crisis. Qin Yulan began to speak for Lin Xian. Moreover, it happened when Lin Xian was not at the Lin family. This means that Lin Xian obviously has a certain weight in their hearts. It is despicable that a person who has already passed away can still threaten one's own interests. Lin Xian, why did you come back? Why don't you just die? As long as you are gone, no one will snatch everything from the Lin family from me. I am the legitimate young master of the Lin family. Just now Lin Xin urged me to write a song, and I don't know if it has anything to do with Lin Xian. However, as long as Lin Xian is here, he will never have a peaceful day. Lin Hao blamed all his misfortunes on Lin Xian. When he thought of Lin Xian again, Lin Hao wished that Lin Xian would disappear from the world right now. School in the afternoon. Detaching rushed home with a pile of books, looking very hurried. I haven't finished the several papers that the teacher assigned me this afternoon, so I guess I'll have to stay up late today. Detaching's good mood disappeared at the thought of falling asleep under the desk lamp. When you are in a bad mood, drink Coke to relax. Raising his eyebrows, Detaching turned and ran towards the vending machine not far away. Detaching just swiped, clicked, and scanned the code in one go. Before the Coke fell, a voice suddenly sounded beside Detaching's ear. "Beauty, what drink did you choose? I'll treat you." The voice was eerie, and the last sentence was drawn out. Detaching turned around instinctively and then frowned. In front of me was a young man dressed very garishly, with a yellow top, green pants, and golden hair. She also wore an earring on her left ear, which made her look weird. It's obvious that such a person is not a good person. Just then, Coke fell. Detaching hurriedly bent down to take it, so that he could leave quickly. "What are you doing? I'm talking to you. Why are you pretending not to hear me?" Seeing that Detaching didn't want to pay attention to him, the yellow-haired face drooped, and then he said another sentence. "You look down on me? I'm a well-known figure in this world." While speaking, the yellow-haired man took a step forward and stood in front of Detaching. Detaching was startled and grabbed Coke and tried to turn around. But the yellow-haired man stretched out his hand and grabbed Detaching's arm. "What do you want to do? Go away. Don't be afraid. I just want to be your friend. Give me your contact information, and I'll protect you from now on." While speaking, the yellow-haired man kept looking at Detaching with a malicious look on his face. "Go away or I'll yell." "Ah, you still have a bit of temper. If you have the guts, just shout. I'll see who dares to come over." There was a hint of ruthlessness in the yellow-haired man's eyes, and he increased the strength in his hands. Then another hand reached out. Before it touched Detaching's cheek, its hand was suddenly grabbed by another hand. "Damn it, who is so blind?" The yellow-haired man was cursing and just turned his head to see a pair of eyes staring at him coldly. "You are not Lin Xian? Why is it Brother Xian?" Huang Mao shuddered suddenly and spoke incoherently. "Let go of your hands and get out of the way." Before Lin Xian finished speaking, the yellow-haired man quickly withdrew his hand and stood neatly in front of Lin Xian. "Brother Xian, are you here to buy some water? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I bought some water, and I'm waiting for you here." Compared with his arrogance just now, Huang Mao seemed like a different person. Detaching took a step back, his face full of disbelief. Lin Xin glanced at the yellow-haired man with disdain on his face. "You are so old. Why don't you learn well? Don't call yourself Lu Sandao anymore. Just change your name to Lu Sanlin. The yellow-haired guy in front of me is called Lu Sandao. He is from the school next door. He was expelled from school for fighting. After that, he often hung around this area. Lu Sandao often steals things, does not do his job properly, and often bullies his classmates after school." Lu Sandao had blocked Lin Xian several times before. At the beginning, Lin Xian gave him money, but later Lu Sandao became more and more aggressive. Lin Xian could no longer bear it, and finally one evening he fought with Lu Sandao. Lu Sandao was only tough on the surface, but Lin Xian had risked his life at that time. The final result was that Lu Sandao was beaten so badly that he couldn't get up, and not a single spot on his body was intact. From then on, every time he saw Lin Xian, Liu Sandao would stay away from him. I heard that after being beaten by Lin Xin, Liu Sandao stayed in the hospital for 3 months before he recovered. It was from then on that Liu Sandao determined that Lin Xin was his nemesis. Just like today, I was defeated again. Today is really not a good day. I went out without checking the almanac. Everything is really unlucky. Brother Xian is joking again. This name was given to me by my grandfather. It cannot be changed. Well, I'm not bullying you. I just saw that this little girl is pretty, and I want to make friends with her. You just told me to get out, right? I'm getting out now. Liu Sandao's smile was uglier than crying, and he backed away while talking. You want to run away after bullying others? No way. Zhang Sunsen ran over here while shouting. The inertia from his weight of more than 180 kilograms knocked Liu Sandao to the ground. Without bothering to wipe the sweat from his forehead, Zhang Sunsen stared at Du Chuan with wide eyes. Chuan, are you okay? I'm late. Du Chuan was still in shock and shook his head woodenly. Liu Sandao wanted to leave but was knocked over by someone, and he immediately became angry and humiliated. Damn it, who bumped into me? Zhang Sunsen stood beside Lin Xian, tilted his neck, and said, We are together. Together? Liu Sandao looked at Lin Xian, then at Zhang Sunsen, before getting up from the ground. What a misunderstanding, what a misunderstanding. It turns out he was with Brother Xian. I'm sorry, I didn't see it clearly just now. Seeing Liu Sandao's appearance, Du Chuan wanted to walk over and kick him. This guy is really a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. He changes his attitude like turning the pages of a book. But Du Chuan couldn't understand why this idiot in front of him was afraid of Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything, Liu Sandao didn't dare to leave. With a turn of his eyes, Liu Sandao showed a flattering smile on his face again. Brother Xian, I really didn't mean anything else just now. As for the contact information, I also wanted to give it to Brother Xian. Aren't you trying to introduce a girlfriend to Brother Xian? Liu Sandao smiled and moved closer to Lin Xian. Zhang Sunsen next to him was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Du Chuan is his girlfriend, okay? When will it be the turn of this little rascal to give her away? Lin Xian was also speechless. What does it mean to introduce a girlfriend to yourself? When he says that, it seems like I am in the same group with him. I will never associate with such scum. Stop talking nonsense, apologize, pay the money, and get out. After hearing this, Liu Sandao was completely stunned. Brother, I was wrong. Why should I pay you? Nonsense, you scare my classmate. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? After asking, Lin Xian added another sentence. It's up to you. Seeing Lin Xian speaking in his old tone, Liu Sandao was completely stunned. What is going on? At the same time, the image of himself being hospitalized with a bloody head flashed through his mind. Lin Xin just let go of his hand. Would he grab it again? It seems that if I don't pay some money today, this problem cannot be solved. It wouldn't be worth it if Lin Xian beat me up again. Liu Sandao sucked in a breath of cold air, bit his back teeth hard, and had to accept that he was unlucky. Liu Sandao took out a few $100 bills from his pocket slowly and put his hands in front of Lin Xian. It's all here. There's not a cent left. Brother Xian, please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again. Liu Sandao begged for mercy while stuffing money into his pocket. Liu Sandao didn't withdraw his hand until Lin Xian accepted the money. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sandao bowed to Du Chuan again. I'm sorry, I got kicked in the head by a donkey. I won't do it again. Du Chuan snorted coldly and simply turned his face away and stopped looking at this scum. If we see you bullying others again, we will beat you up. Zhang Sun's son clenched his fist and waved it in front of Liu Sandao. Liu Sandao nodded his head like pounding garlic. I don't dare anymore. I really don't dare anymore. Get out. Lin Xian was also a little impatient and directly told Liu Sandao to get out. This time, Liu Sandao didn't stop at all and ran eastward. Lin Xian turned around and wanted to leave, but found that Zhang Sunsen and Du Chuan were staring at him motionlessly, with confusion on their faces. You won't leave? Brother Xian, why is this little gangster so afraid of you? Are you their boss? Zhang Xinxin's little eyes rolled around, and then he blinked hard. What nonsense! I was bullied by this little rascal before, but after I taught him a lesson, he no longer dared to mess with me. Zhang Sun suddenly realized. So that's how it is. The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones, and the hard ones are afraid of the desperate ones. Stop talking nonsense here. What's the point of risking your life? Oh, do you want some water? Du Chuan looked at the beverage vending machine and asked. It's no wonder that I think this way. Usually, Zhang Xinxin and Lin Xin take a different path. If we meet here, maybe he is here to buy water. Thinking of this, Du Chuan began to feel scared again. I was lucky to meet Lin Xin just now. Otherwise, I would have been scared to death. You drink yours. We are not thirsty. Zhang Xinxin looked at Du Chuan with a smile on his face. How can you not go this way? Although Du Chuan looked at Lin Xin did not answer, but left the opportunity to explain to Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin cleared his throat and said, Originally, we were going to go that way, but I just wanted to see you before turning. Who knew that just this one glance would allow me to discover the problem? I actually saw a yellow-haired man following you. Oh my God. How can I tolerate this happening? So, we rushed over here. Zhang Xinxin looked serious and spoke righteously. Du Chuan curled his lips. I don't believe it. It sounds like what you said is true. Then why did you come so late? Zhang Xinxin slapped his thighs suddenly and scratched his head anxiously. At this time, Lin Xin said lightly, I weigh over 180 pounds, so I can't run fast. Please understand. Zhang Xinxin and Du Chuan were both stunned. Especially Zhang Xinxin. Tears were about to come out of his eyes. Buddy, I want to show off in front of Du Chuan. Why are you trying to sabotage me like this? Finally, Du Chuan looked at Zhang Xinxin with gritted teeth. Fatty Zhang, you should lose weight quickly. If you don't take what I say seriously, I will ignore you. After saying these words, Du Chuan ran all the way with a Coke in his hand. Zhang Xinxin stayed where he was, looking messy. Let's go. Everyone has gone far away. After Lin Xian's reminder, Zhang Xinxin came back to his senses. Should I really lose weight? What Du Chuan said is right. I can't continue to be so decadent. Otherwise, I won't be able to run away when Du Chuan encounters difficulties. Zhang Xinxin was muttering as he walked, and he looked a little absent-minded. At the same time, Lin Xin was also thinking about another thing. Su Yuexiao did not come today, probably because her body has not fully recovered yet. Lin Xin also thought seriously about Su Yuexiao's congenital heart disease. At the beginning, when I was in the spiritual space, I read a lot of ancient books. There are many prescriptions for treating diseases on it, but Lin Xin does not have a deep impression of the prescriptions for treating heart disease. If I can help Su Yuexiao, I would be very willing to do so. When I have time later, I will look for it myself. Before this, Lin Xin didn't want to tell anyone about this. After all, the difficulty of curing heart disease is different from that of ordinary diseases. What if there is really no effective prescription? Wouldn't Su Yuexiao be disappointed? Fatty, what's the date today? Lin Xin asked suddenly. Zhang Xinxin immediately replied, May 12th. The next holiday is Children's Day on June 1st. Oh, it's already May. Tomorrow is May 13th. Are you confused, bro? What's so weird about May 13th? Lin Xin came back to his senses and a smile appeared on his face. Finally, I have waited for this day. Buddy, go make some money first. The stock market on May 13th is definitely a day to look forward to. May 13th, 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xin got up, washed, and had breakfast as usual, then walked out with his bag on his back. Zhou Yuzhen sent Lin Xin to the door and said, Xiao Xian, today is Saturday and you don't have anything to do. Mom will make dumplings for you. Finish your business and come back early. Got it, Mom, let's go back. Lin Xin turned around and waved to Zhou Yuzhen with a smile. Zhou Yuzhen had a kind face and waited until Lin Xian's back was out of sight before turning around. He left so early in the morning. I didn't ask him clearly just now. Where do you think he went? Only when facing Lin Pingan did Zhou Yuzhen show a look of worry. Lin Pingan smiled and shook his head. You are just narrow-minded. The child is already so old. In a few months, he will be going to college. Do you still treat him as an elementary school student? Zhou Yuzhen answered seriously. In my eyes, my son is still my son, even if he is 80 years old. I just hope that I can stay healthy so that I can take good care of him in the future. Lin Pingyan was amused by what Zhou Yuzhen said. Lin Xin, this child, has experienced a lot at a young age. Now that I see him grow up, I actually want to stick to my son. The little bird can't stay in the nest forever. It's fine as long as we are not a burden to our son, Lin Pingyan said with emotion. Zhou Yuzhen looked out the window again, reluctantly withdrew her gaze, and turned into the kitchen. Lin Xin likes to eat fennel, so today he is making dumplings with fennel and pork. Arriving at the station, Lin Xin took the bus directly to the stock exchange. Since it was Saturday, there were not many people on the bus. The passengers looked relaxed, and two old men were even dozing off. The bus stopped and started along the way and arrived at the destination after nearly half an hour. 2 days ago, Lin Xin downloaded the stock software on his mobile phone and applied to open an account. When I opened it this morning, the application had been approved. In other words, I can now conduct normal stock transactions. In order to facilitate the operation, Lin Xin transferred some money from the account. Today, Lin Xin went to Maozhou Wine Industry. Recently, the stock price of Maozhou liquor industry has been falling. Based on what he experienced in the spiritual space, Lin Xin deduced that the stock price would hit the limit down today. Entering the hall, the first thing Lin Xin heard was a burst of shouting and cursing. There was a sign in the middle of the hall saying, "No smoking and quiet," but it didn't seem to have any effect at the moment. It's over. We're back to the time before liberation. 600,000, and it's reduced to 6,000 after all the twists and turns. Are you going to kill me? I told you a long time ago that the current liquor is not good and is not selling well at all. I guess I won't be able to turn over after I stop. I've saved up my whole life, and it's all gone to waste. Half of the people in the hall were cursing and complaining, and all the topics were related to Maozhou Winery. If Lin Xin had not stayed in the spiritual space for a long time, faced with this situation, he would not have bought shares of Maozhou liquor industry. Regardless of what everyone is talking about, just look at the recent downward trend of the K-line. Anyone who has some investment knowledge will be hesitant. Young man, do you want to buy stocks? The voice of a middle-aged man came, quickly disrupting Lin Xian's thoughts. Lin Xian nodded and said, I'm good at buying stocks. I can recommend some to you which one you want to buy. The middle-aged man looked earnest and enthusiastic, making people feel a little at a loss. No thanks. I already have the stocks picked out. Really? Which one did you choose? Tell me about it. The middle-aged man's attitude made Lin Xian upset. In fact, since there are those apps on the phone, there is no need for Lin Xian to make a special trip. So he came here firstly because today is Saturday, and secondly because Lin Xian wanted to confirm it again so that he would feel more at ease. I didn't expect to meet such an annoying person shortly after I came in. In order to make that person shut up quickly, Lin Xian directly said, Maozhou Wine Industry. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of sneer was heard, and then turned into a loud laugh. This is really a big forest. There are all kinds of birds. There are really too many idiots these days. Now, even a 3-year-old child wouldn't choose Maozhou liquor, but some people are still rushing to buy it. I guess he's either not fully awake or his brain is filled with water. The mocking voices came one after another, and soon Lin Xian realized that it was Zhou Hongbei who was speaking. Sure enough, after a round of ridicule, Zhou Hongbei stood directly in front of Lin Xian. In order to get a closer look at Lin Xian, Zhou Hongbei's eyes almost popped out. The current Lin Xian is different from the Lin Xian at the banquet. He was wearing an ordinary sports suit and carrying a washed-out backpack. His sneakers were clean, but already looked old. You're so poor, and you still want to buy stocks? Crazy. However, after hearing what he just said, Zhou Hongbei felt that it was possible for Lin Xian to buy stocks. After all, only a fool would buy shares of Maozhou liquor industry. And Lin Xian is just a fool. At least Zhou Hongbei thinks so. Zhou Hongbei's eyes were full of provocation. Boy, do you remember when I said I would remember you? Lin Xian raised his eyes and replied indifferently. I just remember that someone bribed the lighting engineer, and when he was trying to show off, he lost his ring. Thinking of the embarrassing situation at that time, Zhou Hongbei felt that he had brought shame upon his ancestors. When it was brought up again, Zhou Hongbei gritted his teeth and his face turned the color of liver. Boy, do you know what you're talking about? I'm just telling the truth. But I'm afraid some people won't want to accept the truth. Faced with a playboy like Zhou Hongbei, Lin Xin was too lazy to say a word. But Zhou Hongbei just wouldn't give in. After spitting fiercely on the ground, Zhou Hongbei waved his hand. Secretary Li, tell me about the current situation of Maozhou wine industry. A young man in a neat suit stood up with a loud voice. Okay, Manager Zhou, the current situation of Maozhou wine industry is not optimistic, and many people are in a wait-and-see state. According to relevant personnel's prediction, Maozhou Liquor's stock price has hit the limit this time, and it is very likely that it will never recover. The risks in the stock market are huge. You must think carefully before investing. Many investors who bought Maozhou shares have lost all their money. The last sentence was obviously meant for Lin Xin. And those stock investors who were discussing stocks just now also gathered together when they heard someone speak such professional words. After the secretary finished speaking, Zhou Hongbei laughed again. Did you hear that? Only a fool would buy Maozhou Liquor shares now. You are an idiot who knows nothing, and you still want to act cool here. Can you be cool? Today, if you dare to buy 1 million shares of Maozhou Liquor industry, I will respect you. As soon as Zhou Hongbei finished speaking, the secretary next to him immediately echoed him. The stock market is not a game that ordinary people can afford to play. Of course, if someone wants to take a look, that's fine. But if you really want to buy it, give up. How should I put it? Nowadays, there are more and more people who pretend to know everything. There is no need to buy stocks. You might as well just squat on the trash can and watch. Garbage is garbage. Where else does it go if not in the trash can? Lin Xin sneered. It seems that Zhou Hongbei is determined to make things difficult for me. The incident at the Xin family's business banquet last time made Zhou Hongbei lose face, and he wanted to get it back. If this happened in his previous life, Lin Xin might have remained silent. But in this new life, why should I have to look at your face? Who said I don't dare to buy it? Oh my, forget it. With the way you're dressed, how can you be someone who can afford to buy stocks? Now Maozhou Winery stock is bound to lose money. Are you willing to throw money into it? Stop trying to be cool here and get over to the trash can. The secretary, who had just spoken, had a harsh look on his face and spit flying everywhere. Zhou Hongbei sat on a chair, crossing his legs and looking very proud. It's a good idea to bring a secretary with you when you go out. He's a perfect substitute for you. It feels so good to let the secretary speak out what's really in your heart. You are a dog who relies on the power of others. Comparing you to a dog is an insult to dogs. Cursing under his breath, Lin Xin turned to look at Zhou Hongbei. I am really optimistic about Maozhou Liquor. I was not bragging just now. I came here just for the stocks of Maozhou Liquor. Zhou Hongbei looked ruthless. Oh, a poor guy like you is here for stocks. Look at the clothes you are wearing. How can you buy stocks with them? If you can spend 1 million to buy Maozhou stocks today, I will write the word Zhou backwards. That's so boring. If you want to gamble, gamble big. What if I bet on 3 million? Lin Xin asked. In front of so many people, in front of the camera, I bow to you. What about 5 million? If you can take out 5 million and throw it into the shares of Maozhou wine industry, then you have the final say. Okay, everyone bear witness. If I buy 5 million shares of Maozhou Liquor, Mr. Zhou will take off his clothes and walk out. Huh? When people heard Lin Xin say take off your clothes and walk out, many of them started laughing. At this time, more people came over, waiting to watch this gambling game. Many of the audience were familiar with the business banquet that took place some time ago. I don't know who said this in the crowd. At the Xin family banquet, Master Zhou lost face. Is he going to lose his clothes at this stock exchange? There was another burst of laughter. Zhou Hongbei was so angry that he jumped up and down, his teeth chattering. Lin Xin, listen to me. If you can't come up with 5 million and buy the shares of Maozhou Liquor, get out of Kyoto and never come back. Many people began to gasp. Lin Xin had some intention of teasing Zhou Hongbei just now, but the condition Zhou Hongbei put forward was definitely not a joke. If Lin Xin lost, given the Zhou family's influence in Kyoto, he would definitely not be able to survive in Kyoto. Therefore, many people were worried about Lin Xin. Only at this time did the secretary come to his senses. Did this kid mean by what he said just now that he is worse than a dog? Seeing Lin Xian's calm expression, the secretary had a bad feeling. Shut up. Who do you think you are? You dare to bet with our master Zhou? Can you afford to offend the Zhou family? As the secretary spoke, he kept stretching his neck forward. After each sentence, his neck instinctively retracted. A typical look of a bully taking advantage of others' power. And Zhou Hongbei always believed that Lin Xin could not come up with that much money. Besides, the current situation is very clear. Investing 5 million in Maozhou liquor industry stocks will be a waste of money. Who would be stupid enough to throw away real money like that? Besides, the key question is, does he have so much money? The way he had just talked was to bring Lin Xin to the critical point, which was also one of his strategies. I finally have a chance to make up for the loss I made at the Shun family's business banquet. Some people are born with mean bones, sticking their necks out to get scolded. Huh? Everyone burst into laughter again. This sentence is really classic. The secretary stretched her neck very long just now, and it happened more than once. He really is sticking his head out just to get scolded. After saying this, Lin Xin walked straight to the service counter. Please help me to buy all the 8 million in my account into Maozhou Winery shares. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Even Zhou Hongbei was a little dumbfounded. The staff at the counter were stunned and looked at Lin Xin in disbelief. Sir, are you sure you want to buy shares of Maozhou Wine Industry? To make sure there was nothing wrong with his ears, the staff asked again. Lin Xin nodded. Yes. But sir, the shares of Maozhou Wine Industry that you want to buy have already hit the limit down. Do you know about this? Out of kindness, the staff gave reminders with a smile. I know. Please do it for me now. The staff sighed in their hearts, and even their words were filled with regret. 8 million is not a small amount. Only a madman would throw it in like this. Isn't this nonsense at this critical juncture? Lin Xin remained calm and waited quietly for the counter staff to take action. At this time, Zhou Hongbei was also a little panicked. Lin Xin, you better think it over carefully. You're talking about 8 million. The stock you want to buy has hit the limit down. Lin Xin became impatient. Are you annoying? I'm the one buying it, not you. Mr. Zhou, you are not afraid of losing the bet, and now you don't want to bet with me anymore, right? Zhou Hongbei snorted coldly, and a look of disdain instantly appeared on his face. Zhou Hongbei, keep my word, and I will always keep my promise. Okay, then you'll get out of here in your underwear in a moment. This time, no one dared to join in the fun. Many people had looks of astonishment on their faces, and some were so shocked that they forgot to close their mouths. Just now they thought that this young man was just joining in the fun, but they didn't expect that he was serious. Some people were shocked, while others were wondering how big a pile of 8 million would be. The scene was quiet, and the air was filled with tension. Following the counter staff's operations, Lin Xian's mobile phone page also gave a new prompt. Transaction successful. These 4 simple words have already determined the outcome. Lin Xin stared at Zhou Hongbei intently. At this moment, sweat was visibly coming out of Zhou Hongbei's forehead, and he was in a panic. Take off clothes? Do you really want to walk out of here in your underwear? He is the young master of the Zhou family, the general manager of Hengtian Group, and the young master of the Zhou family. If we really do, as Lin Xin said, then Kyoto will be in for a storm. How is it? Master Zhou, you must keep your word. Who said it's a sure thing just now? Lin Xin, you'd better think about the consequences of doing this. Zhou Hongbei gritted his teeth. Fire was about to burst from his eyes. Is this a threat to you? Lin Xin asked this, but there was no fear on his face. When facing someone like Zhou Hongbei, you have to directly break down his psychological defenses, just like what you did to Liu Sandow. If I compromise with him, he will never let me go. Since there is no good outcome from compromise, the same result will occur if we insist on confrontation. Then why live without dignity? Besides, Lin Xin has now grasped Zhou Hongbei's weakness. It won't be long before Zhou Hongbei comes to beg him. So in this case, What's wrong with letting him go out in his underwear? Okay, remember what you did today. You will definitely regret it. Zhou Hongbei took off his coat as he spoke. The eyes of the people around were wide open, all watching the fun. Slowly, Zhou Hongbei took off his pants again. At this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded. Ah, there's an Ultraman on his pants. The child's exclamation stunned everyone. Zhou Hongbei was about to pass out. Zhou Hongbei subconsciously covered his private parts with his hands. His face flushed and his neck thickened. The secretary was waving his arms and jumping around anxiously, like a monkey who had just run down from the mountains. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Hongbei had run to the door, and the whole hall was filled with laughter. At this time, Lin Xin looked at the prompt on his mobile phone again and walked out with a smile. Now, most investors look at Maozhou Liquor Industries stocks with disdain. It's no wonder that Maozhou Liquor Industry is not yet the leader in the liquor industry, and its stock is still at the limit down, so it is naturally not favored by people. One of the important reasons is that it is not very well known. However, after a few months, some people will definitely regret it. The amount of stocks that Lin Xin bought at the limit price was 25 yuan. Half a year later, the increase could be as high as 7 times. When operating at the stock exchange, there was always a large group of people pointing fingers at me behind my back. Others claimed that they fell into Zhou Hongbei's provocation. They're totally wrong to think that. My target was the stocks of Maozhou Liquor Industry, and it was that idiot Zhou Hongbei who bumped into it. If he hadn't tried every possible way to embarrass himself, how could he have fled in his underpants? Today is a double happiness. The stock issue has been settled, so we just have to wait for him to get promoted slowly. In a few months, people will definitely see the drinking culture driven by white wine, and will also accept that the drinking culture has made white wine successful. At this time, Lin Xin was still a little excited. After all, when I was in the spiritual space, I didn't pay too much attention to this information. Otherwise, you can completely exploit this loophole by taking advantage of the time difference. Even if you have to take out a loan, you should buy those stocks that are skyrocketing. Then, won't financial freedom be easily achieved? According to professional data analysis, this year, the stock price of Maozhou Liquor Industry will definitely double. I put this here, and everyone can witness it together. I've already bought it. If I don't buy it, I'll regret it later. When the time comes, you will regret it, and don't say I didn't warn you. Lin Xin stopped and looked back instinctively. I didn't expect that when Maozhou Liquor stock price hit the limit down, someone could still say such words. The reason I bought it is because I knew the outcome, and the person who just spoke was so confident. Was it just his analysis? If that's the case, then this person is no ordinary person. There were not too many people in the hall, and Lin Xin easily found the person who had made the bold statement just now. Hello. Walking up to the man, Lin Xin took the initiative to greet him. You are? Oh, I know who you are. You made a bet with the young master of the Zhou family just now, right? How arrogant. You are probably the only one who dares to tease Zhou Hongbei like this. The young man in the leather jacket gave Lin Xin a thumbs up, praising him while smiling. Lin Xin nodded, then went straight to the point. I'm very interested in what you just said. The man was stunned. You're talking about stocks. It doesn't matter. Those who don't believe me just don't have the blessing of making money. Apparently, this man thought he was there to comfort him. I agree with you. The person opposite blinked, then suddenly realized. Yes, I remember now. When you made a bet with Master Zhou just now, you asked the staff to help you do it. Thinking of the amount of money Lin Xian had just purchased, the young man's face was filled with shock. Then the young man sat down on the chair, raised his eyebrows, and motioned Lin Xian to sit opposite him. Heroes see the same thing. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and sat down opposite the young man. Are you just saying that because of a hunch? The young man nodded. In fact, it's not just a hunch. First of all, people have money these past 2 years, so they have to spend money, and liquor is no exception. Also, let me tell you a little secret. It's not normal for the stock to hit the limit down. After all, it's a big company. How could it be stopped? There must be something fishy going on. There is also a rumor that Maozhou Winery will be upgraded and gilded. The young man's words were a little subtle, but Lin Xin understood them very clearly. The so-called cat trick refers to someone operating in secret, and a gilded body would naturally elevate it to a higher grade. Seeing that Lin Xin was listening attentively, the young man finally made a summary. So I said this stock has a big upside, at least? The young man stretched out his left hand and gestured with 5 fingers, 5 times. Lin Xin just smiled and said nothing, but in his heart, he was already very interested in this person. You're just talking about me, buddy. What do you think? It's also based on intuition, but I think the multiple should be even higher. Really? Then we can only wait and see. Buddy, leave me your contact information. I feel like we have a lot in common. The young man looked sincere. Lin Xin immediately left his phone number. Then, from the note handed over by the other party, Lin Xin also knew the name of this young man, Gu Song. I'm also in the 3rd year of high school, but we need to be able to get into the same school. Before leaving, Gu Song waved to Lin Xin again. Lin Xin nodded. Okay, call me if you have anything. Must. On the way back, Lin Xin was still thinking. He invested $8 million in the stock market, and by the time it had increased nearly 7 times, he was already in college. This kind of income is absolutely heartwarming. Zhou family villa. Zhou Hongbei locked the bedroom door and hid in the corner, shivering with tears and snot running down his face. It's over. It won't be long before everyone in Kyoto will know that I was running in my shorts. I am the young master of the Zhou family, the face of the Zhou family, and the future of the Zhou family. The old man planned every step carefully, but in the end, everything was disrupted by this kid Lin Xin. Zhou Hongbei hate. He wants to kill Lin Xin right now. I proposed to him, and he teased me, and now this kind of thing happened. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. Zhou Hongbei's eyes were filled with tears, and he almost fainted from crying. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. There were heavy knocks on the door, one after another. Get lost, I said. I'm not seeing anyone. Xiaobei, open the door. A deep and sharp voice was heard, and Zhou Hongbei shuddered violently. What was supposed to happen finally happened. Zhou Hongbei stood up slowly, opened the door, and looked like he had lost all hope in life. Snapped. A loud slap was heard, and Zhou Hongbei almost fell to the ground. Asshole, look at what you have done. You have brought shame to the Zhou family. Zhou Hongbei was beaten so hard that he felt dizzy, and all his emotions came flooding out. Dad, it was that kid who hurt me. Dad, I was wrong, but I can't swallow this. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him now. Zhou Haitian's arrival seemed to stimulate Zhou Hongbei. At this moment, Zhou Hongbei was like a mad beast with fire in his eyes. Snapped. Another loud slap in the face. Zhou Hongbei was stunned. In less than a minute, I was slapped twice. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been beaten like this, and my father Zhou Haitian has never been so angry. Your Majesty. Zhou Haitian's voice was sharp. Zhou Hongbei's legs went limp, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Do you know why I hit you? Yes, no, I don't know. Zhou Hongbei was crying and confused just now, and now he was dizzy from being beaten. I still don't understand why I was beaten. You remember, the first slap is because you are useless. As the young master of the Zhou family, you act without any sense of propriety. You deserve to be spanked. The second slap is because you are useless. You didn't know how to stop the loss in time after making a mistake. You deserve to be slapped. Zhou Heng's head was buzzing, and he nodded continuously. Dad, I was wrong. I will never do this again. Zhou Haitian glanced at Zhou Hongbei and said angrily, I have asked people to intercept the media reports. I hope the losses can be minimized. Spending some money is nothing. The Zhou family doesn't care about that little money. I'm afraid that there are some things that no amount of money can stop people from gossiping. What should be done now has been done. As for how things will develop, Zhou Haitian can only take it one step at a time. Zhou Hongbei had a sad face. His hands were clenched tightly, and his whole body was shaking. Seeing his son like this, Zhou Haitian felt angry and hurt. Get up. You've learned a lot from your mistakes. Now tell me what's going on. Zhou Hongbei stood up and wiped away his tears. Dad, I was fooled by that kid. I had already done some research before this. His family runs a small restaurant. He can't possibly have that much money. Then again, even if he had money, he wouldn't be so extravagant. Anyone would think so. After some preparation, Zhou Hongbei carefully recounted what he had experienced. Zhou Haitian's face was as gloomy as ice, and he remained silent for a long time after listening. Zhou Hongbei did not urge him. Based on his understanding of the old man, Lin Xin was doomed this time. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Zhou Haitian slowly uttered a sentence from his throat. "I'll take care of this matter. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any injustice." "Thank you, Dad." Zhou Hongbei's voice choked up once again, but he was actually already overjoyed. Lin's villa. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Zhongdao personally called all members of the Lin family and asked them to return home within half an hour. Lin Xuan's bad premonition grew stronger and stronger. The R&D department's experiment has been completed, and Dad is in such a hurry to find everyone to go back. Could it be that he wants to tell everyone the results of the experiment? When this thought flashed through Lin Rusheng's mind, she was not happy, but worried instead. Special cold medicine is Lin Zhongdao's trump card. Does a showdown at this time also mean that Lin Zhongdao is going to make Lin Hao's identity public? If that is the case, how should we deal with it? Along the way, Lin Rusheng frowned tightly, thinking about this question in her mind. As soon as she came to the living room, Lin Rusheng heard the sound of a teacup breaking. Then came the roar from Lin Zhongdao. "This rebellious son, bring him back immediately. I'm going to skin him alive. We shouldn't have brought him back in the first place. We should have let him die outside. He has the blood of the Lin family in his veins, yet he actually did something so outrageous. He deserves to die. I finally figured it out. This unfilial son is secretly against me. He wants the Zhou family to crush the Lin family to death." Lin Zhongdao was heartbroken and increasingly angry, and he overturned the table on the spot. "I thought he left the Lin family just to make trouble, but I didn't expect this to happen today. This trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife is even better than the one used on TV. Everyone knows that Lin Xin is the biological son of the Lin family. Even if he throws out the severance agreement now, no one would believe it. They will only think that the Lin family did this to protect Lin Xin." Lin Zhongdao was trembling all over, and his face was pale. "Dad, don't be angry first. Maybe we misunderstood Brother Lin Xin. Brother Lin Xin caused a scene at the Xin family's business banquet that day, perhaps to protect the young lady of the Xin family. As for the matter of the stock exchange center, I guess Brother Lin Xin didn't mean it." Lin Hao's eyes were red from crying, and his voice was hoarse. "Xiao Hao, don't speak for him. At first I thought you believed the rumors, but I asked someone to investigate, and it turned out to be true. No one should speak for him. I don't have such an unfilial son." Lin Zhongdao was once again furious, and his voice became louder. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly, but her heart still relaxed a little. After listening to Lin Zhongdao's words just now, Lin Rusheng decided to call everyone back, not because of the special cold medicine. 9 times out of 10, it's about Lin Xin. But at this time, in order to find out what was going on, Lin Rusheng pretended to know nothing. "Dad, what happened?" Seeing Lin Rusheng come in, Lin Zhongdao shook his head helplessly. At this time, Lin Hao raised his head and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Big sister, please persuade Dad quickly." Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Hao, her eyes full of confusion. "Big sister, this is the case. People are now saying that Brother Lin Xin made Zhou Hongbei look bad. Brother Lin Xin made a bet with Zhou Hongbei. Brother Lin Xin was smart. I don't know what method he used, but he made the young master of the Zhou family stand in front of everyone wearing only a pair of shorts. Some people say that Zhou Hongbei has gone crazy, and some people say that Mr. Zhou has become ill due to anger. Dad is also very angry, big sister. Maybe Brother Lin Xin has his own reasons." In the end, Lin Hao's voice became smaller and smaller, as quiet as the buzzing of a mosquito. Lin Rusheng didn't say anything. Lin Jilan and Lin Xingyu, who were standing at the door, looked at each other. They listened to every word Lin Hao said just now. Lin Xingyu snorted coldly. This Lin Hao is really good at pretending. When stating facts, never forget to add fuel to the fire. At first glance, it seemed that Lin Hao was speaking for Lin Xin. But if you think about it carefully, which of these sentences is not adding fuel to the fire? Lin Xin was smart. So smart that he made Zhou Hongbei take off all his clothes except for his underpants. Lin Xin was innocent, and he innocently caused Mr. Zhou to direct all his anger towards the Lin family. This isn't persuading people to stop the engine. This is clearly instigation. Maybe the situation is not as exaggerated as you said. Did you see it with your own eyes? Lin Xingyu said as she walked into the door. Lin Zhongdao's voice suddenly rose. Do I need to see it with my own eyes? This matter has spread like wildfire in Kyoto. No one is allowed to side with Lin Xin today. Not to mention that he wants to sever ties with the Lin family. I will also sever ties with him. From now on, he will never be able to step into the Lin family's door again. Has anyone ever seen a son push his father to the brink of death these days? What Lin Xin did is truly unprecedented. Lin Zhongdao was panting and kicked the stool away. Really? Don't be so absolute first. No one has the right to speak before meeting Lin Xin. Qin Yulan suddenly appeared at the stairs on the second floor. What are you talking about? You are still speaking for that rebellious son. Do you know what he did? Lin Zhongdao was surprised and looked at Qin Yulan in disbelief. Qin Yulan walked down the stairs slowly with a calm expression. No matter what you do, you have to wait until we meet to discuss it. Lin Hao was stunned, as if he had never known Qin Yulan. What is going on here? My mother was never like this before. No matter what happened at home, big or small, she would never speak up for Lin Xin. And the look he gave Lin Xin was full of disgust. Today, if I hadn't heard her say this with my own ears, I would have doubted whether I was dreaming. In fact, it's not just the attitude of his family that has always puzzled Lin Hao. There is also the 8 million that Lin Xin has at the stock exchange center. Among other people's children, 8 million is nothing. But if Lin Xin has this money in his hands, there is definitely a problem. But should I say it at this time? Lin Hao was still hesitating. Lin Zhongdao was already furious. Qin Yulan, listen carefully. Lin Xin is now cutting off the Lin family's financial resources. This responsibility is not something you can afford. I will have someone bring Lin Xin back right away. You can ask him on the spot what his intentions are. I've said it before, we shouldn't have brought this son back. We should have let him die outside. In the past, Qin Yulan would not have said anything after hearing Lin Zhongdao say this. At that time, she also thought that Lin Xin had bad character and many faults. But now, Qin Yulan doesn't think so. Looking at Lin Zhongdao and then at Lin Hao, the expression on Qin Yulan's face did not change much. I had already sneered in my heart. Lin Zhongdao, the rebellious son you keep talking about, is actually my biological son. You slander him like this just to get your illegitimate son to the top. If you don't want to recognize Lin Xin, just give up on that idea. Call Rushuang, call Lin Xin back now. Lin Zhongdao's lips were trembling as he spoke. Lin Rushuang hesitated. Now, Mom and her 3 sisters want Lin Xin to come back more than anyone else. But how can he come back just because we want him to? Lin Xin never came back, and it seemed that he had never thought about turning back. What are you still standing there for? Make a phone call. Seeing Lin Zhongdao urging her, Lin Rusheng finally dialed Lin Xian's phone number. The call went through, but no one answered. Then Lin Rushuang replayed it. The living room was surprisingly quiet, and everyone could hear everything clearly without using the speakerphone. I thought I would hear Lin Xian's voice in the replay. However, the call was rejected. Keep calling. Even if the phone explodes today, we must find this rebellious son. Lin Zhongdao yelled, and Qin Yulan, who was not far away, rolled her eyes at him. The other side. In the time it took me to complete a fill-in-the-blank question, the phone rang 5 or 6 times. Even though Lin Xin pressed the reject button several times, the call still kept coming in. Finally, Lin Xin answered the call. What's the matter with you? I hate having any contact with the Lin family, and Lin Rushuang feels the same. Although Lin Rusheng apologized to him more than once after leaving, Lin Xin didn't want to get too entangled with them. Lin Xin, do you have time? Can you come back? Lin Rusheng spoke cautiously and tentatively. No time. Lin Xin refused directly. The other party hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. It's like this. Dad has heard something about you and Zhou Hongbei. We want to know what's going on. If you have any difficulties, you can tell Dad in person. This will avoid some misunderstandings. I heard that Zhou Hongbei was teased so badly that he ran away without even putting on his clothes. On the phone, Lin Rusheng tried her best to repeat what Lin Hao had just said, just to ask Lin Xin to explain. Lin Rusheng knew that since Lin Xin had already said that, he would definitely not come back. The only way to explain it now is by phone. Before Lin Xin could say anything, Lin Zhongdao started shouting angrily. You rebellious son! Get back here right now! Look at what you have done. You have offended the Zhou family. How can the Lin family have a good life in the future? You are sincere, right? Hurry back here, or I will beat you to death. Lin Xin sneered. Ms. Lin, please turn on the speakerphone. I have a few words to say to Mr. Lin. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and even through the phone screen, Lin Rusheng could feel the chill. In the end, Lin Rusheng turned on the speakerphone. I've turned on the speakerphone, Lin Xian. Now you can tell me how much Zhou Hongbei went too far. Lin Rusheng was just trying to smooth things over, but Lin Xian didn't appreciate it. Mr. Lin, I want to correct what you said just now. First of all, I have signed a severance agreement with the Lin family. We have no relationship now, so if I offend the Zhou family, it's my own business. You don't need to worry about it. Secondly, I am not your son now, and you're not my father either. You are not qualified to ask me to go back. I, Lin Xin, am responsible for my own actions. As for whether your Lin family will have a good life in the future, it is none of my business. After finishing his words, Lin Xin hung up the phone. The room suddenly became quiet, and everyone present was petrified. Especially Lin Zhongdao. The whole person was stunned. After recovering from his shock, Lin Zhongdao knocked the vase to the ground. Bang! After the sound, porcelain pieces were shattered all over the floor. Rebellion. This rebellious son. Is he going to rebel? How dare you talk to me like that? This beast, he is an ungrateful wolf. It was all in vain that I found him and raised him. He wants to break up with me, but I don't want him. Lin Zhongdao was shaking with anger, and his words were incoherent. Lin Xingyu and Lin Zhilan were so frightened that they dared not speak. At this time, Lin Rusheng didn't know what to say. Only Lin Hao was standing in the corner, crying. In fact, Lin Hao's heart was already filled with joy. Lin Xian, you want to compete with me for the Lin family's property? You are far from it. If you fight me, you will die. Although Qin Yulan didn't say anything, the balance in her heart had already tilted towards Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Zhongdao so angry, Qin Yulan suddenly felt relieved. The three sisters of the Lin family were thinking about it secretly. The reason why Lin Xian said such words must be that he was extremely disappointed. When making this phone call, Lin Zhongdao didn't want to ask the truth of the matter, but wanted to blame Lin Xian. Letting him come back is also to punish Lin Xian. How familiar is the situation before my eyes? When Lin Xian was at home before, no matter what happened, the attitude of the three sisters and Qin Yulan was the same as Lin Zhongdao. He just accused her without asking any questions and never gave Lin Xian a chance to explain. When Lin Rusheng thought of this, she felt guilty. I owe this younger brother so much. Why didn't I realize it before? Looking up and seeing the whip in the corner, Lin Rusheng thought of the scene of herself beating Lin Xian with the whip. Mother Zhou, put the whip in my bedroom. This whip is the testimony of my guilt towards Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Rusheng seemed to have thought of something. Dad, don't be angry yet. What should we do about the R&D department? I heard that a special cold medicine has been developed. When will the press conference be held? The Taoist priest in the forest sighed. Because of Lin Xian, all his plans were ruined. I had originally planned to hold a press conference as soon as possible after the specific medicine was developed. Taking advantage of the storm, he could confront Qin Yulan. But who would have known that Lin Xian actually offended the Zhou family? Given the Lin family's current strength, how could they have the confidence to compete with the Zhou family? Zhou Haitian now hates the Lin family to the core. If we hold a press conference at this time, won't we be defeated with one blow? Why are you opening it? It's impossible to open it. Lin Zhongdao had a look of despair on his face, as if all the strength in his body had been drained. Lin Zhongdao looked depressed, unable to find any solution to his current predicament. Advancing is a defeat. Retreating is also a defeat. Such a good game of chess was ruined by this rebellious son Lin Xin. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was planning something else. Where did Lin Xin get the 8 million to buy stocks? Such a large sum of money could never be a gift from an outsider. Thinking about it this way, it could only have been given by one of our own people. Lin Hao quietly looked up at Qin Yulan, then took out his cell phone and quietly sent a message. Now that the whole family is still here, some things have to be brought to the surface. 1 minute later, Lin Hao's cell phone rang. He first pretended to be panicked and took out his cell phone. Then Lin Hao pressed the answer button. Xiaoyan, what can I do for you? I'm a little busy here, so it's not convenient for me to answer your call now. Chen Jinyan, on the other end of the phone, sounded panicked. Brother Lin Hao, something big has happened. Did you know that Brother Lin Xin spent 8 million to buy stocks that hit the limit down? Everyone is discussing this matter now. Many people say that the money given to Brother Lin Xin was given by Miss Shun. But I don't think so, because Brother Lin Xin is very close to the young lady from the Su family in class. And he even accompanied her to the hospital. When answering the phone just now, Lin Hao deliberately turned on the hands-free button. Every word Chen Jinyan said reached everyone's ears. The already tense atmosphere became even more depressing because of this phone call. All right, I won't say any more. I'm hanging up now. The purpose is achieved. Lin Hao suppressed his inner joy and hung up the phone. Asshole. Rebellious son. What on earth does Lin Xian want to do now? Chen Jinyan's phone call was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Zhongdao was already in a depressed mood, and after hearing the content of the phone call, he collapsed. No wonder he's so arrogant and dares to challenge me. It turns out he wants to count on the Shun and Su families. As a man, I have to rely on pleasing women to make a living. How can I put my face on this? Qin Yulan, this is your good son. Lin Zhongdao was trembling with anger. Seeing this, Lin Hao hurried to Lin Zhongdao's side. Dad, don't be anxious. Don't listen to Xiaoyan's nonsense. Those people outside are talking nonsense. Brother Lin Xin would never do something so shameful. After all, he is still the real young master of the Lin family. Dad, I still believe that Brother Lin Xin is a good person. It would have been better if Lin Hao didn't say this. As soon as he said this, Lin Zhongdao started to get angry again. Don't speak for that rebellious son anymore. If he had nothing to do with the young lady of the Xin family, how dare he offend the Zhou family? They are proposing marriage. He has an unclear relationship with Miss Shun, and now he is accompanying Miss Su to the hospital. He is crazy, absolutely crazy. There is no such unfilial descendant in my Lin family. A person who can do anything for money does not deserve the surname Lin. Lin Zhongdao was baring his teeth and claws, and his shiny hair was deformed with excitement. Be more popular, be more popular. As long as Lin Xian's actions touch Lin Zhongdao's bottom line, he will no longer be a member of the Lin family. Lin Hao was secretly competing in his heart. His heart was so excited that it jumped up to his throat. Just then, a clear voice was heard. Dad, you misunderstood. Lin Xian is rich. Rich? Where does he get his money? By pleasing rich ladies? What a shameless thing. Lin Jilan was the first to step forward. Although Lin Hao was standing next to Lin Zhongdao, Lin Jilan didn't even look at him. Dad, I had a problem with my leg some time ago, and Lin Xin cured my leg. My eldest sister gave him a sum of money as a reward. According to Lin Xian's current situation, he is fully capable of buying those stocks. After Lin Jilan finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao was stunned. Lin Xian cured your leg? Stop talking to him. If you have a problem with your leg, why don't you go to the hospital to see Lin Xian? Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth and totally did not believe what Lin Jilan said. Lin Jilan frowned slightly. Dad, the experts and professors at the hospital can't diagnose my symptoms. They are helpless. If Lin Xian hadn't acted in time, I would be paralyzed now. Lin Ping's steps were obviously hesitant, and his body was a little stiff. Lin Xin couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. "Dad, I've already reported it before I left, and Mom agreed." Lin Ping breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression was not as nervous as before. "That's good." In order to make Lin Ping more relaxed, Lin Xin simply started teasing him. "Dad, I'm just giving you a foot massage. Are you thinking the wrong thing?" "No way, you are just making fun of me." In order to cover up his embarrassment, Lin Ping deliberately took 2 quick steps. Lin Xin felt a surge of emotion. "In my previous life, Lin Ping and Zhou Yuzhen passed away early. Since God has given me a new life, I will definitely be filial to them. A set of foot massage takes more than 2 hours." Lin Xin stayed by Lin Ping's side. With his son's company, Lin Ping felt much more at ease, but he was a little distressed about the price of the meal. When Lin Xin asked him how he felt, Lin Ping said directly, "The massage was indeed very comfortable, but it was a bit expensive. I won't come here again in the future. Dad, as long as you feel comfortable, we will come again next time." "Come again? How much will it cost?" Lin Ping kept waving his hands to refuse. Lin Xin said seriously, "Dad, isn't it our duty to be filial to our parents? Who says we have to wait until you are old to be filial to you?" As soon as Lin Ping opened his mouth, his voice was choked up, and he could only say, "Good boy. Let's go to the mall and buy some cosmetics for Mom so she can look beautiful." "Okay, listen to my son." Lin Ping looked proud and spoke with confidence. After buying a set of cosmetics, Zhou Yuzhen was so happy that she cried. When Lin Xin heard Zhou Yuzhen say that she wanted to prepare a big meal, he directly suggested that he wanted to eat noodles. "I don't know why, but every time I eat the noodles made by Zhou Yuzhen, Lin Xin can never get enough. Those noodles seem to have magic power. I can't stop thinking about them if I don't eat them for a few days." Zhou Yuzhen sighed as she put the noodles on the table. "Lin Xin, don't spend money recklessly next time. Also, the college entrance examination is only about 20 days away. You need to review quickly and don't waste your time on meaningless things like this." Zhou Yuzhen was happy to see her son being so filial. But Zhou Yuzhen also understood that the most important thing at the moment was Lin Xian's college entrance examination. That is a turning point in life. Nothing is more important than the college entrance examination. "Mom, don't worry, I have no problem studying. I'm ready." Lin Ping leaned over. "So confident?" Lin Xin did that signature job again and raised his eyebrows. "Well, the college entrance examination is not difficult for me." After hearing what their son said, Lin Ping and his wife felt relieved. Recently, people who go to the store to eat are all discussing the college entrance examination, and their spirits are becoming tense. Lin Xian's words were like a reassurance. Early the next morning, as soon as Lin Xin arrived at the school, Zhang Xin's son came running over. "Brother Xin, I have good news for you. My dad said he would do everything he could to get me into Nanjing University. The old man told me yesterday that if it really doesn't work, he would donate a library to Nanyang University." Lin Xin was shocked and couldn't help but gasp. And this kind of operation? He even thought of donating to the library in exchange for a place. It seems that Mr. Zhang is doing his best for his son. How about it? Are you happy for me? Zhang Sun's son was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Lin Xin didn't want to discourage him. After all, based on Zhang Xin's current academic performance, it would be absolutely stressful for him to be admitted to Nanjing University. "Then I wish your dreams come true in advance." "Is this the end? What else do you want?" "At least you have to express your sincerity." Just one sentence seems insincere. After Zhang Sun's son said this, Lin Xin remembered something. Lin Xin lowered his head and rummaged through his school bag, then took out a stack of information and handed it to Zhang Xin's son. "This is for you. Sharpen your sword before the battle. Even if it's not fast, it will shine." Zhang Xin's son was puzzled and flipped through 2 pages at random. "Is this the main point of your summary? That's quite a lot. It's not just the key points. This is my learning method. If you calm down and read it, it should be helpful to you." Zhang Sun's son naturally had no doubt about what his good friend said, and he kept it carefully on the spot. During the next day, Zhang Sun seemed like a different person during the study class. Not only could they no longer hear the sound of him making trouble, many classmates also noticed that Zhang Sun was always looking down at something. It was not until after school that Zhang Sun grabbed Lin Xian's arm with a serious look on his face. "Brother Xian, I feel it. I think I figured out something with this learning method. Let me put it this way. My mind was a mess before, but now I seem to see a clue." In Zhang Sun's words, although the line is not very clear yet, it seems to have a direction. "That's good. If you work harder, you can get a good grade." Got it. I'll study hard all night tonight." Zhang Sun stood up straight and made the promise with a serious look on his face. Seeing that other students had surpassed them, Lin Xin urged Zhang Sun to move forward faster. Not long after leaving the school gate, Lin Xin suddenly saw a familiar figure. Next to the luxury car, Xin Chuxia, wearing a white dress, was smiling at him. I often hear people say that Nanjing University's class schedule is very full. Doesn't Sister Chuxia have to go to school? Lin Xin. Xin Chuxia waved at Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Zhang Sun looked very self-conscious. "Brother Xian, I won't waste my time. Let's go back and finish our meal. I still have to study. Go, business is more important." As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Zhang Sun ran away. As usual, Lin Xian got in the car, and Xin Chuxia drove forward without saying a word. Halfway through the journey, Xin Chuxia told Lin Xian that they wanted to go eat something delicious. "Sister Chuxia, don't you have to go to school? Last time you said you took over the family business, so you don't have to go to work?" Lin Xian directly asked the doubts in his mind. Xin Chuxia looked in the rearview mirror. "Sticky boy, if I'm so busy every day, how can I have time to eat with you? By the way, thank you for what happened last time. You helped me so much, I didn't have time to thank you yet." Lin Xin smiled indifferently. "Nothing." Seeing Zhou Hongbei's wretched expression, "Even if you don't tell me, I won't let his evil plan succeed." Xin Chuxia was shocked, and then two red clouds appeared on her face. "Lin Xian is too domineering. Although I have always treated him as my younger brother, why does my heart beat faster when I hear him say this?" "Stop! Red light!" Lin Xian's voice came again, and Xin Chuxia quickly stepped on the brakes. "It's a good thing you reminded me, otherwise I would have run a red light." Xin Chuxia was still in shock. "Sister Chuxia, don't be distracted while driving. It's too dangerous." "Well, you're right. We must not be distracted." Xin Chuxia took Lin Xian to eat pickled fish. Two people ordered a plate of pickled fish and 2 servings of rice. It was very simple but very filling. While eating, Xin Chuxia picked up food for Lin Xian more than once, just like taking care of a child. Lin Xian was not polite either, and ate until oil dripped from the corners of his mouth. The only thing that spoiled the fun was that Lin Rusheng kept calling during this period. Lin Xian refused more than once. Finally, Lin Rusheng sent a message. "Lin Xian, I have something very important to tell you. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of Hyde Community." After seeing the content of the message, Lin Xian knew that Lin Rusheng would not leave unless she could see him. When Xin Chuxia sent Lin Xian back, Lin Xian was still thinking about this matter. What happened to the Lin family? Why are they so restless? They came to see me again and again. Did they just want me to go back? Isn't it just that the identity of an illegitimate child was found out? Why is there such a commotion? How did I become a treasure after knowing Lin Hao's true identity? It could also be because of Zhou Hongbei's incident. After all, the Zhou family now regards the Lin family as their biggest enemy. If they want to restore the Zhou family's face, they will definitely take action against the Lin group. But never mind, what does it have to do with me? By the time I came to my senses again, Xin Chuxia had already stopped the car. "We're here, thank you, Sister Chuxia. What are you thanking me for? You still need to be so polite to me." Xin Chuxia had just said half of her words when her face suddenly turned ugly. Lin Rusheng was standing in front of a limited edition luxury car. "Lin Xian, I'll go down with you." When Xin Chuxia saw the people from the Lin family, a thin layer of ice seemed to cover her little face. At the beginning, Lin Xian did not tell me about what happened in the Lin family, but I am not a fool. Knowing what they had done to Lin Xian, Xin Chuxia was already filled with rage. Not to mention meeting them here today. Even if I don't meet them, I'm still thinking of finding them to argue with them. Lin Xuan pouted her lips, looking aggressive. Lin Xin refused directly. No need, Sister Xuan, you can go back. I can handle these things. Really? I'm worried they'll bully you again. Don't worry, I'm not the same person I used to be. Lin Xin smiled at Lin Xuan with a confident look. Okay then, call me if you have anything. At this moment, Lin Xuan seemed to have turned into a brother-protecting demon. Got it? Be careful on the road. The two people said goodbye naturally. After a while, Lin Xin came to Lin Rushang. Lin Xin, something happened at home. Because of the stock exchange incident, my father was furious and now he is sick and has been hospitalized. Your second sister, third sister, and mother, I and you all know we are wrong. Lin Xin, just come back with me. After finishing her words, Lin Rushang took a deep breath. Lin Xin frowned slightly. You've waited so long. Is this all you want to tell me? Honestly, what does this have to do with me? The matter of the stock exchange center has nothing to do with you. Lin Zhongdao was sick and hospitalized. That was his own fault. Also, I don't want to have anything to do with you. No one stipulates that I have to go back with you just because you know you are wrong. Lin Xian's words were very sharp, which immediately cut off Lin Rushuang's thoughts. They really treat themselves like 3-year-old children. Do you really think that you are still the same as before, and that you will be led by them obediently as long as they show you a little favor? What a joke. I've had enough of those days of fawning over them, only to be laughed at in the end. I don't want their apology, and I'm not interested in the Lin family's affairs. Lin Rushuang was so angry that she couldn't refute a word. Lin Xin, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Dad's research and development experiment has been successful, and the special cold medicine should be on the market soon. According to previous plans, a press conference should be held during this time. But Dad took the Zhou family's current situation into consideration, so he postponed the plan. Lin Xin raised his eyes and looked at Lin Rushang coldly. What does any of this have to do with me? Lin Rushang, who was always calm, couldn't even control her emotions when she saw Lin Xin like this. You are my biological son, so you have to go back and stabilize the situation at this time. Lin Xin, do you know what this cold medicine means when it is put on the market? It will definitely bring about earth-shaking changes. By then, not only the pharmaceutical industry, but even our family structure is likely to be affected. Lin Xin smiled. You mean Mr. Lin will divorce Ms. Qin? Lin Rushang sighed immediately as Lin Xin hit the nail on the head. That's what we're worried about. I'm sorry. Then you can continue to worry about it. These things have nothing to do with me. Then, without saying any more nonsense, Lin Xin passed Lin Rushang and went back to the community. Lin Rushuang was completely stunned. Lin Xian's words just now filled his ears. My apology just now was truly sincere. Is it really that difficult to get Lin Xin to forgive me? Before, they might have had time to wait. But it's different now. Lin Zhongdao's research and development experiment has been successful, which means that this family may break up at any time. Lin Xin was unexpectedly indifferent. Did he really not care about these relatives? Lin Xin walked back, thinking about what Lin Rushang said. Even though I didn't show anything just now, it doesn't mean I wasn't shocked. In his previous life, Lin Zhongdao was able to carve out a niche in the pharmaceutical industry because he developed a fast-acting cold medicine. The Lin Group also gained a firm foothold as a result. I didn't expect that they developed it so quickly. However, because of the incident between him and Zhou Hengbei, the launch of the drug was delayed. In other words, one's own behavior has invisibly changed the course of events. Now the Lin family is afraid of the Zhou family, but they don't know when the launch of this drug will be delayed. Thinking about Lin Rushang's request for forgiveness, Lin Xin sneered again. In their eyes, they are the objects of command. I have to do whatever they say, as if it is completely natural. But I, Lin Xin, don't owe you anything. If you want to bully me like before, you're dreaming. After returning home, Lin Xin accompanied Lin Pingyan and Zhou Yuzhen as usual, and then continued to practice questions. He was not affected at all by what Lin Rushuang said. This is true. After entering the house, Lin Xin had already put those emotions behind him. Before dawn the next day, Lin Xin received another call from Zhang Sinsun. Brother Xian, what do you want to eat today? I'll buy you breakfast. Lin Xian rubbed his eyes and saw that it was only 4:30. Fatty Zhang, are you crazy? What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Brother Xian, I have good news for you. I think I could become a top student. By the way, tell me what we're going to eat today, and that'll be my honor to you. Zhang Sinsen's voice was so excited that it was deafening. It's okay, hang up, don't disturb my rest. Lin Xian's eyelids were dry, and he uttered something vaguely. Zhang Sinsen on the other end of the phone was still in high spirits. Okay, I'll listen to you, master. I'll take care of the arrangements. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian no longer felt sleepy. It's all Fatty Zhang's fault. He almost sang the last sentence, which drove away his sleepiness. Turning over, Lin Xian thought of Zhang Sinsen again. As he and Zhang Sinsen have always been desk mates, Lin Xian also understands that Zhang Sinsen is actually quite hardworking. It's just that after a long period of unsuccessful efforts, this guy just let himself go. If he hadn't been tutored by a famous teacher every day, he would definitely be the last in the class. I hope the study method I have sorted out these days will be useful to him. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Sinsen called again. This time, Zhang Sinsen took the initiative to speak without waiting for Lin Xian to complain. Master, I'm at the gate of your community. Come down quickly. The food is hot. Lin Xian was speechless. What happened to Fatty Zhang? Could it be that he had a brain attack after working all night long? However, despite his doubts, Lin Xian still said something to Zhou Yuzhen and the others, and then walked downstairs. Brother Xian, it's over here. Before reaching the gate of the community, Zhang Sinsen's voice was heard again. This guy was holding a chicken leg in his hand, shaking it constantly, and his two little eyes were shining. You got up so early. Did you really not sleep all night? As soon as Lin Xian finished asking the question, he saw Zhang Sinsen's heavy dark circles. Master's right. I really am studying all night long. This study method is so effective. I really want to keep you in my home, burn a stick of incense every morning and evening, and kowtow to you 3 times in the morning and evening. Master, this is breakfast. Would you like to try it? Zhang Sinsen bit off the last piece of meat from the chicken leg and threw the bone into the trash can. Then the lunchbox was presented with both hands. Lin Xian was speechless. If he hadn't been holding the lunchbox, I would have punched him on the shoulder. I was kind enough to teach you how to learn, but you hoped I would die and keep me as a servant in your house. Fatty, you are so dishonest. Zhang Sinsen looked embarrassed and then shook his head like a rattle. No, I admire my master from the bottom of my heart. Go away and be serious. Did you really learn something from studying last night? Lin Xian's face looked serious, and Zhang Sinsen didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. I really feel it now. The knowledge that I couldn't understand before seems very clear now. I feel like there's not enough time. I wish there were 48 hours in a day. Besides, I'm not sleepy at all now. My mind is full of the key points you sorted out. Once he started talking, Zhang Sinsen couldn't stop and ended up opening his lunchbox while talking. The aroma hits your nostrils. Xylong Bao. The skin is thin. The filling is large and elastic. Lin Xin reached out and picked up one. His first feeling was that the filling was definitely sufficient. The dough is translucent, and you can vaguely see the shrimp inside, especially the green leaves on top of the dumplings, which make people hungry at first sight. Chef, please try it quickly. This is the specialty of the gold medal chef of Fenghao Guodanyan. If you want to eat it, make a reservation. Of course, master is different. As long as you like to eat, we'll be there for you anytime. Zhang Sinsen smiled like a flower. I'm eating, don't disgust me. After taking a bite of the steamed bun in his hand, Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. The meat filling is fresh, fragrant, and juicy. Not bad. No wonder Fatty Zhang said this was the unique skill of a gold medal chef. It seems he was not exaggerating. Lin Xian suddenly understood why Zhang Sinsen had become so fat. It turned out there was a reason. Let's go. Talk as we go. Time is really tight. You have to hurry up, but health comes first. Don't exhaust yourself. Lin Xian told the truth. There is still nearly half a month left before the college entrance examination. If Fatty Zhang continues to work and rest like this every day, something bad will definitely happen. Zhang Sun was so moved that tears filled his eyes. Brother Xian, master, you are really my good brother. Half-brother, best brother. Lin Xian was completely confused by Zhang Sun. Fatty, can you be serious? By the way, this soup dumpling is delicious, not bad. If Brother Xian likes it, I'll ask him to make it every day. No, I don't have the hobby of tormenting people. Lin Xian spent the next day quite fulfillingly. During every break, Zhang Sun would hang around him, and other than that, nothing was different from before. But Zhang Sun has changed a lot. In the past, Zhang Sun would get angry if anyone called him Fatty Zhang, except Lin Xian. But now, hearing someone calling him like that, Zhang Sun no longer got angry and became completely obedient. In Zhang Sun's words, that is, he must make use of every minute and not waste time on meaningless things. Second row on the north wall. Since coming to the classroom, Chen Jinyan has been observing Lin Xian. After wasting a lot of effort, Chen Jinyan still couldn't notice anything unusual. The news that Zhou Hongbei ran away in his shorts was suppressed by the Zhou family, but many people still knew about it. And before that, Lin Xian also ruined Zhou Hongbei's proposal plan. If this is something that happened in the upper class and few classmates knew about it, then it must be a fact that Lin Xian sent Su Yuexiao to the hospital, right? But why are people not interested in these things at all? Is it really because of the college entrance examination? Since sending the message that day, Lin Hao has never contacted me. Could it be that something big has happened in the Lin family? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Jinyan's mind. In the end, his gaze stopped on Lin Xian. After just a short while, Chen Jinyan lowered her head again. Lin Xian is different from before. This is Chen Jinyan's biggest feeling. The way he spoke and the look in his eyes made people feel scared unconsciously. Thinking about the things I've done recently. During the break, Chen Jinyan picked up a test paper, hesitated for a while, and finally walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's desk mate is Su Yuexiao. Now that they are both here, maybe I can find out something. If there is any gain, telling Lin how the news will bring him one step closer to his goal. Lin Hao once clearly stated that as long as he provided useful information, the money would definitely be transferred to his card. Chen Jinyan gritted her teeth and finally made up her mind. Lin Xian, do you have time? Can you help me explain this question? Before Chen Jinyan arrived, Su Yuexiao suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Xian. The teacher only mentioned the solution method, but I always feel that the idea is not clear. Lin Xian nodded. During class, I noticed Su Yuexiao staring at a question, and it seemed that he hadn't written anything until now. She must have been stuck on a certain idea. Draw the auxiliary line here. Do this step first. Lin Xian lowered his head and gave instructions. Su Yuexiao also leaned forward. I'm sorry, I didn't disturb you, did I? Chen Jinyan deliberately raised her voice and made an apologetic expression on her face. Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao were both stunned. At this time, hearing Chen Jinyan say this, many students looked over to them. Chen Jinyan had a look of self-blame on her face and spoke in a timid manner. Sorry. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian's eyes had become sharp. Chen Jinyan, what do you want to do? You want to help Su Yuexiao solve this problem, right? Okay, come on. Chen Jinyan was confused and swallowed hard. Chen Jinyan was already feeling guilty, and after hearing what Lin Xian said, she really wanted to crawl under the table. The shout just now was just to let the classmates see how close they are. But now, I have become a laughing stock to everyone. I also have questions. Chen Jinyan explained in a low voice with a trembling voice. But Lin Xian didn't give her a good look. In her previous life, in order to frame herself, Chen Jinyan colluded with Lin Hao many times. Lin Xian still remembers her face clearly. There must be no good intention behind this. In her previous life, Chen Jinyan followed Lin Hao, and she didn't have a good ending. It could be considered retribution. So even though Lin Xian disliked Chen Jinyan, he didn't have any deep hatred for her. But this kind of mean expression is really annoying. At this time, Chen Jinyan's eyes were red, and she was holding the test paper at a loss. We are only halfway through our topic. You should go ask someone else. After saying this, Lin Xin continued to talk about his ideas with his head down. The students around me have already started to recite the words in a low voice. Chen Jinyan is really such a fool. How can she be so blind? People are explaining the problem, but she is still there making sarcastic remarks. I was just talking about a question when I was interrupted. I was lucky enough to look up and talk to her. You really believe that she is seeking a solution, but I don't believe it anyway. Yes, I think so too. She must want to see what Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao are doing. Why is she like this? Chen Jinyan quickly returned to her seat, but many classmates still pointed fingers at her. Until now, Chen Jinyan is regretting her decision to the core. Lin Xian has really changed. He was never so aggressive before. No matter how extreme he had been in the past, he would never do this. Chen Jinyan, why do you keep looking at Lin Xian? Are you attracted to my brother Xian? Zhang Sun's son came to Chen Jinyan at some point and asked with a smile. Chen Jinyan looked embarrassed. What are you talking about? We are all classmates. Forget it. I see you have a straight look in your eyes. Fatty Zhang, stop talking nonsense and don't go too far. Seeing Chen Jinyan getting anxious, Zhang Sun's son laughed again. Look, you are angry and embarrassed, right? I think you are planning to take advantage of my brother Xian. You. No matter how Chen Jinyan explained, Zhang Sunson insisted on his previous attitude. Zhang Sun's son didn't leave until the class bell rang. When passing by Lin Xian's seat, Zhang Sun's son raised his eyebrows proudly. Lin Xian was about to roll his eyes at Zhang Sun's son. This guy is just afraid that the world will not be in chaos. However, seeing Zhang Jinyan's embarrassed look, Lin Xian also felt relieved. That afternoon, as soon as school was over, Chen Jinyan couldn't wait to call Lin Hao. Chen Jinyan was annoyed and resentful because she had suffered such injustice for no reason. Okay, I know everything you said. Lin Hao said only one sentence and then hung up Chen Jinyan's phone. Putting his phone away, Lin Hao quickly walked to the living room. Lin Zhongdao was drinking tea in silence, his face looking gloomy. Recently, Lin Zhongdao felt that everything was going wrong. And all these things happened after Lin Xian left home. Dad, when did you come back? Are you tired today? Let me rub your shoulders for you. Lin Zhongdao looked up, and finally a smile appeared on his face. Lin Hao is sensible and has known how to care for others since he was a child. Unlike Lin Xian, that rebellious son, who only brings trouble to himself. Thinking that the release of the quick-acting cold medicine would be delayed because of Lin Xian, Lin Zhongdao began to grit his teeth again. Dad, what's wrong with you? It's okay. Come and chat with Daddy. This is the sentence Lin Hao was waiting for. After sitting next to Lin Zhongdao, Lin Hao spoke while massaging Lin Zhongdao's shoulders. Dad, my cousin Jean Yin called me today. She told me something about brother Lin Xian. I don't know whether I should tell her or not. Lin Zhongdao snorted coldly. Is there anything else that shouldn't be said? Hasn't this rebellious son caused enough trouble? Lin Hao bit his lip. Brother Lin Xian bullied cousin Jean Yin at school again, and even encouraged many classmates to isolate her. The reason is that Jean Yin discovered brother Lin Xian's affair with Miss Su, and brother Lin Xian was furious. Lin Hao stopped talking halfway. It is precisely because of this pause that Lin Zhongdao is given enough room for imagination. Snapped. Lin Zhongdao reached out and hit the armrest of the sofa, his lips trembling. This rebellious son is simply giving up. He has brought shame upon the Lin family. How long will he continue to cause trouble? The college entrance examination is coming up soon, and he is still focusing on girls. He is totally ignorant. Lin Zhongdao became more and more angry as he shouted, and finally he stood up suddenly. Don't think that I can't do anything to him just because he left the Lin family. I'll let him have fun for the next 2 days. After he passes the exam, I'll have him come and beg me in person. Without the Lin family's money, I don't think he would be able to go to college. But with a character like that, I don't think he'll even be able to get into college. Lin Zhongdao was so furious that he couldn't even remember what he said. Lin Hao, are you just trying to stir up trouble? Don't you think you were despicable? At the entrance of the stairs, Lin Xingyu had a cold expression and stared at Lin Hao motionlessly. Now that Lin Xian is not at home, you still don't forget to slander him. What do you want to satisfy you? Lin Hao was stunned by the scolding, and then tears began to fall. Second sister, I didn't slander brother Lin Xian. I just told the truth. I'm your brother. You should trust me. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe cousin Jin Yin. Lin Xingyu frowned and went downstairs with a thump. I, Lin Xingyu, have only one younger brother, and that's Lin Xian, and I believe that Lin Xian is definitely not who you said. From now on, don't let me hear you slandering him again, or don't blame me for being rude. Enough! Lin Xingyu's words became more and more unpleasant, and Lin Zhongdao scolded her loudly. Xiao Yu, how do you talk to your brother? Xiao Hao grew up with you, so how is he any different from your biological brother? Come here and apologize. Seeing Lin Zhongdao helping him speak, Lin Hao's tears fell like beads from a broken string, one string after another. Lin Xingyu snorted coldly. Dad, what you just said is wrong. Lin Hao and I have no blood relationship, so how can he be my biological brother? Is it because the Lin family has raised him for more than 10 years? It's not professional to say that, and it's not legally acceptable. Lin Zhongdao was shocked and looked at Lin Xingyu with disbelief. My daughter, who has always been so well-behaved, is now talking to me about the law? Especially when he heard Lin Xingyu talking about blood relationship. Lin Zhongdao's heart skipped a beat. Lin Xingyu is acting so abnormal. Could it be that she knows something? Xiao Yu, I've told you so many times not to bring your emotions from work home. It will affect the atmosphere. Lin Zhongdao suppressed his displeasure and frowned and reprimanded again. I have no emotions. I'm just telling the truth. Lin Xingyu looked at the forest stubbornly. You! In a rage, Lin Zhongdao stretched out his hand and slapped. Lin Xingyu raised her head and stood there motionless, clearly ready to be beaten. Seeing this situation, Lin Zhongdao finally withdrew his hand. Things in the company are already in a mess, and I really don't have the energy to deal with these trivial matters. Besides, among the three daughters, Lin Xingyu is the most heartless. Even though he is a popular singer now, he can't change his temper. It was precisely because of this that the thought that just flashed through Lin Zhongdao's mind. If Lin Xingyu really discovered something, she would definitely not be in her current state. However, Lin Zhongdao's performance made Lin Xingyu feel disappointed. This is the father I have always admired. I just said a few more words to Lin Hao, but he actually wanted to hit me. He is so partial to that illegitimate child that it is clear that he no longer cares about anyone. The more Lin Xingyu thought about it, the angrier she became. Dad, I won't love you anymore. After yelling this, Lin Xingyu ran out of the door crying. Lin Hao, who was standing next to him, was stunned and full of doubts. But now that Lin Zhongdao is protecting him, Lin Hao just needs to continue playing pitiful role. Lin Hao stood up and pretended to chase after him, but was stopped by Lin Zhongdao. Xiao Hao, come back. Let her be. Lin Hao stopped, tears in his eyes. Dad, did I do something wrong? My second sister seems very angry. The Taoist priest in the forest sighed and shook his head. Don't think too much about it. Everyone is in a bad mood recently. I heard that your second sister's company is urging you to write a new song for her after the college entrance examination. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. Then his expression returned to normal. Don't worry, Dad. I'll write it after the test. Snuggling up to Lin Zhongdao again, Lin Hao was secretly thinking in his heart. Lin Xingyu was acting a little abnormal, but she didn't know why. But if Lin Xingyu chooses to go against him, the only outcome will be death. Not only Lin Xian, but also everyone in the Lin family. As long as they become stumbling blocks on my path to inheriting the Lin family's property, I will never show mercy. Lin Xingyu felt mixed emotions. Thinking of Lin Xian again, Lin Xingyu suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. Lin Xian severed ties with the Lin family because he was heartbroken, and he himself was unwilling to return to that home after knowing the truth. Cars were driving aimlessly on the road. Finally, Lin Xingyu stopped in front of a Chongsam shop. A century-old brand, Wen's Chongsam. It won't be long before Lin Xian takes the college entrance examination, and the Chongsam will definitely come in handy. Lin Xingyu calmed herself down beside the car before heading towards the store. Second miss, is it really you? Before Lin Xingyu could react, a person stood in front of her. This middle-aged man was about 30 years old, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. At this moment, he was looking straight at Lin Xingyu. Lin Xingyu was puzzled, and after looking at it for a while, she suddenly understood. "You are Lu Wu." "Yes, it's really a pleasure to see the second miss here." The man smiled innocently, revealing a row of white teeth. Lin Xingyu also laughed. "It's been a while since I last saw you. How are you doing? Is your mother's illness getting better?" "I'm much better now. It's all thanks to the help from Second Mississippi otherwise. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to fulfill my filial duty." "Thank you, Second Miss." When talking about what happened in the past, Lu Wu's face was full of gratitude again. Without paying attention to the pedestrians passing by on the road, Lu Wu bowed to Lin Xingyu again. "Don't be so polite. It's just a small favor. Where do you work now? Is your salary higher than what the Lin family offers?" Lu Wu shook his head awkwardly. "Second Miss, please stop making fun of me. The money I earn from ordinary jobs cannot compare to what the Lin family earns. Then why did you insist on leaving?" Speaking of this, Lin Xingyu felt a little angry. "If you want a raise, just tell me directly. You sneaked away, and it took me a long time to find a suitable cabinet." Lu Wu was stunned and hesitated to speak. "What's wrong? Did something happen again?" Lu Wu bit his lip and then looked up at Lin Xingyu. "Second Miss, you are a good person. If it weren't for you, there might not be my mother now. There is something that has been in my heart for a long time. I want to tell the second young lady. It's about Master Lin Xian. Back then, the person who peeped outside the third Mrs. Training room was not Master Xian." Lu Wu seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage and said a lot in one breath. Lin Xingyu was shocked and puzzled. "What did you say? If not Lin Xian, then who is it? Who is that peeping Tom?" A year ago, a scandal occurred in the Lin family. Lin Xian, the young master of the Lin family, was caught red-handed while clinging to the window of the training room and peeping at the second and third young ladies changing clothes. Lin Zhongdao was furious and beat Lin Xian half to death with a whip. Adopted son Lin Hao pleaded for Lin Xian, but was reprimanded by Lin Zhongdao. Considering the reputation of his two daughters, Lin Zhongdao ordered no one to tell anyone about this matter. For a time, the entire Lin family was in chaos. Lu Wu left at that time. At that time, the Lin family was in turmoil, and no one cared too much about the departure of a cook. When Lin Xingyu found that the dompa pork did not taste right and asked the chef about it, Lin Hao told everyone that the chef had left. Because he felt that the salary offered by the Lin family was too low, he felt unbalanced and left secretly after finding a good job. Now listening to Lu Wu's words, Lin Xingyu instinctively felt that things were not as simple as Lin Hao said. "Second Miss, I don't really want to leave. I'm thinking of paying you back the money you lent me by deducting it from my salary. But at that time, Master Lin Hao said that if I didn't leave, he would have my legs broken. Second Miss, at that time my mother was still in the hospital. If my leg was broken, my mother really would not survive. I'm not being snobbish, and I'm not trying to cheat you out of your money. I really had no other choice at the time." Lin Xingyu's mind was in a mess, and then she grabbed Lu Wu's arm with a trembling voice. "Why did Lin Hao chase you away? Why did you say that the peeping Tom back then wasn't Lin Xian? What do you know?" Seeing Lin Xingyu so nervous, Lu Wu's voice also became hurried. "Second Miss, that night, I was in the kitchen making sauce, so I came back a little late. When I passed by third Miss's practice room, I saw someone scratching the window from a distance. Later, Miss San's scream was heard, and the man ran away in a hurry. Then, someone bumped into me. I wanted to argue with that person, but when I saw it was Master Lin Hao, I didn't dare to say anything." Hearing this, Lin Xingyu had already guessed something. Later, Lin Hao saw Lin Xian peeping through the window of the training room, and then everyone thought that Lin Xian was the peeping Tom, right? Lin Xingyu sneered, then bit her lips tightly. Lu Wu nodded. "Second Miss, I can prove that the person outside the window that day was not Master Lin Xian." Seeing Master Lin Xian being beaten so badly, I also wanted to explain the truth to the master, but later, Master Lin Hao found me. Lin Xingyu let go of her hands and took a deep breath. "It sure is him. He framed Lin Xin and was afraid that Lu Wu would expose the conspiracy, so he threatened him to leave. It was precisely because of this that Lin Xin suffered an injustice that could not be cleared up. I didn't see the person outside the window clearly, so it's hard to say who he is. Master Lin Hao said that I bumped into him and had a conflict with him, so he told me to leave. Lu Wu is an honest man. Without hard evidence, he would not say that Lin Hao was the one who was peeping. But how could there be such a coincidence in the world? As soon as the peeping Tom ran away, Lin Hao bumped into Lu Wu. Lin Xin was just identified as a peeping Tom, and Lin Hao threatened Lu Wu to leave. Putting all the things together, even a fool can understand who the real culprit is. Lin Xingyu remained silent. Lu Wu also frowned. By the way, why are you here? Second miss, after leaving the Lin family, I've been working as an errand boy in the one family's Chongsam shop. I just came back from delivering goods. After Lu Wu finished speaking, Lin Xingyu realized that the words, when family clothing, were embroidered on the clothes he was wearing. Oh, it's all right, go ahead and do your work. Thank you, second miss, for the money I owe you. Before Lu Wu could finish his words, Lin Xingyu just waved her hand. Don't mention the money anymore. When I gave it to you, I told you that you didn't have to pay it back. Just take good care of your mother. After saying that, Lin Xingyu left absent-mindedly. At this moment, Lin Xingyu's thoughts were surging like huge waves. How could she have a mood to buy a Chongsam? Lin Xin, I'm sorry, we wronged you. You were? Lin Xingyu talked to herself. I wanted to ask, why didn't you argue back then? But when this thought flashed through her mind, Lin Xingyu found it funny again. At that time, the whole family stood on Lin Hao's side. Who would believe what Lin Xin said? At that time, Lin Xin did keep saying that it was not him. But what did they do? Deny, ridicule. They used their usual words to attack Lin Xin. Little hooligans, bad character, cheating, corrupt morals. They used almost all the slanderous and insulting words. How aggrieved and upset must Lin Xin have felt at that time? Freezing 3 feet is not a day's cold. Now Lin Xin is determined to sever ties with the Lin family, and it is not just a momentary disappointment. Lin Xingyu felt her face was wet, and when she touched it, it was full of tears. After sniffing, Lin Xingyu quickly took out her cell phone and called Lin Jilan. After telling the truth of what happened that year, Lin Xingyu was so angry that her hands began to tremble. Xiaolan, I want to apologize to Lin Xin. I was wrong about him back then. Lin Hao's gone too far. There must have been many similar incidents in the past. Lin Hao must be punished. I want to avenge Lin Xin. They were both involved in what happened back then. At this time, Lin Xingyu had only one thought in his mind. She must apologize to Lin Xin. Even if Lin Xin disagrees, she must go. What? Second sister, are you telling the truth? It was not until this time that Lin Jilan came to his senses. In addition to covering his mouth in shock, Lin Jilan's eyes were also full of astonishment. I've been hating for so long, but I actually hated the wrong person? Lin Xin, who was wholeheartedly trying to be good to her, was rejected by her. And the real mastermind behind all this has been in his hands. God, how ironic. Lin Jilan was stunned and speechless. Lin Xingyu spoke with self-blame. If Lin Xin hadn't met Lu Wu, he probably wouldn't have gotten justice for his crime. We missed Lin Xin for so long. You say, are we all fools? At that time, if there was one person who believed in Lin Xin, the big mistake today would not have happened. But they all chose to deny it. Lin Jilan looked at Lin Xingyu, and his eyes became firm. Second sister, I also think we must apologize. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Along the way, Lin Jilan kept thinking about how much of a failure she was as a sister. Compared with her second sister Lin Xingyu, Lin Jilan feels that her personality is much more dull. But before that, whenever Lin Jilan encountered something involving Lin Xin, he would be very extreme. The reason was that peeping incident. When he thought about someone doing such a disgusting thing, Lin Jilan thought that he had shown mercy by not kicking him out of the Lin family. But now he found out that he had wronged someone, and Lin Jilan had no way to describe his feelings. Xiaolan, give Lin Xin a call. He has blocked me, Lin Xingyu said as she drove. It is good. After finding Lin Xian's phone number, Lin Xuan dialed it without hesitation. During self-study class, Lin Xian's phone suddenly vibrated. An unknown phone number was displayed on the phone screen. Lin Xin frowned slightly, but still walked out of the classroom from the back door. As soon as the phone was connected, an anxious voice came over. Lin Xian, are you at school now? Lin Xuan carefully controlled his emotions, trying to make his voice sound more natural. At the same time, Lin Xuan's heart was in his throat, fearing that Lin Xian would hang up the phone. But there was no sound from the other end of the line. Lin Xian, can I spare you some time? I have something very important to discuss with you. The third young lady of the Lin family. Huh? No matter what you want to talk to me about, please don't open your mouth. Lin Xian's voice was cold, but also revealed a hint of impatience. Lin Xian, please listen to me. We wrongly accused you of peeping the ear. It doesn't matter. It's not important to me anymore. After his rebirth, Lin Xian had already let go of many things, and he thought that this belated truth was dispensable. What can be changed by their words that they have wronged themselves? Back then, I was always criticized. How heavy is voyeurism for a teenager? Lin Xian, I'm sorry. We really want to apologize to you. Lin Xian was stunned. Us? Is there anyone else? Then, Lin Xingyu's face flashed through Lin Xian's mind. Just then, Lin Xingyu's voice came from the phone. Lin Xian, I prepared a loudspeaker. If you don't see us, I'll play it on loop at the door. Lin Xian's brows were wrinkled into a pimple. Lin Xingyu, you can actually do such a shameless thing? Lin Xian was stunned holding the phone. At the same time, Lin Jilan looked at Lin Xingyu in shock. Lin Xingyu raised her eyebrows, looking determined to win. Finally, there was a reply from Lin Xian. After school in the afternoon, at 6 o'clock at the school gate. Lin Xian didn't want to say another word and hung up the phone before he finished speaking. Lin Jilan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Xian's call was full of resistance, he finally agreed. Well, you agreed? Seeing Lin Jilan's expression, Lin Xingyu guessed the result almost exactly. Second sister, are you really preparing the trumpet? Lin Jilan asked in disbelief. Lin Xingyu smiled. Are you stupid? How could I really hold a loudspeaker and shout at the school gate? Aren't you afraid that Lin Xian won't see us? Lin Jilan's eyes were full of disbelief. Is this person in front of me still the popular singer Lin Xingyu? How come I have never experienced her fierce side? In fact, thinking about it now, Lin Xingyu is also a little scared. I was also gambling just now, but I'm just more fortunate. Lin Xian is a very low-key person, so he naturally wouldn't allow such an ostentatious thing to happen. But if Lin Xian really doesn't care about anything, there's nothing I can do. Second sister, I think we should give Lin Xian some more money. Do you think he'll accept it? Lin Xingyu's rhetorical question left Lin Jilan speechless. Finally, Lin Jilan sighed, his voice full of helplessness. Some things cannot be solved by money. The harm that Lin Xian suffered cannot be compensated by money, just like money cannot make up for his guilt. I hope Lin Xian can say something. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. After school, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He packed his school bag slowly, which was unusual for him. Su Yuexiao next to him tilted her head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, why are you so relaxed today? It's no wonder Su Yuexiao asked this. To be honest, she had never seen Lin Xian like this before. Nothing, I just finished most of the questions this afternoon. So that's how it is. You're amazing. Not only are you super fast at solving problems, but you're also super fast at doing them. Su Yuexiao's eyes were full of envy. Lin Xian smiled. It just happened. The papers I took this afternoon were relatively easy. Since the last time he sent Su Yuexiao to the hospital, the relationship between Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao has changed a lot. In the past, the two of them often didn't say a word to each other for the entire morning, each reading their own books and doing their own homework. But it's different now. The two people not only exchanged learning experiences, but also discussed more diverse topics. Because they were talking all the time, Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao walked together to the school gate before they separated. Seeing a familiar luxury car parked not far away, Lin Xian frowned slightly. At this time, Lin Xingyu's face was already showing joy. Lin Xin got off the car in a hurry and almost ran to Lin Xian. Come on, let's go eat. Unlike Lin Xingyu's joy, Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face. If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. Lin Xingyu looked embarrassed, then showed an indifferent expression. Okay, if you like being stared at by those juniors, I don't mind. As she spoke, Lin Xingyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. There are so many people at the school gate today. Lin Xian looked at Lin Xingyu with disgust. This is not the stage for you to perform. After saying this, Lin Xian walked towards the luxury car. Lin Xingyu was laughing secretly. Faced with his brother, who doesn't want to acknowledge him, I seem to have figured out some tricks. Lin Xian got in the car and sat directly in the back seat. Lin Jilan looked at Lin Xian and lowered his head in shame. After closing the car door, Lin Xingyu's attitude was completely different from before, as if she suddenly became quiet. Along the way, none of the three spoke. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the Western restaurant that Lin Xingyu said, "Let's go here." The three of them got off the bus one after another. Lin Xingyu found a quiet seat and ordered some coffee. Lin Xian, do you want some sugar? No, I don't drink coffee. Lin Xian once again left Lin Xingyu speechless. At this time, Lin Xingyu no longer wanted to act like a rogue. Lin Xian was angry. In fact, she was an incompetent sister. As long as Lin Xian was happy, she could vent her anger in any way she wanted. After a while, Lin Jilan spoke first. Lin Xian, we have already found out that the person who was peeping outside the training room that year was not you. We were wrong, and we apologize. We were also angry at the time, so we didn't think too much about it. After all, you were out of breath. Without waiting for Lin Jilan to finish his words, Lin Xian interrupted him. After all, I was panting and sweating all over, so you just assumed I was the one who was peeping without knowing the truth? Lin Xian asked in a cold tone and expressionless face. Lin Jilan was at a loss and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Xian is right. When I saw Lin Xian's look at that time, I instinctively thought that he was guilty and was hiding in a panic. But who could know that there was someone else behind this? Lin Xian, the situation was very confusing at the time, and you were in that state, so everyone misunderstood. Lin Xingyu knew that it was unreasonable to say this, but that was the situation at the time. Everything happened by coincidence, but why did you appear near the training room at that time? If you were in your room, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Lin Xingyu believed what Lu Wu said and blamed it on Lin Xian for appearing at the scene by coincidence. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You mean it's wrong for me to be near the training room? Okay, then I'll tell you why I'm not in my room. During the time I was at the Lin family, I had to go to work after dinner every day to earn money. Only in this way could I pay for my tuition. The bookstore closes at 9:30, and I have to arrive at the Lin family on time before 10 o'clock. Otherwise, I will be locked out. So, I run back home every day, and at the same time I have to hide from Mr. Lin and you guys, because if you don't like me, I will go hungry. Lin Xian's voice was calm. When saying this, Lin Xian's emotions did not fluctuate at all. But Lin Jilan and Lin Xingyu on the opposite side were already heartbroken. This is their younger brother, his biological brother. The real young master of the Lin family actually has to work to pay for his tuition. They are often punished, go hungry, and have no food to eat. And as sisters, they actually knew nothing. No wonder Lin Xian was so indifferent to them. What qualifications did they have to ask Lin Xian for forgiveness? How could they be worthy of Lin Xian calling her sister? Sorry, Lin Jilan said hoarsely. It's too late. Your apology is meaningless to me. Lin Xian, tell me, what should I do to make you forgive us? Lin Jilan's voice was filled with tears, and his face looked begging. As stated in the agreement, do not disturb my life again. After saying that, Lin Xian stood up and left without even looking back. This time, Lin Xingyu had no choice. Second sister, is Lin Xian planning to never forgive us? Lin Jilan couldn't control his emotions and began to cry silently. Just now she had been wondering, what had Lin Xian done wrong since entering the Lin family? But after thinking about it, Lin Jilan could not think of anything else except feeling sorry for Lin Xian. Lin Xian clearly did not do anything bad, but they labeled him with countless negative labels. And this was all caused by them. Every time I see someone accusing Lin Xian, I always ask others, but I never ask the reason. I said bad things about Lin Xian and hurt him badly. And the root cause is that wrong truth. Second sister, Lin Xian must hate me to death. Lin Xuan felt so guilty that he could hardly utter the rest of the words. Snapped. A crisp sound was heard, and Lin Xuan looked up suddenly. Lin Xingyu actually slapped herself hard. Lin Xuan was shocked. Second sister, why are you hitting yourself? Half of Lin Xingyu's face turned red, and she became excited. Damn it, I'm just a pig-brained person. It was Lin Xian who wrote the famous song for me, but I praised Lin Hao so highly. It was obviously not Lin Xian who was peeping, but I insisted that it was him who did it. Lin Xian is the one who treats us well, but we hurt him again and again. Shouldn't I slap myself on the face? I just saw Lin Xian leaving without looking back. Lin Xingyu's heart seemed to be stabbed by something. This is the younger brother who has always been wronged by them, the real young master of the Lin family. Lin Xuan cried with Lin Xingyu, and both of them couldn't stop crying. Lin Xian took a taxi and stopped in front of the noodle shop. Through the window, Lin Xian saw Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan busying around, and his mood gradually calmed down. The Lin family has nothing to do with me anymore. This is the place I long for the most. Lin Xian, why are you standing at the door? Come in quickly. Zhou Yuzhen waved at Lin Xian with a kind smile. There weren't many people in the noodle shop, so Lin Xian found an empty seat and sat down. Mom, why don't you wear your gold bracelet? Seeing the empty wrist of Zhou Yuzhen, Lin Xian thought of the gold bracelet he bought for her a few days ago. Zhou Yuzhen winked at Lin Xian and deliberately lowered her voice. I've hidden it a long time ago. How can I wear it on my wrist to show off every day? Lin Xian was speechless. It seems that Zhou Yuzhen really treats the bracelet she bought as a treasure. Wait here, Mom will get you something delicious. Zhou Yuzhen seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly turned to the kitchen. After a while, a plate was brought out with 4 corns on it. The cooked corn is fragrant and golden in color, making people drool at the sight. Lin Xian was surprised. Mom, why is there tender corn now? Zhou Yuzhen looked very proud. You never thought that today I saw an old man pushing a tricycle to sell corn, so I quickly stopped him. I know you like to eat it, so I bought a lot of it. Eat it quickly, or it won't taste good if it gets cold. Zhou Yuzhen had a loving look on her face, and her eyes were filled with doting. Lin Xian smiled and picked up the corn and took a bite. It was really tender and fragrant. This is Mom. I wish all the love in the world could be given to myself. Eat slowly, don't choke. I made some rock sugar lotus leaf porridge. Eat your meal before you go back. Lin Xian nodded continuously. Since I came back, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan have been much busier. In their words, it means to replenish your body in the shortest possible time. You also have to cooperate with your college entrance examination. Seeing how busy they were, Lin Xian had told them many times not to be so nervous. But they both enjoyed it. At this time, Zhang Sun's son called again. Before Lin Xian opened his mouth to speak, Zhang Sun's son said something. Master, let's have chicken legs tomorrow morning. Chicken legs are nutritious. Or how about some pork elbows and soy sauce? Fatty, why are you eating such greasy food so early in the morning? Lin Xian originally wanted to have a good talk with Zhang Sun's son, but this guy's behavior was so weird. On the phone, Zhang Sun's son laughed twice. Master, you don't know that I just finished the extra credit questions on the test paper. Oh my God, I can't believe my own strength. I really did it. To treat myself, I've already eaten 3 chicken legs. Before he finished his words, Lin Xian heard the sound of Zhang Sun's son burping next to his ear. I'm not as perverted as you. I'll eat at home tomorrow morning. You can eat by yourself. Although he needs to increase his nutrition before the college entrance examination, the weather is getting hotter and Lin Xian can't eat greasy food. I guess only Fatty Zhang could handle that wave of amazing operations. That won't work. How about this? You can eat at home, and I'll bring you 2 fried chicken legs to school. Before Lin Xian could say anything, Zhang Sun's son had already hung up the phone. Having such a buddy, Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the Zhang family villa, Zhang Sun's son was already spinning around happily. That's a bonus question. Moreover, I made it myself. With Lin Xian's learning method, it is really more effective than burning incense and praying to Buddha. Wrong. What Lin Xian gave him was not a learning method, but hope for the future and a different life of his own. Seeing his son so happy, Zhang Shouxin also came over. What happy thing happened? Zhang Sunsen was not shy either. He directly picked up the test paper on the table and showed it to Zhang Shouxin. Dad, your son is grown up. See? I worked out this question myself. My knowledge reserves are increasing rapidly. Zhang Shouxin was stunned and opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Logically speaking, I should praise my son. After all, it is a happy thing that the child has begun to love learning. However, the college entrance examination is only half a month away. Even if his knowledge increases rapidly, his room for development is probably limited. So, is this a good thing or a bad thing? What are you doing standing there? The child has solved the problem, so you should praise him. Why is he standing there in a daze? Zhou Chuyun, who was walking over, said with a hint of complaint. Zhang Shouxin came to his senses and looked at Zhang Sunsen seriously. Son, I've seen how hard you've worked these past few days. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. I'll definitely find a way to get you into Nanjing University. Zhang Sun's son patted his chest full of confidence. Dad, I feel that my grades have improved a lot. Don't worry, I'm not bragging that I could definitely get into Nankai University, but I can guarantee that my test scores will be impressive enough for you. Zhang Shouxin saw a different glow on Zhang Sunsen's face. What Zhang Sunsen said was also based on certain facts. In Zhang Shouxin's circle, there are many children like Zhang Sun's son. There are even many rich second generations who are uneducated. My grades weren't particularly bad to begin with, and now I have the study method given by Lin Xian. Therefore, Zhang Sun's son concluded that in his future college entrance examination results, he would not be among the top but would definitely not be at the bottom. Son, you are so confident. Mom is proud of you. Come on. Zhou Chuyun gave Zhang Sunsen a big kiss on the face. Zhang Shouxin also suddenly became energetic. Son, do you really think so? Then let's not go to Nanjing University. Let's go abroad. If Lin Zhongdao's son can go abroad, my son can go too. The previous moment, Zhang Sun's son was still smiling, and the next moment the smile froze on his face. What's the situation? Lin Zhongdao's son is going abroad? Dad is going abroad? Zhang Shouxin was immersed in joy and patted Zhang Sunsen's shoulder. Of course it's you. As long as you are willing, your father can do anything that other people's fathers can do. No, I mean, whose son did you say was going abroad? In order to prove that he had not heard wrong, Zhang Sun's son wanted to confirm it again. Oh, Lin Zhongdao's son, the one called Lin Hao. Lin Zhongdao has been putting a lot of thought into his adopted son recently. I always said that I wanted to go abroad to gain experience so that I could inherit the family fortune. Zhang Shouxin's words were like thunder, leaving Zhang Sun's son speechless. Lin Zhongdao wants to send Lin Hao, the adopted son of the Lin family, abroad to gild his reputation, just to let him inherit the family property. What about Lin Xian? Lin Xian is the real son of the Lin family? Even though Lin Xian is currently having a quarrel with Lin Zai, Lin Zhongdao wouldn't be so cruel, right? How does this sound like something a father would do? Son, are you beginning to yearn for a better life abroad now? Don't worry, it's not too late for us to take action now. Zhou Chuyun held Zhang Sunsen's hand, her eyes curved into crescents. Since my son has a promising future, he will naturally go to a better place. Mom and Dad, I'm not going abroad. I'm going to Nanyang University. I won't go anywhere except into you. After saying that, Zhang Sun's son turned around and went back to reading. What's wrong? Everything is fine. Why are you unhappy? Zhou Chuyun tried to follow him in panic, but Zhang Shouxin grabbed her arm. Okay, don't bother him. Can't you see? Our son can't bear to leave us. If he doesn't want to go abroad, then we won't go. It's not a big deal. It will make our son unhappy. Zhou Chuyun's eyes were filled with tears, and she wished she could hug Zhang Sunsen in her arms right now. Our son is sensible, and I can't bear to see him leave. We won't go abroad. Zhang Sun's son was not in the mood to listen to his parents' nagging. At this moment, Zhang Sunsen had only one thought in his mind. This Lin Zhongdao is such a jerk. Zhang Sunsen was not fully aware of what Lin Xian had experienced in the Lin family. However, based on what Lin Xian had mentioned, Zhang Sunsen had long concluded that Lin Xian was not having a good time in the Lin family. This alone is enough to prove that Lin Zhongdao is a fool, who would leave their own biological son behind and take care of an adopted son. If this isn't confusion, what is this? Early the next morning, Zhang Sunsen was waiting for Lin Xian with fried chicken legs. On the way to school, he also told Lin Xian the news he had heard. This matter has spread throughout the circle. It probably can't be false. Zhang Sunsen looked at Lin Xian cautiously. There was no change in his expression, but he was extremely angry. I just can't figure it out. Do you think they are seriously ill? No matter how long you raise him, he is still an adopted son. How can you not understand such a simple truth? If you are really kind-hearted, then be nicer to your son. Isn't this old guy thinking that he will let Lin Hao cry at his grave in the future? Zhang Sunsen became angrier as he spoke, and his stomping feet made loud noises on the ground as he walked. Lin Xian didn't say a word. It was not until this time that Zhang Sunsen realized that he had said something too much. Although he was standing up for Lin Xian still felt uncomfortable after talking about these things. Brother Xian, I'm sorry. I was a little angry just now and said too much. Lin Xian pointed to the lunchbox. So, taking 4 chicken legs at once was just to comfort me? Yes, that's what I think. That old man treated you badly. He doesn't know what's good. Lin Xian was speechless. It doesn't matter how Zhang Sunsen describes Lin Zhongdao, but his words, not knowing the value of things, make people feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Brother Xian. I was wrong again. You're not. Stop. Stop talking. Fatty Zhang can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. If he continues to talk, he will surely die beyond recognition. Lin Xian is very clear about this. Since you brought me 4 chicken legs, let's forget what happened just now. Okay. As long as you're not angry. Zhang Sunsen was a little nervous just now, but after hearing what Lin Xian said, he suddenly recovered. His small eyes narrowed into slits again, and the fat on his chin began to tremble as he walked. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. I know Zhang Sunsen too well. His crazy outburst just now was also a way to vent his anger. With such a brother around, I am so happy that I don't have time to express my gratitude. How could he be angry? Look who's coming. While Lin Xian was still immersed in his thoughts, Fatty Zhang became excited again. Following Fatty Zhang's finger, Lin Xian saw Du Chuan and Su Yueshao. 2 people were walking towards us side by side. Du Chuan didn't know what he was saying, but he kept grinning after he finished speaking. Su Yueshao listened very seriously, occasionally smiling. A gust of wind blew, and Du Chuan's shoulder-length hair was blown up from time to time. Su Yueshao was the same as usual. The 2 braids were braided very neatly, with 2 bows at the ends of the braids. Both of them are wearing school uniforms, but they can't hide their youthful vitality. So beautiful, goddess. Zhang Sunsen's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Calm down, or you'll drool. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Zhang Sunsen hurriedly reached out to wipe his mouth. This action almost made Lin Xian laugh out loud. Hi, Du Chuan, Su Yueshao, hello. Zhang Sunsen took the initiative to greet him, holding Lin Xian's arm with his other hand. Su Yueshao nodded as a greeting. Du Chuan looked at Zhang Sunsen and spoke. Fatty Zhang, you've been very diligent lately. Why are you here so early? By the way, have you lost weight? Why do I feel like you're different from before? Looking at Zhang Sunsen, Du Chuan always felt that he was a little different from before. But if I had to explain it in detail, I really couldn't. Seeing Du Chuan paying attention to him, Zhang Sunsen was naturally very happy. Really? You noticed it too? My buddy has been losing weight recently. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xian tried hard to hold back his laughter, and with a final cough, the chicken leg in his lunchbox began to shake. Fatty Zhang, do you have any shame? Just be a human being. He clearly said that he ate several chicken legs last night, and today he ate another one in front of me. You actually said losing weight? Who are you lying to? The college entrance examination is coming soon. It is better to supplement more nutrition at this time to avoid any health problems. Su Yuexiao spoke in a gentle voice and then looked at the lunchbox in Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xin couldn't figure it out for a moment. Su Yuexiao said this because she thinks she should supplement her nutrition? Or do you think it's normal to eat several chicken legs in the morning? No matter how you guess, the final outcome was that the two girls in front of him took another look at the lunchbox and then laughed. The four of them walked towards the classroom together. After walking a few steps, Su Yuexiao turned and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, the joint entrance exam is coming up soon. Are you nervous? Lin Xian was stunned. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. After entering the third year of high school, they have to take exams of all sizes one after another, which has become commonplace for them. Compared with other examinations, the joint examination is just a different form. Every student entering the third year of high school is already invulnerable, so why would they be nervous? But seeing Su Yuexiao's serious expression, Lin Xian still answered, I don't think it's any different. Su Yuexiao smiled shyly, but there was still a hint of worry in her expression. Usually after the last joint examination, the college entrance examination will be held 5 days later. But this time the school said that the education department had made new changes and there would be no subsequent joint examinations after this one. Therefore, many people believe that the results of this joint examination will affect the mood of some students. Although we saved ourselves a few exams, everyone became more nervous. Just now, Du Chuan said that he was so nervous that he couldn't eat. Although I am not that serious, I have been thinking about this matter for the past 2 days. Unexpectedly, Lin Xin didn't take this postgraduate entrance examination seriously at all. This calm attitude is really admirable. Let's get some exposure to the formal college entrance examination in advance, so that we can get used to the difficult times. Zhang Xinxin spoke from the side. Just after saying this, Zhang Xinxin looked at Lin Xian again. Brother Xian, is number 42 middle school also close to your home? Well, it's about 10 minutes walk. I've long said that our school is lucky. Look at the test site we chose. Many students don't have to get up early. Du Chuan curled his lips. Some are happy while others are sad. I guess I have to get up half an hour earlier than you. It's okay. How about I pick you up? I'll carry you there on my bike. Although Zhang Xinxin was kind, Du Chuan's heart was in his throat. You're carrying me to number 42 middle school. With our combined weight, won't the car burst? Du Chuan and Zhang Xinxin stared at each other. Lin Xian and Su Yuexiao tried hard not to laugh out loud. The atmosphere suddenly became cheerful. These past 2 days, I've heard from many students that their parents are buying cheongsams. Have you prepared any? Du Chuan said casually. Zhang Xinxin immediately took up the conversation. Can I do well in the exam by preparing for the cheongsam? Everyone says wearing a cheongsam means a successful start, which is a good omen. Ha, a victory at the first attempt. Just opening the cheongsam means victory? If you don't have any knowledge, then even if the cheongsam is slit up to the armpits, it probably won't be of any use. After these words were spoken, the other people were petrified on the spot. Zhang Xinxin's words are really shocking, and he won't stop until he shocks people to death. Lin Xian just frowned slightly. Anyway, I can't imagine what it would be like if the cheongsam was open to the armpits. The two girls next to them had their brows furrowed into a knot. Du Chuan took Su Yuexiao's hand and left. Hey, I'm telling the truth. Why are you running? Zhang Xinxin was still waving, but the two girls had already walked away. The next few days passed peacefully. Lin Xian didn't care about what Zhang Xinxin said about Lin Hao. Whether Lin Hao will go abroad or not has nothing to do with him. As long as he doesn't provoke himself, Lin Xian will never provoke him first. Recently, Chen Jinyan has been much quieter. Lin Xian felt that perhaps because of his response last time, Chen Jinyan did not dare to act rashly. Back then in the spiritual space, Lin Xian also saw the ending of Chen Jinyan. Chen Jinyan has always wanted to hug Lin Hao's thighs, but in the end, all efforts were in vain. Lin Xian would never even look at those vain girls. However, when thinking of Su Yuexiao's ending, Lin Xian couldn't help but want to look at her a few more times. Leaving this world at a young age is always a pity. Su Yuexiao is pure and gentle, and she is also good at studying. In order to live a good life, this girl has been working hard. It's a pity that I couldn't defeat the destiny. I have to deal with the college entrance examination now, but after it is over I will have plenty of time and can arrange my own time. Lin Xin reminded himself again that he must help Su Yuexiao. It is estimated that there are many prescriptions recorded in it. As long as you look them up carefully, you may find some results. I won't be satisfied unless I give it a try. On the first day of the joint entrance examination, the head teacher deliberately skipped a class and let the students go home. Many classmates shouted that bad luck was coming, but Lin Xin was no different from usual. Dude, you have an exam tomorrow? Are you nervous? What's the plan? Zhang Sun's son widened his eyes and blinked as he asked Lin Xin. Lin Xin shook his head. Go home, eat, do some homework, and finally wait for a good sleep until dawn. You are well prepared. I'm different from you. I'm still trying to learn more as soon as possible. In the past, when Lin Xin heard Zhang Sun's son say this, he would definitely laugh out loud. I guess no one would believe the nonsense Zhang Sun's son said. But now, Zhang Sun's son was holding a pile of textbooks in his hands, and his face was serious. Lin Xin had no choice but to say something to comfort her. Go to bed early, otherwise you won't be energetic during the exam. If you oversleep, it will be even more troublesome. Don't worry, I've set the time. Besides, even if I forget, I still have my parents. After hearing what Zhang Sun said, Lin Xin felt relieved. The school attaches great importance to this joint examination. Many parents feel the same way. Many families start preparing early, just like they would for the real college entrance examination. The forest path is no exception. The location is at number 42 Middle School, not too far from here. We'll drive with you after dinner. Remember, don't be nervous. This is just like any other exam, just in a different location. The joint entrance exam is definitely somewhat difficult, but it won't be too beyond the scope of the curriculum. Lin Zhongdao was comforting Lin Hao, saying almost everything he could think of. Lin Hao kept nodding his head, looking well-behaved. Qin Yulan sat on the sofa with a polite smile on her face. Ever since she learned about Lin Hao's identity, Qin Yulan has been living in torment every day. Especially when she saw Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao standing together, Qin Yulan didn't know how long she could continue acting with them. Like now, seeing Lin Zhongdao giving Lin Hao one instruction after another, Qin Yulan's heart sank little by little. From beginning to end, Lin Zhongdao did not mention Lin Xin at all. You know, Lin Xin will also take part in the joint examination tomorrow. Lin Zhongdao, you beast. You hold your mistress's son in the palm of your hand, but ignore your own son. How much suffering did you make your biological son endure in order to allow this illegitimate child to enter the Lin family? Your blood is also flowing in Lin Xian's body. In order to prevent them from seeing anything, Qin Yulan slowly closed her eyes. Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Hao came to Qin Yulan and wanted to reach out and touch her forehead, but Qin Yulan instinctively moved back. That kind of resistance shocked Qin Yulan. Oh, it's nothing, it's just the same old problem. Don't worry. I haven't recovered since I came back from the hospital last time, so I feel a bit down. Qin Yulan made an excuse to get away with it. Mom, you should take care of your health. By the way, I heard that Jin Yin and brother Lin Xian will also take the exam at number 42 Middle School. When saying this, Lin Hao's eyes were always observing Qin Yulan's face. Really? I forgot about it. Then let's go and cheer with you and Lin Xian. What do you mean by go together? Lin Xian is no longer a member of the Lin family. Don't mention this rebellious son to me again. Lin Zhongdao's voice was stern, his face full of anger. When Lin Xian was mentioned, Lin Zhongdao looked disgusted. It was as if Lin Xian was his label of shame. Dad, don't say that about brother Lin Xian. He did do some wrong things, but his last name is Lin after all. If we really want to talk about who is closer and who is farther, I should be the one who should leave. After all, I am the adopted son. I have lived in the Lin family for so many years, and have always been cared for and protected by my parents. I am already content. I should share your love for me with brother Lin Xian. Lin Hao acted like a sensible person, and every word he said seemed to be for Lin Xian's sake. But the effect of saying this was counterproductive. Xiao Hao, what are you talking about? Don't ever have such thoughts again. Lin Xian has a bad character and has caused so much trouble for the family. How can you compare with him? Okay, let's not talk about these things so as not to affect your mood. Lin Zhongdao stopped the topic in time. Lin Hao didn't say anything else. Although Lin Zhongdao did not get furious, Lin Hao was still very satisfied when he heard Lin Zhongdao say this. At this time, Qin Yulan said slowly, "Isn't it just the release date of the drug? It's already been developed, so isn't it just a matter of time before it's released? What do you know as a woman? Opportunities are rare and never come back. Business opportunities are destiny." Lin Zhongdao's face turned pale and his voice trembled. Speaking of drug distribution, Lin Zhongdao thought of Lin Xin again. This rebellious son is the source of all the bad luck. Qin Yulan stood up and went straight to the second floor. "I'm going to go check on Xiaoyu and Xiaolan. It's been so long since I came back, and I don't know what they're doing in their room." Seeing Qin Yulan leaving, Lin Hao also wanted to follow her. "Xiao Hao, your father is in a bad mood. Stay here with him for a while." After Qin Yulan said this, Lin Hao didn't know what to say and could only stay in the living room obediently. Lin Xingyu has told me the truth about the peeping incident that year. Now, seeing Lin Hao, he wanted to tear him apart, so how could he let him have the chance to enter his two daughters' rooms? "Dad, what are my second and third sisters doing upstairs? Why haven't they come down in such a long time?" Lin Hao was also very curious about the movements of Lin Xingyu and Lin Jilan. Lin Zhongdao glanced upstairs. His expression slightly softened as he said, "You have a joint exam tomorrow. They must want to give you a surprise. Then I would like to thank my two sisters in advance." A look of joy appeared on Lin Hao's face. He believed what Lin Zhongdao said. It can be said that during this year, 2/3 of the time, the three sisters were giving themselves surprises. Every holiday, whether domestic or foreign, I will receive 3 gifts. This has been a habit for many years. There is an exam tomorrow, and although it is not the college entrance examination, they will definitely take it very seriously. The eldest sister, Lin Xuan, is very generous, so needless to say, she will definitely give an expensive gift. My second sister, Lin Xingyu, always gives me unexpected surprises. As for the third sister, Lin Jilan, she is calm, quiet, and never stingy when she takes action. Lin Hao was immersed in his own thoughts. Unconsciously, Lin Xian's face flashed through my mind again. "Lin Xian, you were born with a lowly life. How can you compare with me? So what if you are the biological son of the Lin family? Dad looks down on you just like that and doesn't even want to acknowledge you. Only I, Lin Hao, am the only heir of the Lin family." The next morning, at just 6:30, Zhou Yuzhen had already prepared breakfast. Tea, eggs, steamed dumplings, fried dough sticks, milk, and sandwiches that I made myself according to the methods found on the internet. Lin Pingyan was also busy, spending the entire morning making a serving of egg custard. As it was almost 7 o'clock, Zhou Yuzhen looked at Lin Pingyan. "Should we wake up Lin Xian?" Lin Pingyan lowered his voice and said, "Our home is so close to number 42 middle school. It only takes about 10 minutes to get there. Let the child sleep a little longer." Zhou Yuzhen nodded and sat down at the table. At this moment, Lin Xian's bedroom door suddenly opened. Seeing a large table of food, Lin Xian thought he was hallucinating. "Mom, why are there so many dishes? What time did you get up? Is this Chinese New Year?" Zhou Yuzhen smiled. "What's the New Year? Who says we can't eat these on normal days? You have an exam today, so you have to eat more." "Yes, son. You have to eat well today. Your mother can't sleep at 3 o'clock. As soon as Lin Pingyan finished speaking, Zhou Yuzhen rolled her eyes at him. "You are the same. We both got up at the same time." Lin Xian explained again. "This is not the college entrance examination. It's just a normal exam." Zhou Yuzhen looked at Lin Xian lovingly, peeling a tea egg in her hand. "Okay, let's treat it like a normal exam. Go wash up quickly. I've peeled the eggs for you." Lin Xian felt warm in his heart. It's great to be with Mom and Dad. It makes me feel at ease. The exam was scheduled for 9 o'clock. As soon as 8 o'clock passed, Lin Pingyan began to urge him to go out. Dad, don't worry. We will have to wait even if we go there. They won't let us into the examination room before the time. It's okay to wait. Waiting outside the school is much more reassuring than waiting at home. Looking at Lin Ping walking back and forth in the room, Lin Xin was speechless. Finally, we held on until 8:20 and the whole family walked out together. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the gate of number 42 middle school. The school gate is already bustling at this moment. Many parents, like Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingon, came to send their children off, and many of them were familiar faces. It is not time to enter the examination hall yet, and many parents are gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing all about the joint examination. Brother Xian, Lin Xian is taller than the other boys, so Zhang Sen's son started to greet him from a distance. Then he pulled his parents over to Lin Xian and the others. Mom and Dad, this is my brother Xian, Lin Xian. That learning method is what he gave me. Zhang Sunsen looked enthusiastic and put his arm around Lin Xian's shoulders. So you are Lin Xian. I always hear Sunsen talking about you. He also said that his academic progress is all thanks to you. Thank you. Zhang Shouxin looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Uncle, you are too kind. Zhang Sunsen just used the right study method, and the improvement in his grades is the result of his hard work. Zhang Shouxin immediately took a liking to Lin Xian. The child is modest and speaks calmly. You're all good kids. I hope you get good grades in the exam today. By the way, these are my parents. They are here to take me to the exam as well. Before Zhang Shouxin finished speaking, Lin Xian had already started introducing Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingon. Soon, Zhang Shouxin and his wife, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingon started chatting. See, when it comes to studying, parents all have the same attitude. They can't finish talking about anything. That's my experience. In the future, they will say that they are just there to see us off and they are not nervous at all. In fact, they are more nervous than we are. Lin Xian raised his eyes. You have quite a lot of experience. Of course. Do you think I have all this fat for nothing? Then every cell is filled with knowledge. Seeing Zhang Sun's son blowing like this, Lin Xian wanted to punch him on the shoulder so that he would wake up quickly. But before he could take any action, Zhang Sinsen's eyes widened. Oh my gosh, look! The bodies of those two beauties are hot. Zhang Sin's eyes widened, and everyone around him was also stunned. What a gorgeous lady! Look at her figure and temperament. There is absolutely nothing to say. One is as pure as ice and jade, and the other is naturally beautiful. These two people seem to have walked out of a painting. I remember who they are. They are the two daughters of the Lin family, the second lady Lin Xingyu and the third lady Lin Zhilan. Young Master Lin is also taking the joint entrance exam for number 42 middle school. These two sisters must be here to cheer him on. People were shocked and kept talking about it. After swallowing, Zhang Sun turned to look at Lin Xian. Brother Xian, are these your two sisters? They are so pretty. Fatty Zhang, do you have anything else to do? You are here for the joint entrance exam today. Lin Xian raised his eyes, glanced at him lightly, and then looked away. Lin Xingyu is a popular singer and has her own traffic. Lin Zhilan is also a well-known dancer with a large number of fans. The two of them standing together will definitely attract everyone's attention. Lin Hao is taking the joint entrance exam today, and these two simple-minded, brother-protecting, crazy men come to cheer him up. What's so strange about that? Oh my God! Brother Xian, look! They are coming towards us! As soon as an idea popped into Lin Xian's mind, Zhang Sunsen raised his arm again. The chubby finger pointed forward, and then quickly retracted. At this time, Lin Xingyu and Lin Zhilan had already arrived in front of them. Lin Xian. Lin Xingyu looked at Lin Xian, her clear voice mixed with a hint of excitement. Then, Lin Zhilan also looked over with a smile. What do you want to do? Lin Xian frowned slightly, looking impatient. Neither of them cared about Lin Xian's performance. The two sisters had already attracted a lot of people's attention, and now with the addition of the handsome Lin Xian, many people began to admire them again. You have an exam today, and as your sisters, we naturally have to cheer you on. I wish you a successful start. Lin Xingyu stretched out her hand and made a cheering gesture. Lin Zhilan was not to be outdone. Come on, brother. A look of doubt flashed across Lin Xian's eyes. What on earth is going on with Lin Xingyu and Lin Jilan? These two people are sometimes a sister and sometimes a brother. Have they forgotten that they have already signed an agreement to sever ties with the Lin family? Tell Lin Hao what you have said, and don't bother me here. What nonsense are you talking about? You are our younger brother. In my heart, I only have one younger brother, and that's you. Don't mention Lin Hao anymore. I was confused before, but now I am not confused. We are a family. Lin Xingyu had a determined look on her face, even a bit stubborn. Lin Jilan adjusted her cheongsam. Brother, this is the cheongsam that my second sister and I specially selected to celebrate your good grades in the exam. Lin Xian was stunned. Lin Xian was not surprised to hear these words coming from Lin Xingyu, because Lin Xingyu herself has a carefree temper. However, when Lin Jilan said this, Lin Xian really didn't believe it. Lin Jilan doesn't like to talk much, and when he returns home, he hardly gets to say a few words to anyone, either in his room or in the practice room. It really looks like a proud white swan. Is it because you know the truth of the matter that you are so humble today? Isn't this a big change? What shocked Lin Xian even more was the next two people's actions. After finishing talking to Lin Xian, Lin Xingyu actually pulled Lin Jilan to Zhou Yuzhen's side. Andy, you guys are here to cheer for Lin Xian, right? You've worked so hard. Don't be nervous. I believe my brother will definitely get good grades. Lin Xian is so smart and hardworking. He will definitely be able to win the first battle. Lin Xingyu smiled like a flower and even held Zhou Yuzhen's hand. Hearing Lin Xingyu's approval of Lin Xian, Zhou Yuzhen also nodded. Moment. Lin Xian felt like countless crows were flying overhead. Lin Xingyu, can you please stop having a seizure? This is a joint entrance examination. There is no college entrance examination yet. What do you mean by a successful start? You are exaggerating. Lin Xingyu and Lin Jilan both have fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. Now they are wearing specially customized cheongsams. It can be said that they attract everyone's attention wherever they go. After saying these words just now, it's hard for me not to become famous. It's so embarrassing. Lin Xingyu, stop talking. So many people are looking this way. Lin Xian just stopped it. Lin Xingyu's voice suddenly became louder. What's the matter? I'm telling the truth. As a big sister, I naturally hope that my little brother can get good grades. I believe that all the parents present here feel the same way as I do. After so many years of hard work, everyone hopes that your sweat will bear fruit. Although it's just a joint entrance exam, it doesn't affect our enthusiasm. As soon as Lin Xingyu finished speaking, thunderous applause suddenly broke out around her. That's very well said. The children have worked so hard for so many years, and they deserve something in return. As a parent, this is what I think in my heart. Whether it is the joint entrance examination or the college entrance examination, we hope that the children can achieve excellent results. Lin Xingyu expressed everyone's thoughts and received a lot of praise. Lin Xian was speechless again. Brother Xian, your singing star sister has a strong appeal. Amazing. Zhang Sunsen followed suit and applauded, and didn't even turn his head when talking to Lin Xian. Ignore her. Just listen to their nonsense. Xiao Xian, don't say that about your second sister. Lin Zhongdao and the others are the ones who are confused. Your second and third sisters are quite clear-headed. Lin Pingan stopped him in a low voice. Lin Xian sighed helplessly and could only lower his head. At this time, everyone around knew that two celebrities came to cheer them up. This name is really depressing. They have completely disgraced me. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chuyun and Zhang Shouxin looked at each other in surprise. Zhou Chuyun quickly came up to Zhang Sunsen and seriously grabbed Zhang Sunsen's arm. Son, please don't mind that Mom was not thoughtful this time. When the college entrance examination comes, Mom will make a banner and hire a few people to hold it up. I will definitely give you enough momentum. Take the exam seriously and don't feel stressed. Zhang Sunsen was smiling happily just a moment ago, but after hearing what Zhou Chuyun said, his face immediately turned sad. Mom, let's not join in the fun here. My brother Xian is a rare talent. He can get good grades in the exams with just a stroke of his pen. My bottle is half full. so please don't embarrass me. Although the learning method given by Lin Xian is effective, Zhang Xin is still clear about his own strengths and weaknesses. Lin Xian raised a smile. Zhang Xin finally realized what he had felt just now, and he couldn't make any sarcastic remarks at this moment. Lin Xian just turned his head and was suddenly met with a gaze. Not far away, Lin Hao was staring at him, his eyes almost spitting fire. Before going out in the morning, Lin Xingyu and Lin Zhilan left early on purpose. Along the way, Lin Zhongdao kept saying that his two sisters went to school early to give him a surprise. Lin Hao also believed that they must have planned this in advance. So Lin Hao had already prepared himself mentally. I hope to see Lin Xian, and I hope Lin Xian can see everything Lin Xingyu and Lin Zhilan have done for me. Based on my understanding of these two sisters, they are definitely high profile. At that time, you wouldn't have to do anything to crush Lin Xian. So what if you are the biological son of the Lin family? No one cares about you. So what if you are someone's legitimate son? No one cares about you. Lin Xian, as long as I, Lin Hao, am here, you have no right to participate in the Lin family's affairs. This sense of superiority has always accompanied Lin Hao. But the moment he stepped down from the business car, Lin Hao discovered that he was wrong, and extremely wrong. From a distance, Lin Hao saw Lin Xingyu and Lin Zhilan surrounding Lin Xian, both of them smiling widely. Lin Hao also clearly saw that Lin Xingyu was actually holding Zhou Yuzhen's hand. What's happening? The two sisters came here to give Lin Xian a surprise and to cheer him up? Dad, what's going on? Lin Hao stared at the scene in the distance, his whole body a little dazed. Lin Zhongdao was also surprised. He had never expected that such a thing would happen. Perhaps, seeing that we haven't arrived yet, they went over to say hello. Lin Zhongdao's voice was dry, and he didn't even believe what he said. Looking at the enthusiastic looks on the two daughters' faces, it was not just a greeting, it was obvious that they were well prepared. Although he said this, Lin Zhongdao felt mixed emotions. Under normal circumstances, I would naturally scold my two daughters and ask them to come over. But right now, there's a lot of traffic in front of the school gate. This is not the time to teach my daughter a lesson in public. Qin Yulan ignored Lin Zhongdao and kept her eyes on Lin Xian. I also wanted to go over and say a few words to Lin Xian. But when they came, Lin Xingyu repeatedly reminded them that they just needed to cheer for Lin Xian, and she would stay on Lin Zhongdao. So, as not to let them notice anything, Qin Yulan said to herself, Lin Xian, whether you recognize me or not, Mom is here. Son, you must do well in the exam. Mom believes in you. At this moment, the tenderness in Qin Yulan's eyes almost overflowed. This is too much. What on earth are Xiaoyu and the others doing? Call them and ask them to come back. Lin Zhongdao's voice was low, and his face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice. I have said more than once that Lin Xian's actions have almost pushed the Lin family into a dead end, so it would be better not to have this son. These two girls actually went against his wishes and openly interacted with Lin Xian. Are you really trying to piss yourself off to death? What time is it now? Why are you still calling? What's the point of calling them back? It's Lin Hao's exam, not theirs. That's it. It's not worth it to affect your mood. Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth and clenched his hands tightly. What do you mean? Whose mood is being affected? Lin Xian has brought this upon the Lin family, and you're still worried about affecting his mood? Every time he thought of Lin Xian, Lin Zhongdao felt so angry that his teeth itched. Because of this rebellious son, all my plans have to be postponed, and at this moment, the whole family is against me. Qin Yulan glared at Lin Zhongdao unhappily. Do you have to make such a fuss? Are you going to let Xiaohao take the exam? Have you considered his feelings? After these words were spoken, the forest path really became quiet. I was so angry that I was confused. Right now, Lin Hao's exam is the most important thing. As for preaching, it won't be too late to do it after he returns. I won't bother with this rebellious son today, but I will settle this account with him sooner or later. After squeezing out these words from his throat, Lin Zhongdao looked at Lin Hao again. Don't worry, Xiaohao. Your results are there. You don't have to be afraid even if everyone cheers for Lin Xian. Just focus on the exam and don't worry about the rest. Dad believes that you can perform well and will definitely do better than Lin Xin. Lin Hao nodded and said something aggrievedly. Okay, Dad, I will definitely take the exam seriously. At this time, the gate of number 42 middle school slowly opened. Many candidates began to walk in. The same goes for Lin Xin and Zhang Xinsun. Compared with his own school, number 42 middle school is more luxurious. But Lin Xin always felt that his high school was more familiar to him. That sense of belonging is unmatched by any other school. Fatty, hold on to your admission ticket and don't lose it. Seeing Zhang Xinsun playing with his admission ticket, Lin Xin reminded him in time. Don't worry, even if I lose it, I won't lose my admission ticket. I'm going to turn left now. See you after the test. Zhang Xinsun and Lin Xin were not in the same examination room. After walking for a while, the two naturally separated. Lin Xin found the examination room, found the corresponding seat, and then put away his stationery. It's not time for the exam yet, so Lin Xian's mind relaxed. I have already mastered the knowledge for the college entrance examination, so this joint examination is just a formality for me. Different from the previous life. After his rebirth, Lin Xin wants to live for himself and no longer try to please anyone, and he will not deliberately get low scores just to consider Lin Hao's feelings. I should take exams well, work hard to make money, show filial piety in time, and take every step of my life well. Otherwise, it would be a shame to live again. A few minutes later, gradually more and more students came to the classroom. Suddenly, Lin Xin spotted a familiar figure. Su Yuexiao. The moment their eyes met, Su Yuexiao's face showed surprise. Lin Xin, are you also taking this exam? Yeah. What a coincidence. Where is your seat? As soon as Lin Xin finished asking, Su Yuexiao pointed to a table on the left of Lin Xin. Right here. Ah, I didn't expect that we would be desk mates during the exam. Try your best and strive for good grades. Come on. Lin Xin was infected by Su Yuexiao's smile and started smiling too. Okay, let's work hard together. Because Lin Xin was beside her, Su Yuexiao suddenly felt inexplicably at ease. The slight nervousness I felt before entering the examination room was gone. Su Yuexiao, don't be nervous. Isn't your desk mate sitting next to you? Just treat this as a normal exam. Su Yuexiao told herself this more than once in her heart. After the students were almost ready, the invigilator walked in with a stack of test papers. Next, the formal examination began. For Lin Xin, the test questions were very simple. If the examination center did not have a rule prohibiting early submission of the paper, I would definitely hand in the paper within 45 minutes after the start of the exam. After finally waiting until the allotted time, Lin Xin was the first to stand up. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Lin Xin handed in his paper and left. When they saw Lin Xin coming out, the parents waiting at the school gate were all stunned, and then they couldn't help but start talking. Why did someone come out so early? Are the questions in the joint entrance examination particularly difficult? It's absolutely impossible to finish the questions so quickly. You probably don't know any of them, so just hand them in quickly, right? If the joint entrance examination is like this, let alone the college entrance examination. Hearing the discussions of the parents around her, Lin Xinyu couldn't help but look up. The person those parents were talking about was actually Lin Xin? Xiaolan. Oh no, my brother failed the exam, Lin Xinyu exclaimed. Although Lin Xinyu tried hard to restrain herself, her face was still full of worry. Lin Xinyu didn't take it too seriously after hearing everyone's discussion just now. But when she saw that the person who came out was Lin Xin, Lin Xinyu's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Coming out early means you definitely didn't do well in the exam. Besides, Lin Hao had told them more than once before that Lin Xin was a terrible student and often hung out with gangsters outside of school. Thinking of this, Lin Xinyu's face had become very ugly. Second sister, it shouldn't be as serious as you say. Lin Jilan's eyes flickered and his tone was full of uncertainty. Lin Jilan did not say the rest. Even if you have excellent grades, isn't it too rash to hand in the paper so early? Let's go take a look. If Lin Xin is in a bad mood, we must comfort him. It's nothing actually. This isn't the college entrance exam, right? Lin Xinyu tried hard to keep herself calm, but in fact she was already panicking. Lin Jilan nodded and had made up his mind. Even though they couldn't help much, they could still say some words of comfort. Before he could think about it, Lin Jilan was pulled by Lin Xingyu to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, hearing Lin Xingyu calling him again, Lin Xian frowned again. What? Lin Xingyu took a deep breath and then started to output rapidly. Listen to me, no matter how you do in the exam, I will always stand by your side. Don't even mention the joint entrance exam. Even if you fail the college entrance exam, it doesn't matter. I've already said that I'll use all my connections to get you into a school you're happy with. My eldest sister had an important meeting, so she didn't come. But she said we must hear this. Don't be afraid. Don't feel pressured. Lin Xingyu looked anxious, as if she had failed the exam. Lin Xian was completely confused. I was just the first one to come out. Why were they so sure that I failed the exam? Where does the confidence come from? Don't worry about my business. Lin Xian was too lazy to say a word to them and just wanted to get around them and go home as quickly as possible. When Lin Xian went out this morning, he had already told Zhou Yuzhen that he would let them go home after he entered the examination room. I want to eat noodles with soybean paste. I guess the noodles with soybean paste are ready by now. We are your sisters. No matter what, we can't do it. Lin Xian, we are a family. Your business is our business. Lin Xingyu looked at Lin Xian stubbornly. At this time, Lin Jilan said something. Lin Xian, you don't have to care about other people's eyes and opinions. Even if others deny you, we will stand by your side. Lin Jilan's voice was not loud, but his eyes were full of determination. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Jilan curiously. Is this still the Lin Jilan I know? To others, these words sound like the typical quote of a brother-protecting maniac. If those previous things had not happened, I would have been deeply moved to hear Lin Jilan say this. Isn't this the family love that I longed for before? But how can a broken heart be healed by just a few words? I'll take care of my own affairs, you don't have to worry about them. Lin Jilan wanted to say something, but Lin Xian spoke again. Please move aside. I want to go home for dinner. Before the two people could react, Lin Xian had already strode away. Lin Jilan's eyes were red as he silently looked at Lin Xian's back. Second sister, Lin Xian must hate us so much that he said such things. Don't be afraid. Hard work pays off. I don't believe I can't move him. Lin Jilan sighed. Now, I finally understand Lin Xian's feelings. When Lin Xian was in the Lin family, he always tried his best to please everyone. Lin Xian prepares a fruit plate for his eldest sister and makes sure it is placed there 5 minutes before his eldest sister comes home every day. Knowing that singing would hurt his second sister's voice, Lin Xian went to pick honeysuckle early in the morning just to make tea for her. And the things Lin Xian has done for himself are countless. But all they gave you, Lin Xian, was denial and disdain. This is what it feels like to have your enthusiasm dashed. I only encountered such a thing once, and I felt extremely painful. At that time, Lin Xian lived in this mood every day. Now, Lin Jilan is regretting to death. Lin Jilan was filled with remorse. Lin Xingyu was thinking about how to make Lin Xian trust her next. I did a lot of things that made Lin Xian sad in the past. Now that I understand what happened, I have to make up for it. Second sister, what should we do now? Lin Jilan's voice interrupted Lin Xingyu's thoughts. After taking a look at the school gate, Lin Xingyu said unhappily, let's go back to the car and wait. It's a waste of time standing here. Didn't Dad tell us? We'll take Lin Hao back when we see him. Lin Jilan was stunned. Is that what Dad just said? I remember my father saying that the company had important matters to deal with, and they had to go back first. After Lin Hao leaves the examination room, I must comfort him well. Dad also told me that no matter what Lin Hao asked for, he had to satisfy him. Thinking of what Lin Zhongdao said, Lin Jilan sneered in his heart. He treated this illegitimate child so well that he almost wanted to take his heart out of him. With great dissatisfaction filling his heart, Lin Jilan simply stopped arguing and followed Lin Xingyu back to the business car. About 20 minutes later, the car door was suddenly opened. Lin Xingyu and Lin Jilan turned their heads at the same time. Xiao, why did you come out? It's not time to finish the exam yet. Different from the attitude she had just shown towards Lin Xian, Lin Xin spoke to him as if she was talking to a stranger. Ah. As soon as Lin Hao opened his mouth, Lin Xin interrupted him. I know what happened. You must have failed the test, right? Oh, what a pity. Usually, you always say that your academic performance is very good. Why did you do so badly in the exam this time? The joint entrance examination is the same as the college entrance examination. If you don't know how to take the college entrance examination, you won't be able to pass it, right? That won't do. After all, you're a member of the Lin family. It would be so embarrassing if this got out. Lin Xin spoke fast and said a lot in one breath. The questions were difficult, and Lin Hao failed to answer several of the big ones. Lin Hao was already in a bad mood, and after hearing what Lin Xin said, he was about to cry. Look at you. You're such a grown-up, and you're still crying. How come you don't have any manliness at all? You're such a sissy. Originally, Lin Hao just felt aggrieved. Stimulated by Lin Xin, Lin Hao's tears began to fall. At this time, Lin Xuan also said something lightly. If you don't do well in the exam, then you don't do well in the exam. Lin Hao was stunned and forgot to wipe away his tears. What happened to Lin Xin and Lin Xuan? Before I could say anything, they started to mock me. It's as if he has a deep hatred towards me. I haven't provoked them recently, so why are they targeting me? And they are so consistent. Unless... An ominous premonition flashed through Lin Hao's mind. By the way, Lin Hao, do you think the Chongsams your third sister and I are wearing are pretty? Lin Hao was once again confused by Lin Xin's questions. Today is the joint entrance examination. They don't care about their test scores, so why are they starting to discuss clothes? In order not to show anything, Lin Hao forced a smile on his face. They look good. Second and third sisters look good in anything they wear. That's different. This Chongsam was tailor-made by Wen's Clothing, and it was delivered by Lu Wu himself. After hearing this, Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. Lu Wu. It was Lu Wu. Lin Hao pretended to be unaware of the situation, but he was already panicking inside. Second sister. Which Lu Wu? He was the one who used to be our family's cook. I loved the dompa pork he cooked the most, but he ran away because he thought our salary was too low. Having said that, Lin Xin looked at Lin Hao. Because of this incident, I changed several chefs. But one should not be too picky, or else he will suffer retribution. Now Lu Wu's retribution has come. No one wants him as a private chef anymore. Now he's being used as an errand boy instead. Lin Hao clenched his hands tightly. Now, he can be sure that Lin Xin and Lu Wu have met. Did Lu Wu tell us what happened back then? If Lin Xin and Lin Xuan knew the truth of what happened back then, they would never let me go. Lin Hao swallowed hard, trying to hide the unnatural expression on his face, but his voice trembled a little. How much can an errand runner earn? Who knows? Odd jobs like this don't come around every day. It depends on luck. In order to confirm something from Lin Hao, Lin Xin deliberately mentioned Lu Wu. Lin Hao's secret was revealed. Lin Hao didn't perform well in the exam just now, and now Lin Xin brought up such a thing, which made him feel upset. Just now, Lin Hao wanted to ask his two sisters why they were surrounding Lin Xian, but now he didn't have any thoughts in mind. Lin Hao didn't say a word along the rest of the way. Lin Xin and Lin Xuan were too lazy to say another word to him. At the same time, Lin's villa. There was a sumptuous lunch on the dining table. Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan sat opposite each other, and next to Qin Yulan sat Lin Rusheng. That's exactly what happened. Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan are really pissing me off to death. Talking about what happened in the morning, Lin Zhongdao was furious. These two people were obviously there to cheer for Lin Hao, but when they arrived at the entrance of number 42 middle school, Lin Xin and Lin Jilan began to surround Lin Xian. This rebellious son has caused such a disaster for the Lin family. How could these two sisters be so foolish? If the dishes had not been touched, Lin Zhongdao would have slammed the table. Lin Rusheng listened to Lin Zhongdao's story without interrupting him. Now seeing Lin Zhongdao getting furious, Lin Rusheng finally spoke. Dad, you don't have to be so angry. I think my second and third sisters did nothing wrong. What? Rushuang, even you are biased towards Lin Xian. It's not a preference, but we have no other choice at the moment. Lin Xuan had a serious look on her face. Lin Zhongdao frowned. What do you mean there is no way? Hearing Lin Xuan say this, it seems like there is no other choice? Tell me what you mean by no choice. Lin Xuan cleared her throat, still maintaining her usual calmness. Dad, both publicly and privately, we can no longer treat Lin Xin the same way as before. To be fair, Lin Xin has been wrong since he came to our family. The past 2 years in the Lin family have also been the most difficult 2 years for him. Who would have thought that the young master of the Lin family would take a part-time job just to have enough food to eat? Look at how we treated Lin Hao, and then think about whether it is fair to treat Lin Xin in this way. Lin Zhongdao stood up suddenly and pointed at Lin Xuan. Are you saying that our Lin family has treated Lin Xin unfairly? Qin Yulan snorted in her heart. You know better than anyone whether you have been treated unfairly or not. In order to protect Lin Hao, this illegitimate son, what can't you do? Now you are here and questioning your daughter with such audacity. Are you worthy? If I hadn't considered the distribution of the company's equity, I would have broken off with this beast long ago. Why would it drag on until now? Today, seeing Lin Xin standing not far away, Qin Yulan wanted to walk over and say a few words to him. But for the sake of the overall situation, I have to endure it. Now Lin Zhongdao feels aggrieved. What is there for him to feel aggrieved about? Qin Yulan felt annoyed and her brows furrowed. Secondly, based on the current situation, I think the best solution is to bring Lin Xin back. What? Lin Xuan, are you crazy? Lin Zhongdao was horrified and could no longer control his anger. When it comes to business acumen, Lin Xuan has shown extraordinary talent since she was a child. Since taking over the group, Lin Zhongdao has listened to his daughter's advice on many things. But Lin Zhongdao firmly disagreed with what Lin Xuan said now. Dad, listen to me. After the business banquet and the security center incident, many families think that we have become a thorn in the Zhou family's side. Dad also postponed the launch of the special cold medicine because of this incident, for fear of pressure from the Zhou family. But has Dad ever thought about this? The Zhou family is not the only one in Kyoto. We also have to consider the rumors. Right now, our Lin family is performing the scene that everyone is looking forward to. After saying that, Lin Xuan looked at Qin Yulan. My daughter is right. You and Lin Xin are so estranged now. It's really painful for your loved ones and joy for your enemies. Others would watch the fun and say a few words, saying that Lin Zhongdao was obsessed with money and even gave up his own son for a few bucks. You don't recognize Lin Xin. To put it bluntly, aren't you worried that the Zhou family will make trouble and affect your business prospects? Think about it carefully. Is this something a human would do? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Qin Yulan and Lin Xuan worked together in perfect harmony. Lin Zhongdao wanted to refute, but he couldn't say a word. Dad, Mom is right. Brother Lin Xin can't stay with his adoptive parents forever. As soon as Lin Hao stepped into the living room, he began to persuade Lin Zhongdao. Even if Brother Lin Xin is ignorant and makes Dad angry, the young master can't stay out all the time. If we really have to leave, then the one who leaves should be someone like me. You are a family. Even if you encounter difficulties, you should face them together. Lin Hao's voice was bitter, and he looked at Lin Zhongdao pitifully. Seeing Lin Hao like this, Lin Zhongdao felt distressed. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't ever say you're an adopted son again. We've been together for more than a decade. In our eyes, you're our biological son. Lin Zhongdao put his arm around Lin Hao, and his expression relaxed a lot. The three sisters looked at each other, then looked towards the forest calmly. Lin Hao had shown it so obviously, they didn't believe that Lin Zhongdao couldn't see it. Unless Lin Zhongdao is a fool, he would not fall into Lin Hao's trap. Qin Yulan was also secretly observing Lin Hao. This little bastard said this just to prevent Lin Zhongdao from taking Lin Xin back. Pretending to be so pitiful, it sounds better when spoken than when sung. But at this moment, Lin Hao begged Lin Zhongdao again. Dad, just bring Brother Lin Xin back home. A happy family reunion is better than anything else. Lin Xingyu was puzzled. Lin Hao failed the exam. Is there something wrong with his brain? He actually repeatedly urged Lin Zhongdao to find Lin Xin and come back. What good intentions could this weasel have? Lin Zhongdao looked at Lin Hao and then thought about what Lin Rusheng had just said. Okay, I'll listen to you. It's getting late, come and eat. Lin Hao was delighted and immediately pulled Qin Yulan's arm. Mom, brother Lin Xin is coming back, are you happy? Qin Yulan felt nauseous when she saw Lin Hao's expression, but she still managed to say something. You are all my children. How can a mother not be happy? Lin Hao was surprised, but the stunned expression disappeared in a flash. Yes, when brother Lin Xin comes back, our family will be reunited, and Mom's illness will get better soon. Lin Zhongdao's eyes turned red, and he wished he could hold Lin Hao in his arms right now. Look how sensible our son is. He is so much better than that rebellious son Lin Xin. When did Lin Xin ever say such heartwarming words? He only makes us angry. If it's not for the overall situation, Lin Zhongdao only said half of the last sentence. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about those unhappy things. Xiaohao, hurry up and eat. You have an exam in the afternoon. The family sat around the dinner table, each with their own thoughts. Lin Xingyu and Lin Jilan sincerely hoped that Lin Xian can come back. Lin Rusheng was still a little worried. After all, Lin Xian's attitude was very firm during their previous meetings. How could it be so easy to get him to return to the Lin family again? Qin Yulan now wished she could drive Lin Xian to her side right away. Lin Hao kept smiling, but his heart was sinking. I just suggested that Lin Xian come back, and it seemed that none of my sisters had any objection. It seems that there are still many people in this family who hope he will come back. Then let him come back. Lin Xian, if you dare to return to the Lin family, I will never let you go out alive. If you want to compete with me for the family property, I will kill you. Zhou Yuzhen was shocked when Lin Xian came home early. I know my son has good grades, but isn't it too abnormal for him to come back so early? She was a little worried at first, but when she saw Lin Xian being relaxed and natural, Zhou Yuzhen's heart slowly calmed down. The noodles are ready, eat quickly. Zhou Yuzhen's eyebrows were curved, and she was reluctant to take her eyes off Lin Xian. An egg and fried noodles with soybean paste is just for my son. Thank you, Mom. It smells so good. Lin Xian said as he picked up the noodles and stuffed them into his mouth. Lin Ping'an sat opposite Lin Xian and watched Lin Xian eat happily with Zhou Yuzhen. Seeing Lin Xian eating with relish, the couple felt so happy. After eating a bowl of noodles, Lin Xian received a call from Zhang Sen's son. Brother Xian, you are awesome. You left just after the minimum submission time. I admire you so much. Zhang Sen's voice was so excited that Lin Xian felt his eardrums tremble. Okay, stop bragging. How did you do on the test? Sure. I called you to tell you some good news. I did really well on the test. I performed exceptionally well. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's lips. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Sen's son was still talking incessantly. I feel like I was able to do all the questions on the test paper very easily. If you were in front of me, I would definitely pick you up and spin you around. That study method is amazing. Brother, you are my half-brother. Lin Xian interrupted it. Okay, stop being so pretentious. You have an exam this afternoon, so do your best. That's for sure. By the way, now that you've become the focus, you won't hand in your papers so early for the afternoon exam, right? Lin Xian put the chopsticks aside. I've finished the work and checked it. Why should I waste time in the examination room? After hearing this, Zhang Sen's son felt that it was absolutely correct. However, he did not have Lin Xian's foundation and courage, so even if he wanted to hand in the paper early, he did not have the ability to do so. Zhang Sen talked on the phone for a while before hanging up at Lin Xian's urging. During the afternoon exam, Lin Xian resolutely refused to let Zhou Yuzhen and others send him off. The couple couldn't argue with Lin Xian, so they had to agree. However, Lin Xingyu and Lin Jilan were still waiting at the gate of number 42 middle school. Before Lin Xin arrived, the two sisters had been discussing in a low voice. Now that Dad has agreed to let Lin Xian come back, it is legitimate for us to go pick him up. As soon as Lin Xingyu finished speaking, Lin Jilan began to shake his head. It's easy to say. If you want Lin Xian to come back, he may not be willing to do so. He is not willing to forgive us at all. let alone return to the Lin family. When he signed the agreement, he was very happy. Until now, Lin Xuan still remembers Lin Xian's expression. After leaving the Lin family, he didn't seem to feel sad, but rather happy. Lin Xin also sighed. By the way, Xiaolan, do you think Lin Hao knows that he is an illegitimate child? Lin Xuan frowned at first, then began to wave his hands. Don't talk. Let me be quiet. What's wrong? Did my question irritate you? Without waiting for Lin Xinyu to say anything else, Lin Xuan grabbed her arm in panic. Second sister, have we overlooked something? Assuming that Lin Hao knows his identity, then everything that is happening right now is a setup between him and my father. If that's the case, once Lin Xian is brought back, won't he be in great danger? They have been preparing for more than 10 years to obtain the Lin family's property. How could they let Lin Xian get it so easily? Lin Xingyu was struck by lightning. Why didn't I think of this? If this is true, then Lin Xian's return will harm him. Trying to calm herself down, Lin Xingyu said absent-mindedly, Now just watch Lin Hao know nothing. Although she said this, Lin Xingyu's heart was already lifted. This matter needs to be carefully considered. I have to discuss this with my elder sister. If things go wrong, the current situation cannot continue, and they will have to continue acting with Lin Zhongdao. The two people looked around while talking. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Xian didn't do well in the exam this morning and won't come this afternoon? As soon as Lin Xingyu finished speaking, Lin Zhilan began to refute. Impossible. Lin Xian is usually very serious. He definitely wouldn't have this attitude towards studying. Lin Zhilan was also a little surprised to hear that he instinctively supported Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xingyu raised her voice. Xiaolan, look, isn't that Lin Xian at the door? It's really him. We were so busy talking just now that we didn't notice he was already at the door. Lin Zhilan had a look of regret on his face and could only watch Lin Xian walk towards the campus. Walking into the school, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got rid of Lin Zhilan and Lin Xingyu. When these two people get enthusiastic, they're like a dogskin plaster. It's hard to get rid of them. Lin Xian. Hearing someone calling him, Lin Xian was stunned for a moment and finally walked forward without looking back. Don't think you can pretend you didn't hear me if you don't stop. You were pretending to be like this, just planning to return to the Lin family, right? After saying that, Lin Hao snorted coldly. Now that there are no people from the Lin family around, there is naturally no need to hide my inner emotions. Thinking about what happened in the past half-day, Lin Hao wished that Lin Xian would disappear right now. Lin Xian stopped and turned slowly. Without waiting for Lin Hao to react, he reached out and slapped him. Snapped! Remember, if you talk rudely, you will be beaten. Lin Xian flexed his wrists and spoke in a cold voice. Also, the things you treasure are worthless to me. Lin Hao was completely stunned. He felt a sharp pain on half of his face and realized that he had been beaten by Lin Xian again. Touching the swollen slap mark, Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Lin Xian, I will remember this slap. Let's wait and see. After beating Lin Hao, Lin Xian felt more at ease. Lin Xian even felt that perhaps God let Lin Hao appear just now just to make him vent his anger. After that, everything went pretty smoothly. Review the questions, solve the questions, check, hand in the paper, and leave the examination room. Lin Xian completed it almost in one go. At the beginning, many students were confused, but after 2 exams, the students in the examination room seemed to have adapted to this situation. Only on the last day of the biology exam did Lin Xian choose to hand in the paper with everyone else. Biology is the last subject, and after taking the exam, the joint examination will be over. Zhang Sun told Lin Xian more than once that the last exam must be taken until the very end, out of respect for the invigilator. No matter where Zhang Sun heard this from, Lin Xian still did it. When the bell for handing in the papers rang, many students stood up. The same goes for Lin Xian and Su Yueshao. After handing in the papers, everyone left the classroom one after another. As soon as I arrived in the corridor, many people began to talk in low voices. It's so strange today. That tall and handsome boy didn't leave first. Is that all? The same thing happened to that pretty female classmate. They both persisted to the end. I've said it before, there must be something fishy going on between the two of them, and it's probably 9 out of 10 that they're dating. Every time the boys handed in their papers, not long after, the girls also handed in their papers. Isn't this something that was agreed upon? Either they don't know how to do it, or they joined forces. Wow, I'm so excited just thinking about this. The discussion became louder and louder, and Su Yuexiao's expression became unnatural. Pressing a strand of hair behind her ear, Su Yuexiao coughed lightly and lowered her head shyly. Naturally, Lin Xin heard all these discussions clearly. Dating? A powerful alliance? What does this have to do with anything? It's a pity they could think of such a thing. Being teased by these people, Lin Xin felt a little awkward talking to Su Yuexiao. Lin Xin, how do you feel about this joint exam? Su Yuexiao's sweet voice came over. It's okay. The questions are not too difficult. What do you think? Seeing Lin Xin turning his head, Su Yuexiao also showed a serious look on her face. Well, the other subjects are okay, but my thinking was a little unclear on the last math question. Then I'll write down the solution to the problem for you before class this afternoon. Thank you. The two people talked as they walked and soon arrived at the school gate. Lin Xin slowed down and saw Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan were talking. He hurriedly said something to Su Yuexiao and left. When Lin Jilan went to look for him again, Lin Xin had already disappeared. Lin Jilan sighed, and his voice was full of helplessness. Second sister, Lin Xin, ran away again. I'm so pissed. Is this Lin Xin taking a test or playing hide-and-seek with us? Lin Qingyu was about to turn around, but suddenly changed her mind. Let's go. We can't come here for nothing. While speaking, Lin Qingyu grabbed Lin Jilan's hand and quickly blended into the group of senior high school students. Hello, classmate. I'm Lin Xian's sister. I just saw you two walking out together. Are you classmates? Lin Qingyu smiled and spoke in a gentle voice. Naturally, he recognized this daughter of the Su family. However, in order to get some information out of her, I could only pretend not to know her. When Su Yuexiao heard that the person in front of her was Lin Xian's sister, she quickly stopped and nodded. Yes, Lin Xin and I are classmates. What can I do for you? Su Yuexiao was neither humble nor arrogant, and was very graceful and generous. Lin Qingyu liked it when she saw it. It's like this. We want to find out about Lin Xian's situation in school. As older sisters, we care about our younger brother, but boys are always very concise when they speak. So, classmate, can you tell me what Lin Xian is like in school? A smile appeared on Su Yuexiao's face. Student Lin Xian's grades are excellent. In this exam, many people haven't finished the questions yet, but he has already handed in his paper. His goal is Nanyang Technological University. You know that, right? Everyone says he will have no problem getting into Nanyang Technological University. He doesn't talk much, but he is helpful and likes to help his classmates very much. Su Yuexiao evaluated Lin Xian seriously. Lin Qingyu and Lin Jilan showed surprise on their faces. Is the Lin Xian that this girl is talking about the same person as the one they knew before? Lin Xian is selfish and indifferent, full of bad habits, and his grades are terrible, ranking last in the class. He is a thief and has a very bad character. He doesn't even have any friends. These were all misleading information given to them by Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian in real life is so outstanding. Second sister, our previous worries were unnecessary. Lin Xian handed in his paper early because he had good grades, but that doesn't mean he failed the exam. Lin Jilan sighed. Su Yuexiao showed an expression of disbelief on her face. How is it possible that Lin Xian failed the exam? If he fails the test, no one else will have to take it. Don't worry, Lin Xian can't fail the exam. He is a top scorer. Lin Jilan's words gave Lin Qingyu more confidence, and her little face turned red. Thank you, classmate. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Okay, bye. Lin Jilan was overjoyed. Lin Qingyu looked at Su Yuexiao's back, as if thinking about something. Second sister, what are you thinking about? You should be happy now. Our previous understanding of Lin Xian was wrong. Lin Xian is great. Lin Qingyu smiled. Well, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. But of course, my Lin Qingyu's brother is the best. Lin Jilan had just calmed down, but was confused again by what Lin Xin said. What do you mean by beauty in the eyes of the beholder? Second sister, why am I getting more confused the more I listen? Lin Xin withdrew her gaze. I have inquired about it these past 2 days. Lin Xian has a special relationship with that girl. If this goes wrong, we might even end up calling each other brother and sister-in-law in the future. It's not that exaggerated, right? Dating is prohibited in high school. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he covered his mouth with his hands, afraid that others would hear him. Who said they are in love? Isn't it okay for them to have feelings for each other? In a few days, the college entrance examination will be over. When you look at those parents again, they will not only ask about their children's grades, but also urge them to fall in love. Lin Xuan was speechless. If that were the case, then the time span between these two events would be too short. My brother has excellent grades and is handsome. He is the coolest guy on the street wherever he goes. Lin Xin had a smug look on her face, but as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly looked nervous again. No, Xiaolan, have you ever thought that the more outstanding Lin Xian is, the more dangerous he is? It's okay that Lin Hao doesn't know his life experience, but if he did, how terrifying would he be? He would be a complete villain. To be able to endure for so many years without showing off. He must be ruthless. Once Lin Hao realizes that Lin Xian will affect his inheritance of the family property, he will definitely stop at nothing. Not only is Lin Xian in a worrying situation, I don't think we will have a good ending either. After saying this, Lin Xin felt a chill on her back. Lin Xuan was shocked. Lin Hao behaves well all the time and always has a harmless face. How can he be associated with an unforgivable criminal? Or did Lin Hao wear a mask from beginning to end when facing the Lin family? You call now to remind Lin Xian to be careful. He's so outstanding, Lin Hao will definitely be jealous. Speaking of jealousy, Lin Xin suddenly realized. Lin Hao is jealous of the existence of Lin Xian, the real young master of the Lin family. So Lin Hao has been misleading everyone. All the false accusations and slanders were out of fear that Lin Xian would snatch everything from him. When I think about it this way, it seems like everything can be explained. While being shocked, Lin Xin also felt extremely guilty. I'm just a fool. Why didn't you understand Lin Hao's tricks at the beginning? I am the most failed sister in the world. No wonder Lin Xian blocked me. I deserved it. Lin Xin's eyes were filled with sadness, and it seemed as if all the strength in her body had been drained. Next, Lin Xuan made several calls in a row, but no one answered. In the end, I had no choice but to get in the car with Lin Xin. Along the way, the two were discussing what to do next. As soon as he entered the villa, Lin Zhongdao stood up and asked, "How was it, Xiaohao? How did you do in the joint exam?" After these words were spoken, Lin Xin and Lin Xuan were both stunned. "Lin Hao? Over, I forgot to pick up Lin Hao." Lin Xin turned her head woodenly and glanced at Lin Xuan secretly. At this moment, Lin Xuan had lowered his head as low as he could. "Speak up, did Xiaohao not do well in the exam?" When asking this question, Lin Zhongdao realized that Lin Hao was not behind Lin Xuan and Lin Xian. An ominous premonition arose in his heart, and Lin Zhongdao spoke sternly. "Where is Lin Hao?" Lin Xin reached out and touched her forehead, her voice hoarse. "Dad, I was in a hurry when I came back just now, and I forgot to pick up Lin Hao." "Don't worry, Lin Hao is no longer a child. He should be fine. I'm going back the same way now." Lin Zhongdao slammed the table and yelled angrily. "Stop!" Lin Xin stopped and didn't dare to look back. "I asked you two to pick someone up, but you lost him. You two are so cool. I'm afraid there is no sister in this world who is more dedicated and conscientious than you. You keep saying you want to cheer your brother on, but this is what you do. Get out. Get out of here." Lin Zhongdao became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and he reached out and smashed the teacup to pieces. Snapped! As the sound fell, porcelain slag scattered all over the floor. "Everyone go back upstairs. No one is allowed to come down without my permission. Mother Zhou, remember this, don't send them any food." Mother Zhou was trembling with fear and didn't even dare to make a sound. After the reprimand, Lin Zhongdao rushed out of the door. The living room became quiet, and Lin Xin showed a bitter smile on her face. See? The contrast is already apparent. Lin Xin didn't say the rest. Dad really holds that illegitimate child in his heart. They were indeed wrong for not bringing the people back, but isn't it too much to put them in solitary confinement and not allow them to eat? Lin Xuan didn't say anything, her brows furrowed. Let's go. This is the first time since I was a child that I've been punished and not allowed to eat. But it's not bad. We can also understand what Lin Xin felt at that time. As he spoke, Lin Xuan walked upstairs. Lin Xin followed listlessly. When she arrived at the stairs, before entering the house, Lin Xin had already left a message for Lin Rusheng on her mobile phone. Big sis, please come back. Xiaolin and I were punished by our dad, and we are not allowed to eat. Don't forget to buy some food when you come back. After lunch, Lin Xin went to school as usual. The schedule in the third year of high school is tight, and the class teacher has already sent out a notice that classes will continue after the joint examination is over. Unlike the usual quietness, the senior high school classrooms are now a little lively. Everyone was discussing the joint entrance examination. As soon as Lin Xin arrived in the classroom, Zhang Xin's son started waving at him. Brother Xin, come quickly. I have good news to tell you. Lin Xin was not in a hurry. Zhang Xin's son simply rushed to Lin Xin and hugged him. Don't be annoying. Let go. Lin Xin pushed Zhang Xin's son while talking. Two grown men hugging each other, so sick. Zhang Xin's son didn't care and insisted on finishing what he was saying. I did really well on this test. I definitely didn't lie to you. You've already said that on the phone. Lin Xin pushed Zhang Xin's son aside and finally came to his seat. At this time, Zhang Xin's son had already sat opposite Lin Xin. Dude, the study methods you give are simply amazing. I think you can even sell courses. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want me to destroy the teacher's rice bowls? Zhang Xin's son held his chin with his hand and shook his head with a smile. That's not the case, but with your grades, it will be absolutely no problem for you to start a cram school after the college entrance examination. Go away. Are you expecting me to be arrested? The education department has already issued relevant policies prohibiting students from paying privately for tutoring lessons. This guy actually encouraged people to set up their own tutoring classes. How can that be good? Seeing that Lin Xin was about to roll his eyes at him, Zhang Xinsen smiled even more happily. I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I knew you couldn't spit out ivory from your dog's mouth. As the two were talking, Suyue Xiao sat down on the chair next to them. Lin Xin took the initiative to greet Suyue Xiao. Student Su, wait a minute, I'll write down the solution now. I was so busy talking to Fatty Zhang that I almost forgot what I promised Suyue Xiao. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Suyue Xiao smiled with her lips pursed, her eyes shining. Zhang Sun's son curled his lips and moved his butt back quietly. Why are you going? Lin Xin didn't look up, but he had already noticed Zhang Xinsen's little movements. Zhang Xin's son touched his head when his thoughts were suddenly discovered. If you two start talking, I won't have anything to do. The topic discussed by the two top students in the class is not something that a little Karami like me can participate in. I don't want to be a light bulb. Having said that, Zhang Xin's son made a face and left. Lin Xin was speechless. If Suyue Xiao hadn't been there, I would have scolded him and told him to get out. Not far away, Zhang Jinyin stared at this scene closely and suddenly felt a little lost in her heart. Not only are Lin Xin and I classmates, but according to seniority, I also have to call him cousin. But how did it come to this point today like an enemy? For various reasons, I always look at Lin Xin through tinted glasses. Now observing Lin Xin from an ordinary person's perspective, Chen Jinyin discovered that Lin Xin is actually quite good, young and energetic. In terms of appearance, let alone in the class, even in the entire school, I'm afraid there is no boy more handsome than Lin Xin. Even if Lin Hao and Lin Xin stand together, they are definitely inferior. Thinking of Lin Hao, Chen Jinyin frowned involuntarily, and then she took a long breath. Chen Jinyin remained in thought, her eyes fixed on Lin Xin for a long time. What are you doing, classmate Chen? Are you crazy? Your eyes are about to pop out of your head. Zhang Sunsen waved his hand in front of Chen Jinyin. Chen Jinyin pouted and gave Zhang Sunsen a big eye roll. Boring. I really don't know who is boring. No matter how boring I am, I will never be like you. When you look at my brother Xian, you stretch your neck so long. Be careful to get cervical spondylosis. Chun Jinyan was speechless, her eyes wide open, but she couldn't say a word. At this time, Zhang Sunsen wanted to say something, but suddenly he heard a cough, and Zhang Sunsen immediately closed his mouth. Although I didn't look back, I knew from the voice that it was coming from Du Chuan. Zhang Sunsen took a deep breath and thought to himself, I'm so scared. My heart is beating so fast. Taking a step back, Zhang Sunsen's face showed his former calmness. I just couldn't stand Chen Jinyan's behavior and wanted to stand up for her and say a few more words, but I couldn't let the goddess in my heart misunderstand me. A few steps away, Lin Xin and Su Yuexiao were still discussing the questions. Several students next to them looked over there from time to time, with envy on their faces. Just like Zhang Sunsen said, how could they possibly participate in the communication between top students? After finishing the things at hand, Lin Rusheng hurried home. Just now on the phone, Lin Xinyu had already explained the whole thing, and Lin Rusheng's brows were furrowed. This Xiaoyu is really a worry. She had been told long ago not to act rashly or on impulse, but they actually caused trouble at the critical moment. I have to investigate the company's situation and deal with the mess at home. I am so busy now that I wish I could do two things at once. Following Lin Xingyu's instructions, Lin Rusheng packed a lot of food in the trunk, but she didn't know if she could take it upstairs. Before a complete strategy could be figured out, the car had already arrived at the door of the villa. 5 minutes later, Lin Rusheng appeared in the living room. The living room was very quiet, with occasional crying sounds. After walking a few steps forward, Lin Rusheng saw Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao sitting on the sofa. Lin Hao's eyes were red, and it was obvious that he had been crying. Xiaohao, what's wrong? Did you not do well in the exam? Out of instinct, Lin Rusheng asked. Hearing this, Lin Zhongdao's face began to droop again. What kind of question are you asking? Are you hoping that he won't do well in the exam? Is there any sister like you? Lin Rusheng's heart tightened. Lin Zhongdao's voice was not loud, but it was full of pressure. Putting the bag aside, Lin Rusheng began to explain. Dad, you misunderstood. I saw Xiaohao's eyes were swollen from crying. Isn't this worrying? Actually, Xiaohao doesn't need to feel that much pressure. It's just a joint exam now, so it won't affect the college entrance exam. Besides, our Xiaohao is so smart and has always been well-behaved and sensible. The question you asked just now seems a bit redundant. Lin Rusheng said this very naturally, just like before. After hearing this, Lin Hao felt warm in his heart and reached out to hold Lin Rusheng's arm. Big sister, you still love me. Second and third sisters don't love me anymore. And Mom, she's also ignoring me now. Did I do something wrong? Big sister, please don't ignore me. Seeing that Lin Hao was about to jump into her arms, Lin Rusheng hurriedly reached out to hold his shoulders. Xiao, you think too much. Everyone loves you. Come, sister will wipe your tears for you. Lin Rusheng personally wiped the tears from Lin Hao's face and then pulled him to sit on the sofa. In this way, he perfectly avoided Lin Hao's hug. After listening to Lin Rusheng's explanation, Lin Zhongdao's expression eased a little. You are still sensible. Xiaoyu and Xiaolan are really pissing me off. Thinking of what happened just now, Lin Zhongdao couldn't contain his anger. What's going on at home? Everything is a mess. First, that rebellious son Lin Xin caused such a big disaster at the business banquet, and then he insulted the young master of the Zhou family at the security center. Now, even Xiaoyu and Xiaolan are against me. We asked them to pick up Xiaohao, but they actually lost him. These two people have no sense of responsibility at all. I'm telling you, don't touch my bottom line. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I don't get angry. Lin Zhongdao spoke in a very loud voice, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction during this period of time. Lin Rusheng lowered her head and said nothing. The reason you are so frustrated is that everything is out of your control. Perhaps there is one most important reason, which is that we are beginning to distance ourselves from Lin Hao and get closer to Lin Xin, right? Now, the entire Lin family is in a delicate state. The mother and her three sisters already knew Lin Hao's identity, but they kept it secret. The purpose is to wait for the opportunity and minimize the losses. Lin Zhongdao was furious because Lin Xin disrupted the progress of the plan. As for Lin Hao, Lin Rusheng has no way of guessing now. If Lin Hao was unaware of this, I would be able to accept giving him some money and asking him to leave. No matter what his status is, he has lived in the Lin family for more than 10 years after all. Even if he has been feeding the cats and dogs for a long time, he will have feelings for them. However, he had done so many things to hurt Lin Xin before, and giving him some money and asking him not to disturb the lives of the Lin family forever was already enough to do him justice. But if Lin Hao is one of the participants in this plan, that's another matter. If Lin Hao knew everything, but was acting with them wearing a mask, then I will definitely not be soft-hearted. Lin Rusheng lowered her head again, a hint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. Did you listen to me? Do you know how long it took me to find Xiaohao? If I don't drive there myself, you'll never see your brother again. Xiaoyu and Xiaolan really disappoint me. Lin Zhongdao looked heartbroken and shook his head with emotion. Dad, Xiaoyu and Xiaolan were wrong in this matter. I will teach them a lesson right now. How could they treat Xiaohao like this? Go ahead. You're the eldest sister, and they'll still listen to you. Your mother has already gone to reason with them. Lin Rusheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he said a lot of reluctant words just now, based on the current situation, Lin Zhongdao should not have discovered anything. Okay, Dad, you try to persuade Xiaohao. I'll go up first. After saying that, Lin Rusheng hurried upstairs. Second-floor bedroom. Lin Zhilan and Lin Qingyu sat on the sofa, worried looks on their faces. Qin Yulan sat on the chaise longue, looking listless, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Mom, we've talked so much, what do you think? Do we have to bring Lin Xin back now? The consequences could be serious. Lin Qingyu urged again. Just now, I have explained the pros and cons clearly, but my mother still didn't express her opinion. Lin Qingyu was anxious. Mom, my second sister is right. We can't be stubborn at this time. If we bring Lin Xin back now, we might end up hurting him. Hearing this, Qin Yulan looked up suddenly. No. Why? Lin Qingyu was shocked and puzzled. Next to him, Lin Zhilan couldn't help but ask, Mom, have you thought of a better solution? Qin Yulan's eyes widened, and her hands clenched into fists. I must bring my biological son back. I am Qin Yulan, and I must not become a laughing stock. Lin Xin is my biological son. He can't live in someone else's home. Lin Qingyu became anxious when she heard this. What's the logic behind this? Do I have to take my biological son back now? To put it bluntly, the Lin family is no safer than the outside world now. In fact, Lin Xin will face greater danger when he returns. Lin Xin is their real young master and their biological brother. Because of this, they should be more concerned about his safety. Lin Qingyu was just about to continue persuading when the door suddenly opened. Everyone was startled, but they were relieved when they saw Lin Rusheng coming in. Sister, you're back. Lin Qingyu stood up hurriedly, her voice full of grievance. Lin Rusheng nodded, then looked at Qin Yulan. Has Mom cried? Qin Yulan's eyes were red, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Lin Qingyu walked around to Lin Rusheng's back and closed the door, then lowered her voice and talked about what had just happened. Mom insisted on bringing Lin Xin back home, but Xiaolan and I both thought it was inappropriate. What's wrong? Lin Zhongdao has bullied me like this. Should I just swallow my anger? I have carefully raised that illegitimate child for more than 10 years. If this were to get out, people would definitely laugh their heads off. If I don't bring my biological son to my side now, where will my dignity be? How can I face the Qin family? Qin Yulan became more and more excited as she spoke, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Mom, it's already this time. Do you still have any shame? Which is more important, your son's life or your face? Lin Qingyu stamped her feet in anxiety. Mom has always been a sensible person. Why is she so confused now? But no matter what Lin Qingyu said, Qin Yulan still insisted on her own idea. The Qin family is a prominent family. For the sake of love, he followed Lin Zhongdao to Kyoto. For 20 years, I have given everything to this man, but in the end it was all in vain. He raised the mistress's child for more than 10 years, while his own son was suffering outside. How can I have the face to mention such a thing to my parents and relatives? At this moment, Qin Yulan had made up her mind. Even if we have to fall out, even if we are doomed to die, I must keep Lin Xin by my side. Impossible. I will never let this pair of bastards succeed. Without the Qin family's support, Lin Zhongdao is nothing. Qin Yulan's voice became louder and louder, and Lin Rusheng hurriedly sat down next to her. Mom, don't get excited. Walls have ears. I know you want to bring your brother back, but Xiaolan and Xiaoyu are right. Now is not the right time. Qin Yulan turned her head. Why? Lin Rusheng's eyes turned, and then a smile appeared on her face. Mom, we all understand how you feel, but these few days won't make a difference. Lin Xin is about to take the college entrance examination, and we can't disturb him at this time. Anyway, Lin Xin is your biological son. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Why don't we let Lin Xin concentrate on the college entrance examination first? After the exam, we can ask Lin Xin for his opinion. What do you think? Lin Rusheng's words calmed Qin Yulan down. You're right. No matter how angry I am, I can't ignore the child's future. After saying this, Lin Xinyu finally sat down on the sofa. Mom finally understood. I talked for a long time, but was still no match for my elder sister's few words. It seems that my elder sister is more capable. Lin Rusheng put her hand on Qin Yulan's back to help her calm down. At the same time, he was slowly comforting her. Dad has not made this matter public in order to let Lin Hao take over the entire Lin family. He can endure it for Lin Hao, so why can't we? Mom, now is not the time to be stubborn. Minimizing the losses is the most important thing. The more it is at this time, the more you can't panic. Qin Yulan was stunned for a moment. Then she hugged Lin Rusheng and burst into tears. Why is my life so hard? God is so unfair. Seeing Qin Yulan crying bitterly, Lin Xinyu and Lin Zhilan felt bad too. However, crying is not necessarily a bad thing. Ever since she knew Lin Hao's identity, Qin Yulan has been trying hard to act like her old self. But they all know that her mother is just forcing herself to do so. It's better to vent now than to collapse later. Qin Yulan cried so loudly that people downstairs could hear her clearly. Lin Hao bit his lip and stared at Lin Zhongdao. Dad, Mom is crying. Should I go up and take a look? Lin Zhongdao snorted coldly. Need not. You are a good daughter taught by your mother. What's the point of getting anxious now? Just sit here and don't go anywhere. Lin Hao nodded, pondering in his heart. Although I didn't go upstairs, I could roughly guess what the situation was there. Lin Xinyu must have had a quarrel with her mother. They really went too far today. Mom couldn't stand it. Lin Xinyu was impatient. So it would be strange if she didn't make Mom cry. At the same time, Lin Hao was somewhat proud. So what if you are Qin Yulan's biological daughter? Your position in her heart still cannot compare to mine. Lin Hao stood up and said very obediently, Dad, I'm going back to my room to review. Go ahead, the college entrance exam is coming soon. You must seize the time. Lin Hao left. The crying upstairs gradually stopped. Lin Zhongdao was upset and walked towards the study with an angry face. The feud between the Zhou family and the Lin family has already been formed. How to resolve it? Should we take Lin Xin, our son, back to the Lin family now? If we bring him back, it will definitely increase the Zhou family's anger. But if we really cut off the relationship, how can we stop people from talking? After so many years of careful planning, everyone knows that he is honest and trustworthy. For the sake of profit, if he doesn't want Lin Xin at this time, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Tiger poison does not eat seeds. Lin Xian's face flashed through his mind, and Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth again. Sister, when you send a message, can you tell Lin Xin not to block me? I know I was wrong. He always ignores me. This is not right, don't you think? Can you add one more sentence in the message, saying that my second sister knows she is wrong? Lin Rusheng is sending a message to Lin Xin. Beside her, Lin Xinyu stretched her neck and chattered. Lin Rusheng turned around and slashed Lin Xinyu with a knife. Are you done? Faced with Lin Xuan's fierce momentum, Lin Xin immediately became a quail with its neck shrunk. That's it. It's over. Shut up. After saying that, Lin Xuan continued to edit the message. Lin Xin, the college entrance examination is coming soon. You must rest well and be careful of Lin Hao. Lin Xuan read these few words several times. Finally, I pressed the send button. Lin Xin lay on the bed, staring at the stocks of Maozhou liquor industry. Just as I thought. Not long after the stock hit the limit down, a miracle happened and it soared all the way. Based on this rising rate, Lin Xin speculated that it wouldn't be long before the money on his card would multiply several times. But this is not the end. Today is just the beginning. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Lin Xin's mood also became relaxed. Right now, many people are worried about the results of the joint entrance examination. Lin Xin is different. Time is precious and cannot be wasted. Now Lin Xin has started making plans for what to do after the college entrance examination. Ding! The message alert sounded, interrupting Lin Xin's thoughts. He clicked on it instinctively, and after reading the message, Lin Xin put the phone aside. Lin Xuan's message made Lin Xin frown slightly. Be careful of Lin Hao? What do you mean? Have they already revealed their cards to Lin Zhongdao? This thought flashed through his mind, but Lin Xin quickly denied it. Lin Hao's identity is a big deal. Once it is made public, the entire Lin family will be in turmoil. When that time really comes, what I receive will not just be a text message. But one thing is right, we should be more careful about this guy Lin Hao. Treacherous, jealous, cruel, and ruthless. No word is too much to describe him. The college entrance examination is getting closer and closer, and Lin Xin doesn't want anything to go wrong in these few days. Then just spend these few days quietly first. School and home are the only 2 points I need to go to. I won't go anywhere else for now. Go to school in the afternoon. Most of the students in the classroom have become distracted, but Lin Xin is still doing exercises as usual. Lin Xin, the college entrance examination is coming soon. Will it still be useful to practice questions now? Yeah, my mind is in a mess right now. I can't concentrate at all. Me too. I just wanted to memorize some knowledge points, but when I opened the book, my mind was filled with anxiety. It was so torturous. Lin Xin was able to devote himself to study in the shortest possible time, which made many of his classmates envious. Chen Jinyan also looked over at Lin Xin quietly, with a look of confusion on her face. Lin Xian's academic performance is already top-notch. Is it necessary for him to work so hard at this time? Facing everyone's questions, Lin Xin looked up. Before he could say anything, Zhang Xin's son suddenly rushed in, shouting as he ran. Lin Xin, my brother Xian, the results are out. Before he finished speaking, everyone present looked toward Zhang Xin's son. It came out so soon. I was thinking of checking it out when I get home after school today. I must have burned it. How much did Lin Xin score? Zhang Sansen, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us quickly. Many students, while worrying about their test scores, also want to get some gossip. The classmates were not surprised that Zhang Sun's son knew the test results. This kid came late. He must have come to check his grades on time. Zhang Sun's son looked excited and almost shouted at the top of his lungs. My brother Xian scored 736 points. First in Kyoto. The whole classroom became quiet in an instant. Countless shocked eyes looked at Lin Xin, accompanied by many sounds of swallowing saliva. 736 points, first in Kyoto. What is this concept? Several surrounding provinces participated in this exam, which definitely doubled the pressure on the candidates in Kyoto. As we all know, compared with other major provinces, Kyoto has far fewer top students and the quality of students is not as good. Lin Xin was able to get such a high score. It was definitely due to his hard work. This high score is likely to put it in the top 3 in the overall score. Chen Jinyan's mind was almost blank. Lin Hao once told himself that if there was any news from Lin Xin, he should inform him immediately. If Lin Hao knew that Lin Xin scored such a high score, wouldn't he be furious? Snapped. Zhang Sun's son slammed the table and then rushed in front of Lin Xin. Dude, you're too fierce. Your score is such a crushing score. Crush me to death. Lin Xin was amused by Zhang Xin's son. Don't talk nonsense here. With your size, it would take a lot of effort for me to crush you to death. Lin Xian's words aroused everyone's emotions, and many classmates began to tease Zhang Xin's son. That's right. Our fatty Zhang is definitely a heavyweight. Zhang Sunsen wants to lose weight. Su Yuexiao turned and looked at Lin Xian, her eyes full of joy. I already knew Lin Xian's foundation, but I didn't expect that he could get such a high score. To be honest, after the exam, Su Yuexiao was very curious about Lin Xian's results. The answer was finally revealed today, and Su Yuexiao was really shocked. How much confidence does it take to be the first one to hand in the exam paper and still get such good grades? Many people thought that Lin Xian would cheer. But in fact, Lin Xian just joked with Zhang Sun for a few words, and his expression returned to normal. The students around him began to sigh again. Some people even began to imagine, if they got such a high score, would they have to run 3 laps around the playground first? The classroom was bustling with activity. The office building was already noisier than the classrooms. Principal's office. Principal Chun, who is nearly 60 years old, has been staring at the computer, looking at Lin Xian's scores, and he is reluctant to take his eyes off. After confirming again and again that the score was over 700, Principal Chun swallowed hard. After serving as a principal for so many years, this is the first time I have experienced such glory. Principal, Lin Xian has raised our school's overall ranking by more than 20 places. The dean's voice was excited and his eyes were shining. Yes, if this happened in ancient times, Lin Xian would be the top scholar. This joint exam is even harder than the college entrance exam. Lin Xian is really great. Hurry up and take photos and put them on the school website. Oh, and change the content of the school bulletin board immediately. Principal Chen took off his glasses and let out a long breath of excitement. Lin Xian is a living signboard. With this score, it is better than any promotional leaflet. The next enrollment is definitely full. The most important thing is, as the principal, I can lead them to glory. How can I explain the radiance on this face in just a few words? Okay, principal, I'll do it now. The dean smiled happily and hurried to get the camera. Principal Chen couldn't calm down for a long time, and his mind was full of grand blueprints. Lin's villa. Except for Lin Hao, who went to school, all the Lin family members gathered in front of the computer. Lin Zhongdao appeared calm on the surface, but his fingers were already trembling slightly. According to the prompts, you can check your scores now. He didn't say anything in front of Lin Hao, but Lin Zhongdao still cared very much about Lin Hao's results in this joint examination. Qin Yulan and others watched Lin Zhongdao input Lin Hao's name and admission ticket number. Then the results appeared on the screen. 573 points. Lin Zhongdao frowned slightly. Lin Hao's test results were still a little worse than he had expected. Lin Qingyu nudged Lin Rushuang with her elbow. Lin Rushuang shook her head slightly. Where is Lin Xian? Check Lin Xian's whereabouts. Qin Yulan urged. Lin Zhongdao showed impatience on his face. How can he get good grades if he doesn't study all day long? Lin Qingyu came over quickly. Dad, please check it. I have Lin Xian's admission ticket number. Lin Zhongdao was reluctant, but he still typed in his admission ticket number as Lin Qingyu said. Oh my God, 736 points. Mom, this ranking is first in Jinghai and the comprehensive results of all provinces. 3rd place. Lin Qingyu screamed and then jumped up. Lin Zhongdao's face was full of disbelief. How can it be? Lin Xian's academic performance has always been poor, and he often violates discipline. How could he get such a high score? Isn't that right? Is it the same name? Dad, I have the admission ticket. It can't be wrong. Lin Qingyu corrected. At this time, Lin Zhongdao said without hesitation, this result is fake. A word that Lin Zhongdao said unintentionally suddenly changed the atmosphere in the whole room. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you cheat in the joint entrance examination? It's the same as the college entrance examination. If you can cheat on the joint entrance examination, what is the point of the examination? You can't deny Lin Xian like this. This is definitely Lin Xian's true result. Lin Qingyu corrected him without thinking. The remaining few people also stared at Lin Zhongdao in disbelief. After an awkward cough, Lin Zhongdao said, "That's what I said. You can't say it. Lin Xin is our biological son. He deserves a reward for doing so well in the exam." Qin Yulan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Lin Zhongdao was impatient. "Lin Hao scored so well in the exam, but you were thinking of rewarding Lin Xin? Is this appropriate? When that rebellious son got into trouble, why didn't you think of punishing him?" Qin Yulan took a deep breath and almost spoke her mind. "What is Lin Hao? Just an illegitimate child. Lin Xin is my biological son. Not to mention that he won't be rewarded for his good grades now. Even if he doesn't do well in the exam, as long as Lin Xin asks, I will give him everything I can." Qin Yulan's face gradually became ugly, and Lin Zhongdao's face turned red because of Lin Xingyu's words just now. Lin Rusheng quickly spoke to ease the embarrassment. "Dad, I think what Mom said makes sense. Lin Xian's joint exam results are indeed very good, and he deserves a reward. Besides, I'm afraid that the news that Lin Xin is the #1 in Kyoto has already spread in various circles, and our Lin family must make some statement. Rewarding Lin Xin is not only from the heart, but also partly for those who want to see the joke. We must let them know that the Lin family will not treat Lin Xin harshly because of the pressure from the Zhou family. Let them know that you are a good father." Hearing this, Lin Zhongdao lowered his head and thought carefully. Ever since Lin Xin got into trouble, there has been no movement from the Zhou family. Perhaps they are also watching his attitude. If I do something with the results of this joint examination, my image will definitely not be ruined. If he really didn't recognize Lin Xin because he was afraid of revenge from the Zhou family, then his reputation in the business world would surely plummet. Forget it, let's do as you say. It's already a difficult situation. If we can salvage something, it will be a pleasant surprise. Lin Zhongdao's attitude softened somewhat. Qin Yulan cursed in her heart. "You old thing, you have schemed against us like this, and you still want to turn the tables? You're dreaming. Since you want to act with me, I will play with you to the end." Okay, let's quickly think about what gift to give Lin Xin. Lin Xingyu was extremely excited. This seems to be the first time since I was a child that I have been thinking about what gift to choose for Lin Xin. This feeling is really strange. If you ask me, don't choose. Just ask Lin Xin what he wants and buy it for him. Qin Yulan said lightly. Lin Zhongdao was stunned when he heard this. "What do you want? Give it to me." "Qin Yulan, are you crazy?" After recovering from his shock, Lin Zhongdao immediately stopped him. "This is just a joint entrance exam. The college entrance exam hasn't started yet. I'll give you whatever you want. Isn't your gift a little too big?" Qin Yulan turned around, and her smile became even more pronounced. "Hubby, you can't say that. Lin Xin ranked first in Kyoto. As parents, we naturally have to show some appreciation. Besides, I think if I can do so well in the joint entrance exam, my college entrance exam score won't be too bad either. We can't count on Lin Hao anymore, so we have to count on Lin Xin, right?" Qin Yulan's words had a hidden meaning. At this time, Lin Zhongdao had no mind to think about anything else. It doesn't matter if it's just for show or it comes from the heart. Qin Yulan is really going too far. Now you're still asking yourself if it's true or not. How abominable. Okay, you can do whatever you want. You all should go out. I have things to do." Several people looked at each other. Qin Yulan took the lead and went out, followed by Lin Rusheng and Lin Xuan. Lin Xingyu walked at the end. As soon as they stepped out of the door, everyone heard a bang. The door was slammed shut. Everyone was stunned, and then a meaningful smile appeared in the corner of their eyes. 7 p.m. Lin Xin went home after school. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingyan had already prepared the meal. Unlike usual, there was a bottle of white wine on the table. Lin Xin knew what it meant at a glance. Lin Pingyan wants to celebrate for himself. "Son, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands and have dinner. We already know your test results. Son, you are awesome. You got first place. I'm happy today. Let me have a drink with my dad," Lin Pingyan said as he opened the bottle of liquor. Zhou Yuzhen snatched the liquor away and said, "Are you so beautiful that you can't find your way around? You even let the child drink with you. What are you thinking?" Lin Pingyan laughed twice. then opened his mouth to correct him. My son will be 18 soon. He will go to college after taking the college entrance exam. Drinking a little is not a big deal. When he really goes to college, we'll have to urge him to have a relationship, right? Zhou Yuzhen was stunned. There is some truth in what Lin Pingyan said. At this time, Lin Xin had washed his hands and walked over. Zhou Yuzhen smiled and said, "Son, you've worked hard during this period. Take a good rest after the college entrance examination. We still have tasks to do later." "What mission?" "Making friends in college. My son is tall, handsome, and has good grades. It's normal for him to bring a girlfriend back from college, right?" Lin Xin was speechless. Lin Xin heard everything Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingyan were saying just now. I really don't know how to introduce this double standard statement. Lin Pingyan poured 2 glasses of wine, placing one in front of himself and one for Lin Xin. "I'll make an exception today and have a drink with Dad." Lin Xin smiled and nodded. The 2 men clinked their glasses and Lin Pingyan drank it all in one gulp. Lin Xin looked at it and followed Lin Pingyan's example and finished the wine. A spicy taste passed into his throat and Lin Xin couldn't help coughing. Ahem, Dad, this wine is too strong." Zhou Yuzhen hurriedly patted Lin Xin on the back, her tone full of complaints. "Lao Lin, look at what you did. You choked the child." Lin Pingyan smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. "Isn't this normal? I was like this the first time I drank. I got used to it after drinking a lot. How dare you let him drink too much? Just drink the wine yourself and stop wasting my son." Zhou Yuzhen hugged Lin Xin lovingly, not daring to let go. Feeling the warmth of home, Lin Xian's mouth corners also raised. Suddenly, a message sound came from the cell phone next to Lin Xin, and then the screen lit up. Zhou Yuzhen sat next to him, and Lin Xin picked up his phone to check. The message was sent by Lin Xuan again. "Congratulations on your excellent results in the joint entrance examination. Dad said he would give you a reward. Just tell me what you want, and I will try my best to satisfy you." After reading the message, Lin Xin sneered. "This group of people really take themselves seriously. It is a fact that my joint entrance examination scores are ranked first in Kyoto. But what does this have to do with Lin Zhongdao? Who wants to get whatever they want as a reward?" Lin Xin was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Xuan. If they really wanted to make any requests, Lin Xin just wanted to tell them that everything should be done according to the agreement. From now on, don't disturb your own life anymore. Nothing else. As for the reward, their parents have already given it, so there is no need for them to be sentimental. In Lin Xian's eyes, his biological parents were just the people who brought him into this world. If possible, I hope I won't have any contact with them. Forever. "Son, what's wrong?" Seeing Lin Xin staring at the phone screen, Zhou Yuzhen felt a little worried. Lin Xin put his phone aside. Lin Xuan did not hide the news she had just received. A message from the Lin family. "It's okay, Mom and Dad. Let's continue eating." Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingyan looked at each other and nodded at the same time. As long as Lin Xin didn't tell them about the Lin family, they wouldn't ask. Right now, the college entrance examination is approaching and Lin Xin is in good condition, so they certainly don't want to disrupt it. In a word, as long as Lin Xin is happy, everything will be fine. The other side. After sending the message, Lin Rusheng kept staring at her phone. Nearly half an hour passed, and the other party did not reply. Lin Xingyu rubbed her neck and asked pitifully, "Sister, is Lin Xin unwilling to pay attention to us? Is your message sent successfully? Did he receive it? Why didn't he reply? Lin Xin doesn't want a gift?" Lin Rusheng withdrew her gaze. "Are you stupid? Do you think everyone is like you and goes crazy when they see a present? If Lin Xin really cared about money, he would have come back when Mom was looking for him. Mom made it very clear at the beginning. As long as Lin Xin comes back, I will give him all the shares in my hands immediately." Lin Rusheng did not continue to say the rest. Be it shares or reputation, Lin Xin rejected them all. Sighing, Lin Rusheng said slowly, "From the beginning to the end, he didn't care about money." Lin Xingyu frowned, her face burning. At the beginning, he believed Lin Hao's instigation and had always accused Lin Xin of coming for the Lin family's property. Now I'm being slapped in the face. This feeling is really bad. "Sister, What should we do next? Lin Xin is ignoring us. Should we take the initiative to look for him? Seeing that Lin Xingyu was about to act impulsively again, Lin Xuan hurriedly stopped her. Don't do anything during this period. Lin Xin will take the college entrance examination in a few days. Let him finish the exam smoothly. We can make detailed plans for the rest. Lin Xingyu nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, big sister. Lin Xuan is only a few years older than him, but she has an extremely calm mind. At this moment, not only myself, but also my mother regards my eldest sister as the backbone. By the way, I just heard Lin Hao's voice. Where is he? Only when Lin Xuan asked about Lin, how did Lin Xingyu come to her senses? After looking outside the door, Lin Xingyu curled her lips. He didn't do well on the test and hid in his room crying. Don't bother with him. Whenever something like this happened in the past, Lin Xingyu would always be the first to persuade Lin Hao, comforting him, making promises, and even buying him a lot of gifts. But it's different now. Ever since she knew Lin Hao's identity, Lin Xingyu always wanted to roll her eyes at Lin Hao. Now I want to persuade him sincerely, but it's impossible. It's good enough if you don't mock him. Lin Xin's grades are so good, he must know it. Now is the time to let him calm down. Sister, do you really think so? I didn't expect you, and I have the same idea. Don't be so gloating. Be careful not to be seen by Dad. Right now, we should be cautious. Oh, I see, big sister. That night, Lin Hao couldn't sleep all night. I thought that the threat posed by Lin Xin to me would be reduced a lot when he left the Lin family, but who knew that this kid would be crushing me all the time? Lin Hao couldn't figure it out and couldn't figure it out. What happened to Lin Xin? Why did he suddenly become a different person? No matter how I wrongly accused and slandered him in the past, he never said a word and always accepted it submissively. But the series of actions taken recently are simply astonishing. But he severed his relationship with the Lin family and then openly challenged Zhou Xiao. He even ranked first in the exam. Lin Hao thought that he was a thoughtful person, but now he could not understand Lin Xin anymore. Even though he had left, the sense of crisis that Lin Xin brought to him had not diminished at all. In the darkness, Lin Hao stared at the ceiling, clenched his teeth, and squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Lin Xin, don't blame me for being ruthless. You asked for this. The next morning, the school issued a notice to temporarily adjust the course schedule, and all teachers and students had to attend the commendation meeting. For a while, all the teachers and students in the school were discussing Lin Xin, and the topics were varied. Lin Xin achieved excellent results in the exam and brought honor to the school. Principal Chen personally said that he was proud of Lin Xin. Because of Lin Xin's outstanding performance, the school has the capital to compete with other schools. Lin Xin is the leader of the entire senior year. At the commendation meeting, Principal Chen, just as everyone expected, really said what the students had guessed. Sitting in his seat, Lin Xin felt uneasy when he heard Principal Chen calling his name from time to time. Zhang Sun's son was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. This joint examination was the best result I had ever gotten since entering high school. The key was the study method that Lin Xin gave me. In Zhang Sun's heart, Lin Xin has long been his big brother. Of course, I would be happy too when my elder brother was praised. Inadvertently, Zhang Sun discovered that not far away, Su Xiao also gave a knowing smile. Brother Xin, turn around and take a look at why our school beauty is smiling so happily. Zhang Sun's son lowered his voice and nudged Lin Xin with his elbow. Lin Xin was puzzled and turned to look over. In the sunshine, Su Xiao had a bright face and a brilliant smile. Maybe because of the light, the bows on Su Xiao's two braids were a bit glaring. But it does look pretty. Have you finished reading? Say something. Why is the school beauty smiling so happily? Zhang Sun's son asked again. Lin Xin withdrew his gaze and was about to roll his eyes at him. How should I know? I'm not her. Zhang Sun's son was so angry that he couldn't say a word and could only roll his eyes. Why do I feel like she's happier than you? That's not right. This commendation meeting is held for you. You should be the happiest one. Zhang Sun's son muttered softly. Lin Xin coughed lightly. Hurry up and do it. If you are caught by the dean, he will definitely call your name. After hearing this, Zhang Sun's son quickly straightened his posture. Lin Xin was right. The dean of studies was a cold-blooded killer who loved to catch people as examples during meetings. After the last joint examination, Lin Xin became a celebrity. Some classmates commented that Lin Xin was a dark horse that emerged before the college entrance examination and was unstoppable. Some people also say that this is Lin Xian's true strength. During the 3 years of high school, Lin Xin has actually been hiding his abilities. Lin Xin just laughed off his classmates' comments. Zhang Xin knew in his heart that this kid Lin Xin definitely had something up his sleeve. These past few days, all the talk has been about you. My ears are almost calloused from hearing you. I am now looking forward to doing better in the exam and successfully entering NTU. Then we brothers can fight side by side. Zhang Sun's son was busy talking and gesticulating at the same time, and he was having a lot of fun. Lin Xin looked at the students who were walking out of the school gate and said, "Go home and have a good rest, and get good grades in the exam tomorrow. I still have to review." "Fatty, are you crazy? It's already this late, and you're still squeezing in time. Resting is the most important thing right now." Lin Xin looked serious. After listening to this, Zhang Sun touched his head and said, "Okay, it's right to listen to my brother Xin." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Sun smiled evilly again. "Brother Xin, you go first. I'm going to talk to Du Chuan. Lin Xin looked disgusted. "Can't you wait until after the college entrance exam to talk to him? Don't bother him. I told her to cheer up and do well in the exam." Zhang Sun blinked his little eyes and laughed after he finished speaking. Lin Xin was speechless and walked away with big strides. After walking out of the school gate, Lin Xin headed straight home. Turning the corner and arriving at the intersection, Lin Xin frowned slightly and even began to slow down his pace. "I don't know why, but I always feel like someone is following me." Looking back, Lin Xin didn't see anyone else except a few pedestrians on the side of the road. As soon as I arrived at the alley, 3 young men looked at me. Meeting Lin Xian's gaze, the 3 of them lowered their heads at the same time. I have never seen these 3 people before, and there are a few cigarette butts at their feet. Lin Xin looked cautious. Judging from the guilty look on their faces just now, it seemed like they were waiting for me. Before he knew it, Lin Xin grabbed his school bag and turned around quickly. "Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. At this time, it is better to choose a longer route than to take risks." Unexpectedly, just as Lin Xin was about to go back, 2 more men appeared at the entrance of the alley. Because he was close, Lin Xin saw the tattoo on one man's arm and the toothpick in another man's mouth. It's obvious that he is not a good person. At the same time, Lin Xin also realized that these people were coming for him. Lin Xin stood up straight and gripped his school bag a little tighter. The alley was very clean, without even a rotten brick. At this time, I could only use my school bag as a weapon. If these people attack me, I will use my school bag to resist them. Although the backpack is not very aggressive, at least it can provide some defense. Next, things happened just as Lin Xin had thought. People at both ends of the alley began to move towards the middle, squeezing Lin Xin in the middle. Seeing that Lin Xin didn't run away, a gangster tilted his head and asked, "Your name is Lin Xin?" Lin Xin nodded and acted very cooperative. "Yes, you were sensible. Do you know who you have offended?" When asking the question, the gangster had already started grinning, obviously not taking Lin Xin seriously. "Do not know. Ah, you don't even know who you offended. It seems." Before the gangster could finish his words, Lin Xin found the right position and kicked him in the crotch. "What?" Hearing screams, the gangster who was asking the question covered his crotch with his hands and immediately fell to the ground. Before the other person could react, Lin Xin hit the person in the face with his school bag again. "Oops." Seeing the man covering his face with his hands, Lin Xin ran back quickly. The remaining 3 people finally reacted. "Boy, stop right there. Damn it, how dare you trick us? Stop right there. If you take another step, I'll smash your legs." Lin Xin didn't look back. He spread his legs and ran forward desperately. "Stop. What good things are you thinking about? If I just stand still, you will beat me to death." Just as we were about to exit the alley, a shout was suddenly heard. "Brother Xin, don't be afraid. I'm coming." When he heard the voice, Lin Xian's heart sank. Zhang Sun's son, why are you causing trouble at this time? I weigh over 100 pounds and I have no problem running, but you weigh over 180 pounds. Can you run? Fatty, run. Before he reached Zhang Sun's son, Lin Xian had already started shouting. Zhang Sun's son, however, looked unconcerned and even waved the brick in his hand. Don't worry, brother. If they dare to come, I will beat them to death. Zhang Sun's son stood motionless, with his legs apart, looking like half a mountain. Shit, it's already this late, and you're still trying to be a hero? There are 5 people on the other side, and there are only 2 of us. Seeing this situation, Lin Xian was almost injured by anger. Just at this moment, Zhang Sun's son shouted again. I'm telling you, this is a society ruled by law. Hooliganism is not allowed. It's not too late for you to stop now. After hearing this, several gangsters were stunned at the same time. Lin Xian was also confused. Fatty, do you think of yourself as a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering? At such an urgent moment, you still want to save all living beings? You really have a good idea to reason with a gangster. Ha, this fat guy is interesting. Come on, guys. I don't know who shouted among the gangsters. Then, 3 people rushed towards Lin Xian and Zhang Sun's son. You. Before Zhang Sun could finish his words, someone kicked him in the arm. Crack! Half a brick fell to the ground. Zhang Sun's only weapon was also knocked to the ground. Brothers, don't let Lin Xin go. Beat this fat guy too. When they saw Lin Xin running away, just now, the gangsters were filled with anger. Now there's another fat braggart here, so they naturally won't let him go. Fatty, run, leave me alone. Lin Xin shouted and pushed Zhang Sun's son with his hands. This guy is big and has difficulty running, but if he can hold these thugs back, he can still buy some time for Zhang Sun's son. After finishing his words, Lin Xian clenched his teeth and was ready to fight them head-on. Don't try to be a hero here, you little bastard. None of you can escape today. Several thugs rushed over at the same time. Even the gangster who was kicked out of his pants by Lin Xian just now caught up with the team at this time. The thugs had vicious looks on their faces, and one of them even pulled out a dagger. Lin Xian was shocked. It's over. They're carrying weapons. They definitely can't escape this time. Brother Xian, don't be afraid. We are in this together. I'm going to smash them to death today. As he spoke, Zhang Sun's son suddenly stood in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian wanted to kick Zhang Sun's son on the butt. I'm fighting here just to make you leave, and you want to share the hardships with me? Then all my previous efforts were in vain. Lin Xian didn't have time to think about it. A cold light flashed in front of him, and a dagger suddenly stabbed at him. In an instant, Lin Xian's mind went blank. The opponent was too fast, and I had no time to dodge. I'll fuck you. Ouch! Zhang Sun's voice and the gangster screams came out almost at the same time. Then, with a clang, the dagger fell to the ground. Lin Xian was shocked. Zhang Sun's son retracted his foot, his eyes sharp. How about it, Brother Xian? This trick of mine is okay, right? Lin Xian hummed, but before he could say anything, the remaining 2 thugs rushed over again. Fat man, come on. After what happened just now, Lin Xian's voice became more powerful. The fat man raised his legs again and kicked hard again. The next moves are exactly the same as the previous 2. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Zhang Sun's son, is this the only trick you can use? Brothers, take care of that fat guy. He'll kick. When Lin Xian discovered the problem, the other party also discovered something strange about Zhang Sun's son. So, a few gangsters rushed straight towards Zhang Sun's son. Lin Xian's heart, which had just been put back to its original place, rose to his throat again. This time it's really over. Suddenly, a loud siren sounded, and everyone present was stunned. Then came the sound of a loudspeaker broadcast. People in front, stop attacking immediately. You are surrounded. A large number of our law enforcement officers will be here soon. Put down your weapons immediately. Several gangsters were stunned and turned their heads at the same time. Ah, it turns out to be a little girl, and she's pretty good looking. Dog, shut your stinky mouth. Didn't you see that woman was wearing law enforcement uniform? I'm going run. It's too late to be caught. Seeing the law enforcement officers holding a loudspeaker not far away, the gangsters immediately panicked and ran away. At this time, Lin Xin suddenly took a step forward. It's too late to run now. Lin Xin gripped the compass tightly and stabbed the gangster closest to him hard. The gangster was shocked at first, and then fell to the ground with a thump. Everyone else had already run away. The gangster wanted to stand up, but his right leg felt as heavy as if it was filled with lead, and he couldn't even lift it. Zhang Xin turned around and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Brother Xian? What did you do to him? Lin Xian put away the compass, and a smile appeared on his face. This is also a coincidence. Just now, I accidentally touched the compass in my school bag, and several acupoints flashed through my mind instinctively. Compared with the silver needles used in acupuncture, the compass is a bit unhygienic, but it can save lives at critical moments. I gave him an acupuncture treatment. Lin Xin took a step forward and kicked the man on the leg. The man cried out in pain, but was unable to move his body. Oh my God, you're really good at this. Did you hit his aorta? Zhang Xin's little eyes widened. Lin Xian was speechless. You've wasted your biology class. Is the aorta located here? When asked by Lin Xian, Zhang Xin's son smiled embarrassedly. Wanting to pick up on Lin Xian's words, Zhang Xin's expression became serious again. Brother Xian, the policewoman is here. Lin Xian didn't look up, but his brows were furrowed. Look carefully. That's not a law enforcement officer. If that's not a law enforcement officer, then who is it? That's... Oh my God, it's your second sister. The policewoman in front of me gradually came closer, and her face became clearer. It really is Lin Xingyu. At this moment, Lin Xingyu, wearing law enforcement uniform and holding a loudspeaker in her hand, was walking towards them. Beautiful and sassy. Are you okay? Let me see if you were hurt. Seeing Lin Xian, Lin Xingyu nervously threw the loudspeaker aside, grabbed Lin Xian's arm, and began to look left and right. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable and quickly withdrew his hand. Why are you here, dressed like this? Lin Xian really couldn't understand what was going on with Lin Xingyu's outfit. Lin Xingyu pouted and spoke unhappily. You blocked me, so I couldn't contact you. I just wanted to block you on the way. Why do you need to dress like this? Do you think I'm a child who you can scare? Lin Xian's tone of voice was not polite at all. However, Lin Xingyu was still happy to see that Lin Xian was willing to talk to her. This is a prop. I was delayed today, filming on the set. If I change my clothes, I won't be able to find you. I didn't expect that not having a change of clothes would actually come in handy. Feeling useful, Lin Xingyu's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. Second sister, you are awesome, a true law enforcement officer. As Zhang Xin spoke, he raised his thumb and made a thumbs-up gesture to Lin Xingyu. Lin Xian wanted to roll his eyes at Zhang Xin's son. You call me second sister so affectionately, traitor. However, thinking that Lin Xingyu had indeed helped just now, the expression on Lin Xian's face eased a little. What do you want from me? What's up with this little bastard? Lin Xian and Lin Xingyu spoke almost at the same time, and then closed their mouths at the same time. Zhang Xin's son was simply stunned. The gangster lying on the ground felt even more desperate. After all this trouble, it turns out that this policewoman is fake. She is an actress. If I had known this would happen, I should have asked my brothers to fight her. How powerful can a little girl be? I really regret it. Lin Xian glanced at the gangsters and said, they came prepared. I don't know who is behind this. Come prepared? Does that mean this is specifically for you? Without waiting for Lin Xian to answer, Lin Xingyu kicked the gangster on the spot. Tell me, who sent you to deal with my brother? If you don't tell the truth today, I will send you to the law enforcement team now. You're committing murder, assaulting, and even trying to kill my brother. These charges will get you jailed for life. The gangster's body was shaking like a sieve, and his words were intermittent. No, big sister, I'm not the mastermind behind this. I was paid to do something for them. I didn't think about killing your brother. The man just said, just break his arm. Don't sue me, sis. I won't dare to do it again. Until now, the gangster is regretting it so much that his intestines are turning green. I thought I could have a big meal with the extra money of $1,000, but I didn't expect to be arrested and sent to jail. If I had known this would be the result, I would rather drink cold water than do this risky job. Whose money did you take? Who instructed you? Lin Xian's voice was cold. The gangster shuddered and didn't even dare to look at Lin Xian. Brother, I don't know who that person is. I only heard them say his name is Brother Hao. I don't know anything else. This is really the first time I've done this. Don't sue me. The gangster wanted to kowtow, but his body was out of control, and he ended up banging his head on the ground. Brother Hao, Lin Hao. Lin Hao's shadow flashed through his mind, and Lin Xian sneered. Lin Hao, you really can't hold it back anymore. Lin Xingyu wished she could bite her teeth into pieces at this moment. Damn, Lin Hao, it must be him. No one else could do such a wicked thing except him. Lin Xingyu clenched her fists, her fingertips turning white. Lin Hao, who has always been well-behaved, actually hired some gangsters to deal with Lin Xian. Thinking about what the gangster had just said, Lin Xingyu felt a little scared. If they succeed, wouldn't Lin Xian's arm be crippled? Even if it's not that serious, I'm afraid I won't be able to take part in tomorrow's college entrance examination. Lin Hao, you are so vicious. What else did that person ask you to do? The gangster kept shaking his head and said vaguely, he told us to cripple his arm and he would give us money after the job was done. Is his name Lin Hao? Sister, I really don't know. By the way, he was wearing a golden dragon head ring on his hand. I heard it's very valuable. Is it just the dragon head and the two dragon whiskers forming a ring? I don't know. I just heard what they said. The punk wasn't sure. Lin Xingyu no longer asked. Just based on this ring, it can be concluded that the mastermind behind this is undoubtedly Lin Hao. Looking across the entire Kyoto, there is probably only one such dragon head ring. Second sister, why do you want to know so much about a ring? Zhang Sun's son didn't say anything the whole time, but seeing Lin Xingyu's strange behavior, he couldn't help but ask. That dragon head ring was given to Lin Hao by me. I designed the pattern myself and had it custom made. Lin Xingyu's face was pale and her body was a little unsteady. At first, Lin Xingyu thought that Lin Hao was jealous and liked to stir up trouble. He was simply worried that Lin Xian would take away his parents' love for him. But after seeing what Lin Hao did today, Lin Xingyu had to accept a fact. Lin Hao didn't even graduate from high school, but in order to achieve his goal, he even wanted to kill someone. Once the truth about Lin Hao's identity is revealed, who knows what kind of crazy things he will do. Lin Xian brushed the dirt off his body and turned to look at Zhang Sun's son. Fatty, are you okay? What happened to that move just now? Zhang Sun's son touched his head and grinned. I just signed up for martial arts class and just learned a move from my master. Thinking of how Zhang Xin kicked just now, Lin Xian's mouth corners also raised. Very good. I'll learn a few more moves in the future. I didn't want to learn it either. In order to respond to classmate Du's call to lose weight, I took the most direct one. Having said that, Zhang Xin's expression became serious again. Brother Xin, you were right. I have really mastered martial arts and can protect you in the future. Lin Xian was speechless. I don't want what Zhang Xin said to happen again. You should go back and have a rest today. You have an exam tomorrow. Zhang Xin's head shook like a rattle. Brother Xian, can you do it? If another group of people comes, it will be really troublesome. Lin Xian waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll take a detour and take the main road. After listening to this, Zhang Xin nodded, said hello to Lin Xingyu, and then left. Picking up the loudspeaker on the ground, Lin Xingyu looked at Lin Xian. Should we leave too? What should we do with this person? Let him lie here for a while. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, the gangster suddenly became anxious. Brother, you can't leave. My legs can't move now. They must be broken. Lin Xian sneered. What? You still want us to take you to the hospital? Before the gangster could even start talking, Lin Xingyu quickly chimed in. Don't even think about it. If we hadn't subdued you, you would have broken my brother's arm by now. Not sending you to the law enforcement team is already a bargain for you. Even if you can't move your legs, you deserve it. After saying that, Lin Xingyu kicked the man on the injured leg. I don't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Otherwise, I'll kick you to death. Lin Xian was stunned. I know that Lin Xingyu has a hot temper, but I have never seen her act this crazy. After venting her anger, Lin Xingyu held the loudspeaker in one hand and held Lin Xian's arm with the other. Let's go. Lin Xin wanted to pull his hand back, but Lin Xingyu increased the strength. "Brother, what should I do? My legs." The gangsters behind him were howling like ghosts. Lin Xin said lightly, "After 2 hours, your legs will naturally get better." The gangster was stunned and completely confused. Lin Xingyu blinked as she walked. "What do you mean, 2 hours? That's 4 hours, right?" Lin Xin didn't explain. "This is what is recorded in ancient books, but I used a compass. I estimate that in less than 2 hours, the gangster's legs will be able to recover." While Lin Xingyu was distracted, Lin Xin quickly pulled his hand back. At this time, Lin Xingyu's eyes changed when she looked at Lin Xin. "I really don't know what else Lin Xin is hiding from us." Lin Jilan said at the beginning that Lin Xin cured her leg with just 3 needles, and those were big-nosed steel needles. Now, I witnessed with my own eyes that Lin Xin used a compass to make people unable to move. Could it be that he is a miracle doctor? Lin Xingyu shook her head slowly. "I can only say that I don't know this younger brother well enough." Thinking of this, a feeling of guilt came over Lin Xingyu again. Lin Xingyu followed Lin Xin closely all the way to the main intersection. Lin Xin stopped, and Lin Xingyu also stood there. "Don't keep following me. Just go away." Lin Xin showed impatience on his face, but his tone was no longer as cold as before. Lin Xingyu shook her head, looking determined. "What's the matter with you?" "That's right. I want to remind you to be safe." "Understood." Seeing that Lin Xin was about to move forward again, Lin Xingyu hurriedly stepped forward to stop Lin Xin. "There's one more thing, Lin Xin. Could you please stop blocking me and let me out? I know I was wrong. I apologize to you. I was confused before, but you have to give me a chance, right? Besides, there were reasons for what happened before. Isn't it because Lin Hao was so evil? I was deceived by him." Lin Xingyu spoke with a look of grievance, and then looked at Lin Xin pitifully. "This is not like Lin Xingyu. When I faced myself in the past, it was not an exaggeration to describe her as a hedgehog with bared fangs and claws. Don't worry. After you remove me from the blacklist, I will definitely not bother you. I'm so sincere. Just give me a chance." "Say it again." Lin Xin squeezed out these 2 words from his throat and strode forward without even turning his head. Lin Xingyu was stunned at first, then she smiled happily. What Lin Xin meant was that in the future, he might be able to remove himself from the blacklist. "Very good. As long as I behave well in the future, maybe I can get Lin Xian's forgiveness." Lin Xingyu took big steps and felt more relaxed than ever before. Half an hour later, Lin Xingyu returned to the villa. The entire living room was empty. Lin Xingyu didn't dare to delay for a moment and went straight to the 2nd floor. As soon as they entered the door, Lin Jilan and Lin Rusheng stood up at the same time. "Second sister, is what you said on the phone true? Was Lin Xin really attacked? How is your brother? Has he been to the hospital for a checkup? And those hooligans, have you collected evidence?" Faced with a series of questions, Lin Xingyu felt overwhelmed. "Close the door quickly." Lin Xingyu looked at the 2 people in front of her and said only one sentence in a low voice. "Lin, how did all this?" The atmosphere in the room was solemn. Lin Rusheng frowned, and Lin Jilan's little face was also full of worry. Just now on the phone, Lin Xingyu said 2 or 3 simple sentences. Now, in order to make them understand what happened, Lin Xingyu described the situation again. Lin Jilan was stunned, and his breathing became rapid several times. Even Lin Rusheng, who was usually calm, clenched her fists from time to time. They actually held daggers and said that someone had bribed them to cripple Lin Xian's arm. I really underestimated him before. I didn't expect that Lin Hao, at such a young age, could have such a deep mind. That dragon head ring is the evidence that Lin Hao bribed the gangsters. The hatred in Lin Xingyu's eyes was about to burst out. In the end, the teeth were chattering. "It's too dangerous, second sister. Didn't you say you went over there from the studio? Where are your assistants and staff?" Lin Jilan looked at Lin Xingyu with some resentment. If Lin Xingyu had arrived earlier and brought more people with her, such a dangerous situation would not have happened. Lin Xingyu looked aggrieved. "How could I know this would happen? I specifically asked my assistant and staff to wait in the car. Aren't we worried that Lin Xin would run away when he sees so many people? I was afraid that Lin Xin would reject me, so I told those people that no matter what happened, they would not be allowed to go down. Lin Qingyu's voice became smaller and smaller, until she couldn't even hear herself clearly. Lin Xuan was speechless. It is true that it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early, as all things happened at the same time. Did you take him to the hospital? Sister, those people didn't touch Lin Xin. He just rubbed some dust off the wall when his clothes were touched. He's fine. After hearing Lin Qingyu say this, Lin Rusheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, Lin Rusheng's expression became serious. The college entrance examination will begin tomorrow. We must protect Lin Xin. Okay, big sister, we'll listen to you. I also listen to my elder sister. I will do whatever my elder sister tells me to do. Lin Hao looked annoyed and walked back and forth in the bedroom several times. These bastards take the money, but don't do the job. It was planned well in advance, and even the route of action was described clearly. But in the end, Lin Xin ran away. Not only did a fat guy come to help, but damn, law enforcement officers also came. In this operation, it seemed like God was helping Lin Xin. Lin Hao clenched his fists, his nails dug into his palms, and his face became ferocious. Lin Xin, you easily escaped this time. Let's see how you can escape next time. You can avoid the first day, but you can't avoid the 15th. As long as Lin Xin is still alive, he will have plenty of opportunities. After comforting himself in this way, the expression on Lin Xian's face eased a little. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xiaohao, are you in your room? It's time to eat. There was a hint of softness in the gentle voice. Judging from the voice, it seems to be Lin Qingyu. Lin Hao looked at the door in disbelief with a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Recently, Lin Qingyu has been picking on me and always screams and yells every time she sees me. When mentioning this second sister, Lin Hao felt a little scared. Xiaohao, are you resting? The voice came again, and Lin Hao responded quickly. Second sister, change your clothes. I'll be down right away. Okay, we'll wait for you to eat. This time, Lin Hao heard it clearly. The person who knocked on the door just now was Lin Qingyu, and her attitude towards me seemed to be the same as usual. Lin Hao shook his head and didn't think much about it. After all, everyone knows that among the 3 daughters of the Lin family, Lin Qingyu has the most straightforward personality. Sometimes Qingyu even speaks without thinking. I was in a bad attitude towards myself the past 2 days. Maybe it was because of the songwriting. Forget it, I don't want to. After changing his clothes, Lin Hao hurried downstairs. Come here quickly and eat quickly. The college entrance examination will be tomorrow. Eat and rest early. Lin Zhongdao waved at Lin Hao with a big smile on his face. The whole family gathered around the dining table, waiting for Lin Hao to take a seat. Seeing such a sumptuous meal, Lin Hao looked well-behaved and said, I'm sorry to have troubled my parents. I will definitely do well in the exam. That's right, Xiaohao, you must play your best. The burden of bringing glory to our family falls on you, Xiaohao. You are the hope of our Lin family. You will be taking over the entire Lin group in the future, so you can't be careless. Lin Qingyu's face was full of expectation, and her eyes were full of doting. While speaking, he also held Lin Hao's arm. There was no emotion on Lin Ruxuang's face, and she still kept smiling. Lin Zhilong lowered his eyes, his heart already filled with doubts. What happened to my second sister? Why is he so kind to Lin Hao? Just now when we were upstairs, the second sister said that she wanted to cut Lin Hao into pieces. How come she seemed like a different person in the blink of an eye? Lin Hao was also a little confused. His second sister's enthusiasm was a little overwhelmed. Could it be that the grudge I had for not writing a song for her has been let go so quickly? Thinking about how Lin Qingyu's temper came and went quickly, Lin Hao felt that this was also very normal. After all, everyone used to hold him in the palm of their hands. Looking at Lin Qingyu dully, Lin Hao replied cautiously, Second sister, I will definitely do my best. I feel relieved when you say that. Come on, sit down and eat. Seeing this, Lin Zhongdao also showed a long-lost smile on his face. Yes, hurry up and eat. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone sat down. Lin Zhongdao picked up the chopsticks first, and the others followed suit and started eating. Xiaohao, eat this. This is your favorite shrimp. Give me some bamboo shoots. The ones Annie Zhou fried today are especially crispy. Sausage, this is what Dad bought especially for you. During the meal, Lin Xin kept picking up food for Lin Hao. At the beginning, Lin Hao was a little reserved, but later on, he began to enjoy Lin Xingyu's care. Since the college entrance examination was the next day, Lin Zhongdao specifically instructed that no one was allowed to disturb Lin Hao's rest. The lights in the Lin family villa also began to dim early. 9 p.m. Lin Hao's stomach ached as if it was being cut by a knife, and cold sweat began to break out on his head. Feeling nauseous, Lin Hao quickly rushed to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao lay weakly on the bed. But not long after, my stomach started to hurt again. With no other options, Lin Hao had to run to the bathroom again. In just 2 hours, Lin Hao couldn't count how many times he went to the bathroom. My head felt heavy, and all the strength in my body seemed to be drained away. Even the scene in front of my eyes began to become blurry. While he was still conscious, Lin Hao dialed Lin Zhongdao's phone number. Dad, I want to go to the hospital. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhongdao's panicked voice spread throughout the corridor. Xiaoyu Xiaolan, call an ambulance immediately. Something happened to Xiaohao. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the entire Lin family was in chaos. 20 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. After getting off the ambulance, Lin Hao was sent directly to the emergency room. The door of the ward was closed, and Lin Zhongdao looked anxious. Why is he so ill? What happened? Feeling upset, Lin Zhongdao became more and more annoyed. Recently, everything has been going wrong at home. The college entrance examination is coming up soon, but Lin Hao is admitted to the hospital. It's really raining all night when the house leaks. Dad, don't worry, maybe my brother ate something bad. As soon as Lin Xinyu opened her mouth, Lin Zhongdao frowned. We all ate the same meal, and everyone was fine. So why is Xiaohao vomiting and having diarrhea? Dad, you can't say that. How many snacks are stuffed in Xiaohao's room? He eats a lot every night. Lin Xinyu looked innocent and curled her lips after she finished speaking. Lin Zhongdao sighed with regret and finally turned around. Lin Xinyu lowered her head, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. But this tiny movement was seen clearly by Lin Xuan. Understood. No wonder the second sister was so enthusiastic towards Lin Hao during the meal just now. It turns out there was a reason for it. Lin Rusheng had long noticed Lin Xingyu's abnormal behavior, and Lin Rusheng believed that Lin Hao's sudden symptoms were definitely not caused by a few snacks. Both of them knew it, but neither of them said it out loud. Staring at the door of the emergency room for a while, Lin Xingyu felt secretly proud. Lin Hao, I was confused before, but now I am not confused anymore. No matter how you wronged Lin Xian in the past, I will repay you in full. Not long after, the door of the ward opened. As soon as the doctor showed his head, Lin Zhongdao ran over impatiently. Doctor, how is my son? The doctor looked at the information in his hand and said, Lin Hao, mild food poisoning. Food poisoning? How is that possible? Lin Zhongdao widened his eyes and looked at the doctor in disbelief. Examination results showed that the patient had severe diarrhea and symptoms of mild food poisoning. Young man, are you losing weight? The test results show the ingredient of croton. Lin Zhongdao was stunned. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Croton? Isn't that a laxative? Qin Yulan didn't say anything, but when she heard the doctor say this, she was also confused. Okay, why is Xiao eating croton? The doctor must have made a mistake. My son's name is Lin Hao, the one who was sent in half an hour ago. The doctor frowned slightly. The medical records are in my hands. There can be no mistakes. Besides, only one emergency patient was sent in tonight. The patient is now showing signs of dehydration and needs to rest well. Let's go through the hospitalization procedures. After giving the instructions, the doctor left with the medical records. Lin Zhongdao stood there in a daze, still thinking about the matter of croton. Lin Rusheng stepped forward and said, Dad, we need to be transferred to the inpatient department. There will be patients sent to the emergency room at any time. Lin Zhongdao finally came to his senses and hurried to go through the formalities. Lin Xin moved closer to Lin Jilan and lowered her voice. You said, Lin Hao is dehydrated. Can he still take the college entrance examination? It's hard to say. It depends on what the doctor arranges. Lin Jilan was not quite clear about Lin Hao's current situation. Right now, Lin Jilan just hopes that what happens on Lin Hao's side will not affect Lin Xian. After completing the hospitalization procedures, Lin Hao was pushed into the VIP ward. After waking up, Lin Hao grabbed Qin Yulan's arm and spoke weakly. Mom, am I going to die? I don't have any strength left in my body. Don't worry, it's not a problem. The doctor said it's just dehydration. Just get some rest and you'll be fine. Qin Yulan found that Lin Hao's hands were very strong, and she tried to pull her hand out several times but failed. Finally, Qin Yulan had to give up. Suddenly, Lin Hao became excited. What about my college entrance exam? It's only a few hours away, and I can't miss it. In desperation, Lin Hao struggled to get out of bed. Xiaohao, calm down. You still haven't 4 in your hand. When Lin Rusheng reminded him, Lin Hao hurriedly lowered his head to look at his wrist. Mom, what's going on? Why is there a big bag? Everyone looked towards Lin Hao in the direction of the sound, and sure enough, they saw a lump on Lin Hao's left wrist that was getting bigger and bigger. Oh, this should be the needle running. Xiaohao, don't move. I'll go find a doctor. Sister, please keep an eye on Xiaohao and don't let him act impulsively. Lin Qingyu looked anxious, but she was extremely happy in her heart. God really has a good will. Just now I was expecting Lin Hao to faint, but I didn't expect that he would run away now. How can such a big lump on my wrist go away in such a short time? Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the college entrance examination was not affected. Although she knew that what she did was not done right and could not be made public, Lin Xinyu still felt happy. Lin Xian, no matter whether you forgive your sister or not, your sister will use her own method to seek justice for you. Lin Xinyu was in a hurry just now, but when she arrived at the corridor, she slowed down. So when the medical staff arrived at the ward, the lump on Lin Hao's wrist was already red and swollen. Although the doctor gave simple treatment, the effect was minimal. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lin Zhongdao suggested that he would watch Lin Hao personally. Qin Yulan did not object and went home with the 3 sisters. At 3:20 in the morning, 3 luxury cars drove out of the Lin family villa at the same time and headed straight for Hyde Community. Sister, there's still more than an hour before daybreak. Let's just hold out at the gate of the community for a while. Hold on, as long as nothing happens to Lin Xian, everything will be worth it. Second sister, eldest sister is right. We have never done anything for Lin Xian. Now, we are protecting him. The 3 sisters communicated by phone. Although they were in the car, the 3 of them had their eyes wide open and no one was sleepy. After what happened during the day, Lin Rusheng suggested that Lin Xian must be well protected during the days of the college entrance examination. Lin Xingyu and Lin Jilan naturally agreed. Lin Xian, who was sleeping, never imagined that the 3 sisters of the Lin family kept their eyes open until dawn. Before dawn, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan began to prepare breakfast. By 7:30, the family was ready. Seeing Lin Pingan and Zhou Yuzhen guarding the door, Lin Xian had some inexplicable thoughts. Mom and Dad, the exam doesn't start until 9 o'clock. Are you going out so early? Zhou Yuzhen put her hands on her chest with a serious look on her face. It's definitely better to go early. What if there's a traffic jam along the way? Lin Xian looked at the time and still felt it was too early. Zhou Yuzhen began to urge. It doesn't matter if we go too early. We can wait there for a while. It's better than being late. Lin Xian had no choice but to nod and agree. A few days ago, Zhou Yuzhen posted a notice on the rolling door of the noodle shop. The content is that in order to prepare for his son's college entrance examination, the noodle shop is temporarily closed. Now seeing that Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan were even more excited than himself, Lin Xian naturally couldn't bear to refute. The family went out, but as soon as they arrived at the gate of the community, Lin Xian was stunned. 3 luxury cars were parked neatly, and a beautiful woman stood next to each car. All 3 of them were wearing cheongsams, looking very graceful. Before Lin Xian could recover from his shock, Lin Xingyu ran over with a smile. Brother, are you ready? Sister will take you to the examination room. Lin Xin was speechless, digging his toes into the ground in embarrassment. Lin Xingyu, what are you doing again? High community is not a high-end community, and you may not see such luxury cars for several months on weekdays. Today, 3 limited edition luxury cars appeared at the same time, attracting a lot of people's attention. Now, the 3 of them are wearing cheongsams again, standing in front of the car like 3 flowers. Lin Ping'an looked at Zhou Yuzhen and didn't know what to do for a moment. I'm not your brother. Please move aside. Dad, I'm riding an electric bike. You sit tight. When they went out just now, Lin Ping'an said that Zhou Yuzhen was riding an electric bike and he would carry Lin Xian on his back. Now that the 3 sisters of the Lin family came over, Lin Ping'an was a little confused. Hearing Lin Xian say this, Lin Ping'an nodded, okay. After hearing this, Lin Xingyu hurriedly stopped him. Uncle and Aunt, let Lin Xian take our car just in case he is like... Before she could finish her words, Lin Xian interrupted Lin Xingyu hurriedly. What are you talking about? Today is my college entrance exam. Don't talk nonsense. While Lin Ping'an and Zhou Yuzhen were not paying attention, Lin Xian blinked quietly. Lin Xingyu understood immediately. What I mean is that there are so many people taking the college entrance examination, it's inconvenient for you to ride an electric bike. If you really get scratched, you will regret it. It's safer to take our car. Lin Xingyu explained it again, and Zhou Yuzhen finally understood. Before the Lin Xian joint entrance examination, Zhou Yuzhen had communicated with Lin Xingyu. Zhou Yuzhen had no aversion to this young girl. Now hearing her say that she was thinking about Lin Xian, his heart felt even warmer. Thank you, girl. The test site is not far from here. We can ride slowly, and it should be fine. Lin Xingyu was so anxious that she wanted to stamp her feet, but she didn't dare to tell anyone what happened yesterday. While I was hesitating, an old man came over carrying a bird cage. Lao Lin, it turns out these 3 cars are waiting for you. You were so proud of yourself. These 3 cars were parked here in the middle of the night. You are now famous in our neighborhood. After finishing his words, the old man looked at Lin Ping'an with envy. Lin Ping'an and Zhou Yuzhen were both confused. Midnight? After 3 o'clock? Isn't it the middle of the night? If it weren't for my bird clamoring to go out, I wouldn't have gotten up so early. At that time, I was still wondering which rich man was so impressive. I didn't expect it was you. Lin Ping'an didn't know how to continue the conversation, so he just smiled at the old man. At this time, many people had gathered around. Everyone gathered around the luxury car, pointing and talking, and more people focused their attention on the 3 sisters of the Lin family. Lin Xuan came over. Xiaoyu, why don't we let Lin Xian take the electric bike? My car is in the front, and you and Xiaolan's car will follow behind, and let Lin Xian and the others be in the middle. After listening to this, Lin Xingyu nodded quickly. This arrangement is good. This is probably the best protection since Lin Xian doesn't get on their car. I agree. Lin Xingyu agreed with both hands. For fear that Lin Xian would refuse, Lin Xingyu quickly said another sentence. Lin Xian, hurry up and get in the car. Look, there will be a traffic jam soon. There were indeed more and more people gathering around, and most of them were here for them. At this time, Lin Ping'an was ready. Lin Xian got on the electric bike, and although he was a little reluctant, he still followed Lin Rusheng's car. Along the way, Lin Xian kept his head down. There is a small electric motorcycle sandwiched between 3 luxury cars. I really don't know what this site is. It was not until they arrived outside the examination room that the 3 sisters breathed a sigh of relief. After parking the car, the 3 people ran towards Lin Xian again. Lin Xian didn't want to have any contact with them, but looking at the situation, he definitely couldn't get rid of them. Brother Xian, hearing Zhang Sun Sen's voice, Lin Xian turned around hurriedly. This guy is in good shape and is always smiling. How is it? Did you sleep well last night? While asking questions, Lin Xian kept looking at Zhang Sun Sen's legs. Zhang Sun Sun naturally understood what it meant. Snapped. After raising his leg, Zhang Sun Sun slapped it directly. No problem, very standard, very healthy. This sentence made Lin Xian laugh. At this time, Zhang Sun Sun's eyes widened again. Lin Xian sighed helplessly. It is obvious that Zhang Xin's son must have discovered Lin Xingyu and the others. Otherwise, he would not have this expression. Not far away, Lin Xingyu was looking at her phone with a smile on her face. Hello, everyone. Today I will be doing a live Q&A session for all the fans. Many fans asked me why I haven't had any activities in recent days. Some fans also asked if Xiao Yuyu was going to quit the music industry. Actually, none of them. How can I bear to leave you all? My younger brother is going to take the college entrance exam. As his older sister, I must cheer him on. Having said this, Lin Xingyu turned the camera, and Lin Xian's face immediately appeared in the live broadcast room. Lin Xian felt a little uncomfortable and turned his head away quickly. At this time, many barrages of comments were already floating on the live broadcast screen. Seeing the fans' questions, Lin Xingyu smiled again. You guys say, this isn't Lin Hao? How could this be Lin Hao? This is my biological brother, my only brother, Lin Xian, the real young master of the Lin family. Lin Hao is just an appearance. The three of us sisters and Lin Xian have the same blood. We are truly brothers from the same mother. Lin Xingyu looked excited and spoke loudly, not caring at all about the strange looks around her. At this time, Zhang Xin's mouth had opened into an O shape. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan looked at each other, with some emotion on their faces. The sisters of the Lin family are getting better and better to Lin Xian. I hope they are sincere. We have a child like Lin Xian. In fact, I also hope that besides us, there will be someone who can truly treat him well. After all, we can't be with our children forever, right? When she said this, Zhou Yuzhen's eyes became red. Lin Pingan quickly changed the subject. Look at you. Today is your child's college entrance exam day. You are not allowed to shed tears. It's unlucky. After hearing this, Zhou Yuzhen quickly sniffed and tried hard to force a smile on her face. That's right. We are here to cheer for the children. Zhang Xin's son touched Lin Xian with his arm. Dude's second sister, is this official? What do you think? What do you mean? I don't want to have any contact with the Lin family. I didn't give Lin Xingyu a cold shoulder, but because she helped us yesterday, I'm doing her a favor. Lin Xian was telling the truth. If I could choose, I would still take this path. It is absolutely impossible for me to be a bootlicker of the Lin family like before. However, Lin Xian had a vague premonition that it seemed that he could not remove the dogskin plaster that Lin Xingyu was wearing. You two are both here. It looks like you two are in good shape. Su Yuexiao smiled with her eyes curved, and her two braids were tied into ponytails. She looked more energetic than before. Lin Xian's gaze stopped on Su Yuexiao's face. Su Yuexiao was in good spirits, her face was rosy, and she looked nothing like she did before. Today everyone is traveling light and no longer carrying heavy backpacks. They seem a little uncomfortable. Nervous? Su Yuexiao asked again. Lin Xian shook his head. After these exams, high school life will be over. There's nothing to be nervous about. Su Yuexiao pursed her lips and smiled. Lin Xian was right. In a few months, everyone will be college students. Lin Xian, I wish you a good grade in the exam. Su Yuexiao's cheeks were slightly red and her voice was not loud. You two, let's work together. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. During the joint entrance examination, Su Yuexiao seemed to have said something similar to herself. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Anyway, we are all working together, so let's cheer together. Brother Xian is right. After we finish these exams well, we can let ourselves go. Zhang Xin's son tilted his neck and raised his head deliberately. Lin Xian was just about to say that you have done sufficient preparation before letting yourself go, but before he could say anything, he was stunned. Shin Chuxiao wore a light blue cheongsam that perfectly showed off her body lines. Wherever you go, there is beautiful scenery. Sister Chuxia, why are you here? How could I not show up for such an important event as the college entrance examination? I was worried that it would be too late. Shin Chuxia said as she took out a red object. It looks like a small piece of cloth, folded neatly. This is the amulet I specially asked for from the temple. Can I bring it in later? After these words were spoken, Lin Xian, Su Yuexiao, and others were stunned. This is the first time for everyone to take the college entrance examination, but they don't know if there is such a rule. Seeing everyone's confusion, Lin Xuan sighed and grabbed Lin Xian's arm again. Forget it, just to be on the safe side, let's not bring this in. Hurry up and touch this amulet to get some of the aura. Lin Xin tried hard to hold back his laughter, but still managed to laugh out loud. Sister Chu Xiaoyu, don't say anything unlucky. Touch it twice quickly, and I'll put it away for you. Lin Xuan treats Lin Xian like a child. If there weren't so many people present, Lin Xuan would have been unable to resist touching Lin Xian's head again. Unable to persuade Lin Xuan, Lin Xian had to touch the amulet, and then quickly took his hand back. Okay, I feel relieved now, Lin Xuan said, as if relieved. Unconsciously, Lin Xian touched the peace locket on his neck, and when he looked towards the examination room, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. There are more and more people around. Many parents are trying to control their emotions and act natural, but they are very nervous inside. It was finally time to enter the examination room. The three sisters of the Lin family were the first to surround Lin Xian and gave him a lot of instructions. Lin Xian's brows were furrowed into a lump. Then came Lin Xuan's encouraging smile. Finally, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan said a few more words to Lin Xian, and then Lin Xian walked towards the examination room. In the past few days, Lin Xian has almost recalled the questions for the college entrance examination. Coupled with his current solid foundation, Lin Xian has no pressure at all for this college entrance examination. Although the invigilator was coming and going, Lin Xian was very relaxed and was the first person to put down his pen. Unlike before, after filling in the answer sheet, Lin Xian still sat in his seat. When the bell rang, Lin Xian handed in the paper properly. What Lin Xian could not have expected was that the three Lin sisters and Lin Xuan actually waited until he left. Seeing Lin Xian coming out, Lin Xingyu was the first to run over. This time, Lin Xingyu took a big bag. Iced cola, latte, iced tea. All kinds of drinks are available. Lin Xian was puzzled. Lin Xingyu has a slim figure, so how can she carry so many drinks? You've worked hard, brother. If you want to drink something, get it yourself? Lin Xingyu's eyes were smiling like crescent moons, and she didn't consider herself an outsider at all. Lin Xian did not stop. Thank you, I'm not thirsty. How can I not be thirsty? It's been a long time. Do you want some Coke? How about coffee? Do you want to wake yourself up? I told you no need. After saying this, Lin Xian pursed his lips tightly. Lin Xingyu sighed, her expression full of loss, and then became excited again. Well, what do you want to eat? Sister will take you to a feast. Lin Xian finally stopped. Lin Xingyu, can you please stop being so annoying? You guys go ahead. I have an exam this afternoon. I want to go back and rest. Also, don't come over this afternoon. Although he said words of rejection, Lin Xian's attitude was much softer than the previous times. Thinking about what the old man said this morning, that they arrived at the community in the middle of the night, and what Lin Xingyu had done recently, Lin Xian was still a little moved. He is not a heartless person, but some things happened, and that's it. Right now, Lin Xian still has that idea and doesn't want to have too much entanglement with the Lin family. Lin Xingyu looked at Lin Rusheng and finally spoke with blinking eyes. Do you think this would bother you? Okay, I'll listen to you and won't come over this afternoon. Just study hard for the exam. We'll contact you after you finish your exams. Brother, don't be stressed. Lin Xian was speechless. Lin Xingyu called them sister and brother all the time, and everything in front of her became a typical large-scale life and death scene. Lin Xian didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Lin Xingyu left. Dealing with Lin Xingyu is much more troublesome than dealing with the exam. I have never been so worried and exhausted in taking exams. Unlike Lin Xingyu, Lin Xuan took the initiative to leave after hearing Lin Xian say that she performed well and said some encouraging words. Sister Xuan, you have to go to class and take care of company matters, so don't come in the afternoon. I'm fine here. Okay, we'll contact you later. Lin Xian nodded seriously. Don't worry, wait for my good news. After Lin Xuan left, Lin Xian got on Lin Pingan's electric scooter again. As soon as I reached the corner, I saw 3 familiar luxury cars. Lin Xingyu, you are immoral. What about the promise to leave? What about the promise not to come? After all this time, I'm still going around in circles. Lin Xian frowned. Son, they have good intentions. They care about you. If it were someone else, they wouldn't care so much. Lin Pingyan looked at Zhou Yuzhen and said nothing. Zhou Yuzhen is just like this. She can't stand others being nice to her. Lin Xin is Zhou Yuzhen's life. If someone is nice to Lin Xin, Zhou Yuzhen will definitely treat them as her own. This is the situation now. Unable to get rid of this picture, Lin Xin had no choice but to let them go. Lin Rusheng and others were sent to the gate of the community before they left. Along the way, Lin Pingyan was wondering how Lin Xin did in the exam. But Zhou Yuzhen had already spoken, and was afraid that it would affect Lin Xian's performance in subsequent subjects, so she resolutely refused to let him ask. Lin Xian had also noticed that Lin Pingyan was feeling uncomfortable. So, as soon as he entered the door, Lin Xian said something. "Dad, I did really well in Chinese. If there are no deductions for the composition, then I will get full marks." Lin Pingyan was stunned for a moment, then gave a thumbs up on the spot. "Well done, son. I knew you were the best." Lin Pingyan was so excited that he almost shouted at the top of his lungs. Looking back at Zhou Yuzhen, Lin Pingyan's eyebrows were raised a lot. "See? I didn't ask that. They said it themselves." Zhou Yuzhen curled her lips, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. "My son did well in the exam. That's better than anything else. You two take a break first. I'll go cook. After dinner, take a rest. You have an exam this afternoon." As she spoke, Zhou Yuzhen turned and went into the kitchen. Lin Pingyan went to get an iced drink, and Lin Xin casually turned on his cell phone. Seeing an unread message on the phone screen, Lin Xin instinctively clicked it. It was sent by Gu Song at 8:30 in the morning. The content is also very simple. "Study hard for the exam, buddy. After you pass, we'll kill the stock market together." Lin Xin smiled. Gu Song is really frank. Even though he is taking the college entrance examination, he is still thinking about the stock market. He tapped the phone screen a few times, and Lin Xian's message was sent. "Sorry, I just saw the message. Let's do our best together. I'll contact you after the exam." In Lin Xian's eyes, Gu Song is a stock market genius. It wouldn't be a bad idea to talk to him after the exam. So Lin Xian easily agreed to Gu Song's proposal. The following exams also went very smoothly. The only thing that made Lin Xian depressed was the three sisters of the Lin family. Every time they went to the examination hall, they would squeeze Lin Pingyan's electric scooter in their luxury cars. Lin Xian felt it would be difficult for him not to be famous. It was not until the end of the exam that the sight of luxury cars in high community disappeared. After 3 days of college entrance examination, Lin Hao was admitted to the hospital again. Lying on the hospital bed, Lin Hao looked pale, and all that flashed through his mind were the events of the past 3 days. At the beginning, after being on 4-drip in the hospital for several hours and just squinting for a while, Lin Hao forced himself to go for the exam. It was different from the college entrance examination situation I had imagined many times. The only person who sent him into the examination room was Lin Zhongdao. The eldest, second, and third sisters were nowhere to be seen. Even the mother, who always held her in the palm of her hand, was absent due to illness. If there weren't so many people watching outside the examination room, Lin Hao would really cry. Lin Zhongdao also realized something and kept comforting her. Forcing a smile, Lin Hao walked into the examination room in a daze, his legs feeling as if he were stepping on cotton. After the exam, Lin Zhongdao took Lin Hao home. When Lin Hao learned that Lin Rusheng and the others went to cheer for Lin Xian, his mind went blank. "Lin Xian, you deserve to die. They've already left. Why are you still haunting me? It's all because of you that my elder sisters and the others ignored me." Lin Zhongdao's face turned pale. Lin Hao ate a few mouthfuls of food absent-mindedly and went to the bedroom to rest. "Because I didn't sleep well at night, I almost missed the afternoon exam." After the college entrance examination, Lin Rusheng and others appeared in the hospital on time again. Lin Hao bit his lips in grievance, his eyes reddened. "Lin Rusheng, you came just in time. Lin Xian doesn't need you anymore, so you came here to play the role of good sisters?" At this moment, Lin Hao's heart was filled with hatred. "What are you doing here? Get out! When Xiao Hao needed you the most, you were nowhere to be seen. What are you doing here now? Xiao doesn't need you. And the Lin family doesn't need you either. Seeing the three sisters appear together, Lin Zhongdao was so angry that he trembled all over. Lin Rusheng and Lin Jilan looked at each other, but before they could speak, Lin Qingyu's voice was heard. Dad, you can't say that to us. We are doing this for the greater good. We also want to accompany Xiao Hao, but someone has to go to Lin Xuan's place, right? If I let Dad go to Lin Xian's examination room, will Dad be able to rest assured about Xiao Hao's situation? As soon as Lin Qingyu finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao growled. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian again. Who is more important, Lin Xian or Xiao Hao? Lin Qingyu asked back almost instinctively. Yes, Dad, in your heart, who is more important, Lin Xian or Lin Hao? Lin Zhongdao was stunned and opened his mouth. You, Dad's second sister, please stop arguing. Brother Lin Xian is Dad's biological son, so naturally Brother Lin Xian is more important. I am an adopted son. In the past 10 years in the Lin family, I have lived a life of plenty. This is the blessing I earned in my previous life. I am so grateful. I am willing to work like a slave for the rest of my life to repay the Lin family's kindness. As he spoke, Lin Hao burst into tears. Lin Qingyu sneered in her heart. Lin Hao, you are really good at acting. If this happened under normal circumstances, I would have been fooled by you. However, when it comes to acting, you are still a little immature. Lin Qingyu took a step forward and squeezed out 2 tears, her voice full of helplessness. Xiao, you are such a good boy. I know you are always well behaved. We are helpless that we can't accompany you to take the college entrance examination. You know the current situation at home. I believe you can think about the overall situation. We can't let outsiders laugh at us. And we can't let others say that my parents ignored their own son for the sake of their adopted son. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You are a sensible person, so you naturally don't want your parents to be accused of this, right? Lin Qingyu asked with emotion and tears in her eyes. Lin Hao's mind was blank, and he didn't know how to continue the conversation for a moment, so he just nodded. Second sister is right. We should do this. I knew you were a sensible person. As she spoke, Lin Qingyu grabbed Lin Hao's arms with both hands, and with excitement, she increased the strength in her hands. What? Second sister, my hand? There was a sharp pain, and Lin Hao almost passed out from the pain. I had acupuncture 2 nights ago, and the big lump on my wrist became hard and painful, and now there is no sign of the swelling going down. Lin Hao was almost in agony after being pinched by Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu pretended to be unaware, and after a look of panic, she suddenly shook Lin Hao's arm away. Second sister forgot that your hands are not convenient right now, right? Do you want to see a doctor? Seeing this situation, Lin Rusheng and Lin Jilan were stunned. Lin Qingyu has always said that she wants to enter the entertainment industry, and it turns out that this is not false. Lin Qingyu is indeed gifted in acting. Hearing Lin Hao's cry, Lin Zhongdao finally came to his senses and asked anxiously, Xiao Hao, what's wrong with you? Lin Hao's face was pale, and he managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat with great difficulty. Dad, it's okay. Lin Qingyu had a look of self-blame on her face, but she was already feeling very happy in her heart. Lin Hao, just wait and see, this is just the beginning. Without waiting for Lin Zhongdao to blame her, Lin Qingyu had already taken the initiative to admit her mistake. Dad, I hurt Xiao Hao by accident. I really didn't mean it. Okay, you're the most reckless person in the whole family. Get out of the way. Not in the mood to pay attention to Lin Qingyu. Lin Zhongdao waved his hand impatiently. At this time, the big bump on Lin Hao's wrist turned red again. After Lin Zhongdao asked about everyone's health, more than 10 minutes had passed. When the matter of going to the examination hall was brought up again, Lin Zhongdao's anger subsided by a lot. Lin Qingyu was right. Lin Hao was of course important, but the Lin family's reputation still had to be taken into consideration. The image that I worked so hard to build has largely collapsed, and I can't afford to make any more mistakes. While no one was paying attention, Lin Qingyu secretly winked. Lin Rusheng and Lin Jilan also began to show concern for Lin Hao. Lin Zhongdao didn't have time to think about it. He could only frown and say, This is a hospital. Stop chattering here. Let Xiao Hao have a good rest. Then we'll go first. We haven't been to Mom's place yet. Lin Rusheng spoke tentatively. Lin Zhongdao nodded, and Lin Rusheng and others left one after another. As soon as they went out, Lin Xuan and Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Xingyu at the same time. Second sister, you can do it. You really have a talent for acting. Lin Xuan spoke in a low voice, but Lin Xingyu heard it clearly. With a slight smile, Lin Xingyu said proudly, "Thank you for the compliment. It's my first time performing, so I'm a little bit unnatural, but it will be better in the future." After? Lin Xuan was shocked. From what Lin Xingyu said, it seems like practice makes perfect. Although he was shocked at first, Lin Xuan soon regained his composure. To put it bluntly, as long as Lin Hao doesn't leave, he will have many more days of bad luck in the future. And it seems that Lin Xingyu is quite good at this kind of thing, so let's leave it to her. For Lin Xian's safety and other factors, the matter between Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao cannot be made public for the time being, so it is better to be careful in the future. I didn't expect that things could go by so easily. I was just wondering how to deal with it. Lin Rusheng felt relieved. Big sister, you don't have to be so cautious. Lin Hao's place is in chaos right now, and Dad is so concerned that he doesn't have the energy to think about these things. For us, it is an opportunity. Otherwise, if this happened in the past, Dad would never let it go. Lin Xingyu's words were a bit harsh, but they were also true. Just thinking about the future, the three sisters felt heavy in their hearts. What is in front of us is a bad chess game. How to save the situation still requires some thought. If you are not careful, you may lose everything. For the next 2 days, Lin Xian's life was very quiet. As for Xin Chuxia, Lin Xian had already sent a text message to reassure her, and the only messages left were from Lin Rusheng and Lin Xuan. As long as they don't bother him, Lin Xian can still accept it. However, Lin Xian found the situation on Zhang Sunsin's side strange. Given Zhang Sunsin's temper, he couldn't be so quiet. Could it be that this boy is dating so soon? Just as Lin Xian was thinking this, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. When Lin Xian saw the familiar phone number on the screen, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Just when I was thinking about Zhang Sunsin, this guy called me. "Zhang Sunsin, your schedule is quite tight. Are you going out to hang out right after the exam?" As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Zhang Sunsin on the other end of the phone began to sigh. "Brother Xian, I've finally gotten rid of my fatigue these past 2 days. I started sleeping right after the college entrance exam. My dad was afraid I would fall asleep. If they hadn't woken me up, I would have probably slept another day." Lin Xian was speechless. How can people rest like this? However, thinking about what Zhang Sunsin said a while ago about reviewing all night, Lin Xian seemed to understand it again. "So, how do you feel?" "Very good. Sharp ears and eyes, like a dozen years younger." "Don't be ridiculous. You really are more than a decade younger than me. I think you're still in a stroller." Zhang Sunsin laughed out loud, and then started chatting on the phone with Lin Xian for a long time. After chatting for a while, Lin Xian started to get to the point. "Come out for a while. Come with me to meet someone." "Who is it?" "The campus beauty of Su University." "Are you really dating Su Yuexiao?" Although Zhang Sunsin was not in front of him, when Lin Xian heard him say this, the image of this guy's eyes widening flashed through his mind. "Get lost. Put away your dirty thoughts. I'm going to meet a man." "Brother Xian, you still have this hobby. Fatty Zhang, are you looking for death? Go if you want, or forget it if you don't want to." Hearing Lin Xian's voice turn serious, Zhang Sunsin stopped teasing and agreed directly. The two agreed on a time and then hung up the phone. These 2 days, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Ping'an have been urging Lin Xian to go out for a walk. After the high-pressure life in senior year of high school, the couple also wanted Lin Xian to relax. But Lin Xian refused. There are many places to relax, and classmates in the class group are also organizing gatherings. But Lin Xian was too lazy to move. During the 3 years of high school, everyone had a very direct impression of Lin Xian. He had good grades, was introverted, and didn't like to talk. The only one who got close was Zhang Sunsin. Lin Xian has no deep impression of other classmates, and of course, he doesn't care how they evaluate him. There is another very important reason for not going out. That is, at the moment, Lin Xian doesn't know what Lin Hao is thinking about. If he still wants to use those despicable means, and I happen to be out and about, wouldn't that be what he wants? So after resting for 2 days, the only thing Lin Xin could think of was to go and see Gu Song. The mobile phone software indicated that the stocks they purchased had been rising in price, which made Lin Xin even more interested in Gu Song. Lin Xin agreed to meet at a cold drink shop. After lunch, Zhang Sin's son came to find Lin Xin, and the two arrived as scheduled. I'm wondering, why are you so serious about dating a man? Is that man good-looking or talented? Zhang Sin kept muttering to himself along the way. Lin Xin didn't explain too much. He just rolled his eyes at him when he was annoyed. The information Zhang Sun's son got from Lin Xin was just that Gu Song was also a senior student and had just finished the college entrance examination. As soon as the two entered the door, Gu Song waved at Lin Xin. Lin Xin nodded, then took Zhang Sun's son to sit opposite Gu Song. This is my good buddy Zhang Sun. As soon as Lin Xin finished speaking, Gu Song smiled and nodded. Hello, I'm Gu Song. I've heard my brother Xin talk about you. We were in the same class. How did you do on the exam? Oh, shouldn't I ask that? It's a bit presumptuous. Zhang Sun's son is very outgoing and can't stop talking once he starts talking. Gu Song shook his head indifferently. It's all right. For me, it doesn't matter whether I go to college or not. Taking the college entrance examination is to give an explanation to my family. Lin Xin and Zhang Sin's son were both stunned. This was the first time for both of them to hear Gu Song's attitude towards the college entrance examination. Explain to your family? This school is not for your family. So what should you explain to them? If I really don't do well in the exam, I would be letting myself down. Zhang Sun's son blinked his eyes, looking completely confused. Gu Song put down the lemon tea in his hand and asked with a smile, Do you think I'm being a little hypocritical? Actually, the college entrance exam is not that important to me. Why? This is a chance to change your destiny. If you don't grasp it, it will slip away. Zhang Sin's son was not willing to give up and wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. In my opinion, they're all the same. Maybe everyone has a different perception. Gu Song shook his shoulders and his expression became gloomy. Lin Xin realized that Gu Song might have something to hide, but he was too embarrassed to continue asking, so he changed the subject. Have you looked at the data on the app? It's growing pretty fast, right? When it comes to stocks, Gu Song quickly becomes energetic. Of course, I pay attention to these things every day. What I said back then has come true, right? Some people just don't believe it. That's how wealth slips away. Based on my observation, this stock will continue to rise. Gu Song looked confident and his voice became louder. Zhang Sin's eyes wandered between Lin Xin and Gu Song, and he was completely confused. Brother Xin, are you playing stocks? This operation is really cool. When can you bring me a copy? I bought it a while ago. It's not suitable for you to buy it now. I'll take you to do something else later. Hearing Lin Xin say this, Zhang Sin nodded solemnly. He trusts Lin Xin unconditionally. Ever since Lin Xin taught Zhang Sun the learning method, Zhang Sun has been full of admiration for Lin Xin. At the moment, Lin Xian's mind is mainly on Gu Song. After talking about stocks for a while, Zhang Sun asked about the next plan. Lin Xin and Zhang Sin's son have the same goal, which is to continue going to school. Gu Song pondered for a moment and said, I was thinking, why not become an investment consultant specializing in stocks? Full-time stock trading? Man, you have to think carefully about this. The risk is too great. Zhang Sun doesn't understand stocks, but he has heard a lot about stocks. Some people became rich overnight because of stocks, while there were also many people who committed suicide by jumping off buildings because of stocks. So when Zhang Sun heard Gu Song's decision, he was shocked at first. As an analyst, as long as you understand the rules, some risks can be avoided. Maybe I don't know much about this industry. I always feel that it's too complicated. If you analyze it carefully, there is still experience to follow. The two of them chatted happily. Lin Xin, next to him, didn't say a word. Investment advisor, stock analyst, ancient pine, Jiansong securities? The fragments in the mental space are gradually pieced together and eventually form a complete picture. The person in front of me is the founder of Jiansong Securities, Gu Song. Lin Xin tried hard to calm down and looked at Gu Songsong again. In his previous life, Gu Songsong was a stock trading genius who not only had excellent analytical skills, but also had strong marketing capabilities. He founded Jinsong Securities at a young age, and Gu Songsong also reached the peak of his life because of this institution. However, the moon waxes and wanes, and the water is full and overflows, and Jinsong Securities is no exception to this natural law. In the end, Gu Songsong was framed by his subordinates and made wrong judgments, causing a large number of investors to lose all their money. The final outcome was jumping off a building and dying. A genius in his 30s ended his life just like that. Lin Xin felt regretful and his mood became heavy. I am not a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering, but I still appreciate talented people. Even if Gu Songsong doesn't work for me in the future, I don't want to see him end up like this. So, since he encountered this situation, Lin Xin decided to change the direction of the matter. Brother Xin, what are you thinking about? The beautiful lady at the opposite table is rolling her eyes at you. Zhang Sun's son stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Lin Xin, not forgetting to remind him in a low voice. Lin Xin came to his senses and quickly looked away. Oh, I was thinking about something. We were having a lively conversation here. Why did you get distracted? Did you fall for the pretty girl across the table? Go away. There is no ivory coming out of a dog's mouth. Lin Xin rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun's son and looked directly at Gu Songsong opposite him. Why don't you want to go to school? Gu Songsong was stunned. Didn't they discuss this topic just now? Why are they bringing it back now? I don't think going to college is that important. Lin Xin frowned. Gu Songsong, do you know that you suffered from your low education in your previous life? At the beginning, several of your subordinates took advantage of your low educational level and worked together to create false data, and you even lost your life for it. In a hurry, Lin Xin almost spoke out what was in his heart. Are you in any trouble? We are all friends. Maybe we can help each other. Gu Songsong showed a bitter smile on his face. I'd like to thank you all here first. We are all in the same situation. We all still rely on our families to make a living. My situation cannot be solved with just a few words. Lin Xin was filled with joy. Gu Songsong finally brought up this topic, which is a good start. Just tell me how bad it can get. Zhang Xinxin's little eyes began to blink again, with a look of curiosity. Gu Songsong hesitated. We were talking about stocks. Why are you talking about this again? Hey, don't resist. Aren't we sitting together just because we like each other? Since we are all friends, what can't we talk about? Zhang Sunsun wanted to grab Gu Songsong's arm. Looking at the two people's sincere faces, Gu Songsong finally sighed. I'm the eldest in the family, and I have two twin sisters, both in their second year of high school. If it was before my dad lost his job, it wouldn't be a big deal to go to college. But now my dad is unemployed. Within 2 years, all 3 kids will go to college. That will drive my mom and dad to death. So for me, the college entrance examination is just an explanation to my family. I have made up my mind. I will go and earn money to support my 2 younger sisters in school. Finally, Gu Songsong added another sentence seriously. It's okay that I have a low level of education, but my 2 younger sisters must graduate from college. Girls need to have education and experience so that they won't suffer in the future. Zhang Sun's son rubbed his nose and his eyes dropped. Wouldn't Gu Songsong's parents be heartbroken when they heard their son say this? But with such a sensible son at home, they would probably wake up laughing in their sleep. Don't you think that the value you can create after you finish college will be higher than it is now? As soon as Lin Xin finished asking the question, Gu Songsong began to shake his head. The time gap is too long. I can't wait. After my father loses his job, I will take on the burden of the family. Lin Xin was silent. Zhang Sunsun suddenly asked, have you discussed this with your family? Do they agree? How is that possible? I have already taken the college entrance examination seriously, so I can give them an explanation. When the time comes, I will just say that I will not be taking the exam because the results were not satisfactory. How many points do you think you can get? About 600, not much difference. Damn it, you're not willing to go even though the estimated score is 600. If I were to encounter such a good thing, I would go home immediately to worship my ancestors and kneel on their graves for 3 days. Zhang Sun's son clenched his fists and his face turned purple. God is unfair. People who don't want to go to school can estimate 600 points, and I who want to go. Turning to look at Lin Xin, Zhang Sunson asked seriously, Brother Xian, I'm not good at studying, right? We're talking about Song Song's business. Don't get involved. Lin Xin squinted his eyes, glanced fiercely at Zhang Sun's son, and looked at Gu Song Song again. Don't you think it's a pity? What's so sad about that? I'm the eldest son. Is the eldest son wrong? A bitter smile appeared on Gu Song Song's lips. The eldest son is right, but the eldest son has responsibilities. At present, this is the best choice. What did your father do before? Why did he lose his job? Lin Xin changed the subject. Gu Song Song still kept his eyes downcast. My father used to be a chef, but the restaurant he worked for went bankrupt. Now he is unemployed and relies on doing odd jobs for others. Gu Song Song, if your college entrance examination score is above 600, then you can continue to go to college and let Zhang Sunson take care of your father's job. How about that? Zhang Sun's son was listening attentively. He didn't expect Lin Xian to mention him. He was stunned at first, and then agreed readily. Yes, I can solve your father's work problem. You can go to school. Gu Song Song swallowed and looked at Lin Xian and Zhang Sunson in disbelief. What? Are you kidding me? Zhang Sunson waved his hands. Is this worth joking about? It's just a job. No big deal. Lin Xian next to him continued to add. Gu Song Song, do you know why Zhang Sunson is so fat? He is the young master who has a good harvest and a great year. Zhang's restaurant chain is nationwide. Isn't it a piece of cake to arrange a chef? The disbelief on Gu Song Song's face turned into shock. According to them, it would only take a word to find a job for Dad. I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. The smile on Lin Xian's face deepened. That's right. Zhang Sunson is not just rich, he's extremely rich. But why did you do this? Friends, we seem to get along well, so I'll help you if I can. And just now you said that your estimated score is above 600. With such good scores, wouldn't it be a waste if you don't go to college? A glimmer of joy flashed in Gu Song Song's eyes. What Lin Xian said seemed to make sense, but after calming down, Gu Song Song frowned again. Then how can I repay you? They helped solve the family's difficulties and were able to go to college themselves. It is no wonder that this kindness can be said to have changed their destiny. But how can I pay it back? Zhang Sunson reached out and patted Gu Song Song on the shoulder. It's too early to talk about repaying you. You are the person that my brother Xian has high hopes for, so you must be right. I believe in my brother Xian's vision. This time, Lin Xian did not respond. It's not that I have a unique vision, but I have stayed in the spiritual space for such a long time that even if my memory is not good, I can still remember those important events. Now, many things are quietly changing because of my rebirth. Lin Xian believes that Gu Song Song's fate will also change dramatically because of their conversation. As for whether they can work hand in hand in the future, that is a matter for the future. However, Lin Xian was still certain about Gu Song Song's character. Even if they cannot walk side by side in the future, at least they will not become enemies. Then thank you. As he spoke, Gu Song Song stood up, walked to the table, and was about to bow to Lin Xian and Zhang Sunson. Hey, what are you doing? We brothers don't believe in that. Zhang Sunson quickly supported Gu Song Song, and for the first time, a relieved smile appeared on Gu Song Song's face. Now Gu Song Song feels that everything around him has changed a lot. I had previously tried hard to extinguish the idea of going to college, but now the spark has been rekindled. On the way back, Zhang Sun's son kept looking at Lin Xian. Say something quickly. Seeing Zhang Sun's little eyes blinking constantly, Lin Xian knew that this kid was up to no good. Zhang Sun's son sniffed hard and finally asked the question in his mind. Brother Xian, I can't understand why you are helping Gu Song Song so much. It seems that you two weren't very familiar with each other before. Lin Xian slowed down his pace and directly stated his evaluation of Gu Song Song. I think he is a thoughtful person with unique insights into the stock market. If such people don't go to college and just stay in high school, it's a bit of a waste. Don't you think Gu Song Song gets along well with us? Zhang Sun's son was stunned. Brother Xian, you think very highly of Gu Song. Since you said so, I won't ask any more questions. This must be right. There was a seriousness in Lin Xian's smile. You will soon realize that your decision was the right one. Of course, with Brother Xian leading the way, I can't go wrong. Stop flattering me. You've helped Gu Song so much, so I'll treat you to a chicken drumstick. Then I won't be polite. Chicken legs are my buddy's favorite. White Swan Hotel. VIP room. Lin Xin was dressed casually, half leaning lazily on the sofa, looking listless. I was in a bad mood and didn't even change my shoes after entering the door, and my cell phone and purse were thrown aside. Thinking of what happened recently, Lin Xin frowned again. You must be tired. Drink a glass of water first. A magnetic male voice was heard, and then a cup of warm water appeared in front of Lin Xin. Lin Xin took the cup of water without even turning her head and took a sip. Why don't you ask me what happened? The man sat in front of Lin Xin with a gentle look in his eyes. Your video is going viral on all major platforms. I can guess without asking that it's because of the Lin family's matter. There's just one thing I don't understand. Why do you approve of your brother whom you've always disliked? At first, I thought that your college entrance examination support video was for Lin Hao. Lin Xin shook her head tiredly. You just returned to China, and there are many things you don't understand yet. Let me calm down first, and I'll tell you everything later. The man smiled and nodded, and stopped talking. He just looked at Lin Xin quietly. After pursuing Lin Xin for so many years, this was the first time that Xia Wenqi saw her looking so listless. Since she said she was tired, I would wait until she was in better spirits. In fact, given the Lin family's financial situation, there is no need for Lin Xin to work so hard. But this girl is very stubborn and insists on making a name for herself. Although he is now a famous singer, he still wants to develop in the film and television industry. There are comfortable days, but why do we have to live so hard? Regarding this issue, Xia Wenqi had tried to persuade Lin Xin more than once, but all his attempts ended in failure. No matter whether it was because of family matters or work, Xia Wenqi felt distressed seeing Lin Xin like this. Okay, let me report the current situation to you. Our brother has returned to his adoptive parents and has severed ties with us. As soon as the words came out, Xia Wenqi's face showed astonishment. The one you found with such great difficulty? Yes, now we are all trying to find a way to get him back. Xia Wenqi suddenly laughed out loud. Really? Don't you dislike your brother? You told me more than once that you wanted him to leave the Lin family. Do you regret it now? That was the past. How can it be compared with now? I didn't know before that Lin Hao was the mistress's child. Lin Xin raised her voice. Xia Wen was stunned. Isn't Lin Hao the adopted son of the Lin family? How did he become the mistress's child? Lin Xin was not surprised by Xia Wen's shock. When I first learned about Lin Hao's true identity, I was many times more shocked than he was. However, Lin Xin has now accepted this fact, so she seems calmer. Countless thoughts flashed through Xia Wen's mind, and in the end, Xia Wenqi just smiled. Which wealthy family doesn't have some shady things? It's just a matter of whether they talk about it or not. Xia Wenqi was already accustomed to those dirty things, but the Lin family's affairs developed so quickly that it was somewhat beyond Xia Wen's expectations. I said at the beginning that there would definitely be conflicts between your two brothers. Has it come true now? Maybe it's because your parents went too far. They shouldn't put all their energy on Lin Hao. After all, Lin Xin is their biological son. But from what you said, your father should value the child he had with the woman outside more. Lin Xin stood up irritably. Needless to say, the facts are right here. At first I thought that Dad favored Lin Hao because Lin Hao had lived with us for more than 10 years. Now that I think about it, I was too naive after all. Xia Wenqi took Lin Xin's water cup and placed it on the table. So, what are you going to do? I have done everything I should do, but Lin Xin just doesn't want to turn back. What can I do? I have apologized so many times, but he just won't forgive us. Lin Xin admitted that she was now at her wit's end. The current situation made Lin Xin depressed. She had never done such a humble thing in her life. He apologized to Lin Xin again and again, and every time he had to look at Lin Xin's face. You know, I was always held in the palm of others' hands before. I think that as a sister, I have done a great job, but Lin Xin just doesn't appreciate it. Seeing that Lin Xingyu was about to continue speaking, Xia Wenqi shook his head and interrupted her. I think Lin Xian is innocent. When you said these things, you were speaking from your own perspective. Have you ever thought about Lin Xian's feelings? Lin Xingyu was stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. If I didn't care about what Lin Xian was thinking, how could I take the initiative to apologize? Besides, I spoke in a very humble way. As long as Lin Xian can forgive me, I will agree to any condition. This is what my mother said at the beginning. Now I am repeating what she said. Doesn't this show my sincerity? The smile on Xia Wen's face remained unchanged. Based on my understanding of Lin Xingyu, I naturally know what this girl is thinking. But right now, Xia Wenqi just wanted to say some fair words for Lin Xian. You, the Lin family, have always disapproved of Lin Xian. It is a fact that Lin Xian has had a difficult time in the Lin family. Now that Lin Xian is gone and you know the truth, you can't wait to apologize, hoping to get Lin Xian's forgiveness. Lin Xian is not a tool. He has his own ideas. Why should he do what you say? Lin Xingyu's brows furrowed even more tightly. You mean it's right for Lin Xian not to forgive us? Do you know that I have become a bootlicker now? Xia Wenqi refuted again, and his words were even sharper than before. You become bootlickers because you are unwilling to accept the current facts. In your consciousness, you don't allow this to happen. Your pride forces you to want your life to return to its previous state as soon as possible. While this is a solution to the problem, it is not the best strategy. It can even be said that your apology and desire for forgiveness are partly motivated by the need to preserve your own dignity. Your apology is forced. You are unconsciously forcing Lin Xian to accept your confession. This is unfair to Lin Xian. After Xia Wen's words, Lin Xingyu was completely speechless. Yes, what Xia Wenqi said makes sense. I have apologized, and what I want most is Lin Xian's forgiveness. But there is nothing wrong with doing this, right? Among the three sisters, the eldest sister Lin Xuan is the calmest. If what I did was wrong, why would my elder sister condone it? Could it be that the elder sister is afraid of being laughed at by others because of doing this? Don't be stunned. Your starting point is good, but you have to give Lin Xian some time. If it wasn't because he couldn't stay in the Lin family any longer, Lin Xian wouldn't have chosen to leave. Perhaps Lin Xuanzhong did this to prove to you that he is not the kind of person you imagined. Xia Wenqi spoke slowly and looked at the expression on Lin Xingyu's face from time to time. The expression on Lin Xingyu's face kept changing. Xia Wenqi understood that she had taken his words to heart. Lin Xingyu is a girl after all, and there is nothing wrong with her wanting to return to normal life as soon as possible. So she does so many incredible things, including claiming in the video that Lin Xian is her biological brother. But even if he does more of this kind of dog-licking behavior, he has to wait until Lin Xian's knot in his heart is untied. Otherwise, everything is in vain. I admit that I was anxious, and I also admit that there was nothing I could do. If you have no other options, just wait and don't push yourself and others so hard. Isn't that what you said? In the face of my confession time and time again, you always rejected me like this. It would have been fine if she hadn't said this, but after hearing what Xia Wenqi said, Lin Xingyu almost jumped up. Speaking of Lin Xian's matter, how come it involves you again? Are they the same thing? It's not the same thing, but I think the feeling is similar. Xia Wenqi smiled and deliberately teased. Why don't I confess again and let you reject me? Then you'll feel more balanced, right? Xia Wenqi, can you please be serious? If you keep saying this, we will no longer be friends. Lin Xingyu gave an ultimatum, and Xia Wenqi immediately shut up. Watching Lin Xingyu start to eat the fruit on the plate, Xia Wenqi reflected again. In the eyes of outsiders, he is handsome, has an extraordinary family background, good character, and is hardworking and positive. But why does Lin Xingyu look down on me? Is it because I am too considerate that Lin Xingyu subconsciously regards me as her brother? Forget it. I don't want to. Just like what I said just now, Lin Xingyu and the others need to give Lin Xian some time before things can turn around. The same goes for me. I need to give Lin Xingyu some time to accept me. After all, I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The night gradually darkened and neon lights flickered outside the window. Lin Xin raised her eyes and said leisurely, "It's extremely urgent now. I would like to give Lin Xian some time to accept us, but can others wait?" Lin Hao's shadow flashed through her mind, and Lin Xin began to worry again. Lin's villa. Lin Hao has been discharged from the hospital, with a thick layer of gauze wrapped around his right wrist. The big lump caused by the 4 drip wouldn't go away, so the doctor gave me a solution: apply thin potato slices to reduce the swelling. But after half a day, there was no effect at all. Every time he saw gauze, Lin Hao felt inexplicably angry. The college entrance examination results were not ideal, that's for sure. How could one do well in the exam when one is in that dazed state? Lin Hao's face gradually became ferocious. If it weren't for Lin Xian, I wouldn't be so unlucky. It's all because of that jinx. Lin Hao's room was unusually quiet. Qin Yulan said she was not feeling well and went back to her room to rest after a while. Lin Zhongdao originally wanted to stay here for a while, but the company kept calling him, so he had to leave. As for his 3 sisters, Lin Hao has not seen them since he came back from the hospital. That day in the hospital, Lin Hao also listened to their reasons for not allowing him to accompany him to take the exam, but Lin Hao still felt uncomfortable. For the sake of the overall situation, they should indeed do so, but Lin Hao just couldn't get over the knot in his heart. Is it really as simple as they say? Lin Hao frowned and thought when the cell phone next to him suddenly rang. Glancing at the phone number on the screen, Lin Hao impatiently pressed the answer button. "What are you doing again? These bastards, a few grown men, can't even deal with Lin Xian, and now they have the nerve to call me?" Lin Hao's voice was cold. The other party hesitated for a moment, and then quickly said in a flattering voice, "Brother Hao, there is a clue." The woman who suddenly appeared that day was Lin Xian's second sister. That Lin Xian, I don't know what kind of skills he has, stabbed the fool's leg. The fool crawled for several hours and couldn't move at all. When the time comes, Erlangzi's thigh will be fine immediately. The other person was talking incoherently and couldn't stop once he started. Lin Hao tried hard to connect things together. While the other party was catching his breath, Lin Hao hurriedly questioned in a cold voice, "What did you say? That female law enforcement officer is fake?" "That's right, it's totally fake. He's in cahoots with Lin Xian." "What do you think Lin Xian can do?" "We don't know that either." That's what the fool said. It's so mysterious. In order to make his words clear, the other party repeated what Erlangzi said. Lin Hao's face turned pale, and his breathing almost stopped. I was wondering before, why did the female law enforcement officer arrive so promptly? Unexpectedly, it was Lin Xin. What a good second sister. You really protect Lin Xian. We could have succeeded, but something went wrong. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Brother Hao, since we have found some clues, can you please not return the money you gave us before? We brothers have spent it all. Lin Hao snorted coldly. Forget about the money. If you have any clues in the future, report to me immediately. Okay, we'll all listen to Brother Hao. Lin Hao was annoyed and hung up the phone without saying a word. Snapped. Throwing the phone aside, Lin Hao felt a surge of pain in his wrist again. Looking at the thick bandages, Lin Hao fell into deep thought. With this phone call, everything fell into place. We were all eating together, and everyone else was fine, but I was hospitalized with vomiting and diarrhea. In the hospital, Lin Xin was still pressing her pimples hard. The 3 sisters did not go to accompany the exam, and Lin Xin said it was for the sake of the overall situation. Original? This was all Lin Xin's plan. I always felt that something was wrong, and now I finally understand. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed into slits, and his gaze gradually became dark. It seems that Lin Xin knows the truth. However, I still need to think carefully about what to do next. Dealing with Lin Xin is not as simple as dealing with Lin Xian. In the eyes of Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan, Lin Xian is simply an insignificant existence. But Lin Xin is different. Lin Zhongdao still loves Lin Xin very much. Besides, Lin Xin has always lived with Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan. It is not easy to deal with her. When Lin Xian was in the Lin family, he was alone and powerless. Lin Xingyu has a lot of helpers. If he really had a conflict with Lin Xingyu, even if his parents were on his side, Lin Xuan and Lin Jilan would stand on Lin Xingyu's side. The current situation is a bit complicated. Slowly closing his eyes, Lin Hao reminded himself to stay calm. You must not make mistakes in a hurry. In the next 2 hours, Lin Hao received several calls, all of which were invitations for him to go out and play. Lin Hao rejected them all. The injury on his arm does not allow this. The most important thing is to deal with Lin Xin. Only by removing this thorn in your heart can you live a good life. Otherwise, you will always be unable to sleep or eat. After parting with Zhang Sun's son, Lin Xin also started his next plan. Excluding the money occupied by stocks, I still have more than 20 million in hand. I forgot who once said that what flows is called money, and what does not move is stagnant water. Thinking that houses will appreciate in value in the future, Lin Xin had the idea of buying a house before the college entrance examination. Now that I don't have to go to school or take exams, the natural thing for me is to sort out the housing issue. Lin Xin didn't remember how long he stayed in the spiritual space, but he still remembered the shock he felt when the housing prices doubled. That feeling is still fresh in my memory. If you're thinking about appreciation, choose an old and small house. Once you buy it, renovate it and rent it out, waiting for the house to be demolished. Since he was not buying a newly developed property, Lin Xin directly chose an agent. At this time, several chain agencies were already doing very well and were very famous in Kyoto. The most popular among them is Pengjiao Real Estate. Pengjiao Real Estate Agency does not occupy a large area, and the facades of each store are not too conspicuous, but the information is very complete, and they have chain stores on almost every street. Lin Xin found the nearest one and went in. As soon as I entered the room, the 2 staff members in the room stood up. "Hello, sir. How can I help you? Are you renting or buying a house?" The person asking the questions was a girl with a ponytail. She was not very old, had a clear voice and a sweet smile. Lin Xin did not answer her question immediately, but looked at the bulletin board on the wall. The bulletin board contains various information including real estate introductions, house rentals, store transfers, and new shop sales. Seeing this, the girl did not urge him, but walked to the water dispenser and poured Lin Xin a glass of boiled water. "Sir, please sit here for a while. I'll get you the latest project information." Lin Xin nodded and then sat on the sofa in the lounge area. Lin Xin had no experience in buying a house. Even though he knew some relevant information in the spiritual space, some things were still being tried for the first time by Lin Xin. In order to appear less nervous, Lin Xin kept his eyes down. Not long after, the little girl brought over a folder. The folder is very thick and has various labels on the edges. "Sir, do you want to rent a house?" the girl asked tentatively. Lin Xin shook his head and directly stated the purpose of his visit. "I want to buy a house." "Well then, what kind of house do you want to buy? Is there a specific location? What are your requirements in terms of housing area and structure?" The girl was very serious, and what she said was very professional. Lin Xin thought for a moment. "Let's not look at the newly developed buildings first. By the way, do you have a map? I'll show you the approximate location." The little girl was stunned, then nodded her head like pounding garlic. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I'll go get the map now." As soon as she turned around, the little girl frowned. "The young man in front of me looks more like a student. Is he here to buy a house? I have just started working here and do not have much experience. I am not like those old staff members who can tell at a glance whether a customer is here to buy a house." But since the other party said so, she still took out a map. Holding the map in her hand, Li Shanshan felt a little uneasy, but she still hoped that the deal would be successful. Although Pengjiao Real Estate is very famous, its working mechanism is extremely strict. The last place elimination system that takes place every month always makes everyone nervous. As a newcomer, this is especially true for Li Shanshan. Li Shanshan has not achieved any results since coming here. As the first half of the month is about to pass, Li Shanshan lives in anxiety almost every day. "If I fail to sign any orders this month, I will probably have to pack up and leave, let alone get a permanent job." So while Li Shanshan was taking the map, many ideas had already popped up in her mind. Hello, sir. Here is a map. Spreading the map in front of Lin Xin, Li Shan showed an embarrassed expression on her face again. Sir, according to company regulations, we need to register your information. Li Shan's eyes were full of questions, and her voice was cautious. Lin Xin nodded and answered very cooperatively. Okay. Thank you, sir, for your cooperation. As if worried that Lin Xin would go back on his word, Li Shan quickly took out the registration book. The so-called registration information is nothing more than leaving your name, phone number, and intention to buy a house. 2 minutes later, Lin Xin wanted to look at the map, and Li Shan suddenly showed her work badge. Mr. Lin, my name is Li Shan. I'm an intern here, and my employee number is 081. Showing your work badge and stating your work number to customers is done, firstly, to gain their trust, and secondly, to clarify responsibilities. To put it bluntly, this is also to make it easier for customers to complain. Of course, the last point is what no employee wants to see. Lin Xin hummed, his eyes searching the bus station. Within 1 or 2 years, the area around Qingfu bus station will be transformed into a subway line, and the surrounding housing prices will naturally increase significantly. On the map in front of him, many areas are old plates, and Lin Xin can make a comparison with a simple recollection. Therefore, Lin Xin was already pretty sure about where the houses would appreciate rapidly in value. After determining the location of the subway, Lin Xin began to look at the main streets. During this period, Li Shan remained silent, but her eyes kept looking at Lin Xin. He is young, his clothes are ordinary, and he doesn't look like a rich second generation. In fact, compared with the knowledge I have gained through my training, the person in front of me cannot be called a white-collar worker. Li Shan had just graduated from school, and her intuition told her that this person was a high school student. Here, buy a few sets here first. Oh, do you have a pen? I'll mark it for you. Li Shan was stunned. Buy a few sets and mark them with a pen? Why does this sound like a homework assignment? It wasn't until Lin Xin looked up that Li Shan came to her senses. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. As soon as Li Shan put the pen in Lin Xian's hand, Lin Xin marked several areas. After seeing the location clearly on the map, Li Shan's eyes widened in shock. Although the location is in the main urban area, the area is very ordinary. If you look at it from an investment perspective, it is definitely not a good idea. He wants to buy a few more sets. Is he just talking? Sir, are you buying this house for investment? This is the old town. I haven't decided yet. Let's buy it first. I'll choose a residential house in the old city and an apartment in these 2 areas. Lin Xin looked serious, and then went on to talk about the optional area of the residential house. Li Shan became more and more nervous, and finally, even her breathing became rapid. Let's not talk about how many sets there are. Just buying one of the places he drew would be enough to cover my sales for this month. If this could really be achieved, I wouldn't lose my job. Her mood gradually became excited, and Li Shan bit her lips unconsciously. Chaoyang District, Xiangyang Street, Hongxing Road, Huimin Avenue, plus the bus station just mentioned, a simple calculation shows that there are 5 houses. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll get my notebook to write it down. Restraining the joy in her heart, Li Shan trotted to get her notebook. Are you sure? Looking at Li Shan running around, the colleague next to her couldn't help but ask a question. Li Shan shook her head. It's not clear yet, but it's a little weird. Okay, even if you don't buy it, you can gain experience by practicing more. My colleague showed a polite smile on his face but sighed in his heart. The girl is just young and lacks experience. You'll soon learn that it takes more than enthusiasm to get a prospect to buy a house from you. Lin Xin said a few simple words to Li Shan, and then the 2 of them walked out the door. In the next few days, Li Shan took Lin Xin to almost walk through the old city. The electric car, which had hardly moved, also started to be charged every day. Lin Xin was also very satisfied with the final result. There are a total of 10 units, including the demolished house, the apartment, and the rental house that Lin Xin later chose. Li Shan was also very happy. After completing this business, she could get at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. A few days ago, Li Shan was still wondering whether she would be fired from the company, but suddenly she became a sales elite. This change made Li Xian, a newcomer, a little difficult to adapt to. In order to satisfy Lin Xin, Li Xian also took the initiative to register the detailed information of the house. Li Xian also told Lin Xin that as a high-quality customer of Pengjia Real Estate, Lin Xin's rental information could be kept in their bulletin board for free for 1 month. Lin Xin was happy to accept such preferential conditions. The purchase of the house cost a total of more than 9 million yuan, which was completely within Lin Xian's affordability. Today is Lin Xian's last time to go to Pengjia Real Estate. Li Xian said on the phone that everything would be settled once the rental information was confirmed. Lin Xin went out early so that he could come back before noon. I haven't eaten at home for several days. If I don't go back today, my parents will be worried. As soon as I arrived at the agency, Li Xian came hurriedly to greet me. Hello, Mr. Lin. Please sit here. As soon as Li Xian finished speaking, her colleagues and the cleaning lady next to her quickly looked over here. Ever since he found out that he had rented several houses, Lin Xin felt that the way they looked at him was different than before. There is no time to think so much right now. Li Xian repeated the rental information, and Lin Xin was also slowly reviewing it. After 10 minutes or so, Lin Xin stood up. Okay, let's just leave it as is. I think it's good. Okay, Mr. Lin, let's officially put this information on the bulletin board today. Bro. Lin Xin spoke quickly and turned around as soon as he finished speaking. Li Xian on the opposite side also stood up. Just as I reached the door, someone suddenly pushed it open. Annie, please get me some water. I'm dying of thirst. As they were talking, a man in a flowered shirt rushed over and was about to bump into Li Xian. Careful. Lin Xin reached out and grabbed Li Xian, pulling her hard, causing Li Xian to stagger. In a panic, Li Xian almost fell into Lin Xian's arms. Oh, you little bastard, you have no eyes. You almost knocked someone down? The cleaning lady widened her eyes and cursed. The cleaning lady complained, but there was no sign of complaint on her face. The man in the floral shirt was stunned at first. Then he smiled. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Li Xian frowned, quickly stood up, and straightened her clothes. At the same time, Lin Xin also let go of his hand. Are you okay? It's okay. Thank you. Li Xian felt a little embarrassed. You're welcome. Okay. You don't have to see me off. Call me if you need anything. Well, take care, Mr. Lin. Li Xian bowed to Lin Xin. When he straightened up again, Lin Xin had already walked out the door. The man in the floral shirt frowned and stared at Lin Xian's back. What are you looking at? You were clamoring for water just now, but now you're not thirsty anymore? The cleaning lady handed a glass of water to the man and glared at him in reproach. And who was that person just now? A big client here, just bought 10 houses from Shaoli. You don't know him even after I told you. So drink your water quickly. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xin arrived home on time. Zhou Yuzhen had already started preparing the meal, while Lin Pinggan was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, as if he was deliberately waiting for Lin Xin to come back. The college entrance examination is over. Originally, Zhou Yuzhen and her husband wanted to continue running the noodle shop, but Lin Xin used the excuse that there was no one at home to accompany him and forced them to delay for several days. Seeing the situation in front of him, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth began to rise. In the future, you can rent out a house. Why would you still want to open a noodle shop? Even if my dad likes making noodles, I guess it will just be a hobby in the future. Son, come and have some tea. You are the only one missing. Lin Pinggan waved and urged. Lin Xin smiled and sat opposite Lin Pinggan. Dad, you've been waiting for me all morning, right? Of course you said you were bored at home, but I've been running around every day these past 2 days, so I'm the one who's bored. While speaking, Lin Pinggan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lin Xin. Lin Xin took the teacup, but didn't drink it. What's wrong? Aren't you thirsty after going out on such a hot day? Lin Pinggan was puzzled. Lin Xin took out a few forms from his school bag. Dad, I have a form I need you to fill out. I don't think it's a big deal. Can't you just sign it for me? Why are you being so serious? Drink the water first. No, you have to sign this commission agreement in person. Lin Xin took out a pen while speaking. Lin Pinggan didn't care and took the form and was about to sign it. But after writing a few strokes, Lin Pinggan suddenly froze. What letter of authorization? A second-hand house. A letter of authorization for transfer? Why are there still so many? Son, what's going on? After reading the contents of the power of attorney carefully, Lin Pingyan opened his mouth and did not close his eyes for a long time. Lin Xin thought that he had tried his best to act natural in doing all this, but he didn't expect that he still shocked Lin Pingyan. Dad, it's just the transfer procedures for a few houses. If you sign the power of attorney, you don't have to follow them. When the time comes, there will be a special agency to help us apply for the property certificate. Lin Xin downplayed it. Lin Pingyan's eyes widened and the power of attorney in his hand began to tremble. How many houses are there? I probably have more than 10 power of attorney letters in my hand. In other words, there are a dozen houses that you want to transfer to your name? Son, you have been out these past 2 days. Just busy with these things? Tell me, Dad, where did you get so much money? Why is it all my name? After asking these questions, Lin Pingyan felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. I had been planning on having a couple of glasses of wine during dinner, but now I feel dizzy before I even drink the wine. Hearing that Lin Pingyan's voice was not right, Zhou Yuzhen hurried out of the kitchen. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Xian grabbed Zhou Yuzhen's hand and forced her to sit next to him. Mom, don't worry. I bought a few houses these days and put them in Dad's name. I thought it would be more convenient for Dad to write a power of attorney to handle the transfer. You guys are getting old, so just close that noodle shop. The rent from these houses alone is enough to cover our expenses. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Lin Pingyan's voice came over. Son, has something happened? A bad premonition arose in Lin Pingyan's heart. He bought so many houses, but Lin Xian's name was not on any of them. Now Lin Xian began to settle down their second half of life. Is my son leaving again? Or are those bastards from the Lin family causing trouble for Lin Xin again? Lin Pingyan clenched his fists and clenched his back teeth tightly. Son, don't be afraid. I will never let you bully me again, even if it costs me my life. The Lin family used to say that they took Lin Xin away so that the child could enjoy a good life, and that's why I believe their lies. So, when he saw Lin Xin standing at the door looking skinny some time ago, Lin Pingyan wanted to slap himself twice. At that time, I regretted it so much. You should never, ever let the Lin family take Lin Xin away. Now, if they use the same trick again, I will fight them to the end, even if it costs me my life. Next to her, Zhou Yuzhen also became nervous. Dad, it's not what you think. Didn't I tell you last time that I treated someone and they gave me a lot of money? I thought that the money would just sit there anyway, so I might as well buy some property so that it can appreciate in value. The house is in your name, and this will not be changed. I still have some money, so you don't have to worry. Besides, your son is very promising and will make more money in the future. Lin Xian admitted that the last sentence was said to please Zhou Yuzhen and her husband, but it was true. Lin Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was just overthinking it. It's better than anything else that Lin Xian is fine. But after he came to his senses, Lin Pingyan's heart began to lift again. How much would all these houses cost? Son, you should put your name on them. That's right. Aren't we living for you all our lives? As soon as Lin Pingyan finished speaking, Zhou Yuzhen hurriedly took up the conversation. Lin Xian stood up and smiled. Let's not change what's already been decided. Mom, I'm hungry. Go cook. Zhou Yuzhen's eyes were filled with tears, and she covered her mouth tightly. Okay, I'll cook for you. Dad, let's continue. After signing, I want to have tea with you. Lin Pingyan was so excited that he was incoherent. Okay, let's have tea now. Let's have a few cups at noons. Listen to Dad. Seeing that Lin Pingyan had finished filling out the form, Lin Xin carefully put it away. The house issue is finally settled. Next, I just have to wait for the college entrance examination scores. Lin's villa. Lin Hao was upset and had already set the air conditioner in the room to 18 degrees, but he still couldn't calm down. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Hao pressed the answer button without thinking. Who is it? Tell me what's going on. Brother, how important news? The Lin Xin you asked us to keep an eye on has made new moves in the past 2 days. He bought more than 10 houses at once. Lin Hao was stunned. What? Lin Hao suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes dark and terrifying. Lin Xian is really generous, buying more than 10 houses at once. Who gave him the funds? Who gave him the confidence? Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao once again tightly grasped his phone. Where did you buy it? Brother Hao, this location is really good. There are houses everywhere. Now Lin Xin is very generous. The commission from selling houses alone is hundreds of thousands. In order to increase the reliability of the news, Zhao Liuzi smacked his lips as he spoke. If this news is false, I will make you pay for it. No, Brother Hao, if this news is wrong, I will break off one of my 6 fingers and give it to you. Lin Hao suppressed the anger in his heart and cursed, Get lost. Brother Hao, the information fee, you're not going to be spared, so get out of here. Brother Hao is the most straightforward. I'll hang up first. Although he was scolded, Zhao Liuzi still hung up the phone happily. Who would want to get money by just relaxing their eyelids? Touching the extra finger on his left hand, Zhao Liuzi was overjoyed. This is truly a pie in the sky. There is no way to refuse it. If I hadn't gone to my aunt to ask for water, I wouldn't have received such shocking news. God has destined someone to be rich, and nothing can stop it. After saying this, Zhao Liuzi hummed a little tune. At the same time, Lin Hao's face became ferocious again. Can't wait any longer. Lin Xin has already started to take action. If I wait any longer, I will only become more and more passive. But he was not sure about Lin Qingyu's movements. Lin Hao was a little confused about what to do next. Lin Hao was the only one in the huge room. But at this moment, Lin Hao only felt depressed and even a little breathless. Putting away the coldness in his eyes, Lin Hao finally walked out the door. Today is the weekend, and all the Lin family members are here. Even Lin Zhongdao, who rarely came back, was busy in the study. Seeing that Lin Hao looked unhappy, Zhoma quietly hid aside, fearing that something she said would be wrong and anger the young master. Just be afraid of something. Before Zhoma turned around and took a few steps, Lin Hao's voice came over. Mother Zhou, where is my second sister? In reply to the young master, the 3 young ladies are in the master's study. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. What are you doing? Mother Zhou smiled awkwardly and replied in a low voice. I'm not sure about that. Lin Hao didn't say anything, turned around and walked towards the study. When he arrived at the door, Lin Hao deliberately slowed down his pace. No sound came from the study. It was eerily quiet. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Hao raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing Lin Zhongdao's voice, Lin Hao pushed the door open and walked in. Dad, I want to find a book. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hao showed surprise on his face. My sisters are here too. What a coincidence. Lin Zhongdao smiled. It's rare that you're interested in my study. If you're looking for something, come and get it yourself. Lin Hao nodded cautiously and looked obedient again. I've passed the college entrance exam, but I don't know what to do next, so I want to read to kill time. Before Lin Hao finished speaking, Lin Qingyu snorted coldly. That's a nice thing to say. If you work so hard normally, you won't do so badly in the joint entrance exam. Lin Hao seemed to have suffered great injustice, and his eyes immediately turned red. Second sister, You what? Come here. Lin Qingyu's voice was sharp, with a hint of intolerance in her tone. Lin Hao looked at Lin Zhongdao, then walked towards Lin Qingyu. Snapped! A crisp and loud slap sounded, and Lin Hao was completely stunned. Second sister, did I do something wrong? Xiaoyu, are you crazy? The voices of Lin Hao and Lin Zhongdao sounded at the same time. Lin Rushuang and Lin Jilan on the side were also stunned. Lin Qingyu snorted again, her voice full of disdain. What did you do wrong? Don't you know what's going on? Lin Hao was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. The sudden slap made Lin Hao at a loss. Now, Lin Hao could only look at Lin Qingyu pitifully. Lin Zhongdao suppressed his inner anger and said, Xiaoyu, you need to give an explanation for this slap. Okay, since some people don't understand, I'll make it clear. Lin Hao, why did you wrongly accuse Lin Xin? After hearing this, Lin Hao was even more confused. I've done a lot of things to wrongly accuse Lin Xin. Who knows which one Lin Qingyu is talking about? I can't confess all the wrong things I've done in the past few years just because of this sentence, right? Thinking that the slap he received just now was because of Lin Xin, Lin Hao felt relieved. After calming down his thoughts, Lin Hao asked with a frown, "Second sister, I don't know what you were talking about. When did I wrong brother Lin Xin?" "Lin Hao, you are still pretending to be stupid. What is this? Can you explain it to me?" As she spoke, Lin Xin took out a few photos from her bag and threw them hard in front of Lin Hao. The photos were scattered on the ground, but the images were clearly visible. In one of the photos, Lin Hao was walking out in a hurry with a box in his hand. The square wooden box is very exquisite and has patterns carved on it. Just seeing this picture, Lin Hao frowned. "The fox's tail is exposed now. You are wrongly accused of stealing my things first. You are the real thief." Lin Xingyu was becoming more and more aggressive, and Lin Zhongdao could no longer bear it. "Xiaoyu, could you please stop being so reckless and speak properly?" Lin Xingyu stomped her feet in anger. "Dad, you are still protecting him at this time. Do you know that after the incident, Lin Xin was beaten so badly that he couldn't get out of bed for 3 days? Because of his words, Lin Xin suffered an unjust fate. In the past few years, Lin Xin has been accused of being a thief. All of this is caused by Lin Hao." Lin Xingyu's voice became louder and louder, and then she took out a USB flash drive. "All the evidence is here. I retrieved it from the computer. Lin Hao must give us an explanation today." If the photo just now was just a picture, the video released by Lin Xingyu next restored the whole incident. As soon as the high-definition video was broadcast, Lin Hao knew that it was too late to say anything at this time. "Xiao Hao, what's going on?" "Yeah, Lin Hao, what are you doing with Xiaoyu's bracelet? At the beginning, you said you saw Lin Xin stealing something. How did it become you?" Lin Zhongdao just asked a question. Lin Xuan and Lin Jilan then took up the conversation. Seeing Lin Hao about to cry, Lin Zhongdao felt heartbroken again. "Xiao Hao, tell me quickly, what misunderstandings have occurred during this period?" After saying this, Lin Zhongdao turned around again. "Xiaoyu, is this our home surveillance? Is it fake?" Lin Xingyu's face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice, and her voice became cold. "Dad, do you think I forged a video from a year ago to frame Lin Hao? What are you talking about? I just asked a question casually, and you're questioning me?" Lin Zhongdao felt guilty and quickly rolled his eyes at Lin Xingyu. It's never too late to clear someone's name. The whole study was silent. The computer images were playing nonstop, and other than that, people didn't make any sound. The evidence is before us, and any further explanation is unnecessary. "Tell me, why are you wrongly accusing people?" Lin Xingyu stared at Lin Hao closely, not giving him any chance to think. At this moment, Lin Hao was already regretting his decision. No wonder the 3 sisters were not in the living room. It turned out that they came to Lin Zhongdao with evidence to argue. It was such a coincidence that I ran into it. Before coming to the study, Lin Xuan and Lin Jilan were mentally prepared. Lin Xingyu once said that for the sake of the overall situation, she would not make the fact that Lin Hao was an illegitimate child public recently, but she could not guarantee this for small matters. Creating trouble for Lin Hao from time to time has almost become Lin Xingyu's pleasure. Lin Zhongdao's eyes were full of suspicion, and Lin Hao remained silent. Lin Xingyu's anger suddenly flared up. "I've known for a long time that my father is partial to someone, but I didn't expect he would be partial to this extent. You won't say it, right? Then I'll say it for you. Ever since Lin Xin entered the Lin family, there has always been a knot in your heart. Because Lin Xin is the real son of the Lin family, and you are just an adopted child, you feel unbalanced. You are worried that one day, Lin Xin will take away everything you have now. So you deliberately framed Lin Xin and even misled us to join you in wrongly accusing Lin Xin. Now that Lin Xin has finally left, our goal has been achieved. Because only in this way can you inherit the Lin family's property." Lin Xingyu's output was so crazy that everyone was stunned. Although what Lin Xingyu said was true, the situation was still a bit awkward after it was made public. At this time, Lin Xingyu could no longer care about so many things. Xiao Wenqie was right. All members of the Lin family were to blame for the current situation. We can't just cover up the problem by saying Lin Xin is stubborn. Rather than cutting the meat with a dull knife, it's better to do it quickly. At this moment, Lin Xingyu was actually looking forward to seeing Lin Hao's helpless face. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Hao. Lin Hao's hands had begun to tremble inside his sleeves. Even so, he still pretended to be calm. Second sister, don't be angry. I was wrong about what happened that day. But I really have never thought of letting brother Lin Xian leave the Lin family. This is the truth. I know you like that bracelet, so I wanted to give you an identical one on your birthday. Having said that, Lin Hao sniffed. But I don't know anything about jade, and I was worried about being cheated, so I took your bracelet and left. But halfway through the journey, I accidentally broke the bracelet. Lin Zhongdao sighed and quickly spoke up for Lin Hao. If you had just said it earlier, wouldn't the misunderstanding have been resolved? Xiao Hao also had good intentions and wanted to make you happy. Xiaoyu, please don't be so persistent. Lin Xingyu looked at Lin Zhongdao again. Lin Hao stole his bracelet and wrongly accused Lin Xian of being a thief. Now that the facts are in front of him, he is the one who refuses to give in. I've seen biased people, but I've never seen anyone so biased. Dad, we are not talking about the same thing. No matter what Lin Hao's starting point was, the result of his actions was to wrongly accuse Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not only wronged, but also beaten. Everyone in the Lin family misunderstood him. This is the point of the matter. Lin Zhongdao slammed the table. Okay, are you done yet? It's been so long since the incident happened. Why are you still digging it up? This matter ends here. No one is allowed to mention it again. If there's nothing else to do, get out. Seeing that Lin Zhongdao was really angry, Lin Rusheng pulled Lin Xingyu's arm. Lin Xingyu suddenly broke free. Dad, you're so unfair. You're disappointing me. It's fine if there was no evidence before, but now that the evidence is in front of you, you're still biased towards Lin Hao. Is this the duty of honesty and integrity that you taught us? Have you done it yourself? Faced with Lin Xingyu's aggressive questioning, Lin Zhongdao's face turned purple. This is the first time in my life that I have been left speechless by my daughter. At this moment, the anger in Lin Xingyu's eyes was almost burning. You're so rebellious that you won't even listen to what I say. This unfilial daughter. As he spoke, Lin Zhongdao stretched out his arm and hit Lin Xingyu hard in the face. Snapped. Lin Xingyu stumbled and bumped into the study door. When he raised his head again, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Second sister, you are bleeding. Lin Xilan was terrified and his face turned pale. Lin Xingyu stood up straight and raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. Dad, this slap was worth it. After saying that, Lin Xingyu turned and left. Roll! Get out of here, everyone! Lin Zhongdao waved his hand, and the computers and teacups on the table all fell to the ground. Seeing Lin Zhongdao getting furious, the rest of the people didn't dare to say anything and left the study. Sitting in front of the dressing table, Lin Xingyu had a blank expression on her face. The person in the mirror looked like a sculpture, motionless. Several clear slap marks were firmly imprinted on the swollen half of the face. Lin Xilan was holding an ice pack in his hand, looking anxious. Second sister, don't be so stubborn. Hurry up and apply some medicine. It will be so embarrassing if you go out like this. Lin Xingyu smiled bitterly. Why are you embarrassed? I was doing justice for my brother and got slapped in the face. I feel honored. Forget it. Don't be so stubborn now. You could have avoided this slap. Next to her, Lin Xuan, who had been silent all this time, could no longer hold back her complaints. Lin Xingyu sighed and suddenly turned to look at Lin Xuan and Lin Xilan. It was Xie Wench's words that reminded me that we were in a hurry to get Lin Xian back quickly. But we just wanted him to follow our wishes. But we have never taken the initiative to do anything for Lin Xian. Although I got slapped today, I think it was worth it because this is what a sister should do. Lin Rusheng frowned in thought. Lin Xilan also lowered his head. In the past, no matter what they said, Lin Xian would do it, and they seemed to be accustomed to Lin Xian's words and actions. Ever since Lin Xian left, they have also felt uncomfortable. After hearing what Lin Xingyu said, both of them felt ashamed. They have given too little to their biological brother. Over 10 years of thought and passion were almost all spent on that illegitimate child. We can't keep going like this, Xiu. You have to bear with it for now. If they notice anything, it will disrupt our plans. Lin Xin frowned. Big sister, how long do we have to wait before the truth is revealed? I can't stand this for even one more day. We have to endure it even if we can't. Even if it's for Lin Xuan, we can't act rashly. Lin Xin was shocked. Lin Xuan next to him cast an incredulous look at Lin Rushang. For Lin Xuan, it was the first time they heard Lin Rushang say such words. The three sisters were discussing what to do next in the room. At this moment, Lin Xuan had already packed up and went out excitedly. Zhang Sunsun has been at the entrance of High Community. Seeing Lin Xin coming, Zhang Sunsun waved his arms hard. Brother Xian, I'm here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Xin looked down at his phone and wanted to punch Zhang Sunsun. I just said on the phone that we would meet in half an hour, but it only took me 10 minutes. Why are you so anxious? Isn't this Gu Songsong's appointment with us? We have to get there early. I know you're thinking about this meal. It's strange. Your family runs a restaurant. Why are you so greedy? Brother, don't expose people's shortcomings. Seeing Zhang Sunsun's sad face, Lin Xin laughed out loud. During the 3 years of high school, I already knew Zhang Sunsun's temperament very well. This guy hates being called greedy, but I go out by myself. By the way, where did Gu Songsong say we should meet? I didn't hear it clearly on the phone just now. When mentioning Gu Songsong, Lin Xian's expression became serious. Zhang Sunsun grinned. This is when my importance is revealed. Barbecue, half the Sky Food stall. Let me tell you, I love barbecue the most. On a hot day, it's great to have some barbecue and some drinks. As he spoke, Zhang Sunsun started smacking his lips. Lin Xian's mind flashed the image of Zhang Sunsun eating with his mouth full of oil. The two walked while talking. Why did Gu Songsong think of treating us? It's because I, buddy, arranged a job for his father in advance. Gu Songsong felt bad about it and wanted to invite us to come and have a chat. Having said that, Zhang Sunsun raised his eyebrows. Brother Xian, do you think Gu Songsong didn't pass the exam? I arranged a job for his father before the scores came out. He won't feel bad about it, right? Go to hell. Just wait. Gu Songsong will definitely do better than you. Zhang Sunsun curled his lips. Gu Songsong is not in the same school as them, so no one can be sure about his academic performance. However, Zhang Sunsun still hopes that Gu Songsong can get good grades. After all, he and that guy get along well. It would be great if the three of us could get into the same university. Then we would be the three greatest talents in Kyoto. Go away. Stop disgusting me here. The more Lin Xian said this, the happier Zhang Sunsun was. After a few steps, Zhang Sunsun burst into laughter. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Bambianchen food stall. The sun hasn't set yet, but the food stalls are already bustling. There are seats inside the house, but people prefer to sit outside. A few good friends gathered around a table, drinking beer and chatting. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, but he still had the spicy crayfish in his mouth. This is called life. Gu Songsong had already booked a seat, and when he saw Lin Xian and Zhang Sunsun coming over, he asked the waiter to serve the food. Lamb skewers, crayfish, edamame, and peanut dumpling soup. In addition, Gu Songsong also selected a few vegetarian dishes. See if you need anything else, and let the waiter prepare it. Zhang Sunsun looked at the menu, swallowed his saliva, and then spoke. Since you have everything ready, we won't replenish it. Just eat these first. Yeah, there are only 3 of us and we can't finish all of this. Okay then, we'll order whatever's needed later. The 3 of them sat down around a small square wooden table, and the atmosphere immediately became relaxed. Before the waiter served the dishes, Zhang Sunsun widened his eyes and asked in a low voice, Brother, let me say something that I shouldn't say. We can check our scores soon. Are you nervous? Gu Songsong and Lin Xian looked at each other. Before the 2 of them started talking, Zhang Sunsun began to sigh again. To be honest, I haven't been able to rest well these past 2 days. I've been dreaming about how many points I got in the exam. I am worried, scared, and looking forward to it. This feeling is like being lovesick. At the beginning, when Lin Xian and Gu Songsong heard Zhang Sunsun talking, they didn't feel anything. But the last word, lovesickness, made both of them stare blankly. "Fatty, have you ever had this kind of disease? It's not simple." Zhang Sun's son shrank his neck and hurriedly looked at Lin Xian to correct him. "Brother Xian, isn't this a good description? I'm scratching my head and ears, feeling restless." "You've already passed the exam, so why are you afraid? It's unnecessary to worry now." Lin Xian's words gave Zhang Sun's son a reassurance. "Makes sense. Whether you do well in the exam or not is now a foregone conclusion. And even if you stay up all day and night, it won't change anything." At this time, the waiter began to serve the dishes, and soon the square table was filled with barbecue. Gu Songsong poured 3 drinks and then solemnly raised the one in front of him. "Lin Xian, Zhang Sunsen, thank you. My dad went to work today. Thanks to you." Zhang Sun's son frowned. "I've already said it before, we brothers don't talk about that. It's just a piece of cake." Gu Songsong spoke solemnly again. "It was your effort that saved our family from the dire situation, and I want to thank you even more. Today I will serve drinks instead of wine. Toast to you too." Lin Xian and Zhang Xin looked at each other and raised the drinks in front of them. "Okay, that's it for today. When we can drink someday, let's get drunk." Zhang Sun's son proposed a toast. Soon the drinks in the 3 people's hands touched each other, and this moment was coincidentally captured by Jiao Yozi. With the sweet taste of the last time, Jiao Yozi seemed to have found the way to make a fortune. Now, any news about Lin Xian can make money. Adhering to the principle of rather killing 1,000 people by mistake than missing one, Jiao Yozi has been keeping watch in Hyde community. "I finally saw Lin Xian come out. I can't miss this good opportunity." 2 minutes later, Jiao Yozi sent the high-definition pictures he took to Lin Hao. Staring at the familiar face in the photo, Lin Hao's fingertips turned white. "Lin Xian, is your life so comfortable now? It seems that I was wrong after all. I thought you would be stuck after leaving the Lin family, but unexpectedly, you've become so successful." Lin Xian is living a carefree life, and now Lin Qingyu and the others are speaking up for him. "No matter how you look at it, I seem to be the one who is abandoned. Half the sky barbecue, food stall. Okay, I also want to see how delicious your barbecue is." "Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made my second sister angry. Although I have my reasons, I shouldn't have said that the bracelet was taken by brother Lin Xian. I disappointed my father. Dad, I want to talk to you. Can we go for a walk?" In the study room, Lin Hao looked sad. After he finished speaking, tears streamed down Lin Hao's face. Lin Zhongdao waved his hand. "Dad knows you didn't mean it. It's all over, so don't mention it again. Let's go. Dad has been feeling upset lately. Let's go out for a walk. Do you have any good places to recommend?" Lin Hao stepped forward and held Lin Zhongdao's arm. "I heard from my classmates that there are food stalls and it's quite lively, but I haven't been there either. Then let's go over and take a look. To be honest, I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time." Different from the way he treated Lin Xian, Lin Zhongdao always maintained the image of a kind father in front of Lin Hao. Teach carefully and show great love. Even in Lin Hao's impression, Lin Zhongdao loved him more than the 3 daughters of the Lin family. At the moment, Lin Zhongdao is even more so. On the way to the food stall, Lin Zhongdao did not scold Lin Hao, and the conversation between the two was very casual. No one mentioned the scene in the study, as if it had never happened. Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao arrived at the food stall, and Lin Xian and others happened to be there too. Seeing the decorations in front of him, Lin Zhongdao smiled. This square wooden table with short legs is really rare nowadays. This food stall is decorated in a very stylish way. Putting aside other things, the small wooden table in front of him alone made Lin Zhongdao feel more favorable towards it. After sitting down in a less crowded seat, Lin Zhongdao began to order food. "What to eat? My dad and I have the same taste. I like everything he orders." Lin Hao looked well-behaved. After finishing his words, Lin Hao stood up again. "Dad, wait here for a while. I'll go to the house to get some beer." "Go!" While speaking, Lin Zhongdao never took his eyes off the menu. As a result, he naturally didn't see Lin Xian's table not far away. A trace of gloom flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. He said a few words to the waiter and then walked towards Lin Xian. Zhang Sun had just put down his drink when he suddenly looked up again. He had seen Lin Hao before. Moreover, Zhang Sun didn't have a good impression of this fake young master. There is no need to know everything. Just what he learned from Lin Xian is enough to make Zhang Sun sneer at Lin Hao. Lin Xian, you came here to drink? Do your adoptive parents know about this? Lin Hao spoke in a sarcastic tone. Before Lin Xian could speak, Zhang Sun had already retorted. That's why they say there are so many idiots in this world. Doesn't anyone think that if they wear glasses, they are no longer dog eyes? No, it's a bit unfair to the dog to describe it like that. Open your toad eyes and take a look. You can't even recognize Coke these days. You're really an idiot. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at the drink next to Zhang Sun. Sure enough, it's not beer. However, whether there was alcohol or not was no longer important. Lin Hao was already burning with anger after being insulted like this. How dare you scold me? Having just cried, Lin Hao wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses when he went out. After hearing what Zhang Xin said, it seems that I am not only an idiot, but also worse than a dog. Zhang Sun raised his head and looked at Lin Hao seriously. Hey, are you coming here to get scolded? Did I mention your first name or your last name just now? Why is this person so mean? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Song suddenly interrupted. Fatty, that's not a good way to put it. It should be little g. Zhang Sun was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yeah, bro is superficial. Although Zhang Sun had a smile on his face, his eyes were full of disdain. Gu Song next to him did the same. He even turned his head and looked at Lin Hao with his eyes slanted. Contempt was overflowing from his eyes. Are you looking for death? Zhang Sun coughed heavily, and then said word by word, Your tricks don't work on me. Swallow it back. Yes, don't make yourself uncomfortable. Although he was agreeing, Gu Song had already put away his smile, and his whole demeanor had changed. Lin Hao, if you know better, don't disturb us while we're eating. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but there was a hint of sharpness in his tone. Lin Hao's heart was boiling with anger, and he immediately took another step forward. Don't think that buying a house is great. That little money isn't even enough for my monthly pocket money. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized. No wonder Lin Hao came to cause trouble. It turned out he knew that I bought a house. Are you feeling unbalanced or jealous? As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Zhang Sun started smacking his lips. You are a grown man. Why do you always act like Ernezi? Do you have a developmental problem? Although Lin Hao in front of him was furious, he pursed his lips tightly. His face was pale and his chest heaved. Under the illumination of the surrounding street lights, where is the masculinity at all? She looks just like a wronged young wife. After Zhang Sun said this, Lin Hao instantly became like a rooster with its feathers standing on end. Who are you saying has developmental problems? Zhang Sun raised his head and then stood up. I'm talking about you. What's the matter? If it's not you, why are you feeling guilty? Fatty, you've touched his sore spot. Look, he's about to cry. How can a person who has brought shame upon himself have the nerve to cry? The two of them were talking back and forth, and Lin Hao couldn't get a word in to refute. In a hurry, Lin Hao suddenly looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what kind of shady friends are you making? They are simply hooligans and gangsters. Before he could finish his words, Lin Xian swung his arm and slapped Lin Hao in the face. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and Lin Hao sat down on the ground. I'll give you a bad mouth. After clapping his hands, Lin Xian's aura turned cold. Who I make friends with is none of your business. If you keep pushing me, I'll knock out your front teeth. Lin Xian was already full of anger just now, and now hearing Lin Hao forcing him again, he just went straight for it. Sure, Brother Xian, that's a great punch. Zhang Sun clapped and cheered on the side. Gu Song also gave a thumbs up. Before he could finish his words, Lin Zhongdao came roaring. Lin Xian, stop. You rebellious son. Are you going to beat Xiaohao to death? Lin Hao struggled to get up and stumbled behind Lin Zhongdao. Dad, why don't we stop eating here and go? Lin Hao burst into tears, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Zhang Sun looked straight ahead. Oh my God, this drama queen is acting now? Go back and act out that arrogant expression you had just now. Lin Hao pulled Lin Zhongdao's arm pitifully, and Lin Zhongdao roared angrily. Today, I won't leave. I want to see how bad this kid can be. Just a few days after leaving the Lin family, you've already turned into such a thug. Won't you be lawless in the future? Seeing that Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao were breathing from the same nose, Zhang Sunsen put his hands on his hips. You are right. If a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. If Lin Xin's character is so bad, then shouldn't his father be struck by lightning? You, Lin Xin, leave here immediately and cut off all ties with this group of people. Lin Zhongdao was shaking with anger, and his speech became incoherent. Lin Xin raised his eyes and then sneered. Mr. Lin, you must have forgotten, right? I have already severed ties with your family, so you don't have to tell me what to do. It's my freedom to be with whoever I want. If you want to lecture me, you're not worthy. Zhang Sun's son clapped his hands and cheered. You're right, Brother Xian. You should have left the Lin family a long time ago. Staying with these fools all day is shortening your life. Lin Zhongdao wanted to argue with Zhang Sun's son, but he kept his mouth shut. After all this commotion, the people watching the fun had already formed a circle. It was already embarrassing enough. If Lin Xian said anything else, the Lin family's reputation would be completely destroyed. Lin Xian, you are awesome. Finally, Lin Zhongdao squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Lin Xian raised his head and looked straight at Lin Zhongdao. I have experienced too many such scenes in the Lin family. I didn't expect that after leaving the Lin family, I could relive the past situations. What an irony. The path in the forest has indeed not changed at all. Whenever it comes to Lin Hao, no matter whether he is right or wrong, he always stands on Lin Hao's side without hesitation. If there weren't so many people present, Lin Xin believed that Lin Zhongdao would definitely return the punch that Lin Hao received. Like now, being able to hold back his anger and speak is probably Lin Zhongdao's limit. Dad, I'm scared. Lin Hao only said a few short words, but it added fuel to Lin Zhongdao's anger. I'm here. What are you afraid of? Let's eat here today. Lin Zhongdao's words seemed to be comforting Lin Hao, but also to be demonstrating to Lin Xian. Zhang Sunsen and Gu Songsong looked at each other. Brother Xian, how is your meal? Why don't we go? Someone is coming, and it will affect the environment. Zhang Sun's son waved his hand in front of his nose, but his eyes were always on Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao. Song Song, are you full? Full. Okay, let's go. Lin Xian turned around, and Gu Songsong and Zhang Sunsen followed immediately. Lin Zhongdao was so confused that his head was dizzy. By the time I came to my senses, Lin Xian and the others had already gone far away. The people around him kept pointing and talking, and their strange looks were like sharp swords piercing Lin Zhongdao. You too, your barbecue is ready. Is there anything else you need? The new waiter handed over the menu and spoke carefully. What do you need? The environment here is so messy. Who can eat here? Bill, please. In an instant, Lin Zhongdao vented all his anger on the waiter. The waiter was so scared that he stuck out his tongue and didn't dare to raise his head. A few minutes later, Lin Zhongdao took Lin Hao away angrily. At this moment, Lin Xin and others had already sat down on the stone pier beside the street. Zhang Sun's son took out a bag of melon seeds. Catch some to calm your nerves? Lin Xin was speechless. This fat guy seems to be able to conjure up snacks anytime and anywhere. No wonder he has never been successful in losing weight. But when it comes to calming down, that's not the case. I've seen more tragic scenes than just now, so this little scare is nothing. Grabbing a handful of melon seeds, Lin Xin began to crack them slowly. At the same time, he did not forget to put the spitted-out melon seed shells into a pile. Brother Xin, you were really fierce just now. If I punch him, that guy will turn into a panda in no time. But it's really fun to watch. Give the old man a punch to cheer him up. Zhang Sun's son stretched out his thumb and kept shaking it in front of Lin Xian. Go away. Even eating melon seeds can't stop your mouth. Zhang Sun's son chuckled twice and continued with the previous topic. They deserve this retribution in this life. I've already thought about it. If the old man starts fighting, I'll take sides. I'll hold his waist so he can't move, and then it will be easy. Gu Song also nodded. If he dares to attack you, I will fight back. Lin Xin didn't respond, but he was deeply moved. But the fat guy knew about his relationship with the Lin family. So why did Gu Song get involved? Why? Are you so excited? Gu Song thought about it and said directly what he felt. The young one and the old one are both unreasonable, and you can tell that at a glance. Most importantly, I don't think you have any feelings for them, and they are not good to you. Besides, you said you've severed ties. Why should I give them face? Gu Song speaks the truth, and it is not an exaggeration at all. If this father was really good to his son, how could Lin Xin possibly cut off relations with him? Lin Xin tried his best to help this friend whom he had only met once. If someone said that the responsibility lies with Lin Xin, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. You're right. I'll give you a handful of melon seeds. If it were me, I would just give up my life and kill him with a packet of rat poison. Lin Xin looked up at Zhang Sen's son. I don't know what will happen if your father hears this. Should we have fried pork with corn for dinner? Zhang Sen's son touched his head and immediately admitted his mistake. Brother Xin, we live and die together. Some things are confidential and cannot be spread out. After coughing twice, Lin Xin said seriously, I didn't enjoy the meal today. How about we have another meal another day? Gu Song raised his eyebrows. I think it's okay. It's a piece of cake. I'll treat you. Fatty, you're smart. The three of them sat on the stone block and chatted for 2 hours before separating. During this period, Lin Xin understood Gu Song's condition better. Gu Song also knew about Lin Xin and the Lin family. Zhang Sen and Gu Song had surprisingly consistent attitudes, which was to stand on Lin Xian's side without reservation. After the meal, in Zhang Sen's words, it was just like the three heroes of Peach Garden. On the way home, Lin Zhongdao had mixed feelings. Disappointment, sadness, annoyance, but more of it is anger. This rebellious son is becoming more and more lawless. If this continues, the entire Lin family will be destroyed by him. If it weren't for him, how could the company's business progress come to a standstill? It's all because of him that messed it up. Lin Zhongdao became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and his voice started out loud and ended up turning into a roar. Boom! A punch on the steering wheel. Then the car honked shrilly. Lin Hao's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but hold the seat belt tightly. Fortunately, Lin Zhongdao did not speed up, otherwise his heart would have jumped out. I'm sorry, Dad. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have suggested going for a barbecue. Lin Hao apologized with tears in his eyes. Lin Zhongdao became even more angry. Lin Xin is wrong. What have you done wrong? He is lawless. Do we still have to avoid him? This matter absolutely cannot be allowed to go on like this. If we don't punish them for 3 days, they will fall apart. Along the way, Lin Zhongdao never stopped talking. Lin Hao felt his left eye swelling, and his head was a little dizzy. Sure enough, when he returned home, Lin Hao's left eye was already black and blue, and was so swollen that only a slit was left. How could this be, Xiao Hao? Why didn't you tell me you were feeling unwell on the road just now? I don't want to worry, Dad. It's already this late, and you're still talking about this. Aunt Zhou, called Dr. Li right away. Lin Zhongdao was in a panic. He asked Zhou Ma to find a family doctor while helping Lin Hao sit on the sofa. Knowing that there was movement outside, Qin Yulan slowly walked out of the room. Qin Yulan was shocked when she saw the situation. What happened? How did it become like this? Lin Zhongdao turned around and roared loudly. What's wrong? It's all because of that rebellious son Lin Xin. He beat Xiao Hao. It's fine if Xiao Hao is fine. But if anything happens, I'll break Lin Xian's legs. You still want this rebellious son to return to the Lin family? No way. I will issue a statement tomorrow that I, Lin Zhongdao, will sever my relationship with Lin Xin. Everyone was silent. The only sound that could be heard throughout the living room was Lin Zhongdao's roar. In the past, seeing Lin Hao injured like this, Qin Yulan would definitely be unable to sit still and would be as flustered as Lin Zhongdao. But this time, Qin Yulan was surprisingly calm. Ever since she learned about Lin Hao's illegitimate child, Qin Yulan has drawn the boundaries very clearly. The Lin Hao in front of him is the adopted son of the Lin family and the illegitimate son of Lin Zhongdao. It has nothing to do with me. In the past, I held Lin Hao in the palm of my hand, but I was blind and my heart was blinded by greed. After knowing the truth, if he still treated Lin Hao as his own son, he would be a complete fool. What are you still standing there for? Come over here and help. Qin Yulan finally came to her senses when she heard Lin Zhongdao's urging voice. Why did Lin Xin and Lin Hao start fighting for no reason? Qin Yulan looked at Lin Hao's red and swollen eyes and asked casually. Lin Xin has a bad character, not to mention beating Xiao Hao. He almost beat me. If I had known he would become like this today, I would have strangled him to death. When saying this, Lin Zhongdao didn't notice anything, but Qin Yulan's heart tightened. Lin Zhongdao, you beast! You sent my son away and made him suffer for so many years. Isn't that enough? Now he's still thinking about killing him. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You really don't deserve to be a father. It takes two to tango. Everything has its reasons. I don't believe that Lin Hao would be beaten for no reason. As a father, you should speak more properly. They are both your sons. You should treat them equally. Qin Yulan spoke in a sharp voice, and her words sounded righteous and confident. Lin Zhongdao was completely confused. My hands were suspended in midair, not knowing where to put them. Qin Yulan, are you confused? How can you say such things? Qin Yulan sneered. I think you are confused. Tell me, what is the whole story? Lin Zhongdao was speechless. I have no idea what is going on. Seeing Lin Hao being beaten, he was already panicked and had no time to ask what was going on. Dad, I think Mom is right. We need to be reasonable. Lin Xin is not a child anymore. It's impossible for him to hit Lin Hao for no reason. Maybe you have wrong Lin Xin. Lin Xingyu stood at the door at some point, with the same serious expression as Qin Yulan. Lin Zhongdao stood up straight suddenly. The anger that had just subsided was ignited again. You all support that rebellious son. Don't you take me seriously? Get out! Get out of here! After shouting the last sentence, Lin Zhongdao smashed the teacup to pieces. Qin Yulan and Lin Xingyu looked at each other and actually went upstairs. Rebellion. Everything is reversed. I can't stay in this house anymore. Lin Hao was so surprised that he couldn't utter a word, and his head was aching. Then, Lin Zhongdao's shouting filled the entire living room. That night, Qin Yulan took Lin Xingyu to stay in the hotel. Lin Jilan was performing in another city, and Lin Rusheng did not go home because of company matters. Lin Zhongdao had been sulking, and after a few drinks, he was already drunk and unconscious. Lin Hao lay alone on the bed, staring at the ceiling, without moving for a long time. I thought that after I got injured, my whole family would be in chaos like before. But who knew that in the end, I would become a lonely person. His left eye was now so swollen that he could not open it. Although his family doctor had treated it, it did not help at all for Lin Hao. The physical pain is small, but the chill in the heart is big. Since when did this family start to side with Lin Xin? Damn Lin Xin. If he wasn't there, I would still be the treasure in the hands of the whole family. Everything has changed since he came back. Hotel VIP room. Qin Yulan had a blank expression on her face, but her heart was already in turmoil. Seeing her two daughters looking at her worriedly, Qin Yulan felt relieved. Tell me, what are you two thinking? After these words were spoken, Lin Rusheng and Lin Xingyu looked at each other in surprise. Lin Rusheng frowned slightly. Mom, are you going to make this clear? After listening to Lin Xingyu's account of what had just happened, Lin Rusheng already had a bad feeling in her heart. Ever since they knew Lin Hao's identity, even though they felt uncomfortable, they still cared about their face. Now, the good mother is openly against the father and has moved out. Does that mean? Lin Rusheng didn't dare to think further. There is no movement from the company at the moment, but it does not mean that Lin Zhongdao has given up. After all, the fast-acting cold medicine shocked the pharmaceutical industry. For the sake of fame and profit, Lin Zhongdao will not give up. There is no movement at the moment because there is no suitable opportunity. Lin Rusheng believes that once the time is right, Lin Zhongdao will definitely make a big splash. If my mother makes any decision at this time, the business direction of the entire Lin group will be changed. But the way things are developing now, even if my mother doesn't say it, this matter can't be kept secret for much longer. Qin Yulan opened her mouth and said with difficulty, I don't know how long I can endure it, unless Lin Hao disappears in front of me. Mom, what do you mean? You want to kill Lin Hao? But it's against the law. Lin Xingyu panicked and took a step forward to Qin Yulan. Qin Yulan was so angry that she wanted to roll her eyes at Lin Xingyu. What are you thinking about? I'm not that confused. If this matter has nothing to do with Lin Hao, then he has another way out. Let him go, and don't hang around in front of me. If I don't see him, I won't be bothered. Lin Xingyu gradually came to her senses. According to what my mother said just now, most likely she would give Lin Hao some money and ask him to get out. But what if Lin Hao knew? Lin Xingyu asked cautiously. Then I'll turn this matter upside down and let your grandfather decide. Qin Yulan spoke in a powerful voice and seemed to have made up her mind. Lin Xingyu opened her mouth in shock. Lin Rusheng put her hands to her mouth. Want grandfather to come forward? Then this matter will become a big deal. Mom, when are you going to show your hand? Lin Rusheng asked the same question again. This is a serious matter, so you need to be mentally prepared. Let's wait a few more days until Lin Xian's scores come out. I also want to discuss it with Lin Xian to see what he thinks. At this moment, although Lin Xian is not around, Qin Yulan has already regarded Lin Xian as her backbone. From now on, the only one I can rely on is this biological son. Qin Yulan was still lost in thought when Lin Xingyu suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, Mom! It looks like I can check my college entrance exam scores tonight. Qin Yulan turned back suddenly. Isn't this a good thing? Why are you shouting? I left Lin Xian's exam number in the bedroom. How can you be so careless, kid? How can you check your results if you don't know your test number? I didn't expect you to move out, Mom. Why don't we go back? Lin Xingyu looked at Qin Yulan pitifully with a crying voice. Qin Yulan was already in a bad mood, and she scolded Lin Xingyu because of Lin Xian's exam number. In the end, Qin Yulan and her two daughters stared at each other. Lin Xingyu didn't dare to speak. Lin Rusheng frowned and thought. In order not to bow to Lin Zhongdao, Qin Yulan did not plan to go back, but she was worried about Lin Xian's score. But it's already past 11 o'clock, and it's really inappropriate to call Lin Xian at this time. Finally, Lin Rusheng spoke to comfort her. Mom, why don't you take a rest first? We can call Lin Xian tomorrow morning and find out the score, right? Qin Yulan was reluctant. We have to wait several hours until tomorrow morning. I want to know how he did in the exam first, right? Just put your mind at ease. Lin Xian did so well in the joint entrance exam, so his results this time will definitely not be bad either. Just wait for good news. Lin Rusheng looked very confident, and Qin Yulan nodded in agreement. After finishing the last game, Lin Xian threw his phone aside. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Son, are you asleep? Can you turn on the computer now? Lin Pingan asked as soon as he opened the door. Lin Xian was startled and looked up at the clock on the wall. It's already past 11 o'clock. Why are you turning on the computer now? Dad, what's wrong with you? You are such a carefree kid. Aren't the results going to be released tonight? Don't you care how many points you get? Lin Pingan didn't know what to say about Lin Xian's calmness. So that's it. The system must be busy right after the scores are released. Let's check it out tomorrow morning. How can that be possible? I couldn't sleep since last night. I won't even look at the scores when they come out. I definitely won't be able to close my eyes. Listening to the conversation between the father and son, Zhou Yuzhen, who was guarding the door, could no longer remain calm. Zhou Yuzhen hurried to Lin Xian's room, feeling extremely anxious. Stop talking. Turn on the computer quickly. We need to know the score as soon as possible. That's right. Look at how calm you are. It's like the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. If it were in the past, hearing Lin Pingan say this, Lin Xian would definitely tease back, but now Lin Xian could only nod. As soon as the computer was turned on, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan leaned over. Mom and Dad, there is still more than 10 minutes left. Besides, it's just after midnight, so the system must be congested. According to Lin Xian's idea, he would wait until the next morning to see. Anyway, the exam is over, the results are there and won't change. But seeing how anxious Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan were, he had to give up on this idea. Don't worry, we'll just wait here. Yes, let's try to be the first to find out the results. Lin Xian smiled speechlessly. Time passed little by little, and finally it was midnight. Hurry up, Lao Lin. Enter the car number quickly. Zhou Yuzhen's voice was excited. Lin Pingan's fingers were trembling. One of them read out the test number, the other entered it, and finally hit the enter key. At this moment, Lin Pingan and his wife held their breath at the same time, staring at the screen. Fortunately, the system did not jam, and the screen jumped. Next, Lin Xian could only hear the sound of two people swallowing their saliva. Old Lin, what's going on? Yeah, how come there are no points? What happened? Lin Pingan's voice trembled violently, and he instinctively grabbed Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian leaned over to look at the computer. On the table on the screen, all the subject scores and rankings are blank. Oh my God, son, you are awesome. It says here that the ranking has entered the top 50 in the province. Please wait 2 days to check the details. Zhou Yuzhen pointed at a small piece of writing and shouted. Before Lin Xian could react, Lin Pingan hugged Lin Xian. Son, you are really promising. Dad is happy for you. The top 50 in the province must be higher than the top 50. Let's call and ask after 8 o'clock. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan were more excited than each other. Especially Lin Pingan, who strangled Lin Xian to the point where he could hardly breathe. Dad, are you relieved now? Can you sleep well? Lin Xian already had a rough idea of his college entrance examination results, so he was not as excited as Lin Pingan and Zhou Yuzhen. Lin Pingan's head shook like a rattle. I can't sleep. I want to call all my aunts and uncles right now. I have to let them know how successful my son is. Don't. Lin Xian finally pulled his hands free and made a gesture for mercy. Lin Pingan laughed loudly and patted Lin Xian's shoulder hard. Zhou Yuzhen, as usual, began to wipe away tears with excitement. After nearly half an hour, the couple finally calmed down. They told Lin Xian to have a good rest and then returned to their room. Lin Xian turned off the computer and found a comfortable position to sleep. Lin Pingan and Zhou Yuzhen were so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. Early the next morning, the couple didn't cook and just waited until the education department went to work. In the end, he actually asked about Lin Xian's ranking. 740 points. First in the province. Zhou Yuzhen was so excited that she couldn't speak for a long time. The moment she hugged Lin Xian, tears couldn't stop falling. Son, you are great. You did so well in the exam. Will the Lin family take you away again? Lin Pingan was originally very happy, but when he heard Zhou Yuzhen ask this, he was also shocked. What are you talking about? Even if our son leaves, he is still our son. There was obvious reluctance in Lin Pingan's words. Lin Xian reached out to wipe away Zhou Yuzhen's tears. Mom and Dad, have you forgotten what I said? I only have one dad and one mom, and they are you. This is my home. Where else can I go? Hurry up and wipe your tears. You will be very busy these 2 days. We still have to meet those teachers who come to visit. Zhou Yuzhen sniffed. There is such a thing? What should we say? Yes. Have you decided which one to choose? Lin Xian nodded, his voice full of seriousness. Nanjing University. My choice is Nanjing University. Lin Pingan slapped his thigh happily. Okay, listen to my son. Wife, listen carefully. In the next few days, if there are teachers coming, if they are from Nanjing University, we will meet them. If they are not from Nanjing University, they will all go back. My son is the backbone of our family. We will do whatever he says. Zhou Yuzhen kept nodding, her face full of pride. At the same time, banners have been hung in front of the entrance of Kyoto Second Middle School. Warm congratulations to our school's student Lin Xian for winning the first place in the province this year. Warm congratulations to our school's student Sui Weishao for winning the first place in the province in science this year. The two banners fluttered in the wind, warm and eye-catching. The entire number 2 middle school was in an uproar. The principal personally contacted reporters and arranged home visits, and some liberal arts teachers were also busy writing various reports. After Lin Xin learned the news, he turned off his phone immediately. Zhang Sunsen dialed dozens of numbers, but the phones were all turned off. Lin Xin, what's going on? After getting the top score in the exam, he turned off his phone? Zhang Sunsen was still confused when a text message suddenly came. When he saw that it was Lin Xian's, a smile immediately appeared on Zhang Sunsen's face. I told you, it's impossible for him to disappear for no reason. The content of the text message was very simple, just a few words. See you at the entrance of Hyde Community in half an hour. Zhang Sunsen hurriedly pressed the replay button and found that Lin Xian's phone was turned off again. Just now he thought he had guessed Lin Xin correctly, but in the blink of an eye, Zhang Sunsen seemed to hear the sound of being slapped in the face. Grabbing the backpack, Zhang Sunsen ran out quickly. Son, why are you going? We haven't finalized the celebration yet. Dad, let's talk later. I'm going to visit my benefactor. What benefactor? Let me finish what I'm saying. It's Lin Xian. I'm going to find Lin Xian. By the time Zhang Shouxin wanted to ask something, Zhang Sunsen had disappeared. Next to him, Zhou Chuyun handed an apple to Zhang Shouxin, her face full of satisfaction. My son has grown up, and he has to make his own plans. Besides, he's going to find Lin Xian, not someone else. Why are you in such a hurry? I don't know when it started, but Zhang Shouxin and his wife noticed that their son always mentioned Lin Xian. The couple knew that without the study method given by Lin Xian, their son would not have achieved such good results. So in their eyes, Lin Xian is a role model. It would definitely be the right thing to do to go find Lin Xian. What about the celebration banquet? Zhang Shouxin scratched his head and turned to ask his wife. Let's wait until he comes back. Anyway, my son can't run away. This sentence made Zhang Shouxin laugh. Come to think of it, it makes sense. 20 minutes later, Zhang Sunsen arrived at the gate of Hyde Community. Seeing that Lin Xian had already been standing there waiting for him, Zhang Sunsen was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Brother Xian, what's the matter with you? You're a famous person now. Why are you disappearing? Lin Xian looked nonchalant and said as he walked, Isn't this for the sake of peace and quiet? Let's go find Gu Song Song. Gu Song Song? What happened to him? Zhang Sunsen couldn't understand what could be more important than becoming the top scorer in the imperial examination. Hearing Lin Xian mention Gu Song Song, Zhang Sunsen's heart tightened again. Can't you go to his house if everything is fine? Contact him. Before Lin Xian finished speaking, Zhang Sunsen's phone rang again. Quickly grabbing Lin Xian's arm, Zhang Sunsen turned on the speakerphone when answering the call. Lin Xian was just wondering when Gu Song Song's voice came from the other end of the phone. Sesson, why is Lin Xian's phone turned off? Can you contact him? We are together now. Tell me what you want to say. The test results are out. I want to tell you 680 points. Oh my God, man. You're really good. You scored 30 points higher than expected. Let's go find you now. Zhang Sunsen's voice was full of excitement, as if the score of 680 was obtained by himself. There was some hesitation on the other end of the phone. After a while, Gu Song Song finally gave an address. Zhang Sunsen walked briskly, almost jogging. I've said it before, we should be sworn brothers in Peach Garden. Brother Xian, do you think this is telepathy? Today is a good day. I'll treat you. Brother Xian, what do you want to eat? Facing the chattering Zhang Sunsen, Lin Xian said, Get lost. The address Gu Song Song mentioned is not easy to find. After entering Cheyang Street, Lin Xian and Zhang Sunsen began to feel overwhelmed. This area is full of old residential areas, with some bungalows mixed in. Some of the house numbers on the walls have fallen off. After searching for about 10 minutes, the two finally found number 32 Lei Lane. Lin Xian knocked on the door, and soon a middle-aged woman came out. The woman looked to be in her 40s and was dressed simply. Who are you looking for? Zhang Sunsen grinned. We're classmates with Gu Song Song. Isn't the exam over now? I want to see what school he applied to. So that's how it is. Wait a moment. The woman turned around and shouted to the courtyard. Song Song, your classmate is looking for you. Heard it? come sit inside for a while. The woman looked at Lin Xian and Zhang Sun again, then took a step back. Okay, Annie, then we won't be polite. Zhang Sun and Lin Xian followed the woman into the yard. Gu Song's yard is not big, with only 4 bungalows. 2 large locust trees as thick as bowls provide a lot of shade in the yard. Under the big tree, 2 girls were reading books around a table with their homework books next to them. The school uniforms of both of them were clean. These should be the 2 twin sisters that Gu Song mentioned. When they saw the guests coming in, the 2 sisters just raised their heads and then went back to the things at hand. The so-called living room was simple, with a few outdated pieces of furniture and a folding steel bed next to the wooden table. Just as Gu Song said, the Gu family has not been doing well in the past few years since his father lost his job. Why did you come so soon? Gu Song's voice was heard, and Lin Xian and Zhang Sun turned around at the same time. The exam is over. We need to summarize our exam experience, so we need to exchange ideas. Gu Song was stunned. Looking at Lin Xian next to him, he was obviously trying hard not to laugh. 680 points. Have you decided which school to go to? When the middle-aged woman who had just poured the water heard Lin Xian talking about his son's scores, she also laughed. The results are finally out, and his father and I are thinking of letting him go to Nanjing University, but he seems unwilling to do so. Mom, please stop interrupting. Okay, you guys chat. I'll go out to see Yushi and Yuchen. You guys can eat at home later. The woman said, and was about to leave. Lin Xian stood up quickly. No need, Annie. We want to go out for a walk with Song. Yes, Mom. I won't be back at noon today. Don't wait for me to eat. After saying this, Gu Song turned around immediately. Worried that Zhang Sun was walking too slowly, Gu Song grabbed Zhang Sun's arm and almost jogged all the way. You kid, why are you running away just like that? As soon as they turned the corner, they heard a complaining voice next to their ears. Brother Song, please let go. I can't breathe. Why are you running? Gu Song stopped and said, if you don't leave now, my mother will discuss filling out the application form with you, and we will probably talk about it until the evening. All parents in the world are the same. Lin Xian slowed down his pace. Gu Song, why don't you want to go to Nanjing University? The tuition is too expensive. I want to go to a school with lower tuition. After hearing this, Zhang Sun's eyebrows almost flew up. Oh my God, Brother Song. You are kidding me. You are not going to attend Nanjing University just for tuition? Are you crazy? If I had this score, my dad would be so happy that he would put me in the newspaper. Zhang Sun didn't say the rest. With my score of over 680, my dad wanted to make a big fuss. If I had scored, the Zhang family would have been in an uproar. Ignoring Zhang Sun's surprise, Lin Xian looked at Gu Song seriously. If it's because of tuition fees, it's totally unnecessary. I'm also hesitating. Actually, I can go to school and work at the same time, right? Gu Song seemed to be asking for Lin Xian's opinion, but also seemed to be trying to convince himself. Soon, Zhang Sun's son gave a positive answer. Of course, if things don't work out, we are still here. It would be great if all 3 of us could go to Nanyang University. The corners of Gu Song's mouth finally rose, as if he had made some kind of decision. By the way, do you have any plans for this holiday? I lost weight. I'm taking the driver's license test. Lin Xian and Zhang Sun's son spoke at the same time. Okay, then I'll work and save up for tuition at Nanjing University. Zhang Sun's son took out his cell phone to check the time. But as soon as he glanced at the phone screen, his little eyes suddenly brightened. Brother Xian, the school beauty is looking for you. As he spoke, Zhang Sun's son placed the phone in front of Lin Xian. Did you see that? I'm looking for you by name. Brother Xian, you are awesome. Are you planning to have a girlfriend? I've said it before. You two are a perfect match. Lin Xian felt embarrassed and turned away before Zhang Sun's son finished speaking. Oh, Brother Xian, I was wrong. Let's get down to business. Only after Zhang Sun's son handed the phone to Lin Xian again did Lin Xian start to read the content of the message. Zhang Sun, I'm sorry to bother you, but can you contact Lin Xian? The school said he's going to give a speech, and I want to ask about his speech manuscript. In the message, Su Yuexiao made the purpose very clear. After reading it, Lin Xin frowned slightly. I was only thinking about filling out the application form. How come I forgot about giving a speech to all the teachers and students in the school? No matter which school produces a top student, the top student himself will go to the school to give a speech. This is almost a national custom, and no one will refuse. Kyoto's second high school is no exception. He himself was the top scorer in the province's college entrance examination, and Su Yuexiao was the top scorer in the province's science subject, so this speech was a foregone conclusion. Lin Xian returned the phone to Zhang Sun's son, remembered to open his own phone, and edited a message for Su Yuexiao. Zhang Sun's son pouted hard and nudged the ancient pine tree next to him with his elbow. See? We've made the connection now. Let me tell you, our Suqiao University campus belle is so beautiful. It's not an exaggeration. Of course, in my eyes, she is not the most beautiful either. After all, different people have different tastes. Zhang Xinxin's smile suddenly became gentle. The ancient pines looked foggy. What does this mean? Why do I feel like this guy's words don't make sense? Don't listen to his nonsense. He'll treat you to whatever you want to eat at noon. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to invite Zhang Xin's son and Gu Songsong to dinner. After Zhang Xinxin's invitation, Lin Xian directly gave him the right to treat everyone. Zhang Sun's son did not refuse and narrowed his eyes into slits. Isn't treating guests a small matter? Let's go. Lin's villa. Ever since we knew Lin Hao's college entrance examination score, the atmosphere at home has been very special. For Lin Hao, a college entrance examination score of 510 was obviously a failure. Over the past 3 years, Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan have hired many famous teachers to tutor Lin Hao. The final result is such a pity. Not only the Lin family thought so, even Zhou Ma and the servants in the house sighed. No one said anything, but their hearts were already in their throats. It seems like a storm is about to come. Lin Rusheng went home early. Lin Zhongdao hasn't come back yet. The entire living room was silent. Sitting on the sofa, a strange idea suddenly popped up in Lin Rusheng's mind. Lin Zhongdao arranged the timing of his meeting with the woman so well that his mother didn't find out about it for all these years. It's already time to get off work, and he hasn't come back yet. Did my father go to meet that woman? Or maybe Dad took Lin Hao to reunite with that woman? Thinking of the current situation the Lin family is facing, Lin Ruxuan sighed again. Sister, are you having trouble at work? Lin Hao's voice came. Lin Rusheng's heart tightened suddenly, and then she shook her head. It's just a small matter, don't take it to heart. Have you got your results? Although she already knew Lin Hao's college entrance examination score, at this time, Lin Rusheng still pretended to be ignorant. Lin Hao's voice was tearful, and his eyes were red. I'm sorry, sis. I let you down. I didn't do well in the exam. My mental state that day was I felt really bad, and there was a big lump on my hand. I'm sorry to my parents and my elder sister. Lin Hao looked like he could burst into tears at any time, and he found excuses one after another. In the past, seeing Lin Hao like this, Lin Rusheng would definitely rush to comfort him. But this time, Lin Rusheng just put on a polite smile. It's okay. Mom and Dad have been planning for you to go abroad for a long time. Even if you fail the exam, it will just cost you more money. While speaking, Lin Rusheng was also observing Lin Hao. After hearing what he said, Lin Hao's mood seemed to improve, but he still sounded pitiful when he spoke. I'm really disappointing. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Lin Rusheng didn't say the rest. You are not the biological son of the Lin family, so what does it matter if you do poorly in the exam? At the door, the sound of leather shoes was heard. Soon, Lin Zhongdao came to the living room. What are you two talking about? Why are Xiaohao's eyes so red? What happened? Where's your mother? Is she feeling unwell again? Since Qin Yulan came back from the hotel, Lin Zhongdao's attitude towards her has become much better. Those who don't know the truth would think that they are living a life of husband and wife following each other's lead again. Lin Ruxuan knew clearly in her heart that her parents had their own thoughts, and they were both immersed in their roles in this scene. I went upstairs to change my clothes. Why are you back so early? Qin Yulan went downstairs with no expression on her face. Lin Zhongdao put the bag aside and said, I will rush back after finishing the things on hand. I originally planned to stay at home all day, but I wasted another afternoon. Qin Yulan stroked the hair beside her ears, and her eyes rested on Lin Zhongdao again. You really care about Lin Hao, your illegitimate son. It seems that you have long forgotten your own son. Several people sat down around the coffee table. Lin Rusheng wanted to tell Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan that Lin Xin had won the first place in the province. Before he could finish, Lin Hao had already started talking. Mom and Dad, I didn't do well in the exam. I'm sorry. Brother Lin Xin got the top score in the province. Lin Zhongdao was stunned for a moment. Then his brows furrowed into a knot. Really? Real or fake? Dad, it's already been reported on the news. How could it be fake? Lin Rusheng was so angry that she explained immediately. Oh, that's how it is? Lin Zhongdao said indifferently. Qin Yulan was ecstatic, and her eyes brightened. This is a big deal. Give the kids a call, and let's celebrate. Lin Hao hurriedly lowered his head, and his eyes began to turn red again. Lin Zhongdao's face turned pale. Why let him come back? Xiao Hao failed the exam, but you celebrated for that rebellious son. How could you come up with such an idea? Before Qin Yulan could refute, Lin Zhongdao continued. He has already severed ties with us. Yet you are so enthusiastic. Qin Yulan felt chilled once again and stared blankly at Lin Zhongdao. Lin Xin is the flesh that fell from my body. Do you mean that from now on, you really won't recognize Lin Xin anymore? Xiao Hao didn't do well in the exam, so Lin Xin, the top scorer in the province, must be sad too, right? Qin Yulan's voice trembled. Lin Zhongdao looked impatient. He's the top scholar, right? Gold shines everywhere, so it doesn't matter whether we celebrate or not. How can it be the same? As parents, it is our responsibility to encourage our children. Qin Yulan refused to give in and was even ready to fight Lin Zhongdao to the end. Lin Hao suddenly stood up and stood between the two of them. Mom and Dad, stop arguing. It's all my fault. Let's find Brother Lin Xin back. I am an adopted son, and Brother Lin Xin is the real young master of the Lin family. If he doesn't like me, I'll move out. Lin Hao's eyes were red, and he bit his lips tightly after he finished speaking. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if I don't let him come back, I won't let you move out. Don't think that being the top scorer in the imperial examination is a big deal. There is still a long way to go. If you have the ability, don't enter the Lin family for your whole life. Make a name for yourself. That's the real ability. Qin Yulan completely collapsed when she heard this. Lin Zhongdao, is this human language? You lost your child more than a decade ago, and now you let him go out on his own. Is this how you act as a father? I don't care, Lin Xin must come back. Qin Yulan's decision stunned everyone present. Lin Zhongdao looked at Qin Yulan in disbelief, his eyes full of confusion. Is Qin Yulan going to break up with me for the sake of that rebellious son? Thinking back to the beginning, Qin Yulan was more opposed to Lin Xin than herself. How come she suddenly changed so quickly? Could it be just because Lin Xin got the top score in the province? Mom, don't get excited. Let's talk it over. Lin Rusheng pulled Qin Yulan's arm and increased the strength in her hand. Qin Yulan sighed deeply, and her tone of voice softened a little. You are the ones who keep saying that you have to take the Lin family's reputation into consideration. Even if you can't treat everyone equally, you can't let people make fun of you. You are the ones who said that we should let outsiders know that we Lin family members are of one mind, and there is no distinction between us. Just because Lin Hao didn't do well in the exam, you guys are suppressing Lin Xin like this. Aren't you just slapping yourselves in the face? Lin Xin is your biological son. This is an unchangeable fact. Even if you don't like him or deny him, he is still a member of the Lin family. Lin Zhongdao had no way to refute. At first glance, every word Qin Yulan said made sense, but after careful consideration, I still felt that something was a little weird. Dad, the company's business is stagnant, and Mom is worried too. Add to that Xiao Hao's problem, Mom is going to fall ill. When it comes to the company's business, Lin Zhongdao becomes upset again. Okay, it's not worth quarreling over this rebellious son. Lin Xin has passed the imperial examination and ranked first. Xiao Hao, don't take it to heart. Our family has the conditions to allow you to go abroad. You won't necessarily be worse than Lin Xin in the future." Lin Hao finally nodded. How could it be possible that that country bumpkin Lin Xin couldn't be better than me? My father favors me so much. All the resources of the Lin family will fall into my hands. Not to mention that Lin Xin got the top score in the province. What would it matter even if he got the top score in the country? His father doesn't love him. His mother doesn't care about him. What can he compare with himself? When I come back from abroad, I feel more gilded. I'm afraid Lin Xin was still desperately looking for a job at that time. Who knows? That short-lived Lin Xin might not even live to that time. Lin Hao felt happy, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will definitely learn from brother Lin Xin. As soon as Lin Hao opened his mouth, he immediately turned into a well-behaved child again. Lin Xuan felt depressed. After talking for a long time, there was still no decision on whether to let Lin Xin come back. But in a blink of an eye, I thought about it. Lin Xuan felt that these were all unimportant. Even if they wanted to hold a celebration banquet for Lin Xin might not be interested. The next day, Lin Xin and Lin Pingyan and his wife went to school together. After some conversation, the admissions teacher of Nanjing University gave Lin Xin the highest scholarship standard. Not only that, the teacher also listed a series of exciting conditions. After listening to this, Lin Xin filled in his application form directly. My goal has always been Nanjing University. Besides, the conditions provided by the teacher are quite good. If I keep nagging about trivial matters, it would seem pretentious. After the contract was signed, the school matters were also settled. Walking on the campus, Lin Xin felt much more relaxed. It's finally settled. I've been so excited these past 2 days that I couldn't close my eyes. The school matter was settled, and Lin Pingyan finally spoke his true feelings. Zhou Yuzhen smiled and gave Lin Pingyan a blank look. You are just narrow-minded. Our son is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Nanjing University is afraid that other schools will snatch him away. How could it be possible that filling out the application form would not go smoothly? Lin Pingyan shook his head. It's not that we are not afraid of 10,000, but we are afraid of one. The contract is not over until it is signed. That's true. In 2 months, our son will be a college student. The two of them talked to each other, their tone full of relief. Mom and Dad, the building in front is our teaching building, and the building next to it is the dormitory. Lin Xin pointed at 2 buildings and introduced them to Lin Pingyan and his wife. The couple recovered and nodded repeatedly. At this time, a clear voice was heard. Lin Xin. The 3 of them stopped at the same time. Seeing a girl named Lin Xin walking towards them happily, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingyan secretly looked at each other. Mom and Dad, this is my classmate Su Yuexiao. She is the top science student in Kyoto. Lin Xin briefly introduced Lin Pingyan and his wife. Because she was walking in a hurry, Su Yuexiao's face turned red and there was a thick layer of sweat on her forehead. Hello, Uncle and Aunt? Su Yuexiao took the initiative to say hello. A gust of wind blew over, and the end of Su Yuexiao's ponytail moved along with it. Zhou Yuzhen was stunned, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. Student Su, right? Hello. Do you have anything to say? How about you talk first? While speaking, Zhou Yuzhen had already started to move aside. Su Yuexiao shook her head. Annie, it's nothing. The speech will start soon. I plan to go in with Lin Xin. After that, Su Yuexiao asked carefully, is it okay? Of course, business is more important, so go ahead. Lin Xin, your father and I will leave first. Call me if you have anything else. Lin Pingyan didn't even have the chance to speak before Zhou Yuzhen pulled his arm and walked away. Okay, Mom and Dad, slow down. Don't worry. Just go about your business. Zhou Yuzhen waved to Lin Xin, then hurried away with Lin Pingyan. As soon as he turned around, Lin Pingyan asked directly, why are you in such a hurry? I'm not afraid that the girl will be embarrassed. Did you hear me clearly? She is the top scorer in science. What's wrong with being the top scorer in science? My son is also the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. The little girl is really pretty. Thinking of Su Yuexiao's expression just now, Zhou Yuzhen's steps became lighter. Lin Pingan was completely confused. But thinking about how handsome his son is, Lin Pingan also felt proud. This boy is handsome, has good grades, and has impeccable character. You were not allowed to date in high school, but when you go to college, no one cares about this anymore. By then, there will definitely be a lot of girls chasing after Lin Xian. As they thought about it, the couple couldn't help but think of the same thing. Amidst warm applause, Lin Xian took the stage to give a speech. Because the school produced Kyoto's top scorer in the college entrance examination and science, the venue was decorated with great care. At this moment, all eyes in the audience were looking towards him. Feeling the envious and surprised gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian on the podium felt a little unnatural. Every time I heard a pause in my speech, there would be discussions from the audience. Lin Xian, I didn't expect that our school's top scorer in the college entrance examination is so handsome. Why didn't I notice this person before? He's a top student in the university. Legend has it that this top scorer in the college entrance examination is very cool. Aren't all top students like this? They are something we can only admire from afar. Is this a case of making a splash when you make a noise? Due to astonishment, the students' discussions became louder and louder. Facing the glory brought by the achievement, Lin Xian looked calm. When they stand at their own height, they won't be so surprised. This speech is also a farewell to my high school life. After the speech, Lin Xian also began to look forward to university life at Nanjing University. On the stage, Su Yuexiao also shared her learning experience. Looking at Su Yuexiao's serious and rigorous expression, Lin Xian suddenly felt unprecedentedly at ease. We agreed when we came in just now that we will leave together. So, they waited until Su Yuexiao finished her speech before leaving together. Walking side by side on the tree-lined avenue, neither of them spoke a word. After a while, Lin Xian turned and looked at Su Yuexiao. Have you filled out your application? Yes, it's Nanyang University. What a coincidence. I also applied to Nanyang University. Lin Xian's words made Su Yuexiao nervous. They will all enter Nanjing University, but I don't know whether they will still sit at the same table as before. Su Yuexiao was immersed in thoughts. Lin Xian asked a realistic question. Have you been sick recently? A simple sentence brought Su Yuexiao back from her thoughts. He shook his head at first, then Su Yuexiao answered seriously. I've had some discomfort a few times, but it's not as severe as before. After saying that, Su Yuexiao smiled at Lin Xian. I am already satisfied that I could pass the college entrance examination smoothly. Just as Lin Xian said, since there is no way to change it, let's just live the rest of our days happily. At the end of each day, it is earned. I found a recipe. If you want, you can try it. This prescription is not a cure, but it can relieve symptoms. Start with conditioning first, then work your way down. Lin Xian tried his best to speak naturally, but he was actually very excited. Lin Xian spent a lot of effort to find this prescription. In the few days after the college entrance examination, as long as Lin Xian didn't go out, he would be thinking hard. My efforts finally paid off, and I actually found the right recipe. Although it was only a relief, it was enough to make Lin Xian happy for several days. Su Yuexiao was stunned for a moment. Then a look of joy appeared on her face. Thank you, I'm willing to give it a try. I don't know why, but Su Yuexiao has an inexplicable trust in Lin Xian. Thinking that Lin Xian had once saved her life, Su Yuexiao's sense of trust in him became even stronger. Lin Xian took out the prepared prescription and said, "This is it. Go to the Chinese medicine store and get the medicine according to the prescription. I have written down the dosage and the method of taking it. It is good." Su Yuexiao nodded like a good girl. Lin Xian was stunned. Does he have anything else he wants to ask? Before this, Lin Xian had thought of many possibilities. Maybe Su Yuexiao will refuse his help. Or maybe Su Yuexiao would ask some questions. Lin Xian had even thought about how to answer. But the current situation made Lin Xian a little confused. This went so smoothly that it was a little unbelievable. No, didn't you say you had written the precautions on the prescription? When Su Yuexiao asked this, Lin Xian just laughed. Yes, if you have any questions, you can call me. Okay. After saying this, There was another brief silence between the two. The weather is nice today. The sun is shining brightly. Walking out of the tree-lined avenue, under the reflection of the sunlight, the shadows of the two people almost overlapped. Su Yueshao kept a smile on her face, and a sweet feeling rose in her heart. It seems that all the sunshine today is sweet. Lin Xingyu received the call in the afternoon. 10 minutes later, Lin Xingyu received the photo of the takeaway. In order to prevent Lin Zhongdao and Lin Hao from discovering the flaw, Lin Xingyu specifically instructed that once there was any news, it should be delivered by takeout. A birthday cake, and the information you want is contained in the knife and fork bag. Since she hasn't returned home yet, Lin Xingyu naturally doesn't need to hide anything. Throw the cake aside and quickly open the cutlery bag. Seeing the photo and the date in the lower right corner, Lin Xingyu was stunned again. From the moment she learned of Lin Hao's identity, Lin Xingyu knew that everything had changed. However, Lin Xingyu still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. That is, Lin Hao is innocent and he was not involved in the whole plan. But the facts once again slapped Lin Xingyu in the face. These photos are enough to prove that Lin Hao is not just a bad guy. The tea flavor was only part of their plan. She pretended to be pitiful in order to confuse her mother and the three sisters. Sitting in the car, Lin Xingyu burst into tears. This matter has been settled, and there is no need to explore the facts any further. But Lin Xingyu just wants to cry. And I couldn't stop crying. Lin Xingyu cried until her head was dizzy, and then she remembered to call Lin Xuan. With tears in her eyes, Lin Xingyu dialed her elder sister's phone number. "Sister, let's meet. I'll tell you the hotel room number later." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xingyu started to sob again. When listening to Lin Xingyu talking, Lin Rusheng already felt that something was wrong. Now Lin Xingyu's crying could be heard again, and Lin Rusheng's bad premonition became stronger and stronger. "What do you have to say over the phone? Do we need to go to the hotel? It's quiet in the hotel. I feel uneasy in other places." "Okay, I'll take care of the things on hand first and contact you later." Lin Xingyu bit her lip and really wanted to complain. It's already this late, and you're still busy with the work at hand while the family is in chaos. But think about it. Even if I scold my elder sister, it won't save anything, so I just said and hung up the phone. Lin's office building. Lin Rusheng pinched her brows with her hands, her expression heavy. Lin Xingyu didn't say what happened on the phone, but I have already guessed it almost exactly. While feeling sad, Lin Rusheng also felt a little relieved. They have always wanted to know the truth, and now that the truth is out, they no longer have to suffer every day. Ding! Lin Rusheng opened the message and then stood up and left. 20 minutes later, Lin Rusheng appeared in the VIP room of the White Swan Hotel. Lin Xingyu's eyes were red from crying, and her heavy nasal tone began to affect her speech. "Sister, what should we do now? Lin Hao is not innocent. He knew what was going on from the beginning. Are we all fools to have been deceived by them for so many years? The funniest thing is that the person who lied to us was actually our father, our biological father." After saying the last sentence, Lin Xingyu's heart seemed to be stabbed by something. The once tall and mighty father has now gradually degenerated into a sinister villain in Lin Xingyu's eyes. What's even more infuriating is that the three sisters have been deceived by Lin Hao for so many years. This father and son are so abominable. Where's the evidence? Lin Rusheng remained calm as always. Lin Xingyu took out the photo tremblingly, and she was a little unsteady on her feet. "Big sister, look, Dad took Lin Hao to that woman's place. This is a photo from yesterday. Look how happy the three of them are laughing. It's like they are a family. We are all redundant. Everything Dad did was for Lin Hao and that woman." The more she analyzed the truth of the matter, the more uncomfortable Lin Xingyu felt. "I'll call Xiaolan right now and ask her to come back right now. What do you want her to do? She's performing out of town. Isn't this just causing trouble?" Lin Xingyu stamped her feet in anger. "Sister, this family of ours is no longer a family. What is the point of performing? Soon we will become the laughing stock of the whole of Kyoto. We will be clowns." After saying that, Lin Xingyu started to cry again. Lin Rusheng looked at the photo with a cold expression. Maybe this family is about to break up, Because the man in the photo has gradually become a stranger and is no longer the father he trusts and relies on. A clown? The shame of the Lin family is enough to be engraved into their bones. See how you listen to me and call Mom? What? Who to call? Lin Xin swallowed hard, her eyes full of disbelief. I can't even accept the truth right now. How can my mother bear it? Lin Xin suspected that she had heard it wrong. Lin Rusheng repeated it firmly. Call Mom? Why? Big sister, do you know that this is cruel? If my mother knew that my father, Lin Hao, and the mistress were living a sweet life together, I might as well kill her. Flirting with other women, or even cheating on your partner, cannot compare to the peaceful and quiet life they lead. The father is fulfilling his duties as a husband with the mistress. So what about the mother? Lin Xingyu's mind was in a mess, and all her brain cells seemed to be dead. But at this moment, my elder sister was urging me to make a phone call. Finally, Lin Xingyu made up her mind, picked up the half-full bottle of wine on the bar, and drank it down in one gulp. Lin Rusheng had a blank expression on her face and did not stop Lin Xingyu's actions. In the end, Lin Xingyu still made the call. Lin Rusheng also bluntly said that it is better to suffer a short pain than a long one, and now is the time to solve the problem. Faced with the truth revealed this time, Qin Yulan did not cry or make a fuss. Seeing her mother staring at the woman in the photo, Lin Xingyu's heart was in her throat. Mom, if you're sad, just say it. There's nothing to be sad about. I only blame myself for being blind. If I have to hate someone, I should hate myself, not others. Then have you been brainwashed by your father? How can you say such things? What else can I say? I already knew about this woman's existence, but I chose to believe Lin Zhongdao. If I am not stupid, what am I? Lin Xingyu and Lin Rusheng were stunned. Have you known about the existence of that woman for a long time? What do you mean? Does Mom know that woman? Lin Xingyu looked curious. Mom, are you hiding something from us? Qin Yulan smiled bitterly. At this point, there is nothing to hide. The woman in the photo is called Gu Yuan, and she comes from a prominent family. If the Gu family had not offended the big shots in Longcheng, they would not have fallen into decline. Your father and I will not get married, and you will not exist, Lin Xingyu exclaimed. Mom, you didn't interfere with Dad's relationship with that woman, did you? The woman's name was Gu Yuan, and her name was Lin Xingyu. Lin Zhongdao has a special affection for Gu Yuan, so he calls himself Xingyu? Oh my God, if this is true. Before Qin Yulan finished speaking, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Xingyu's mind. Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you talking about? Dad and Mom are married in a formal ceremony, and this is a good story in Kyoto. Although we didn't exist at that time, you can't judge Mom like that. Lin Rusheng's voice became stern, and Lin Xingyu stuck out her tongue. Next, Qin Yulan continued to talk about what happened that year. Back then, Lin Zhongdao came into contact with Qin Yulan after he broke up with Miss Gu. Qin Yulan was deeply in love with Lin Zhongdao and wanted to be with him. It was also because of this that the Qin family helped Lin Zhongdao gain a foothold in Kyoto. At that time, your father promised me that he would never contact Gu Yuan again, and I actually believed him. I was the one who was blinded by lard. Who can I blame now? Lin Xingyu looked at Qin Yulan in shock. All along, the three sisters thought Qin Yulan was a very calm and composed person. Unexpectedly, Qin Yulan is also a love-brained person. Behind every prosperous and wealthy family, there is always a family marriage. For Lin Zhongdao, I went on hunger strikes several times. Your grandfather really felt sorry for me and had no choice but to compromise. Having said this, Qin Yulan smiled self-deprecatingly. I didn't expect that the marriage I worked so hard to build would end up like this. Mom, what are you going to do? Either send Lin Hao abroad, just like you said, don't let them hang around under your nose. Out of sight, out of mind, either we put the matter on the table and let it all go. Lin Rusheng gave two options, which were similar to her previous ideas. Qin Yulan frowned in thought. I want to call Lin Xian. Mom, do you think Lin Xian will give you advice? Lin Rusheng thought it was unnecessary. According to Lin Xian's current temper, after learning about Qin Yulan's situation, it would be good if he didn't make any sarcastic remarks. How could he possibly help her with any advice? I still want to give it a try. Qin Yulan refused to give up. Lin Rusheng had no choice but to dial Lin Xian's phone number. At this moment, Lin Xian was chatting on the phone with Zhang Xin's son. I'll be 18 in a few days, so I can definitely take the school photo. Otherwise, wouldn't this vacation be wasted? Brother Xian, why don't I sign up with you? Losing weight is too painful. Don't do that. If you can't lose weight, and your dude Chuan brags to you again, wouldn't I be the one breaking up a couple? Impossible. My relationship with Xiao Du has been tested many times. Before Zhang Sunsen could finish his words, Lin Rusheng called. Lin Xian ignored it. After a while, Lin Rusheng hung up the phone. After being disturbed by her, Lin Xian didn't know what to say. Just when I was about to talk about another topic, the phone rang again. Okay, fatty, let's stop chatting. I have a call, and I'll contact you later. After saying this, Lin Xian pressed the answer button. What's the matter? Lin Xian was in a bad mood, so his tone was naturally not very good. Lin Xian, Mom has something to talk to you about. Mom? You're talking about Ms. Qin, right? I don't think there is anything to talk about between us. Lin Rusheng's voice immediately became anxious, fearing that Lin Xian would hang up the phone. Lin Xian, something happened. We have enough evidence to prove what Dad did outside. Besides, Dad often takes Lin Hao to see that woman. Mom also knows that mistress. Lin Rusheng spoke out all the information in one breath. Lin Xian on the other end of the phone was very calm, as if he was listening to an audio novel. Are you done? You've achieved your goal, so hang up now. Hearing Lin Xian's indifferent voice, even Lin Rusheng became anxious. Lin Xian, are you really indifferent? You are my biological son. Lin Xian sneered. Biological son? Haha, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. We no longer have any relationship, so stop talking about your biological son. I don't want to get involved in the Lin family's affairs. Finally, let me remind you that the nightmare has not yet begun. Lin Rusheng screamed in shock. What, Lin Xian, what nightmare? Before Lin Rusheng could finish her question, Lin Xian had already hung up the phone. Lin Rusheng was so frightened that her face turned pale and she almost fell down. Sister, what's wrong with you? What did Lin Xian say? Did he say again that he has severed ties with us and will never have anything to do with us again? Lin Xingyu asked while supporting Lin Rusheng. Lin Rusheng shook her head weakly. See, Mom, we might really be in big trouble. What did Lin Xian say? Qin Yulan asked. I don't know, but I always feel that things are developing in the direction that Lin Xian said. Lin Rusheng seemed to have used up all her strength to say this. At the beginning, Lin Xian described the matter of Lin Zhilan's leg exactly. If it is true this time as well, what will they face? Throwing the phone aside, Lin Xian turned over. The mistress that Lin Rusheng mentioned on the phone just now should be a woman about the same age as Qin Yulan. Back then in the spiritual space, I had already seen the scene that Lin Rusheng described. Lin Zhongdao and a woman are in love, and with Lin Hao, they are a happy family of three. It was precisely because of Lin Zhongdao's persistence that Lin Hao became more unscrupulous after taking over the company. In his previous life, Lin Hao was so strong-willed that he insisted on bringing that woman to his side despite the opposition of the three Lin sisters and Qin Yulan. From then on, the nightmare of the three sisters of the Lin family officially began. Lin Xingyu's career was in decline, and she was forced by Lin Hao to sing in a nightclub. Lin Zhilan had one leg broken, and he really became a lame swan, no longer able to go on stage. Lin Rusheng was framed and became notorious in the business world, and she never recovered until her death. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The information Lin Rusheng said on the phone was just the tip of the iceberg. Lin Xian thinks that he is a person who can clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment. When they were taking the college entrance examination, the three sisters came to the gate of the community to wait in the middle of the night. Lin Xian remembered this favor. However, if I want to forget what happened in the Lin family just by doing this, it is absolutely impossible. The reminder I gave during the phone call was considered as a way of repaying them for the favor. Given Lin Rusheng's intelligence, she should be able to guess what she was talking about. As for what to do, that is their business and has nothing to do with me. Lin Xin now wishes that 3 days would pass immediately. 3 days later, after my birthday, I can go practice driving, and I am on the way to achieving my goal. Lin Xin was immersed in his thoughts when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Son, did Mom disturb you? Zhou Yuzhen leaned over, holding a plate with washed grapes on it. No, Mom, sit down. I just went out to buy grapes, but Uncle Wang at the fruit stand refused to pay, saying he wanted to share in our family's good fortune. You see, I felt embarrassed. Zhou Yuzhen smiled awkwardly and then placed a plate of grapes in front of Lin Xian. Sunshine Rose? This grape is not cheap. Now, the market price of Sunshine Rose is around 20 yuan, and the grapes in front of him are even more special. Normally, Sunshine Muscat grapes are the size of ping-pong balls, which is already very rare. The grapes in front of me were actually made into the shape of a heart, and one bunch was in the shape of a star. Seeing Lin Xian looking curious, Zhou Yuzhen also told him the rumors she had heard. I heard that this kind of sunshine rose is put into a mold before it grows into shape, so it will be in the shape of a heart when it grows up. Do you think the technology is advanced now? Lin Xian nodded. It's true, it's the same sunshine rose, but once the shape changes, the price will definitely soar several times. Given the current market situation, you can't help but take advantage. Lin Xian picked up a grape and placed it in front of Zhou Yuzhen. Mom, you eat it. A few grapes fell when I was washing them just now. I've already eaten them. You should eat them quickly. Speaking of this, Zhou Yuzhen seemed to have thought of something. By the way, son, when are you free? We have to set aside a day to entertain the guests. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment and forgot to chew the grapes in his mouth. Who are you inviting? It's the aunts and uncles and some relatives from your hometown. They know you got the top score, and they all want to come and see you and celebrate. Lin Xian nodded woodenly. Aunts and uncles? Aren't they just those distant relatives? There is a saying that goes, when one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper. Although this metaphor is a bit inappropriate, this is how I feel right now. Then when will they come? It hasn't been decided yet, but we will definitely eat outside, and you must show up at that time. Okay, I know. You decide on the arrangements. I'll transfer some money to you. Lin Xian was about to take out his cell phone, and Zhou Yuzhen became anxious when she saw it. What money do you want to transfer? Your father and I are not without money. My son got the top score in the imperial examination. I want to treat you to a meal, but I want him to pay for it. If this gets out, will I still have the face I want? Zhou Yuzhen held Lin Xian's arm with one hand and complained. Finally, he expressed his true thoughts. To be honest, we stopped visiting many relatives a long time ago, but they said they wanted to come over, and we can't refuse them. Son, I have to waste your time again. Lin Xian felt warm in his heart. Zhou Yuzhen and her husband are not rich, but they truly hold themselves dear to their hearts. No matter what happens, they think of themselves first. This is completely opposite to those people in the Lin family. What he felt from the couple was family affection, but as for the Lin family, all he could think of was indifference. In my previous life, I spent all my energy trying to please the Lin family. How could I be so confused in this life? Mom, I'll do whatever you say. Anyway, I have plenty of time now. I'll cooperate with your arrangements. Lin Xian smiled and put his arm around Zhou Yuzhen's shoulders. Zhou Yuzhen nodded repeatedly, so excited that she couldn't speak. The other side. Qin Yulan was shocked by Lin Rusheng's abnormal behavior. After calming down for a moment, Qin Yulan made a decision immediately. I can't wait any longer, Xiao Shuang and Xiu Yu. Take care of yourselves during this time. I have to go back to Dragon City. Mom, you're going back to Dragon City. Are you going to tell grandfather? When Lin Xingyu heard Qin Yulan's decision, her voice changed. When she looked at Qin Yulan, it was as if she saw a stranger. Yes, Lin Zhongdao is a beast. I can't cure him, but there must be someone who can. Back then, your grandfather was able to support Lin Zhongdao, but he could also make him fall so hard that he could never get up again. I can't swallow this. I want to let Lin Zhongdao know that I, Qin Yulan, am not someone you can easily mess with. Looking down at the photo, Qin Yulan's eyes gradually turned cold. Lin Zhongdao, you can plot against me for your illegitimate son, but for Lin Xian, I can also fight back. If a couple still talks about feelings when it has come to this, Qin Yuan would be really stupid. Gu Yuan is a thorn in his heart, and what Lin Zhongdao did is like forcing himself to death with a knife. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Mom, I'll find a driver for you. Lin Rusheng recovered and picked up her phone to look up the phone number. Longcheng is not close to Kyoto, and Qin Yuan is not used to flying, so she drives every time she goes back. With the house in such a mess, Lin Rusheng had to be more careful and had to find a driver she trusted. But before he could find the phone number, Lin Zhongdao called. Xiao Shuang, where are you? Come back to the company. Dad? What happened at the company? Lin Rusheng was startled, and then looked at Qin Yuan and Lin Qingyu opposite her. Oh no! Could it be that they were discussing something in the hotel and got discovered? But on second thought, Lin Rusheng felt it was impossible. If something this big was discovered, Dad would never speak in this tone. The group has an important decision to make. Hurry up and come to the meeting, no matter what you come up with. Get there within 15 minutes. Before he finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao had already hung up the phone. Lin Rusheng took a deep breath and regained her composure. Mom, let's put the matter of returning to launching on hold for now. There are new developments at the group. If I'm guessing correctly, it should be about the release of a new drug. I'll be back soon, and I'll contact you if I have any news. Qin Yuan was confused. How did this happen so coincidentally? Lin's office building. The entire conference room was brightly lit, and senior leaders from various departments gathered together. Lin Zhongdao looked serious and glanced at the door of the conference room from time to time. Everyone is here. Why hasn't Lin Rusheng arrived yet? I just told you the time very clearly, and Lin Rusheng is always on time, so could it be? Sorry, I am late. Before all the thoughts in Lin Zhongdao's mind could fully flash through, Lin Rusheng's clear and beautiful voice came over. Everyone turned around at the same time, their eyes following Lin Rusheng. Arriving at the seat, Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Zhongdao with a hint of apology and nodded. Okay, now that Manager Lin is here, let's officially start our meeting. As soon as Lin Zhongdao finished speaking, all the lights in the conference room suddenly went out. Then, the secretary turned on the projector, and a complete series of PPTs appeared in front of everyone. Lin Zhongdao came to the big screen and explained it in person. Everyone, I believe everyone knows that our company has been researching a series of special medicines. At present, the special cold medicine has been successfully developed and has passed the test, and it can be put on the market. Recently, the company has assigned special personnel to carry out planning and post-sales. Today, I announce that this great moment has finally arrived, and our special medicine will soon be on the market. Lin Zhongdao paused briefly. Soon, thunderous applause broke out throughout the conference room. Lin Rusheng applauded along with everyone else, but a trace of doubt arose in her heart. Previously, Lin Zhongdao had talked to him about the special cold medicine. At that time, his attitude was completely different from now. Until now, Lin Rusheng still remembers that Lin Zhongdao claimed that now is not the best time to launch the product into the market. Later, conflicts arose between Lin Xin and the Zhou family, and the time for the special medicine to be put on the market was further postponed. But why was it launched on the market suddenly? Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Zhongdao in front of the big screen and frowned slightly. Didn't you say that you were afraid of suppression from the Zhou family? Isn't it said that if the special medicine fails to create a storm, the future of the entire Lin family will be ruined? From the looks of it, it seems that Lin Zhongdao has already secured his victory. A hint of coldness came from behind Lin Rusheng. Lin Zhongdao is acting again. All the complaints and accusations are false. They are just superficial phenomena. In fact, Lin Zhongdao has been planning to launch a special cold medicine on the market, and the progress of this matter has never stopped. Lin Rusheng felt vaguely uneasy. Manager! The secretary next to her reminded Lin Rusheng in a low voice. Lin Rusheng then withdrew her thoughts. Taking all the above into consideration, the board of directors decided to hand over the marketing rights of the special cold medicine to our partner company. As soon as these words were spoken, several elders on the board of directors immediately showed puzzled expressions on their faces. Chairman, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The special cold medicine is the result of our several years of research and development. How can we give it to others? The one who spoke was Mr. Chu. He is about 60 years old with gray hair and is an honest and steady person. After hearing what Mr. Chu said, some people also stood up. Chairman, I believe that our company is fully capable of bearing the risks you listed. After all, this is a huge profit. Isn't it a pity to let other companies take a piece of the pie for no reason? The others didn't say anything, but from the expressions on their faces, it could be seen that they completely agreed with the opinion that had just been refuted. Lin Zhongdao's face looked ugly and his voice became low. We have already investigated the Howren Company. Although it was newly built not long ago, it has a bright future and its business is booming. On the surface, we are at a disadvantage when cooperating with them, but in fact, we are the ones who benefit. You can imagine that if we follow a group of wild horses rushing forward, how can we not be motivated? There was a smile on Lin Zhongdao's face, but there was a hint of unquestionableness in his words. The atmosphere in the entire conference room became subtle. I agree with the chairman's decision. I agree too. Since the chairman has already inspected it, there must be no problem. I agree. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 people had already stood on Lin Zhongdao's side and spoken. Mr. Chu and Li Nan, who had just objected, remained silent. Especially old Chu. His brows were wrinkled into pimples, and his lips were almost pursed into a slit. Manager Lin, what do you think? Lin Rusheng was observing everyone's expressions when old Chu suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Rusheng. Manager Lin has always had a keen business sense. Why don't you tell me what you think? Suddenly, Mr. Chu threw this hot potato to Lin Rusheng. He looked towards Lin Rusheng. After a light cough, Lin Rusheng said word by word, I personally think that it is not wise to cooperate with other companies. Now that we have developed the drug, given the company's current status, we are fully capable of taking the risk. After Lin Rusheng expressed her opinion, the entire conference room fell silent. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone clearly saw that the veins on Lin Zhongdao's hands had already bulged. Lin's father and daughter had different opinions, and in the end, the outcome of the meeting remained to be investigated. After returning to the office, Lin Rusheng quickly turned on the computer to check the status of Howren Company. When Lin Rusheng saw that the legal representative of the company was surnamed Gu, her heart trembled suddenly. After relaying the contents of the company meeting, Lin Rusheng felt like she was about to faint. My heart beat faster, and I felt weak all over. Every word that followed was like a heavy hammer hitting my heart. Mom, everything is normal with the company that Dad wants to cooperate with, but the legal person of the company is named Gu. I think the matter is not simple. If I'm not mistaken, this company is related to Gu Yuan. Dad has already started looking for a way out. Qin Yulan's head suddenly buzzed, and she was completely stunned. Lin Zhongdao, you beast! You fooled us all? It is too late to go to launching now. I must stop Lin Zhongdao's plan. Otherwise, the entire company will be emptied by Lin Zhongdao. What should we do now? Oh, go find Lin Xin. We need to discuss such a big matter with our son. After mumbling to herself, Qin Yulan stood up and rushed to the door. Mom, where are you going? Don't scare me. Wait for me. No matter how Lin Xingyu shouted, Qin Yulan did not slow down at all. After finally squeezing into the elevator, Lin Xingyu held Qin Yulan tightly. Mom, what are you doing? Xiao Yu, take me to find Lin Xin. Such a big thing happened at home. We must work together. What is Howren Company? This is clearly the escape route Lin Zhongdao left for that bitch. He was worried that his illegitimate son would not have a good life in the future, so he started planning for them more than 10 years ago. I was stupid before, but now I am not stupid anymore. Lin Xingyu also realized the seriousness of the matter and did not dare to be negligent at all. After getting in the car, Lin Xingyu drove towards High Community at the fastest speed. Now I am still on Lin Xian's blacklist. But it doesn't matter anymore. At worst, I can just block him at the entrance of the community. Coincidentally, as soon as Lin Xingyu parked the car, she saw a familiar figure. Lin Xian has not arranged any activities in the past 2 days. The only thing is to wait for my birthday, get an ID card, practice driving, and get my driver's license. But Lin Xingyu's call still made Lin Xian feel a little uneasy. I have to say that Lin Xingyu and the others are quite efficient. In such a short time, they found out the woman hiding in the dark in Lin Zhongdao and got the evidence. Did my reminder speed up the development of things? Or is it that everything in this life is happening a little ahead of time? Lin Xian couldn't be sure. My birthday is the same as Lin Hao's. In his previous life, when Lin Hao's birthday party reached its climax, his own life came to an abrupt end. In this life, I left the Lin family early. As long as he didn't attend Lin Hao's birthday party, he wouldn't be framed by that brat, and Lin Zhongdao wouldn't have any reason to hit him. In order to survive successfully, I must stay away from it. After eating the grapes, the weather gradually became cooler. Zhou Yuzhen suggested having noodles with soybean paste in the evening, so Lin Xian went downstairs to buy minced meat. Just as I arrived at the gate of the community, Lin Xingyu suddenly ran over. Lin Xian, I finally got you. Come with me quickly. As she spoke, Lin Xingyu wanted to grab Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian quickly shook him off and took 2 steps back. Lin Xingyu, what are you doing? Seeing that Lin Xian was obviously impatient, Lin Xingyu couldn't care less. Something big has happened. Let's talk in the car. Lin Xingyu, don't go too far. Why should I get in the car just because you tell me to? Who do you think you are? Lin Xingyu was stunned and her teeth were chattering. Who am I? I'm your second sister. Whether you are willing to admit it or not, we all have the same blood flowing in our veins. We have the same father and the same mother. So, you want to exchange blood just to deny me? Knowing that she couldn't do anything to Lin Xian, Lin Xingyu simply acted like a rogue. Xiyu, why are you making such a fuss? Qin Yulan got out of the car, her eyes always fixed on Lin Xian. After not seeing him for a few days, Lin Xian seemed to have grown a lot taller. However, compared to the last time they met, Lin Xian seemed to have gained some weight. The more this happened, the more Qin Yulan blamed herself. During the time that Lin Xian was in the Lin family, he didn't have much flesh on his face. Unexpectedly, after returning to the shabby neighborhood that they looked down upon, Lin Xian gained weight. A slap in the face from reality hurts more than anything else. Seeing Qin Yulan coming over, Lin Xian frowned even more tightly. Xiao Xian, can I take up some of your time? Mommy has something to tell you. Qin Yulan's voice was full of pleading, but Lin Xian looked disdainful. Mother? Qin Yulan, think about what you did in the past. How can you call yourself my mother? You are Lin Hao's mother, not my mother. I have nothing to do with you anymore. Lin Xian, I know you are angry with your mother, but right now we must unite against the common enemy. Lin Zhongdao, he has already come up with a countermeasure. Qin Yulan didn't know how to express the current situation to Lin Xian, and her words were a little intermittent. But anxiety is real. What does this have to do with me? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Lin Xingyu let out a long sigh, wishing she could scold Lin Xian right away to wake him up. But when she thought of Lin Xian's sharp tongue, Lin Xingyu felt scared again. So, when those extremely sharp words came to his lips, he changed his tone when he spoke them. How can it be okay? The Lin group is yours. If it falls into the hands of others, would you be willing to accept it? Now they're trying to drain the company. If we don't take corresponding countermeasures, then all they will leave you is a mess. Even if it's a mess, it's still good. I'm just afraid that what you get in the end is just an empty shell. Lin Xian was speechless. I tried hard not to laugh out loud. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? You think the Lin group is a treasure in your hands, but in my eyes, it's nothing. Whether it's an empty shell or a mess, it has nothing to do with me. Even if Lin Zhongdao gave all of this to Lin Hao, so what? Lin Xian's words were not very serious. Qin Yulan on the opposite side was so shocked that she was speechless. Lin's enterprise is worth hundreds of millions. Lin Xian said he didn't want it, so he didn't want it. How is this possible? Knowing that she had done something wrong in the past, Qin Yulan felt filled with remorse. But now, Qin Yulan instinctively thought that Lin Xian's words were just spoken in anger. Xian, Mom knows I wronged you before, but this is what you deserve. Mom's shares will definitely remain unchanged, but if we let them continue to mess around like this, the company's market value will definitely shrink. When that time comes, it will be too late to regret. Lin Xin snorted coldly. I do not regret. From the moment I decided to sever ties with the Lin family, I knew what I was doing. I don't care what you say. Miss Qi, Ms. Lin, if you have nothing else to do, please don't delay me from buying meat fillings. Having said that, Lin Xin was about to leave. But Lin Qingyu once again blocked Lin Xian's way. Lin's group's cold medicine is about to be launched in large quantities. It is very effective and will definitely cause a big stir. Lin Xian, if we really cooperate with other companies, the company will be emptied sooner or later. Do you know who runs the company they want to cooperate with? It's most likely someone from the mistress's side. Lin Xian was stunned. Lin Qingyu in front of him opened and closed her mouth, and Lin Xian could no longer hear what she said next. At this moment, the only thing echoing in Lin Xian's mind was the first sentence Lin Qingyu said. Cold medicine is about to be launched in batches. The quick-acting cold medicine is indeed effective, but the subsequent sequelae will make people pay a heavy price. In other words, Lin Zhongdao still has some skills. Mass production will be required within a short period of time. Is it that the sequelae have not yet appeared? Or is it that Lin Zhongdao is so eager to recruit talents that he does not care about the safety of the patients at all? Lin Xian fell in a deep thought. Lin Qingyu finally saw a glimmer of hope. Qin Yulan next to her also began to breathe rapidly. Lin Xian was shaken. That's a good start. Perhaps in the near future, Lin Xian will really follow her back to the Lin family. Thinking of this, Qin Yulan's nose felt sore and her eyes turned red. Son, it's Mom who is sorry for you. When you go back, Mom will definitely compensate you well. Unconsciously, Qin Yulan reached out and wanted to touch Lin Xian's cheek. Lin Xian suddenly came to his senses, and a look of alert immediately appeared on his face. I can't stop the mass production of cold medicine. Go find someone else. Lin Qingyu was completely confused. Who asked you to stop the production of cold medicine? What we need to do now is to deal with Lin Hao and that mistress. Oh, that mistress has no grudge against me. Why should I deal with her? Lin Xian, why are you so mean? Is your surname still Lin? Lin Qingyu is going crazy. Lin Qingyu was annoyed. Lin Xian was also very unhappy. I have told him more than once that I don't want to have any contact with the Lin family anymore. But this group of people just wouldn't give in and would come over to harass me from time to time. When Lin Xian heard Lin Qingyu questioning him, he turned his face away and retorted directly. You asked me if my last name was Lin. Didn't you treat me as a member of the Lin family? My last name is Lin, but I am Lin Ping'an's son, not Lin Zhongdao's son. This sentence left Lin Qingyu speechless, and she almost fainted. Lin Xian, you are awesome. I can't argue with you. I admit defeat, okay? Lin Qingyu begged for mercy and kept sighing to vent her frustration. Stop arguing, Xiaoyu. Stop messing around. It's our fault. We are sorry to Xiaoxian. We are the ones who are wrong. After saying this, Qin Yulan could no longer hold back her tears, which began to fall. Lin Xian looked annoyed and turned his head away. So, what do you say we should do now? Lin Qingyu asked again. How you deal with it is your business. Why are you putting the blame on me? Does it have anything to do with me? After saying this, Lin Xian strode away without looking back. Lin Qingyu stood there, completely confused. Mom, we came here in such a hurry to see him just to listen to his scolding? What the hell? Qin Yulan wiped her tears. Stop talking. Even if we are being scolded, it's our own fault. Who made us wrong in the first place? Qin Yulan has not yet figured out how to deal with Lin Zhongdao. But when facing Lin Xian, Qin Yulan had already made up her mind. No matter how Lin Xian treats me, I am willing. I was the one who let my son down first, so it's normal for him to have complaints. After meeting Lin Qingyu and Qin Yulan, Lin Xian was obviously absent-minded. The Lin family members came to see him frequently. It was impossible for Lin Hao not to know. Judging from Lin Hao's meticulous mind, he must have noticed something. But the lack of movement made Lin Xian feel a little uneasy. It's like the calm before the storm. Depressing dull. The noodles were as delicious as ever, and Lin Xin returned to the bowl again as he did before. After dinner, Lin Xin chatted with Lin Pingyan for a while before returning to his room. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Hao called. Seeing the familiar phone number, Lin Xin felt touched. In order to integrate into the Lin family, I really humbled myself to the ground. Lin Xin carefully tried to please everyone in the Lin family. He knew their preferences, taboos, and even their phone numbers by heart. It's a pity that I am just a transparent existence to them. It's ridiculous. However, Lin Xin couldn't care less about that right now. Lin Hao is finally going to take action. If things develop as they did previously, Chen Jinyan would probably also appear. Otherwise, why would they complain to Lin Zhongdao and say that they were going to bully Chen Jinyan? After taking a deep breath, Lin Xin calmed down a lot. Lin Hao. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lin Xin had already called out Lin Hao's name. Brother Lin Xin, it's really you. I thought you wouldn't answer my call. Lin Hao's voice on the phone was still pitiful. Don't act pitiful in front of me. Just tell me what you have to say. Lin Xin sneered in his heart. The matter between me and Lin Hao has already been exposed, and my face is about to be torn apart, but this guy is still pretending to be pitiful in front of me. He is really possessed by the spirit of drama. Unless there are other members of the Lin family around him, Lin Hao did this just to show them. Well, since you've said that, I'll make it short. I want to meet you. What do you want to do? Kill me? Brother Lin Xin, don't say that. There was a misunderstanding between us, including what happened at the food stall that day. I admit that I was impulsive. Lin Xin didn't say anything. Lin Hao on the other end of the phone also hesitated. I want to apologize to you in person. I can't let my parents get into trouble because of our relationship. What do you think? Lin Xin almost laughed out loud. Is there something wrong with Lin Hao's brain? I have already severed ties with the Lin family. And now, he actually mentioned making things difficult for my parents? I am thinking about completely cutting off ties with the Lin family, so who would care about their feelings? It's so funny. Lin Xin instinctively wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he suddenly changed his mind. Since Lin Hao has been keeping a close eye on me, if I don't go this time, he will come up with other ways. He will never give up until he achieves his goal, and he has never had a peaceful life. Okay, where shall we meet? How about the one on Chaoyang Street? The Red Star Billiard Hall. It's newly opened, and the environment is pretty good. Whatever, what time? Lin Hao did not continue with Lin Xian's words, but asked a question in return. Lin Xian, why don't you ask me why I want to see you? Didn't you say you wanted to apologize? Lin Hao's laughter came from the phone, crazy and unbridled. Lin Xian, you don't think you were a big shot just because you got the top score in the exam, do you? How can I apologize to you? If anyone really needs to apologize, it should be you. I'm afraid not. You feel that you are the biological son of the Lin family. Even if you leave the Lin family, you will not lose that sense of superiority, right? I'm telling you, if you fight me, you'll die. I've been in the Lin family for more than 10 years. My mother holds me in the palm of her hand, and so do my sisters. What do you have? You were picked up from the garbage dump. They think you are disgusting, and you are not worthy of being a member of the Lin family. So they distance themselves from you. From the moment you showed up, you were destined to be a loser. Lin Hao became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice became louder and louder. Lin Xian's mobile phone is not the latest version, but some of its functions are very convenient to use. Are you done? Not only was Lin Xin not angry, he also gave a reminder. If you weren't there, I could have accepted everything from the Lin family. But you showed up. How can we ever finish talking about this deep hatred? Lin Xin chuckled twice. Well, why don't we wait until we meet? Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. If you don't want me to think you're a wimp, go for the appointment. Don't worry, I won't let you down. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian's expression became solemn. Now, many things are different from the previous life. Even though Lin Xin knew the threat posed by Lin Hao to him, he didn't know how Lin Hao would deal with him. Chaoyang Street. Lin Xian first felt that the place seemed familiar, and then Gu Songsong's face suddenly flashed through his mind. Doesn't Gu Songsong's family live in Chaoyang Street? The area near Chaoyang Street is mostly dilapidated residential areas, with some bungalows. Suddenly, Lin Xin understood why Lin Hao chose this place. News had already been released that Chaoyang Street would be renovated, and the residents in that area were waiting for relocation, and some had even moved out in advance. The streets are narrow, and the environment is plain. The most important thing is that there are no cameras at any corner or in any alley. This is probably what Lin Hao sees. Lying on the bed, Lin Xin tossed and turned, thinking. In his previous life, Lin Hao used Lin Zhongdao to get rid of himself. What methods will Lin Hao choose in this life? Lin Xin couldn't be sure. But one thing is for sure. Before making this call, Lin Hao had made all the necessary preparations. In the end, Lin Xin simply stopped thinking about it. Whether he brings Chen Jinyan or the thugs, we will know tomorrow. After lunch the next day, Lin Xin went out with his bag. In the bag is the largest size steel needle that I bought this morning. Lin Xin looked at it several times. Judging from the thickness and length of the steel needle, even if he couldn't find the acupuncture point, it would be very difficult to pierce his body. Right now, these are the only actions we can take. It was not even 1 o'clock yet, so Lin Xin didn't walk fast. Along the way, Lin Xin walked and stopped, more like he was admiring the surrounding scenery. In fact, Lin Xin already remembered the surrounding terrain clearly. After finding out the exact location of the billiard hall, Lin Xin quickened his pace. Just go through the alley in front of you, and you will reach your destination. This alley is a bit long, narrow, and small. If someone rushed out at this time and blocked both ends of the alley, there would be absolutely no way for me to escape. Too passive. Lin Xin muttered to himself. As soon as he said this, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Oh! Lin Xin was shocked and turned back suddenly. Damn, Brother Xin, you're so fast. Gu Song looked surprised and stared at Lin Xin with wide eyes. I just wanted to say hello to Lin Xin, but Lin Xian's reaction speed? If he had springs on his feet, he could probably jump onto the wall. Gu Song, why are you here? Seeing that the person standing in front of him was Gu Song, Lin Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'm totally confused. I should be the one asking you this. My family lives nearby. If I'm not here, where would I be? By the way, Brother Xin, why are you here? Are you here to see me? Lin Xuan shook her head, and the expression on her face was relaxed at this moment. I'm here to meet someone in the pool hall up front. By the way, aren't you working at a fast food restaurant? This should be busy. Why are you out? Gu Song looked at Lin Xin, then lowered his eyelids. Quit? Quit your job? Got fired? I fire my boss. He looked down on me, but I still don't want to serve him. Gu Song looked nonchalant. After he finished speaking, he kicked a small stone far away. Boom! The pebble hit a trash can squarely, making a dull sound. Lin Xin asked tentatively, Are you the newly fired boss? What happened today? Correct. Lin Xuan raised her hand to check the time. It was still early before the time she had agreed with Lin Hao, so she made a decision immediately. Come on, let's talk for a while. What's going on? Gu Song was very angry, but after hearing what Lin Xin said, he agreed immediately. There was a cold drink shop next to them. The shop was not big, and the decoration was very ordinary. The two of them didn't say anything and walked straight in. Lin Xin ordered 2 glasses of lemonade, and then Gu Song began to tell him what had happened. The job I found is pretty good, but what happened today made me feel frustrated. A man just came into the fast food restaurant. Lin Xin listened carefully, and Gu Song described the matter in great detail. The man was in his 40s, bald, fat and short, looking like a greasy uncle. After entering the store, I looked at the menu for half an hour and ordered a bowl of fried noodles. In Gu Song's words, there are usually many customers in the fast food restaurant, so she would not notice this man. But the man was hesitant, so Gu Song paid a little more attention. The waiter brought the fried noodles to the man, and the man started to find fault with it. Here we are. Guess what that idiot said? He said, "What kind of fried noodles are these? I don't feel appetizing at first glance. I have never seen anything so disgusting in my life. It makes me dizzy and uncomfortable. When I see your fried noodles, I can vomit what I ate 2 years ago." Lin Xin was stunned. Isn't that too exaggerated? How could a serving of fried noodles cause such a big reaction? The waitress who served the fried noodles was a young girl who had just arrived. She almost cried when she heard him swearing. My brother just can't stand it anymore. Lin Xin put down the lemonade in his hand. Did you take action? No, I just asked one question. I said, buddy, you are quite capable. The food from last year is still in your stomach. Are you trying to vomit out stones or a pile of shit? Lin Xin burst out laughing. Looking at the lemon juice he spit out, Lin Xin's expression was unpredictable. This lemonade spit seems a bit out of place. You are too mean, aren't you? You call this insulting? I want to slap him twice. You shouldn't treat such a shameless person well. He has nothing better to do. That's right. Give him some face. If he doesn't want to eat, then forget it. Why embarrass a little girl? Lin Xuan agreed with Gu Songsong's statement. But then Gu Songsong curled his lips. I was seeking justice, but my boss refused to accept it. He said that as a security guard, I shouldn't treat customers like this. If you ask me if he wants to eat, then he can eat. If he doesn't want to eat, then get out. I won't spoil him. So, I fire my boss. At this moment, Lin Xin was completely speechless. Lin Xin reached out and pushed the lemon juice in front of him towards Gu Songsong, then said something. Drink some water, and I wish you a perfect first job. Brother Xin, how can I respond to your question? Although I lost my job, I don't regret it. If I encounter the same thing, I will do the same thing again. Lin Xin gave a thumbs up. Bloody. By the way, Brother Xin, who are you looking for here? Meet Lin Hao. Lin Xin said 3 words lightly. Gu Songsong frowned, and there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Is that the guy you beat up last time? Brother Xin, is there something wrong? That kid is being shady. Lin Xin nodded again. He already knew Lin Hao's temper very well. It is precisely because he likes to play dirty that it is necessary for me to meet him. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. It feels bad to have others plotting against you all the time. Brother Xin, I'll go with you. Before Lin Xin could speak, Gu Songsong had already made the decision. Lin Xin looked Gu Songsong up and down. This guy has a similar build to me. Both are thin. If Lin Hao really brought people to fight, he would probably just get beaten. Forget it. I can handle it myself. Brother Xin, you are treating me as an outsider when you say that. I am so angry. If that guy dares to do something, I will make him lose his mind. Blow it, you just do it. We'll see if it works out. You'll know after you blow it for a while. As he spoke, Gu Songsong flexed his wrists, and it really looked like that. Lin Xin was going to meet Lin Hao, and Gu Songsong insisted on going with him. Finally, Lin Xin agreed. 10 minutes before the meeting time, Lin Xin and Gu Songsong arrived at one end of the alley. At this time, Lin Hao was already at the door of the billiard hall. The billiard hall has a very small frontage, and there are 2 trash cans next to it, which makes it look messy at first glance. As for what the situation was inside, Lin Xin was too lazy to think about it. Today I came to see Lin Hao, not to play billiards. You're here quite early. Did you bring a helper? Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of disdain. Lin Xin snorted coldly. If you have anything to say, just say it. No need to beat around the bush. Oh, now that you've passed the imperial examination, you're more confident now. People always say that wealth brings wealth and power. I wonder how a poor guy like you can be so confident. Lin Hao now is completely different from when he was in the Lin family. His face was ferocious and his tone was aggressive. Lin Hao wanted to say something, but Gu Songsong next to him directly retorted. Some people just don't know their own capabilities, and they still want to brag about themselves. You just have a few bucks, don't you? You really think you're a big shot. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you know what 1 + 1 equals? People like you are not even worthy of licking the #1 scholar's feet. Lin Hao was so angry that he bit his back teeth and his face turned as red as liver. Lin Xin, I didn't come here today to have an argument with you. The feud between us must be settled today. Didn't you bring people here? Let's have a fight. While Lin Hao was speaking, Lin Xin had already started observing his surroundings, because Lin Xin didn't believe that Lin Hao came alone. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, 4 young men rushed out of the billiard hall. What's annoying is that the 4 men all had sticks in their hands. Gu Song Song, it looks like we have to fight today. Brother Xian, let's have some fun with him. Lin Xin frowned. I had a steel needle in my bag, but it seemed to be of no use in this situation. Because before the steel needles could pierce each other's bodies, their wooden cabinets had already been swung over. Lin Xian felt a little regretful. If I had known that the other party was so fierce, I should have picked up a brick. Haha, Lin Xian, I just like seeing you hesitate. You've lived a humble life in the Lin family for several years, but you haven't changed your bad habits at all. Come on, everyone. Beat them to death. Lin Hao squeezed the last sentence out from his throat. The voice is dull and sinister. Lin Xin turned around. 2 hands are no match for 4 punches, so I can't fight hard here anyway. If it really doesn't work, just run. In my previous life, I didn't even live to be 20 years old. I finally got a chance to live again, but I lost my life in my teens. That's really unfair. Lin Xin, you have no way out. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. Lin Hao seemed to see what Lin Xin was thinking and quickly urged him. In an instant, the 4 people in front rushed towards Lin Xin. Gu Song Song, run. Why are you running? I'm going to kill them today. Lin Xin was stunned. This is a little different from what I thought. Gu Song Song, are you crazy? They have sticks in their hands. This stick hit my shoulder, and it will be swollen for at least half a month to 10 days. This is not the time to fight hard. Gu Song Song next to him showed no intention of turning around, so Lin Xin simply gritted his teeth and went for it. Seeing several people approaching, Gu Song Song rushed forward quickly, waving his fists at the same time. Boom! With 2 muffled sounds, the 2 people in front fell directly to the ground. The remaining 2 people didn't react, and just as they turned around, Gu Song Song's fist hit them again. Lin Xian's heart was in his throat, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. Too suspenseful. Just now, Gu Song Song's body was like an arrow shot from a bow. The speed was really indescribable. Hit him! What are you standing there for? Beat him to death! Lin Hao roared so loudly that blood was about to spurt out of his eyes. These are the thugs that I hired with my own money, and they have weapons in their hands. How come he was knocked down by a stick in the blink of an eye? I really didn't expect that Lin Xin actually brought a martial artist with him. Lin Hao bit his lips so hard that he didn't even notice his nails digging into his palms. Today, I'm not feeling well. You deserve it. While speaking, Gu Song Song snatched the wooden stick from one person, turned around, and hit another person on the shoulder. After a muffled sound, the opponent fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The only fighter who survived the attack was now left with bare hands. Brother, no, sir, please forgive me. Having said that, the man turned around and ran away. Are you looking for death? What did you promise when you took my money? Come on fucking fast. Brother, I was wrong. I will return the money to you. I can't beat you. The man kept crying but didn't stop at all. Gu Song Song sneered, turned around, and kicked the person closest to him. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was extremely clear. The remaining 2 people lying on the ground had pale faces and tried to crawl several times, but failed to stand up. With your mediocre skills, you still want to fight me? You are just courting death. I'll count to 3. If you want to live, get up and get out of here. 3, 2. Before he could utter a word, the 3 men had already run away in a panic. Lin Xin pulled his hand back from the bag. Gu Song Song is really good. With him around, I don't have to take out my own needles. Lin Hao stood there in a daze, swallowing his saliva continuously. I was careless after all. I never expected Lin Xin to do this. This guy is really willing to spend money to save his life. A thug like this would probably cost at least 10,000 or 20,000. Lin Xin, that big fool, finally came to his senses and started to think about himself. The more this happened, the greater Lin Hao's sense of crisis became. What if Lin Xin asked this thug to come here, not just to protect himself? Turn around suddenly. Lin Hao ran back as fast as he could. Can you run? Gu Song Song picked up a stone on the ground and threw it directly at Lin Hao. Snapped! It hit Lin Hao's calf exactly. A sharp pain came, and Lin Hao almost fainted from the pain. What? As soon as he shouted, Lin Hao knelt on the ground. Gu Song ran over and kicked Lin Hao down with one kick. I just said it. You are not worthy of licking the #1 scholar's feet. Lin Hao was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. Cold sweat kept pouring out of his head, and even speaking was very difficult. Lin Xin, what do you want to do? Oh, you can ask such a simple question? Of course I'll take your life while you're sick. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xin raised his foot and stepped precisely on the place where Gu Song had just kicked. What? Lin Hao almost fainted. Brother Xin, I'll leave this to you. Do whatever you want to vent your anger. He can't run away now anyway. Lin Xin threw his school bag on the ground and slowly approached Lin Hao's face. Snapped. A slap in the face, clear and loud. Find someone to beat me up. You deserve it. Snapped. Another slap. You have a dirty mouth. You deserve a beating. 30 slaps in a row. Lin Xin had a reasonable reason for each one. Lin Hao was barely breathing. Lin Xin, you will regret this. Lin Xin had a blank expression on his face and slapped Lin Hao's pig head again. You deserve to be beaten. Lin Hao felt dizzy and no longer had the strength to speak. Gu Song kept smiling and watched the show with his hands on his hips. Even though I didn't give the slap myself, it was satisfying to watch it. And every time Lin Xin slapped someone, he felt more satisfied. When he was in the Lin family, he was framed and humiliated by Lin Hao. Even all those unjust grievances seemed to be vented at this moment. Time can dilute everything, but the grievances and hatred engraved in the bones will never disappear. Only when you make up for it at some point will the lump in your heart be relieved. Maybe this is what people call a knot in the heart. Heart disease also needs a heart medicine doctor. Right now, Lin Hao's miserable condition is the best comfort. Tired of fighting, Lin Xin stood up. Let's go. Now Lin Xin is full of curiosity about Gu Song, and this doubt must be solved. As for the regret that Lin Hao mentioned, Lin Xin didn't take it to heart. Anyway, many things have changed because of him, so Lin Xin doesn't care about more things happening. Gu Song nodded, and the two of them walked forward together. Let me take you to a good place, my secret base when I was a child. Gu Song looked mysterious. Lin Xin didn't say anything, just followed Gu Song forward. After more than 10 minutes, the two people came to a big locust tree. How can there be such a thick locust tree? It must be quite old, right? Looking at the thick trunk and dense leaves of the locust tree, Lin Xin was full of emotion. My grandmother said that when she was a child, someone said that this locust tree was 100 years old. Is this your secret base? You're not going to climb a tree, right? How is it possible? Don't you see there is a hole here? This hole is amazing. Lin Xin looked in the direction of Gu Song's finger and saw a small hole in the tree. What's the magic method? Lin Xin leaned over and closed one eye, trying to get a better look inside the cave, but it was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. It's not something you can just look at. If you have any wishes, just say them towards the cave entrance. It will come true in no time. It's very effective. Gu Song said this seriously. Lin Xin smiled and said nothing. How could such a small tree hole be so mysterious? Seeing that Lin Xin didn't believe it, Gu Song curled his lips helplessly. The two did not continue the topic of the tree hole, but sat down under the big tree. The weather was very hot, but it was cool under the big tree. Gu Song, you are quite skilled. Where did you learn this? Knowing that this matter could not be concealed, Gu Song readily answered Lin Xian's questions. When I was young, I was in poor health and was often bullied by other kids. Later, my father asked me to learn martial arts. It was also a hobby, and I never gave it up. Thinking of Gu Song's skills just now, Lin Xin couldn't help but nodded. That speed and strength are definitely not something that can be achieved by training for a year or two. Thanks to your help today. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Isn't our relationship only as good as the peach garden oath of brotherhood? Gu Song quoted Zhang Xinxin's words. Lin Xin couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of which, how do you resolve this matter? Your adopted brother and that foolish father won't let it go. It doesn't matter. You are willing to do something like breaking off relations with them. So why do you care about their feelings? Besides, if Lin Hao didn't intend to harm him, how could he suffer such a loss? Meeting Gu Song Song was a coincidence, but Lin Hao's intention to harm me was definitely not a coincidence. That's right, we've hit him hard this time. That little bastard will probably be quiet for a while. He didn't have any explosive thorns for at least 3 to 5 days. After Gu Song Song finished speaking, he whistled proudly. Lin Xin looked at his backpack, thought of the steel needle, and laughed again. After a brief coma, Lin Hao woke up and used all his strength to call Lin Zhongdao. The sound of an ambulance came from his ears. Lin Hao tilted his head, and the tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he completely fainted. Kyoto City First Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Lin Zhongdao's eyes were red and his voice was low. Doctor, what happened to my son? When will the swelling on your face go away? How long will the concussion you mentioned last? Is that rib plate state-of-the-art? Lin Zhongdao asked several questions in one breath, and the attending physician opposite him frowned. Seeing that Lin Zhongdao no longer asked about the attending physician, he spoke again. Mr. Lin, please calm down first. We have examined the patient's condition in great detail. The swelling on the face is an external injury and will go away soon. But how long it will take for the sequelae of concussion to go away depends on the patient's own ability to recover. Don't worry about the fixed brace. Most patients with rib fractures use this type of brace. Lin Zhongdao's heart tightened. Most patients use this one. Is there a more advanced one? Lin Zhongdao didn't say the rest. He wanted Lin Hao to recover quickly, but Lin Zhongdao also knew that this was not something he could accomplish just by wanting it. After suffering such a serious injury, it is naturally impossible to recover in a short period of time. When he thought of the mastermind behind Lin Hao becoming like this, Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth in anger. Perhaps because he heard the conversation between Lin Zhongdao and the doctor, Lin Hao, lying on the hospital bed, slowly opened his eyes. Dad, it's brother Lin Xin. Lin Hao's voice was hoarse, but he actually uttered a few words. It's that bastard. I should have thought it was him. Don't worry, Xiao Hao. Dad will seek justice for you. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed out of Lin Hao's eyes, which were swollen into a line, and then he sucked in a breath of cold air. After the tears flowed, the wounds were torn apart again. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Dad, what happened? Lin Hao was beaten. Lin Xingyu was the first to rush into the ward, her words full of disbelief. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Lin Hao lying on the hospital bed, Lin Xingyu's eyes widened. Lin Hao had thick gauze wrapped around his head, and his face was swollen beyond recognition. There were several medical devices on the bed, which seemed to be used to fix Lin Hao's posture. What's happening? It looks like he was beaten pretty badly, and it seems that he has a broken bone. Lin Xingyu tried hard not to laugh out loud. Who was kind enough to help them vent their anger? Dad, what on earth is going on? Lin Rusheng asked calmly. Who else could it be except that rebellious son? I never thought he could be so cruel and ruthless. He wanted to beat Xiao Hao to death. I'm going to call the police and make him spend the rest of his life in jail. Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth, the anger in his eyes almost bursting out. Lin Xingyu was shocked. Dad, what are you talking about? Lin Xin is your biological son. How can a father send his son to jail? Besides, you can't just listen to Lin Hao's one-sided words. Lin Zhongdao suddenly turned around. Shut up. It's a fact that Xiao Hao was injured. I'm going to find Lin Xin now. I want him to give me an explanation. Dad, I'll go with you. Lin Xingyu and Lin Rusheng said in unison. My brother has been beaten like this. Why are you following me instead of staying here with me? Or are you worried about that rebellious son Lin Xin? Lin Zhongdao slowly raised his head, his eyes sharp. Seeing this, the attending physician quietly retreated. There were only members of the Lin family in the entire ward. Dad, we are worried. After all, the drugs are going to be released now, and we can't make any mistakes. Lin Rusheng turned the topic to cold medicine. Lin Zhongdao frowned again. This is our family matter and cannot be mixed up with the company's. You stay here to guard Xiao Hao. I'm going to find Lin Xin. Having said that, Lin Zhongdao was about to turn around. Lin Xingyu hurriedly pushed Lin Rusheng out. Big sister, I can take care of Xiao Hao here. You stay with Dad. Lin Rusheng knew what Lin Xin meant without looking back. Fortunately, Lin Zhongdao didn't say anything else, so Lin Rusheng followed. Lin Hao was already feeling uncomfortable, and when he saw Lin Xin coming to laugh at his joke, he wanted to turn his head away. But now my body can't move, and the same goes for my head. Helplessly, Lin Hao could only stare at Lin Qingyu's face. Lin Qingyu sat on the chair, already pondering in her heart. It must be that Lin Hao was plotting against Lin Xian again, so he shot himself in the foot. Looking up and seeing Lin Hao's miserable condition, Lin Qingyu smacked her lips. Xiao Hao, can your face recover? Will there be any sequelae? Lin Hao's lips moved, but no sound came out, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Murder and kill. Lin Qingyu, you definitely did it on purpose. Since childhood, what I cared about most was this face. But now she was poking me in the heart. Don't blame me for saying this to you. I'm doing this for your own good. If you really get a scar on your face, it will be a lifelong thing. Whoa. Stimulated by this, Lin Hao's head was buzzing, and he couldn't tell what he said vaguely in the end. Just rest and recover. As she spoke, Lin Xingyu stretched out her hand and slowly moved closer to Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao's eyes were filled with fear, and finally, he was completely desperate. Lin Xingyu chuckled twice. Look how scared you are, as if your second sister is going to hurt you. Second sister wants you to rest for a while. Go to sleep. Lin Xingyu sat back in her chair. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, his back already wet with cold sweat. There was no one else in the room now. If Lin Xingyu really wanted to attack me, I would not be able to fight back. The more Lin Hao thought about it, the more scared he became. After parting with Gu Song, Lin Xian went straight home. Lying on the bed, Lin Xian's mind flashed through Lin Hao's shadow from time to time. I have to say, it was really satisfying to slap Lin Hao in the face. But Lin Xian seemed to feel that he had been too harsh. Coma? Concussion? If it's more serious, could it be? After all, when they left, Lin Hao didn't move, and at first glance he looked like he was dead. Thinking carefully about the situation at that time, Lin Xian felt relieved again. Anyway, he had evidence in his hands and there were no cameras at the scene, so at most the Lin family would just make a big fuss. I am not afraid of them. After turning over, Lin Xian returned to his previous state. Lin Rusheng drives the car. Lin Zhongdao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had eyes full of anger. Seeing the high community, Lin Rusheng's heart began to get nervous again. I just wanted to find an opportunity to call Lin Xian, but given the current situation, this is impossible. Along the way, Lin Zhongdao mentioned the term rebellious son countless times, and Lin Rusheng felt a little confused after listening to it. How could he think of using such harsh measures against his brother? What a sin I must have committed to give birth to such a rebellious son. Lin Rusheng couldn't bear to listen any longer. Dad, I haven't seen Lin Xian yet, so I'm not sure what's going on. Don't speak in favor of that rebellious son. He thinks he has become stronger after passing the imperial examination. I want to see how he will fly solo. To be so cruel and ruthless is the height of treason. Lin Zhongdao clenched his fists and never loosened them. 2 minutes later, Lin Rusheng rang the doorbell. Soon the door was opened, and seeing that it was someone from the Lin family, Lin Xian instinctively frowned. Why, you guys are still haunting us, forcing us to move. Lin Zhongdao took a step forward, his eyes full of anger. Lin Xian, tell me clearly why you beat Xiao Hao so badly. Concussion, broken ribs. You are really cruel. You rebellious son. How could the Lin family have a rebellious son like you? You don't like Xiao Hao, so you want to kill him? Lin Zhongdao scolded loudly and was ready to hit someone at any time. Lin Rusheng wanted to interrupt, but she couldn't. Lin Xian sneered. Are you here to question me? You should ask Lin how what's going on. Lin Zhongdao stretched out his leg and kicked the door frame. Lin Hao is in a semi-comatose state now and is likely to be hospitalized for a long time. That's great. It will save him from always using his brain to harm others. It would be best if he had some heart problems too, so he wouldn't have so many bad thoughts. Lin Xian, believe it or not, I can notify the law enforcement team right now. Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth, unable to suppress his inner anger any longer, and finally announced his final decision. Lin Xian's eyes gradually turned cold, and even his voice was cold. Feel free to call the police at any time. At this time, Lin Rusheng finally spoke first. Dad, Lin Xin, this is not the place to talk. Why don't we go out and talk? After all, there are many neighbors here, and it will have a bad impact. Lin Zhongdao suddenly turned his head and vented all his anger on Lin Rusheng. It's a bad influence? Ha! Only a rebellious son like him would care about the influence. I wish everyone in the world would know what he did. Hearing the shouting outside, Zhou Yuzhen hurried out of the house. What happened to Lin Xian? Soon after, Lin Pingon also followed out. Lin Xian turned around. Dad, Mom is fine, don't worry. Lin Rusheng's heart skipped a beat. When Lin Xian looked at them just now, the coldness in his eyes was enough to scare people away. But Lin Xian's attitude towards his adoptive father and mother is so gentle. And the words mom and dad sounded so natural. He was not as reserved and humble as he was at the Lin family. It sounded exactly like Lin Xian was their biological son. But the person next to him is Lin Xian's biological father. At this moment, Lin Rusheng suddenly realized a problem. Lin Xian really didn't want to go back to the Lin family, so he cut off all his escape routes. He did this not just with words. It seemed as if Lin Xian had placed all his emotions on his adoptive father and mother. Looking at this scene, Lin Zhongdao's face felt hot. This is Miss Lin, right? Would you like to come in and sit down? Zhou Yuzhen had met Lin Rusheng in the examination room. Therefore, I was deeply impressed by this fresh and beautiful girl in front of me. After thinking carefully, Zhou Yuzhen also recognized the middle-aged man next to Lin Rusheng. This person is Lin Xian's father. Mr. Lin, if you have anything to say, come in and talk. Lin Pingon turned sideways and motioned Lin Zhongdao to come into the house. Lin Zhongdao snorted coldly and looked at Lin Xian with resentment. Worried that Lin Xian would disagree, Zhou Yuzhen secretly gave Lin Xian a wink. Lin Xian's expression relaxed a little. Although she had been here many times, this was the first time Lin Rusheng walked in. As soon as she entered the door, Lin Rusheng was shocked by the scene before her. The living room is not big, but very tidy. What's important is that the walls and tables in the living room are covered with photos of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's elementary school ID photo, daily photos of him reading, and life photos of him playing with other children. Placed right in the middle is a family portrait. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingon looked very happy, with Lin Xian grinning in the middle. I have to say, the whole room is full of warmth. And this kind of atmosphere will never appear in the Lin family. Lin Rusheng felt ashamed, because in the Lin family, there is no photo of Lin Xian at all, let alone a family portrait. Lin Rusheng looked away awkwardly and frowned slightly. Mr. Lin, please sit down. Lin Pingon looked polite and spoke in a calm tone. Lin Pingon had some complaints about Lin Zhongdao and his wife. Although Lin Xian is not his biological son, Lin Pingon can guess what kind of life Lin Xian lives in other people's homes. Even if Lin Zhongdao felt sorry for his adopted son, he shouldn't let Lin Xian suffer any injustice. The reason for letting him in was simply because he didn't want the neighbors around to point fingers at Lin Xian. That's it. Have a cup of tea. Zhou Yuzhen brought 2 cups of tea and placed them on the coffee table. Lin Rusheng nodded in thanks, and Lin Zhongdao also nodded. When he saw Lin Xian again, Lin Zhongdao was still furious. Lin Xian, even if there is a misunderstanding between you and Xiao Hao, you can't be so cruel. Mr. Lin, can I ask what happened to Lin Xian? Seeing Lin Zhongdao blaming Lin Xian, Lin Pingon could no longer bear it. Lin Zhongdao took a deep breath and angrily told the whole story. Lin Hao is now lying in the hospital. The doctor said that it is still uncertain when the sequelae of the concussion will be eliminated. Lin Xian has gone too far. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What makes you say that I was the one who beat Lin Hao? Which eye of yours saw me do it? Do I need to see this? Lin Hao told me this himself. You and Lin Hao have always been at odds. You have been holding a grudge for a long time. So you took action. Mr. Lin, you have a very rich imagination. Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face, but the word Mr. Lin made Lin Zhongdao angry again. You traitor! Seeing that Lin Zhongdao was about to take action, Lin Pingon suddenly stood in front of Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, I don't agree with what you just said. It's understandable that young people are full of hot-bloodedness, but I don't believe you when you say my son beat your son so badly. Even if it's really like what you said, I think there must be a reason for it. The road in the forest is confusing. Facing Lin Pingon, I didn't know what to say for a moment. You, protecting him like this will only hurt him sooner or later. I believe in our education method, and I also believe in Lin Xian. Your husband doesn't need to worry about this. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. Okay. Since you insist on doing this, let the law enforcement team handle this matter. As soon as Lin Zhongdao finished speaking, Lin Xin suddenly took out his cell phone. It's not too late for Mr. Lin to make a decision after listening to the recording. After opening the screen lock, Lin Xin tapped a few times on his phone. Soon, Lin Hao's voice was heard. I'm telling you, if you fight me, you'll die. I've been in the Lin family for more than 10 years. My mother holds me in the palm of her hand, like a few older sisters. What do you have? You were just picked up from the garbage dump. If you weren't here, I could have accepted everything from him, but you showed up. How can I ever end this deep hatred? Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. If you don't want me to think you're a wimp, go for the appointment. The cell phone speaker was on, and Lin Hao's voice was extremely clear. After hearing Lin Hao's provocative words, Lin Pingon clenched his fists. The son that he held so dearly in his hands was actually insulted by that little bastard, regardless of whether the injuries on Lin Hao's body were caused by Lin Xian. Now he actually hopes that it was Lin Xian who did it. Otherwise, this child will not be able to vent the anger in his heart. Dad! Lin Rusheng's brows were filled with shock. From childhood to adulthood, I have never heard Lin Hao speak in this tone. But Lin Rusheng was clearly sure that these words came from Lin Hao's mouth. So, it was Lin Hao who wanted to ask Lin Xian out. Moreover, Lin Hao should have made full preparations. Lin Xian is the one who is in danger at any time. Lin Zhongdao's old face felt hot, and he was so angry that even his breathing became uneven. Mr. Lin, this is the content of Lin Hao's call with me. He asked me to meet him at a billiard hall on Chaoyang Street, but I didn't go. As for what happened to Lin Hao, you should let him tell the truth instead of just guessing the truth. Finally, I think Mr. Lin's mind is a little unclear right now, so it's better to report it to the law enforcement team. If Mr. Lin finds it inconvenient, I can call the police on your behalf, and that will clear my name. Lin Xian's words were powerful, but his face remained expressionless. You didn't go? Lin Zhongdao looked uneasy and asked with a frown on his face. Why should I go? Is it because I was framed less by Lin Hao and the Lin family? Or do you think, Mr. Lin, that since this is what Lin Hao said, I must keep the appointment without hesitation? You hold Lin Hao in your hands and treat him like a treasure. But in my eyes, Lin Hao is nothing. Faced with Lin Xian's rebuttal, Lin Zhongdao was speechless. At this moment, Lin Rusheng didn't bother to care about Lin Zhongdao's emotions. Lin Hao is going too far. How could he treat Lin Xian like this? Lin Xian, it's a good thing you didn't go over there. Otherwise, you would be in danger. Lin Rusheng said this from the bottom of her heart. Lin Xian looked at Lin Rusheng, then looked away. I don't need them to ask about my well-being. I managed to get through the most difficult times, so I definitely don't need them to add icing on the cake now. Son, you should tell your father about this. Isn't it just an appointment? Dad will go with you. Brothers fight together. Fathers and sons fight together in battle. If anyone dares to bully you, I will fight with my life. Lin Pingon's face was full of anger, and he looked straight at Lin Zhongdao. These words were meant for Lin Xian, but they were more like words for Lin Zhongdao. It doesn't matter whether you love Lin Hao or favor the adopted son, but you can't bully my son. You don't take Lin Xian to heart, but in our hearts, Lin Xian is irreplaceable by anyone. Still want to bully Lin Xian? No way. Call the police. We must let the law enforcement team handle this matter. My son cannot be wronged. Zhou Yuzhen, who had never spoken before, spoke coldly at this moment. While speaking, he had already picked up the phone. No. Uncle and Aunt, we can't call the police now. Lin Rusheng stood up and hurriedly stopped him. Ms. Lin, you feel sorry for Lin Hao, so you blocked our door and questioned Lin Xian. We will not let Lin Xian suffer an unjustifiable wrong. It's our right to call the police or not. If Miss Lin insists on stopping us, don't blame us for not giving you face. Zhou Yuzhen was so angry that she was shaking all over and didn't even know how to argue with him next. This family is simply too much. They guessed that Lin Xian had injured Lin Hao and kept saying that they would call the police and seek justice for their son. Now, knowing that Lin Xian was wrongly accused, he stopped calling the police. How ridiculous. These rich people don't really think that everyone must revolve around them, do they? Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Xian, then at Zhou Yuzhen. Annie, please don't misunderstand. We were indeed rude in coming here today. I apologize to you, uncle and auntie. Since this matter has nothing to do with Lin Xian, there is absolutely no need to call the police. Lin Xian is now the top scorer in the college entrance examination. If we really call the police, I'm afraid some people with ulterior motives will use it to make a fuss, which will not be good for Lin Xian. What do you think? Zhou Yuzhen turned to look at Lin Xian. Son, what do you think? Lin Xian was unsure about what was just said. If the law enforcement team is really involved, there might be some mistakes, so it is naturally better not to call the police. But at this time, you must not show it. It doesn't matter. If they call the police, I will fight them to the end. Lin Xian still spoke in a strong voice, but he had turned his head away, too lazy to pay attention to Lin Zhongdao and the others. Since it has nothing to do with you, forget it. As he said this, Lin Zhongdao was about to stand up. Wait a minute. Lin Xian stopped him coldly. Mr. Lin, Ms. Lin, I no longer have any relationship with the Lin family. You rashly came to my house today and affected our normal life. If it happens again, don't blame me for calling the police. Lin Zhongdao was filled with anger and wanted to scold Lin Xian, but was stopped by Lin Rusheng. Dad, let's go. We did something wrong. Lin Zhongdao snorted coldly and walked out angrily. As soon as the two men walked out of the door, Lin Ping'an slammed the door shut. Boom! The dull sound made Lin Rusheng shiver. What kind of family is this? How can they be so uncultured? Dad, they can't bear to see Lin Xian being wronged, which shows that they value Lin Xian. What do you mean? Lin Xian is my biological son. Before he could finish his words, Lin Zhongdao suddenly shut his mouth. I wanted to say that Lin Xian is my biological son, and it is not their turn to pay attention to him. But no matter how he thought about it, Lin Zhongdao felt that there was something wrong with what he said. Thinking of the photos of Lin Xian in the living room, Lin Zhongdao became more depressed. On the way back, Lin Zhongdao asked Lin Rusheng in a sullen voice, why not call the police? Even if Lin Xian didn't do it, the law enforcement team can find the real murderer after calling the police. Lin Rusheng sighed slowly. Dad, Lin Xian was the last person Lin Hao called. By then, Lin Hao's recording will definitely appear in the law enforcement team. You have also heard the content of the recording. It is a threat and intimidation. Will this affect Lin Hao's going abroad? Anyway, Lin Hao is fine now. I don't think it's worth it to affect the overall situation because of these small things. Lin Zhongdao rubbed his eyebrows with his hands, feeling depressed again. I was so busy being angry just now. How could I have forgotten such an important thing? Lin Hao is going abroad to gain experience. Lin Hao's score in this college entrance examination was not high to begin with. If any other problems arise, it would be a waste of time. Okay, don't mention this anymore. After saying this, Lin Zhongdao muttered to himself, Xiao Hao is a child that I have spoiled. This incident should be a lesson for me. Lin Rusheng finally put her worries to rest and was able to concentrate on driving. As soon as the Lin father and daughter left, Zhou Yuzhen poured out the tea on the table. I even poured tea for them. How blind I am. That eldest sister of the Lin family is okay. She is at least sensible. I didn't expect Lin Zhongdao to be so confused. In my entire life, I have never seen anyone so crooked. Zhou Yuzhen kept chattering away and even washed the teacup several times. Although they didn't even touch the teacups, Zhou Yuzhen just felt uncomfortable. Mom, don't be angry. It's not worth it to ruin your health. After saying that, Lin Xin smiled at Zhou Yuzhen. A smile immediately appeared on Zhou Yuzhen's face. My son's smile was more effective than any comforting words. Mom is not angry. I am not that confused. Although Zhou Yuzhen and her husband were unhappy about being messed around by the Lin family, seeing that Lin Xin didn't care, they didn't say much. Soon, Zhou Yuzhen went to buy groceries, leaving only Lin Xin and Lin Ping'an at home. Dad, I have something to tell you. Lin Xin stood in front of Lin Ping'an with a slightly serious expression. Lin Ping'an patted the sofa next to him and said, "Son, sit down." Seeing that Lin Ping'an seemed to have sensed something, Lin Xin felt a little relieved. Lin Xin had never intended to hide Lin Hao's affairs from Lin Ping'an. Even if Lin Zhongdao and Lin Ruxuan hadn't come, Lin Xin wanted to tell Lin Ping'an about this matter. Dad, I actually did it. It wasn't just me. There was also a friend who stood up for me. I know I may have gotten into trouble, but I don't regret it. If I make the decision again, I will still do it the same way. Until now, when Lin Xin recalled the feeling of the slap on Lin Hao's face, he still felt very happy. I don't want any moral blackmail, because in the end, I'll be the only one who suffers. After finishing his words in one breath, Lin Xin looked up at Lin Ping'an again. Lin Ping'an reached out and patted Lin Xin on the shoulder. Son, you are just venting your anger. You have been wronged by him, so you should hit him. If it were me, I would do the same. Dad, do you think I did the right thing? Yeah, what's so strange about this? Isn't it too cowardly for a grown man to always be bullied by others? Besides, my son is full of blood and energy now, so it's normal for him to fight with others. Lin Xin looked at Lin Ping'an in disbelief, feeling that he didn't recognize the person in front of him. In Lin Xian's impression, Lin Ping'an has always been a down-to-earth, steady, and family-oriented man. It was really unbelievable to hear these words coming out of his mouth. Why are you stunned? You've let out this anger. Daddy is happy for you. But one thing is for sure, you have to be more careful next time. If you really hit someone to death with a brick, it would be more trouble than it's worth. Son, you have to remember that you only have one life. Don't do anything that threatens your life and freedom. Lin Ping'an spoke very naturally. Lin Xin was deeply moved. Lin Ping'an was right. We only have one life. It's not worth it to sacrifice our life or lose our freedom for that bastard Lin Hao. Dad, I remember. As soon as Lin Xin finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. An unread text message appeared on the phone screen. Lin Xin clicked it and found that the text message was sent by Lin Ruxuan. The content of the information is also extremely simple, with only a few words. Don't worry, brother. Dad won't call the police. Lin Xin frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt arose. What does Lin Ruxuan mean by sending this text message? Could it be that she noticed something? When Lin Zhongdao suggested calling the police, Lin Ruxuan tried her best to stop him. Wasn't she doing that for Lin Hao? If everything was planned for Lin Hao, then why did Lin Ruxuan send this text message to herself? Lin Xin couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Just now, I learned from Lin Zhongdao that Lin Hao is seriously injured. It is estimated that the Lin family is in chaos at this time, and there is no way they would have the chance to target me. Thinking of this, Lin Xin simply opened the game software. Now that the matter has been resolved, let's play a couple of games to kill time. Kyoto Daiichi Hospital VIP Ward. In the corridor outside room 302, a middle-aged woman was standing on tiptoe, looking inside through the glass window on the door. The woman was wearing a dark, long skirt, holding sunglasses in her hands, a mask covering half of her face, and a baseball cap on her head. Medical staff couldn't help but take a look over here when they passed by. If the woman's eyes had not been red, more people would have come forward to ask questions. Medical staff who have worked in the hospital for a long time understand this. In cases like this, it is usually inconvenient for the other party to appear in front of the patient. Gu Yuan was also afraid that others would find out, so she glanced into the ward and left in a hurry. Soon, Lin Zhongdao's phone rang. Seeing the phone number on the screen, Lin Zhongdao answered it quickly. How is my son? Will he feel uncomfortable with so many bandages on his head? What's the stent next to it for? Did it injure your internal organs? No matter who the murderer is, I will never let it go this time. If you don't come forward, then I will. For my son, I can do anything." Gu Yuan spoke in a hurried voice, trying hard to control her inner emotions. Lin Zhongdao frowned, and there was a hint of impatience in his voice. "Everything is fine now, so don't make things worse. I'll take care of this matter. How are you going to handle this? My son is lying in the hospital bed right now. My heart is broken." As he was speaking, he heard crying from the other end of the line. "I handed my son over to you. Is this how you protect him? What did you promise at the beginning? Is this the good life you want us mother and son to live?" Faced with the questioning, Lin Zhongdao also began to sigh. "It's hard to explain over the phone. I'll explain it to you later. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." After hanging up the call, Lin Zhongdao threw the phone aside. "Since I came to the hospital, my phone has never stopped ringing. First, there was the matter of cooperation in launching new drugs, and then there was Lin Hao's fragmentary amnesia." Lin Zhongdao was overwhelmed. At this moment, Qin Yulan's face flashed through Lin Zhongdao's mind. "I don't know what Qin Yulan is doing at this time. Why hasn't she come to the hospital yet?" At the same time, Qin Yulan has packed her luggage. "Mom, do you want me to go with you?" Lin Rushuang's face was full of worry, and she took 2 steps towards Qin Yulan while asking questions. Qin Yulan shook her head and forced a smile on her face. "No, Mama's going to see your grandpa and uncle. What is there to worry about? You should also know that no matter what time it is, the only support for a married daughter is her parents' family. Don't worry this time. I will make Lin Zhongdao give me an explanation." In the past, in order to protect Lin Zhongdao's image, Qin Yulan never addressed Lin Zhongdao by his surname. Ever since she learned the truth, Qin Yulan wanted to cut the man who was her father into pieces. Qin Yulan felt that she had done a good deed by not scolding the beast in front of her daughters. "Mom, I get it. Time is running out. You must make it quick." Lin Rusheng was not just considering the matter between Lin Hao and Lin Xin. There are also matters related to the launch of new drugs at the moment. Although he was against cooperating with other companies, if his father insisted on his own way, he and Mr. Chu would not be able to hold on for long. If we want to keep everything we have now, perhaps the only way is to let my grandfather and others step in. I understand. I'll leave the house to you. We'll keep in touch by phone. After adjusting her skirt, Qin Yulan walked out with her suitcase. Seeing the lady coming downstairs, Zhou Ma and the servants stepped aside. At this time, Qin Yulan had also thought of her excuse. "If anyone asks, just say you are in a bad mood and want to travel. Anyway, I used to go out with Lin Zhongdao often, and it was also common for me to travel alone." Fortunately, no one mentioned it. Lin Rusheng accompanied Qin Yulan to the airport before returning. Longcheng, Qin family. When the news came that Qin Yulan was coming back, the whole Qin family was in an uproar. Qin Huaigua called all 3 sons back home, and the living room was silent. The eldest brother Qin Yefeng remained silent. The second brother Qin Yuehai looked at the third brother Qin Yang and finally asked a question. "My little sister hasn't been home for so many years. Why do you suddenly want to come back?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang took up the topic. "Over the years, my mind has been on Lin. I came back suddenly. Could something have happened?" Qin Huaigua frowned. He didn't say anything on the phone, just that he was coming back, and his phone was turned off when I called again. Qin Yefeng raised his wrist to look at his watch. "It won't be long before we meet someone. When the time comes, just ask them." Regarding Qin Yulan's return, except for Qin Huaigua, the head of the Qin family, the 3 brothers present all had their own thoughts. But no one said it in front of the old man. "Yulan is coming back. No matter what happened in the past, you still only have this one sister. Okay, get ready and notify all members of the Qin family to have a dinner party tonight." After Qin Huaigua finished speaking, he stood up. After the old man left, the 3 brothers looked at each other. "Brother, Dad is worried that we will mention what happened in the past, so he is giving us a heads up. Dad really dotes on his little sister." The person who spoke was Qin Yang, the youngest son of the Qin family. Among his 3 sons, Qin Huaigua also favors Qin Yang the most, but compared with Qin Yulan, he is still a little inferior. Qin Yefeng showed a polite smile. "Why, are you jealous? Just put your heart in your stomach. My younger sister is going to get married anyway, It's impossible for her to stay in the Qin family forever. When Qin Yiyang heard this, he immediately frowned and refuted. What are you talking about, brother? I don't mean anything else. After all, we all changed our life plans because of my younger sister's marriage. If we really have to talk about damage, it's not just me. The three of us brothers all suffered. Qin Yuehai suddenly stood up, his voice full of seriousness. Xiaoyang, Dad just told me not to mention what happened back then. Have you forgotten it so quickly? Back then, my sister insisted on marrying Lin Zhongdao, and my father had no choice but to agree. The marriage partners of the three of us have also changed. This is already a fact. That was just a turning point. How your life will turn out in the future still depends on your own efforts. Don't mention what happened in the past anymore. Qin Yiyang lowered his head and hummed reluctantly. On the plane, Qin Yulan closed her eyes to rest, but her mind was in a mess. I will not go back to my parents' home unless it is absolutely necessary. But Qin Yulan had no idea what consequences she would face when she returned this time. There is no clue about many things. The only thing that is certain is that you must do your best to keep your assets. Only in this way can more be left for Lin Xin. Son, Mom was confused before, but I will never let anyone manipulate me again. Taking out her cell phone, Qin Yulan wanted to see Lin Xin. But after looking through the photo album, I found that there was not a single photo of Lin Xin. Qin Yulan put her hand between her brows and then comforted herself. It doesn't matter whether you have photos or not. You can take family photos later. The most important thing right now is how to get out of the current predicament. Keeping the shares, keeping the assets, and punishing the scumbag is the most effective counterattack. 5 hours later, the plane landed successfully. Qin Yulan took a taxi directly back to the Qin family villa. When Qin Yulan learned that the old man wanted to give her a grand welcome, she directly refused. As soon as she entered the door, Qin Yulan threw her luggage to the driver and went straight to the study on the second floor. With her father and 3 brothers all around, Qin Yulan felt much more at ease. Dad, big brother, second brother, third brother, I'm back. I'm in trouble. Lin Zhongdao cheated on me and is trying to drain the company. Here's the evidence. Qin Yulan took out the information and put it directly on the desk. Qin Yuehai breathed a sigh of relief. Little sister, you are not a child anymore. Don't make a fuss. It's common for men to have affairs outside, isn't it? Gossip is just gossip. How can it be linked to hollowing out the company? Qin Yulan's voice suddenly rose. Second brother, listen to what I have to say. My son went missing back then. It was that beast Lin Zhongdao who was responsible for his disappearance. The current Lin Hao is the adopted son of the Lin family on the surface, but in fact he is the illegitimate son of Lin Zhongdao. He and that bitch Guyuan gave birth to this child. He has been plotting against me for more than 10 years. All my efforts over the years have been paving the way for his illegitimate child. Qin Yulan burst into tears after her breakdown. All the Qin family members present were stunned. Qin Huaiguo looked at his daughter in disbelief. Qin Yulan, how stupid are you? You have been schemed against by the person next to you for so many years? His heartbeat quickened, and Qin Huaiguo felt that the muscles on his face were throbbing. Lin Zhongdao is such a beast. How could he do this to Magnolia? Has he forgotten all the help the Qin family gave him? He held his daughter in his hands as a treasure. But Lin Zhongdao, this beast, treated her like grass. It's against him. Seeing their father's face turn pale, the 3 sons of the Lin family were also furious. Dad, let's go back to Kyoto now. Lin Zhongdao must give an explanation. Yes, second brother is right. If we don't teach Lin Zhongdao a lesson, he will really think that we have no relatives left. Seeing that his second and youngest sons were so impatient, Qin Huaiguo turned his attention to the eldest son, Qin Yefeng. Yufeng, what do you think? Everyone could hear that Qin Huaiguo was suppressing his inner anger. Dad, let's listen to what little sister wants. We should not be impulsive at this time. Qin Yefeng spoke in a low voice, with no expression on his face. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Yulan's face. I want them to die. I will not be satisfied until they die. Qin Yulan gritted her teeth, and her eyes were red. What nonsense are you talking about? Just solve the problem. Why do we have to take the blame for someone's life? Before Qin Huaiwu could speak, Qin Yefeng had already rebuked him coldly. Lin Xin quit the game before finishing it. The reason was simple. Gu Songsong called. Risking being reported, Lin Xin turned off the game. The stocks they bought earlier increased in value exponentially. Lin Xin had already anticipated this result, so he did not show much surprise. Gu Songsong just shouted a few words to show his excitement. In fact, this result was within his expectations. After talking about the stock trend, Lin Xin suddenly asked a question. By the way, you only said that you also bought stocks. How much did you buy? Now that it has grown exponentially, you must be making a lot, right? Gu Songsong just sighed, and his sound was filled with endless loss. Brother Xin, to be honest, I only bought the 1 yuan one. 1 yuan? At that time, Gu Songsong made a bold statement that shook the world. In the end, this guy only bought 1 stocks? Lin Xin was speechless, too shocked to utter a word. But think about it, according to the conditions of Gu Songsong's family at that time, it was not easy for this kid to come up with 1 yuan. Okay, I get it. While he was distracted, Lin Xin said something. Brother Xin, what are you talking about? Do you know? It's okay. It's just feedback after receiving the information. Let's keep working hard, and it will definitely be better in the future. Hearing Lin Xin say this, Gu Songsong finally laughed out loud. It's rare to have someone appreciate him so much. Gu Songsong felt like he had found a soulmate. After hanging up the phone with Gu Songsong, Lin Xin looked out the window. It's almost 6 o'clock now, and the air has become cooler. Lin Xin suddenly wanted to go out for a walk. Anyway, it's not time for dinner yet. After this thought came to his mind, Lin Xin just washed his face and went out. Compared to the midday sunshine, the air now is much fresher. But not long after he walked, Lin Xin suddenly stopped and frowned. Lin Xin! Lin Xingyu greeted Lin Xin enthusiastically, waving her arms vigorously. Lin Xin quickly withdrew his gaze and even turned his head away, pretending not to see it. Just as he was about to turn around, Lin Xingyu suddenly trotted out and stood in front of Lin Xin. What's wrong? Are you so reluctant to see your sister? I was thinking of going to your house to find you. Lin Xin made a pause gesture and raised his voice a lot. Lin Xingyu, I've made it very clear. If you Lin family members harass my life again, I will call the police. Lin Xian's words did not scare Lin Xingyu. On the contrary, Lin Xingyu laughed after hearing them. Don't be so angry. I'm not looking for you to blame you. Sister is here to encourage you. Come on, give me a hug. As she spoke, Lin Xingyu opened her arms and really wanted to hug Lin Xian in her arms. Lin Xian took several steps back. Lin Xingyu, what are you crazy about? Lin Xingyu shook her hair, her face full of youthful sweetness. Okay, stop pretending. I know it was you who did it. Lin Xian was shocked. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Xingyu grabbed Lin Xian's arm and spoke mysteriously. What do you mean I don't understand? It's just you and me here. Why are you still hiding it? Lin Hao is indeed hateful, but you are the only one who dares to beat him like this. Don't worry. I have no evidence, and I won't say anything nonsense, but I feel very relieved. So, I want to congratulate you, because you did something I didn't do. Lin Xian took a breath of cold air. Is this woman crazy? Even though she told the truth, I wasn't crazy enough to celebrate with her. No, I have nothing to do with your Lin family now. While refusing, Lin Xian turned around quickly and quickened his pace. You can't run away. I'll go wherever you go. Lin Xingyu ran and shouted. Lin Xian didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Xingyu and jogged all the way. Although Lin Xingyu didn't say anything, she always followed Lin Xian. Lin Xingyu waited until Lin Xian sat down on a chair on the roadside before she quickened her pace and came to Lin Xian again. What on earth do you want to do? There was impatience in Lin Xian's voice, and he rolled his eyes at Lin Xingyu while speaking. Lin Xingyu put her school bag aside and sat down next to Lin Xian. My idea is very simple. I just hope you can change your opinion of me. Impossible. I will never forget what you did. Lin Xian's words were so decisive that they shattered Lin Xingyu's wish in one fell swoop. Lin Xingyu was stunned for a moment, And then her voice became much lower. I know that we didn't know how to cherish things before and made a mess of things. I still hope that God can give me a chance, at least to make amends. I know this is wishful thinking, and I also know that you hate me, but I won't give up trying. Lin Xingyu's words were very sincere, completely different from when she yelled at Lin Xian at the Lin family in the past. Lin Xian shook his head again. It's hard to undo what has been done. Don't make it hard on me, and don't make it hard on yourself. Not only do I dislike you, I also hate everyone in the Lin family. I want to draw a clear line between the past and never mention those days again. Lin Xian didn't say the rest. Lin Xian couldn't even imagine how humble he had been in order to be accepted by the Lin family. Everyone in the Lin family always acts superior. They always speak in a high-handed manner when they talk to themselves. I didn't do anything wrong, but I have to endure their contempt and insults. Always enduring and always giving. Until he lost his life in the end, he still didn't get their respect. Now that they have recognized the truth of the matter, the Lin family members cannot remain calm. Is there anything more ridiculous in the world than this? Lin Xian admitted that Lin Xingyu had been really nice to him during this period. But some things happened and they have to happen, and even if Lin Xingyu tried her best, she couldn't change anything. Lin Xian was in deep thought. Lin Xingyu also swallowed hard. Suddenly, Lin Xingyu's voice became louder. Lin Xian, don't you think this is unfair? I know I treated you badly in the past, but have you ever thought about the reason? It's because I think you're a peeping Tom that I treat you with tinted glasses. But you have to understand that I am also a victim in that incident. Since we are both the same, both misled by others, why can't you forgive me? Lin Xingyu's face was full of grievance, and her lips were pouted high. Lin Xian knew that Lin Xingyu was going to act like a rogue again. Although he was unwilling to pay attention to Lin Xingyu, Lin Xian could not refute what Lin Xingyu said. Think about it. When you first entered the Lin family, I didn't treat you badly, right? The reason for the change of attitude is because of the peeping incident, but I didn't know that it was Lin Hao's plan. You think you are wronged, but what about me? I was also used by Lin Hao. And Xiaolan, we're being played around by others, and we are even quarreling among ourselves. Isn't this just making our loved ones sad and our enemies happy? Lin Xian suddenly felt that what Lin Xingyu said made sense. Seeing that he and the Lin family had become enemies, Lin Hao must be the happiest person, right? Although Lin Xingyu's words that the loved ones are in pain and the enemies are happy are a bit exaggerated. But the current situation is indeed in line with Lin Hao's wishes. You don't have to waste your time on me. We're not that close. Lin Xian's tone of voice became much softer. Lin Xingyu was so happy that she almost jumped up. For the first time in history, Lin Xingyu felt the urge to cry. Sincerity is the key to success. Lin Xian hasn't said in person that he forgives her yet, but seeing that his attitude towards her has softened, she is already extremely happy. So this is what blood is thicker than water? I won't let you accept me all at once. Let's take it slow. Whether you want to be named Lin or not, I am your sister. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Lin Xian was speechless. Lin Xingyu tried to convince herself again. Oh, I didn't expect you to run so fast. Now your back and waist are sore. How about I treat you to an ice cream? Without waiting for Lin Xian to refuse, Lin Xingyu grabbed Lin Xian's arm again. Let's go. I remember the road conditions here very clearly. There's a cold drink shop just ahead. I'll treat you. Lin Xian rolled his eyes again. That's pitiful to say. How poor can a big star make you by treating you to ice cream? A few minutes later, Lin Xian and Lin Xingyu have already appeared at the cold drink shop. Two people sit opposite each other. Looking at the huge sundae in front of him, Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Lin Xingyu ordered 4 sundaes, but asked the waiter to put them in 2 cups. In this way, the sundae in front of him became much higher and higher. Seeing this strange way of decoration, many young people in the cold drink shop looked over here. Lin Xian lowered his head, wishing there was a crack in the ground so he could crawl into it. You shouldn't have trusted Lin Xingyu. I really don't know what's going on in her mind. Eat it quickly. It will melt in a moment. Can't you be more normal and put them in 4 cups? This is how it feels like a ritual. Eat quickly. While he was talking, Lin Xingyu had already picked up the spoon and started eating without caring about anything. Seeing that the sundae was about to melt, Lin Xin could only follow Lin Qingyu's example and imitate her. Oh my God! Are there new products in the cold drink shop now? They are so beautiful. Oh my goodness! I want to eat this. Is this a way to eat as much as you want in one go? It's so satisfying. Boss, I want 2 of their new products. Many customers saw the supersized sundae and bought it. The waiter was extremely busy and a long line had formed in front of the counter. Lin Xingyu laughed while eating and even hummed a little tune without even wiping her mouth. Lin Xian looked at Lin Xingyu with sidelong eyes. Are you so happy? Look how happy you are. Only after paying for half of the sundae did Lin Xingyu breathe a sigh of relief. The speed of eating sundae also slowed down a lot. Lin Xian, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for eating sundaes with me. Thank you for listening to me. And thank you for not hiding from me. You think too much. I just don't want you to pester me. Don't think that if I eat a sundae from you, I will forgive you and treat you as my own sister. Lin Xian, you are the top scholar after all. You are eating 2 sundaes. Lin Xian frowned again. Are you going to act like a rogue again? How can you call me a rogue? You've already eaten it, so you can't be so cold to me in the future. I'm your sister. Lin Xian took a deep breath and spat directly into the trash can next to him. Back to you. Lin Xingyu tilted her neck to look at Lin Xian, with a smile on her face all the time. Spitting it out won't help, brother. Lin Xian stood up to leave, but was stopped by Lin Xingyu. I'm just kidding. Whether you treat me as your real sister or a stranger, I am your sister anyway. Also, I need a lot more food. It will be a waste if we can't finish it. You can't leave. Lin Xian raised his eyelids and looked at Lin Xingyu speechlessly. The Lin Xingyu in front of me is completely different from the Lin Xingyu on the stage. She wore light makeup and her hair was neatly combed. A white t-shirt and blue jeans give her a youthful and beautiful look. This is completely different from the aggressive Lin Xingyu of the past. Lin Xian was in a daze when the waiter brought another pile of food. Lin Xingyu really didn't lie. Eat it quickly, or it will melt. It's that familiar line again. I wanted to refute, but Lin Xian unconsciously lowered his head and started eating. It seems that the resistance just now had no effect. Lin Xian, Mom went to Dragon City. Go find Grandpa and Uncle to deal with the Lin family's affairs. Dad doesn't know about this. Mom said that she would do her best to strive for the best interests for you. This matter must be kept secret. Dad and Lin Hao must not know about it. Lin Xingyu said while eating. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He was too lazy to listen to the Lin family's affairs, let alone get involved. Whether Qin Yulan returns to Longcheng or asks the Qin family to make the decision, what does it have to do with me? As for the greatest benefit Qin Yulan mentioned, she didn't take it to heart at all. If you really want their property, why would you break off relations with them? I really don't know if these people are pretending to be confused or they just can't figure it out. As for keeping secrets, I don't even bother to care about it. So how could I tell on others? It's ridiculous. What you said has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian said lightly. Okay, whatever you say, but I will still tell you when I get new information from my elder sister. Lin Xingyu blinked. Now, we must unite against the common enemy. Forget it. I'll make it sound like a war. I'll say it again. I don't care about your Lin family's affairs. Okay, let's talk about something else. Halfway through the conversation, Lin Xingyu suddenly leaned forward and said, Tell me, did you feel particularly good when you beat Lin Hao? Lin Xian was speechless. He really didn't know what to say this time. Don't be so nervous. I've actually been wanting to do that for a long time. Last time I put chin beans in his food, I felt the amount was not enough. Lin Xingyu showed off her battle results without any reservation. Lin Xian was stunned. Chin beans and Lin Hao's rice? It's a good thing that Lin Xingyu could think of this. At this moment, Lin Xingyu was raising her eyebrows at Lin Xian. I've been so frank with you. You can't treat me as an outsider, right? Lin Xian frowned in thought. Lin Xian didn't want more people to know about the beating of Lin Hao, but Lin Xingyu had already said so, so Lin Xian simply nodded. To be honest, it's pretty cool. You should have called me then. Next time, if something like this happens next time, you must notify me. Lin Xian tilted his head and looked at Lin Xingyu. The second young lady of the Lin family is indeed a carefree person. That's absolutely true. You actually want to get involved in this kind of thing? I'm really speechless. It seems that as long as Lin Xingyu is around, it is impossible for me to know other people's affairs even if I don't want to. After a while, the relationship between the two people finally eased a little, and it was not as tense as before. After spending some time with Lin Xian, Lin Xingyu realized that she didn't understand Lin Xian at all before. It can even be said that I have never thought about getting to know him before. All my impressions of Lin Xian came from Lin Hao. He is uneducated, has bad character, poor academic performance, and often hangs out with gangsters in society. But what is Lin Xian like in reality? He is steady and down-to-earth, not good at talking. But when it comes to academic performance, Lin Xian slaps them in the face with his actions. Lin Xian is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Unique. When she thought of this, Lin Xingyu couldn't help feeling proud. But at the same time, she felt extremely ashamed of what she had done in the past. What made Lin Xingyu even more confused was what Lin Zhongdao had done. Even though Lin Hao has a special identity, and even though Lin Zhongdao holds him in the palm of his hand, he should not crush Lin Xian like this. They're all his sons. Compared with Lin Hao, Lin Xian is still the upright young master of the Lin family. Faced with such an outstanding son, why doesn't Lin Zhongdao recognize him? Could it be that, in Lin Zhongdao's heart, he never considered Lin Xian as his own son from the beginning to the end? Lin Xingyu was in mixed feelings. Thinking about the grievances that Lin Xian had suffered over the years, her heart sank a little bit. The Qin family villa. The air in the study almost froze. Upon learning about his daughter's living situation with someone else, Mr. Qin smashed 4 teacups in a row. Then his blood pressure soared, and before he could make a decision, he could no longer stand. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly helped Mr. Qin to the bedroom to rest. Therefore, the next decision fell on Qin Yefeng, the head of the Qin family. The 4 siblings all looked depressed, and Qin Yulan kept wiping away her tears. Little sister, we know you can't swallow this breath, but you can't do things willfully. In large families, illegitimate children are common, but you want them to die. I can only think that you are speaking in anger. Whether it's the Lin family or the Qin family, they can't bear 2 lives for you. As for divorce, I advise you to think twice. After all, you still have a son. Qin Yulan blushed again. After all this trouble, Qin Yulan finally had a clue in her mind. Killing people is against the law, and it is absolutely forbidden to do such things. But if I continue to live with Lin Zhongdao, what kind of torture would that be? When she thought of Lin Xian, Qin Yulan hesitated again. Brother, I can't swallow this anger. Lin Zhongdao is a liar. He just wants to climb up by stepping on the shoulders of our Qin family. I finally understand. He never planned for us from the beginning. 3 daughters, 1 son, and me are no match for his illegitimate son. After more than 10 years of love, I gave my heart and soul to you, but I was actually fulfilling my responsibilities as a mother to my mistress. Qin Yulan's eyes were full of tears, but also burning with anger. Brother, I regret it. From the beginning, Lin Zhongdao's feelings for me were fake. Say the last sentence. Qin Yulan's face was pale, and all the strength in her body seemed to have been drained. In order to marry Lin Zhongdao, she even went on a hunger strike, but this is the result she got. The 3 Lin brothers frowned. Lin Zhongdao destroyed more than just Qin Yulan's happiness. At that time, Qin Yulan already had a marriage partner and even announced the wedding date. But for this scumbag, Qin Yulan was willing to threaten him with death. For the sake of his family, Qin Yefeng gave up his most beloved person. Because of this incident, the 2 younger brothers were arranged to get married early. In the end, they were all pawns in Lin Zhongdao's hands. Even if Qin Yulan could swallow this anger, they would make the Lin family pay the price. Call your son, take him with you, and let's go to the Lin family together. Qin Yefeng looked gloomy as he made the final decision. Brother Lin Xian can't come to Longqing. He and I have cut off ties. Qin Yulan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The 3 brothers all looked at Qin Yulan, their eyes filled with disbelief. What did you say, little sister? Your son disowned you. What happened? Didn't we just find it back 2 years ago? It's only been a short time. How did the relationship become like this? Little sister, what kind of life are you living? As soon as Qin Yulan finished speaking, her three brothers began to bombard her with criticism, one sentence after another. Faced with a series of inquiries, Qin Yulan even wanted to die. Right now, Qin Yulan did nothing but cry. After learning the truth, Qin Yulan regretted it deeply. Now facing the questioning of her brothers, Qin Yulan was too embarrassed to answer. Tell me what's going on? Qin Yefeng looked serious. Qin Yulan finally raised her head and spoke with a heavy nasal tone. Brother, when we found Lin Xin, the child was already grown up. Because he wasn't raised by my side, his temper and habits are somewhat different from what I expected. Plus, in the past 10 years, I have always held Lin Hao in the palm of my hand, so I have neglected Lin Xin a little. Qin Yulan didn't say the rest of the words, but just bit her lips tightly. Seeing this scene, the three brothers immediately understood. You are confused. No matter what, Lin Xin is your biological son. How can you ignore your biological son and take care of your adopted son? Whose fault is it that the child is not as perfect as you imagined? If you hadn't lost the child, would the child have become like this? It was so hard to find the child, but instead of thinking about how to compensate him, you blame him for ruining his life. Little sister, have you been fooled by Lin Zhongdao? That child is your flesh and blood. Qin Yefeng looked at Qin Yulan with disappointment, and every word he said was like a sharp blade piercing Qin Yulan's heart. Qin Yulan was filled with remorse and clenched her fingers tightly. Qin Yuehai sighed helplessly. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Since you don't care about your own son, why are you looking for him? You might as well let him fend for himself. The child didn't blame you for abandoning him, but you blamed him for not being able to succeed. What kind of logic is that? Qin Yulan wiped her tears and looked up at Qin Yefeng. Brother Lin Xin is not a failure. He is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. What? No, in the college entrance examination. Such an outstanding son was forced to sever ties with them. How desperate is this child? And the silly sister in front of me is still crying. How dare you cry? Qin Yefeng turned his head away in anger. Qin Yuehai and Qin Yiyang looked at each other, and neither of them dared to speak. It seems that the eldest brother is really angry. At this moment, Qin Yulan's hatred became even stronger. It's all that beast in Lin Zhongdao's fault. If it weren't for his careful planning, his son wouldn't be lost. This scene would not have happened. A few minutes later, Qin Yefeng spoke again. Little sister, go back upstairs and have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the Lin family together. Brother, aren't we going to look for Lin Xin? Qin Yulan asked cautiously. Looking for him? Can he come? Faced with such a retort, Qin Yulan also lowered her head. The Qin family villa is a 5-story Western-style building. The first floor is used for receiving guests, and the second floor has the bedrooms of the 4 children of the Qin family. Even though Qin Yulan hadn't been back for so many years, her bedroom was kept clean. Qin Yefeng's bedroom is next to Qin Yulan's bedroom. As soon as he sat down on the chair, Qin Yefeng turned on the computer to look up the detailed information of the top scorer in the Kyoto College entrance examination. Lin Xin was the top scorer in the college entrance examination with a score higher than all the previous top scorers. Lin Xin applied to Nanjing University. Kyoto Second Middle School gave Lin Xin a scholarship of 500,000 yuan. After seeing the introduction of Lin Xin on the webpage, Qin Yefeng's expression gradually relaxed. Nanjing University is very good, and its campus is located in Longcheng. Qin Yefeng looked at his nephew, whom he had never met before, and there was a hint of other meaning in his eyes. At the same time, Gu Yuan came to the VIP ward again. It is really outrageous that Qin Yulan went traveling when her son was injured like this. Gu Yuan was furious, but she also felt a little relieved in her heart. If Qin Yulan had not left Kyoto, she would not have had the opportunity to take care of her injured son. In some ways, I have to thank this cruel Qin Yulan. Seeing Lin Hao's pale face, Gu Yuan became resentful again. How are you going to eat when you're injured like this? Gu Yuan was crying, and her voice was filled with sobs. Okay, don't make things difficult for the child. The doctor said Xiao Hao is recovering quickly. Lin Zhongdao's face was full of heartache, and he put his hand on Gu Yuan's shoulder. Gu Yuan sniffed hard. It can't get any faster. Xiao Hao must be in great pain. This child is the strongest. Mom, I'm fine, don't worry. Lin Hao, lying on the hospital bed, uttered a word with difficulty. Gu Yuan burst into tears again. My child, I'm sorry for you. Our lives are so miserable. Lin Zhongdao opened his mouth, and a hint of apology appeared on his face. Back then, I promised Gu Yuan more than once that I would grow old with her. At that time in Longqing, the Gu family was also a powerful family. The marriage between the Lin family and the Gu family is indeed the icing on the cake. But people are not as good as heaven. The old man of the Gu family made mistakes in business, and coupled with the ruthlessness of his competitors, the entire Gu family was emptied out in just 1 year. Seeing that there was nothing useful in the Gu family, Lin Zhongdao and Gu Yuan's relationship was also denied. It's not that Lin Zhongdao didn't fight for it, but facing the pressure from his elder brother and father, he had no choice but to compromise. It was at that time, at a dinner party, that Lin Zhongdao met Qin Yulan and learned that Qin Yulan fell in love with him at first sight. One is the woman whom I love deeply and whom I hold at the top of my heart. The other is a rich girl who can make her successful. Lin Zhongdao was in a dilemma. In the end, Lin Zhongdao made a bold decision. Marry Qin Yulan. Privately keep in touch with Gu Yuan. For so many years, Lin Zhongdao has been very cautious and treading on thin ice, and Qin Yulan has never discovered what happened with Gu Yuan. But ever since Lin Xin was found, Lin Zhongdao felt that things seemed to be out of control. Even though Lin Xin had already left the Lin family, bad things still happened one after another. Not only were things at home a mess, but even the company's new drug launch was fraught with difficulties. Gu Yuan's crying was intermittent, and Lin Zhongdao turned around and went to the corridor to get some fresh air. Tomorrow is Lin Hao's birthday. I really don't know what to do for this year's birthday party. Qin Yulan was not at home, so Lin Zhongdao naturally thought of Lin Rusheng. Xiao Shuang, tomorrow is Xiao Hao's birthday. Your mother isn't around, so you can help arrange it. Xiao Hao can't go back, so let's hold the birthday party in the hospital. Don't make it too grand. Notify Xiaolan and ask her to come back. In the past, the 3 of you sisters were all present on Xiao Hao's birthday. If Xiaolan is not here this year, Xiao Hao will be sad. On the phone, Lin Zhongdao explained in detail. Lin Xuan was confused for a moment. Dad, Xiaolan probably won't be able to make it back. She's recording a show somewhere else. Is recording the show more important, or is celebrating your brother's birthday more important? Why are you becoming more and more cold-blooded? Lin Zhongdao's voice was cold and extremely stern. Okay, Dad. I'll call Xiaolan now. I hope he can come back. From the time Lin Hao was adopted home until now, the family is reunited every time it is Lin Hao's birthday, and few people are absent. Not only was Qin Yulan absent this year, but Lin Jilan was also on a business trip. In addition, things at the company were a mess, so Lin Rusheng knew how Lin Zhongdao felt without having to think. In order to avoid any complications, Lin Rusheng hurriedly agreed. Lin Zhongdao hummed unhappily and hung up the phone. Early that morning, Zhou Yuzhen quietly came to Lin Xian's door, saw that the lights in Lin Xian's room were off, and tiptoed back. You came up empty-handed, didn't you? I told you a long time ago not to act like this. It's the middle of the night. Why don't you just let the child sleep well? Why don't you keep saying happy birthday to him? Lin Ping'an lay on the bed with his eyes wide open. Zhou Yuzhen didn't care at all about her husband's teasing. My son has grown up, and we have to keep up with the times. Isn't it popular to say happy birthday in the early morning? Lin Ping'an turned over to make room for him and motioned Zhou Yuzhen to lie down. You can never catch up with trends. Go to bed early and cook a table full of delicious food for your son tomorrow. I think what you said makes sense. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. After saying this, Zhou Yuzhen also lay down on the bed. As soon as Zhou Yuzhen left, Lin Xian's phone screen lit up. In just 1 minute, Lin Xian received 5 messages. Lin Rusheng, Zhang Sunsen, Gu Song Song, and Xin Chuxia sent messages almost at the same time. The slightly later news was actually from Shao. Lin Xin felt something strange and instinctively clicked on the message. Happy birthday, Lin Xin. I wish you good health and a smile on your face. The sun is so bright. Let's cheer for you together. Seeing the last sentence, Lin Xin couldn't help but think of what Shao once said. During the exam, what Shao said the most seemed to be, let's cheer each other on. The messages from Lin Xuan and others were all saying things like happy birthday. Lin Xin replied to the editor's good news one by one. At this time, the phone started vibrating again. The sender of the message turned out to be Lin Xuan. Lin Xin felt mixed emotions. After he left the Lin family, he was actually missed by the Lin family. This feeling was hard to describe, but no matter what, Lin Xin still replied to the message. Because of rebirth, many things have changed. If things continue on the same trajectory, I probably won't survive more than 24 hours. But now Lin Xin is not afraid. At this moment, Lin Hao was lying on the hospital bed and had no time to frame himself. If you live your life again, you must live every day well. Living well is the key. After expressing his feelings, Lin Xin slept until dawn. The next morning, as soon as Lin Xin walked out of the bedroom, he smelled a fragrance. Before I could recover from the shock, Zhou Yuzhen brought out a bowl of longevity noodles. My son, eat longevity noodles. Happy birthday. Zhou Yuzhen was very happy. Lin Xin stood there in a daze. Mom, are you making longevity noodles so early in the morning? Today is your birthday, so the first thing you eat is naturally the longevity noodles. Eat it quickly, there will be longevity peaches later. Lin Xin was speechless. I'm only 18 years old. Why do I have to eat longevity noodles and longevity peaches? Looking at this scene, it looks like a birthday celebration for an old man in his 70s or 80s. He wanted to say something, but Lin Xin couldn't resist Zhou Yuzhen's urging, so he washed up and ate noodles obediently. The noodles are delicious, long and chewy. Just like every birthday celebration in previous years, one noodle became a bowl. But this year, the longevity peach was added to the birthday. While Lin Xin was eating noodles, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinyin just stared at him without blinking. Zhou Yuzhen waited until Lin Xin finished his noodles and put down his chopsticks before she stood up. Then, Lin Pinyin brought out a plate of eggs from the kitchen. Son eats eggs, and the whole family is happy. After the meal, Lin Xin ate a bowl of noodles, an egg, and a longevity peach. These alone were enough to fill his stomach. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Let's go to the restaurant at noon, and Dad will celebrate your birthday. Hearing Lin Pingan's proposal, Lin Xin directly refused. Dad, I'm rich now, I'll honor you. Zhou Yuzhen's eyes were slightly red. My son is a sensible child. He has been steady and considerate since he was young. After today, you will be an adult. As she spoke, Zhou Yuzhen's voice choked with sobs. Wife, please be patient. Today is our child's birthday. Don't cry. Knowing that Zhou Yuzhen tends to cry when she is excited, Lin Pingan hurriedly reminded her. Zhou Yuzhen nodded continuously, and it took her a long time to calm down. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The three people were stunned at the same time. Lin Xin looked at the clock on the wall. It was only 7 o'clock. Who would come here at this time in the morning? Mom and Dad, please sit down. I'll go open the door. As he spoke, Lin Xin had already stood up. After opening the door, Lin Xin discovered that it was Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu was panting, and there was a layer of sweat on her forehead. Before Lin Xin could speak, Lin Qingyu spoke first. Lin Xin, happy birthday. Although I came alone today, I also brought gifts from other people. I'm so tired. Let me in and have a drink of water. Lin Xin was confused by Lin Qingyu. From the meaning of these words, it seems that Lin Qingyu is more familiar with this place than himself. I haven't said anything yet, but she said she wanted to go in for a drink of water. Is this your home? Lin Xin frowned and looked away. Then what are you standing there for? Today is your birthday. Let me share in your joy. Let me in quickly. Lin Qingyu was holding a big bag in her hand and squeezed in without saying a word. Lin Xin was pushed aside by Lin Qingyu. Seeing that it was Lin Qingyu coming, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan also stood up hurriedly. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. My mom and little sister are not at home. Big sister, I have something to do with the company, so I will be the one to celebrate Lin Xian's birthday. You won't dislike me, will you? Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan were stunned, and then they both shook their heads at the same time. How is that possible? Miss Lin, please take a seat. We are so happy that you can come to celebrate Xiaoshuan's birthday. How could we possibly dislike you? As soon as Zhou Yuzhen finished speaking, Lin Pingan also took up the conversation. That's right, Miss Lin hasn't eaten yet, right? Xiaoxian just had longevity noodles. Would Miss Lin like to have a reunion egg and a longevity peach? Lin Pingan asked politely. Lin Xian thought Lin Xingyu would refuse, but unexpectedly, Lin Xingyu agreed readily. Okay, I'm hungry. Then I won't be polite. Lin Xian couldn't believe his ears. When did Lin Xingyu become so down-to-earth? They are an ordinary family. How could the things here catch Lin Xingyu's eye? You know, according to Lin Xingyu's picky taste, she won't even look at any food that is not cooked by her special chef. What's wrong with her today? Next, after seeing Lin Xingyu's actions, Lin Xian's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Lin Xingyu not only ate the reunion egg, but also ate a longevity peach. During this period, Lin Xingyu gave Zhou Yuzhen a thumbs up more than once. She kept praising the eggs and longevity peaches for being delicious, and said she had never eaten such delicious food. Zhou Yuzhen always had a polite smile on her face, but everyone could see that Zhou Yuzhen had been flattered by Lin Xingyu. After drinking a cup of tea, Lin Xingyu cleared her throat. Brother, look at the gift that sister brought you. When Lin Xingyu came in, she was holding a big bag in her hand. Lin Xingyu was eating just now, and no one paid much attention to the bag. Now seeing Lin Xingyu put the bag on the table, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan finally focused their attention. There are 4 bags inside the big bag. Lin Xingyu took out the largest one and said, "This is given to you by your mother. Next, take out the remaining 3. These belong to our 3 sisters." Lin Xingyu opened the bag in public and found a check and a lot of cash. Zhou Yuzhen covered her mouth in surprise. Lin Pingan, who was usually calm, also showed a look of panic on his face at this moment. Lin Xingyu, what are you doing? Lin Xian's brows were furrowed, and the expression on his face became tense. Lin Xingyu blinked. It's a birthday present for you. My eldest sister said she would buy you a sports car, and my mother said she would give you a house. In the end, it was me who suggested giving you the money directly. You may not like what we buy, but once you get the money, you can buy what you like, right? I originally wanted to bring all the cash, but it's really too heavy. Please be considerate. All 4 checks were for millions of dollars, and the remaining amount was $880,000 from Mom and $660,000 from each of my 3 sisters. I was so tired that my arms were cramping. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan were stunned when they heard the string of numbers Lin Xingyu said. For checks for $4,880,000, plus 3 checks for $660,000. So, what Lin Xingyu brought was $6.86 million. Realizing this astronomical figure, Lin Pingan and his wife quickly looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged, but his voice had become cold. Lin Xingyu, are you showing off your wealth to me? Lin Xingyu's eyes widened, and her voice was filled with endless grievances. No way. We haven't celebrated your birthday properly so far, and we're afraid that if we buy you something, you won't want it. So we resorted to this method. I believe that by the time of your next birthday, our relationship will definitely not be so strained. When the time comes, just tell me what you want, and I'll pick it for you, even if it's the stars in the sky. Lin Xian was speechless. I wish I could give all the money on the table, including the bag, to Lin Xingyu right now. Of course, Lin Xingyu is also included. I have no relationship with your Lin family anymore. There is no need for you to celebrate my birthday with me. I have my parents, and that's enough for me. Take this money back. I won't take it, and I don't want to have any disputes with the Lin family. You go. Lin Xian had mixed feelings, but he spoke calmly. As children of the Lin family, their monthly living expenses are several million, so this money is naturally nothing to them. The relationship between him and Lin Xingyu has eased somewhat, so it is reasonable for her to come and celebrate his birthday. But at this time, Lin Xin just didn't want to have any entanglement with them. A look of disappointment finally appeared on Lin Xingyu's face, and her beautiful eyes drooped. Lin Xin, can you please stop doing this? If you chase me away like this, I will cry when I get out. As she spoke, Lin Xingyu felt her nose getting sore. Then, tears began to fall. Ms. Lin, don't be sad. Just wipe your tears first. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan have no children. That's why I adopted Lin Xian. Zhou Yuzhen really liked Lin Xian's sister, so when she saw Lin Xingyu's red eyes, she felt distressed too. Lin Pingan next to him was also in a dilemma. When Lin Xian was in the Lin family, he must have suffered a lot, otherwise the child would not have proposed to sever ties with them. But the ones who were wrong were Lin Zhongdao and his wife. They should bear the main responsibility. If they had been fair, Lin Xian wouldn't have been hurt so badly. After getting to know Lin Xian's three sisters, Lin Pingan couldn't say anything bad about them. Now, Lin Pingan didn't want Lin Xian to be wronged, nor did he want to embarrass the girl in front of him. Lin Xingyu took the tissue handed to her by Zhou Yuzhen and wiped away her tears. Annie, we were wrong in the past, so it's reasonable for Lin Xian to feel resentful towards us. But if I bring the gift back like this, my mother will be really upset. Mom knows she was wrong, but she's out of town now and can't come back. She can't celebrate Lin Xian's birthday in person, so she asked me to come. If Mom knew that Lin Xian still treated her as a stranger, her heart would probably be broken. Lin Xingyu spoke with deep emotion, shedding tears as she spoke. Mom did do some things wrong, but Annie, Mom also went through 10 months of hardship to give birth to Lin Xian, and that is also flesh and blood that fell from your body, right? And at the beginning, the three of us sisters all remember clearly that after losing Lin Xian, Mom blamed herself all day and stayed awake all night. At that time, Mom really seemed like she was crazy. That's why Lin Hao had the opportunity to take advantage of me. Mom is thinking about her biological son. At this point, Lin Xingyu was already sobbing. Zhou Yuzhen also started crying. Child, stop talking. Although I have never given birth to a child, I have been a mother. I know how you feel. When Lin Xian was brought back to the Lin family, Zhou Yuzhen almost couldn't survive. All I did for the whole day was cry while looking at Lin Xian's photo. It was such a heart-wrenching feeling that even breathing hurt. Pity the parents of the world. Zhou Yuzhen believes that she has experienced this feeling and believes that the pain of losing a child is the same. Mom, don't cry. Don't listen to her nonsense. Lin Xian sat next to Zhou Yuzhen and reached out to wipe away the tears from Zhou Yuzhen's face. Zhou Yuzhen shook her head, looking full of emotion. Son, Miss Lin is not talking nonsense. When you left, Mom almost went crazy. There's an old saying that goes, a child's birthday is a mother's hard day. When a child is born, the mother goes through the gates of hell. Xiaoxian, Mom once said that no matter what decision you make, Mom and Dad will stand by your side. But Mom and Dad also hope that after Mom and Dad are gone, there will still be people in the world who truly care about and love you. After saying that, Zhou Yuzhen hugged Lin Xian in her arms. Lin Xian felt a pain in his heart. Zhou Yuzhen did say that. Zhou Yuzhen said at the beginning that they couldn't stay with Lin Xian for the rest of his life, and there would always be a time to leave. When one day they pass away, their biggest wish will be that there is still someone in this world who cares about Lin Xian and takes care of him. Only then can they leave with peace of mind. Son, please accept this gift. Even if you can return it in the same way later, you can't let your relatives down. Lin Pingan looked touched and spoke silently. Lin Xian raised his head, feeling mixed emotions. Once I accept these birthday gifts, won't I be entangled with them? Then what was the meaning of the decision I made at that time? Lin Xingyu admitted that what she said just now was a bit pretentious, but when she saw the expression on Lin Xian's face, Lin Xingyu felt uncomfortable again. How deeply did they hurt Lin Xian back then that Lin Xian was so heartbroken? Lin Xian, I won't make things difficult for you. Today is your birthday, and my biggest wish is for you to be happy. No matter what you do, sister will be happy. As soon as Lin Xingyu finished speaking, Lin Xian suddenly said, I'll keep these things. Lin Xingyu was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on her face. Lin Xian, Are you going to keep the gifts they gave you? God. Very good. After recovering from the shock, Lin Xin suddenly hugged Lin Xian in her arms and burst into tears. Lin Xian looked confused and didn't know what to do for a moment. For the first time in my life, I was hugged by someone from the Lin family. That was something I had longed for in my previous life, but I didn't expect to realize it in this life. But the mood is completely different from that of my previous life. There was no ecstasy or shock as I had imagined in my previous life. At this moment, Lin Xian felt as calm as still water. At this time, Lin Xin was still crying incoherently. My wish has finally come true. It's such a blessing to be able to hug my own brother. No, I want to post a circle of friends right now. I want everyone to know how happy I am now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xin let go and took out her cell phone. Lin Xin, stop messing around. What's so good about this? Ignoring Lin Xian's attempt to stop her, Lin Xin said directly, my fans are my favorites, and I must let them know my happiness. Lin Xian was speechless again. 2 minutes later, Lin Xin updated her status. I spent my brother's birthday with him. We had longevity noodles and reunion eggs. I felt so happy and joyful. I wish this day will come every year. Qin Yulan's mood suddenly brightened when she learned that Lin Xian accepted the gift. If I wasn't far away, I would really like to hug my own son and cry. Just as a string of tears fell, footsteps were heard outside the door. Soon, Qin Yefeng appeared at the door. Little sister, are you ready? Let's go now. It is good. Qin Yulan responded with a choked voice, then followed Qin Yefeng out. Brother, have you called the Lin families? No, let's kill them by surprise. Qin Yefeng's voice was low, with a hint of sharpness in his tone. Since the old man has given me full authority to handle it, I'll do it my own way. Qin Yulan didn't say anything. As the saying goes, a mother is strong. For the sake of her son, she has given it her all this time. In the study room, Lin Shui held the phone in his hand, but was hesitant to press the play button. Lin Zhonglu stood aside, his brows furrowed, his eyes full of worry. Dad, how about I call and ask? No need. If your brother has any news, he will inform us as soon as possible. Let's wait a little longer. But Dragon City is ready, and there is really no movement from Big Brother's side. If someone asks, what should we say? Wait 2 more days. If that doesn't work, go to Kyoto. Lin Shui looked deep in the eyes and reached out to touch his eyelids. My eyelids have been twitching a lot these past 2 days. I really don't know whether this is a good or bad sign. In Kyoto, the eldest son Lin Zhongdao called and said that the new product had been successfully developed and would soon be able to be mass-produced, and everything was ready. But 2 days have passed, and there is no movement. This has never happened before. Could there be some mistake? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Shui quickly denied it. Although he was not in Kyoto, he still recognized the business ability of his eldest son, Lin Zhongdao. There is no news from him, which means everything is progressing steadily. It would be difficult for his son to make a career in Kyoto on his own. A few years ago, Lin Shui was still thinking about doing something big with his 2 sons. As he grows older, Lin Shui has to accept his old age. As his health deteriorated day by day, Li Shui handed over all the business to his youngest son, Lin Zhonglu. From now on, the Lin family will belong to the 2 of them. Picking up a cup of tea, Lin Shui first put it in front of his nose and smelled it. Then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This is the pre-rain Longxing tea that Lin Zhongdao asked someone to bring over. It is extremely fragrant. Although his son was not around, he could still see Lin Zhongdao's filial piety. Master, Mr. Qin is here, and so is the eldest lady. The butler stood at the door, very respectful. Lin Shui was stunned, then looked at his youngest son, Lin Zhonglu. Madam? Which lady? Lin Shui was confused, and Lin Zhonglu's eyes were also full of doubts. What madam? To answer your question, it is the eldest lady Qin Yulan. As soon as the butler finished speaking, Lin Zhonglu turned around abruptly. There has been no news from Kyoto, so why is Qin Yulan here now? Was it sent by the eldest brother? The 2 men looked at each other, and Lin Shui spoke slowly. Let them sit in the living room for a while. We'll be there soon. Okay, sir. After hearing this, The butler took 2 steps back and turned around. Then, Lin Xuan and his son walked out of the door one after another. Without much greeting, the moment Qin Yefeng saw Lin Xuan, he took the initiative. The paternity test report, intimate photos of Lin Zhongdao and Gu Yuan, and specific information of the potential cooperation company were neatly placed on the coffee table. Mr. Lin, some of these things may offend you. I hope you can forgive me. My brother-in-law has always been smart, and my Qin family has truly learned from him. I came here because I hope the old gentleman can give me an explanation. Qin Yefeng deliberately emphasized the word explanation. After seeing the paternity test report and the information of the potential cooperation company, Lin Xuan's brows were still furrowed. But when he saw those photos, Lin Xuan felt dizzy. This rebellious son actually did such a shameless thing. No wonder, after entering the room, Qin Yulan said nothing, and her eyes were swollen like peaches. It turns out that he looked so haggard because Lin Zhongdao had done such a heinous thing. Throwing the photo on the ground, Lin Xuan was so angry that he trembled all over. Asshole! What a bastard! Lin Xuan's face turned red, and he poked the ground hard with his crutch. Lin Zhonglu, who was standing next to him, also realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly used his hands to help Lin Xuan calm down. Dad, don't be angry, calm down first. Mr. Qin, sister-in-law, the information is all here. It is estimated that the matter is 9 out of 10. We will definitely give this explanation. Lin Zhonglu wanted to keep things peaceful. It's a pity that Qin Yefeng doesn't buy it. I'm not afraid to say this, we're all men, and if there's a little bit of chaos going on out there, everyone can understand. Even if there really is an illegitimate child, we will not forsake it. But my brother-in-law is so bold that he threw his own son away and asked my sister to raise the child for the mistress. If this matter gets out, where will our Qin family's reputation be? It would be fine if my biological son didn't live up to expectations, but my nephew is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. My brother-in-law has such a cruel heart. In ancient times, this would be called favoring a concubine and destroying the wife, right? Lin Zhonglu shuddered when he heard this and hurriedly looked at his sister-in-law, Qin Yulan. Sister-in-law, that's not the case. How could my brother do such a thing? How could it be so? He can even do it to his own son. What's the point of ignoring his wife? Qin Yefeng was so aggressive that Lin Zhonglu was speechless. Qin Yulan remained silent in front of her father-in-law and brother-in-law. According to what he wanted, he would definitely turn the Lin family upside down today. But her eldest brother had already told her that Qin Yulan could only remain silent until Lin Zhongdao came back. Since I have come here, I must listen to my eldest brother. When Lin Xuan and Lin Zhonglu saw Qin Yulan's condition, their hearts sank a little bit. The matter has gotten out of hand, and it can't be resolved in a few words. Lin Xuan's face was gloomy. Lin Zhonglu had already panicked. The eldest son of the Qin family has never been a vegetarian. They must have been well prepared to be here today. I wonder if what they have presented now is all the evidence, or if they have a backup plan. It seems that the Lin family is going to lose money this time. With a quiet sigh, Lin Zhonglu looked at Lin Xuan. Call now and tell that rebellious son to get back here. Dad, we still have business in Kyoto. Are you trying to piss me off to death? You're still thinking about business at this hour. This company is going to fall apart. Lin Xuan was so angry that his old face turned red. Lin Zhonglu was so frightened that he didn't know what to do and quickly agreed. Okay, I'll call now. Kyoto First Hospital, VIP ward. Lin Zhongdao took care of Lin Hao all day long and naturally left the company's affairs to Lin Rushang. Therefore, it was understandable that Lin Xuan was in charge of arranging the birthday party in the hospital but was unable to attend. However, apart from Lin Xuan, who brought the cake, no one else showed up. Qin Yulan, Lin Xingyu, and even Lin Jilan, who was filming outside, were not present. The swelling on Lin Hao's face had subsided a lot, but he looked depressed. Due to his broken ribs, he had to breathe carefully. When Lin Hao saw the birthday cake, he just wanted to cry. Okay, Xiao Hao, don't be sad. When you get better, Dad will make it up to you and hold a birthday party for you. Dad, I'm so sad. Do mom and my sisters not love me anymore? Don't think too much. They have no way of getting back. Where's second sister? Second sister, I don't seem to have any work recently. When Lin Hao mentioned Lin Xingyu, Lin Zhongdao became furious again. Who knows what that damn girl Lin Xingyu is doing? In the entire Lin family, Lin Xingyu is the most idle one, but at this critical moment, she actually disappeared. Lin Zhongdao was silent when the phone beside him suddenly rang. Seeing that it was his younger brother calling, Lin Zhongdao was stunned at first, then pressed the answer button. Xiaolu, what's the matter? Brother, my sister-in-law and my brother-in-law are in Longcheng. Please come back. Lin Zhongdao's heart sank. Didn't Qin Yulan go on a trip? Why did she go to Longcheng? Moreover, she is with Qin Yifeng. Lin Zhongdao has never had a good impression of his brother-in-law. When mentioning Qin Yifeng, the only thing Lin Zhongdao could think of was that he was greedy and ruthless. At the beginning, because Qin Yulan insisted on marrying him, Qin Yifeng separated from his previous marriage partner. It was from that time that Lin Zhongdao felt that there was always a hint of resentment in Qin Yifeng's eyes when he looked at him. How come they are together now? Brother, are you listening to me? Dad asked you to come back now. Don't forget to bring Lin Hao and Miss Gu with you. As soon as these words came out, Lin Zhongdao's head buzzed. I have been secretly dating Gu Yuan for so many years, but we have finally been discovered? Some images flashed through his mind, and Lin Zhongdao's breathing became tense. Okay, I get it. In a trance, Lin Zhongdao agreed. But just as he recovered, Lin Zhongdao hastily changed his words. Oh no, Lin Hao is injured now and is in the hospital. I'd better go back alone. Miss Gu, Xiaolu, I know how to deal with this. Hearing Lin Zhongdao's answer, Lin Zhonglu had no choice but to nod awkwardly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhonglu talked about the content of the conversation just now. The whole living room was so quiet just now that even the sound of an embroidery needle dropping could be heard. Qin Yulan and Qin Yifeng heard clearly what Lin Zhongdao said on the phone, but they didn't mind Lin Zhonglu repeating what he had just said. Upon learning that Lin Zhongdao would come to launching alone, Qin Yulan's face became even uglier and her hands were clenched tightly. Even now, he still has to protect that bitch. This is truly a deep love. Qin Yulan's teeth were chattering, and she wished she could bite her back teeth to pieces. Lin Zhonglu's face was filled with embarrassment. Sister-in-law, please go back upstairs and rest. Even if my brother takes the earliest flight, he won't arrive until tomorrow. Don't worry about your health. Qin Yulan stood up suddenly. Where is there any place for me in the Lin family? I'm afraid you all want me to make room for others as soon as possible, right? Sister-in-law, you are joking. In the Lin family, you will always be the eldest lady. Just as Qin Yulan was about to respond, Qin Yifeng coughed heavily. Now is not the time for quarreling or bickering. The more you talk, the less valuable it is. I am already prepared. If I don't take a bite of the fat meat from the Lin family, I will not be named Qin. Qin Yulan realized something and quickly shut her mouth. Little sister, you should come back with me. You have been wronged in the Lin family, so you should go back to the Qin family. We are insignificant and our words don't count. But I promise that as long as the Qin family has something to eat, I won't let you, my sister, suffer any injustice. Qin Yifeng's words had hidden meanings, and Lin Zhonglu was frightened. This is a demonstration to the Lin family. If this matter is not handled properly, I'm afraid the Lin family and the Qin family will have a feud. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lin Shi apologized in person. Mr. Qin, it's all my fault for not teaching my son well. I apologize to you here. When that rebellious son comes back, I will give you a satisfactory answer. When the time comes, we will come to your house in person. Before Lin Shi could finish his words, Qin Yifeng directly refused. No need to come. My father has been so angry that he has collapsed. If Lin Zhongdao still has a conscience, he'd better give us a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you. As he spoke, Qin Yifeng's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Lin Zhonglu shuddered, and the back of his neck began to feel cold. The rumors about the Qin family boss are not false. He is definitely a cruel and ruthless person. Okay, as soon as my eldest brother comes back, We will call him immediately. Only after Mr. Lin and Lin Zhonglu apologized repeatedly did Qin Yefeng leave angrily with Qin Yulan. As soon as Qin Yefeng left, Mr. Lin sat down on the chair. Lin Zhongdao, what a stupid thing you have done. It doesn't matter if you make a fuss, but what price will the Lin family have to pay to appease the Qin family's anger? Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi urged again. Middle, keep calling. Tell Zhongdao to return to Dragon City immediately, without any delay. Lin Rusheng sat in the office chair, tapping the table with her index finger from time to time. The crisp sound had no regularity, just like Lin Rusheng's current chaotic mood. Just now, my father called and said that he would suspend all business in the group. Lin Rusheng realized something. Mom and Grandpa may have already taken action. As for the outcome of this matter, Lin Rusheng couldn't imagine what it would be like. I guess divorce is impossible. Before this, I told my mother the importance of launching new drugs, and she is also concerned about the future of the group, so she shouldn't be so impulsive. Lin Rusheng had no idea what decision her uncle and grandfather had made. Kyoto is different from Dragon City. In the eyes of everyone, Kyoto is already extremely prosperous, and every inch of land is worth a lot of money. But compared with Dragon City, Kyoto is still not up to par. If Dad insists on being with that mistress, will he give up everything in Kyoto? Career, connections, even if she has no feelings for her mother. What about her 3 daughters? Are you willing to abandon it? Lin Rusheng's mind was in a mess, and at the same time, she was dissatisfied with Lin Zhongdao. It's okay to not forget your first love, and it's also okay to maintain secret contact. But how could he do such an outrageous thing? Lin Xin is his child. They're your own flesh and blood. How can you just throw them away? When Lin Xin was abandoned, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Could Lin Zhongdao have concluded that Lin Xin was inferior to Lin Hao? Lin Rusheng didn't know Lin Hao's background before, and she didn't feel anything. Thinking about it now, Lin Rusheng feels a little scared. In this plan, Lin Hao knew everything. At such a young age, he actually wears so many masks. Whether he was following the plan of Lin Zhongdao and Gu Yuan, or out of his genuine disgust for Lin Xin, what Lin Hao did was too extreme. On the one hand, he acted like a good and obedient son. But on the other hand, he pushed Lin Xin to death. How much patience and psychological endurance does it take to achieve such perfection? What's even more chilling is that no matter what Lin Hao did, Lin Zhongdao actually stood on his side. He accepted Lin Hao's suppression and framing of Lin Xin, but he was indifferent. This is so horrible. How can my father be such a person? Lin Rusheng breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the circle of friends posted by Lin Xingyu. No matter how hard or soft the persuasion was, or how she acted like a rogue, Lin Xingyu finally got closer to Lin Xin. And I should do something too. Lin Xingyu did not accompany Lin Xin for dinner. I hadn't been at the Lin family for half an hour when calls came in one after another. The last call was from my agent, who said there was something important at the company. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xin hurriedly asked Lin Xingyu to leave. Work comes first. You can't keep the entire working group waiting because of personal matters. Although the excuse was a bit awkward, Lin Xingyu was still very happy. No matter how you look at it, this can be considered as Lin Xian's concern for himself. Only after watching Lin Xingyu leave did Lin Xin breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Yuzhen held Lin Xian's hand, seeming to want to say something, but stopping herself. Mom, just tell me what you want to say. Seeing that Zhou Yuzhen had something to say, Lin Xin said with a smile. Son, did what I said just now embarrass you? I don't know how to express my thoughts. Mom can see that Miss Lin is really good to you now. Mom thinks that there is someone who cares about you, and Mom feels relieved. This person may be a bad person in the eyes of others, or may have bad comments, but as long as he treats you well, Mom will approve of that person. Lin Xin nodded again. He fully understood what Zhou Yuzhen meant. As long as someone is nice to her, Zhou Yuzhen doesn't care what others think of them. In other words, even if a person is an unforgivable criminal, as long as he is kind to her, Zhou Yuzhen will be grateful to him. Lin Xian's nose felt a little sore. How humble Zhou Yuzhen and his wife are in their love for each other. They sincerely hope for their own well-being. Mom, I'm not embarrassed. I understand what you want to say. This is the best way to deal with it right now. After hearing Lin Xin's words, Zhou Yuzhen felt relieved. The family went to a restaurant for a reunion dinner, but the most important thing was to celebrate Lin Xian's birthday. After dinner, Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan wanted to continue working, but Lin Xian directly refused. Mom and Dad, look, the messages on my phone are about to explode. Zhang Sunsen and Gu Songsong are waiting for me to go out too. I'll go meet them. As he spoke, Lin Xian took out his cell phone and showed it to Zhou Yuzhen. Indeed, there is a dense string of messages on the phone. The most eye-catching words are, "Happy birthday. Wife, our son has grown up and has his own things to do. We can't keep holding him back." After comforting Zhou Yuzhen, Lin Pingan looked at Lin Xian. "Go ahead and be careful on the road." "I know, Dad. I'll be back soon." When Lin Xian went out, he waved to Zhou Yuzhen and her husband. When he came to the street, Lin Xian was a little absent-minded. After being tormented by Lin Qingyu like this, how should I deal with my relationship with Qin Yulan next? Lin Xian also understood in his heart that the three sisters of the Lin family were young and had grown up with Lin Hao, so it was normal for them to be misled by Lin Hao. But what about Qin Yulan? Qin Yulan is her biological mother. Although she has raised Lin Hao for more than 10 years, there is no need for Qin Yulan to be so hostile to her biological son after he comes back, right? Thinking of Qin Yulan's attitude towards him at the beginning, Lin Xian frowned again. "Forget it, I don't want to. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, Qin Yulan is not in Kyoto now, so I may not meet her. Today is my birthday. It only comes once a year. I can't let this depressed mood ruin it." Lin Xian. Before he could recover from the shock, Lin Xian suddenly heard Shen Chuxia's voice. In order to make sure that he had not heard wrong, Lin Xian instinctively looked for it privately. Sure enough, Shen Chuxia was parking her car on the side of the road, waving at her with a smile. "Sister Chuxia, why are you here?" While Lin Xian was asking questions, Shen Chuxia had already gotten out of the car. Shen Chuxia smiled again and blinked mysteriously at Lin Xian. "Of course I came to see you. Today is your birthday. Why did you come out by yourself?" "I just finished my meal, and we'll go meet Zhang Sunsen and the others later." "Sister Chuxia, are you really here to see me?" "Of course. When have I ever lied to you? I'm here to give you a birthday present." Seeing that Lin Xian didn't believe it, Shen Chuxia not only frowned, but also pouted her lips. "Gift? Of course there has to be a gift for a birthday. See if you like this one." In front of Lin Xian, Shen Chuxia opened an exquisite box. It turned out to be a crystal ball. Seeing the crystal ball that was almost the size of his fist, Lin Xian's eyes widened with surprise. "How much does this white crystal cost?" "The college entrance examination is over. It won't be long before I enter university. This can be considered a new beginning." I asked someone to look at it. White crystal can gather positive energy and change the aura around people. It's just right for you. After saying this, Shen Chuxia narrowed her eyes. "Don't you dislike the Lin family members who always harassed you? Let's use this white crystal to keep them away." Shen Chuxia spoke very seriously. Her little face was tense. Lin Xian burst out laughing. "Does this white crystal really have such a great effect? Can you still push back the person who comes in front of you? Isn't that too mysterious?" The shadow of Lin Qingyu flashed through his mind, and Lin Xian even began to think further. "The next time Lin Qingyu comes to see me, I will use the crystal ball to force Lin Qingyu back." Thinking of this, Lin Xian found it funny. "I know you may not believe this, but some things are better to believe than not to believe. It's better to believe." As Shen Chuxia spoke, she stuffed the crystal ball into Lin Xian's hand. But Lin Xian always felt that Shen Chuxia was weird today. "Sister Chuxia, is there something wrong with you?" When asked this by Lin Xian, Shen Chuxia sighed on the spot. "I don't know what's wrong with him lately. Grandpa always has trouble getting enough rest and often wakes up in the middle of the night. Not only was I tired, but I also felt cold all over. I consulted many experienced Chinese doctors, but they were unable to diagnose my condition. This time my uncle recommended someone to come to our house to check feng shui, so I can only give you the gift and won't be able to celebrate your birthday with you." Xin Chuxia had a worried look on her face, with her brows furrowed. Look at feng shui? It was the first time Lin Xin heard of it. Sister Chuxia, is your grandfather unable to rest well because of too much pressure from work? Xin Chuxia shook her head. At the beginning I thought so too. Strangely enough, as long as Grandpa doesn't rest at home, he can sleep until dawn. Every time I get home, I can't sleep. So my uncle thinks there is something wrong with the feng shui of the house. Lin Xin was in deep thought. Although he is not a feng shui master, Lin Xin can be said to have some knowledge of feng shui. I read too many books at the beginning, covering many categories. For a period of time, Lin Xin also specialized in the study of feng shui. Sister Chuxia, has Mr. Feng Shui gone? Not yet. They said they would be here in half an hour. Xin Chuxia didn't finish the rest of the words, but her face showed obvious apology. So I have to go back and prepare 8 bowls of rooster blood. Rooster blood? 8 bowls? That's a lot. How many chickens should be killed? Lin Xin felt it was becoming more and more mysterious as he listened, and made a decision immediately. Sister Chuxia, I don't have anything to do right now. Can I go back with you? After Xin Chuxia heard this, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. For Lin Xin's birthday, Xin Chuxia finished her work in the company in advance. Xin Chuxia also said that no one could make her work overtime today. But Grandpa's health was in trouble, and the whole family was scared, so Xin Chuxia didn't know what to say. Fortunately, I gave the gift to Lin Xin, so I feel less guilty. Unexpectedly, Lin Xin wanted to go back with him. How could he not be happy? Come on, get in the car, we're going back now. Xin Chuxia held Lin Xian's arm, and her voice sounded much more relaxed. Along the way, Xin Chuxia talked about the condition of her grandfather Xin Qingsong. Grandpa has had a very difficult time recently. He's been in 2 car accidents in less than a month. It was okay the first time. I just had some scrapes on my body. But the second time, I was hospitalized directly, and there are still nails in my ankle that have not been removed yet. I've started suffering from insomnia again recently. Many things in the company were also very strange. Several contracts were about to be signed, but problems arose unexpectedly. So my uncle suggested asking a feng shui master to take a look, and Grandpa agreed. Lin Xin listened quietly, pondering from time to time. Hearing Xin Chuxia say this, many things come out of nowhere. No wonder the old man would agree to have someone look at the feng shui. Especially for a big family, like the Shun family, it seems to be a very common thing to ask a feng shui master to set up the layout. Even many wealthy people are obsessed with these. But to be honest, Lin Xin had never seen anyone checking feng shui on the spot, so he was naturally a little curious. Lin Xin also wanted to know whether the feng shui was destroyed or it was man-made. Xin Chuxia was concerned about the situation at home and drove much faster. Not long after, the car stopped in front of a villa in the suburbs. Grandpa likes quietness. After handing over the company to Dad, he has lived here and only goes back for important occasions. Xin Chuxia turned around and explained to Lin Xin again. I understand that although the urban area of Kyoto is prosperous, it is still a bit noisy. The environment here is quite good. The trees surrounding the villa are lush and green, stretching as far as the eye can see. It can be said to be a natural oxygen bar. There seemed to be no other buildings nearby, so this small villa stood out from the crowd. Without having time to appreciate the beautiful scenery around, after getting off the car, Xin Chuxia pulled Lin Xian's arm and walked inside. Xin Chuxia walked all the way to the living room before she raised her hand and rang the doorbell. There is a double layer of security at the entrance of the villa, and the door outside the living room needs to be opened by the housekeeper after you ring the doorbell. Through the window, Lin Xin saw a man in his 50s coming to open the door. The door was opened, but the man was stunned. Miss, this is... Butler Zhou, this is my friend who I brought here. His name is Lin Xin. I heard that my uncle invited a feng shui master to come over, so my friend wanted to come and take a look. Xin Chuxiao explained as she walked inside. The man frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xin with his eyes slanted. Miss, the master has been in poor health recently. If you bring a stranger back, I'm afraid. Butler Zhou didn't finish his words, but the meaning was already very clear. Xin Chuxiao stopped and showed obvious displeasure on her face. Butler Zhou, I have already brought the person here. Do I need to send him back? Shen Chuxiao's voice suddenly turned cold. After hearing this, Butler Zhou stood up straight and said, "Miss, you misunderstood. I was the one who said too much." After saying this, Butler Zhou quietly stepped aside, not even daring to raise his head. In the Xin family, although Shen Chuxiao is a girl, what she says still has considerable value. The old patriarch of the Xin family, Shen Qingsong, has two sons. The eldest son, Shen Jingting, is now the head of the Xin family and has only one daughter, Shen Chuxia. The youngest son, Shen Hongwei, has not yet married. He spends his days idling around, uneducated and unlearned, the kind of playboy who has been spoiled since childhood. Therefore, anyone with a discerning eye can see that from now on, the Xin family's business will still have to be managed by Shen Chuxia. So even as the Xin family steward, Butler Zhou was respectful to Shen Chuxia. At the moment, Shen Chuxia was too lazy to pay attention to Butler Zhou and just took Lin Xin inside. Follow this path and cross the corridor, and you will reach where Grandpa rests now. When talking to Lin Xin, Shen Chuxia's face returned to its usual gentleness. Sister Chuxia, I'm just watching from the side, and I won't say anything. Don't take the housekeeper's words to heart. We will both observe each other later. At this time, Shen Chuxia was also curious. I wonder what kind of feng shui master my uncle hired is like. Just after crossing the lawn, Shen Chuxia suddenly stopped. Even Lin Xin showed a look of surprise on his face. At the end of the lawn, there were 8 bowls neatly arranged. When Lin Xin saw what was in the bowls, he instinctively thought of rooster blood. Shen Chuxia swallowed hard and looked back at Lin Xin. Come on, let's go around it. Is it okay? Will it affect, Master? No, if it really had an impact, there would definitely be someone standing at the door to remind you. Shen Chuxia's meaning was very clear. Now that no one is standing to remind you, it means that you can pass through the things placed in front of you. Lin Xin followed Shen Chuxia forward, and soon they entered the house. Before Lin Xin could carefully examine the furnishings in the room, the sound of a bell reached his ears. Immediately afterwards, a white shadow flashed past Lin Xin and then quickly stopped. Only then did Lin Xin see clearly what the object in front of him was. A man in his 40s, wearing a moon-white tang suit, shaking a bell in his hand, was looking straight at him and Shen Chuxia. Who are you? Seeing Shen Chuxia, Shen Hongwei on the side hurriedly began to explain. Master, this is my niece, the one next to her. When Shen Hongwei started to introduce Lin Xin, he didn't know how to start. He had never seen this person before. Lin Xin was also a little confused. At that time, when I attended the Lin family's business banquet, I had never met Shen Chuxia's uncle. Uncle, this is the friend I brought here. Xiaoxia, you are just fooling around. It's already this late, and you still bring your friends here. What if they affect the master's performance? Facing Shen Hongwei's accusations, Shen Chuxia did not refute, but her lips were tightly pursed. Everyone could see that Shen Chuxia was unhappy. It's okay, it's okay. I'm the direct disciple of Lu Daxian, and my Taoism is profound. Even if someone other than my family is present, it won't affect the inspection results. Seeing that Lin Xin was not very old, the middle-aged man said lightly. Hearing the master say this, the expression on Shen Hongwei's face eased a little. Then there's Master Lao, wearing a tang suit and ringing a bell, Lu Daxian's direct disciple. The more Lin Xin thought about it, the weirder it felt. It was recorded in ancient books that Taoists did not wear robes under normal circumstances. They would only wear robes when performing rituals or on important occasions. Of course, there are some swindlers who deliberately wear robes and walk on the streets, but this is an exception. But the Xin family is a wealthy family, and they were specially invited to look at the feng shui. But they actually did it while wearing tang suits. Isn't this a bit disrespectful? Wouldn't he blame the founder of Taoism? Lin Xin was in a daze when the master started ringing the bell again. The house in front of me is not small, about 60 square meters. The master rang the bell back and forth, and finally nodded solemnly. After my observation, I found that there is something in this house that affects the feng shui. Master, please speak. Shen Hongwei looked very respectful, and his tone of voice was much more nervous. Shen Chuxia and Lin Xin glanced at each other, and then looked at the Taoist priest in front of them at the same time. It's no big deal. Just throw away the aloe vera in the room. They will affect the luck of the owner of the room. Shen Hongwei looked at the several pots of aloe vera on the table, and his eyes became sharp. So, these things are the cause of the trouble. I'll have someone deal with them now. Wait a minute, Uncle. This aloe vera is Grandpa's favorite green plant. Should we ask Grandpa before making a decision? Shen Chuxia spoke up to stop him. Shen Hongwei's face darkened. Xiaoxia, you are still young. There are some things you don't understand. Since the master said that aloe vera is not good, throw it away quickly. Compared to the old man's health, a few aloe vera plants are nothing. Don't say that the old man is not here now. Even if he comes here, I believe he will do what the master says. Shen Chuxia was left speechless. Looking at the aloe vera on the table, Shen Chuxia felt reluctant to leave. My grandfather has been raising these 7 pots of aloe vera for more than 10 years, and he treasures them very much. After a long time, there will be some feelings, right? How could these aloe vera harm Grandpa? Shen Chuxia was reluctant to leave, but Shen Hongwei didn't take aloe vera seriously and simply looked down on the housekeeper who was guarding outside. Butler Zhou, have someone move the aloe vera away and smash it. Butler Zhou came over in response. Lin Xin shouted, Wait a minute, Master. Are these aloe vera placed in the wrong place? Or is it because of some other reason that they affect the old man's sleep? Since we're going to take the things away, I hope the Master can explain it clearly. As soon as Lin Xin opened his mouth, everyone present was stunned. The Master looked shocked and almost dropped the bell in his hand. What do you mean? Seeing the Master's bewildered face, Shen Hongwei immediately stepped forward and asked, What do you do? Can you question the Master? Lin Xin shook his head. Mr. Shun, this is not a question, but I want the Master to explain my doubts. That sounds nice, but why do you want the Master to solve your doubts? Even if there is something you don't understand, it's not your turn to ask. Shen Hongwei snorted coldly and turned hostile on the spot. Shen Chuxia took a step forward and protected Lin Xin behind her. Uncle, calm down first. I asked Lin Xin to ask the question. Master, do you mean that as long as we remove the aloe vera, Grandpa's health will be cured? We don't understand the professional knowledge of feng shui, but how did aloe vera affect Grandpa? Master, you can tell me, right? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Shen Chuxia did not give Shen Hongwei any face at all. Shen Hongwei was so angry that he stamped his feet. What do you know? He must have his reasons for not talking about big things. But it makes sense. Why don't you dare to say it? Shen Chuxia was aggressive, and the feng shui master gave her a rough idea. When Shen Chuxia saw the results of the feng shui master's investigation just now, she was filled with confusion. After hearing Lin Xin ask this just now, Shen Chuxia stood more firmly on Lin Xian's side. Ms. Shun, don't be angry. The knowledge of feng shui cannot be explained in just a few words. As he spoke, the master stretched out his left hand. Shen Chuxia was shocked and stepped back suddenly, almost bumping into Lin Xin. Lin Xin looked up and was surprised to find that the master's left hand only had 3 fingers. Shen Hongwei exclaimed, Master, you are nothing. I might as well tell you that not everyone can make a living in our industry. Having said this, the master paused, then spoke again. Whether it's feng shui or fortune-telling, it's all revealing the secrets of heaven. At best, you'll suffer backlash, and at worst, you'll lose your lifespan. For people like us with physical disabilities, God owes us this, so we rely on this to make a living. This way, God won't punish you. Lin Xin was about to nod when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Even if it is a gift from God, I will not care about this person leaking the secret. What does that have to do with aloe vera affecting Mr. Shin's luck? After all the talk, the master of these 3 fingers still couldn't explain it clearly. The master thought the matter was over, but Lin Xin's voice came again. So, Master, what is the significance of this aloe vera? The master's eyes widened again. What's going on with this kid? Today I feel like I'm going to fight myself to the end. A few minutes ago, the master had a kind face, but when he heard Lin Xin's question, he could no longer control his emotions and gritted his teeth on the spot. Why are you so stubborn, young man? Lin Xin smiled. Master, please don't be offended. I am really young, but this is a good time to study. I hope you can help me solve my doubts. There was nothing wrong with Lin Xian's words. They were polite and courteous. This made the master on the other side seem a little ungraceful. This aloe vera has thorns, and placing it in a courtyard where the elderly live will naturally have an impact. According to what the master said, why don't we move the cactus out of the house? Doesn't the cactus have more thorns than the aloe vera? Well, when choosing which plants to move, we can't just look at the surface. We need to do a lot of research. The reasoning is profound and can't be explained in just a few words. Then, Master, please say a few more words. We don't mind the trouble. After listening to Lin Xian's words, the master on the opposite side almost vomited blood. Shen Hongwei was so angry that he was shaking all over. Just when he was about to ask Butler Zhou to kick Lin Xian out, Lin Xian spoke solemnly. Aloe vera likes shade and is also yin. Although it cannot ward off disasters and ward off evil like peach wood and cinnabar, it can absorb dirty and dark energy. The ancients once called aloe vera the nemesis of yin. Especially for people with weak bodies, growing aloe vera is very suitable. Also, placing aloe vera in the bedroom can calm the mind and nourish the soul. When Lin Xian said this, everyone was stunned. Compared with the master's explanation just now, it was obvious that what Lin Xin said was much more professional. Even the master on the opposite side turned red and white in the face after listening to Lin Xian's explanation. The Xin family is a family of medicine, so I don't need to explain the medicinal effects of aloe vera. What I can't understand is that there are so many loopholes in Master Wei's words. Why can't you hear them? If we really need to move some plants out as the master said, then the ones that should be moved out should be peonies, right? In just a few words, Lin Xin completely tore off the face of the master in front of him. It's not that I mean to go against this guy, but this master's acting is so poor. Even though he didn't know much about drugs, he could still see something strange. Lin Xin didn't believe that Shen Hongwei couldn't see anything. What I just said was nothing more than combining some biological knowledge with the superficial knowledge of feng shui. Lin Xin shook his head secretly. Just a few words revealed the master's true colors. What difference does it make whether you invite this master or not? If there is anything regrettable, it is the bowls of rooster blood placed at the door. Poor rooster, his neck was cut before he knew what was going on. You ignorant boy, what nonsense are you talking about here? I am the direct disciple of the immortal. When it comes to Taoism, I naturally know more than you. You're showing off your skills here. Are you trying to cheat me out of money? It's despicable that he is so ignorant at such a young age. The master spoke a lot of words with a stumbling block. Shin Chuxiao wanted to refute, but suddenly a cold snort was heard. I think you're the one who wants to show off your skills and cheat people out of money. Butler Zhou, kick him out. From now on, this person is not allowed to appear in the Shin family, including the immortal master. Let them get out. As soon as he finished speaking, a man who looked like a servant came in pushing a wheelchair. The person sitting in the wheelchair was Shun Chuxia's grandfather, Shun Qingsong. Shun Qingsong looked haggard, but his voice was stern and his words were unquestionable. After hearing this, Butler Zhou picked up the feather duster on the table and smashed it hard at the master. You liar! Get out of the Shin family now, or I'll break your legs. When the master saw that the situation was not good, he hurriedly asked Shin Hongwei for help. Mr. Shun, you must help me say a few words about this matter. Before he could finish his words, Shin Hongwei shouted angrily. You have deceived our Shun family, and you still have the nerve to ask me to speak for you. Get out of here! Before the master could say anything else, Butler Zhou had already pulled him out by the back of his neck. Not long after going out, Lin Xin heard the master's screams. Shin Chuxia came to Shin Qingsong, her eyes full of worry. Grandpa, why are you here? Didn't the doctor tell you to rest in the front hall? Shin Qingsong shook his head with a loving look on his face. I already can't sleep well at night. If I rest during the day, won't I have to stay awake until dawn? Just bear with it for a while. I hope I can sleep better tonight. Putting away his stern attitude, Shun Qingsong's voice became even more tired. Lin Xin frowned in thought, then suddenly took a step forward. Mr. Shun, can I say a few words? Just now at the door, Xin Song had heard Lin Xian's words clearly. At that time, Xin Song had already looked at Lin Xianling in front of him. Now seeing that he was so polite, Xin Song liked him even more and nodded on the spot. Little brother, please speak. Mr. Shun, although the master's judgment just now was wrong, one thing he did was correct. If these indoor flowers and plants are not properly cared for, they will really affect the quality of sleep. In order for the old gentleman to sleep soundly, you should have those 2 pots of peonies moved out. After Lin Xian said this, everyone present turned their attention to the peonies in the room. At the same time, Shen Hongwei was secretly looking at Xin Song. Peony and aloe are the old man's favorite flowers. Aloe vera is a common thing, of course, but peony in July is very rare. Right now, 2 pots of peonies are in full bloom, and the flowers are bigger than the palm of your hand. This Lin Xian is really brave. He is trying to take away the old man's most beloved spoon. He really thinks he is a big shot. Shen Hongwei didn't show anything on the surface, but he sneered in his heart. Wait, I want to see how you shoot yourself in the foot. You tried every possible means to slander the person I invited. It turns out you just wanted to curry favor in front of the old man. Today, I won't let you succeed. Father, this peony has waited a long time before blooming, Shen Hongwei said lightly. In fact, I just wanted to give the old man a reminder. It's not easy for peonies to bloom. It's a pity to throw them away. Xin Song turned his head and glanced at Xiaoyao. Move out. Everyone present was shocked. Just moved out? The old man is a man with his own ideas and seldom listens to the opinions of others. Unexpectedly, today he would listen to the words of a teenager. Shen Chuxiao looked at Lin Xian with joy. At this time, Lin Xian spoke again. If Mr. Shun wants to sleep peacefully, I have a solution. If Mr. Shin believes me, I can give him acupuncture. It doesn't take long. 3 injections will do. Before Lin Xian finished speaking, Shen Hongwei took a step forward. Lin Xian, this is the Shun family, not a place for you to act wildly. The status of the old patriarch of the Shun family is so noble. How can you be allowed to perform acupuncture randomly? If you want to show off, you've come to the wrong place. Just now, Lin Xian exposed the Feng Shui master, and Shen Hongwei was humiliated. Then, in front of everyone, my father listened to Lin Xian's words and had all the peonies moved out. Now Lin Xian is going even further and even wants to give his father acupuncture. Is he crazy? If you want to attract attention and be in the spotlight, do you have to risk your life? Uncle, you can't say that about Lin Xian. I believe Lin Xian means well. Shen Hongwei snorted coldly, not giving Shen Chuxia any face at all. Many times, good intentions can lead to bad consequences. Can you guarantee that he can cure your grandfather's illness with just good intentions? That's a problem that many Chinese medicine experts can't solve, but he can solve it with just 3 injections? Xiao Xia, you are still young, so don't let yourself be taken advantage of by people with ulterior motives. Otherwise, if it gets out, people will say that our Shun family is a disgrace to our family because we don't teach our daughter well. Shen Hongwei's words became more and more unpleasant. Shen Chuxia was so angry that her face turned pale. This young uncle has always been uneducated and hangs out in entertainment venues all day long. His family doesn't bother with him, and Shen Chuxia also turns a blind eye to it. But I didn't expect that today Shen Hongwei would point the finger at me. It is really disheartening that people can say such fabricated words. Shen Chuxia's eyes were red and her lips were trembling. Mr. Shun's words were so harsh that if you didn't know, you would think there was some deep hatred between you and Miss Shun. Mr. Shin may not believe me, but please don't slander Miss Shun. Shen Hongwei narrowed his eyes and his slits his gaze sharp. There's no need for outsiders to interfere in our Shin family's affairs. After all, Mr. Shin simply doesn't believe in my medical skills. How about this, Mr. Shun? Do you dare to make a bet with me? Lin Xian raised a smile and stared at Shen Hongwei motionlessly. Shen Hongwei was annoyed and looked disdainful. What bet? If I can really cure Mr. Shun's symptoms after 3 injections, Mr. Shun will apologize to Miss Shin in person. Don't be so absolute. What if it can't be cured? If it can't be cured, then Mr. Xuan will handle it. I won't say no. Shen Hongwei's eyes lit up, and he immediately became alert. But so many people heard what you said clearly. You are not allowed to go back on your word. I will never break my promise, and I hope Mr. Xuan will keep his promise as well. Okay. Shen Hongwei turned to look at Shen Qingsong. Father, do you agree to let this kid treat you? Seeing Shen Hongwei so impatient, Shen Chuxiao was speechless. Before the bet was made, my uncle kept saying how precious Grandpa's health was and that we couldn't be careless about it. If there is any mistake, no one can take the responsibility. However, now when it comes to betting, my uncle seems to be more anxious than anyone else. Everyone present could see that Shen Hongwei was determined to win. And if the result is really as Shen Hongwei wishes, then Lin Xin will definitely suffer. In other words, in order to discipline Lin Xin, Shen Hongwei didn't even bother to pretend to be filial. Shen Qingsong's face was full of anger. The ancients often said that people are worthless when they get old, but I haven't fallen to the point where I can be used as a bargaining chip for your bet. Today I believe this little brother. I am lucky to be cured. If I can't be cured, I have no complaints. Little brother, let's get started. Lin Xin was stunned. He just wanted to use his medical skills to make Shen Hongwei apologize to Shen Chuxia. I didn't expect that Mr. Xuan believed in me so much. For a moment, Lin Xin was full of admiration for Shen Qingsong. Taking a step forward, Lin Xin spoke politely to Shen Qingsong. Mr. Xuan, thank you for your trust in me. I also believe in my medical skills. What I just said still counts? Shen Qingsong smiled. Okay, since you insist on doing this, I won't force you. In full view of everyone, Shen Qingsong made an expression as if he was ready to be treated at any time. Lin Xin looked at Shen Chuxia again. Sister Chuxia, I need a silver needle. Okay, I'll get it for you. After saying that, Shen Chuxia turned and went into the inner room. Not long after, Shen Chuxia came out with a set of exquisite boxes. Shen Chuxia looked serious and opened the box with both hands, revealing a piece of yellowed sheepskin. The silver needles are wrapped in sheepskin. Shen Hongwei's brows were furrowed into a knot, and his breathing became rapid. This damn girl. The elbows are really turned out. Lin Xin just said that he needed silver needles, but this girl actually took out all the ancestral treasures. What's even more infuriating is that the father didn't say a word. Isn't it obvious that he is favoring this girl? Lin Xin picked up a silver needle and turned to look at Shen Qingsong. Mr. Xuan, please relax. I'm about to start. Okay, I can't wait to see the results. Before Shen Qingsong finished speaking, Lin Xin had already started moving. Find the acupuncture point on Shen Qingsong's head and pierce it quickly. This was not the first time that Lin Xin had used silver needles, and his technique was now quite skilled. Everyone was surprised, and before they could recover, Lin Xin had already stopped. Shen Qingsong kept his eyes slightly narrowed, with no change in his facial expression. Everyone's heart was raised several inches. Even Shen Chuxia, who always trusted Lin Xin, didn't dare to blink at this time. Lin Xin smiled and was full of confidence. Shen Qingsong yawned and slowly opened his eyes. It's so comfortable. I haven't felt so relaxed in a long time. Young man, I didn't expect you to be so capable. I guess I can sleep well tonight. After saying this, Shen Qingsong slowly stood up from the wheelchair. Grandpa, be careful. Shen Chuxia was surprised and happy, and hurriedly held Shen Qingsong's arm. Xiaoxia, your little friend is very good. Shen Qingsong's smile became more and more intense. What do you think we should give him as a reward? Grandpa, how do you feel now? Now let's talk about the reward. Do you feel completely well now? Shen Chuxia wanted to confirm again. Shen Qingsong touched Shen Chuxia's head with his other hand. When did Grandpa ever lie to you? People should be honest and fair. Grandpa can't be partial just because the loser is his own son. After nearly 2 months of torture, Grandpa thought he would not make it. This feeling of relaxation is really rare. Shen Qingsong explained it in great detail, and his meaning was very clear. Lin Xin won. Shen Hongwei lost this bet. Dad, we won't know whether this is effective until after tonight. Shen Hongwei was anxious and spoke much faster. Mr. Xuan said calmly, It is only natural to accept defeat. Shen Hongwei. Mr. Shen, according to the bet, you have to apologize to Miss Xin now. Lin Xian had a blank expression on his face, and there was no warmth in his voice. In an instant, Shen Hongwei's face turned as red and purple as pig liver. Xiaoxia, uncle is wrong. Don't take it personally. I was just worried about Grandpa's condition, and I spoke without thinking in a hurry. Shen Hongwei lowered his head, not daring to meet Shen Chuxia's gaze, and his voice was even more like the buzzing of a mosquito. Shen Chuxia was embarrassed. Shen Chuxia really didn't know what to say about this uncle. Shen Hongwei thought that he had said it and the matter would be over, but who knew that Lin Xin spoke for Shen Chuxia? Mr. Shen, your sincerity is not enough. I'm so close to you. I can't even hear what you're saying, let alone Sister Chuxia. Besides, it seems you didn't say sorry. Shen Hongwei clenched his fists and bit his back teeth hard. I wanted to refute, but the old man's silence was tantamount to his consent. So Shen Hongwei solemnly repeated what he had just said. Finally, he added, I'm sorry. At this moment, many people's eyes were on Lin Xian. Although this is the Shun family's territory now, this young man seems to be fearless. He dared to argue with the dandy young master of the Shun family in front of Mr. Shen. He was very courageous. Some people even wondered if Lin Xian would cause trouble again. And Lin Xian's gaze never left Shen Chuxia. Sister Chuxia, do you think it's okay? Okay, I heard it clearly this time. Well, this bet ends perfectly. Only after Lin Xian spoke did Shen Hongwei breathe a sigh of relief. This little bastard gave me a lot of trouble today. Sooner or later, I will get this feeling back. Seeing that his granddaughter and Lin Xian were satisfied, Shen Qingsong showed a faint smile on his face. Little brother, your technique is great. My mind is clear now. I haven't felt this way for a long time. Shen Qingsong once again mentioned that there were obvious changes in his body. Mr. Shun is in good health. The only symptom he has felt recently is that his blood circulation is blocked. I believe that in the future, the old man will no longer have such troubles. Shen Qingsong was shocked. After he said that, could it be that his problem has been eradicated? In an instant, Shen Qingsong's eyes when looking at Lin Xian became different. Suddenly Shen Qingsong changed the subject. Little brother, when you were treating me just now, what did you think of my silver needle? Silver needle? Lin Xian looked at the 8 immortals table, nodded and said, this silver needle is finely crafted and has an extremely smooth surface. It's very good. Shen Qingsong also nodded repeatedly, his words full of pride. You really have good vision. Now, no one can make silver needles like this. If you find it useful, how about I give it to you? Lin Xian refused on the spot. How can I accept this? The old gentleman just said that no one can make such a silver needle anymore. How can I accept such a valuable gift from the old gentleman? I'll give it to you, so just accept it. It's just a waste of time if you keep it here. Just accept it as a token of my appreciation. In order to prevent Lin Xian from refusing again, Shen Qingsong wrapped the silver needle and personally delivered it to Lin Xian. Only by bringing out its value can we avoid burying good things and accepting them. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment and finally took the silver needle. Since the old man has said so, if I continue to refuse, I will seem pretentious. However, it was beyond Lin Xian's expectation that the old patriarch of the Shun family would give him the silver needle. Since you've accepted it all, I should take a rest. Xiaoxia, please take good care of this little brother for me. Shen Chuxia nodded, her eyes already curved into crescents. Got it, Grandpa. I'll help you go in and rest first. Shen Chuxia helped Shen Qingsong into the house, and Lin Xian also withdrew his gaze. Thinking of the scene just now, Shen Hongwei snorted coldly and left angrily. The people in the room could no longer conceal their surprise. Each of them wanted to figure out the young man in front of them thoroughly. How can you be so capable at such a young age? The old man's generosity in giving gifts was definitely not just because he wanted to cure his illness, but most likely because he liked this young man. If things go wrong, I even want him to be my grandson-in-law. Looking at Lin Xian and then thinking about their own young lady, many people nodded secretly. At this time, Lin Xian had no idea what these people were thinking. The phone suddenly vibrated. Seeing that it was Zhang Xin calling, Lin Xian directly pressed the answer button. "Brother Xian, why haven't you come yet? Where did you get delayed? Song and I were waiting to celebrate with you. Why did you disappear?" Zhang Xin on the other end of the phone asked a lot of questions as soon as he opened his mouth. "I'm at the Shen family, with Sister Chu Xia." "Ah, so you have a date with a beautiful woman. So do we have to stand aside?" "Don't talk nonsense. I have something important to do here." "I understand. Now that you have graduated from high school, it is normal to have a relationship." Lin Xian was speechless. He looked around nervously and walked out of the house quickly. As soon as he walked out of the door, Lin Xian lowered his voice and uttered 2 words, "Get lost." Zhang Xin on the other end of the phone was not annoyed, but laughed out loud. "I won't go away. I still want to hear the story of Brother Xian and Sister Chu Xia. It's true that I can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. I will definitely be there in half an hour." After saying that, Lin Xian quickly hung up the phone, worried that Zhang Xin would say something inappropriate again. Lin Xian didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he put the phone back in his pocket. The people in the room had left one after another, and Xin Chuxiao looked at Lin Xian with a smile. "Lin Xian, Grandpa has been praising you. That's great." "Sister Chuxia, please don't say that. What happened just now was just a coincidence. I didn't expect that the master was just an embroidered pillow." Xin Chuxiao burst out laughing. "An embroidered pillow? Show me he is a liar. He is not even worthy of being called a pillow." Just now he was ringing the bell and looking at the direction, but in the end he actually pushed the responsibility onto aloe vera. Really speechless. The 2 people walked out while talking. Touching the silver needle in his hand, Lin Xian suddenly turned around and asked, "Sister Chuxia, is this silver needle of yours an heirloom? I always feel that it is too expensive and inappropriate." "What's inappropriate?" Xin Chuxia turned her head. "Although the silver needles are precious, it would be a waste if no one would use them. But isn't it said that no one could do it anymore?" "Yes, that is true. Grandpa once said that there are certain rules for making silver needles. They can only be made in the morning, not in the afternoon. Moreover, the craftsman who made the silver needles has passed away." Lin Xian seemed to be thinking about something. It was recorded in ancient books that the morning is yin and the afternoon is yang. Once it is past midnight, some objects are no longer suitable for forging. It turns out that silver needles are also like this. "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, I have one more question. Is there any need to do anything else to treat my grandfather's ankle injuries?" Lin Xian naturally understood what Xin Chuxia meant by the other treatments. "No, that's normal recovery after surgery. When the time comes, just remove the nails." When Mr. Xin appeared just now, Lin Xian had already observed that the injury on his ankle was a normal wound. "I can rest assured that." Xin Chuxia breathed a sigh of relief. At that time, Lin Xian had also thought that if necessary, he could prescribe a prescription for Mr. Xin. After observing for a while, Lin Xian gave up the idea. However, when thinking of the recipe, Lin Xian thought of someone. "It has been a few days since I gave Su Yuexiao the treatment prescription, and I don't know if it is effective." After saying goodbye to Xin Chuxia, Lin Xian took a taxi directly to find Zhang Xin. When he arrived at the private room, Lin Xian discovered that there were not only Zhang Xin and Gu Song in the room, but also Su Yuexiao and Du Chuan. Without waiting for himself to sit down, Zhang Xin asked the waiter to serve the food quickly. "It's different on your own turf. Look how arrogant you are." Zhang Xin raised his neck, touched his forehead with his hand, and made a cool pose. "That's right. 2 beautiful ladies are here today. So I have to show off my skills, right?" Lin Xian smiled and said nothing. "How could you want to show off in front of 2 beautiful girls? I'm afraid there's only Du Chuan in your heart right now. This love-brained person." Du Chuan on the opposite side seemed to see what Lin Xian was thinking and lowered his head unconsciously. Faced with this delicate relationship, Lin Xian almost laughed out loud. "I originally thought that there would only be 3 grown men at this birthday party, but I didn't expect it to be so lively now." Song, did Fatty introduce my classmates to you?" "I've introduced it to you a long time ago. No wonder so many people are vying to go to number 2 middle school. It turns out that all the girls there are beautiful girls. Don't be so funny. Look at the students who said that. They're all embarrassed. Lin Xin greeted everyone and then sat next to Gu Song Song. Su Yuexiao hesitated to speak, but finally mustered up the courage to speak. Lin Xin, happy birthday. I'm so sorry. We didn't know it was your birthday until we got here. And we didn't even prepare a birthday present. Su Yuexiao felt more and more embarrassed as she spoke, and by the time she finished speaking, her face was as red as a ripe apple. Having sat at the same table with Su Yuexiao for such a long time, Lin Xin knew Su Yuexiao's character well. He doesn't talk much and is thin-skinned. Now that we are in this kind of situation, we must be extremely nervous. It's okay. Fatty wanted to get together anyway. This is just a coincidence. As soon as Lin Xin finished speaking, Zhang Sen's son hurriedly introduced the topic. Yes, everyone, don't be so polite. We are all family, so there is no need to be so particular. When Zhang Sunsen said, we are one of them, Du Chuanchuan's face also turned red. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Then several waiters started serving the dishes. Although today is Brother Xian's birthday, it's rare for everyone to come to my place, so everyone should eat to their heart's content today. If you don't like it, just order more. We won't come back until we get drunk. Zhang Sunsen spoke generously. That's what you said. If you get drunk later, don't let us carry you. Brother Xian, I'm a real man, and I can't do that. With my weight, even if I'm drunk, you can't carry me. Everyone, please bear witness. This is what the fat guy said. He will be drunk soon. Let's just run away. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became lively. Su Yuexiao and Du Chuanchuan were no longer as restrained as before. While eating, Su Yuexiao looked at Lin Xin from time to time. Zhang Sunsen called Lin Xin just now and heard that Lin Xin was with Xin Chuxia. The two of them, Xin Chuxia's face flashed through my mind. Su Yuexiao kept speculating about her relationship with Lin Xin and seemed a little absent-minded. Lin Xin is very happy today. Could it be because of Sister Chuxia? Although there are many doubts, I can only keep them in my heart. Lin Hao changed the ward. Before leaving, Lin Zhongdao specifically instructed the attending physician and his nurse that no one except Gu Yuan was allowed to visit. Things are a mess right now, but do they really think of themselves as old and confused and unable to distinguish right from wrong? At first, the three daughters were cold to Lin Hao, and he just thought it was a small conflict between siblings. Lin Xin talked back to him, and Lin Zhongdao thought it was just the girl throwing a tantrum. Even when it came to Qin Yulan's changes, Lin Zhongdao instinctively felt that she was not feeling well, which was why she was emotionally unstable. Now that I think about it, I was careless. Maybe they all already know the truth and are working together to deceive me. So, on Lin Hao's birthday, they sang such a play together. Good, that's really good. Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth, and fire seemed to be spitting out of his eyes. All along, Qin Yulan and the entire family were under his control. Suddenly, they began to go against him, and Lin Zhongdao was extremely uncomfortable with it. The feeling of being out of control makes people feel uneasy. The fact that the old man didn't call in person only shows that he was really angry. Turning my head and looking out the window, I saw large white clouds like cotton. Lin Zhongdao felt complicated. In the ward, Gu Yuan's eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. It was rare for her to be alone with her son in such peace and quiet, but Gu Yuan felt very heavy-hearted. These things finally couldn't be concealed, but I don't know what the consequences will be. The Qin family is powerful and will definitely not let the Lin family off once they learn what happened. But the Lin family is not his backing. With only Lin Zhongdao, how can he fight against the entire family? If it could be delayed for another 3 to 5 years, I would not be afraid of anything, but it happened at this critical moment. Mom, don't worry. Dad has already gone to take care of this matter. There was a hint of weakness in Lin Hao's voice. Gu Yuan shook her head. You don't understand. I was afraid something might happen at this time, but it just so happens that what I feared came true. My eyelids have been twitching the last few days. You let us fight like this. I thought the bad luck was over, but I didn't expect that there would be something bigger waiting for us. Lin Hao snorted coldly. I'm tired of living this kind of miserable life. It's better this way. It's better to get things out in the open sooner so that they can be resolved sooner. It's not as simple as you think. Gu Yuan sighed again. Lin Hao had been raised by Lin Zhongdao for more than 10 years. At the beginning, Qin Yulan also treated Lin Hao as her own son and naturally loved him very much. Even in the entire business community, people knew that Lin Zhongdao had high hopes for Lin Hao. But in the final analysis, Lin Hao's identity is not presentable. If the Qin family refuses to give in, they may leave their hometown. Staying by Lin Zhongdao, I feel somewhat confident. Once I leave, who knows what will happen next? Gu Yuan felt complicated, and the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Xiaohao, you have to be mentally prepared. We may have to go abroad. It's good to go abroad. When you come back, you'll be gilded. I wonder how that damn Lin Xin can compete with me. Why don't you understand by now? We may never come back. Mom, what are you talking about? Isn't going abroad just temporary? Lin Hao was shocked. This is the first time in my life that I feel uneasy. If I really can't come back, wouldn't that be like dying in a foreign land? No, this must never be allowed to happen. I still have to fight with Lin Xin for the property and everything in the Lin family. If there is no way to come back, won't all this fall into Lin Xian's hands? Mom, call Dad right away. We can't leave. If we really end up abroad, no one will know if we die there. Lin Hao was terrified and grabbed Gu Yuan's arm. Lin Hao was in a panic and seemed to have regarded Gu Yuan as his last straw. But Gu Yuan was also worried about the consequences she would face. Son, you should take good care of your injuries first. Your father will not ignore us. Gu Yuan forced a smile on her face, but her words lacked any confidence. Now Lin Zhongdao is not facing Qin Yulan, but the entire Qin family. Lin Zhongdao also has to give an explanation to the Lin family. Faced with such pressure, I really don't know what choice Lin Zhongdao will make. The wards suddenly became quiet. Neither of them spoke. Lin Hao realized something, grabbed Gu Yuan's hand, and slowly let go. As he walked out of the airport, Lin Zhongdao's face became increasingly gloomy. No matter what, he is the eldest son in the family. Even if he did something wrong, he would not let them ignore him. After I got off the plane, there was no one to pick me up. Is this a sign of giving up on me? Human feelings are as thin as paper, and so are the feelings between family members. He hailed a taxi, told Lin Zhongdao the address, and then closed his eyes to rest. But in my mind, I am still thinking about the present situation. The plan was completely disrupted. Qin Yefeng, the old fox, would definitely bite him back this time. It seems that it is not possible to be unwilling to give up money. As for his family, Lin Zhongdao didn't know what the old man was thinking. I hope everyone can understand themselves. Along the way, Lin Zhongdao also re-examined himself and Lin Xin. Lin Zhongdao disliked this son from the bottom of his heart. After all, they haven't lived together since childhood, so their feelings are more or less indifferent. A teenage boy called him dad as soon as he opened his mouth. Not only did he feel restrained, but Lin Xin probably felt uncomfortable as well. Lin Hao, on the other hand, is different. He has been raised by their side since he was young and gets along very well with the 3 daughters in the family, so there must be some affection between them. What Lin Zhongdao couldn't stand the most was that, in his opinion, Lin Xin didn't have any strength at all. No matter what time, he always looks at his own face and the faces of other people in the family. That humble attitude makes people angry. Unintentionally, Lin Zhongdao sighed again. The company was about to release a new drug, so I didn't have the energy to pay attention to these things. But now that the matter has been put on the table, it is difficult not to deal with it. The Qin family, the Lin family, Qin Yulan, they all need to be given an explanation. What about yourself? Why should I bear all the consequences myself? If the old man had accepted me and Gu Yuan, he shook his head, feeling regretful again. Sir, we have arrived at the Venus Hotel. The taxi driver's words interrupted Lin Zhongdao's thoughts. Okay, Lin Zhongdao took out the money and put it on the workbench. No need to change. Thank you, sir. Before leaving the airport, Lin Zhongdao booked a room at the Venus Hotel. The hotel service is up to par with that of a 5-star hotel, and more importantly, it's very close to home. Take a short rest in the hotel, Take a bath and adjust your mindset. This is the only way to deal with endless bargaining. After being away from home for more than 10 years, the already weak family affection has long since disappeared. So in Lin Zhongdao's eyes, the only value of the Lin family's old house is its market value of several hundred million, nothing more. An hour later, Lin Zhongdao's cell phone rang. Seeing the phone number on the screen, Lin Zhongdao frowned slightly. Is this younger brother losing his temper, or is he eager to know what compensation he should give to the Lin family? As soon as the call was connected, Lin Zhonglu's anxious voice came over. Brother, have you arrived in Dragon City? I'm at the hotel. I'll wash up and come right over. Okay, then I'll wait for you at home. After just 2 sentences, the other party hung up the phone. Lin Zhongdao took out his cell phone and wanted to call Gu Yuan, but then gave up the idea. Let's wait until there is a result here, and then notify her. Half an hour later, Lin Zhongdao appeared at the door of the Lin family's old house. The century-old house has been well maintained by the Lin family. Wherever you look, you can feel the vicissitudes of life, but there is no trace of decadence. Lin Zhongdao did not have the feeling of returning home in glory, but rather a feeling of helplessness as if he was being judged. I rang the doorbell and soon heard footsteps inside. Sir, you are back. The person who opened the door was the Lin family's housekeeper. When he saw Lin Zhongdao, he was slightly surprised and then bowed respectfully. The master and the second young master are in the study. Please follow me. Lin Zhongdao nodded, then walked inside with the butler. The 3-courtyard house is low-key and luxurious, and the study is also antique. Bringing Lin Zhongdao to the door of the study, the butler naturally retreated. The study door was open. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Xuan did not look up. Lin Zhonglu was making tea carefully, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Father, I'm back. Come in and talk. Just 3 simple words, and Lin Zhongdao's heart trembled when he heard them. After entering the door, Lin Zhongdao sat on the chair on the right, which was his exclusive seat more than 10 years ago. For more than 10 years, the furnishings in the study have not changed at all. If he hadn't seen the white hair on his father's temples, Lin Zhongdao would have felt like he was back in his youth. However, the current situation was beyond his description. Father, I'm sorry. I didn't handle my personal affairs well and brought shame to our family. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Zhongdao began to apologize. The facts are in front of us. No amount of explanation will help. If it is wrong, it is wrong. Why are you the only one back? Where's Lin Hao? Lin Xuan's face was gloomy, and he asked in a cold voice. When Lin Zhongdao heard his father mention Lin Hao, his nervous mood finally eased a little. Before Lin Xin came back, the news his father heard most was about Lin Hao. Perhaps in his heart, he has already accepted Lin Hao's existence. Father, Xiao Hao is in the hospital now. He had an accident 2 days ago and got a concussion. I originally wanted to bring him here with me, but the doctor advised that he could not travel. Lin Zhongdao explained it in great detail. Lin Xuan did not ask any further questions. The Qin family boss and Yulan have been here and brought some information about you and Lin Hao and the company whose legal representative is Gu. Do you want to identify it? Lin Zhongdao hurriedly shook his head. There's no need to distinguish. Now that the information has been placed in front of the old man, it must be true. Perhaps Qin Yulan might be a little excited in her words, but for such a big thing, the Qin family probably wouldn't lie. Boom! Lin Xuan slammed the teacup onto the 8 Immortals table. The teacup immediately broke into 2 pieces. Rebel, look at the good things you've done. Someone blocked my door and asked me to explain myself. I am so honored by my ancestors. I have lost face without even leaving the house. You haven't been back for more than 10 years, and you gave me such a big surprise. Do you think I died too early? Lin Xuan was furious and his face turned red. Lin Zhongdao hurriedly stood up and knelt in front of Lin Xuan with a plop. Father, don't be angry. I'll make it up to them. Compensation? How do you compensate? Do you think the Qin family is a pushover? They are eager to seize this opportunity to make a fortune from you. After working in the business world for more than a decade, how come your mind is still as innocent as it was back then? Lin Xuyi clenched his fists, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Lin Zhongdao was speechless. How could I not know that the boss of the Qin family was not a good person? But the matter is already in front of us, so we can only accept it. I'm sorry, father. I was wrong. Now that you know you were wrong, why were you still so confused in the beginning? Father, Lin Xin is my son, but Lin Hao is also my son. Moreover, I have been carefully nurturing Lin Hao for the past 10 years. Lin Xuyi interrupted Lin Zhongdao before he could finish his words. Good. What a careful training. I think you were confused by that wild woman named Gu. Lin Xuyi was so disappointed with Lin Zhongdao that he really wanted to slap him in the face. You can't tell right from wrong. You're confused. Lin is actually your biological son. I have never heard of any family that would ignore their biological son and try their best to train their illegitimate son. Since you have cultivated it with great care, then why don't you tell me about the results of your cultivation? Don't think we're fools just because we're not in Kyoto. Lin Xin is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. You put all your energy on Lin Hao. How did he perform in the exam? If I had kept Lin Xin by my side, how could he have such a bad character? Faced with his father's questioning, Lin Zhongdao frowned and said nothing. The old man is right. Judging from academic performance alone, Lin Xin is indeed excellent. If Lin Xin used the same resources as Lin Hao, he would definitely be more eye-catching. But no matter what happened that year has already happened. You are speechless now. You are simply guilty. I won't say any more to you. Discuss the current situation with Zhonglu. After saying this, Lin Xuyi left angrily. Lin Zhonglu wanted to send Lin Xuyi back, but was directly rejected. Soon, Lin Zhongdao and Lin Zhonglu were the only two people left in the study. Brother, this matter is really not authentic. I'm going to say something you don't want to hear. A family like ours has plenty of illegitimate children. Why do you care so much? Or, did the woman surnamed Gu hold something against you? Did she threaten you? The Lin family did not recognize Gu Yuan, and Lin Zhongdao had known about this for a long time. Knowing that she had caused such a big disaster because of Gu Yuan, they would definitely look down on her even more. However, it is absolutely impossible for me to be threatened, as Lin Zhonglu said. Lin Zhongdao shook his head. No, don't overthink it. I just feel a little sorry for Gu Yuan. After all, she has been with me for so many years, and in the end, this is the result. Brother, you are confused. You think you have let down the Gu family, but have you ever thought about how much it would cost to appease the Qin family's anger? Okay, let's not talk too much. Just tell me what father means. Lin Zhongdao didn't want to get too entangled in the matter of Gu Yuan. It has already happened. There is no point in going over it again. Right now, Lin Zhongdao just wanted to know what they thought. Lin Zhonglu cleared his throat, and his expression became serious. The marriage cannot be divorced. My father has already made that promise. The Qin family must compensate us. Otherwise, our Lin family will lose face. As for sister-in-law, let her speak. Also, this incident has had a very bad impact on the Lin family. Father, what we mean is that Big Brother give up 3% of the shares of Kyoto Group. After hearing these words, Lin Zhongdao's heart skipped a beat. He heard clearly how to calm the Qin family's anger and how to make compensation. It is only right that Qin Yulan should be given some compensation. However, these last words made Lin Zhongdao's heart grow colder little by little. What he had done had indeed brought shame to the Lin family. But they are a family after all. Shouldn't we share honor and disgrace at this time? Even if you don't think completely for yourself, you shouldn't come out to rip you off. It would be fine if I was bitten by an outsider, but I didn't expect to be bitten so hard by my own family. Lin Zhongdao smiled bitterly and suddenly felt really stupid. At this time, I can still think of the existence of family affection. How ridiculous! The old house in front of me reminds me of my childhood, which leads to wrong judgment. Lin Zhonglu's words were like cold water, which made him sober up in an instant. Brother, is this your idea or father's? This is what my father told me. If my eldest brother has different ideas, I can tell my father. I will listen to him. In front of Lin Zhongdao, Lin Zhonglu always spoke very carefully. But Lin Zhongdao was already used to this kind of expression. Don't always use your father as an excuse. Although I haven't been in Longqing for the past 10 years, I still heard about what happened at home. In terms of business decisions, my father has long since retreated behind the scenes, and the one who makes the plans is you, the second young master of the Lin family. It's been a while since we last met. You've made a lot of progress. Lin Zhonglu was shocked. At first glance, Lin Zhongdao's words seemed to be praising himself. But in reality, all Lin Zhonglu heard was a lot of resentment. But who can blame this? At this critical juncture of new drug development and release, something like this happened. Even if the Lin family wanted to keep a way out, they could not ignore their immediate interests. Besides, when Lin Zhongdao insisted on going to Kyoto to develop, his family supported him. Although the force is not great, we cannot say that we are standing idly by. My father once said that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if one day the Lin family status in Longqing really declines, it is still much bigger than Kyoto. In this case, of course, Dragon City should be the main focus. We are doing this for the greater good, and I hope you can understand. Lin Zhongdao snorted in his heart. It's really unpopular. It was because Longqing invested money when I started my business, and I give them huge dividends every year. Although I haven't been back in these years, all the money is still theirs. But I didn't expect that they even set their sights on my own shares. 3% is impossible. 1% at most. Besides, no matter how much the Qin family asks for, I will not let my hometown suffer any loss. No matter how much you give them, I will make it up to you without any less. If you don't agree with this plan, then there's no need to discuss it. Lin Zhongdao had a blank expression on his face, and his voice was cold without any warmth. Since they're talking about interests, then everything should be based on interests. It is hard to repay favors in this world, but money is still easy to calculate. As long as it does not break his bottom line, Lin Zhongdao prefers this solution. The worst that can happen is that you lose some money. But if you get hurt, they will be disappointed. Looking at the teacup in front of him, Lin Zhonglu didn't speak for a long time. Just now, the conditions mentioned by Lin Zhongdao have already met his expectations. But in this situation, Lin Zhonglu felt that it would be better to be reserved. My estimate was correct. Lin Zhongdao will definitely lower the price. So when I was asking for the conditions just now, I specifically raised them a little bit. Okay, brother, let's go to the Qin family now. Lin Zhonglu's words had just fallen. Lin Zhongdao stood up directly and said, "Let's go. You can't avoid what you have to face. And besides, I came to Longqing to solve this matter, so of course the sooner the better." In Kyoto, Lin Hao is still in the hospital. The group is also waiting for its own decision. Right now, I don't have the time to waste with them here. The two went out together. He came to the yard and Lin Zhonglu gave an order to the housekeeper. "When the master wakes up, tell him that my elder brother and I are going to ask for leave." "Okay, sir." Lin Zhongdao ignored the butler and walked straight forward. The Qin family villa. Qin Yulan has calmed down. Qin Yulan could figure it out herself without Qin Yefeng doing too much analysis. I came to Longqing in a hurry just to vent my anger. As for divorce, Qin Yulan thinks it is not a wise decision. So when Qin Yefeng said that they could not get divorced, Qin Yulan nodded and agreed. "Brother, I won't divorce you. If I do, that wild woman will be the lucky one." Thinking of everything she had done to Lin Zhongdao, Qin Yulan's eyes began to turn red again. Qin Yefeng shook his head helplessly. "You are already in your 40s. Why are you still in love? Is it to take revenge on that wild woman that I don't let you get a divorce? It's for your own good. When will this silly little sister come to her senses?" "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Lin Zhongdao has already arrived in Longqing. It won't take long before they come over. Look at my instructions and don't talk nonsense. Remember, the most important thing is to get the best benefit for you. The rest can be dealt with later." Qin Yefeng looked serious, and there was a hint of seriousness in his voice. Qin Yulan wiped away her tears. "I understand, brother. I'll listen to you." Qin Yulan didn't say the rest. For so many years, Lin Zhongdao has been playing tricks on me like a monkey. This time, I will never let him go easily. Not only to vent his anger, but also for Lin Xin. He had to open his mouth wider. "What do you think of this pot of lilies?" Qin Yefeng changed the subject. Qin Yulan followed Qin Yefeng's finger, and her eyes stopped on the lilies in front of her. Qin Yulan was absent-minded and reached out to touch the lily petals. It looks good and tastes good. Qin Yefeng nodded. Yes, most people only know that lilies are beautiful and sweet, but they overlook one thing. If you keep living in this sweet environment, you will feel uncomfortable and bored. Qin Yulan knew that Qin Yefeng had something else in his words. Before he could ask, Qin Yefeng started talking to himself again. Most men get tired of the old and love the new. White moonlight and cinnabar mole cannot exist at the same time. Just like they often don't see the lotus flowers they miss, they will think that peonies are also beautiful. It's the same principle. Qin Yulan bit her lip and said unwillingly, "Brother, you are mocking me again. You're overthinking it. People are selfish. What I want to tell you is that you should think more about yourself." Qin Yulan remained silent. Although the eldest brother was indifferent, what he said was right. She was very sincere to Lin Zhongdao, but he played her around. It's because I only have this heartless man in my heart. From now on, don't even think about having any feelings for him anymore. I love money and myself. Sir, miss, Mr. Lin is here. The housekeeper came to report. Qin Yefeng put the pliers aside and said casually, "Let them in." "Yes, sir." As soon as the housekeeper left, Qin Yulan was about to turn around, but was stopped by Qin Yefeng. "Don't go, just wait for them here." Qin Yulan's eyes froze for a moment, but she quickly came to her senses. Yes, it was obvious that Lin Zhongdao had done something shameful. So why was he leaving? If anyone really feels guilty, it should be him. Qin Yulan stared at the door closely and soon saw Lin Zhongdao and Lin Zhonglu walking towards her. "Big brother?" Lin Zhongdao took the initiative to say hello. Qin Yefeng had no expression on his face. "Are you here?" "Yes, big brother has been troubled by our affairs. I am here to apologize to him. We are all family, so please don't say those strange words." Compared with yesterday, Qin Yefeng's attitude has obviously changed a lot. If you don't know, you might think that this is just a normal reunion between the son-in-law and the elder brother-in-law. But both of them clearly felt the turbulent waves beneath that smile. "I haven't seen you for many years. Big brother still likes flowers and plants as much as before." Lin Zhongdao was just making small talk. A smile appeared on Qin Yefeng's face. "I'm old now, and I don't have anything else to pursue. This is my only hobby. Brother, be modest. You can't say you are old when you are still young." After saying this, Lin Zhongdao secretly glanced at Qin Yulan. Qin Yulan turned her face away all of a sudden, without even giving him a straight look. Lin Zhongdao was flawless in his flattery, just like he had been covering himself in lies for so many years. This beast with a human face and a beastly heart. "Okay, stop standing here, let's talk inside." After Qin Yefeng said this, Lin Zhongdao and Lin Zhonglu nodded at the same time. As soon as he sat down in the living room, Qin Yefeng went straight to the point. "When something happens, we will look for a solution. We don't have any other conditions, just a few. First, my sister has been raising the mistress's child for more than 10 years. My Qin family has lost face. It's not easy to say, and it's not nice to hear. I have to compensate you. Lin Xian's child has suffered outside for more than 10 years, and he needs to be compensated. My sister needs to be compensated for all the hard work she has put in over the years." Qin Yefeng's voice was not loud, but his attitude was very firm. "Brother is right. I was at fault first. I am willing to make amends." "That's good." Qin Yefeng took a deep breath and then said something else. "The compensation from the Qin family will be Longqing's credit building and Shina building. Lin Xin is the real young master of the Lin family. He will naturally inherit everything from the Lin family. Please make this clear, brother-in-law. Since we still have to live together with my sister, I will give her some shares of the company. There is another thing. Regarding new drugs, they can only be issued by temporary enterprises. We cannot cooperate with other companies." There was silence. Lin Zhongdao felt that the blood in his body had stopped flowing. "Qin Yefeng, you are so cruel." He asked for Lin Jialongqing's credit department store and Shina department store as soon as he opened his mouth. "These two departments alone are worth 1 billion. You are faster than robbing money. Why declare Lin Xin as the heir of the Lin family so early? In other words, isn't this just handing over decades of hard work to someone else? We also have to listen to them when issuing new drugs. Is this compensation or extortion? I absolutely don't agree. Qin Yefeng acted calm and composed, as if it was all natural. Lin Zhongdao tried hard to suppress his inner anger. No, how can you take both of Longqing's commercial buildings? They're my father's hard work. Lin Zhonglu came to his senses and followed suit. Mr. Qin, 2 shopping malls are a bit too many. Before he could finish his words, Qin Yefeng interrupted him. 2 hearts are broken, so let's just go with one. Let's go with Credit Mall. We can't change it. Lin Zhongdao and Lin Zhonglu were stunned at the same time. How come Qin Yefeng had made the decision before he even finished speaking? And it can't be changed? Lin Zhonglu doesn't care, he just cooperates. Anyway, Lin Zhongdao has already made his decision. Whatever the Qin family takes from the Lin family, he will return it to them in full, so there will be no loss on the launching side. As for whether Lin Zhongdao would feel liver pain, that was his business. Okay, then let's go to Credit Mall. Lin Zhongdao squeezed out a sentence from his throat, and then his voice became louder. I declare that as the heir of the Lin family, Lin Xin, don't worry about this matter, big brother. After all, this is our family affair. Yulan, I'll give you 1% of the company's shares. As for whether to cooperate with other companies in the launch of new drugs, this is up to the board of directors to decide. After completing the analysis, a hint of determination flashed in Lin Zhongdao's eyes. Although the words were not explained, the meaning was very clear. I will make up for the loss of face of the Qin family. But please don't interfere too much in my family affairs. It's not good for anyone, especially when it comes to matters within the group. You Qin family members should not even think about interfering. Otherwise, I will make sure your efforts are in vain. Qin Yefeng brushed off the dust on the corner of his clothes. Mr. Lin is so confident, as if, my sister is cheating on me. Are you really not afraid of my sister being upset? Will the Qin family withdraw its investment? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Zhongdao immediately lost all his momentum. Qin Yefeng's words were like rubbing salt into his wounds. He was reminding himself that he had kept a mistress outside, had an illegitimate child, and had deceived the Qin family. You shouldn't be so arrogant. However, I have worked hard for so many years, but not for the Qin family. It can be imagined that the funds injected by the Qin family into the Kyoto Lin group, Lin Zhongdao had to compromise again. Brother, this matter is easy to discuss. It mainly depends on Yulan's opinion. I listened to my big brother. Qin Yulan's voice was cold, and her words were powerful. There was no longer any emotion in his eyes when he looked towards Lin Zhongdao. The Qin family and the Lin family were on the verge of a fight, and both sides were on edge, as if it was the silence before a war was about to break out. At this time, Lin Xin was concentrating on playing games. I have no idea what happened in Longqing. Gu Yuan felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, wishing Lin Zhongdao would return to Kyoto right away. Lin Xingyu and Lin Rusheng were also waiting for the results. Finally, Qin Yulan called, and Lin Xingyu finally became energetic. How is Mom? Do your uncles and others support you? It's hard to explain over the phone. I'll be back in a day or two. Then you and Dad. Don't worry, we can't get a divorce, so let's leave it at that. Lin Xingyu was still in a daze, but Qin Yulan had already hung up the phone. What's going on? Big sister, do you think Mom is speaking in anger? Lin Rusheng shook her head. Impossible. With my uncle not around, it's impossible for my mother to be without a backbone. Let's talk about it after I come back. Lin Xingyu nodded absent-mindedly. Do you want to tell Lin Xin the latest developments? Although this phone call made me feel relieved, I didn't get any new information. There didn't seem to be much to say except that Mom was coming back. Forget it. Let's wait until I see my mother. The Qin family villa. Qin Yulan packed her luggage slowly. The 3 Qin brothers all stood at the door, and no one spoke. Finally, Qin Yang couldn't help speaking anymore. Little sister, are you leaving so soon? Yeah, I have to go back to Kyoto. I have a lot of things to deal with. Hasn't it been dealt with? What else is there to deal with? Are you still going to reconcile with Lin Zhongdao? In the last sentence, Qin Yiyang's voice rose a lot. Qin Yulan turned around and said, "Do you really think that I have forgotten the pain after the wound healed? I am going back to deal with Lin Xian's matter." "What's the matter, Lin Xian?" Qin Yiyang refused to give in and was determined to get to the bottom of it. Qin Yulan zipped up her luggage with a serious look on her face. "I heard from Xiaoyu that Lin Xian applied to Nanjing University. Since Lin Xian won't be attending university in Kyoto, I, as his mother, will definitely follow him. By the way, your nephew's college entrance examination results are so good. You three uncles should also express your appreciation. Don't prepare anything else. Just prepare a high-end school district apartment for each person." When Qin Yiyang heard this, he started swallowing his saliva on the spot. Is this sister crazy? Although Qin Yulan has gone to Kyoto to develop, she still has a lot of corporate shares in the Qin family's old house in Longqing. Moreover, the old man reserved several courtyard houses specifically for his beloved daughter. These properties alone are enough to make people jealous. Now, she actually wants the three brothers to prepare a school district house for Lin Xian? Is there anything wrong with my ears? Even if you are preparing a school district house, there is no need to prepare three. Qin Yuehai hadn't spoken a word until now, and now he frowned when he finished speaking. Why, you don't want to? That's fine too. Let Lin Xian live in the credit commercial building. When these words were spoken, the three brothers all opened their mouths wide. Even Qin Yefeng, who was usually calm, was shocked. Credit commercial building? How could it be possible for Lin Xian to live there? You know, after a year, the profits generated by Sinew Department Store are enough to buy out the group that builds school district housing, let alone school district housing. The three brothers looked at each other and immediately knew what each other was thinking. Okay, sister, brother was just joking with you. Isn't it just 3 high-end school district houses? Brothers, give them to me. Speaking of which, our nephew has done well and won the first place in the imperial examination, so of course we have to give him some gifts. Let's have a good reunion with our nephew later. He's the pride of our whole family. Qin Yiyang tried hard to force a smile on his face and said a lot of official words. Qin Yulan also laughed. Then I'd like to thank you on behalf of Lin Xian. I can take the property certificate with me before I board the plane tomorrow, right? Yes, if you can't handle such a small matter. It would be too embarrassing for us as uncles. Qin Yiyang squeezed out a sentence from his throat. That's good. My affairs made my brothers worried. Now I'm fine. You should go to bed early too. While she was speaking, Qin Yulan pushed the 3 Qin brothers out of the door. As soon as she closed the door, the smile on Qin Yulan's face disappeared. Fortunately, the children did not see what happened to them. Otherwise, I really don't know how they would feel. I was foolish and chose the wrong person, and I have suffered for more than 10 years. Now it's time to wake up. Lin Xian, no matter what time it is, Mom will strive for the best interest for you. This is what Mom owes you, and Mom does it willingly. Lin Zhongdao looked tired as he boarded the plane back to Kyoto. This negotiation trip to Longqing seemed to have exhausted all his energy. The fact that Lin Hao is an illegitimate child has been made public. Both himself and the Lin family made compensation to the Qin family. The price I paid for this almost made me unable to get up. The Lin family gave the Qin family a credit department store. Qin Yulan took away another 2% of the group's shares from her. Although he repeatedly claimed that how to deal with Lin Xian's affairs was a family matter and hoped that they would not interfere. But in the end, the conditions given by the Qin family still did not allow Lin Hao and Gu Yuan to stay in the country. The most annoying thing is that the distribution of new drugs is still controlled by the Lin group itself. Could it be that the Qin family's boss has already figured out something? That's why I tried my best to insist on the last condition. The launch of a special cold medicine will definitely cause a storm in the medical industry. The profits are terrifying. The Qin family boss has always had a keen business sense. Could it be? Lin Zhongdao shook his head and finally sighed helplessly. I can't care about that much anymore. All the conditions have been agreed to. There is no point in thinking more. Before boarding the plane, I had already informed the group to operate according to the plan of the group's shareholders. What is worrying is how to deal with the relationship with Qin Yulan. If Gu Yuan knew that she couldn't stay in the country, would she want to die? All of these made Lin Zhongdao feel like a stone was pressing on his heart, making it difficult for him to even breathe. What did you say? We went to Dragon City, and this is the final result you brought us? There's no way we can stay in Kyoto. Can't we go to another cities? They're even going to kick us out of the country. We are in a foreign country, and we don't know anyone there. Even if we die on the street, no one will know. Upon learning of the Lin family's decision, Gu Yuan collapsed on the spot, acting like a madman. Don't make a fuss. This is in the hospital. Keep quiet. So, what if I'm in the hospital? I'm a homeless person now. How can I care about so many things? Gu Yuan held Lin Zhongdao's hand and burst into tears. I have persisted for so many years, following Lin Zhongdao, without any status, but in the end I ended up like this. How sad. Don't cry yet. Didn't we originally plan to send Lin Hao abroad to gain experience? Can't you just pretend that nothing happened? What? As if nothing happened? Gu Yuan shook off Lin Zhongdao's hand and started to accuse him without caring about anything. You're saying that now? What did you say at the beginning? You said you would let our son inherit everything of the Lin family, divorce Qin Yulan, and marry me in a dignified way. It will make our mother and I live a good life. You said all of this. That's why I've been with you for so many years, bearing the stigma of being a mistress. Now you want me to pretend nothing happened? Zhongdao, do you still have a conscience? Gu Yuan waved her arms as she spoke, and she didn't even notice her hair falling down. Looking at Gu Yuan in front of him, Lin Zhongdao also felt a little strange. I have never seen her like this before. Is this still the gentle and considerate Gu Yuan? She's just like a shrew. It's just like that shrew who quarrels with the vegetable seller on the street over a few cents. Lin Zhongdao was in a trance for a moment. Lin Zhongdao didn't hear clearly what Gu Yuan said next. When Gu Yuan questioned again, Lin Zhongdao yelled on the spot. That's enough. What are you crazy about? Even if I ask you to leave Kyoto and go abroad right now, I will be doing you justice. If I weren't there, I might be begging on the street. Gu Yuan was stunned. Lin Hao on the hospital bed was also stunned. The bungalow became so quiet that even the sound of each other's breathing could be heard clearly. Lin Hao looked at Lin Zhongdao in disbelief, his eyes full of astonishment. From childhood to adulthood, I've never seen Lin Zhongdao get so angry. In front of his mother, he is always gentle and considerate. After saying such cruel words today, are you really going to give up on them? Dad, Lin Hao called out softly. Lin Zhongdao took a deep breath and slowly walked to Lin Hao's bed and sat down. It's okay. Dad was impulsive just now. Those words were not sincere. Gu Yuan was stunned and couldn't stop her tears from falling. Lin Zhongdao actually said that he would beg for food on the street. Seeing his contemptuous look just now, Gu Yuan even wanted to die. For so many years, I have been trying to please him, coaxing him, and begging for food from him. What's the difference between this and begging on the street? Dad, don't worry. Mom is worried about my health, so she lost control of her emotions. Apart from our mom, we have no other relatives. After hearing what Lin Hao said, Lin Zhongdao felt guilty, and Gu Yuan beside him cried even harder. Okay, stop crying. Don't you know how I treat you? It's mainly because the trip to Dragon City is really exhausting. There is still some time. You can wait until Lin Hao recovers before leaving. During this period, I will also contact schools abroad. Hearing Lin Zhongdao still thinking about Lin Hao, Gu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, another idea popped into Gu Yuan's mind. Now that Lin Hao is gone, doesn't that mean everything in the Lin family belongs to Lin Xin? After working hard for so many years, the mother and son really got nothing. A strong feeling of unwillingness rose in Gu Yuan's heart. Lin Xin, why do you want to live? It's all because of you that Xiaohao and I are homeless. It's because of you that we have to leave our hometown. Lin Xin, why don't you just die? Gu Yuan gritted her teeth, her face grim. Fortunately, Lin Zhongdao's mind was on Lin Hao at this time, and he did not notice anything unusual about Gu Yuan. Lin Hao was shocked when he accidentally caught a glimpse of the expression on Gu Yuan's face. 2 days later, Qin Yulan returned to Kyoto. The first thing Qin Yulan did when she got home was to look for Lin Xingyu. "Mom, tell me quickly, how did your uncles help you vent your angers?" Lin Xingyu shook Qin Yulan's hand vigorously. Qin Yulan didn't want to talk about this. "Xiaoyu, I want to meet with Lin Xian. Please help me contact him." Lin Xingyu was stunned, and then her face turned tearful. "Mom, aren't you making things difficult for me? You want me to find him? I'm still on Lin Xian's blacklist." Lin Xingyu pouted her lips and started stomping her feet on the spot. Qin Yulan glared at her unhappily. "Don't waste time here. If you can get Lin Xian to accept our gift, you will definitely be able to find him." Lin Xingyu was speechless. In order not to annoy Lin Xian, he did not actively harass Lin Xian in the past 2 days. Maybe Lin Xian has a better impression of himself now. Lin Xingyu gasped when she thought about having to knock on Lin Xian's door. "No. This time, I will make Lin Xian remove me from the blacklist no matter what." Picking up her work phone, Lin Xingyu dialed Lin Xian's number on the spot. "Hello. Who is this?" Lin Xingyu mustered up her courage and spoke a lot on the spot. "Lin Xian, I'm your second sister. You better pull me off the blacklist right now. I have something important to tell you. If you don't pull me out, I'll block your door again. I'm going to get a horn this time. Not only can I talk, I can also sing." There was a hesitation on the other end of the phone, followed by Lin Xian's cold voice. "Lin Xingyu, what are you doing? Just treat me as if I'm having a seizure and pull me out quickly." Lin Xingyu's voice was strong, but she had a sly smile on her face. Qin Yulan, on the opposite side, frowned. "How come my daughter, who has always been carefree, has developed a bad habit of acting like a scoundrel now?" Lin Xian already had a bad impression of them, so wouldn't Lin Xingyu's actions be counterproductive? Just when Qin Yulan was worried, Lin Xingyu spoke again with a smile. "Good brother, our blood is thicker than water. Sister loves you." After saying this, Lin Xingyu quickly hung up the phone. "What a mess! Are you mad at Lin Xian?" Qin Yulan looked at Lin Xingyu in disbelief, her heart in her throat. Qin Yulan didn't notice it when she was at the Lin family. But ever since Lin Xian said he wanted to sever ties with the Lin family, Qin Yulan discovered that Lin Xian was also a very stubborn child. "Every time I see Lin Xian, I either run into a wall or get scolded by him. I feel scared when I think about it. Now my daughter is actually laughing, which is really confusing. Mom, I'm not bragging. With our entire family together, Lin Xian and his people can't do anything to me." Qin Yulan was stunned. "You mean you contacted Lin Xian?" "Of course, after all, I am his sister." Lin Xingyu looked very proud. Qin Yulan's expression became more and more ugly. "You are a great sister, and I, as a mother, can't compare to you." Thinking that Lin Xian still ignored her, Qin Yulan felt sad again. "Lin Xian has time today. I have passed the theoretical test at the driving school with a perfect score. The second subject exam will take another half a month, so Lin Xian has free time during this period. As long as the arrangements are made properly and the knowledge of Subject 2 is mastered, the coaches at the driving school will not care how many hours the students have taken." Lin Xian originally wanted to refuse Lin Xingyu's phone invitation, but when he thought about what she said, singing with a loudspeaker and blocking him at the entrance of the community, Lin Xian felt helpless again. Judging from the time, Qin Yulan's matter should have been dealt with almost completely. So it is necessary to see this side. After a simple tidying up, Lin Xian went downstairs. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the community, I immediately saw a luxury car parked nearby. Limited edition luxury cars parked in old neighborhoods have become a unique sight. "Lin Xian, I'm here. Get in the car quickly." Lin Xingyu waved her arms. Lin Xian did not speed up his pace and continued to walk forward slowly. It was not until he saw a large loudspeaker coming out of the window that Lin Xian frowned slightly. When Lin Xian opened the back door, he was stunned. Qin Yulan was actually sitting in the back seat. "Lin Xian, you are here?" Qin Yulan felt a little unnatural when she saw Lin Xian, but her eyes never left Lin Xian's face. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Xian held the back door with his hands and had no intention of going up. Qin Yulan suddenly became nervous. Lin Xin, I have something to tell you. Can you get in the car first? Qin Yulan's eyes were anxious and her voice was filled with nervousness. Her face was still delicately made up and her clothes were expensive, but it was obvious that she looked like she had been crying. If you have anything to say, just say it here. Qin Yulan hesitated, but Lin Xinyu beside her kept urging her. Lin Xin, what happened to you getting in the car? It's hard to explain this matter right away. Lin Xin turned his head. Why? Are you trying to tell me that Ms. Qin is divorced now? Or should I tell you that the news I told you will allow Mr. Lin to redistribute the benefits? Lin Xingyu's brows were tightly furrowed. Qin Yulan sighed helplessly. Lin Xin sneered in his heart. By saying this, I have already given them a lot of face. Although it sounds a bit harsh, it is indeed true. After learning Lin Hao's true identity and the feeling she had for him over the years, Qin Yulan was faced with only two possible outcomes. One is to divorce directly and completely cut off ties with Lin Zhongdao. The other possibility is that for the sake of what they call the overall situation, Lin Zhongdao made concessions and compensation to calm the situation. Although the first method may make you feel better, it will hurt your foundation. The second one preserves the face and enriches the substance. Betrayal is betrayal, but as long as Lin Zhongdao pays enough chips, it should be enough to fill the pain in Qin Yulan's heart. Seeing the current situation, Lin Xin concluded that Qin Yulan chose the second solution. Lin Xin, I'm not divorced. I've discussed this with your grandfather and uncle, and it's not appropriate to divorce at this time. Lin Xin laughed out loud. Miss Qin, you don't have to explain anything to me. Whether you get a divorce or not has nothing to do with me. Not to mention the uncle and grandfather you mentioned. Lin Xian's words were like a thorn, piercing Qin Yulan's heart. Doesn't it matter? In Lin Xian's eyes, is everything he did meaningless? Qin Yulan became even more flustered. Seeing Lin Xian was about to leave, Qin Yulan hurriedly got out of the car and chased after him. Lin Xian, wait a minute, take this. While speaking, Qin Yulan took out 3 property certificates. What is this? You passed the imperial examination and became the top scholar. Your 3 uncles are in Longcheng and did not come to Kyoto. This is a gift from them to you. After saying this, Qin Yulan quickly added, your name is on all the property certificates, and they are all high-end school district houses. Lin Xian looked Qin Yulan up and down. What is this? You want to win me over with the house? I've already said that I don't want to have no contact with you. Lin Xian, I was wrong. I was confused before. From now on, I will make it up to you. No need. I've already experienced your love when I was at the Lin family. Lin Xian, are you really not going to forgive your mothers? Qin Yulan's voice was tearful and tears could fall at any time. Lin Xian did not respond to Qin Yulan's words. Now, these people can't wait to ask for their forgiveness. Have you ever thought about how you felt when you broke off relations with someone? If I wasn't completely disheartened, why would I sign my name on the agreement? The years I spent at the Lin family were the most difficult. In order to gain their approval, I really tried my best and tried every possible means. In the end, there is still no change in the fact that I am an outsider. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. I never want to go back to that home again. I don't want to have any more entanglements with these people in front of me. Lin Xian, Dad is already compromised. His plan failed. The new drug will not be released in cooperation with other companies. It can only be from the Lin Group. Unless Dad uses other channels to give Lin Hao money, it is absolutely impossible for him to release new drugs. Lin Xinyu chased after him and said a lot of things in a flash. Before that, Lin Xinyu wanted to keep it a secret. At least keep the news Qin Yulan told him secret for a while longer. But the situation was urgent, so Lin Xinyu had to continue talking about the main point. Then congratulations, Miss Qin. You can make some money again in the future. Lin Xian said calmly with a blank expression on his face. My child, I do all this for you. Mom plans to give you all these shares. So no matter what, Mom will never give in when it comes to business. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Qin Yulan again. Qin Yulan looked delighted. Is this child finally going to forgive himself? For a moment, Qin Yulan's heart almost jumped out of her throat. If you really want this for my own good, stop releasing new drugs and don't let more people get hurt. Qin Yulan was startled and looked at Lin Xin in disbelief. Preventing the release of new drugs? What exactly does Lin Xin mean? When talking about the new drug of Lin Group, Lin Xian's expression became serious. Although Qin Yulan was shocked, she couldn't understand why Lin Xin said that. Lin Xingyu was so surprised that her jaw dropped to the ground. Lin Xin, don't act like a child. The release of this new drug is no small matter. How can you just stop it? How much effort did Lin's R&D team put into developing this new drug? It's about to be released, but you want to stop it. Isn't this nonsense? I can do whatever you want with other matters, but don't be angry about this matter. Lin Xingyu seldom participated in the affairs of the group, but she learned from Lin Rusheng that the Lin Group had invested a lot in the research and development of new drugs. Now that Lin Xin said this, Lin Xingyu instinctively thought that Lin Xin said this on purpose. Deliberately tell them something they can't do so that they will back down. Lin Xin didn't bother to pay attention to what Lin Xingyu said. There is a problem with Lin Group's special cold medicine. After taking it, the side effects will not appear immediately, but it does cause certain harm to the human body. I have reminded them more than once, but they just don't realize it. Obviously, Qin Yulan and Lin Xingyu had the same idea. At this moment, Lin Xingyu's cell phone suddenly rang. Sister, Mom and I are outside. Yes, we have met Lin Xian. No, it's not as simple as you think. Lin Xian said to stop the release of new drugs. After saying this, there was no sound on the other end of the phone. Obviously, Lin Rusheng was also shocked by what Lin Xian said. Lin Xian knew without thinking what Lin Rusheng asked on the phone. It was nothing more than asking where Lin Xingyu was, whether she had seen him, and what he had said. Lin Xingyu hung up the phone silently and looked at Lin Xian with a pout. Qin Yulan was holding the 3 property deeds in her hand, and her face was also full of embarrassment. Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said. If there is nothing else, please go back. Lin Xingyu, I've removed you from the blacklist, but if you dare to harass me, I'll put you in again. After saying this, Lin Xian turned around. Lin Xingyu stared at Lin Xian's back in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Pulling yourself off the blacklist. Does that mean reconciliation? But he looked so resolute, it seemed like he had no intention of forgiving them. My poor child. What do you want me to do so that you can forgive me? Qin Yulan's crying voice was heard. Lin Xingyu finally came to her senses. Mom, don't cry. Let's go back. Big sister is on the way back too. After hearing what she had just said, Lin Rusheng could no longer remain calm and said she would rush back immediately. Qin Yulan nodded. Now Lin Zhongdao hasn't returned to the villa. He must have gone to meet that bitch. I also need to discuss the remaining matters with my 2 daughters. Lin Jilan is still outside and has not come back yet. She is the youngest among the 3 daughters. Logically speaking, Lin Jilan couldn't be of much help. So the less she knew about these messy and annoying things, the better. The only people he could discuss this with right now were Lin Xingyu and Lin Rusheng. Let's go. Qin Yulan's voice was full of helplessness, and she slowly turned around. On the way back, Lin Xin began to think about another thing. I have received the notification letter from Nanjing University. If nothing unexpected happens, I will definitely go to Longqing. As for the house, Lin Xin did not plan to buy one in the school district. In the eyes of many people, school district housing is the most valuable. But Lin Xin had already made the decision to rent a house. It's not that there is not enough money on hand, but that there is no need to occupy this part of the funds. The reason why he bought the house and the shop before was to provide protection for Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pinggan. As for myself, I am young and have time, and there are plenty of ways to make money, so naturally I can buy a house at any time. After walking forward absent-mindedly for a while, Lin Xin stopped and took out his cell phone. Soon, Gu Songsong's voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Xin, what's the matter? Give me an account number, and I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you. Oh my God, am I crazy or are you crazy? Why are you giving me money? Is something wrong with you? Even through the screen, Lin Xin could feel Gu Songsong's angry state. Don't think too much. You like to study stocks, right? This amount of money is not much, but it's enough for you to operate for 2 months. Don't worry, it's not for free. You can pay me back when you have more money. No interest. Lin Xian had already thought about the amount of money to give. If I give too much, Gu Song will definitely not accept it. Too little, and it won't have any effect. There are still 2 months before school starts. According to Gu Song, buying and selling with 100,000 yuan will definitely earn much more than working. On the other end of the phone, Gu Song was silent for a while. What? Fell asleep? Brother Xian? Thank you. It's hypocritical to say thank you. Just send me your account number. After saying this, Lin Xin hung up the phone. These 2 months were relaxing, but after entering university, life became a completely different kind. Hospital ward. Lin Zhongdao looked at Lin Hao and was also considering the issue of admission. Before Lin Hao's identity was revealed, Qin Yulan treated Lin Hao as her treasure. Qin Yulan does everything herself. Now, I have to rely on myself for everything. Lin Zhongdao has been unable to decide on a school for Lin Hao to attend abroad. At the beginning, no one knew how Qin Yulan contacted me. Why don't you ask her which school she's contacted and what stage the process has reached? That way we can have a better idea of the situation. Gu Yuan looked up cautiously and asked softly. Lin Zhongdao was in a bad mood, and Gu Yuan didn't want to cause trouble for him at this critical juncture. However, the following matters involve the son's future and their future life. It's good to ask one more question. Do you think Qin Yulan will tell me the truth? Lin Zhongdao's question stunned Gu Yuan. I am such a fool. At this time, Qin Yulan probably even wanted to kill them. So how could she help? Gu Yuan lowered her head silently and said nothing more. Lin Hao sighed in his heart. At the moment, it's good enough that Qin Yulan doesn't interfere in this matter. Still expecting her to help? How can it be? Even though Qin Yulan smiles all day long, it depends on who she is smiling for. Lin Xian and I are an obvious example. When she didn't know her identity at the beginning, Qin Yulan wanted to take out her heart and give it to herself. Qin Yulan's face was always full of ridicule and contempt for Lin Xian. I guess the situation has completely reversed now. Dad, can I stay in the country? Lin Hao was unwilling to give up, so he started by asking the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Lin Zhongdao's eyes flickered. Don't I want to keep Lin Hao by my side? It's a pity that this is the agreement reached between the Qin family and the Lin family. If I insist on keeping this person here, I'm afraid everything will be turned upside down again. More than 10 years ago, I paid a heavy price for my impulsiveness. Now, there is no need to take any more risks. Xiaohao, the teaching conditions abroad are much better than here. Lin Zhongdao spoke slowly. Lin Hao's heart sank little by little. This is probably the most tactful way of rejecting something. At the same time, a sense of uneasiness began to spread. Lin Zhongdao couldn't withstand the pressure and wanted to move himself and his mother abroad. Is this the first step or the final result? Is he going to give up on them and their child? If that's the case, then what's the difference between that and letting things fend for themselves? Don't cancel the company you registered before. I will get some business. I will transfer the living expenses of you and your son separately. Live there peacefully first, and when the time is right, find a way to come back. Gu Yuan's expression softened slightly. Lin Zhongdao's words finally made her feel more at ease. For more than 10 years, I have been like a canary raised in the forest. I have rarely come into contact with things outside and am almost out of touch with the outside world. At this moment, Gu Yuan placed all her hopes on Lin Zhongdao's last words. When the time is right, you can come back. It seems that there is no other choice but to do this. The doctor said Xiaohao has recovered well. There is no obvious displacement of the broken bones, and his condition is stable. In a few days, if there are no complications, you will be discharged from the hospital soon. Your head doesn't hurt as much as before, does it? Lin Zhongdao's face was full of concern. Lin Hao nodded and hummed softly. Fortunately, it was only the ribs that were broken. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to start school normally. Gu Yuan retracted her gaze and said bitterly, "This matter is not over yet. Xiaohao has been harmed like this. We must find out who is behind this." Lin Zhongdao ignored it. Gu Yuan became even more angry, so she pulled Lin Zhongdao's arm and walked out. "I have something to tell you. There's no outsider here. Can't you just say no? No. Xiaohao needs to rest. While speaking, Gu Yuan had already brought Lin Zhongdao to the corridor. I think this matter is related to Lin Xian. When you told me about your meeting with him that day, I felt something was wrong. My intuition tells me that it must be Lin Xian who hired someone to beat up Xiaohao. Do you want to go to the Lin family and ask again? Gu Yuan spoke in an urgent voice, looking straight into the forest. Lin Zhongdao shook off Gu Yuan's hand, and his voice revealed impatience. What do you want? It's already a mess, and you think it's not enough? I also let you listen to the recording of that day. Even if Lin Xian did it, do you think he was the only one who was wrong? If Lin Hao hadn't provoked me first, how could this have happened? Qin Yulan usually spoils him. How come you, as a mother, are so confused? Lin Zhongdao had a gloomy face and a low voice. Gu Yuan was so frightened that she didn't dare to say a word. From what Lin Zhongdao said, it seemed that his son was also wrong. It was obviously that damn Lin Xian who harmed Lin Hao, and now Lin Zhongdao is actually speaking for him. I originally thought that Lin Zhongdao would make a big fuss about this incident, but unexpectedly, he chose to keep quiet. Gu Yuan said nothing, just lowered her head, thinking about something. Lin Zhongdao reminded again. I'm telling you, put away those little thoughts immediately, stop thinking about how to harm Lin Xian, and stop leading my son astray. Gu Yuan was stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. The thought of harming Lin Xian just flashed through his mind, but unexpectedly, he was caught by Lin Zhongdao. In order to grab this life-saving straw, Gu Yuan bit her lips hard. How can you be so cruel? Xiaohao is also my son. How could I lead him astray? If you don't want to see us mother and son, then we will leave and never come back, which will be what you wish for. Thinking of the grievances she had suffered over the years, Gu Yuan could no longer stop crying. Lin Zhongdao spoke with apologetic tone. That's not what I meant. I just want you to be quiet and not cause any trouble before you go abroad. We know you're under a lot of pressure. We all understand that. Don't worry, I will listen to you. While speaking, Gu Yuan kept her head down, and the hatred in her eyes was completely concealed. Now is not the time to deal with Lin Xian, but sooner or later, I will get my revenge. Lin Zhongdao said that we can't push this person too hard. Otherwise, based on my understanding of him, he would not ignore Lin Hao, but I couldn't say for sure. After all, she's almost 40 years old. What attraction does a woman of this age have to men? The only thing that connects them together is Lin Hao and the friendship they have had in the past years. Gu Yuan calmed down, and Lin Zhongdao patted him gently on the back. Take good care of the children. I'm leaving now. Call me if you have anything. It is good. Lin Zhongdao left quickly without looking back. Gu Yuan's clenched fist never loosened. Lin's villa. Lin Rusheng sat opposite Qin Yulan with a frown on her face. Lin Xingyu kept chattering. Lin Xingyu told him everything about what had happened, her own guesses, and her predictions about what would happen next. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Xingyu had already drunk 2 glasses of boiled water. Xiaoyu, you have to protect your throat. Let's not talk about things that haven't happened yet. Listen to what Mom said. Lin Xingyu put the water cup away, her little face full of complaints. Sister, Mom's idea is the same as mine. We have already talked about this topic on the way. I still think that Lin Xian is just being angry. He just doesn't want us to harass him. So he came up with a condition that we can't meet. Lin Rusheng shook her head. For some reason, Lin Rusheng always felt that things were not that simple. Lin Xian is calm and steady, and it is impossible for him to speak without thinking. Besides, the launch of a new drug is a big deal. How could he joke about it? But if according to what Lin Xian said, then Lin Rusheng felt a chill on her back and couldn't help but become nervous again. Xiaoyu, do you still remember what happened to Xiaolan's leg? Lin Xingyu was stunned. Qin Yulan also raised her head with some curiosity. What's going on? Why did you lift Xiaolan's leg for no reason? Lin Rusheng's voice was full of solemnity. At first, it was Lin Xian who said that Xiaolan's legs would have problems, and later Xiaolan's legs really couldn't move. As for Lin Hao, it was Lin Xian who said that he is our younger brother. Isn't that also true? Ah! Lin Xingyu exclaimed, Sister, are you saying that the new drug developed by the Lin group really can't be released? Lin Rusheng shook her head, her voice full of powerlessness. I don't know about this either. I hope what Lin Xin said is not true, but I always feel that Lin Xin is not joking. Qin Yulan looked at Lin Rusheng, then at Lin Qingyu, and her expression became more and more confused. Tell me, how did Lin Xin know all this? Mom, I always feel that Lin Xin has many secrets that we don't know. Lin Rusheng's fingertips turned white. Lin Xian's predictions and his medical skills were something they had never seen before. This is enough to prove that their understanding of Lin Xin is only superficial. Lin Qingyu suddenly stood up from the sofa and blinked hard. Oh my God, big sister, don't talk so mysteriously. Could it be that there is some expert behind Lin Xin giving him advice? Lin Rusheng sighed. Without meeting Lin Xin, all thoughts are just guesses. If you want to find out what is going on, you can only find out after meeting Lin Xin. Mom, see you, I'm going to go see Lin Xin. This matter is very serious. I have to ask him in person? No. Lin Qingyu grabbed Lin Rusheng's arm with a determined look on her face. Sister, you can't go to Lin Xin. I've already told him that if the Lin family continues to harass him, he will block me. Do you know how much effort I put into getting him to remove me from the blacklist? If he gets unhappy and takes me back, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Qin Yulan also tried to persuade him. If you really want to go, change the time. Don't go today. When I went to see Lin Xin just now, Lin Xin was already very impatient. I guess after the two of them met, Lin Rusheng wouldn't be able to ask anything. Qin Yulan spoke out her thoughts. Lin Qingyu nodded her head like pounding garlic to show her agreement. If you really block me, I won't be able to help you if you have any problems in the future. In the end, Lin Rusheng gave up. The issue of the new drug's launch has always been like a stone weighing on Lin Rusheng's heart. Thinking of the company's R&D department, Lin Rusheng prayed again. I hope things aren't as bad as I think. After all, the release of new drugs is a conclusion reached by the R&D department after countless tests. Subject 2 is easy to practice, but other people have different ideas from Lin Xin. There are 3 people in a driving practice area. Lin Xin was with a man in his 20s, and the other was a young girl who had just graduated from high school. Because they didn't have much communication on a daily basis, Lin Xin didn't know much about the other 2 people. 3 people guarded a car and took turns driving it. As soon as the girl got on the bus, the man next to her smiled mysteriously and said, "Wait, there will be something interesting to watch." Lin Xin couldn't help but worry about the little girl in the car. Their coach had a bad temper, the girl was very shy, and it was her first time practicing driving. I don't know what this good show is that this person is talking about. Now, the people next to me are still laughing. What happened? You'll know in a minute. Seeing that he was keeping his voice low and keeping the secret, Lin Xin didn't say anything. The little girl was driving, and the instructor was giving instructions in the passenger seat. Lin Xin and another student sat in the back seat. Although she had practiced for 2 days, the girl was still a little nervous and bit her lips from time to time while driving. The vehicle was not driving smoothly, and the instructor looked impatient. You can't turn the steering wheel so wide for this S-turn, or you'll cross the line. Just rush out. What's wrong with your eyes? Your ears don't work well either. Didn't you hear what I just said? You are so young and have no memory at all. Don't practice anymore. You won't be able to pass it even if you practice. I really don't know what your family is thinking. You have so much money to burn. You're going to destroy the car. Does it have a grudge against the joystick? Are you going to break it off? The coach's voice became louder and louder, and the girl's face turned red. Lin Xin couldn't bear to listen anymore, and the young man next to him also frowned. This coach has no patience and a bad attitude. After finally reaching the finish line, the little girl breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to change roles, the little girl suddenly spoke. "Coach, do you have a partner?" The coach was stunned for a moment. Then he swallowed hard and spoke in a very orderly manner. Before he opened his mouth to speak, that elationful look was already revealed. "Well, just practice driving. Don't always have those useless thoughts. I'm already married." The little girl raised her head, and her voice became clearer. "Really? Just now I was thinking that a fool like this would never find a girlfriend in his life. People like you are only fit to live out your life alone. So, Even if you get married, you'll probably have to get a divorce. After saying this, the little girl got out of the car angrily. In the blink of an eye, the coach's face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. After a long pause, he managed to utter a few words. I've taught so many students, but I've never seen anyone like you. If you want to practice, practice. If you don't want to practice, forget it. Curse me. I won't teach you anymore. The little girl turned around suddenly and said, what I said is the truth. Go and reflect on yourself. Lin Xin and the man next to him looked at each other. This play is not that exciting, but the confrontation between the two sides is quite intense. Coach, calm down. The little girl is young. Don't bother with him. The man next to him tried to smooth things over. The coach's face was flushed and his chest rose and fell as he spoke. Young people nowadays are all rebellious, right? How can this skinny girl be so arrogant? I just said a few words to her, and now she's cursing me. Let's go rest under the tree for a while. Rest for a while. The man fanned the coach with a fan and then handed him a bottle of water. The coach might be really angry, so he didn't think much about it and just sat under a big tree nearby. Lin Xin was speechless. The little girl was really angry, but her counterattack was pretty nice. The coach was much quieter for the rest of the afternoon. Because the little girl left, Lin Xin and the people who were practicing driving together practiced a few more times. When he returned home in the afternoon, Lin Xian's arms felt a little tired. When talking about what happened at the driving training ground, Lin Pingon laughed so hard that he fell backwards. She deserves it. Let's not say that the little girl should be treated specially. Your coach is just being too mean, isn't he? That's right. He was really embarrassed this time. My friend who was practicing with him said that the coach must have thought that the girl liked him. Didn't you say that your coach is a bald guy? I feel pretty good this time. I'm really confident. Confidence, brother. There's nothing I can do. As the father and son were talking, Zhou Yuzhen brought over the washed fruits. Son, if your coach is still so fierce in the future, let's change coaches. At least we won't suffer that injustice. The little girl did the right thing. We parents hold our children in our hands and treat them as our treasures. It is not their turn to scold us. I support the little girl's approach. Lin Xin smiled and took a bite of the apple. Mom, don't worry. The coach is just being mean to the girl. He thinks the girl is easy to bully, so he is always mean to her. Zhou Yuzhen stopped talking, and after a while, she suddenly asked a question. Son, when you were practicing driving, did you give your coach anything? Lin Xian and Lin Pingon looked at Zhou Yuzhen at the same time. Zhou Yuzhen explained again. I heard that if you give your instructor some favors during driving practice, you will pass the exam smoothly. Lin Xian finally understood what was going on. Mom, that was in the past. No one does that now. The driving school exam is based on your own skills, so gifts are useless. Besides, young people nowadays are all rebellious. Thinking of what the little girl did today, Lin Xin couldn't help but laugh. Some people really can't take themselves too seriously, otherwise no one will pamper you. After dinner, the family sat together watching TV. The weather was not too hot, so Zhou Yuzhen opened all the windows. The dog days of summer will begin in 2 days, and the air will be humid from now on. It will be like this for more than 40 days in a row. In Zhou Yuzhen's words, such dry air is rare, so you should experience it again. Son, go travel after you get your driver's license. Take advantage of the time now and travel around. I feel fine staying at home. I have never thought about traveling. You don't have to worry about me and your mom. Now you can eat by yourself, and the whole family won't be hungry. You can just pick up your backpack and go. After school starts, you won't have so much free time. Lin Pingon tried his best to urge them, and Zhou Yuzhen beside him also picked up the remote control. If you don't know where to go, just watch the Travel Channel. The host will give you very detailed guides. Lin Xian was speechless. Since I came back, I have gained nearly 10 kilograms. In the words of Zhou Yuzhen and his wife, when your body is well enough, it's time to go out and have some fun. But going out to play was not really in Lin Xian's plan. Just as Zhou Yuzhen was about to change the channel, Lin Xian was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute, Mom. Let me check out the news. Seeing Lin Xian's serious expression, Zhou Yuzhen quickly stepped aside. On TV, The host was introducing the situation of the Lin group with an excited look on his face. Recently, the new cold medicine developed by the Lin group has made a huge breakthrough in the pharmaceutical industry. Many people call it a milestone for pharmacies. Cold medicine is a pure Chinese herbal preparation with significant efficacy and no side effects. It has a good therapeutic effect on fatigue and dizziness in patients with colds. Lin Xin stared at the screen closely, not daring to move his eyes away for a moment. Zhou Yuzhen looked nervous and glanced at Lin Pingan secretly. Lin Pingan placed his hand on the back of Zhou Yuzhen's hand and patted it gently, signaling her not to interrupt. Zhou Yuzhen felt heavy in her heart. What was broadcast on TV was about the Lin family. Lin Xin was so serious, he must be thinking about the past again. Zhou Yuzhen never asked about the details of what happened after Lin Xin went to the Lin family. But there is one thing Zhou Yuzhen can be sure of. Lin Xin must not have had a good life in the Lin family. Otherwise, how could a healthy child, a young man who is still growing, lose weight to over 100 pounds? The Lin family is a wealthy family with nannies and servants. If they were nice to Lin Xin, how could the child be so thin? Zhou Yuzhen sighed quietly and felt uncomfortable again. Lin Xin is a kid who always reports good news, but never bad news. He didn't say anything on the surface, but no one knew how much he had suffered behind the scenes. Lin Pingan's expression also became serious. Zhou Yuzhen and her husband thought that Lin Xin cared so much about the situation of the Lin group because he couldn't let go of the past. But he didn't know that at this time, Lin Xin was thinking about something else. A new drug is about to be released, which means that there is not much time left. If I remember correctly, there will be layoffs at the Kyoto Hospital of Integrated Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine in the next few days. It was at that time that Zhang Weili was laid off by the hospital. Son, the news is over. Do you want to change the channel? On the TV screen, the broadcast about the special cold medicine developed by the Lin group has ended, but Lin Xian's gaze is still there. Lin Pingan asked cautiously. Lin Xin came back to his senses. Okay, Dad, let's put the travel thing aside for now. I haven't passed the driver's license test yet. During this period of time, I want to concentrate on getting a driver's license. Lin Pingan agreed immediately. Okay, Dad will follow your arrangements. Actually, I think it's a little early to talk about it. It's not too late to make arrangements after you get your driver's license. Next, they talked some more about driving school, and then Lin Xin returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Lin Xin carefully recalled Zhang Weili's life. In the previous life, after the Lin group's special cold medicine was released, the entire medical community went crazy about it. Some small pharmaceutical companies also went bankrupt due to the emergence of special cold medicines. The first person to discover that cold medicine has side effects was Zhang Weili. As a veteran employee of Kyoto Hospital of Integrated Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine, Zhang Weili is experienced, but has never been taken seriously due to his academic qualifications. Until his death, Zhang Weili was just an ordinary employee. Among the first wave of layoffs at the otolaryngology department of the Hospital of Integrated Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine was Zhang Weili. Later, Zhang Weili opened a small clinic. Because he exposed the side effects of a special cold medicine, he was beaten half-crippled by people hired by Lin Hao and eventually died on the street. In this life, Lin Xin decided to strike first and gain the upper hand. Then I have to go to the Chinese medicine hospital frequently in the next 2 days. Living room. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan looked at each other. The temperature in the room was not high, but a layer of sweat had already appeared on Zhou Yuzhen's forehead. Lin Pingan is not much better. Just now, estimating Lin Xian's feelings, neither of them spoke easily. Now that Lin Xin has gone back to the room to rest, Zhou Yuzhen can no longer bear it. Do you think this child is in a bad mood because of the Lin family's affairs? It's hard to say, but if you want me to believe in Lin Zhongdao like I did before, I definitely don't have the courage to do so. Lin Pingan is telling the truth. It was because I trusted Lin Zhongdao too much that Lin Xin suffered so much. This time, even if he came to apologize in person, I would not give him a good face. Thinking of going to apologize in person, Lin Pingan frowned again. The last time Lin Zhongdao accused Lin Xian for no reason for the sake of his adopted son. He still remembers it clearly. Forget it. Anyway, I won't trust Lin Zhongdao anymore. As for the others, let's wait and see. We respect the children's decision, but if they want to plot against Lin Xin again, no way. Seeing her husband so determined, Zhou Yuzhen also nodded. Lin Xian is the life of the couple. At worst, they will fight with them. Who is afraid of who? The next morning, Lin Xian received a call saying that his coach was sick and could not practice driving that day. An idea flashed through Lin Xian's mind instinctively. The coach was probably sick from being angry. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Xian laughed. Thinking that Zhang Sunsen was the only one who was free now, Lin Xian directly called him to gather in front of the Chinese medicine hospital. Lin Xian didn't say much on the phone, and Zhang Sunsen couldn't get anything out of him, so he rushed to the Chinese medicine hospital in a hurry. As soon as Lin Xian got out of the car, Zhang Sunsen came over. "Brother Xian, what happened? Why are you in the hospital? Don't be nervous. You don't have anything to do these 2 days, so come and hang out with me." When Zhang Sunsen heard this, his eyes widened. "Come to the hospital for a stroll? Is Lin Xian okay?" Taking a step forward to block Lin Xian's sight, Zhang Sunsen's tone was heavy and tears were about to fall. "Brother Xian, I can bear it. Did something bad happen to you? Tell me, I can bear it. Fuck you. Can you please hope for me? Go away." As Lin Xian said this, he grabbed Zhang Sunsen's arm and ran straight to the hospital lobby. Looking at the big sun above his head, Zhang Sunsen wiped his forehead. "Brother Xian, the weather forecast says it's going to be 39 degrees today. Can we not run? It will be cooler in the halls soon. So keep working hard." Lin Xian did not slow down, and his eyes kept looking forward from time to time. In his previous life, he only knew that not long after the Lin Group's special medicine was released, the Chinese medicine hospital began to lay off employees. Lin Xian was not sure about the exact time. In this life, because of Lin Hao's matter, the release of Lin Group's new drug has been postponed for a while. I hope I can meet Zhang Weili here. If all else fails, I can only ask for his home address. Fortunately, the Yinti department is just across the hospital lobby, so Zhang Sunsen can walk less. It was indeed a bit cool after entering the hall, but Lin Xian and Zhang Sunsen did not stay there for too long. As soon as he walked out of the hall, Lin Xian stopped. There was a person sitting on the chair next to Wan Yinqing. Although he had lowered his head as low as possible, Lin Xian still recognized that the person was Zhang Weili. Zhang Weili kept his head down, looking at the box at his feet from time to time, and then sighed again. "Brother Xian, the Yinti department is in the front. I've seen the person I was looking for." Lin Xian's gaze fell on Zhang Weili. Zhang Sunsen next to him was also a little curious. Is this person a doctor? Why does it look so decadent? Logically speaking, doctors should see patients in their offices. Is he just being lazy here? Zhang Sunsen was wondering when Lin Xian came to Zhang Weili. "Hello, Dr. Zhang." Hearing someone calling him, Zhang Weili slowly raised his head, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. "You're here to see a doctor, right? Please go to that office over there." "I am no longer a doctor." Lin Xian's heart tightened. "It seems that I came at the right time today. If I had come a day later, I probably wouldn't have met Zhang Weili. Dr. Zhang, I know your medical skills. I came to see you today on purpose." Lin Xian looked sincere. But Zhang Weili on the opposite side shook his head again. "I've been fired. Although I'm in the hospital now, I'm no longer qualified to treat patients. Little brother, you should find someone else." Zhang Sunsen frowned. The person in front of me was probably in his 40s, thin, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, giving people a very down-to-earth feeling. When Zhang Sunsen heard that he was fired, he was a little confused. "Isn't this a hospital?" Well, hospitals that integrate traditional Chinese and Western medicine also dismiss doctors. Scratching his head, Zhang Sunsen looked at the person in front of him again. It doesn't look like he is lying. Zhang Weili didn't say anything else. The blow he received today was really too great. Although it was expected, the moment he was under control, Zhang Weili still felt extremely lost. After graduating from junior high school, I learned Chinese medicine from a master teacher and later went to a hospital integrating traditional Chinese and Western medicine. I thought life would continue like this, but I didn't expect the hospital to lay off employees. Because of his low education, his position had not been promoted and he realized that he might be laid off, but Zhang Weili did not expect it to come so soon. Suddenly, it felt like the sky was falling. Father, mother, wife, son, house, all expenses are paid with his salary. Now that I'm out of work, my house will definitely be a mess. Immersed in his thoughts, Zhang Weili sighed again. There are many turning points in life, but I encountered this one when I was in my 40s, and I didn't know if I could get through it. When he raised his head again, Zhang Weili found that the two young men in front of him had not left. Forget it. Why don't you tell me what the situation is? You are the last patient to see me. If you can trust me, tell me your symptoms. At this moment, Zhang Weili was feeling complicated. No matter how many patients you have treated or how experienced you are, once you are fired by the hospital, you will feel like a complete failure. Lost, uncomfortable, and painful. All these emotions weighed down Zhang Weili, making him feel a little breathless. But when he thought that he might have to say goodbye to this profession forever, Zhang Weili felt extremely reluctant. Dr. Zhang, I'm not here to see a doctor. I came here to discuss something else with you. Can we talk further? When speaking, Lin Xin tried to relax as much as possible so that he looked more mature. After all, what we're going to talk about is very important. Lin Xin also didn't want Zhang Weili to think that he was joking. What are you going to talk about? Zhang Weili's face was full of confusion. Dr. Zhang, this is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. I see there's a cafe at the door. It's quite quiet there. Seeing Zhang Weili hesitate, Zhang Sun simply told him the location. Zhang Sun had no idea what Lin Xin wanted to say, but it was obvious that the person in front of him seemed very important to him. Just follow what Lin Xin said. It will definitely be right. Zhang Weili raised his hand to check the time, then looked at the two people in front of him, and finally agreed. It's just 9 o'clock in the morning, and there are still 3 hours before I go home for lunch. I can't just sit in the chair all the time. Go out and take a walk. Time will pass faster. As soon as Zhang Weili stood up, Zhang Sun picked up the box at his feet. Seeing Lin Xin turning around, Zhang Sun raised his eyebrows proudly. 10 minutes later, Zhang Weili was already sitting opposite Lin Xin. There was soothing music playing in the cafe, and the air was filled with the aroma of coffee. Outside the window, passers-by are hurrying by, forming a sharp contrast with the coziness in the cafe. Just now, Dr. Zhang said that he was laid off by the hospital. I would like to ask boldly, what are Dr. Zhang's future plans? Zhang Weili did not hide his disappointment. No plans, at least not yet. To be honest, no matter where you work, once you are fired, it is like a label that cannot be erased. Perhaps you think my words are too heavy. Maybe when you reach my age, you will understand this feeling. Zhang Weili is not a talkative person, but he was feeling too depressed today, and Zhang Weili wanted to find someone to talk to. But in this situation, no matter relatives or friends, it seems that no strangers can give him this sense of security. And this is exactly what Lin Xin wants. Dr. Zhang, I believe in your medical skills. If you are willing, why don't you come to work in my company? After Lin Xin asked this question, there was no change in Zhang Weili's expression. Zhang Sun next to him almost spit out his coffee. Oh my God, Brother Xin, you played a big trick this time. Your company? You just graduated from high school and turned 18 a few days ago. When did you start your own company? Zhang Sun swallowed the coffee hard. Cough, cough, cough. After a while of coughing, Zhang Sun finally came to his senses. Seeing Zhang Weili staring at him, Zhang Sun smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Dr. Zhang. I took too big a sip of coffee just now and choked accidentally. Young people should drink less coffee. It's bad for your throat, especially for people with chronic pharyngitis. It is best to drink some Sterculia lignophora soaked in water. If you want to refresh yourself, you can drink some tea. Zhang Weili spoke out his professional knowledge as soon as he opened his mouth, and when he realized this, a wry smile appeared on his face. Zhang Sun nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Dr. Zhang is right. Normally, we don't come to places like this very often, right? Brother Xin? Lin Xin also nodded. Seeing the two children in front of him being so obedient, Zhang Weili's expression relaxed a lot. You just said that you could let me work in your company? I wonder what your company does. Zhang Weili didn't want to ask. But there is a problem that needs to be solved right now. The 10th is almost here, and the mortgage needs to be paid. This means that if I cannot find a new job within half a month, I will have to default on my mortgage to the bank. Therefore, Zhang Weili is still very sensitive to the word work. My company is a pharmaceutical company that mainly produces traditional Chinese medicine. To be honest with you, Dr. Zhang, the company is in its early stages and Dr. Zhang is very experienced, so I would like to hire you. As for salary and benefits, we can discuss them. Lin Xin spoke and went straight to the point. Zhang Weili frowned. Your company? Is it your own? Zhang Weili had some concerns. Although the young man in front of him spoke very maturely, he was still a little young. Having worked in a hospital for so many years, Zhang Weili has heard of medical brokers and also knows that there are other brokers in real life. In industries like high-priced intermediaries, many people earn commissions. So Zhang Weili instinctively wanted to ask a few more questions. At this time, Lin Xin was extremely nervous. Yesterday, when I saw the news report about the launch of new drugs by Lin's company, I was a little flustered, so I couldn't wait to come to Zhang Weili. Although they said it was a company, they had not completed any relevant procedures. If Zhang Weili continued to ask, the truth would definitely be exposed. But at this time, Zhang Weili kept staring at him, so Lin Xin had no choice but to continue speaking. Yes, it's my company. I have always been optimistic about the Chinese medicine industry, and my family also supports me in doing this. So, Dr. Zhang, would you like to come to my company as a mentor? After a few words, Lin Xin took the initiative again. Zhang Weili smiled. You're still making it sound too serious. I used to be an ordinary doctor in the Yinti department of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. There's nothing to brag about. At best, I have some experience, but I don't have any education or position. How can I guide others? If you give me a specific job to do, I'm willing to accept it. Zhang Weili is a very down-to-earth person and never exaggerates when he speaks. Typically, less work means more. Such employees are easily buried and bullied in the company. However, thinking about how he had bravely stood up and pointed out the side effects of quick-acting cold medicine in his previous life, Lin Xin admired Zhang Weili again. Dr. Zhang, as I said earlier, my company is in its early stages and is in need of people. We urgently need talents like Dr. Zhang. At present, our company's investment is 5 million, and additional funds will be injected later. The project is very consistent with Dr. Zhang's profession, which is pharmaceutical production. This should not be difficult for Dr. Zhang. While we are developing new drugs, we will also produce conventional drugs, so I hope Dr. Zhang can consider this carefully. Lin Xin extended the invitation again. Zhang Weili on the opposite side was obviously moved. To be honest, I am reluctant to leave the pharmaceutical industry, and even more reluctant to leave the job where I have worked for many years. After learning that he was laid off, Zhang Weili felt it was difficult to even breathe. Now hearing about this opportunity, it was hard for Zhang Weili not to be excited. Lin Xin did not continue to urge. At this time, Zhang Weili should be given enough space to think. But Zhang Xin next to him had wiped the sweat from his forehead more than once. The temperature in the cafe was just right, even a little cool. The sweat on my forehead is cool. Lin Xin, you are really good. You speak very clearly. Could it be that he really registered a company? Oh my God, next time I see Lin Xin, I should call him Mr. Lin. If it wasn't in front of Zhang Weili, Zhang Xin really wanted to shout out a few words. But that 5 million sounds shocking enough. On second thought, Zhang Xin started to worry about Lin Xin again. If Lin Xin was bragging, then it would be difficult to raise the 5 million. At the moment, I don't know what Lin Xin is up to. Can I ask you something? How much is the salary? As soon as Zhang Weili asked this question, Lin Xian's heart almost jumped out of his throat. If he asks this, there is a high chance that it will work. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xin spoke solemnly. Technical instructors are different from ordinary employees. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund are essential. In addition, the basic salary will be temporarily double Dr. Zhang's salary at the Chinese medicine hospital. It will be improved based on performance later. After hearing this, Zhang Weili's eyes almost popped out. Twice the salary at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital? How much would that be? Zhang Weili's mind was in a mess, and he suddenly had trouble calculating his salary. My salary at the Chinese medicine hospital is 8,500 yuan. If it were doubled, it would be 17,000 yuan. 17,000. Is that much? Are you sure you're not kidding? I'm just an ordinary employee of the Chinese medicine hospital. Thinking that his salary would increase to 17,000, Zhang Weili's face was full of uncertainty. If it really reaches that number, it will be higher than the salary of the department director. How can it be? A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Don't worry, Dr. Zhang. I will make everything we just discussed into a contract and sign it in written form. It may be a little harder in the early stages, as Dr. Zhang will be handling quite a few prescriptions. Zhang Weili was excited at the thought of returning to his old job. No problem, no problem. I usually do these things. When can I start work? When will we sign the contract? Judging from the current situation, Zhang Weili is more anxious than himself. But Lin Xin hesitated. The talents have been found, but matters such as the office space and the company have not yet started. It may take a few more days before Zhang Weili can return to work normally. After thinking for a while, Lin Xin said, Dr. Zhang, please take a rest for 2 days. We will officially sign the contract in 3 days. Dr. Zhang, I'll take a short break first. Once I finish the things I have on hand, we'll officially get started. Is that okay with you? Zhang Weili's face was filled with joy. Of course, I didn't expect that I would encounter such a good thing after the Chinese medicine hospital was closed down. It is true that moving a tree can stun a person and bringing him life to others. This is absolutely true. Then I'll wait for your news. Seeing Zhang Weili so happy, Lin Xin also laughed. I didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. Being able to get Zhang Weili to join his company made Lin Xin feel relieved. Next, the two parties exchanged contact information. After a while, Zhang Weili left. As soon as Zhang Weili left, Zhang Xin started to attack with his mouth. Brother Xian, Mr. Lin, what are you singing about? I have some extra money, and I want to start a company. I am optimistic about the traditional Chinese medicine industry. It was just a coincidence that I saw Dr. Zhang was laid off today. Why are you making such a fuss? Your eyes are about to pop out of your head. Zhang Xin scratched his ears and cheeks. Lin Xian, however, looked calm. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Xin still felt something was wrong. That's not right. Your company just opened. How do you know that Dr. Zhang was laid off? Do you have any inside information? Oh my God, Brother Xian. You hit it very well. You are a prophet. Lin Xian put a sugar cube into Zhang Xin's coffee and spoke slowly again. Actually, I wanted to settle on Dr. Zhang first and then deal with the company's affairs, so what I just said is not entirely true. After hearing what Lin Xian said, Zhang Xin's face finally showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It turned out to be the case. But even so, he still admired Lin Xian very much. It's shocking to think that a student who just graduated from high school can start a business with $5 million. After looking at Lin Xian carefully, Zhang Xin suddenly spoke. No, Brother Xian, I want to invest. You left me out last time when you were dealing with Gu Song and stocks, but you must take me with you this time. Lin Xian was stunned. Zhang Xin, however, looked serious and didn't look like he was joking at all. As you saw just now, there are only 2 people in my company now. So what? Won't more and more people show up over time? I believe in Brother Xian's ability. Zhang Xin was full of admiration for Lin Xian. If it weren't for the study method given by Lin Xian, I would still be at the bottom. Based on this point alone, Zhang Xin knew that following Lin Xian would definitely be the right thing to do. Have you thought it through? I've already thought about it. I won't pay more, and I won't disrupt your plan. How about I invest 1 million? Looking at Zhang Xin's eager look, Lin Xian was speechless. 1 million is really nothing to him. But since Zhang Xin has said so much, I definitely can't refuse. Okay, I promise you. Ah, that's great. I am now a vice president, right? Even if I can't reach this level, I'm at least a director, right? Don't waste your time here. The coffee is cold. When the positions are available, you can choose. Zhang Xinxin's eyes were about to light up. The Lin Xin in front of him was becoming increasingly difficult to understand. How come he has become so profound just a few days after graduating from high school? Although Lin Xin was steady before, he seems to be much more mature now. After drinking the coffee in front of him in one gulp, Zhang Xinxin's expression became more serious. I'll be going to college in a few months, and I can't be so careless. After all, I am qualified to be a director, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Xinxin felt happy. Before leaving, Zhang Xinxin said another sentence. Brother Xian, Dr. Zhang will be given a contract in 3 days. Will he be poached by someone else? They say the business world is like a battlefield. Since you value Dr. Zhang so much, you must keep him here. Lin Xin smiled and patted Zhang Xinxin on the shoulder. Don't worry, Dr. Zhang is a very trustworthy person. I believe him. There was another look of confusion on Zhang Xinxin's face. Logically, this should be the first time you two have met. Why are you so sure about this? I'm telling you, kid, you're annoying. You keep asking questions. If you keep asking this and that, I'll revoke your shares. No, Brother Xian. Is it okay if I don't ask? Seeing Zhang Xinxin shut his mouth obediently, Lin Xian finally laughed. You know what? This trick is quite effective. If there is something you don't know how to explain in the future, just use this trick to deal with him. Although he seemed to be walking forward aimlessly, in fact, Lin Xian had already begun to think about what to do next. A contract for Zhang Weili needs to be drafted, and there must be a physical company, and the office location cannot be too bad. Even if I list everything I can think of, there will probably be some omissions. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Xinxin next to him. This guy is even more inexperienced than me. I guess he can't help much except for spiritual encouragement. Brother Xian, why are you looking at me like that? I feel uneasy. You won't regret my investment, will you? No, I'm thinking about the company's affairs. I need to plan them well. So, shall we go buy it now? Go away. How can there be such a ready-made company waiting for you to take over? Let me think about it carefully. Don't rush me. At this time, Lin Xian was at a loss. I have lived for so long, and even if I were to live my life again, all I have been exposed to is school. When it comes to things in society, I really have no experience. Brother Xian, your phone is ringing. After Zhang Xinxin reminded him, Lin Xian realized that someone had indeed called. It turned out to be Lin Xuan. Ms. Lin, what do you want? Lin Xian, do you have time now? I want to talk to you. I have said everything that needs to be said. I have nothing more to talk about. Lin Xian refused instinctively. Lin Xuan's words were full of urgency. I really have something important to tell you about the new drug and the company. Lin Xian wanted to refuse and hung up the phone, but Zhang Xinxin next to him suddenly said something. Brother Xian, the contract, can she help us draft it? Lin Xian was stunned. Lin Xuan is the president of the Lin Group branch, and drafting a contract is a piece of cake for her. But I never thought of asking her to help. Lin Xuan on the other end of the phone was confused, but she quickly picked up the conversation. What contract? We'll talk about it after we meet. I'll pick you up at the gate of your community in 10 minutes. Then Lin Xuan hung up the phone. Lin Xian held the phone in his hand, stunned and unable to recover. Fatty, what have you done? Do you know who the person on the other side is? Those sisters who were chasing after you all day? You called them Miss Lin just now, so who else could it be besides them? Lin Xian was speechless again. Zhang Xinxin next to him had already started to counsel. I know you don't want to get too close to them, so just treat them as ordinary friends. We are just ordinary friends. Is it okay to ask about the contract? Besides, how bad can those girls be? They even escorted you through the college entrance examination, right? Lin Xian looked at Zhang Xinxin and wanted to punch him. This guy talked about things he didn't want to do, but what he said made sense. During the days of the college entrance examination, the 3 Lin sisters really did protect me. But when I was in the Lin family, I gave more to them. Every time, was it not from my heart? Thinking of what happened in the past, Lin Xian sighed helplessly. No matter how much I calculate, it's all a mess. The more I calculate, the more confused I become. After checking the time on his phone, Lin Xian quickened his pace. Lin Xuan is a very rigorous person. Especially when it comes to work, I always race against time. If you say you can reach the community gate in 15 minutes, it will only be earlier, not later. It seems that I only have 10 minutes left. We have to hurry up. It would be fine if Lin Xuan came alone, but if Lin Xin was also in the car, who knows if she would be holding a loudspeaker again. This Lin Xin, I really admire her. The weather was a bit hot and humid, but the temperature in the car was just right. Lin Xuan had a delicate face and kept staring at the entrance of the community. That phone call just now was really suspenseful. Although she knew that if she called, Lin Xin would most likely reject her, Lin Xuan still did it. The doubts in her heart grew bigger and bigger, and Lin Xuan felt more and more that if what Lin Xin said was true, the consequences of this matter would be very serious. Therefore, we must ask clearly in person. Lin Xuan was also unsure. If Lin Xin didn't come over at this time, he really would have no way out. It was not until she saw Lin Xin that Lin Xuan finally let go of her worries. Lin Xin, let's go out and talk. As soon as she got off the car, Lin Xuan hurried to talk to Lin Xin. Lin Xin glanced at Lin Xuan indifferently and didn't say anything. The current situation makes Lin Xuan anxious, fearing that Lin Xin will go back on his word or suddenly disappear. Several passers-by were looking over here, their eyes full of curiosity. Lin Xin finally nodded. Okay. As soon as she got in the car, Lin Xuan couldn't wait to ask. Lin Xin, what do you think about the release of new drugs? Why did you say those words? Just now, when he was on the road, Lin Xin had been thinking about the answer to this question. Lin Xuan had made it very clear on the phone. But how can I explain it in a more reasonable way? You can't say that you came to this conclusion because of what happened in your previous life, right? You also said that the release of a new drug is a big deal and we can't be careless. It's better to be cautious. Is that why? Yes, whether it is new drug development or distribution, it is all based on human health. If there is no certainty, it will of course be postponed for a period of time. Then what you said is too alarmist. If she wasn't driving, Lin Xuan would almost turn her head and stare at Lin Xin. It is a fact that medicines are related to the safety of every patient. But isn't it a bit arbitrary for Lin Xin to postpone the release of the drug with this reason? Matters concerning pharmaceuticals cannot be taken lightly, but delaying their release will also affect every aspect of the company. If only for this reason, Lin Xuan was absent-minded and simply pulled the car over to the side of the road. Lin Xuan stroked her brow with her hand and let out a long sigh. There have been so many things happening recently. Maybe I'm too sensitive, so I'm so nervous. Lin Xuan didn't say the rest. From the moment he knew Lin Hao's identity, he almost became a frightened bird. Although she pretended to be calm on the surface, every little thing at home would make her frightened. My younger brother is no longer my younger brother, and my father's image has been completely overturned. Lin Xuan even began to doubt her own cognition. Maybe you are right, it's my personal problem. Lin Xin was a little surprised. Since he met Lin Xuan, Lin Xin has never seen her like this. Lin Xuan has always been a brave and decisive person. In Lin Xin's impression, Lin Xuan always has her own aura, just like a decisive female hero in the game. But right now, Lin Xuan gave Lin Xin the impression of being just a tired girl. At this moment, Lin Xin felt a little sympathy for Lin Xuan. In the Lin family, although Qin Yulan is the hostess, it seems that all the big and small matters in the family are handled by Lin Xuan. But sympathy aside, every family has problems that need to be dealt with. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Xin said again lightly, "Drug development is rigorous, and doing more experiments is always a good thing." Lin Xuan's nerves were tense again. Lin Xin, do you know something? That's why you say that? Regarding the issue of drug development, do you know something that we don't know? Just like Lin Hao's original identity? Lin Xin was speechless. I have made it so clear, but Xuan is still stubborn. Do I have to talk about my experiences in my past life? But even if I say it, I guess no one will believe it. Whether I speak or not is my business, and whether I listen or not is your business. I have said what I need to say. As for how to do it, that is up to you. As the old saying goes, medicine is 3-part poison. Why are you so eager for success? Lin Rusheng stopped talking. The affairs of the group are not decided by one person alone. Some things are not as simple as imagined. She didn't think so before, but after preventing the company from cooperating with other groups, Lin Rusheng felt more and more that she didn't have as much influence as she imagined. Lin Xian, let's go home, okay? You are a very smart child. If you start to get involved in the family business from now on, you will do very well. If you don't want to, you can take over after you graduate from college. We two siblings are of one mind, okay? While speaking, Lin Rusheng kept staring at Lin Xian with a sincere look. Lin Xian felt mixed emotions. If Lin Rusheng had said something like this in my previous life, I would have obeyed her orders without hesitation, right? No, I don't want to get too involved in your Lin family's affairs. Let's end this matter here. Lin Rusheng sighed again. We can't be impatient about the current situation. If we push too hard, it will only backfire. Okay, let's not talk about this then. By the way, what was that contract you were talking about on the phone just now? Can you tell me? Lin Xian originally wanted to refuse, but Lin Rusheng did not give him a chance to speak. Coming to see you without discussing it in advance must have disrupted your plans. Don't you like to make things clear? Then tell me your problem and see if I can give you some advice. This way, we're even and no one owes anyone anything. Lin Xian looked at Lin Rusheng again. Lin Rusheng smiled and raised her eyebrows. Is that reasonable? Lin Xian was in deep thought. It seems quite reasonable. Okay, right now I need a formal employment contract. In just a few minutes, Lin Xian made his thoughts very clear. Lin Rusheng, next to him, listened very carefully and nodded from time to time. By the time Lin Xian finished speaking, Lin Rusheng had already figured out the general contents of the contract. Wait for me, 3 minutes. While talking, Lin Rusheng picked up the notebook on the passenger seat. Based on an original contract, it was slightly modified and a few more clauses were added. Okay, this contract template is suitable for recruiting talents for various positions. All it takes is a slight change in their salary and bonus amounts to get them to sign the contract. Whether it's the R&D department or the sales department, the content remains the same. When talking about the contract, Lin Rusheng's aura changed slightly. Lin Xian seemed to see the powerful Lin Rusheng again. Okay, thank you. What are you thanking me for? If we really need to thank you, we should be the ones thanking you. After saying this, Lin Rusheng added, Lin Xian, I will seriously consider what you said. This time when meeting Lin Rusheng, the situation was not as tense as before. Lin Xian felt quite calm. After carefully reading the contract drafted by Lin Rusheng, the smile on Lin Xian's face became more and more intense. These things were nothing in Lin Rusheng's eyes, but they solved a big problem for them. Next, Lin Xian deeply realized what it meant to be time-sensitive. Apart from practicing driving, Lin Xian spent the rest of his time selecting a site for the company. Lin Rusheng finally saw Lin Zhongdao. Sitting across the forest path, Lin Rusheng felt an unprecedented sense of strangeness. The man in front of her was her father, but Lin Rusheng didn't dare to look him in the eye as she did before. Neither of them mentioned Lin Hao's matter, but the atmosphere in the office was very subtle. Now, it doesn't make any sense to say it or not. Anyway, it has been put on the table. After reporting on the work of the past few days, Lin Rusheng suddenly raised her head. Dad, can the release of the new drug be delayed for a while? Why? I'm worried that the data provided by the R&D department is not mature enough. After all, this matter is related to the reputation of the Lin Group and its future development direction. Is it just because of this? If the data still doesn't prove anything, what method should be used to prove that the new drug can be released? Lin Zhongdao's question left Lin Rusheng speechless. Lin Rusheng also understood that her proposal was not convincing. But Lin Rusheng was still willing to believe Lin Xian's words. Xiao Shuang, what's wrong with you? Why are you so indecisive? This is unlike you in the past. Lin Rusheng frowned. Dad, I still stick to my previous idea and postpone the release of the new drug for a few months. This way the data can be more accurate. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao slammed the table and his voice became stern. Lin Rusheng, what do you want to do? Do you really want to go against me? When we chose the partnership company, You ignored my advice and sided with Lao Chu and the others. Now you are blocking the release of new drugs. Are you determined to go against me? I'm your father. When we have a disagreement, shouldn't we work together? Lin Xuan's heart tightened. It's time to come, it's coming. The reason why Dad was holding back on his anger was because all these things happened at once. Now that I have time, I will naturally turn over and stand back. But if I were to choose again, I would still stand in the same position. For no other reason than that the suggestions made by Dad are unreasonable. Don't think that just because you don't speak, I don't know what's in your mind. I watched you grow up. You are angry with me because of your mother. Xiao Shuang, you have grown up. Family affairs and work affairs cannot be mixed up. How come you don't even understand such a simple truth? Lin Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, you are the one who can't distinguish between public and private. The legal representative of the cooperative company you chose is surnamed Gu. Could it be that he really has nothing to do with Gu Yuan? Or is it that Dad is clearly trying to drain the company, but he wants me to turn a blind eye and pretend not to see it? You're the one who betrayed Mom. I don't want to be an accomplice in the rest of the things. After saying this, Lin Rusheng felt that all the strength in her body had been drained. At this moment, Lin Rusheng could do nothing but gasp for breath. Lin Zhongdao's face turned pale, and his hands were clenched into fists. At this time, Lin Rusheng had already prepared herself mentally, and she would have to bear it even if there was a storm coming. Surprisingly, Lin Zhongdao finally suppressed his anger. Xiao Shuang, what happened between your mother and I did hurt you, but there are some things you don't understand. Lin Hao is indeed my child. I was confused at the time, but no matter what, I am your father, and my blood flows in your body. Lin Rusheng smiled bitterly. Finally he admitted it. His father admitted in front of him that Lin Hao was an illegitimate child. He also admitted to betraying his mother. But what really aroused Lin Rusheng's anger was his words. There are some things you don't understand. I have already graduated from college and have been serving as the interim branch president for several years. Am I still young? The so-called lack of understanding is simply that you have not personally experienced the things he said. Looking at the stubbornness in his daughter's eyes, Lin Zhongdao felt complicated. Dad, you never loved my mom from the beginning to the end, right? So this is all a calculation, and Mom is just a stepping stone on your road to success. The same goes for the Qin family. He was deceived by you. Are you still the dad I knew? I hate you. After saying this, Lin Rusheng stood up suddenly, but was stopped by Lin Zhongdao. Xiao Shuang, wait a minute. In a family like ours, no one has control over their marriage, women and men alike. Between me and your mother, forget it. Your mother is a good woman. Lin Rusheng tried hard to control her inner emotions and asked coldly. A good woman should be deceived. Lin Zhongdao was shocked. By the time I came to my senses, Lin Rusheng had already left the office. Sitting dejectedly in the office chair, Lin Zhongdao frowned. Is this what it feels like to be abandoned by everyone? Although Qin Yulan returned to Kyoto, she never met me. I guess he has given up on me? Lin Hao and Gu Yuan will be going abroad soon. Now, the relationship between Lin Rusheng and himself has become like this, and it is obviously as stiff as it can be. The only thing that made Lin Zhongdao feel fortunate was that the person who said these words just now was not Lin Xinyu. If it was the second daughter, the situation would have been very chaotic by now. Being attacked from all sides, how can we save the situation? At this time, Lin Rusheng had already given up. It is impossible to delay the release of new drugs, and even if you try to stop it, it will be useless. For now, we can only hope that nothing unexpected will happen later. Lin Xin locked himself in the room for the entire morning. There is a lot of company transfer and sale information on the web, but it is quite troublesome to screen them one by one. After finishing half a pot of tea, Lin Xin still felt overwhelmed. We need to find office buildings and factory sites, and the company needs sales staff to operate. Lin Xin smiled bitterly. If you don't work in this field, you really don't know that there are so many rules and regulations involved. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Zhang Sinsen calling, Lin Xin answered the call directly. Fat man, what's wrong? Brother Xian, have you forgotten me? We have to meet. I want to give you money. Otherwise, how can I become the vice president? You said there's no rush. The office building hasn't been decided yet. There's still a lot of things to choose from here. Just wait for me. I'll give you a surprise. There was excitement in Zhang Sun Sen's voice. Lin Xin was still a little shocked. Time is urgent, fatty. Don't make trouble. Brother, this is very serious. Some things can't be explained clearly over the phone. I will help you with the office building matter. Don't brag. This is Kyoto. I have to choose the location of the office building, but it's Longcheng's. So what? I'll still do it, buddy. Lin Xian was stunned. After a while, Lin Xian said 2 words directly on the phone, meet. Lin Xian sat opposite Zhang Sun, with 2 cold drinks between them. This is a bank card, Brother Xian. Keep it safe. This is the specific address of the office building in Longcheng. Brother Xian, would you like to take a look? Zhang Sun narrowed his eyes, finished his words, and took a big sip of lemonade. Lin Xian frowned tightly, his eyes full of disbelief. What the hell is this fat guy doing? The investment had already been agreed upon, so Lin Xian didn't feel surprised. But what about office buildings? And it's from Longcheng. Hurry up and take a look. Xinbei Road, near Nantian Shopping Center. This is the best location. Zhang Sun raised his eyebrows, his words full of pride. I know the location. It's quite good. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. For such a large office building, you have to occupy half a floor, right? How much does it cost? Fatty, our money didn't come from the wind, so we have to spend it wisely. The more serious Lin Xian was, the happier Zhang Sun was. After Lin Xian finished speaking, Zhang Sun directly said, Why do you want money? You want money for your own things? Isn't that polite? What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. In just a few minutes, Lin Xian was surprised several times, and Zhang Sun was now extremely satisfied. I don't even have the mood to keep it a secret anymore. After coughing twice violently, Zhang Sun began to talk about the office building. This office building is mine. 1 year on my birthday, the old man was delayed abroad for something. So as compensation, my dear grandfather gave me an office building in Dragon City. It's like paying for my birthday presents, so I've become a landlord in disguise. The lease on the office building expires in a month. I just called them and asked them to move out early. Doesn't this become our office location? Lin Xian's eyes widened, and he wanted to punch Zhang Sun on the shoulder. Fatty, this is really a timely relief. But isn't this half a floor too much? Zhang Sun's head shook like a wave drum. Not much. This is our first venture. We're always sitting together, so we have to create some momentum. Lin Xian almost burst out laughing. Still 2 totals? Now, including Zhang Weili, there are only 3 people in the entire company. How dare Zhang Sun say something like there are 2 general managers? Stop bragging. Why not rent out a portion of the property? I really don't have that much spare money to pay the rent. I already said I don't want money. If you talk about money, wouldn't that be awkward? When the company makes money, just give me a big red envelope. After each sentence, Zhang Sun would take a big sip of lemonade. While he was talking, the glass of lemonade was already empty. That's a good idea. It's settled then. I want 2 more glasses of lemonade. Lin Xian stood up and laughed, and Zhang Sun did not stop him. In Lin Xian's opinion, this really saves a lot of trouble. If it were anyone else, they would have to go to Longcheng to handle related matters. But with Zhang Sun, it can save a lot of trouble. Well, today I encountered something good. Zhang Sun kept laughing while drinking the second glass of lemonade. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Are you full from drinking too much water? When I heard you say time was running out on the phone just now, I thought you were going to think about how to deal with that bastard. Lin Xian was stunned, and then Lin Hao's shadow flashed through his mind. In addition to being fat, Zhang Sun's biggest characteristic is that he has a sharp tongue. Ever since he knew Lin Hao's identity, Zhang Sun's word that guy has changed to bastard. Lin Xian did not refute this title. Lin Hao didn't say anything, so naturally he had no objection. There has been no news from him recently, so I guess it will be quiet for a while. Lin Xian deduced that even if Lin Hao wanted to make trouble, it would probably be during the first period of his trip abroad. If my guess is correct, Lin Hao probably hasn't been discharged from the hospital yet. Let's not think about him right now. The company's affairs are the most important. I recently asked for leave from my coach, and will try to finish the remaining things in the next few days. By the way, the contract has been drafted and is waiting for Dr. Zhang to sign it. There is no rush for the workshop. I will ask Dr. Zhang to research a few prescriptions first. It won't be too late to start production in a few months. Lin Xin picked up the pen and started sketching one by one. This time, it was Zhang Xinxin's turn to have his eyes wide open. Brother Xian, what's the recipe? Did you buy the secret recipe? I didn't buy it. The medicines made from the previous prescriptions should be quite effective. Zhang Sun's son took a breath of cold air. Lin Xian is so amazing, even more awesome than I imagined. I have no idea what the operating rules of the pharmaceutical industry are. However, Zhang Sun's son had been under Zhang Shouxin's supervision since he was a child, and he knew something about the recipe at that time. It cost my dad a lot of money to buy the recipe. Lin Xian immediately said that there were a few of them before, which definitely shows that the real person never reveals his identity. Brother Xian, how many things about you are there that I don't know? How come I find that you are a potential stock? I won't lose money if I invest in you. I even doubt that you can predict the future, you say. In order to prevent Zhang Sunsin from saying anything unreliable again, Lin Xian interrupted him directly. Shut up and drink some water. Ha ha, drink it if you want. It's so hot. It's necessary to replenish some water. Seeing Zhang Sun's son drinking water obediently, Lin Xian also smiled. I have to say, Zhang Sun's son is really obedient. It's really comforting to have such a buddy around. Seeing the thumbnail of the information again, Lin Xian felt a little longing again. The offices are all independent. The conference room is quite large, and there are many independent workstations in the office building. If nothing unexpected happens, the office building provided by Zhang Sun's son will be enough for them to use for several years. These tables and chairs, the internet... Brother Xian, don't worry. I've asked the person in charge to prepare everything. If you want to go, you can just move in with your luggage. Fatty, you're amazing. It seems that just treating you to lemonade is definitely not enough. I have to thank you very much. Zhang Xinxin's eyes lit up after hearing this. If you really want to thank her, why not ask Du Chuan to come out? I've called her several times, but she just won't come out. By the way, Brother Xian, don't you miss your little desk mate? Before going to Nanyang University, we have to keep in touch with each other. After all, we will be studying in the same university. Lin Xian was speechless. Zhang Sun's son just can't stand praise. Before I could even say a few nice words, this guy lost his mind. However, seeing that he was serious about Du Chuan, Lin Xian did not continue to make fun of him. But it is not an easy task for me to ask Du Chuan out. You can't even make an appointment. What can I do? We are all classmates. I'm not much better than you. Lin Xian told the truth, but Zhang Sun's son hurriedly shook his head. Don't say that. If you make an appointment with Su Yuexiao, and then let Su Yuexiao make an appointment with Du Chuan, wouldn't that be much simpler? Fuck you, you fat guy. When did your brain become so sharp? After all, I'm the vice president, so I have to be more thoughtful. Go away, stop rocking here. The two people talked and laughed. Then, Su Yuexiao's image flashed through Lin Xian's mind. Then let's get together after this busy period? Okay. I will definitely not be absent. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Sun's son laughed again. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun's son. Taking the bank card given by Zhang Sun's son, Lin Xian decided to register the company the next day. If everything goes well, we can sign a contract with Zhang Weili on the third day. Speaking of the contract, Lin Xian thought of Lin Rusheng again. As for the situation on Lin Rusheng's side, we can only rely on Lin Rusheng's ability. On the way back, Lin Xian received 5 or 6 messages in a row. Lin Xian, I'm your second sister. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. I haven't seen you for a long time. I really miss you. The college entrance examination is over. You have plenty of time now. Don't refuse. If I invite you and you don't come, then you invite me. Please reply to me after you see the message. After reading the text message, Lin Xian stopped on the side of the road and went over the content again. Only then did he understand what Lin Xin meant. If I don't go, I have to invite her. In short, we have to meet, right? This crazy woman. If I don't do something unreasonable and rude, I will be unworthy of the title of the second miss of the Lin family. No time, please ask someone else. I don't have time to eat, nor do I have time to treat you. After editing the text message, Lin Xin quickly pressed the send button. Soon more news came. You don't want to see me? Then I'll wait for you at the gate of your communities. Again, Lin Xin took a deep breath and dialed Lin Xinyu's phone number directly. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lin Xin directly stated the reason. Ms. Lin, please stop being unreasonable. I really have something to do tomorrow. If you are bored, go to work. Then tell me first, what are you going to do tomorrow? Don't think you can fool me with just a lie. I have to go to the industrial and commercial department to register some things tomorrow. Okay. Lin Xin was still waiting for Lin Xinyu to ask back, but there was no sound from the other end. After a while, Lin Xinyu said, "Oh." Then the phone hung up. Lin Xin looked at the phone screen and was speechless again. This Lin Xinyu, I really don't know what's going on in her mind. Forget it. I don't have that much time to spend on her. At dusk, Lin Rusheng returned to the villa early. Lin Rushuang was uneasy about the company's affairs and Lin Zhongdao's attitude. Even sitting in the office, Lin Rusheng couldn't calm down. Just leave work early. Miss, you are back. Seeing Lin Rusheng enter the room, Zhoma hurriedly took the bag from Lin Rusheng's hand. Lin Rusheng did not refuse. After changing her shoes, she suddenly stopped in the living room. Mrs. Zhou, give me the key to the young master's room. Mother Zhou was stunned and looked at Lin Rusheng straight in the eye. Miss, the key to Master Lin Hao's room. Not Lin Hao, I'm talking about Master Lin Xin. Zhoma suddenly realized, okay, miss, I'll get it right away. Ever since Lin Xin left home, the utility room where he lived has been locked. The key to the room has always been kept by Zhou's mother. For some reason, just a moment ago, Lin Rusheng had a strong idea in her mind. That is, go to Lin Xian's room and take another look. In the past, I had never paid much attention to my younger brother. Now that he has passed away, I want to rekindle the family bond. Thinking of this, Lin Rushuang found it funny herself. Miss, here are the keys you requested. Mother Zhou handed over the key. Lin Rushuang took it in her hand and said, okay, go and get busy. I'll find you if there's anything else. Okay, lady. Mother Zhou stepped back. Lin Rusheng went straight to the utility room. The dog days of summer are coming soon, and the air is becoming humid. In the villa, the other rooms are no different from before, but the utility room is different. There were old and unused things placed around, and few people came here. So Lin Rushuang smelled a musty odor before she even entered the door. Lin Rusheng frowned instinctively and felt sad. In the past few years since he came to the Lin family, Lin Xian has been living in this small space, which is really unfair to him. Squeak! The door was pushed open, and the scene in the room appeared in front of Lin Rusheng again. A wooden table, plastic stools, and a plank bed. This is all in Lin Xian's room. Lin Xian has lived in this environment for so long. Why didn't anyone notice? Mom, Dad, and the three sisters all knew that Lin Xian was the young master of the Lin family and their younger brother. But who had truly recognized Lin Xian from the bottom of their heart? If there was someone who thought that way, Lin Xian would not have to live in this kind of environment forever. Later, I cut off relations with them, so it naturally wouldn't happen. They were sad because Lin Xian didn't forgive them after he left. But Lin Xian has endured so much alone. Isn't he more miserable than them? Ugh! Sighing helplessly, Lin Rusheng wanted to sit down on the bed. But my hand slipped, and the phone suddenly fell to the ground. A feeling of frustration arose. Lin Rushuang bent down to pick up the phone, but before she touched it, she was stunned again. In the corner of the wooden bed, there was a notebook, a very ordinary one. Lin Rusheng was puzzled. She reached out and pulled, and the whole notebook appeared before her eyes. The environment in the utility room is humid, and the laptop looks damp as well. Lin Rusheng was curious and instinctively turned a page, and the content inside was actually a family's birthday. Mom, Dad, myself, then Lin Xinyu, Lin Zhilan, and Lin Hao. The only one missing was Lin Xian's. The content on the second page seems to be the goal plan for a certain day. First, memorize all the words in Unit 3. Second, write a composition in English. Third, sort out the key points of the ancient text before going to bed. It turns out that Lin Xin is so self-disciplined. After muttering to herself, Lin Rusheng sighed again. At first, the whole family believed what Lin Hao said and thought that Lin Xin had poor academic performance. How great would it be if I had seen Lin Xian's notebook earlier? The next few pages were all goal plans. It was not until she turned to the last few pages of the notebook that Lin Rusheng was completely stunned. My eldest sister is a very rational girl, calm and decisive, which is rare in other girls. She has become a celebrity in the business world at such a young age. I am so happy to have such a sister. I must work hard to be like my elder sister. She is my role model and the goal I strive for. My elder sister gave me a card that makes me work harder. Seeing this, Lin Rusheng's heart suddenly ached. The bamboo that was growing taller and taller was actually a piece of bamboo that I had casually broken. Unexpectedly, Lin Xin not only regarded it as a treasure, but also regarded himself as a role model to learn from. But what have I done? Every time he stood on Lin Hao's side without knowing right or wrong. And besides speaking ill of Lin Xin, he also made endless ridicules. My second sister has had a sore throat lately, but she doesn't like drinking monk fruit. My second sister always said that monk fruit smells like licorice. I have to go to the school library and look it up to see how to dilute the taste of monk fruit while ensuring its efficacy. My third sister is on a business trip again. She is rarely at home during this period, but I know that she is a very hardworking person. Third sister is always the most beautiful white swan on the stage. Lin Rusheng slammed the notebook shut. I can't stand it. I simply can't stand it. Lin Xin has everyone in the Lin family in his heart, but what have they done? No wonder Lin Xin didn't want to come back. To Lin Xin, every corner of this home was extremely cold. 8:30 in the morning. Lin Xin had just finished breakfast and had not yet gone out when Lin Xingyu called. Lin Xin, it's already so late, and you haven't come yet. Could it be that you haven't gotten up yet? Hurry up, your number will be called soon. If you fail to hand in your documents, they will be invalid. Lin Xin frowned. Lin Xingyu's words left people confused. What does it mean to get a number? I have to submit some documents. I am confused. Where are you? Can you explain yourself more clearly? Lin Xingyu exploded immediately. Oh my God, are you still asleep? Aren't you going to register something today? I came to the lobby early in the morning to get a number for you. You were so good. You forgot all the important things after sleeping. Come here quickly. After being scolded so harshly, Lin Xin felt wronged. It is true that we are going to register a company today, but why didn't I let Lin Xingyu go to queue up? Lin Xingyu acted on her own, even though she didn't even know anything about it, and she spoke out loud and clear. This Lin Xingyu is a lunatic. The information was prepared last night, and Lin Xin also planned to go out. But for some reason, after receiving Lin Xingyu's call, Lin Xin instinctively wanted to change his mind. Son, why are you stunned? Who's calling? As soon as Lin Ping'an finished speaking, Zhou Yuzhen's voice rang out. Kid, are you okay? Didn't you say there was something important to do today? After being reminded by them, Lin Xin also nodded. Anyway, there is indeed a lot to do today. I can't disrupt my plan just because of Lin Xingyu's words. Trying hard to put a smile on his face, Lin Xin spoke in a relaxed manner. Mom and Dad are fine. They've already arrived and are calling to urge me. I'll be there right away. Seeing that Lin Xian's expression gradually became relaxed, Zhou Yuzhen also breathed a sigh of relief. After packing the washed apples, Zhou Yuzhen quickly stuffed them into Lin Xian's hands. Take this and eat it on the way. Don't make things more complicated. The child said he had to do some work today. Why did you ask him to take 2 apples? Can't he eat an apple on the way when he's doing business? Aren't I just worried that he'll get thirsty on the way? Zhou Yuzhen wanted to insist, but Lin Ping'an snatched the apple away and put it on the table. Your son is already grown up, so don't embarrass him. Look at the kids nowadays. Who brings fruit with them when they go out? Without waiting for Zhou Yuzhen to speak, Lin Ping'an turned around and instructed Lin Xian. Son, if you're thirsty on the way, buy some water. Also, don't go hungry. Lin Xian smiled and said, I know, Dad, Mom. I'm leaving now. After greeting them, Lin Xian picked up his backpack and quickly went downstairs. Zhou Yuzhen curled her lips, but did not forget to mutter softly. What a fool you are. What's wrong with giving 2 apples to a child? It's not shameful. Lin Ping'an said helplessly. My son has grown up. We can't treat him like a child anymore. Zhou Yuzhen felt a sense of loss. Yes, in 2 months, Lin Xian will go to Longqing to study at Nanjing University, which will be even farther away from them. Lin Xingyu still parked the car in the original parking space, and it could be seen at a glance when exiting the north gate of the community. Lin Xian, get in the car quickly, time is running out. As soon as she saw Lin Xian, Lin Xingyu rolled down the window and waved her arms vigorously. Lin Xian walked slowly forward and finally came to the car window. I have to find someone else. Who is it? The fat guy is Zhang Sunsen. Okay, it doesn't matter who you find. Let's go find the fat guy together. Lin Xingyu blinked at Lin Xian and smiled very naturally. Lin Xian frowned. This Lin Xingyu really doesn't consider herself an outsider. I call myself Zhang Sun Fatty, and she started calling me that too. It was really speechless. As soon as he got in the car, Lin Xian discovered another problem. Didn't you say you were queuing? Now that you're not in the lobby, does that mean your number is invalid? Lin Xingyu coughed heavily and said smugly, Am I that stupid? Your sister? Someone is helping us line up. Who is it? At this moment, Lin Xian's face showed an expression of resistance. Lin Xian already felt very forced to maintain the current state of his relationship with Lin Xingyu. If someone else comes... Just when Lin Xian was halfway through his thought, the faces of the Lin family flashed through his mind again. At this time, Lin Xingyu did not notice the change in Lin Xian's expression at all. I'm someone who can help you. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Lin Xian sneered. That's not necessarily true. It's not as if you've never hurt me. Also, some people may be helpful to me in your eyes, but not necessarily in my eyes. If you don't tell me who that person is, I'm getting out of the car right now. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Lin Xingyu immediately became anxious. Look at you. You're already angry after just a few words. Your navigation location is almost there. Let's pick up Fatty first and talk in the car later. Lin Xian glanced at the seat in front of him and finally did not continue the previous topic. You know what? Lin Xingyu's driving skills are pretty good. Lin Xian looked out the window and saw Zhang Sun, who was looking around. Fatty here? Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Zhang Sun looked around hurriedly. When Zhang Sun saw the luxury car in front of him, his eyes lit up. Oh my god, man, you really got a big advantage. Before he even uttered the word cannon, Zhang Sun started touching his head and laughing again. There is a beautiful woman in the driver's seat, so I have to be more civilized. Lin Xingyu was immediately amused by Zhang Sun's appearance. Hello, Fatty. It's been a while since we last met. Why do you seem to have lost weight? When these words came out, Zhang Sun almost jumped up. This is what people who are trying to lose weight like to hear the most. Ms. Lin, did you feel it too? This shows that my weight loss is effective. I must stick to it. Fatty, are you done yet? Get in the car, we have some business to attend to. Lin Xian urged. Only then did Zhang Sun come to his senses. Zhang Sun suddenly opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Lin Xian and Lin Xingyu were both stunned. The fat guy weighed really heavy. The two of them clearly felt the car sink a bit. There are already people queuing in the hall. We could just go over there. While speaking, Lin Xingyu had already started to step on the accelerator. Zhang Sun hurriedly fastened his seatbelt and then looked at Lin Xingyu with extremely envious eyes. Ms. Lin, you are amazing. A beautiful woman driving a luxury car is definitely the most beautiful scenery. As soon as Zhang Sun settled down, he started to flatter her. Lin Xingyu's eyes were narrowed into slits due to smiling. Don't praise me so much, and don't always call me Miss Lin or Miss Lin. This isn't the first time we've met. I'm Lin Xian's second sister. You can call me second sister too. Lin Xian was about to retort, when Zhang Sun's son called out sweetly. "Hello, second sister." Slowly turning his head, Lin Xin gave Zhang Sun's son a look that wanted to stab him. "Still nice to my second sister. What a bullshit. If I had known that Zhang Sun's son valued women over friendship, I should not have brought him here." As soon as they entered the service hall, a young man began waving at them. "See how you here?" The man was dressed in a suit, had a slender figure and good looks, giving people a sunny and friendly feeling. Lin Xin looked at Lin Xian. "It looks like it's not our turn yet, but it's probably almost there." As soon as he finished speaking, the man who greeted him continued, "You came at the right time. It's our turn in 3 numbers. Have you brought everything? Who is this?" Lin Xian did not answer the man's question, but turned to look at Lin Xingyu. "Oh, this is Xie Wenqie, he's mine." Lin Xingyu hadn't finished her words yet when Xie Wenqie next to her started introducing himself. "I am Xiaoyu's suitor, and also her best friend. I just came back from abroad some time ago. By the way, I graduated from the law department." Looking at the information in his hand, Lin Xian didn't know what to say. This Lin Xingyu is really troublesome. I just registered a company, but she even brought in a law graduate. She's really making a fuss out of nothing. "So that's how it is. Hello, brother-in-law." Zhang Sun's son was quick-eyed and quick-spoken, and he called out brother-in-law. Lin Xian and Lin Xingyu were both stunned. Only Xie Wenqie on the opposite side had a smile on his face. "Although it's a little early, I'm still very happy." Lin Xingyu did not vent her anger on Zhang Sun's son, but glared at Xie Wenqie directly. "Don't say so much useless things. I'm leaving my brother's affairs to you. Please keep a close eye on it. Do you have anything to add?" "Guaranteed to complete the mission." "Then stop joking and check it out quickly. We'll be waiting here for a while. You can go to the front desk to handle it." "Roger that." Xie Wenqie and Lin Xingyu were talking to each other, while Lin Xian and Zhang Sunsen next to them were staring at each other. Is this an assignment or just showing off love? In order not to trouble others, Lin Xian spoke directly. "I can come by myself. I called yesterday, and the process here is pretty quick." After the information was prepared yesterday, Lin Xian did call the Government Affairs Hall. Since the establishment of the Government Hall in Kyoto, many business departments have been centralized. Most of the business that used to require several trips can now be completed in one morning. Although Lin Xian explained it very clearly, Xie Wenqie still insisted on going through the information before he felt relieved. By the time they had sorted out the information, the pager at counter number 6 had already started dialing their numbers. With Xie Wenqie's help, the subsequent process became much simpler. Lin Xian only scanned his face when necessary and sat in the chair waiting the rest of the time. Xie Wenqie ran around, but looked willing to do it. Lin Xingyu was not polite either and gave him instructions from time to time. While Xie Wenqie was busy, Zhang Sun's son quietly came to Lin Xian's side. "Brother Xian, is this my brother-in-law?" "How should I know? You're the one who called me brother-in-law. But I think they have a good relationship, so I think it will probably work out in the future." "That still leaves 20%, right? Plans can't keep up with changes." "Oh my God. You are so mean. How could you curse your second sister like this?" Zhang Xinxin's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and gestured. "If there weren't so many people in the government hall, this punch would have hit your shoulder. I haven't completely forgiven Lin Xingyu yet, and you've even called your brother-in-law a traitor." Zhang Sun's son pouted helplessly and finally chuckled twice. "Okay, the registration of Lin Xuan Company Limited is complete. Where should we go now?" Xie Wenqie handed the information to Lin Xian. "I didn't expect it to be done so quickly. I can still squeeze out an entire afternoon." Lin Xian hasn't decided what to do this afternoon. Zhang Sunsen, next to him, suggested. "Brother Xian, everything has been done. How about we make a quick decision and go find Dr. Zhang to sign the contract?" Lin Xian was stunned. "According to what we said at the beginning, the contract should be signed tomorrow morning. Is it appropriate to go early?" "What's inappropriate?" "I guess Dr. Zhang is eager for us to sign the contract with him, so that he can feel at ease." Lin Xingyu looked at Lin Xian for a while, then at Zhang Sunsen. "So, what are you waiting for? Time is money. Just go." While speaking, Lin Xingyu put her hand on Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xin slapped Lin Xingyu's hand away. I'll make a call first. Although Lin Xin made complaining gestures, he didn't mean to blame himself at all. Lin Xingyu felt as happy as if she had eaten candy. This younger brother is hard on the outside but soft on the inside. In the future, I have to spend more time with my younger brother. Zhang Weili's call was quickly connected. Upon learning that Lin Xin and the others wanted to sign the contract in advance, Zhang Weili was extremely happy and agreed on the spot. Let's go then. Lin Xingyu was leading the way, and Xia Wenqie followed closely behind her. Lin Xin glared at Zhang Sun from time to time. How could something so simple become so awkward? No matter how I think about it, it feels like I'm being led by the nose. 10:30 in the morning. Lin Xin meets Zhang Weili. When he learned that he would have to work in Longcheng, Zhang Weili said there was no problem. I used to go on business trips frequently when I was at the Chinese medicine hospital. It's rare that Mr. Lin trusts me so much. As long as Mr. Lin asks, I can leave tomorrow. Zhang Weili kept calling Lin Xin Mr. Lin, which made Lin Xin feel a little embarrassed. Dr. Zhang, don't be so polite. We have just told you about the company's situation. You are a veteran in the company, and many things still need to be decided by Dr. Zhang. After hearing this, Zhang Weili was so excited that his eyes were a little red. When I was at the Chinese medicine hospital, the head of the department never even looked at me. Although the new boss I met now is young, his words are full of sincerity and respect. Looking at the present and thinking about the past, there is really a world of difference. Okay, let's sign the contract now. Lin Xin was also deeply moved by Zhang Weili's words. Whether it was out of a desire to fill the gap or because he wanted to find a job quickly, Zhang Weili never raised too many questions from beginning to end. This attitude of not caring too much fully demonstrates the confidence in oneself. Lin Xin nodded and handed the pen to Zhang Weili personally. Zhang Weili signed his name on the contract in no time. Welcome, Dr. Zhang, to join our team. Don't call me Dr. Zhang. I won't be seeing patients in the department anymore. I'm older than you, so I'll just let you call me Brother Zhang. After saying this, Zhang Weili burst into laughter. Okay, Brother Zhang is also good. In front of Lin Xingyu and others, Lin Xin took out several prescriptions. Brother Zhang, please verify these prescriptions during this period of time. If there is no conflict between these Chinese medicines, then we will try to put them into production. There is no rush for this matter. We must proceed step by step and make sure we are fully prepared before we start work. Lin Xin looked serious and explained very carefully. Zhang Weili took the prescription with both hands and promised earnestly, Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will study the prescription thoroughly. Lin Xingyu was confused. What recipe? Do we need to conduct thorough research before starting work? Most importantly, put it into production? Lin Xin, aren't you making too much noise? Lin Xin, what's going on? You are so bold that you write the prescription yourself. As soon as Lin Xingyu finished speaking, a loud voice was heard. Good luck. I wish you good luck. Zhang Weili's face flushed, and he quickly took out his cell phone. After taking a quick look at the phone number on the screen, Zhang Weili pressed the hang-up button. Sorry, my phone is not on silent mode. Zhang Weili looked at Lin Xin apologetically. I will take these prescriptions seriously. Halfway through his words, the phone rang again. Brother Zhang, answer the phone first. Zhang Weili's phone kept ringing. There must be something important. Besides, I have already said what I need to say, and answering the phone at this time will not affect anything. Yes, we are all family, Brother Zhang. You are so reserved that we feel embarrassed. Zhang Xin next to him also said something. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Weili's face. It's the hospital calling. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Zhang Weili has worked in the Chinese medicine hospital for many years and has many patients who come to him for treatment. At this time, the phone keeps ringing. Could it be? Everyone present thought that something was wrong with the patient. Is there something wrong with the patient in Brother Zhang's hands? Lin Xingyu felt nervous. After all, if nothing is wrong, no one would go to the hospital. Zhang Weili shook his head. I have already handed over the tasks in my hands, and it was their decision to leave. All the projects on hand have been completed. I have nothing to do with the hospital now. While he was talking, Zhang Weili's cell phone kept ringing. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Zhang Weili had no choice but to press the answer button. Before he could say anything, an annoyed voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Weili, what are you doing? Don't you know how to answer the phone? Come to the hospital immediately. There are new problems with the experiment you are in charge of. It is said that the user experienced dizziness and high blood pressure. I will tell you the details when you come back. The opponent's attack was so rapid that Zhang Weili was a little confused. Director, I have resigned. The hospital just laid off employees 2 days ago, and I am on the layoff list. Why are you still talking about those useless things now? Can't you come back after you quit? Get to the hospital in half an hour. Director, please listen to me first. The experimental project was declared over a month ago. Why are you so long-winded? Didn't I tell you that there are new problems with the time? You have to come back. Faced with the opponent's strength, Lin Xin frowned. Zhang Xin's face also showed annoyance. Lin Xin's chest rose and fell. Who are these people? Do I still have to work hard for them even if I quit my job? If Zhang Weili was really that important, why did they cut him off? Now that something has happened, he is arrogant and demands people to rush over. Does it mean that people owe him something? Lin Xin snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. Lin Xin didn't say anything. In his previous life, Zhang Weili was played around by them in this way. Lay off employees, transfer them back, and then lay them off again after they are no longer needed. After going back and forth like this, Zhang Weili was completely annoyed by them and had no temper at all. At this time, the other party was still saying something on the phone. Zhang Weili never dared to say anything back. Zhang Weili waited until the other party finished speaking before he spoke. Director Liu, I have resigned and found a new job. Please find someone else to take over the project at the hospital. Although Zhang Weili's tone was not as firm as the other parties, he had already made his attitude clear. Zhang Xin gave Zhang Weili a thumbs up. We should reject them now. Brother Zhang is right. Even if they work in a hospital, they cannot be asked to come when they are called and dismissed when they are not. Besides, I'm still in the process of leaving the company. Why should I let them lead me by the nose? Are you kidding me? I'm telling you, the experiment we took on is very important. You have to come back. Don't be shameless. I respect you by hiring you. Zhang Weili was stunned, and then began to tremble all over. The director has always been very strong, but Zhang Weili did not expect that he would be so unreasonable. After working together for so many years, that last sentence was really hurtful. Brother Zhang, would you mind giving me the phone number so I can talk to him? Xia Wenqi, who had been silent, suddenly asked. Zhang Weili nodded and instinctively handed the phone to Xia Wenqi. Zhang Weili will not go back. If you use such strong language to attack Zhang Weili again, we can sue you for personal threats. Xia Wenqi's voice was not loud, but it was powerful. The other party was stunned, obviously shocked by what Xia Wenqi said. Who are you? And you're telling me off. Do you know who I am? I don't need to know who you are, but if you continue to treat Zhang Weili in this way, I don't mind using legal weapons to defend the legitimate rights and interests of my client. The other party was completely stunned and didn't say a word for a long time. Lin Xin, Zhang Xin, and others were also shocked by Xia Wenqi's professional vocabulary. There was also a hint of admiration in Lin Xian's eyes when he looked at Xia Wenqi. It seems that we really need to use other methods to deal with unreasonable people. Suddenly, the other party's voice increased by several decibels. Zhang Weili, stop scaring me. If the problems in the experiment cannot be solved, our department cannot bear the responsibility. If you don't want to drag everyone down with you, then get back here right away. Otherwise, you will make up for the losses of the entire department. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Weili said loudly, I have nothing to do with you now. Even if you go through legal procedures, you won't be able to find anything on me. Director, we are all colleagues. Please don't say such harsh words. Even if you threaten me, I won't go back. If you really can't, I'll change my phone number. Zhang Weili's face turned red and the veins on his hands bulged. Lin Xin and Zhang Xin looked at each other, not knowing how to comfort each other. Zhang Weili's words were somewhat incoherent, and he was obviously enraged. Otherwise, how could he even tell you about changing your phone number? Okay. You're tough, just wait for me. I still don't believe that without you the earth will stop turning. The other party repeatedly insulted Zhang Weili, and Lin Xin could no longer control his anger. Lin Xin took the phone and said directly, "Director Liu from the Otolaryngology Department of Kyoto City Hospital of Integrated Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine, you must be responsible for what you said. Expect a lawyer's letter within 3 days. This time I'll let you know what it means to speak out of turn." Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lin Xin hung up the phone. The room suddenly became quiet. Lin Xin discovered that everyone's eyes were on him at this moment. "What's wrong? Why aren't you talking?" Zhang Sun swallowed hard, his face full of surprise. "Brother Xin, you are still awesome. But, tell us, do we really need to send a lawyer's letter to Director Liu?" At this time, Zhang Weili was also a little nervous. "Boss Lin, it's fine if you just say a few words to vent your anger, but there's no need for a lawyer's letter, right?" At the same time, Xia Wenqie and Lin Xingyu were also guessing Lin Xian's attitude. "Lin Xian, do you really want to sue that guy named Liu?" Lin Xian wanted to laugh. "I said that just now, just to scare that guy named Liu." Unexpectedly, it scared everyone present. Everyone advised him not to send a lawyer's letter, but Lin Xian could clearly feel that everyone still felt that what he had just done was very satisfying. As for whether or not to sue Director Liu, that is definitely not a possible option. It's so unlucky that the company has just been established and has to go through a lawsuit. Besides, I don't have time to deal with these things. After recovering from his shock, Zhang Weili asked again, "Boss Lin, if we really want to sue, what do I need to provide?" Lin Xin almost laughed out loud. "Okay, don't be so nervous. I just said that to scare them. We won't sue." After these words were spoken, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xingyu smiled proudly. "My brother is really flexible and knows how to judge the situation. Brother Xin, you used this tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west really well. I admire you." After Zhang Sun finished speaking, Zhang Weili also laughed. "Don't flatter me. If those people dare to harass Brother Zhang again, I will definitely not show mercy. That's for sure. We can't watch our brothers being bullied." After hearing what Lin Xian and Zhang Sun said, Zhang Weili was so excited that he couldn't say a word. Although the two guys in front of me are young, they don't consider themselves outsiders at all. It feels so good to be recognized. Now that we've said everything that needs to be said, shouldn't we have a meal to celebrate? Lin Xingyu suggested with a smile. Zhang Sun was the first one to agree, touching his belly. Seeing that Lin Xian did not refuse, Lin Xingyu urged everyone to get in the car quickly. "This is a rare opportunity to curry favor with Lin Xian, and I can't let it go." Lin Group Office Building. Office of the Chairman. Lin Zhongdao looked annoyed and paced back and forth in the room. Lin Rusheng frowned and lowered her head, and the team leader next to her didn't even dare to make a sound. Such a big mess happened at the critical moment. It was a blessing in disguise that General Lin did not lose his temper. But hearing the footsteps in the room, Lin Rusheng's heart could not return to its original place. Waste! They're all a bunch of rubbish. Didn't they say that the scientific research data had been approved? How could something like this happen again? After numerous tests and outsourcing some of the projects, this is what you gave me? A new drug is about to be released, but now an abnormal case has appeared. Give me an explanation. Lin Zhongdao became angrier as he spoke. He suddenly picked up the water glass on the table and smashed it to the ground. Clang! The blue and white porcelain cup was immediately smashed to pieces. Lin Rusheng's heart also skipped a beat. The team leader next to him turned pale, and even his breathing became uneven. "Boss Lin, this happened suddenly, and we didn't expect any accidents to happen. Don't give me such excuses. Are all the people in your research team useless? After a few years, this is the result? Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We will definitely find a solution in the shortest possible time." Lin Zhongdao suddenly turned around, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "What's the shortest time?" The team leader looked embarrassed and opened his mouth several times, but didn't know how to describe the current situation. There have been emergencies in drug development before, It usually takes 3 to 5 days, or no more than a week. But now, the outsourced part of the experiment is almost at a standstill. What are you still standing there for? I want you to answer my question. Faced with Lin Zhongdao's repeated questioning, the team leader no longer dared to hide the truth. Just make up your mind and tell him everything about the current situation. Boss Lin is like this. The problem is with the experimental part we outsourced. According to feedback, 5 users have experienced similar symptoms. However, the person in charge of the outsourced experiment was laid off. So the time to solve the problem cannot be determined in a short time. After saying this, the head of the R&D department closed his eyes tightly, obviously prepared for the worst. Either you have to endure a barrage of abuse, or the worst-case scenario is to just get out. What? Layoffs? Are you kidding me? The person in charge of the experiment was fired. Whoever made the decision, bring him back quickly. The team leader took a deep breath and looked even more embarrassed. Boss Lin, we have communicated with the other party, but now he has found a new job, and I don't want to come back. Lin Zhongdao was stunned, completely dumbfounded. The fact that the head of the experimental group was laid off was already surprising, but the current problem is that he is unwilling to go back. That means that the current problem will be shelved, and the time for its resolution cannot be determined. It can even be assumed that the release of new drugs will be postponed indefinitely. No, absolutely not. Find out which company the person in charge has gone to, and bring him back with double the salary. The emergency must be resolved. Otherwise, all of you get out. Oh, right. Tell that guy that we will hire him as an engineer at Lin's enterprise, and we can discuss all the company benefits. Lin Zhongdao had thought of everything he needed to think of, and now he could only race against time. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it now. Lin Zhongdao waved his hand, and the team leader of the R&D department dared to leave the office. At this moment, Lin Zhongdao and Lin Rusheng were the only 2 people left in the room. When he came in front of Lin Rusheng, Lin Zhongdao kept staring into Lin Rusheng's eyes. You said that we should do more experiments and push forward the release schedule of new drugs. Did you know something before this? Dad, I was just guessing at the time. I didn't expect it to actually happen. I knew nothing about this matter before. Lin Xuan told the truth. However, the fact that these words came from Lin Xin was concealed. Forget it. You should go too. Check carefully to see which company the person in charge went to. We must bring him to our group. Lin Zhongdao sounded a little tired. Lin Rusheng wanted to comfort him, but finally turned away. In the entire Lin group, all employees were doing their respective duties, and only the top leaders knew that something big had happened within the company. If this matter is not resolved, it will directly affect the company's future development process. Lin Zhongdao was uneasy. He handed over the matters at hand and left the company. Half an hour later, the head of the R&D department called Lin Zhongdao personally. Boss Lin, the person in charge of the outsourced experiment, has been found. He has indeed just found a job. The other party is a newly registered company called Lin Xuan Company Limited. We have listed the company's recruitment conditions, but the person in charge is very determined and does not want to come back. Listening to the stumbling voice of the R&D team leader, Lin Zhongdao became even more impatient. Okay, no matter what method you use, you have to dig that person over to me. The progress of solving the experimental department cannot be stopped. If necessary, you can put pressure on the company that the person in charge works for. After finishing his explanation, Lin Zhongdao let out a long sigh. Recently, I've been having one annoying thing after another. It's really like misfortunes never come alone. Before entering the living room, Lin Zhongdao heard Lin Xingyu's laughter. A trace of displeasure arose in my heart. This girl has been quite idle lately, doing nothing all day long. Lin Xingyu laughed unrestrainedly while talking on the phone, and she even bent over with laughter several times. You're right. My brother really has the demeanor of a great general. Today's matter is all thanks to your help. I will thank you later. After all, we are not very good at things like registering a company. If you are not here, it will probably waste a lot of time. Lin Xuan, that's Lin Xin. While changing his shoes, Lin Zhongdao had already understood the general content of Lin Xingyu's phone call. Lin Xuan, Lin Xin. Why didn't I think of this? Impossible. Lin Xin is so young. How could he start a company? It should be a coincidence. In just half a minute, many ideas flashed through Lin Zhongdao's mind, but in the end they were all denied. If you insist that it is a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Just now the company's R&D leader called and said that the person in charge of outsourcing went to a new company, and it was newly registered. Lin Xuan Company Limited, isn't it Lin Xian's? Lin Zhongdao's heart sank little by little, and his expression became more and more ugly. Hearing footsteps behind her, Lin Xingyu turned around suddenly. The moment she saw Lin Zhongdao, Lin Xingyu exclaimed, "What? Why are you so startled in broad daylight?" Lin Zhongdao frowned and scolded unhappily. "Dad, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I was scared to death." Lin Xingyu covered her chest with her hands, but her heart was still beating so fast that it almost jumped out. "You also know it's daytime. How can I scare you half to death by going back to my own house?" Lin Zhongdao spoke without mercy. He was already in a bad mood, and naturally he didn't look happy when he saw Lin Xingyu making a fuss. "That's not what I meant. It's just that your sudden appearance was quite unexpected." Lin Zhongdao did not continue speaking Lin Xingyu's words, but asked back, "Who were you calling just now? A friend? Thank him for what? And thank him properly?" When Lin Zhongdao asked this, Lin Xingyu's lips immediately pouted. "Dad, why are you like this? How could you eavesdrop on my phone call? Is there any need to eavesdrop on your voice? It's hard not to listen. Tell me what's going on." Lin Zhongdao sat down on the sofa next to Lin Xingyu and asked about the content of the phone call for the first time. Lin Xingyu didn't think much about it and just said a few simple words. "Did you help Lin Xian register the companies? Lin Xuan is Lin Xian's company? You asked someone for help, and you also want to thank that person on behalf of Lin Xian?" Lin Zhongdao asked several questions in one breath, and Lin Xingyu didn't know which one to answer first. Fortunately, the answers to the questions are all yes. Lin Xingyu nodded and admitted it on the spot. "Yes, we are not familiar with those procedures. Xiao Wenqie helped us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao became furious. "Good, that's great. I really gave birth to a good daughter, but she teamed up with outsiders to cheat me. Get out of here now." Lin Xingyu was stunned and had no idea what was going on. From the time Dad came until now, he has only asked a few questions. "I didn't say anything. Why is he so angry?" Not only did he loudly blame me, he even told me to get out. Although she is the second daughter in the family, Lin Xingyu has received no less love and care since childhood than Lin Xuan and Lin Jilan. Everyone in the Lin family knew that among the three daughters, their father loved them the most. But now, Lin Xingyu tried hard not to cry. Tears kept welling up in her eyes, and everything in front of her was a little blurry. Just at this moment, Lin Zhongdao said another sentence. "Why don't you get out of here? What are you waiting for?" Lin Xingyu widened her eyes and questioned word by word. "Why do you want me to get out? What did I do wrong? You got angry at me as soon as I came in. Did I provoke you or offend you?" Lin Xingyu's face was full of grievance. She didn't think much when asking the question and continued to answer in her usual domineering manner. Lin Zhongdao stretched out his hand and slapped Lin Xingyu directly on the face. "Get out of here, you traitor!" Feeling the burning pain, Lin Xingyu could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. Lin Zhongdao was too lazy to say another word and turned around and walked out the door. Throwing herself on the sofa, Lin Xingyu cried so hard that she couldn't even breathe. "From childhood to adulthood, I have never suffered such injustice. And today's slap actually came from my father. He also said that he was a traitor." Humiliation, resentment, sadness, all kinds of emotions came flooding back. Picking up the phone in a panic, Lin Xingyu finally found Lin Rusheng's phone number. "Sister, my father beat me. He said I was a traitor and told me to get out." "Xiu, don't cry, what's going on?" On the other end of the phone, Lin Rusheng's voice sounded a little flustered. Lin Xingyu sniffed hard and described what had happened in detail. Finally, he complained to Lin Xuan with grievance. "I don't know what I did wrong. Why did he hit me? Why did he tell me to get out?" At this moment, Lin Rusheng was not in the mood to comfort Lin Xingyu. There was only one thought in her mind, That Lin Xuan Company Limited was opened by Lin Xin. The leader of the research team just made a phone call, and Lin Rusheng also got the latest information about the outsourced experiment leader. According to the current situation, my father may have guessed that the person in charge of the outsourced experiment went to Lin Xin, so he was so angry. Lin Xingyu didn't know what was going on, but she had already figured things out. Lin Rusheng raised her hand to support her brow, and her voice became serious. Xiuyu, stop crying and call Lin Xin right away. Dad will probably go to Lin Xin and ask him to prepare himself mentally. The situation is very serious right now. It's best to let Lin Xin go out and hide. There was an unprecedented seriousness in Lin Rusheng's voice. Lin Xingyu was stunned again and even forgot to wipe away her tears. Big sister, what are you talking about? What does my father's quarrel with me have to do with Lin Xin? We are upright and have done nothing illegal. Why should we hide? Lin Rusheng slammed the table in anger. Even if they met, she and Lin Xingyu would not be able to explain this matter clearly for a while, let alone now on the phone. Lin Xingyu, I can't explain so much now. If you want to do this for Lin Xian's sake, just do what I say and call immediately. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lin Xingyu didn't dare to ask any more questions and had to agree. Okay, big sister. I'll contact Lin Xin now. After hearing Lin Xingyu say this, Lin Rusheng on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. If things go wrong, Dad is already on his way to find Lin Xin. I could have contacted Lin Xin myself, but it would be better for Lin Xingyu to make the call. And all I can do is wait for news. Hi, neighborhood. As soon as Lin Xin got the water, his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Zhang Weili's phone number, Lin Xin directly pressed the hands-free button. Before he could say anything, Zhang Weili's voice came over. Boss Lin, I have something to report to you. Lin Xin felt a little uncomfortable being called Mr. Lin. Lin Pingan and Zhou Yuzhen beside them also looked confused. If he wasn't on the phone, Lin Pingan would probably run to Lin Xin to ask what was going on. Brother Zhang, just tell me what's going on. It's like this, Mr. Lin. The director just called me again and said that if I don't go back to continue the experiment, he will never let me go. Having said this, Zhang Weili paused for a while before speaking again. The person in charge of the experiment also called me. They wanted me to go to the Lin group. At the beginning, the director only said that there was an experiment to be done, but he didn't say which company it was contracted to. I only now know that it was the Lin group. They paid me a very high salary and also told me a lot of benefits and treatment. Lin Xin kept listening, but his brows were getting more and more furrowed. Unexpectedly, I got involved with Lin Zhongdao as soon as I registered the company. I really don't know if this is a coincidence or God's deliberate arrangement. Boss Lin, are you listening? Brother Zhang, I've been listening, please continue. Although he trusted Zhang Weili very much, this phone call still made Lin Xin feel nervous. The Lin group is trying to poach people. Moreover, he went there with Zhang Weili. As Zhang Weili said just now, the conditions they offered are very good. So what does this phone call mean? Is he resigning? As soon as this thought popped up in Lin Xian's mind, Zhang Weili's voice became anxious again. Well, I have an idea. I will definitely not go to the Lin group. No matter what conditions they offer me, I cannot do anything that violates my integrity. So, Mr. Lin, can I go to launching in advance? Those people are really too troublesome. Lin Xin took a deep breath and wanted to make a gesture right there, and then, Zhang Weili, you are really a good brother. This is what a real man does. Now Lin Xin is even more fortunate because it was thanks to the layoffs at the Hospital of Integrated Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine that Zhang Weili was laid off, and he was able to pick up this treasure. Under normal circumstances, no matter how favorable the conditions he offered, he might not be able to poach Zhang Weili. Okay, Brother Zhang, you arrange your own time and just let me know when you get to Longsheng. That's great. I'll pack up now. I'll probably change my phone number after I get to Dragon City, but I'll tell you the new number. It's settled then. I'll wait for good news from Brother Zhang. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll be leaving in a moment. The two of them chatted back and forth, and the more they talked, the more pleasant their conversation became. Lin Pingan and his wife next to them also had their eyes wide open. What is going on? Why does the person on the phone keep calling Mr. Lin? My son just graduated from high school. When did he become a general manager? Zhou Yuzhen was still able to remain calm, but Lin Pingan just couldn't sit still. So as soon as Lin Xin hung up the phone, Lin Pingan came over. Son, tell me what happened? That phone call just now wasn't a scam, right? Why did he call you Mr. Lin? Are you not lying? Lin Pingan asked while scratching his head, his voice becoming nervous. Just now I was worried whether Lin Xian was cheated, but when I thought about the fact that others called their son Mr. Lin, should they say it the other way around? So when he asked, "You're not lying, are you?" Lin Pingan's face changed. Lin Xian laughed out loud. Dad, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? It seems that you don't trust your son at all. Why don't you tell me whether I have really become Mr. Lin? What if I start a company and have a large group of people under me? Lin Xian asked Lin Pingan while smiling. Lin Pingan was about to cry. I wish you great success, but your age. Lin Pingan shut his mouth halfway through his words. The things my son has been doing recently are not something he should do at his age. He bought so many houses at once and planned his future in an orderly manner. How can he be like a child who just turned 18? Lin Pingan sat down on the sofa, totally at a loss as to what to say. In order to put their minds at ease, Lin Xin briefly explained the matter. I just registered a company. There is only one employee in the whole company. To be polite, people call me Mr. Lin. I think calling him Mr. Lin is quite appropriate. If he is called Mr. Zhang or Mr. Li, then I have to change my last name to follow suit, right? Mom, am I right? Seeing that Zhou Yuzhen didn't even blink, Lin Xian asked Zhou Yuzhen with a smile. Zhou Yuzhen slapped her thigh suddenly. That's right, Lao Lin. Look at how petty you are. You scared me just now. Now that your son has told you what happened, you can finally feel relieved. Our son is promising. We should be happy for him. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Pingan came to his senses and nodded repeatedly, with a look of self-blame on his face. Yes, smoke is coming out of the ancestral graves of my Lin family. With such a promising child, what else can I expect? Seeing that both of their expressions had relaxed, Lin Xian then remembered to wash his hair. Okay, let's stop talking for now, Mom. I'm going to wash my hair first. The water will get cold soon. Zhou Yuzhen quickly took up the conversation. Go, add some hot water if the water is cold. Understood, Lin Xian said as he walked towards the bathroom. Zhou Yuzhen touched Lin Pingan with her shoulder and complained in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense in the future. You scared me to death just now. I was wrong. I never thought that our son would be so capable and even set up a company. There will be many unexpected things in the future. My son is just more capable than you. That is. As the two were talking, Lin Xian's phone rang again. Mom, please answer the phone for me. My hands are full of shampoo, and I can't answer it. Lin Xian leaned over and said something. Okay, I'll press the speakerphone button for you. As she spoke, Zhou Yuzhen answered Lin Xian's call and turned on the speakerphone. Lin Xian, something happened. Dad seems to be going to find you. I don't know what happened either. My eldest sister said it was serious and asked you to go out and hide. Don't delay. Get out now. Be obedient. Lin Qingyu's voice was hurried and nasal, and it was obvious that she had been crying. Lin Pingan and Zhou Yuzhen were stunned again, staring at each other. Even Lin Xian stopped washing his hair. Lin Xian, did you hear me? Hurry up and say something to me. Do you still regard me as your second sister? Oh, Miss Lin. Lin Xian is washing his hair, so it's not convenient for him to answer the phone right now. Zhou Yuzhen began to explain and then added another sentence. But he can hear everything you say. We turn on the speakerphone. That's good. Annie, hurry up and let Lin Xin go out and hide. Otherwise it will be too late. Lin Xingyu gave another instruction. Zhou Yuzhen's heart skipped a beat. She picked up the towel beside her and trotted towards Lin Xian. Son, wipe your head quickly and hide. Zhou Yuzhen's hands were shaking constantly, and her voice began to tremble. Lin Pingan also stood up from the sofa. Compared with the previous call, the content of this call was even more terrifying. Lin Xian looked up and wiped the water off his face. Mom, I'm not going anywhere. I haven't finished washing my hair yet. But didn't they tell you to go out and hide over the phone? If they tell me to leave, I'll leave. This is my home. If I really need to leave, I should leave with someone who wants to come. The phone was not hung up yet. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but Lin Xingyu could hear it clearly. Lin Xian, don't be angry. This is what my elder sister said. Until now, Lin Xingyu still couldn't figure out what was going on. But one thing is certain. If Lin Xuan said the matter is serious, then it must be very serious. Lin Xian raised his voice and said to the phone, I know how to deal with it. Don't worry about it. Hang up. Lin Xian, why don't you listen? Lin Xingyu on the other end of the phone kept pestering him, and Lin Xian frowned in annoyance. Mom, hung up the phone, please. Zhou Yuzhen nodded woodenly, and finally turned around and hung up the phone without caring what Lin Xingyu was saying. Lin Xian continued to wash his hair, but he was feeling angry. Lin Zhongdao is coming to find me, but I have to hide from him. What's the logic? I didn't know him anything, but it made me feel like I was afraid of him. Don't hide, never give in. Zhou Yuzhen and her husband watched Lin Xian finish washing his hair without saying a word. However, Zhou Yuzhen couldn't remember how many times she had looked towards the door. While worrying, Zhou Yuzhen was also thinking, I hope the phone call just now was a false alarm. Mom and Dad, why are you all standing here? Sit down. Dad is drinking tea. It will get cold soon. Mom, you don't watch TV anymore? Lin Xian spoke calmly. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingyan had just finished half of the work in their hands, and now that they had finished answering the phone, they naturally had to move on to the next thing. Lin Pingyan pushed the teapot inward and looked at Lin Xian seriously. Don't be afraid, son. I've figured out what's going on now. Your father is coming to see you, right? Last time, we were not mentally prepared, so we let him make trouble here. But this time, if he dares to make trouble again, I will definitely not let him off easily. When the first call came, Lin Pingyan had already figured out something. Lin Zhongdao is the head of the Lin Group. Lin Xian's employees said on the phone that the Lin Group offered very high conditions to hire him. Just based on this point, what Lin Zhongdao did was not fair. He has started to snatch food from his son's mouth. Is this still how he should be a father? Lin Zhongdao is here, so it would be fine if he spoke nicely. If he really came here for the employees' affairs, then don't blame me for not treating him well. Dad, don't worry. Maybe no one will come. Let's just do what we have to do. Lin Xian was quite calm and had already sat on the sofa while talking. Okay, just based on my son's generosity, I have to drink a few cups of tea with you. Lin Pingyan smiled and personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian. But before the tea was served to Lin Xian, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhou Yuzhen hurried forward and tried to open the door, but was stopped by Lin Xian. Mom, I'm coming. Zhou Yuzhen stepped aside, and Lin Xian took the initiative to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Lin Zhongdao's face appeared. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Lin Xian had a calm expression on his face, without any expression on his face. Lin Zhongdao stared at Lin Xian angrily. Don't you know what's wrong with me? Lin Xian, you are really great. How much trouble do you have to cause before you give up? You've made the whole family a mess, and now you're starting to scheme against the company. Your wishful thinking is really loud and clear. Lin Xian sneered. Mr. Lin, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you are still making false accusations against others without asking any questions. Your temper hasn't changed at all. Stop talking so smoothly here. What's wrong with the person in charge of the experiment? If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter will not end. Lin Xian leaned against the door and had no intention of letting Lin Zhongdao in. But after Lin Zhongdao finished speaking, he rushed in without stopping for a moment. Stop, this is my house. My son didn't even say anything. How dare you barge in? Seeing that Lin Zhongdao came with ill intentions, Lin Pingyan's face turned ugly, and he instinctively wanted to drive Lin Zhongdao away. Lin Zhongdao clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. I am educating my son. What does it have to do with you? Lin Pingyan took a deep breath and vented all the anger he had accumulated during this period. Stop using sweet words here. If you really regard Lin Xian as your son, why would he break off relations with you? You keep saying that this is your son, but have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as a father for even one day? What did you say at the beginning? Lin Xian would have a comfortable life and receive the best education after returning to the Lin family. Is this your promise? You come to my house now and accuse my son. Are you worthy? Lin Zhongdao was speechless, his face full of disbelief. Is this the country bumpkin couple I know? When did they become so sharp-tongued? Trying hard to suppress his anger, Lin Zhongdao said as calmly as possible, I didn't come here to quarrel with you. There is something I must understand. You're talking about Zhang Weili, right? He has resigned from the Hospital of Integrated Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine, and the project he was working on has been completed. Even the Lin Group has no right to continue harassing him. Seeing Lin Xin speak so confidently, Lin Zhongdao's anger suddenly rose again. It turned out that Lin Xin was behind this. He is so young, but his mind is so deep. What will happen in the future? Not only do outsiders not believe it, even I, as a father, cannot accept the facts before me. A high school student who just turned 18 actually poached the experiment director of the prestigious Lin Group. What's more important is that it's the son who is ruining his father's career. If business competitors knew about this, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. What a shame. What a great shame. Lin Xin, you are really unworthy of being my son. I didn't expect that you have such a bad character. Lin Pingan refused to listen when he heard this and immediately retorted. You are talking nonsense. You are the worst person. Stop accusing my son and get out of here. While he was speaking, Lin Pingan was about to push Lin Zhongdao away. As a father, I will never allow anyone to insult Lin Xin like this. Especially Lin Zhongdao, a beast in human form. He can't do that. You forced me to do it. Lin Zhongdao said as he fought back. Seeing that Lin Zhongdao's fist was about to hit Lin Pingan's shoulder, Lin Xin suddenly stepped forward and pushed Lin Zhongdao away. A dull sound was heard, and before Lin Zhongdao could figure out what was going on, he sat down on the ground. The severe pain made Lin Zhongdao angry and humiliated. Lin Xin, if you dare to fight me, I will beat you to death today. Ignoring the embarrassment, Lin Zhongdao stood up and went straight to Lin Xin. Stop it! You dare to touch my son? I will kill you today. Zhou Yuzhen, like a mad beast, immediately protected Lin Xin. Everyone present was very excited. Lin Xin was worried that Zhou Yuzhen would get hurt in the panic, so he turned around and spoke to Zhou Yuzhen. Mom, go back to the house. I'll take care of things here. No, if he dares to touch you, I will die today. Lin Zhongdao sneered. What a shrew. It's true that what kind of family you raise will determine what kind of son you raise. Today, I will let you know what the rules are. Lin Zhongdao glanced at the table, picked up the feather duster on it, and was about to hit Lin Xin with it. However, Zhou Yuzhen stood in front of Lin Xin. Seeing this situation, Lin Xin clenched his fist and punched Lin Zhongdao in the face. Boom! Lin Zhongdao took several steps back, and the feather duster in his hand fell to the ground. Okay, let's start fighting for your father. As soon as he finished speaking to Lin Xin, Lin Zhongdao pushed Zhou Yuzhen aside. Before he could make a move, Lin Pingan picked up his slippers and started throwing them at Lin Zhongdao. You beast, you really want to do it? You bully my son, and now you want to bully my wife? No way. If I don't beat you into submission today, don't even think about walking out of this door. Lin Pingan didn't care and kept hitting Lin Zhongdao with the slippers in his hand. Lin Zhongdao was completely stunned. Is Lin Pingan crazy? He actually hit himself with a slipper. The pain continued to come, and Lin Zhongdao's eyes turned red. Get out of my way. You are the one who wants to get out. While they were talking, the two men hugged each other and started fighting. Dad, Uncle Lin, stop it. As soon as Lin Xingyu arrived at the door, she saw a fierce scene in front of her. Lin Xingyu wanted to step forward to stop the fight, but she found that she had no idea where to start. Lin Xin, what should we do? Separate them quickly. Lin Xingyu's voice was tearful, and she looked at Lin Xin helplessly. Lin Xin was not in a hurry, because Lin Pingan had the upper hand now. Pick up your phone and call the law enforcement team directly. Hello, someone broke into my house and injured my father. Yes, my address is High Community. Lin Xin stated the address in detail and hung up the phone only after hearing the other parties say that they would be there soon. Lin Xingyu was completely confused. Then why did you call the law enforcement team? to stop the fight. Are we going to let law enforcement officers take my dad away? Lin Zhongdao was also a little dazed. As soon as his hands stopped moving, half of his face felt a burning pain. Lin Pingon smashed the shoe sole in his hand hard on his face. That's so embarrassing. Dad, stop hitting me and get up, Lin Xingyu urged. At this time, Lin Xian also came over and hugged Lin Zhongdao from behind. Open! What are you hugging me for? Get out of here, you beast! Lin Pingon was stunned and then slapped Lin Zhongdao in the face. Shut your stinky mouth. You are the beast. You are the one who should leave. You broke into a private residence and committed a crime. Now you can't leave even if you want to. Lin Pingon was so furious that he started cursing without even having time to think about the words that came to his mind. Zhou Yuzhen next to her was not to be outdone. The couple looked like they were ready to go all out. Lin Xingyu's tears kept falling, and she still didn't understand how things turned out like this. The chaotic scene had not yet ended when the sound of a law enforcement vehicle suddenly came from outside the window. Everyone present was stunned. Even Lin Xian couldn't help but look towards the door. I just called the law enforcement team, and they are here now? Isn't this police response too efficient? After confirming that it was the sound of the law enforcement team, Lin Xian let go of his hand. Lin Zhongdao glared at Lin Xian hatefully, then snorted coldly. Lin Pingon's face was full of dissatisfaction. He blocked the door directly, his eyes full of provocation. I told you to go away just now, but you refused. Now, you can't leave even if you want to. Lin Xian, did you really get through on that call just now? Faced with Lin Xingyu's questioning, Lin Xian was speechless. Lin Xingyu heard it clearly when the phone call was made just now. She is already such an adult. Would she pretend to make a phone call to scare them? Soon, there were chaotic footsteps, and then 4 or 5 law enforcement officers came to the door. One of the law enforcement officers looked into the house and said, "Captain, this is the crime scene." "Okay, who called just now?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xian stood up directly. "Hello, it's me." The man called the captain took a quick glance at the scene in the room and was relieved to confirm that there were no major casualties. The room was messy, with several stools placed in a mess. The teapot and teacups on the coffee table were all smashed to pieces. The 2 middle-aged men opposite looked extremely embarrassed. The man in home clothes had messy hair, and the man in suit had a big tear in his clothes. Who is the person involved? I. Lin Pingon and Lin Zhongdao said in unison. The captain withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the team members behind him. Shaoli, take everyone at the scene away. Go back to the law enforcement team and ask for details. By the way, don't forget to take pictures. They'll be used when filing a case. Shaoli is an intern. When he goes out on patrol, the captain always gives him a few more instructions. Shaoli also knew that this was the captain's care for him, so he nodded in agreement and immediately got busy. After taking a few photos as evidence, Shaoli got into the law enforcement vehicle with Lin Xian and others. Even when they got in the car, Lin Zhongdao and Lin Pingon seemed unwilling to give in to each other. Lin Xian sat next to Lin Pingon with a firm look in his eyes. Lin Xingyu on the opposite side had no confidence at all. Regardless of the reason, just take the fact that Dad broke into Lin Xian's house and beat Lin Xian's adoptive father. Dad is not in the right. But what is it for? Didn't Lin Xian just register a company? How could there be such a deep hatred? Several people were squeezed in the car, and before they reached the law enforcement team, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. It is the hottest time of the year, and the air is damp and sticky. In such a sealed environment, no one would feel good. Lin Xian was a little nervous, and his heartbeat started to quicken. At the beginning, when Gu Song and I fought with Lin Hao, we thought we would end up in the law enforcement team. Unexpectedly, things calmed down halfway through. Now I am sitting in the law enforcement vehicle because of the action. But this time, Lin Xian's position has changed a little. They are victims in the true sense of the word. Lin Xian looked up. Sweat had already begun dripping down the cheeks of several law enforcement officers. Why is it so hot today? It's so hot that it's annoying. Dad, are you hot? Lin Xian just opened his mouth. Before Lin Pingon could say anything, Lin Zhongdao suddenly raised his head. Seeing that Lin Xian's eyes were not looking at him at all, Lin Zhongdao turned his head away in annoyance. It's okay. Dad isn't hot. How about you? I have a cardboard here. Dad will fan you. While speaking, Lin Pingyan actually picked up the cardboard next to his butt and fanned Lin Xin with it. Lin Zhongdao was about to spit out blood. Damn it. This is a law enforcement vehicle, and it will be heading to the law enforcement team soon. What are you two showing off here? A few minutes later, the law enforcement vehicle stopped. The law enforcement team led Lin Xin, Lin Zhongdao, and others to an office. The room was a bit simple, with a few wooden tables and wooden chairs next to them. Although no one spoke, they all understood that the law enforcement officers might ask them questions later. Sure enough, after a short while, 2 law enforcement officers walked in, both of them holding splints in their hands. Everyone sit down first. Who is the person involved? Lin Zhongdao took a step forward. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xin and Lin Pingyan also stood up. Me too. The law enforcement team member glanced at the 3 people and asked, Why 3 people? Lin Pingyan. Lin Zhongdao broke into my house and fought with me. Lin Xin. Lin Zhongdao is here to see me. Lin Zhongdao said, They teamed up to bully people, and I was beaten by them. For a moment, the scene was a little chaotic. The 2 law enforcement officers looked at each other and finally decided to let them come one by one. Lin Zhongdao first sat in a chair to be questioned. Name? The road in the forest. Age? 46. Profession? Lin Zhongdao frowned, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face. The law enforcement officer's questioning was like a household registration investigation. If I reveal my identity and the purpose of looking for Lin Xin, what if it is made public? Considering the seriousness of the matter, Lin Zhongdao frowned even more tightly. Lin Zhongdao, what's your occupation? Before Lin Zhongdao could recover from the shock, the law enforcement officers began to urge him again. I am the chairman of a company. Tell me about the conflict between you and the other party. Lin Zhongdao looked at Lin Pingyan, then at Lin Xin. I want to look for my son, and I had a conflict with the 2 of them. And then they started fighting. As soon as Lin Zhongdao finished speaking, Lin Pingyan quickly refuted. No, young man, it's not what he said. This man came to our house in a rage and started insulting my son. When I asked him to leave my house, he hit me. Later, he even beat my wife. We must not condone this kind of vile behavior. This person broke into a private house and committed a crime. We must defend ourselves properly. By the way, if you don't believe me, you can go to the scene to collect evidence. He broke our feather duster. The 2 law enforcement officers listened with their eyes wide open. According to the procedure, he cannot interrupt before asking Lin Pingyan. But from what he said, Lin Zhongdao was so arrogant and domineering that the law enforcement officers were also shocked. Breaking into someone's house, insulting their son, and even attacking the couple, any man with blood will get into physical conflict with the other party. Therefore, what Lin Pingyan said about self-defense should be true. You made me do this. Lin Zhongdao was furious and clenched his fists again. Are you kidding me? Did I ask you to come to my house and beat someone up? You're a big boss, but how come you don't have this much manners? Besides, what right do you have to insult my son? My son has excellent character and is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Kyoto. What makes you say that he has bad character? Faced with Lin Pingyan's repeated questioning, Lin Zhongdao was speechless. At this time, the law enforcement officers who were taking statements raised their heads at the same time, and their eyes when they looked at Lin Xin changed a lot. Top scorer in the college entrance examination, and he is the top scorer in the Kyoto College entrance examination. This incident has been reported on TV before, but I didn't expect to see the real person in the law enforcement team. One of the law enforcement officers put down his pen on the spot, and his expression became serious. Lin Zhongdao has gone too far. How can he treat the top scorer in the college entrance examination like this? The top scorer in the college entrance examination is the incarnation of Wenkuxing. How could he possibly offend him? Without having time to ask Lin Pingyan, both of them turned their eyes to Lin Xin. Tell me what's going on? Lin Xin cleared his throat and reported in detail to the law enforcement officers. I'm not quite sure why Lin Zhongdao came to my house, but he was quite angry at the time. On the one hand, it's directed at me, and on the other hand, It's directed at my adoptive parents. After all, Lin Zhongdao claimed to have found his biological son and brought me back to the Lin family. In the end, I severed ties with them. He probably felt ashamed, but I think there are some personal reasons for him. Once Lin Xin started talking, he seemed like he couldn't stop. Since everything has been brought out now, I might as well tell you about my experience in the Lin family. Bala bala bala. 20 minutes passed, and based on Lin Xin's narration of the facts and his speculations, the two law enforcement officers had already put themselves in the situation. While being angry, the law enforcement officer's eyes widened more than once. My God, this is no ordinary case. The biological father, the adoptive father, the biological son, and the adopted son, the prejudice, the indifference, even the severance of relations, are all comparable to a palace fighting drama. Lin Xin also could tell from the expressions of the two law enforcement officers that they were very willing to eat the gossip he had revealed. God! Oh my God! How could they treat the top scorer in the college entrance examination like this? And the adopted son has always been pampered by the Lin family. I don't know how many points he got in the college entrance examination this time. Hearing about what happened to Lin Xian at the Lin family, the two law enforcement officers' eyes were so angry that they were about to spit fire. The child is so pitiful. No wonder he wants to cut off ties with the Lin family. What's even more infuriating is that Lin Zhongdao, as the biological father, actually went to his adoptive parents' home to teach his son a lesson. How arrogant is this? My God, this is simply outrageous. Lin Zhongdao's heart was in his throat. Lin Xian is such a beast. How could he say anything nonsense? Don't you know that family disgrace should not be made public? If he continues to say this, the company's business experience will be lost. Nearly 40 minutes passed before Lin Xian closed his mouth. It's not that there's nothing to say, but my throat is about to smoke. During this period, the eyes of law enforcement officers were full of sympathy. Lin Pingan and his wife wanted to rush out several times. If Lin Xian hadn't said it himself, they wouldn't have known that Lin Xian was living such a hard life in the Lin family. Lin Qingyu kept her head down, with an expression of self-blame on her face. Seeing that everyone stopped talking, one of the law enforcement officers coughed heavily. This matter can be big or small. According to the procedure, we need to ask whether both of you agree to resolve it privately. If you agree to settle it privately, we can avoid going through the legal process. Of course, if we can't reach an agreement, we can file a case here. Lin Zhongdao's heart skipped a beat, and there was obvious panic in his eyes. This matter must be resolved quickly. Otherwise, Lin Xian would really reveal the business secrets. Mr. Lin, according to what you said, it was Lin Xian who took sides, and that's why you were beaten so badly. But the other party also has evidence to prove that you were the one who was making trouble unreasonably first. Our evidence also shows that you did damage someone's furniture. So, Mr. Lin, are you willing to resolve this privately? Lin Zhongdao swallowed hard and finally squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Young man, what is the solution privately? Lin Zhongdao lowered his head in thought. I am weak and alone at the moment. If I solve the problem privately, will I be plotted against by that little beast Lin Xian again? My left eyelid was so swollen that I couldn't open it, and the right side of my face was burning with pain. From birth to now, I have never been so embarrassed. At this moment, the two law enforcement officers clearly favor Lin Xian and his team. But if the case is really filed, it will undoubtedly make things worse for the company. Therefore, even if you are feeling aggrieved, you have to reconcile privately. Comrade, isn't this private settlement unfair? Without your help, we can't trust Lin. Lin Ping glanced at Lin Zhongdao with his eyes slanted. Lin Zhongdao's temples were throbbing with pain. They're just bluffing. They're the ones who get beaten and the victims. Now they start to cry poor and act pitiful. What's the logic? After Lin Ping finished speaking, the two law enforcement officers stood up at the same time. One of them spoke righteously. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Everyone is equal before the law. Even if you settle privately, you don't have to worry. If the other party makes unreasonable demands, you can always contact us. We are the people's servants, serving the people anytime and anywhere. Another one followed suit. The ultimate goal of settling it privately is to make a big thing smaller than a small thing. There is no need for either of you to go to the hospital. The main thing is to compensate for the loss of property. Lin Zhongdao was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The meaning of this statement is very clear. It means that you have to pay for the losses. Lin Pingon smiled and patted the law enforcement officer on the shoulder and said with gratitude, "I feel relieved with your words. Thank you for giving us justice. This is what we should do. So do you want to chat here or go somewhere else?" Before the law enforcement officer finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao quickly introduced the topic. "Since we have agreed to resolve this privately, there is no need to discuss it here. Let's go somewhere else." Lin Zhongdao suppressed his inner anger and did not let himself sneer. "Okay, let's talk about it somewhere else." The law enforcement team is fair and just, but Lin Pingon still thinks it's better to avoid such places. As for filing a case, there is no need for that. His son was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and a glamorous figure. No matter what the reason for the case, it would have an impact on Lin Xian. As soon as a few people went out, Lin Xingyu quickly said something. "Why not stay nearby? I know a tea house with a nice environment." Lin Zhongdao looked at his watch and did not object. There aren't many people drinking tea at this time, so you don't have to worry about being caught by journalists if you go to a tea house. At this moment, Lin Xian also wanted to solve the current problem quickly. Seeing that both parties had no objection, Lin Xingyu drove Lin Xian's family forward, while Lin Zhongdao drove behind in a sullen manner. 10 minutes later, both parties were already sitting in a private room of the tea house. The ancient tea house is filled with the fragrance of tea. At the moment, Lin Zhongdao was not in the mood to think about these things. Today was really terrible. The only thing to be thankful for was that Lin Xian did not tell anyone about Zhang Weili. Otherwise, there will definitely be a lot of troubles to solve. "Tell me, how much do you want me to pay?" Lin Zhongdao was in a bad mood, and his face turned gloomy as soon as he opened his mouth. Lin Pingon was not to be outdone and retorted with a frown. "Is this your attitude to solve the matter privately? I knew you were two-faced, but I didn't expect you to even deceive the people in the law enforcement team. Lin Pingon, you'd better keep your mouth clean. Don't refuse a toast, and then drink a forfeit." Now you're threatening me. It seems like we still need to resolve this video privately. The two people refused to give in to each other and were ready to fight at any time. Seeing this situation, Lin Xingyu hurriedly spoke up to smooth things over. "Uncle Lin, that's not what my father meant. The scene just now was chaotic and the furniture in the house was broken. Dad probably meant to ask Uncle Lin to figure out how much compensation he should give you for your losses." Lin Xingyu has always been carefree, but at this time her attitude was very sincere. Lin Pingon gave Lin Zhongdao a displeased look. "For your daughter's sake, I'll let you go today. You have to compensate for our coffee table. I won't ask for much, just $2,000. A few stools are enough. They don't count. But before I say this, there is a prerequisite." Lin Pingon paused deliberately in the middle of his words. The fire in Lin Zhongdao's heart suddenly flared up. "Just lose money. Why bother with all these tricks? After talking for so long, you still have to come up with a prerequisite. Is this the end?" I thought that in this situation, Lin Xingyu would speak up for me. But at this time, Lin Xingyu didn't say a word. Helplessly, Lin Zhongdao could only say in a low voice, "What are the conditions? You have to apologize to us. Apologize to Lin Xian. Apologize to our family. If you don't agree to this condition, then there's nothing to discuss." Lin Pingon was firm in his attitude. Zhou Yuzhen also nodded. Lin Xian felt warm in his heart, and his nose felt a little sore. He is Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingon's life, and this is absolutely true. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Lin Zhongdao snorted in his heart. A bunch of poor Koreans, talking big, just want to save face first. Apologize, just apologize. This time, I have to admit defeat. There was a flash of disdain in his eyes, and there was a hint of annoyance in Lin Zhongdao's voice. "I was also injured today, but I don't need you to pay for my medical expenses. The furniture is $2,000. I'll just give you $10,000, and the matter will be over. You don't need to return the extra money. This will be considered as compensation to you." As he spoke, Lin Zhongdao lowered his head and took out money from his bag. Suddenly, Lin Xian's cold voice came. Wait, it's not over yet. Everyone present was stunned. Lin Zhongdao suddenly stood up from his seat. Lin Xian, don't go too far. Mr. Lin, what I want to say is that our demands are reasonable. Since we are settling this privately, we must complete the matter. Lin Zhongdao was a little suspicious. At this moment, he completely couldn't understand what Lin Xian was thinking. Zhou Yuzhen also moved closer to Lin Ping'an and was also very surprised by Lin Xian's behavior. Ignoring the looks directed at him by everyone, Lin Xian spoke calmly. The coffee table is not worth much, and we don't need any additional compensation from Mr. Lin. But Mr. Lin broke our teapot, so he must pay for it. The only valuable thing in our Lin family is the hexagonal teapot left by our great-grandfather. It was made by Master Jiang. After hearing these words, Lin Zhongdao was stunned. I have no research on antiques, but hearing Lin Xian say that it was something left by his great-grandfather, it must be quite old. Return to Master Jiang? Could it be that the Lin Ping'an in front of him is not as simple as he seems? Although I was confused, the thought only flashed through my mind. Lin Xian, what do you want to say? My great-grandfather's teapot was worth more than 6 million yuan. It was our family's hope, but you broke it. Lin Zhongdao's head suddenly buzzed. Teapot? More than 6 million? Fire was about to burst from Lin Zhongdao's eyes. Lin Xian, however, looked calm. Seeing this, Lin Ping'an, who was standing next to him, immediately looked distressed. Oh my God, how could I forget such an important thing? Lin Zhongdao, don't think that I can forgive you just because you are Lin Xian's biological father. My teapot was passed down from my great-grandfather. You destroyed our teapot, which means you have ruined the rest of our lives. You must compensate for this loss. Thinking that she also had to cooperate, Zhou Yuzhen opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything. According to the date Lin Xian mentioned, he should not have met Lin Ping'an's great-grandfather. So about that teapot thing, Zhou Yuzhen was a little confused, afraid that she might say something wrong. In the end, he had to lower his head as low as he could, but his brows were tightly furrowed. This is blackmail. You two are singing a duet together. Lin Xian, do you think I will believe what you say? You want to extort more than 6 million from me for a broken teapot? You really are daydreaming. Lin Zhongdao didn't say the rest. Although I have to solve the current problem, I am not a fool. Lin Ping'an looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained calm. Really? If you think we are lying, you don't have to pay. Then we will follow the legal process, file a case, and find a lawyer. There's a treasure appraisal program that's quite popular recently. The host is also a master at identifying antiques. We can participate in the program and have him broadcast it live. Although it takes a little longer, it shouldn't affect my registration for school. The more Lin Xian said this, the more uneasy Lin Ping'an became. That's enough, son. When you said the teapot cost more than 6 million just now, my heart almost jumped out of my throat. Now, you still want to participate in a treasure appraisal program. Aren't you shooting yourself in the foot? The teapot cost less than 200 yuan when it was bought, but when it was in front of the master, he saw through it at a glance. The atmosphere in the room was a little tense, making it hard to breathe. Lin Ping'an clenched his teeth. I can't care about so many things. At worst, I'll just go for it. Anyway, I can't let my son fight alone. Lin Zhongdao was so angry that he wanted to slap Lin Xian in the face. At this moment, Lin Xingyu suddenly stood up as well. Uncle Lin, we are also very sorry that this happened. Just tell us a total amount, and we'll transfer the money. Because Lin Xian is here, our two families will definitely have interactions in the future. There is no need to file a case and hurt the relationship. Just treat the treasure appraisal program that Lin Xian mentioned just now as a joke. Lin Xingyu's voice was clear, and her attitude was firm. Lin Zhongdao turned around and looked at Lin Xingyu in disbelief. Are you crazy? Don't you know he is deceiving us? You actually agreed to such a condition. Dad, it's better to solve it privately than to file a case. The Lin family has had enough troubles recently. You were trying to piss me off? Dad, we were at fault first. We have to pay for damaging other people's things. Lin Xingyu frowned slightly and spoke selflessly. Lin Zhongdao gritted his teeth several times and finally compromised. Lin Xin looked up again. Then just give us 6.6 million. We don't want the 2,000 yuan for the damaged coffee table. This is your compensation. Lin Zhongdao was trembling all over. You rebellious son. You are really great. A few minutes ago, I was still in a condescending attitude. Unexpectedly, in just a cup of tea, Lin Xin learned how to buy and sell on the spot. Since you have no objection, you should be able to transfer the money within half an hour, right? Facing Lin Zhongdao, Lin Xin remained calm. Their relationship had already been severed, and he and Lin Zhongdao were like strangers. There is nothing to talk about right now except money. Lin Zhongdao glared at Lin Xingyu hatefully, then called his secretary. About 10 minutes later, everyone left the tea house. Knowing that Lin Zhongdao was angry with her, Lin Xingyu hurriedly took 2 steps forward to catch up. Before he could even open his mouth to speak, Lin Zhongdao had already roared. Get out of my way! I don't have a daughter who is disloyal to me. You teamed up with outsiders to cheat me. You don't deserve to be a member of the Lin family. Lin Xingyu was stunned, tears falling like beads from a broken string. When we were at the villa, no matter what Lin Zhongdao said, we were still at home. But now, in front of Lin Xian's adoptive parents, he despises himself so much. What did you do wrong? Just now in the tea house, Lin Xingyu had even thought about it. If Lin Zhongdao was still angry, she would pay the compensation herself. But even so, it was of no avail. Judging from what he said, he must be angry because I helped Lin Xian. But I didn't do anything excessive. Dad, can you please? Lin Xingyu had just said half of her words when Lin Zhongdao turned around and left. Just like when he left the villa just now, he didn't even look back. The car started quickly and then went farther and farther away. Why are you accusing me? What did I do wrong? Why do you accuse me of being a traitor? What evidence do you have? Dad, you make me so disappointed. Lin Xingyu talked to herself and finally cried so hard that she couldn't even speak. Looking at Lin Xingyu like this, Lin Xin felt mixed emotions. You can't handle just a few words? Your mental endurance is too poor. What? It's not pleasant to be wrong, but you'll get used to it. We're all adults, and we should learn to control our emotions. This? Lin Xingyu opened her mouth and looked at Lin Xin blankly. Lin Xin was right. It was really unpleasant to be wrongly accused. I clearly did nothing wrong, but the charges against me are so devastating. Just once was unbearable. What about Lin Xin? Thinking back to the time when he was in the Lin family, Lin Xin was wronged more than once. How did he survive time and time again? Is it really like he said, that once you get used to it you won't feel the pain anymore? Do not. Every time I feel wronged, my heart sinks a little bit and becomes colder. In the end, even the warmest words can't melt it. Even if a couple can reconcile after a broken relationship, the rift will still exist. At this moment, Lin Xingyu clearly felt the injuries that Lin Xian had suffered. Don't cry, kid. If you don't mind, would you like to come to my house and rest for a while? Zhou Yuzhen looked at Lin Xingyu with some heartache. From the time I met her until now, this child has never done anything bad except for having a bad temper. Instead, it is his unreasonable father who makes people feel hateful. Didn't he consider his daughter's feelings when he angrily scolded the child? Lin Xingyu's nose felt sore again, but she still nodded. Thank you, Auntie. Just as a few people were about to turn around, Lin Xingyu's cell phone suddenly rang. Xiyu, where are you? Have you seen Lin Xian? Listening to Lin Rusheng's voice, Lin Xingyu choked up again. Sister, I'm with Lin Xian. Dad has gone to find Lin Xian. We are near the law enforcement team now. What? Don't move. I'll be there soon. Lin Xingyu wanted to say something, but Lin Rusheng had already hung up the phone. Although I don't know what happened. But Lin Xingyu clearly felt that her elder sister was panicking. Lin Xingyu turned to look at Lin Xian, her eyes full of questions. Since someone is here to see you, let's go first. Lin Xian, don't leave. Can you wait with me until Big Sister comes? I'm really confused by their scolding. Lin Xingyu tried hard to force a smile on her face. That's your business and has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian, you can't be like this. Now you are like Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror. You are neither human nor human. Lin Xingyu's eyes began to turn red again. Zhou Yuzhen felt a little reluctant. Why don't you wait a while? It shouldn't take long. Lin Xin finally saw someone speaking up for her and nodded hurriedly. Yeah, anyway, at least it makes me understand what's going on. We were together throughout the entire process of registering the company, right? I really don't know where I went wrong. I think my eldest sister knows, even if not everything, at least more than I know. Lin Xin frowned. Okay, since you helped me just now, I will wait here with you for a while. To be honest, if it weren't for Lin Xingyu, Lin Zhongdao wouldn't have given them more than 6 million so readily. Fine. Just as Lin Xin agreed, the sound of sudden brakes was heard. The door of the red limited edition sports car opened, and then Lin Rusheng got out of the car. Xiao Yu, Lin Xin. Lin Rusheng nodded slightly and greeted them. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan wanted to leave early, so they had to stop. What's going on, sis? Why is Dad so angry? When I arrived at the Lin family's house, my father almost smashed it to pieces. The matter with the law enforcement team has now been resolved privately. Having said this, Lin Xingyu paused. It took a lot of effort for him to utter the last sentence in a choked voice. He told me to get out and said I was a traitor. Lin Rusheng sighed, and the expression on her face became more solemn. Xiu Yu, this matter is not what you see on the surface. Dad is upset because of the company's affairs, so he has a bad temper. I didn't expect that the company's affairs were also related to the company that Lin Xin just registered. There were no outsiders present, and Lin Rusheng did not hide anything. In front of everyone, Lin Rusheng told the whole story in a coherent manner. Even the difficulties faced by the Lin Group and its business secrets were disclosed. Lin Xingyu was stunned. Zhou Yuzhen and Lin Pingan also looked at each other. Lin Pingan talked to himself. No wonder that guy was so angry. It turns out that one of his employees ran away. In my opinion, he deserves it. He has no ability to keep people, but he blames others. There is something wrong with his thinking. He was impulsive and wanted to fight Lin Xin. I couldn't bear to touch Lin Xin, even a finger. Thinking of Lin Zhongdao's attitude just now, Lin Pingan became furious again. Let's not mention anything else. Take the fact that he wanted to beat Lin Xin, for example. He couldn't let it go on like that. Of course, Lin Zhongdao also paid the price for his impulsiveness. That is an ordinary purple clay teapot, which was exchanged for 6.6 million. Uncle and Aunt, I apologize to you. Dad was wrong in this matter. Is Uncle not hurt? Lin Rusheng looked concerned and spoke sincerely. Lin Pingan felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. You're a grown man, so a few bumps and bruises are nothing. You said your father wasn't a very good person, but he raised 2 good daughters. You are all good children. Don't learn from your father. Lin Rusheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although Lin Pingan's words were a bit exaggerated, his attitude made people feel comfortable, gentle, and down-to-earth. Zhou Yuzhen rolled her eyes at Lin Pingan and muttered softly, "What are you saying in front of other people's children? I'm telling you the truth. What's there to hide? Okay, stop talking. We have nothing to do here. Why don't we go back?" Lin Pingan patted the dirt off his arms and agreed on the spot. Lin Xin also wanted to follow them, but was stopped by Lin Rusheng. Lin Xin, wait a moment. Is there anything else you can do? The facts were not much different from what Lin Xin had originally guessed. At this moment, Lin Xin thought that the matter had been made clear and there was no need to add anything further. Lin Xin, Xiaoyu did nothing wrong in this matter, and neither did you. It can only be said to be a coincidence. Dad's behavior was a bit extreme. We apologize to you. Lin Rusheng wanted to say something, but Lin Xin interrupted her. As for an apology, Mr. Lin has already said that you don't need to apologize on his behalf, and he has already made amends. Lin Xin looked at Lin Xingyu. Lin Xingyu pouted her lips. Yes, that's what you deserve. He must pay for it. Before knowing the truth of the matter, Lin Xingyu only felt aggrieved. Thinking of the suffering Lin Xuan had endured in the Lin family, Lin Xingyu also wanted to stand on Lin Xian's side. Now that she knew what was going on, Lin Xingyu's words sounded even more justified. 6 million yuan is just a month's pocket money for the children of the Lin family. It's just that the scope of the Lin family's children is a bit narrow, and Lin Xian is not included. After Lin Xingyu finished speaking, Lin Xin did not respond. Afterwards, Lin Xin followed Lin Rusheng and left. Lin Xian wanted to take a taxi, but was rejected by Lin Pingan. Son, if there's nothing urgent, let's go for a walk? Okay, I'll listen to Dad. Hearing Lin Xian say this, Lin Pingan smiled. In fact, Lin Xian had already guessed in his mind that it was most likely because of the teapot. Sure enough, after a few words, Lin Pingan mentioned his great-grandfather's teapot. You're such a talker, kid. Your grandfather still can't remember things. Look, your grandfather is gone. So, why did you pass down the teapot? Lin Xian smiled. Dad, am I bringing honor to our family? Great-grandfather will be very happy when he finds out. I don't know if your great-grandfather will be happy, but your biological father will definitely be furious. Although Lin Xian's words just now sounded righteous, anyone with a discerning eye could see what was going on. Lin Zhongdao has been working in the business world for many years and has long been a veritable veteran. How could he not know Lin Xian's thoughts? Knowing that he was being tricked, he still had to pay the money. I guess Lin Zhongdao must have been so angry that he got internal injuries. If you break something, you have to pay for the damage. I didn't ask them to pay for their emotional damages, which is good enough. This is the price. After hearing his son say this, Lin Pingan said nothing more. Lin Zhongdao did not return to the villa, but drove directly to the hospital. Seeing the bruises on Lin Zhongdao's face, Gu Yuan almost fainted. What happened? Who did this? Did you call the police? By the way, what did the doctor say about whether he had any examinations? Gu Yuan was incoherent, her hand stretched in the air, but she didn't know where to touch the forest path. The injuries on his face, was he robbed? Lin Zhongdao's face looked extremely ugly. Along the way, many people pointed at him and talked about him. Now seeing Gu Yuan like this, Lin Zhongdao felt even more annoyed. They're just superficial injuries. No need to see a doctor. That won't work. You can't even open your eyes. I'll go call a doctor. Just as Gu Yuan was about to turn around, Lin Zhongdao's sharp voice came. Stop! Gu Yuan shivered all over and looked at the forest in confusion. It's already a mess, so don't make it worse. I said it's okay, and it will be fine in a couple of days. The expression on Lin Zhongdao's face eased a little. Gu Yuan's eyes were red, and she became even more confused. Lin Zhongdao was obviously trying hard to hide something by doing this, or an idea flashed through her mind, and Gu Yuan instinctively felt that this matter was related to Lin Xian. Then you should at least tell me what's going on. Your son is already like this. You can't make me worry anymore. As she spoke, a string of tears rolled down Gu Yuan's eyes. Lin Zhongdao felt a little distressed. He slowly sat down on the sofa and then briefly recounted what had just happened. Gu Yuan's thoughts were a little confused, and her mind was like a fragment of a movie. There is a problem with the group, and the drugs being researched may not be released as expected. The person in charge of the outsourced experiment was poached by Lin Xian. Lin Xian and his adoptive parents beat up Lin Zhongdao. Lin Zhongdao accepted private mediation and compensated Lin Xian and others more than 6 million. Breathing was a little difficult, and Gu Yuan was a little out of breath. Oh my God, does this make sense? Over 6 million. Why don't they just go and rob? It's so poor. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. I knew that Lin Xian's character was problematic, and now he has started to blackmail me. Gu Yuan became angrier as she spoke, and her face turned pale from her rapid speaking speed. If this kind of thing had happened in the past, I would naturally not say anything. More than 6 million is just a number. But it's different now. It won't be long before Lin Hao and I will go abroad. If I have these 6 million in my hands, I will feel much more at ease. Gu Yuan admitted that Lin Zhongdao had given them and their daughter enough. But when it comes to money, who wouldn't want the more the better? Thinking of this, Gu Yuan was still a little angry. They are both sons, but Lin Xian can get more than 6 million from Lin Zhongdao with just 2 words. What did Lin Zhongdao give to Lin Hao? Unfair. Gu Yuan wanted to say something, but Lin Zhongdao's face opposite her had already turned ashen. What do you mean by the upper beam is crooked and the lower beam is crooked? Do you mean that Lin Xian's bad character is because of me? Or is it that Qin Yulan has the greatest influence in the Lin family? She is the real master of the Lin family. Give me a reasonable explanation. Lin Zhongdao spoke in a low voice, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. When he came to Kyoto, he was able to make a name for himself with the support of the Qin family. Although this is true, it is the topic that Lin Zhongdao is most reluctant to mention. Lin Zhongdao also knew that Gu Yuan must have said this unintentionally, but for some reason, Lin Zhongdao just couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Gu Yuan was at a loss and answered in a panic. I was wrong. It's all Qin Yulan's fault, as well as Lin Xian's adoptive father and mother. They are all responsible. As she spoke, Gu Yuan began to sob. Lin Hao couldn't bear to listen any longer and tried to walk out of the inner room. Dad, let's take care of the wound first. It won't be good if it gets inflamed. Lin Hao walked with a limp and had a bandage on his head. Seeing his son like this, Lin Zhongdao lost his temper all of a sudden. It is good. Lin Hao winked at Gu Yuan secretly. Gu Yuan left quickly. Lin Zhongdao felt mixed emotions. They are all sons. Why does Lin Xian always want to ruin himself? Hotel suite. Lin Xingyu remained silent, and Xia Wenqie also did not speak for a long time. These two things seem to be completely unrelated, but they are connected together by some strange coincidence. If you say it is just a coincidence, probably no one would believe it. Lin Xin and Dr. Zhang did nothing wrong. They have already resigned. Why should we let them lead us by the nose? You laid them off, so we no longer have a working relationship. Why should they still serve you 24 hours a day? If we talk about responsibility, it should be the director of their department who is not thoughtful enough. My father shouldn't have lost his temper at Lin Xian. According to his thinking, people who quit their jobs don't have the right to find a job? What a joke! Once she opened her mouth, Lin Xingyu couldn't stop, as if she wanted to vent all the dissatisfaction in her heart. Xia Wenqie handed Lin Xingyu a glass of red wine. Didn't Lin Xian already handle the matter? Why are you still so angry? How can I not be angry? My dad didn't ask any questions and accused me of being a traitor. I can't swallow this anger. The corners of Xia Wenqie's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Lin Xingyu with sympathy. How about this? Let's try dating each other. If you become a member of my CF family, I will make your wish come true, even if I have to use all the financial resources of the entire family. Lin Xingyu was stunned, and the red wine in her hand was about to spill on the ground. Xia Wenqie, are you kidding me? Am I, Lin Xingyu, the kind of person who would sacrifice myself just to vent my anger? And what did you mean by that just now? I'm dating you, and you don't care about me? If you have a purpose in helping me, then get out of here right now. From now on, neither of us will know each other. Lin Xingyu stood up while speaking. Xia Wenqie put the wine glass aside in a panic and hurriedly pulled Lin Xingyu. My dear aunt, I was just joking with you, but you took it seriously. Is it okay if I don't say that anymore? No one will know each other in the future. Are you trying to kill me? Lin Xingyu snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll strangle you to death. Okay, whatever you say is fine. That's good enough. I'm hungry. Hurry up and give me something to eat. As ordered. Xia Wenqie finally felt relieved. I really have no way to deal with Lin Xingyu. After all, she is the aunt I like. I guess I will be completely controlled by Lin Xingyu for the rest of my life. At this time, Lin Xingyu had crossed her legs again, her mind still full of thoughts about what happened today. Back in the room, Lin Xian checked his phone and found that Zhang Sun's son had called him more than a dozen times. Lin Xian replayed. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Sun's screams were heard. Brother Xian, you finally have news. I thought something happened to you. If you don't call me back, I'm going to block your door. Is it that the kid named Lin has been discharged from the hospital, and he is causing trouble for you? The louder Zhang Xin spoke, the more Lin Xian felt his eardrums were about to be punctured. You're not entirely right. There were some things that happened just now, but they have been dealt with. When Lin Xian told Zhang Sun the reason why Lin Zhongdao came to find him, he spoke in some detail. After all, these are matters related to the company. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Sun's son was stunned. It was not until Lin Xian stopped talking that Zhang Sun spoke. Oh my God, you're pretty tough, buddy. Did you not cripple your own dad? Get lost. You know better than anyone else what's going on between me and the Lin family. Stop mentioning your own father. Okay, I was wrong. Let's get together later. Since something as serious as this has happened, I'll help you calm down. No, I have to practice driving tomorrow, so I need to rest early. I've been busy with other things these 2 days. At the driving school, I have 2 days left to take the second subject test, so I have to concentrate. Lin Xin has completely mastered the key points mentioned by the coach and is confident that he can pass the test. However, being confident is one thing, but the attitude is another. Lin Xuan has always believed that not taking the exam seriously is a disrespect for one's own efforts. For the next 2 days, Lin Xuan concentrated on driving practice, and as expected, he passed the second subject smoothly. There is still some time before the third subject exam, and Lin Xin is thinking about going to Longcheng. Things at the office still need to be arranged. The trip to Longcheng would naturally go with Zhang since Senator Lin Xin thought that if Gu Songsong had time, it would be best to take him along as well. The crystal ball on the table emits a faint luster. Lin Xin was stunned for a moment. Shen's office building, chairman's office. Shen Jingting lowered his head and reviewed the documents with a serious expression. The office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The only movement was the sound of flipping through documents. The company has been operating normally recently, and everything is going as planned. Looking at the thick contract, Shen Jingting is very pleased. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door, and then the secretary pushed the door open. Chairman, Mr. Zhou is waiting for you in the living room. Shen Jingting frowned slightly. That Mr. Zhou? Zhou Group, Mr. Zhou Haitian. The secretary's words made Shen Jingting even more confused. Zhou Haitian came to see me, but why didn't he even call me and went straight to the living room? Given the relationship between the Zhou and Shun families, there was absolutely no need for him to do this. Could something have happened? After closing the folder, Shen Jingting said, "Ask Mr. Zhou to come to the office and tell him that I'm waiting for him there." "Okay, Chairman," the secretary said, took 2 steps back and left. Shen Jingting stood up, stretched his arms, and made a pot of tea himself. When Zhou Haitian walked in, there was already a faint scent of tea in the room. "Brother Shen, sorry to bother you." "Brother Zhou, what are you talking about? Please take a seat." The 2 people greeted each other politely, like old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Seeing this, the secretary left. Only Shen Jingting and Zhou Haitian were left in the office. After taking the tea handed over by Shen Jingting, Zhou Haitian did not taste it, but put his hands on the coffee table. "Brother Shen, I don't come to you for no reason. Some things are really tricky, and I hope Brother Shen can help me." Zhou Haitian went straight to the point, which surprised Shen Jingting. However, due to the relationship between the 2 families, Shen Jingting also spoke happily. "Brother Zhou, if you have any problem, please feel free to tell us. We will definitely not refuse to help you if we can." Zhou Haitian nodded and then told the whole story. "The thing is, Xiaobei has been in a bad mood and emotionally unstable recently. It's even more confusing at night. When everyone else is asleep, he laughs out loud one moment and then becomes depressed the next. It's really scary. You also know that he is the only child of our Zhou family. I can't let anything happen to him. I heard that the old man had trouble getting a good rest some time ago. Later he found an expert to look at his feng shui, and the symptoms disappeared." Having said this, Zhou Haitian paused. Shen Jingting suddenly realized. Zhou Haitian came to see him regarding Zhou Hongbei's matter. After knowing Zhou Haitian's purpose, Shen Jingting waved his hand. "Brother Zhou, you misunderstood. My father's health was indeed poor some time ago, but it was not the feng shui master who predicted his health. That feng shui master is a liar. I prepared so many things, but who knew they would say it was the aloe vera in my father's house that was causing the trouble? It's really infuriating. If Brother Zhou really wants to treat Xiaobei, it will definitely not work if we ask the feng shui master we found before." Zhou Haitian frowned. His heart suddenly tensed up. What should I do next if the feng shui master is a liar? Shen Jingting would not lie to himself. Would his son continue to be depressed like this? Zhou Haitian lowered his head, and the expression on his face became more solemn. "Brother Shen, You don't know that we went to various hospitals for Xiaobei's illness and met with many experts, but they couldn't say anything. I really have no choice but to come and bother you. Let me ask you one more question. I heard that the old man is in good health now. Since it's not the Feng Shui master's credit, I wonder which expert you found. Shen Jingting refilled Zhou Haitian's tea and looked up again. He's not an expert, he's a high school student. Just a few injections cured my father's illness. My father was very happy about this and gave him the silver needle passed down from our ancestors. Zhou Haitian was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. High school student? Acupuncture? How can this be? Previously, Zhou Haitian was certain that Shen Jingting would not lie to him. But now, Zhou Haitian could hardly believe his ears. Acupuncture is not something that ordinary people can master. Acupuncture experts in major hospitals have practiced for many years. How can a high school student be so amazing? Brother Shin, please don't joke with me. I'm definitely not kidding. And you know that high school student. Who is it? Lin Xin. Zhou Haitian was stunned again. I'm very familiar with the name Lin Xin. At the Shen family's business banquet, it was Lin Xin who made Zhou Hongbei look ridiculous. Now Shen Jingting said that he knew someone, so it must be the same person. However, in order to confirm again, Zhou Haitian still asked, Lin Zhongdao's son, Lin Xin? Correct. After a moment's silence, Zhou Haitian stood up abruptly. Forget it. I can't care so much for my son. Thank you for telling me frankly, Brother Shen. I will go find Lin Zhongdao right away. The situation is urgent, so I won't talk much today. I'll treat Brother Shen to tea later. Zhou Haitian looked anxious, with worry in his brows. Shen Jingting didn't want to keep him any longer and just sent him to the door. Sitting back in the chair, Shen Jingting thought for a while and finally dialed Shun Chuxiao's phone number. It's not a big deal, but it's still necessary to let my daughter know. At dusk, the Lin family villa was brightly lit. Lin Jilan came back from another province, and Lin Rusheng also arrived home early. With the help of Lin Qingyu, Qin Yulan cooked a large table of dishes. What is surprising is that Lin Zhongdao also came back. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became subtle. Why are you all at home today? Is Xiaolan back too? Lin Zhongdao pretended to be relaxed and took the initiative to greet his daughter. Lin Jilan forced a smile. There's nothing going on at school. Let's go home early. Okay, can you stay at home a few more days this time? If the school notifies me, I can rest for a while longer. The two people asked and answered each other, and it seemed normal, but there was something unnatural in their tone. Qin Yulan had a blank expression on her face, and she never once glanced in the direction of Lin Zhongdao. Everyone could see that Qin Yulan was still angry. As for when this anger will subside, no one can say for sure. Lin Qingyu even thought that perhaps her parents would remain in this stalemate. In the past, Lin Qingyu would definitely take the initiative to stand up and smooth things over. But thinking of Lin Zhongdao's attitude a few days ago, Lin Qingyu pursed her lips tightly again. He wronged himself and slapped himself in the face. I remember this grievance clearly. This is a huge table full of delicious food. Stop standing there and sit down to eat. Lin Zhongdao did not consider himself an outsider, so everyone had no choice but to pick up their chopsticks. At this time, the housekeeper came in hurriedly. Mr. and Madam, Mr. Zhou Haitian is here. Qin Yulan and Lin Zhongdao were both stunned. Zhou Haitian of Zhou Group? When he confirmed that it was that big tycoon, Lin Zhongdao's heart suddenly rose to his throat. It's over. This must be aimed at that rebellious son. The atmosphere became tense again, and Lin Zhongdao's face suddenly darkened. What was supposed to come has come. After all, Lin Xian's surname is Lin. No matter how he claims to have severed ties with the Lin family, the Zhou family will hold the account against the Lin family. Ever since the Zhou Hongbei incident, Lin Zhongdao's heart has been hanging, and now it has sunk to the bottom. The Zhou family did not suppress the Lin group in business because it was not the right time. If we go there in person now, the ensuing storm will surely be more severe than the suppression in the business world. Although it is a little late to settle the accounts in autumn, the debts owed must be repaid eventually. Turning his head to look at Qin Yulan, Lin Zhongdao frowned. Please clear the food away first. It's not nice for people to see this. Qin Yulan ignored Lin Zhongdao and nodded to Zhou Ma. Zhou Ma and others immediately got busy. By the time Zhou Haitian arrived at the courtyard, everyone was ready. Lin Xingyu was a little curious and kept pondering it in her heart. How intimidating is this business giant to make my father so scared? Soon, Zhou Haitian appeared in the living room. Lin Xingyu was even more confused. A man in his 40s, calm and elegant, without any smell of money in the business world. At first glance, he looks like a scholar. Before Lin Xingyu had time to think about anything, Lin Zhongdao had already stood up to greet her. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Your presence here today really makes our humble home shine." As he spoke, Lin Zhongdao had already bent down and stretched out his hand. Zhou Haitian handed the thing in his hand to Zhou Ma and answered with a smile on his face. "I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Lin. It's rare for Mr. Zhou to come over. We are so happy. How can we say that we are disturbing him? Please take a seat." Although he responded politely, Lin Zhongdao was now increasingly confused. It doesn't look like Zhou Haitian is here to cause trouble. Then this matter is even more strange. In public, Lin Xin made Zhou Hongbei look bad, and then there was the incident in the trading hall. Zhou Haitian loves his son dearly, and Zhou Hongbei is the only child in the Zhou family. No matter from which aspect, it is impossible for Zhou Haitian to get along with me in a friendly manner. This is what happened. Lin Xingyu glanced at Lin Rusheng quietly, her eyes full of questions. Is this a debt collection? More like a debt repayment? At this moment, Zhou Haitian had already sat down on the sofa. Because the two groups have no intersection and no business dealings, going to the study seems awkward. However, considering what had happened before, Lin Zhongdao thought it was even more embarrassing for Zhou Haitian to chat with them in the living room. After all, it was Lin Xin who caused the trouble, so Lin Zhongdao simply made up his mind and brought up the old matter again. "Mr. Zhou, I apologize to you. Lin Xin really went too far. As his father, I also did something wrong. I think Mr. Zhou also knows that Lin Xin didn't live with us before, so his behavior is a bit bad. After returning to the Lin family, we often taught him, but this rebellious son's bad habits were hard to change, and we were very troubled. I had been thinking about going to your house to apologize, but having said that," Lin Zhongdao smiled apologetically. Zhou Haitian shook his head. "Mr. Lin, after what happened before, I also asked about Lin Xin. Mr. Lin should feel proud to have such a son." When these words came out, Lin Zhongdao's heart skipped a beat. All that preparation was done just to reduce Zhou Haitian's hatred towards the Lin family. Unexpectedly, Zhou Haitian didn't buy it at all. Because Lin Xin should be proud of himself? What an irony. If possible, I would like to turn back time and find Lin Xin back. I've thought a lot during this period of time. Since Lin Xin came back, the Lin family has never had a moment of peace. It's all that rebellious son's fault. A moment ago, Lin Zhongdao still had some illusions. But after hearing what Zhou Haitian finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao had already given up all hope. I have completely entered a state of letting things take their course. But the conversation must continue eventually. Mr. Zhou, I deeply apologize for the harm that Lin Xin caused to Mr. Zhou. But I don't know how Mr. Zhou wants to reconcile. We will do our best to make up for the trouble caused by that rebellious son. This child is truly hopeless. There is nothing we can do. Zhou Haitian was stunned, and a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. And her son? Lin Zhongdao had already heard that he didn't like the son he found later. But Zhou Haitian never imagined that in Lin Zhongdao's eyes, Lin Xin was actually a rebellious son. The difference between what Lin Zhongdao said about Lin Xin and the information he got from him is quite big. "Mr. Lin, are you sure that Lin Xin is hopeless and a rebellious son?" Lin Zhongdao sighed helplessly and finally nodded. "But Lin Xin is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination and has excellent character and conduct. Lin Xin worked hard and studied acupuncture in depth. He cured Mr. Shun's difficult illness with just a few needles. How can I start with the words incorrigible and rebellious?" Zhou Haitian looked at the forest and said. Lin Zhongdao was stunned and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Qin Yulan, who was standing next to him, couldn't help herself any longer and spoke up to defend Lin Xin. Mr. Zhou may have some misunderstandings about Lin Xin. My husband has very high standards for himself, and Lin Xin has not yet reached the state he expects. So, what my husband said just now might be a little radical. In our hearts, we still approve of Lin Xin very much. Qin Yulan had a faint smile on her face, and her temperament was gentle and calm. Lin Xingyu, who was standing next to him, listened and quickly added, "Yes, Mr. Zhou, Lin Xin is the pride of our Lin family. We feel very proud to have such a brother." Zhou Haitian raised the corner of his mouth. "I think anyone would be happy to have a son like this." Lin Zhongdao was completely confused. Zhou Haitian came here to praise Lin Xin? This is too outrageous. His precious son was tortured to the point of being humiliated by Lin Xin. So why is Zhou Haitian still being so disloyal? The current situation was extremely embarrassing, and Lin Zhongdao didn't know what to do. But there is one thing that Lin Zhongdao can be sure of. Zhou Haitian came here definitely not just to praise Lin Xin. There must be something else. After calming down, Lin Zhongdao asked, "Mr. Zhou, Lin Xin was wrong in the previous incident. I brought him to apologize to you. So, Mr. Zhou..." Before he could finish his words, Zhou Haitian interrupted Lin Zhongdao. "Let the children solve their own problems, and we should not interfere. I came here today because I really have something to ask for. I hope Mr. Lin will agree to Lin Xin treating Xiao Bei no matter what. Please." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Haitian suddenly stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Zhongdao. Lin Zhongdao quickly stood up and tried to support Zhou Haitian. "But my legs are as soft as noodles." With a thump, Lin Zhongdao actually knelt down. Qin Yulan and the others were all shocked and stared at the scene in a daze. "What on earth is going on? Mr. Zhou, please get up quickly." "Mr. Lin, what are you going to do?" Lin Zhongdao and Zhou Haitian were both frightened by each other's behavior. In the end, Lin Zhongdao was helped up by Zhou Haitian. "Mr. Zhou, can you tell me in detail what happened?" Lin Zhongdao didn't care about the embarrassment. The doubts were too strong now. In front of ordinary people, Zhou Haitian talked about Zhou Hongbei's situation. Finally, Zhou Haitian once again asked Lin Xin to treat Zhou Hongbei. The three sisters were not surprised that Lin Xin knew acupuncture. Lin Xuan and Lin Jilan even saw Lin Xin giving the acupuncture with their own eyes. But what Zhou Haitian said made Lin Zhongdao stunned again. "Mr. Zhou, are you telling the truth? Practicing medicine and treating illnesses is a big deal. Lin Xin is just a high school student. How could he have such advanced skills? Mr. Zhou, did you listen to some people's one-sided words and misunderstand?" Zhou Haitian's expression turned serious. "Mr. Lin, strict requirements are certainly a good thing, but you are wrong to disapprove of your own son. I learned about Lin Xian's knowledge of acupuncture from Shun Jingting, the head of the Xin family. Do you think Patriarch Xin would lie? Or do you not want Lin Xian to save my son?" Zhou Haitian's voice was not loud, but his tone gave people an invisible sense of pressure. Even Lin Zhongdao, who had been in the business world for a long time, felt this pressure. After swallowing hard, Lin Zhongdao explained again. "What are you talking about, Mr. Zhou? It is our honor to be able to help Mr. Zhou. It's just that Lin Xin is not with us now. However, Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I will definitely convey this matter and contact Mr. Zhou later. What do you think?" Zhou Haitian is not a fool. Thinking of Lin Zhongdao's attitude just now, combined with the rumors outside, Zhou Haitian had already guessed something. "I have done everything I can right now. If I push myself too hard, it might just backfire." Thinking of this, Zhou Haitian nodded in agreement. There was another round of greetings, and by the time Zhou Haitian left, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan personally sent Zhou Haitian out. Both of them had smiles on their faces, looking like a loving couple. When she returned to the living room again, Qin Yulan immediately lowered her face, as if she didn't recognize Lin Zhongdao. But what happened just now gave Lin Zhongdao hope again. Sitting at the dining table again, Lin Zhongdao was in no mood to eat. When you reach the end of your rope and think there is no way out, you will find another village. I didn't expect that Lin Xin would create such a great opportunity for the Lin family. As long as we can grasp it, the Lin family will surely prosper in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhongdao picked up the red wine and took a sip. Who is Zhou Haitian? He is the head of a large financial group in Kyoto. How many people have tried their best to find a way to enter the Zhou family? But today, Zhou Haitian actually came to the Lin family villa with valuable gifts. Putting aside the past grudges, Zhou Haitian begged him sincerely. This not only means that they need Lin Xian, but also means that the turning point of the Lin family has come again. If you can climb up the big tree of the Zhou family, your future days will surely be smooth sailing. I don't know if it was the effect of alcohol or something else, but Lin Zhongdao felt his whole body was light. Everything in front of me becomes beautiful. Immersed in his thoughts, Lin Zhongdao always had a smile on his face. Beside her, Qin Yulan had a cold expression and an indifferent attitude. It's true that evil will be punished. Zhou Hongbei, that dandy boy, finally got his comeuppance. It's a relief. Lin Zhilan frowned slightly, and then her lips pouted again when she thought of what Zhou Hongbei had done. Xiaolan, Zhou Hongbei's retribution is a small matter. The key question is whether Lin Xian can cure his illness. Lin Qingyu curled her lips as if she was worried about something. Lin Zhilan raised his head and spoke confidently. You don't trust Lin Xian. My leg is the evidence. Lin Xian cured my leg with just a few injections. Lin Rusheng looked at this and that, but she was thinking about something else. I recognize Lin Xian's medical skills. There was the example of Lin Zhilan before, and now there is the example of the old man of the Shun family being cured. It is proof that Lin Xian's medical skills are naturally impeccable. But will Lin Xian treat Zhou Hongbei? At the Zhou family's business banquet that day, Zhou Hongbei's affairs caused a lot of controversy, which led to the incident in which Zhou Hongbei embarrassed Lin Xian at the Stock Exchange Center. Based on Lin Xian's current personality, he will definitely not allow himself to be manipulated by his father. My father spoke with such certainty. I'm afraid he will be slapped in the face later. As if seeing Lin Rusheng's worry, Lin Zhongdao spoke in a serious tone. Let's not talk about the past. Now it concerns the future development of the Lin family. If Lin Xian is sensible, he will definitely put the overall situation first. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yulan suddenly collapsed. Lin Zhongdao, how can you say these words? Have you considered Lin Xian in the Lin family's business and development? Do you dare to say that everything you did was even a little bit for Lin Xian? Now that the Lin family's development is at stake, you're pushing the burden onto Lin Xian. Your abacus beads are falling on my face. What Lin Xian decides is his business. It has nothing to do with whether he is sensible or not. Don't use moral blackmail on him. Qin Yulan's sudden outburst caught everyone present by surprise. At the same time, Lin Zhongdao also woke up. Ever since Lin Hao's identity was revealed, Qin Yulan has never mentioned this matter. I thought that this matter was over, but I didn't expect that this was waiting for me here. In front of her three daughters, Qin Yulan tore Lin Zhongdao's face to pieces. Lin Zhongdao's face turned red all the way to his neck, and he could only utter one sentence in the end. Well, Qin Yulan, you are really great. Boom! Lin Zhongdao kicked the stool over and left angrily. Lin Xian was completely unaware of the chaos in the Lin family. Having just planned the itinerary for the next few days with Zhang Sun's son, Lin Xian felt a lot more relaxed. Going to Longcheng is a way to see Zhang Weili and also a way to relax. There is another place you must visit, and that is Nanjing University. There is still more than a month before school starts, but Lin Xian can't wait to see the charm of Nanjing University. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Shun Chuxia's phone number, Lin Xian directly pressed the answer button. Sister Chuxia, is there something wrong? It's not a big deal, but I absolutely need to tell you, Lin Xian. Zhou Hongbei's father, Zhou Haitian, has contacted my father, and he wants you to treat Zhou Hongbei. After directly stating the purpose of the call, Shun Chuxia then described the situation at the time in detail. Lin Xian listened quietly, waiting until Shun Chuxia finished speaking. Sister Chuxia, what do you think? Shun Chuxia on the other end of the phone was stunned. It depends on your opinion, whether you will treat Zhou Hongbei or not. I have no objection. Don't forget, we are on the same team. After hearing what Shin Chuxia said, Lin Xin laughed. With a teammate like Sister Chuxia, we need to discuss this matter carefully. Shin Chuxia's tone revealed joy. Okay, then we... Before he could finish his words, there was a knock on the door, and Lin Xian on the other end of the phone heard it clearly. Xiaoxia, do you have time? Dad wants to talk to you about something. Shin Chuxia was stunned and glanced at her phone. Is it something urgent? I want to go out for a while. It'd be better if you do it now. It won't take long. How about you postpone the things you were doing? After her father said so much, Shin Chuxia had no choice but to nod. I have something to do here, so I guess we'll have to meet later. I'll contact you later. Shin Chuxia's voice sounded a little disappointed. I'm still looking forward to meeting Ming Xian, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Okay, Sister Chuxia, you go ahead and do your work. We'll contact each other later. After Lin Xian said this, Shin Chuxia felt a little better. A few minutes later, Shin Chuxia followed Shun Jingting to the study. Dad, is there something important that needs to be discussed in the study? Didn't you say it wouldn't take long? Shun Jingting pointed at the sofa. Please sit down first, and we will talk slowly. It doesn't take long, but it's serious. Shin Chuxia sat opposite Shun Jingting, her face full of curiosity. Uncle Zhou came to the company to see me. You already know about this, right? I know. Didn't you tell me that on the phone? He contacted me again later, and in addition to expressing his gratitude, he also mentioned another matter. Before Shin Chuxia could speak, Shun Jingting added another sentence. The Zhou family wants to settle the matter between Zhou Hongbei and you. Do you have any objection? Shin Chuxia looked calm before, but after hearing what Shun Jingting said, she stood up immediately. I have an opinion. I disagree. Before, her father had never made public the matter between her and Zhou Hongbei, so Shin Chuxia didn't know how to express her opinion. Now that it has been brought to light, Shin Chuxia will naturally refuse. There is no love between her and Zhou Hongbei at all, let alone marrying him. Shin Jingting was also a little surprised. It can be seen that his daughter and Zhou Hongbei get along very well, but Shin Jingting never expected that Shin Chuxia would refuse so bluntly. Fortunately, this was not said when the two families met. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. At this moment, Shin Chuxia's mouth was tightly clenched and her face was full of resistance. Don't be so anxious. Tell me why you rejected him. Seeing that her father did not insist on opposing her, Shin Chuxia's mood eased a little. However, when talking about the reasons why she looked down on Zhou Hongbei, Shin Chuxia still did not look happy. Dad, you know that Zhou Hongbei is uneducated and has the habits of a playboy. Although the Zhou family is wealthy, with his behavior, even mountains of gold and silver will be squandered by him. Also, I don't think I'm old enough to get married now, Dad. I haven't even finished college yet. Why are you in such a hurry? If I really wanted to accept Zhou Hongbei, I would have agreed at the business dinner that day. Why would I wait until now? After listing the reasons, Shin Chuxia began to ask Shun Jingting back. Dad also thinks you are still young, but Xiaoxia, although what you said makes sense, there is one thing you overlooked. For a family like ours, it would be a luxury to marry just for love. As a member of the Shin family, I have responsibilities on my shoulders. Shin Jingting didn't make his words very clear, but he believed that his daughter was very intelligent and there was no way she wouldn't understand the meaning of his words. So for the prosperity of the family, Dad decided to let me marry someone I don't like. Emotions can be cultivated slowly, but if that person is a hopeless person, do I have to gamble my whole life on him? Dad, besides Zhou Hongbei, there are many outstanding young people in this world. Shin Jingting knew what Shin Chuxia was thinking. When the Shin family held a business banquet, Shin Jingting had already started to pay attention to the young man named Lin Xian. Although Lin Xin is the real young master of the Lin family, I really don't think highly of the Lin family's financial situation. Shin Chuxia had a stubborn look on her face and a determined gaze. He had even made up his mind that if his father continued to ask, he would tell everyone about Lin Xian. At this time, Shin Jingting suddenly changed the subject. Okay, Dad knows what you mean. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Go and do your thing. Shin Chuxia was puzzled. with confusion on her face. But no matter how Shen Chuxiao observed, she couldn't see anything from Shen Jingting's face. Thinking that she would have to see Lin Xin again, Shen Chuxiao nodded and walked out of the study. Now that I have made my attitude clear, this matter should come to an end. Before reaching the bedroom, Shen Chuxiao dialed Lin Xian's number again and made an appointment to meet in half an hour. It was supposed to be a nice date, but Zhou Hongbei's matter made people feel heavy. After seeing Lin Xian, although Shen Chuxiao tried hard to hide her depressed mood, she still couldn't be happy. Sister Chuxiao, what happened to you? We are allies. We share happiness and difficulties together. Lin Xin sat on a chair in the park, swinging his legs leisurely. Shen Chuxiao sighed helplessly. Finally, he recounted his conversation with his father. Marriage? I didn't expect a family like yours to be so feudal. The family rules are too authoritarian. This is already good. At least my father knows to ask for my opinion. Girls in many families are victims. Sister Chuxiao, do you think they will consider your opinion? Lin Xian didn't want to attack Shen Chuxiao, but the facts were there. In Shen Chuxiao's words, the Shen family and the Zhou family get along well. So Shen Jingting must be aware of Zhou Hongbei's temper. Knowing the situation clearly, he still asked Shen Chuxiao for her opinion. It's hard not to feel that this was just a formality. Shen Chuxiao raised her hand and blew gently, and the petals in her palm fell to the ground. Another sigh. I don't know either. Anyway, I don't want to be a pawn, and I don't want to marry Zhou Hongbei. Actually, this shouldn't be a difficult thing. Since you've made up your mind, let's do it according to your idea. Lin Xin said lightly. Shen Chuxiao was stunned, and even forgot to retract her hand that was raised in the air. What do you mean? I'm not a god in heaven. How can I control the situation? Shen Chuxiao didn't finish her words. Lin Xin underestimated the pressure from his family. If they decided to marry into the Zhou family, perhaps he really would have no way to deal with them. Even if we resist, it probably won't change anything. Sister Chuxia can't do that, but I can. Lin Xin raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth also turned up with a completely proud expression. Tell me quickly, what can you do? Lin Xin, you can't joke about such a big thing. This concerns my lifelong happiness. In front of Lin Xin, Shen Chuxia has always existed as an older sister. Now that her lifelong event was involved, Shen Chuxia could not care less and directly grabbed Lin Xian's hand and started shaking it. That expression was completely like that of a helpless little girl. Lin Xin looked confident and spoke slowly. This is simple. Isn't Zhou Hongbei ill now? The condition for curing him is to give up the marriage with the Shen family. Lin Xin said it lightly. Shen Chuxiao was stunned. Is this possible? Slowly lowering her head, Shen Chuxiao fell in a deep thought again. Since he wanted to form an alliance with the Shen family through marriage, Zhou Haitian must have already set his sights on the Shen family as a piece of fat meat. How will Zhou Haitian choose between his biological son and family interests? If Zhou Haitian chooses someone else to treat Zhou Hongbei, will he still find it difficult to get rid of Zhou Hongbei's entanglement? At once, countless thoughts came to mind. I think this plan is feasible. Zhou Hongbei is the only child of the Zhou family, so they will not leave him alone. This can be proved from Zhou Haitian's behavior. Lin Xian had just finished speaking when his cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be Lin Zhongdao, who called. Lin Xian snorted in his heart and immediately refused. Before he could say the next word, his cell phone rang again, and Lin Xian had no choice but to answer it. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Lin Xian, go home quickly. I have something very important to tell you. Mr. Lin, did you call the wrong number? Why should I listen to you? Lin Zhongdao on the other end of the phone was stunned, obviously a little surprised. But then, Lin Zhongdao's voice became tense again. Come back right away. Please stop talking to me in such an arrogant tone. I've already said that I have nothing to do with the Lin family anymore. Okay, I'll compromise and ask you to come back, okay? On the phone, Lin Xian could hear the sound of Lin Zhongdao gritting his teeth. Lin Xian found it funny. Lin Zhongdao, who has always been so arrogant, actually became so humble. It is really a rare thing that happens only once in a century. Whether I go back or not depends on my mood. If you tell me the reason why you wanted to go back, I can consider it. After hearing what Lin Xin said, Lin Zhongdao said without hesitation, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Haitian, has been here. His son has a problem and needs your help. Turning his head to look at Shen Chuxia, the smile on Lin Xian's face became even more intense. This phone call made Lin Xian confirm his judgment again. Zhou Haitian went to the Lin family, so naturally he kept Zhou Hongbei in mind. In other words, Lin Xian was more confident in agreeing to the conditions they had just proposed. Okay, I understand. I'll think about it. Then will you come back? Before Lin Zhongdao could finish his words, Lin Xian hung up the phone. Is he from the Lin family? Shen Chuxia asked slowly. Lin Xian, yes, but that's not important. What's important is that the fish is about to be hooked. Shen Chuxia, Lin Xian, please explain clearly. My brain is rusty now and can't move. Lin Xian stopped beating around the bush and directly combined the content of the phone call with his own guess. The more Shen Chuxia listened, the more excited she became, and in the end her face turned red with excitement. That's great. If this can be successful, then my happiness won't have to be tied to Zhou Hongbei. Shen Chuxia kept smiling, but after a while, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Lin Xian, Zhou Hongbei has gone too far. Do you really want to treat him? How confident are you? Lin Xian also showed a serious expression on his face. I haven't met Zhou Hongbei yet, so Lin Xian doesn't know what the situation is over there. It would be a bit arbitrary to guarantee now that the disease can be cured, but I didn't read so many ancient medical books in vain. As long as Zhou Hongbei is not a psychopath, I am still somewhat confident. Will you heal him? Of course, otherwise how can we negotiate with him? Sister Chuxia, you won't regret it, will you? Do you want to marry him? Lin Xian, what are you talking about? I don't want to marry someone like that. While speaking, Shen Chuxia rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, and then said in a low voice, I don't want to embarrass you. What if Lin Xian doesn't want to go at all, but has to go for his own business? That would be depressing. Lin Xian waved his hands, not caring at all. I don't feel embarrassed. After hearing what you said, I'm a little curious. I want to see what Zhou Hongbei looks like now. After Lin Xian said this, Shen Chuxia finally felt relieved. Afterwards, the two of them chatted about light topics and didn't separate until an hour later. Lin's villa. Lin Zhongdao was extremely anxious, and an hour seemed like a century. During this time, Lin Zhongdao couldn't remember how many times he had walked around the living room. The three Lin sisters returned to their rooms, and no one comforted Lin Zhongdao. It's not that I don't want to comfort you, but I don't know how to start the conversation at this time. The three people had already experienced Lin Xian's stubbornness. To say that Lin Xian would definitely come was to lie with open eyes. Instead of talking meaningless things in the living room, it is better to go back to your room and rest. Seeing Lin Zhongdao so anxious, Qin Yulan remained very calm. Just like what I said just now, whether Lin Xin goes or not, Lin Zhongdao has no right to tell him what to do. Can you give Lin Xin a call? See what he really means. If you use him, he will put on airs. Lin Zhongdao snorted coldly, his face full of displeasure. Qin Yulan deliberately played both sides. You also know that Lin Xian is being used now. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. How did you treat Lin Xian in the beginning? No matter what Lin Xian does now, I won't think he's going too far. Lin Zhongdao became anxious again. Qin Yulan, why are you so confused? Is this the time to lose your temper? I know you are angry, but you still have to put the overall situation first. What you call the overall situation is just for your own benefit. It has nothing to do with me. In Qin Yulan's eyes, Lin Zhongdao is now just a clown. After experiencing what happened recently, Qin Yulan felt that she had become much more open-minded. I will not lose even a single cent of what I can get for Lin Xian. But more important than these things is Lin Xian's happiness. No, if you don't make this call, I'll make it. Okay, if you're not afraid of making Lin Xian angry and blocking you, then just give it a try. Lin Zhongdao had just picked up the phone when Qin Yulan's voice came again. In desperation, Lin Zhongdao put the phone back to its original place. This kind of torture is really tormenting. Half an hour later, Lin Rusheng hurried down from upstairs. Dad, Lin Xin called and said he won't be back. Lin Zhongdao was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Is that really what you said? This. Just as the word rebellious son was about to come out of his mouth, Lin Zhongdao forced himself to hold it back. It's really a changing world. Now it's my turn to speak well of my son. Tell him that this home must be returned. If he doesn't come back, then he will never be allowed to enter this house again. I, Lin Zhongdao, will regard him as my son. Lin Xuan was speechless. My father is still so strong now. I really don't know what the basis of his strength is. What if he still doesn't come back? Lin Xuan looked straight at her father, with no expression on her face. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. If we can't handle the current situation well, the Lin family might really be in trouble. The Zhou family is either a friend or an enemy. They will never remain neutral. Lin Zhongdao seemed to be answering Lin Xuan's question, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Dad, Lin Xin said he won't come back, but he will go to Zhou's house. Lin Rusheng expressed it very clearly, and this was also the result that Lin Xin gave on the phone just now. Lin Zhongdao was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. You kid, you are really fooling around. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me so anxious. The tense string in his heart suddenly relaxed, and Lin Zhongdao felt relaxed instantly. Even the atmosphere in the room was not as depressing as before. Dad, there is something I want to explain to you. As footsteps were heard, Lin Xin also came to the living room on the first floor. What's up? The expression on Lin Zhongdao's face was obviously much better. It's about Lin Xin and Dr. Zhang. I was present when Lin Xin registered the company and signed the employment contract. I heard everything clearly, including the call from the director of Dr. Zhang's former department. The experimental project that Dr. Zhang was working on ended a long time ago. Not only Lin Xin, but even Dr. Zhang didn't know that the party that outsourced the project to them was the Lin Group. So, Dad, you have wronged Lin Xin, and you have also wronged me. After meeting Lin Rusheng, Lin Xin learned the whole story and also understood why Lin Zhongdao was angry. It is precisely because of this that Lin Xin feels it is necessary to make this matter clear. It feels bad to be wronged. Once is enough. Lin Xin thought so in her heart, and instinctively believed that Lin Xin felt the same way. The feeling of being wronged once is the same as being wronged 100 times. Lin Zhongdao felt a little embarrassed and didn't even dare to look at Lin Xin. Well, this matter is over. Why bring him up again? It's all resolved, right? Don't talk about this kind of troublesome things again. You all have to remember that you are members of the Lin family. You must always consider the overall situation. After saying a few words, Lin Zhongdao began to speak at length as before. But he clearly felt that his dignity had declined a lot compared to before. Lin Rusheng seemed to be listening, but in fact she was a little absent-minded. Lin Xin looked away, looking completely unconvinced. If it were in the past, Lin Zhongdao would definitely be furious. But now thinking about it, I decided to swallow my anger. Now is not the time to lose your temper. The most important thing is to resolve the Zhou family's issues. If Lin Xin can cure Zhou Hongbei's illness, then the Zhou family and the Lin family can completely turn hostility into friendship. I'm afraid this is the only chance for reconciliation. Sitting down slowly on the sofa, Lin Zhongdao still felt somewhat confused. When did Lin Xin learn medical skills? Acupuncture is not something that ordinary people can master. How could he, a high school student, have such abilities? Could it be Lin Ping'an? Thinking of Lin Xin's adoptive father and mother, Lin Zhongdao frowned even more tightly. Could it be that what Lin Xin said is true? Is that teapot really the treasure left by the old man of the Lin families? Lin Ping'an may seem ordinary, but could he be hiding something? Lin Zhongdao muttered softly, and the thoughts in his mind became stronger and stronger. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Thinking that Lin Xin would agree, Lin Zhongdao remembered another important thing. Call Zhou Haitian. As for why Lin Xin didn't contact him, Lin Zhongdao didn't have time to think about it. Now the group is facing a critical moment of survival and must seize the opportunity. The issues regarding experimental research and development have not been resolved yet. If the Zhou family were to put pressure on them at this time, the Lin group would certainly not be able to recover. In order to prevent this situation from happening, he is willing to even cling to the Zhou family. At the same time, Lin Xin didn't expect that a phone call to Lin Rusheng would cause him so much trouble. In the next half hour, Lin Rusheng received calls one after another. First, determine when you are free, and then determine the location for treatment. Lin Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief after everything was settled. Just as she was about to hang up the phone, Lin Rusheng's voice suddenly became extremely gentle. Lin Xin, thank you for trusting me. When saying this, Lin Rusheng choked up a little. If Lin Rusheng hadn't seen the yellowed little notebook, she wouldn't have understood that she was once so important in Lin Xian's heart. Even though Lin Xin now has a strong aversion to the Lin family, Lin Rusheng has already made up her mind that no matter what, she will work hard to become what Lin Xian wants her to be. Lin Xian was stunned. Did Lin Rusheng misunderstand? Trust? The people of the Lin family have no trust in me at all. I didn't call other people because I thought they were troublesome, especially Lin Qingyu. If the phone call just now had been made to Lin Qingyu, I would probably not be able to rest in peace for several days. Among the people in the Lin family, Lin Rusheng is considered to be able to remain calm. That's why I chose to call Lin Rusheng. Trust doesn't exist at all. You think too much. I just did it for convenience. I have no other intentions. Lin Rusheng seemed to have expected Lin Xian to say this. Instead of being angry, she seemed very happy. Okay, then if you have any problems in the future, just contact me. I won't let you feel any trouble. Lin Xian was speechless. These people are just a bunch of lunatics. Too lazy to say anything more to Lin Rusheng. Lin Xian hung up the phone. The time for going to Zhou's house is scheduled for tomorrow morning, which will not delay the subsequent matters. Putting the phone aside, Lin Xian picked up a pen and carefully wrote a prescription on a blank piece of paper. The prescription given to Zhang Weili was not long, but it was very effective. The most important thing is that the prescriptions treat common diseases, and the medicines do not cost much money to make, which is completely within people's acceptable range. The last ray of light was swallowed by the darkness, and the neon lights outside the window began to flicker. Every time this moment came, Zhou Haitian's heart would wrench up. Zhou Hongbei's condition is getting worse day by day, especially in recent days. Sighing helplessly, Zhou Haitian looked up at the second floor. Seeing this scene, the servants nearby dared not utter a word. Outside the courtyard, several servants were talking in low voices. Did you see that? Even though it's quiet now, there could be chaos in the blink of an eye. I don't know what's wrong with the young master lately. He becomes particularly energetic at night. Not only does he sing loudly occasionally, but he also cries and makes a fuss. It's really scary. No rest during the day, and continuous torment at night. How can an ordinary person's body bear it? Stop talking. Madam has been kneeling in the temple for several days because of the young master's matter. Didn't the master invite many people over? What's the use? Won't the young master still be weird? Several people looked towards the second floor as they talked. The curtains in Zhou Hongbei's room were closed. Through the light, everyone could clearly see a figure jumping up and down. Someone exclaimed, "It's over. The young master has started again." The hearts of several people suddenly tightened, and then they quickly moved towards the door. As long as the master gives the order, they will rush in without delay. On the second floor, there were crackling sounds coming from time to time, so Zhou Haitian had to knock on the door. "Xiaobei, have you rested?" Even though he knew that there was chaos in the house, Zhou Haitian still had to pretend that he was unaware. "Dad, is that you? The door is not locked. Come in." Zhou Hongbei answered very naturally. Zhou Haitian pushed the door open and walked in. "What?" The situation in front of him made Zhou Haitian exclaim. Zhou Hongbei was standing on the table, wearing only a pair of shorts, and his two hands were actually holding the crystal chandelier. "Son, what are you doing? Come down quickly. Be careful not to fall." While speaking, Zhou Haitian wanted to help Zhou Hongbei, but Zhou Hongbei took a step back. "Dad, don't come over here. It's warm here. I need to keep warm." Holding the lamp for warmth. "Yeah, it's warm and bright." Zhou Hongbei looked serious. Zhou Haitian's heart sank little by little. Mrs. Zhou next to her was sobbing quietly and almost couldn't stand. What should I do? My son has become like this. What will happen to our family in the future? Zhou Haitian shook his head and whispered, "Bring in the vitamins and let him take one." Mrs. Zhou took a deep breath, her eyes filled with pity. After taking the medicine Zhou Haitian brought back, Zhou Hongbei did calm down a bit, but he knew exactly what the medicine was used for. It's not vitamin C at all. It's clearly sleeping pills. Mrs. Zhou's heart tightened. No, taking this kind of medicine frequently is harmful to the body. Xiaobei's body can't handle it. It's too late to care about so many things now. Let's talk about it after tonight. Zhou Haitian's expression became serious, and he added, "The doctor will be here tomorrow, and Xiaobei will be well tomorrow." Mrs. Zhou was skeptical. Ever since Zhou Hongbei got into trouble, he has lost count of how many doctors and experts have come to his home. Will any of them be able to help tomorrow? Mrs. Zhou was about to ask something when Zhou Haitian urged her again. Go quickly. If you don't give him medicine, Xiaobei will hurt himself if he continues like this. Looking at her son who was staggering on the table, Mrs. Zhou took a breath and then turned around. Next, the two of them coaxed and tricked Zhou Hongbei into taking a capsule, and he finally calmed down. After covering his son with a quilt, Zhou Haitian signaled Mrs. Zhou to come out. Get ready. Lin Xin will be here tomorrow. As long as he is willing to help, Xiaobei's illness will most likely be cured. Lin Xin, which Lin Xin? That's the young master that the Lin family found. Master? Are you crazy? Our Xiaobei's illness became so serious because of that, Lin. How dare you let your enemy treat Xiaobei? Before Zhou Haitian could speak, Mrs. Zhou continued. Aren't you afraid that your son's condition will worsen after seeing Lin Xin? Besides, how old is Lin Xin? Can he treat illnesses? Zhou Haitian looked tired. Don't ask so many questions. The old man of the Xin family was cured by Lin Xin. Right now, we have no other choice but to try. But will Xiaobei agree? He has to agree even if he doesn't agree. Grudges can be put aside. We only have one life. Mrs. Zhou was stunned. When she came to her senses, Zhou Haitian had already turned and left. Yes, in the face of life, grudges are not worth mentioning. If my son continues to be like this for the rest of his life, what's the difference between that and being dead? Thinking of this, 2 strings of tears slid down Mrs. Zhou's face again. As soon as the sky in the east began to turn pale, Lin Zhongdao couldn't fall asleep. After quickly getting up and washing up, Lin Zhongdao locked himself in the study and began to practice the situations he would encounter. First a smile appeared on his face, and Lin Zhongdao bowed politely in front of the mirror. Mr. Zhou, you must be getting impatient. Where is young Master Zhou now? What's the situation? As soon as he said this, Lin Zhongdao began to shake his head. No. Although saying this seems caring, the Zhou family and the Lin family have no connection at all, so it seems a bit fake. After coughing, Lin Zhongdao's expression became more serious. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm here with Lin Xin. The situation is urgent. Let's get started now. As soon as he finished speaking, dissatisfaction appeared on Lin Zhongdao's face again. The situation is urgent, and this is not appropriate. It's better to change it. After practicing for nearly 2 hours, Lin Zhongdao finally came out of the study with satisfaction. Lin Jilan went to school early, but Lin Xinyu hadn't gotten up yet. Sitting at the large dining table, besides Lin Rusheng, there were only Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan. Where have all the people gone? Why are there so few people? Qin Yulan raised her eyebrows. Les? Isn't it like this normally? I'm afraid what you are worried about is not your 2 daughters, but your illegitimate son? Although Qin Yulan was full of complaints, she still didn't vent her anger. Lin Rusheng briefly talked about the situation of her 2 younger sisters, and then everyone started to eat. Xiao Shuang, after dinner, call Lin Xin and tell him that I will take him to Zhou's house. Lin Zhongdao looked normal, but his heart was weighed down with anxiety. Lin Rusheng was stunned, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Dad, are you going to Zhou's house with Lin Xin? What do you mean I have to go with you? I'm the one taking him to see Mr. Zhou. But Lin Xin didn't say he wanted to go with you yesterday. What do you mean? And I've become a burden? Lin Zhongdao was furious, his face full of displeasure. I started getting ready early in the morning just to go to the Zhou family villa. This meeting was very important, and it was not just about asking Lin Xian to treat Zhou Hongbei. More importantly, the future of the Lin family hangs on this turning point. How can we not take it seriously? Seeing that Lin Rusheng didn't say anything, Lin Zhongdao pointed to the mobile phone next to him. Call now and ask Lin Xian to go out. Lin Rusheng was reluctant, but still dialed Lin Xian's phone number. After the phone rang, Lin Xian answered. Lin Xian, I'm the eldest sister. Dad wants to pick you up. Are you ready? Before Lin Rusheng finished her words, everyone's eyes were fixed on the phone. There was no sound from the other side immediately. After a while, Lin Xian spoke lightly. Ms. Lin, please tell Mr. Lin that he doesn't need to come pick me up. Sister Chuxia and I have already set off. Lin Rusheng didn't know how to continue Lin Xian's words. As soon as I raised my eyes, I saw Lin Zhongdao's face was red all the way to his neck. That's it, I'm dead. Lin Xian really hung up the phone. Lin Zhongdao was stunned, his expression frozen. This rebellious son actually left early? Does he know what this trip to Zhou's house means? After preparing for a long time, it was all in vain. After recovering from the shock, Lin Zhongdao kicked the chair over. Bang! After the sound, Lin Zhongdao started cursing. This rebellious son. He did it on purpose. The Lin family needed this turnaround, but he threw me aside. In his eyes, there is no such thing as a father like me. Lin Rusheng pursed her lips and watched all this with an expressionless face. Father? Time and again, you have wrongly accused Lin Xian without asking any questions. When he went to Lin Xian's adoptive father's house to cause trouble again and again, did he ever think that he was Lin Xian's father? Everything is relative, including feelings. Just as I was stunned, Lin Zhongdao's voice suddenly came. Xiao Shuang, let's go to Zhou's house now. Dad, is it inappropriate for us to go? The Zhou family wants Lin Xian to treat them. In comparison, Lin Rusheng's voice was much calmer. Lin Zhongdao swung his hands violently, his voice revealing urgency. Why is it inappropriate? What does a child like Lin Xian know? You know how important this matter is. If we can't ease the relationship with the Zhou family, the Lin family's business will be full of obstacles in the future. Qin Yulan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up. Lin Zhongdao, you are too selfish. You only care about yourself. Lin Xian is not a bargaining chip for your deal with the Zhou family. I won't allow you to take advantage of my son like this. Lin Zhongdao was stunned, his brows twisted into a knot. Your son? What's his last name? If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have come into this world. Whether he is willing to admit it or not, I am his father. Since I am a member of the Lin family, I have the obligation to share the burden for the Lin family. Qin Yulan snorted coldly. Since he is your son, what have you done for him? What qualifications do you have to ask him to share your responsibilities? Lin Zhongdao and Qin Yulan refused to give in to each other, and both stared at each other. Lin Rusheng came to Qin Yulan. Mom, please sit down and calm down. I'll talk to Dad. Pulling Qin Yulan to sit down from the chair, Lin Rusheng looked at Lin Zhongdao again. Dad, have you ever thought about another thing? If Lin Xian can't cure Master Zhou's illness, would you feel embarrassed to be there? After these words were spoken, Lin Zhongdao's expression became surprised again. I haven't thought about this before. If Lin Xian was really powerless, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing when he faced Zhou Haitian that time? After thinking quickly, Lin Zhongdao waved his hand again. No, didn't Mr. Zhou say that the old man of the Shun family was cured by Lin Xian? But everyone's physique is different. Lin Xian can cure Zhou Hongbei, but Mr. Shin may not be able to cure him. So, what do you say we should do? After being reminded by Lin Rusheng, Lin Zhongdao was at a loss for a moment. I think it's better to let nature take its course. If Lin Xian can cure Zhou Hongbei's illness, Zhou Haitian will naturally remember this favor. We don't need to remind him. If Zhou Hongbei's condition is serious and Lin Xian can't cure him, then it can only be said that the medicine is not suitable for him. The Zhou family will not blame you. But if Dad were here, it would be hard to say. Lin Zhongdao frowned and thought. My daughter is right. If the disease is cured, then everything will be fine. But if it is not, we still have to avoid embarrassment. But if he can be cured, and Lin Xin didn't mention the Lin family's business, wouldn't that be a loss? As soon as Lin Zhongdao finished speaking, Lin Rusheng asked back directly. Even if Zhou Hongbei's illness could be cured, Father brought up business matters at the time. Isn't that a little narrow-minded? Lin Zhongdao was speechless and was forced to say nothing by Lin Rusheng. Some people only see what's in front of them. They are short-sighted. Qin Yulan echoed unhappily. Lin Zhongdao snorted coldly and left angrily. Lin Zhongdao no longer had any hope for Qin Yulan. Lin Hao's incident broke up their relationship, and it was impossible for them to get back together. The reason for not getting divorced is just for the overall situation. Even though we have lived together for so many years, our feelings for each other are really gone. After arguing with Lin Zhongdao, Qin Yulan felt much better. Regardless of whether Lin Zhongdao's decision was right or wrong, Qin Yulan now had only one idea in her mind, which was to go against Lin Zhongdao. He wants to say east, but I say west. For this man who has deceived me for more than 20 years, I am giving him face by looking him in the eye. Zhou family villa. Zhou Haitian looked nervous, and Mrs. Zhou looked anxious, looking towards the door from time to time. The agreed time is almost here, but Lin Xin hasn't arrived yet, and I don't know if something unexpected happened in the middle. Old Zhou, how about giving him a call and asking? Zhou Haitian looked at the clock that was as tall as a person and said, there are still 15 minutes left. Let's wait a little longer. Mrs. Zhou sighed helplessly. After taking the medicine last night, my son hasn't woken up yet. He finally calmed down. Let him sleep a little longer. As footsteps were heard, the two stood up at the same time. The moment she saw Shin Chuxia, Mrs. Zhou was stunned. Why did this little girl follow here? Zhou Haitian didn't think too much about it and greeted them directly. Xiao Xia is here too, please come in. Shin Chuxia showed a polite smile on her face. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Aunt Zhou, I came here with Lin Xin. Okay, come in and talk. The two people were invited into the house, and before they sat down in the living room, Zhou Haitian went straight to the point. Xiaobei's health has not been good recently. We have consulted some doctors, but the results have not been obvious. I heard that Mr. Xin's illness was cured by Lin Xin. We see hope again. Although I am your elder, don't feel pressured. If you can cure Xiaobei's illness, I will reward you handsomely. Zhou Haitian's voice was serious and his face was solemn. Lin Xin waved his hand. Mr. Zhou, don't be so anxious. I don't know young Master Zhou's symptoms yet. It's a bit too early to talk about rewarding him now. Let's wait and see the situation first. When he was asked to see his son, Zhou Haitian nodded his head like pounding garlic. I have never dealt with this Lin Xin directly, but from these few sentences I can tell that he is not an impetuous person. It is rare for a teenager to speak so steadily. While the two were talking, Mrs. Zhou was observing Lin Xin. He is about the same age as his son, but he gives people a completely different feeling. He was dressed neatly and spoke in a clear and orderly manner, which gave a good first impression. Mrs. Zhou felt somewhat unhappy when she thought that her son's illness was caused by the person in front of her. Let someone call Xiao Bei down. Zhou Haitian turned and looked at Mrs. Zhou. Then you sit down, I'll go myself. Mrs. Zhou walked towards the stairs, and Zhou Haitian explained awkwardly. I didn't get enough rest last night, so I'm still asleep now. Please forgive me. Uncle Zhou, you're welcome. Lin Xin didn't say anything, so Shin Chuxia took over. Not long after, there was a sound of kicking Rita at the stairs. You don't have to listen carefully to know that it is the sound of cotton slippers rubbing against the ground. At the same time, Mrs. Zhou also whispered her consolation. Son, be obedient. After today, you can sleep as long as you want. Your father is waiting in the living room. You must not make him angry. Be good. Didn't you say last time that you liked the sports car over there? Mom will buy it for you in a few days. Mrs. Zhou's voice was light and extremely gentle. Lin Xin was speechless for a while, and some images flashed through his mind. When he was in the Lin family, it seemed that every time Lin Hao was unhappy, he was treated like this. The whole family coaxed and begged, and finally solved the problem by using large amounts of material things. It seems that these families have many similarities. Lin Xin was in a daze when a howl suddenly sounded. Lin Xin, why is it you? I am going to kill you. Zhou Hongbei was wearing pajamas, and his hair was a mess like a bird's nest. As soon as he saw Lin Xin, he started to show his fangs and claws. Mrs. Zhou wanted to persuade him with kind words, but was pushed aside by Zhou Hongbei. Seeing this, Zhou Haitian hurriedly ran to the stairs and hugged Zhou Hongbei. Zhou Hongbei didn't get enough rest every night and could only fall asleep with the help of medicine. After a period of time, his body had become very weak. So even though his face turned red and his neck became thick, Zhou Hongbei was still completely submissive under the treatment. Even so, the anger in Zhou Hongbei's eyes was still about to burst out. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Hongbei stared at Lin Xin fiercely. What are you doing here? Get out now. Nonsense. I went through a lot of trouble to invite Lin Xin here, Xiaobei. You are not allowed to be rude. Dad, what are you talking about? He's the one who ruined my good thing. Xin Chuxia and I. Zhou Hongbei suddenly stopped talking halfway. What happened? Did you see it wrong? Isn't the girl sitting next to Lin Xin, Xin Chuxia? Zhou Hongbei rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure there was nothing wrong with his eyesight. Then he swallowed. Xiaoxia, why are you here too? Xin Chuxia's face returned to its usual expression, and she said calmly, Lin Xin and I came here together. I want to see your symptoms. Zhou Hongbei was startled. Then his face was filled with joy. You're here to see me? Why didn't you call ahead? Okay, so I can get ready. Thinking of his miserable appearance just now, Zhou Hongbei wanted to bang his head against the wall. Everyone could see at this moment that Zhou Hongbei misunderstood Xin Chuxia's meaning. Xin Chuxia looked at Lin Xin, then turned her gaze to Zhou Haitian. Okay, Xiaobei, let's talk about this later. Let's let Lin Xin take a look at your symptoms first. After saying that, Zhou Haitian whispered another instruction. Xiaoxia is here now. You are not allowed to mess around. Zhou Hongbei froze, and finally, reluctantly, followed Zhou Haitian downstairs and sat opposite Lin Xin. Open your mouth and let me see. Why are you opening your mouth? I'm not an animal. I don't look at your teeth. I look at your tongue. Even tongue coating is not good. Why should I do whatever you say? You don't let me see it because you are guilty. Only people with something to hide will try to hide it. You're talking nonsense. Just look. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The two of them were talking back and forth, confusing the people around them. Before anyone could react, Zhou Hongbei had already opened his mouth. After observation, Lin Xin suggested that Zhou Hongbei stretch out his hand. What happened next happened again. One is a refusal, the other is a provocation. In the end, Zhou Hongbei fell into the trap obediently. Seeing the current situation, Lin Xin felt almost certain. The disease Zhou Hongbei suffered from was not an incurable one. At most, it could be described as a difficult and complicated one. The combination of petty-mindedness and strong stimulation made him become a nobody in the end. To put it simply, it means being too picky. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, this is called stupidity. To put it bluntly, when your thinking stops at something or somewhere and doesn't move forward, it is just being stubborn. This behavior is extremely draining and mentally taxing, and the end result is anxiety. Zhou Hongbei is a typical example. Seeing Lin Xin remain silent, Zhou Haitian's heart suddenly rose to his throat. At this moment, regardless of Zhou Hongbei's presence, Zhou Haitian couldn't wait to ask, Lin Xin, is there any cure for my son's illness? Lin Xin nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. Young Master Zhou's illness can be cured. It's not a big problem. Okay, that's good. We have Mr. Lauren, Mr. Kobayashi. Zhou Haitian was so excited that he didn't know how to address Lin Xin. Things that experts and old Chinese doctors couldn't solve were not big problems in Lin Xin's eyes, and Lin Xin's medical skills were proven. But he is the same age as his son, even younger than Zhou Hongbei. In a hurry, Zhou Haitian had to call him Mr. Kobayashi. Lin Xin did not correct it, but lowered his head, opened his backpack, and began to take out the set of silver needles that Mr. Xin gave him. Mr. Xiaolin is a real medical expert, and he is a promising young man. As long as my son's illness can be cured, I will try my best to meet any conditions. As long as Mr. Xiaolin says it, my Zhou family will spare no effort to complete it. Xin Xuxia was already extremely shocked. The Zhou family and the Xun family can also be considered aristocratic families. When I was young, I often saw Zhou Haitian. But in all these years, Xin Xuxia had never seen Zhou Haitian like this. Maybe it's really because of concern that one becomes confused. Zhou Hongbei, the only child of the Zhou family, is extremely important to Zhou Haitian. Lin Xin hummed lightly, then looked up and looked directly into Zhou Haitian's eyes. Since Mr. Zhou said so, I will speak out. If I can cure Mr. Zhou's illness, I hope Mr. Zhou will do me a favor. Before Lin Xin finished speaking, Zhou Haitian took over the conversation. Okay. As long as Xiaobei can recover, I'm willing to help. Not just one favor, but even 10 or 100. Mrs. Zhou next to him gently touched Zhou Haitian's arm, her voice filled with a hint of complaint. Don't brag. Mr. Xiaolin hasn't even said what he's going to do for you, but you've already agreed to do it. What if you can't do it? Don't worry, Madame Zhou. What I said is not excessive, and it will never go against the way of chivalry. After hearing Lin Xin say this, Zhou Haitian immediately felt relieved. Okay, then let's ask the young master to treat it first. Lin Xin turned his head to look at Xin Xuxia, and finally put the selected silver needle in front of her. Please be still, Mr. Zhou, and don't move. Lin Xin stared at the acupoints on Zhou Hongbei's head and was about to take action when Mrs. Zhou suddenly screamed. Wait, do you want to pierce the top of your head? If you stick a needle this long into your body, it will kill you. No, this is too dangerous. I only have this one precious son. I absolutely cannot take this kind of risk. While speaking, Mrs. Zhou's tears had already started to fall. Zhou Hongbei was shaking all over, so frightened that he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Lin Xin, you want to kill me? Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou hugged Zhou Hongbei in her arms, protecting him tightly like a hen protecting her chicks. What are you two doing? Get out of the way. Since Mr. Kobayashi said he is sure, there won't be any problem. Besides, how can acupuncture hurt people? Zhou Haitian spoke sternly. Zhou Hongbei's head shook like a rattle. Dad, I'm scared. Lin Xin is going to stab me to death. Okay, be obedient. If you're really scared, just close your eyes. Seeing the silver needle that was several inches long, Zhou Haitian felt unsure. But with the example of Mr. Shun in front of him, Zhou Haitian was still willing to believe Lin Xin. Before Mrs. Zhou could say anything, Zhou Haitian had already pulled his wife aside. Dad, Mom, don't leave. Stay with me. Zhou Hongbei grabbed Zhou Haitian with one hand and pulled Mrs. Zhou's clothes with the other. Mr. Zhou, acupuncture is actually not as scary as you think. Most of the time, you scare yourself. Zhou Hongbei rolled his eyes at Lin Xin. It's easy for you to talk without any pain in your waist. The incident didn't happen to you, so stop making sarcastic remarks here. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Hongbei felt something was wrong. It felt like something bit in the top of my head. It was stinging and itchy. Just as he came to his senses, Lin Xin stopped. Okay, sit still for 15 minutes. Zhou Hongbei didn't dare to move, and the 3 silver needles on top of his head trembled slightly.